I thought I spent my 4 years of college with a clear conscience. On graduation photo day, twin toddlers unexpectedly recognized him as their father on the spot. Even more shocking was that their mother turned out to be the famously aloof female professor known throughout the entire school. Just as I was at a loss. The divine parenting system has been activated. Cooking with kids directly rewards mastery of all 8 major cuisines teaching English. Instantly grants fluency in every language. I intended to use this system to become worthy of the mother of my child. At her family's company, she found that the casually designed proposal she made was being sought after at a high price. When the aloof professor realized, the genius designer she had been desperately searching for was actually the newbie dad in her eyes. How will this serendipitous bond ultimately conclude? Chapter 1 Graduation Photo. Toddler calls out daddy. Hurry up, guys, we're about to be late. The dorm head Yang Shu called out. The remaining few hurriedly put on their clothes and checked in the mirror to see if their hairstyles were messed up. 4 years of university have come to an end, and today is the day for graduation photoshoot. Chen Yu put on his graduation gown and applied a bit of hair wax. Everything packed? Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Yang Shu led the entire 301 dormitory out together. The relationship among them in this dormitory is quite good, if not as close as brothers. At least they're very good friends. It's much better compared to having 4 separate group chats in one dorm. Bachelor's gowns were everywhere in the corridor, all heading out to take graduation photos. Others were dragging their luggage, preparing to leave campus, saying their final goodbyes to their brothers. The entire corridor was suffused with a sense of melancholy. It's not too hot today, and it feels quite cool with the breeze blowing. Walking on the road brought back too many memories. The sight evoked memories, and the group began chatting. Yang Shu patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Old Chen, it's a pity you didn't get a girlfriend all through your 4 years of college. Chen Yu smiled. So what? Lao Wang didn't get one either. It's different. With Lao Wang's looks, it's hard to find someone, but you could easily get one if you wanted. Wang Guangtou immediately gave him a kick. Get lost, you. The 4 years of university passed in such playful banter, unchanged even as graduation approached. Actually, Chen Yu had a secret. There was a girl in his heart. It was this very girl who made him give up on pursuing relationships. Unfortunately, even now he still doesn't know her name. They quickly arrived at the filming location, where a large crowd had already gathered in the square. The school attaches great importance to graduation photos, hiring professional photographers to take them on a class-by-class basis. Those who want individual mementos will have to use their own photography equipment. There was another class ahead, so they stood together chatting first, talking about their plans after graduation. Yang Shu said, Lao Chen, are you really giving up on grad school? With a brain like yours, you'd definitely get in. Chen Yu shook his head. No, I'd better go find a job. The cost-effectiveness of postgraduate entrance exams is just so-so, and the boost it provides for job hunting isn't that significant. Better to enter society earlier or prepare for civil service exams. Wang Guangtou sighed. If only I could find a rich woman. What's the point of looking for a job? You think marrying a rich woman is easy? Which of the Pan, Lu, Deng, Xiao, Xian qualities do you possess? Lin Mao smiled wordlessly by the side. Brother! A soft, sweet voice called out. At the same time, a small hand tugged on Chen Yu's pants, prompting him to look down. There was a cute little girl with rosy cheeks and big, sparkling eyes, raising her tiny face to look up at him. Wearing a white t-shirt with breathable mesh design at the shoulders. What an adorable little child. Chen Yu crouched down and patted her head. Little sister, who did you come with? Mommy. The other 3 gathered around. They had all mentioned wanting a daughter before, and seeing such an adorable little girl made them unable to resist. They all started asking questions at once, leaving the little girl unsure whom to answer first. She stretched out her arms toward Chen Yu. Big brother, carry me. Chen Yu couldn't resist such cuteness and reached out to pick her up, making the other 3 watch with envy. Damn, I want to hold the little girl too. All 4 of us are standing here. Why does she only want old Chen to hold her? Quit whining. This is a looks-based world, and little girls are no exception. The 3 exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Admittedly, among the 4 of them, Chen Yu was the most handsome. During his 4 years in college, many girls confessed their feelings to him, but the guy never appreciated them and turned them all down. Who knows what he was thinking? Little girl, where's your mom? Can't you find her? Chen Yu asked softly. The little girl shook her head. Mom is taking pictures. Take a photo? The group was startled upon hearing this. Could it be that her mother is a graduate? You already have such a grown-up girl right after graduation? That's incredibly impressive, isn't it? But upon second thought, he immediately dismissed this possibility. It must be some teacher who specifically brought it out to take graduation photos. That makes more sense. The little girl stared intently at Chen Yu, as if he was the only one who existed in her eyes. Chen Yu couldn't help but ask her, Little sister, is there something on my face? The little girl tilted her head with a thoughtful expression, then suddenly broke into a smile. Your daddy. The moment the word dad was uttered, everyone froze, Chen Yu most of all. How can I, still just a young man, suddenly become a father? Lao Chen, you've been holding out on us. Yang Shu patted him on the shoulder. Wang Guangtou said with an envious look, no wonder you're not in a hurry to date, you already have a kid. Lin Mao said with a smile, you're doing underground work, what a talent for espionage you've got. Faced with the teasing from the three individuals, Chen Yu wanted to cry but had no tears. Several girls nearby cast the same kind of gaze at him, as if he were some scoundrel who had abandoned his lover after leading them on. Stop joking around. I don't even have a girlfriend, where would such a big daughter come from? This little girl, why does she call any handsome guy daddy the moment she sees one? Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You must have mistaken me for someone else. The little girl shook her head vigorously and said seriously, Nuonyuo looks at daddy's photo every day. Nuonyuo wouldn't mistake you. Seeing her so confident and earnest, it didn't seem like she was lying. Photo? Chen Yu asked strangely, what photo? Mom took dad's photo, but there's only one. Chen Yu grew even more puzzled. He was someone who detested taking photos, and as an adult, he had almost never been photographed, let alone by a girl. His roommates were also aware of Chen Yu's habit and guessed the little girl must have mistaken him for someone else. What does that photo look like? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment. Very dark, on the bed, daddy had his eyes closed, his face all red. She was trying her best to recall that photo, describing it in her own words. As the little girl spoke, Chen Yu's memory gradually returned. He remembered that night. And you? A crisp voice interrupted Chen Yu's words. Chen Nua, what are you doing? How could you let someone hold you so casually? Everyone turned to look and saw another little girl. She looked exactly like Chen Nua, as if carved from the same mold, identical in appearance yet with a vastly different demeanor. There was a faint air of heroism between his brows. Her outfit remained the same, except she now wore a flat cap with a few stray strands of hair escaping from beneath the brim. She had one hand on her hip and the other angrily pointing at Chen Nua. Wow, this little girl is so adorable too. They look so alike, they must be twins, right? If I were to become a father, I wouldn't need twins, just one such adorable daughter would be enough. Listening to them, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh, you guys are such complete pushovers for your daughters. Though he himself was also a doting father, he would never say something so blunt. Chapter 2, Cute Kid Photos, System Activation. Young ladies can get shy too. However, this little girl didn't seem shy at all, on the contrary, she was quite brave. She pushed away Wang Guangtao's hand that was trying to touch her head and took a step back. Chen Nua was delighted to see her and shouted, Wan, come quickly, I found dad. The roommates turned their heads in shock, their eyes nearly overflowing with envy. Not only did you secretly have a daughter behind our backs, but you went and had two at once? You monster! The gazes from the surrounding girls were even more piercing, as if he were a scumbag who had abandoned two daughters at once, and they couldn't wait to tear him apart on the spot. Don't call me Wan. Chen Wan exclaimed loudly, I don't like that name. Wait, did you say dad? Chen Nua nodded vigorously, his face unable to conceal his joy. The handsome big brother is our dad. Chen Wanhu cast a suspicious glance at him and shook her head. No, he's not my dad. I don't have a dad, only a mom. Chen Yu grew increasingly bewildered. It felt as if he'd been forcibly dragged into a family drama. He also wondered who could be so heartless as to abandon two such adorable little girls. If you don't want to raise them, I'll take them. He truly wished he could have such lovely daughters. Hey, students from finance class 2, come over for the group photo. The photographer waved while shouting. Lao Chen, come here for the photo. Yang Shu called out and headed over first with his two roommates. Wait for me. Chen Yu took 2 steps before realizing there was still a little girl clinging to him. He said in the gentlest tone he could muster, little sister, could you go downstairs first? Big brother needs to take graduation photos. I won't leave daddy, let's take the picture together. Chen Nua clung tightly to Chen Yu's neck, burying her little head in his embrace, hanging onto him like a koala. The meaning was obvious, no matter what, he simply wouldn't go down. Chen Yu had no choice but to consider taking the little one along for the shoot. What kind of sight would that be? The photographer urged again, is everyone from finance class 2 here? I'll take the photo once everyone's gathered. Yang Shu waved at him repeatedly, signaling for him to hurry over. Graduation photos are taken only once in a lifetime, and he certainly didn't want to miss it. Yet he couldn't forcibly remove the little girl either. There's no other way. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and walked toward the square formation with the little girl in his arms. Chen Wan watched his retreating figure in shock. That Chen Nua guy. Clenching tiny fists and toddling hurriedly on short legs to keep up. As Chen Yu appeared in front of the formation, a flurry of murmurs immediately erupted. Among them were several who had confessed their feelings to Chen Yu, and now all eyes were fixed upon him. Isn't that Chen Yu? Why is he holding a child in his arms? You said you weren't dating, yet secretly had a daughter? What an absolutely heartless scumbag. Which junior is it? Step forward so I can see where I fall short. Fortunately, Chen Yu was a confident man, so he strode proudly back to his seat. For someone socially awkward, they'd wish the ground would swallow them up right then and there. The roommates looked at Chen Yu with eyes full of admiration. Regardless of anything else, just the courage to bring a little girl along for photos truly makes him a role model for our generation. Who else would dare do such a thing? Amid countless gazes, Chen Yu walked toward the designated spot. The boys exchanged glances and swiftly moved aside, leaving the center position of the lineup for him. The roommates were still smirking lewdly at him. Chen Yu muttered a curse under his breath, flipped them the bird, and had no choice but to take the empty seat. Several girls immediately turned around and started bombarding Chen Yu with questions. The gossip was relentless. Chen Yu ignored them all, standing straight as a rod with his gaze fixed ahead. Even military drills hadn't seen him this rigid. In contrast, Chen Yu was naturally sociable, answering their questions while never missing a chance to praise him. "Sister, my dad is very handsome, right? He and my mom are such a perfect match." The word perfect match sent Chen Yu's imagination running wild. It seemed her mother must be a stunning beauty. The girl that night was also a stunning beauty. If it were their child, then it wouldn't be surprising for them to be this adorable. If the parents are attractive enough, their children won't be far behind. The photographer swallowed hard, struggling to calm his emotions. He had taken numerous graduation photos and encountered all sorts of eccentric people. Some wore cosplay costumes, some proposed in wedding dresses on the spot, but bringing kids along, that's truly something I've never seen before. Are college students these days so open-minded? Ahem. He coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Is everyone here? Look at the camera, everyone, we're about to take the photo. Wait. Chen Ruan came running over on her short legs. She had been hesitating on the sidelines for a long time, unsure whether to join the group photo. She recognized the person in the photo was Chen Yu, but she didn't want to admit it. Seeing Chen Nua and Chen Yu together again makes me very unhappy. Chen Nua, this guy, had to be born ahead of her and even insists on taking his photo before hers. Damn it. No way, Chen Ruan, can't fall behind. Another little girl? What an adorable little girl. Come here and let your big sister pat you. Hey, these two look so similar, are they twins? Chen Ruan ignored those girls, ran up to Chen Yu, lifted her little face to look at him, and said somewhat timidly, I want to take pictures together too. Chen Yu was a bit surprised she hadn't been this way just a moment ago. Little sister, let me give you a hug and lift you up. Chen Ruan took a step back, avoiding her hand, and looked at Chen Yu. You carry me. This little girl is quite the tsundere. Chen Yu reached out and picked up Chen Ruan. Fortunately, he worked out regularly, so carrying two little girls was no problem at all. Chen Nua said, Ruan, do you want to take a photo with daddy too? Chen Ruan pouted her little mouth, and no, I don't. And don't call me Ruan. Two consecutive shocks left the photographer questioning their own existence. Alright, everyone, look at the camera. I'm going to start taking the picture now. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Accompanied by the shouts of the celebrants, one after another graduation cap was thrown into the air. Bearing the sweat and tears of 4 university years, carrying the glory and dreams of the future, it soars high into the sky. System detected host completing a family photo, activating the adorable kid life system. This system aims to cultivate a healthy, optimistic, and confident adorable kid. First family photo completed, reward, complete guide to parenting knowledge. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. Before his eyes appeared chibi-style models of 2 little girls, corresponding to Chen Nua and Chen Ruan, with all their attributes labeled. Chen Nua is the older sister, and Chen Ruan is the younger sister. Chen Ruan's hidden attribute is tsundere. No wonder she behaved this way. So these 2 adorable kids are really my daughters? Chen Yu silently questioned the system in his mind. Absolutely true, guaranteed genuine. Chen Nua and Chen Ruan are both your daughters. From the looks of it, it really was that one-night stand. This is just too ridiculous. Chapter 3, The Cool and Distant Female Professor. Professor Su, may we take a photo with you? Professor Su, I'm truly going to miss you so much. Professor Su, can I come back to visit you often? Meanwhile, Su Yuwei was fielding photo requests from her female students. Though she had only taught sporadically over the past 2 years, her standing among her students remained undiminished. She was beautiful, had a great presence, and possessed solid professional skills. Combined, these qualities made her infinitely more appealing than those teachers who merely coasted through their courses. It was only natural that she was beloved by her students. After finishing with the students, she turned around and noticed her daughter was gone. She had clearly bought each of her 2 daughters a piece of candy and told them to wait quietly on the chairs. Nua. Ruan. Su Yuwei panicked, searching frantically while calling out loudly. Miss Su, look, isn't that Nuo and Ruan over there? Following the direction the female student pointed, she spotted the 2 little ones. Thank you so much. Su Yuwei thanked her and hurried over. Chen Yu had already set the 2 children down and was chatting with them. A cool voice rang out, young man, thank you for keeping my daughter company. Chen Yu turned his head, and at first glance, he was stunned. What a stunning beauty she was. Her black suit was impeccably tailored, the fitted waist accentuating her slender figure without being overly revealing. The silk shirt beneath was pure white. Pairing it with straight leg trousers in the same shade, the all-black ensemble made her complexion appear even fairer. Her features were exquisite, and her lightly made-up face radiated a cool, distant aura. Love at first sight was probably nothing more than this. Chen Yu suddenly realized he felt like he knew her. Su Yuwei's eyes widened slightly, clearly recognizing him as well. You're the one from that night. Before Chen Yu could finish, Su Yuwei cut him off. Come with me for a moment. Nuonuo, stay put, mommy will be right back. Only then did he realize certain things shouldn't be said in front of the little one, and hurried after her. The three roommates witnessed the entire scene. So this beauty is the kid's mom, old Chen's girlfriend? That's Su Yuwei, the famous beauty teacher on campus. How do you know all this? A classmate from the department next door told me. He also said Su Yuwei went on maternity leave. I didn't expect it to be true. Once they reached a secluded corner, Su Yuwei said coldly, I didn't expect to run into you today. So you're the girl from that night? Yes. Are those two really my daughters? Yes. Learning it from the system versus hearing it from her mouth felt entirely different. In an instant, joy, tension, and confusion all surged through him. He had so many questions, yet didn't know where to begin. Chen Yu forced himself to calm down. What exactly is going on here? Su Yuwei tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and began her story. On the first day of freshman year, feeling deeply upset over the passing of an elder in her family, she went to a bar for the first time in her life. She hadn't realized how little she could hold her liquor. After just a couple of drinks, she got drunk and ended up sleeping with a guy for no apparent reason. When she woke up, not knowing how to face the situation, she panicked and fled. She'd never been in a relationship before, let alone slept with someone. Unexpectedly, she became pregnant. Defying her parents' objections, she insisted on keeping the baby. She took a year of maternity leave from school and later attended classes sporadically to care for her daughter. She knew Chen Yu was a freshman. She had a photo of him on her phone and occasionally showed it to her daughter. That's how the two little ones came to recognize Chen Yu's face. After hearing Su Yuwei's story, he couldn't help but feel for her. A woman in her 20s raising two daughters alone, how exhausting that must be. Chen Yu felt a surge of anger. He couldn't understand why she hadn't let him share the burden. Why didn't you tell me? Since you're a teacher, wouldn't it have been easy to find my contact information? Because you were just a freshman. I didn't want this to interfere with your studies. Besides, I didn't think you were capable of taking responsibility and being a proper father. Su Yuwei's voice was cool and detached, as if stating an established fact. To Chen Yu, however, it cut deep. Wasn't she basically saying he wasn't reliable? But upon calming down and reflecting, she was absolutely right. He was just a freshman with zero experience raising a child. Or rather, he had absolutely no concept of it. What made him think he could be a competent father? It was just that Su Yuwei's bluntness made him a little uncomfortable. So, if we hadn't run into each other today, were you planning to keep hiding this from me? Su Yuwei bit her lip. Yes. How long did you plan to keep it hidden? Wait until our daughter grows up, then what excuse would you come up with then? Su Yuwei froze. She hadn't thought that far ahead. Her only thought was to conceal it for as long as possible. If it meant her daughter resented her, so be it. For the first time, panic washed over her. I don't want to hold you back. You just graduated from college. You have such a bright future ahead. Chen Yu smiled. They're my daughters. I should take responsibility and care for them. How could that be holding you back? Su Yuwei stared at him in surprise. She saw no trace of insincerity in his eyes, only a sincerity as clear as water. As a teacher, she'd seen too many young men her age. Immature, playful, self-centered, utterly devoid of responsibility. Among them were plenty of scumbags who led girls on and then abandoned them. She had assumed Chen Yu was the same, but now it seemed he wasn't. Perhaps she could give him a chance? Chen Yu's tone was sincere. I have no experience caring for children, and I wouldn't dare say I'm fully prepared. But I want to try. I'll do my utmost to ensure these two little ones grow up healthy. Su Yuwei turned her head, a faint smile curving her lips. Faced with words that felt like a proposal, she experienced an emotion called shyness. Never before in her life had a man made her feel this way. She turned back, her expression regaining its usual cool detachment. I can give you a chance. But you have to prove to me that you're a qualified, good father. Otherwise. Chen Yu raised his hand in a solemn vow. Rest assured, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Su Yuwei couldn't help but smile, then immediately stifled it. What was wrong with her? She'd been made to laugh twice by the same guy in one day. This was truly strange. Finish the graduation photos? If you're done, come home with me. We're done. I'll just tell the guys. Her three roommates were teasing the little guy when they spotted Su Yuwei, each standing at attention instantly. Even though Su Yuwei wasn't wearing heels and stood under 5 feet 7 inches, the sense of pressure she commanded was undeniable. If it were any other girl, these three would have started teasing her already. But facing Su Yuwei, they found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 4, sponsored by a rich woman? Sis-in-law, hello. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Shu, the boldest of the group, spoke up first. Su Yuwei frowned. While the title was technically correct, they hadn't officially registered their marriage yet. She didn't care for such sappy terms either. Chen Yu nudged Yang Shu. Stop messing around. Call her teacher. Yang Shu caught on and corrected the other's address. Su Yuwei gave a slight nod. Hello, everyone. Guys, I won't be joining the dinner tonight. Something came up unexpectedly. The three exchanged knowing glances, their eyes settling on Chen Yu. They said nothing, yet it felt as though everything had been said. Everything was understood without words. Nuonuo, let's go. Su Yuwei led the little one ahead, and Chen Yu hurried to catch up. Mommy, are we taking Daddy home? Yes. Yay. Chen Nuo immediately let go and ran to take Chen Yu's hand. Su Yuwei froze for a moment, feeling a pang of betrayal. Sure, daughters usually bond more with their dads, but you two just met today. Mom has been taking care of you for over 2 whole years. Chen Wan also disapproved of Chen Nuo's behavior, so she seized the moment to suggest, Mom, let me be the big sister. I'll help you keep Chen Nuo in line. No way. And you should call her big sister, understand? Su Yuwei couldn't understand why Chen Wan was so fixated on being the older sister. Was this really that important? She should have brought this little one out first, sparing herself from all the constant fussing. Rejected, Chen Wan remained undeterred. She believed that with persistence, she would one day become the older sister. At the parking lot, Su Yuwei pressed the car key fob, and the headlights of a luxury vehicle flashed on. Chen Yu, who knew a bit about cars, recognized it as a Mercedes-Benz GLS, a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. Even though university professors earned decent salaries, driving such a car was still extravagant. Seems Su Yuwei's a little rich girl. Su Yuwei was a skilled driver. Traffic had already started to build up at this hour, but she maneuvered the SUV through the flow with ease, barely affected by the congestion. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. This is the place I'm renting. It might be a bit messy, don't mind the clutter. Looking at the luxurious residential complex before him, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, how much is the rent? Around 20,000, I think. Can't remember exactly. Per year? Per month. Su Yuwei gave him a slightly puzzled look before unlocking the door with her fingerprint. Even in a place like Lincheng where real estate was incredibly expensive, especially near the university district, a monthly rent of over 20,000 yuan was still far below the highest tier. But for Chen Yu, it was staggering. It exceeded his entire annual living expenses. The apartment opened into an expansive space exceeding 150 square meters, fully furnished and spotlessly clean. Seems the lady of the house is quite diligent. Before Chen Yu could voice this thought aloud, an auntie emerged dragging a vacuum cleaner. Teacher Su is back. Good afternoon, Nuonuo and Wanwan. It made sense. With such a large house and 2 little girls to look after, how could Su Yuwei possibly find time to clean? They must have hired a housekeeper to handle the chores. Chen Nuo waved happily at her, clearly well acquainted. Chen Wan waved back, her expression neutral. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie Zhou. Not at all. The fruit is ready. Please have some with the children, Teacher Su. The nanny wondered about Chen Yu's identity but refrained from asking. She had served many wealthy families, and the first rule was never to pry into her employer's private affairs. If they wanted you to know, they'd tell you. If it were just a woman, it wouldn't be so strange. What puzzled her was that Chen Yu was the first man Su Yuwei had ever brought home. What exactly was their relationship? Chen Nuo took Chen Yu's hand and led him toward the living room. A toothpick pierced a piece of watermelon, and the little hand held it high. Daddy, eat. Daddy? Aunt Zhou startled, seriously wondering if her hearing was failing due to age. But Nuonuo's pronunciation was perfectly clear. Those were definitely the words she said. Such a young man couldn't possibly be. Aunt Zhou, what's for dinner tonight? Su Yuwei slipped off her coat, revealing only the pure white shirt beneath. Sliding into a pair of slippers, she sat on the sofa with her legs naturally together. Her upbringing had instilled good habits in her. Even at home, her posture remained impeccably proper. Ms. Su, I was just about to tell you about this. The housekeeper rubbed her apron, looking troubled. Go ahead. Something came up back home, and I need to return immediately. But don't worry, I've already contacted my colleague. If you need her, she can come right away. It won't delay your dinner with your daughter. After speaking, the nanny cautiously observed Su Yuwei. Most of the time, Su Yuwei was easygoing, but that didn't mean she didn't have a temper. Especially when someone disrupted her plans. At that moment, a notification pinged in Chen Yu's mind. Detected toddler meal requirement. Rewarding host with children's meal compendium. Advanced task, prepare 300 children's meals. Completion reward, comprehensive recipes of China's 8 major cuisines. A reward had actually been triggered. Chen Yu spoke up at the right moment. "Miss Su, how about letting me give it a try?" He had actually intended to call out to Yuwei, but feared she might get upset. Calling her by her full name felt a bit awkward, so he settled on Teacher Su. Judging by her earlier reaction, she seemed to prefer being called teacher. Meanwhile, the nanny was utterly bewildered. Nua called him dad, called Yuwei mom, and now he was calling Yuwei Teacher Su. What on earth was going on? Su Yuwei furrowed her brow. "You mean you want to cook?" Chen Yu nodded. "I cook at home often. Let me give it a try." The nanny reminded him, "Sir, this isn't like regular cooking. The two little ones need special children's meals." "I know. I can make children's meals too." Chen Yu immediately tugged at Su Yuwei's arm. "Mommy, I want to eat daddy's cooking." Chen Yu shot her a grateful glance. Daughters really are their father's little cotton jackets. That saying couldn't be truer. Look, the assist was already set up. Though Chen Wan wasn't quite that yet, he was confident it wouldn't be long before he could turn Wan into his own little cotton padded jacket. "Alright then, you can try it tonight." Su Yuwei didn't trust Chen Yu. This was a children's meal with numerous precautions. Only those with kids at home would bother learning the specifics. Especially not a recent college graduate. Only because of her daughter's pleas did she agree to give Chen Yu a chance. At worst, she could call the new nanny over later. Chen Wan didn't mind either way. She wanted to see what this father could accomplish. "Miss Su, I'll wait until this gentleman finishes the first dish before leaving. Maybe I can lend a hand." Having worked as a nanny in this household for 2 years, she had grown quite attached to Nuonyuo and Wan and didn't want the little ones eating anything unhealthy. Su Yuwei nodded. "Thank you for that, Aunt Jo." Chapter 5, The Complete Guide to Kids' Meals. "Teacher Su, you're too kind. This is my job. Shall we begin, sir?" "Sure." Chen Yu smiled. "Just call me Chen Yu. No need for sir. Alright, Mr. Chen." Chen Yu tried to help but was scooped up by Su Yuwei. "Mommy, let me help daddy." "No, have you finished memorizing your vocabulary for today?" "No, nothing." The moment vocabulary practice came up, she instantly backed down. "If you haven't, hurry up and start memorizing them. Mom will check after dinner." Chen Wan gloated from the sidelines, and Su Yuwei added, "And I'll check how well Wan memorized hers too." The two little ones finally obediently returned to their room to memorize vocabulary. The kitchen was open concept, so Su Yuwei kept an eye on it while working on her computer. She wanted to see if Chen Yu was exaggerating. Chen Yu washed his hands thoroughly. Cooking for children demanded meticulous care. Even a speck of bacteria could make them sick. The nanny helped him tie his apron. "Mr. Chen, children's meals differ significantly from adult meals. Let me go over a few important points first." Chen Yu chuckled. "Let me share a few points first. See if you agree. Children's teeth and digestive systems aren't fully developed yet, so food should be easily digestible, preferably liquids or semi-liquids." He spoke fluently, listing each point one by one. The nanny grew increasingly astonished. Every point was spot on, identical to what she'd learned in her training. He looked barely in his 20s. Where did he acquire such professional knowledge? Thanks to the comprehensive parenting guide rewarded by the system, he was now a walking encyclopedia of childcare. As he spoke, Chen Yu began preparing the ingredients. He washed the spinach, potatoes, and carrots, placing them on a plate for later use. He chopped the spinach into small pieces and juiced them in a food processor. The potatoes were peeled and shredded into thin strips along with the carrots. Watching Chen Yu's skilled movements, the nanny grew increasingly astonished. It seemed he not only knew how to cook, but was quite skilled at it. Aren't young people nowadays all used to ordering takeout and never cooking? "Mr. Chen, let me handle slicing all the potatoes and carrots." "You go ahead." The nanny wasn't idle either. She grabbed a potato and began slicing it into strips. There was a clear difference between a professional and an amateur. Her speed far surpassed Chen Yu's. "Thank you, Aunt Jo." Chen Yu began prepping the other ingredients. He added flour, eggs, and a pinch of salt to the spinach juice, whisking it into a batter. The nanny kept an eye on Chen Yu's movements. "Wow, he's pretty professional." The potatoes were drained to remove excess starch. He heated oil in the wok, stir-fried the shredded potatoes and carrots until cooked, then added seasoning to taste. To suit the little one's appetite, he deliberately added some water, stir-frying until it became sticky and gooey. He preheated a skillet, poured in a spoonful of batter, and cooked it on both sides until a dark green pancake emerged. Roll up the spinach pancake, stuff it with the potato and carrot shreds, and the main dish is ready. The dark green wrapper encased in vibrant red and yellow threads looked incredibly appetizing. For a kid's meal, appearance matters more than taste. Only by sparking their interest would the little ones actually eat it. Before cooking, he washed his hands repeatedly and even wore gloves while rolling the pancakes to ensure absolute hygiene. After watching the entire process, Aunt Jo felt reassured. She was certain Chen Yu truly knew how to prepare children's meals. Su Yuwei glanced toward the kitchen and found it nothing like she had imagined. She had pictured Chen Yu meekly nodding his head, listening to Aunt Jo's instructions without daring to object. After all, Aunt Jo had a sharp tongue. She had hired several temporary nannies before, all of whom had been harshly criticized for not doing their jobs well enough. But now, Aunt Jo stood respectfully beside Chen Yu, willingly assisting him. Chen Yu's cooking skills must be quite good. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited about dinner. Aunt Jo emerged from the kitchen and approached Su Yuwei. Aunt Jo, you. Ms. Su, Mr. Chen excels at preparing children's meals. He can cook soft, easy-to-eat food for Nua. I understand. Su Yuwei trusted Aunt Jo implicitly and believed her words without question. After finishing the main dish, Chen Yu prepared to make a meat dish. He'd heard from Aunt Jo that both little ones were meat lovers. Just like himself, they couldn't get enough meat. He added cornstarch and baking powder to the flour, then mixed in water and salt until smooth. The shrimp he'd taken out earlier had thawed. He carefully removed the shells, picked out the veins, and kept only the tails. He added a little oil, salt, light soy sauce, and pepper, mixing everything together. Place the fresh shrimp on the batter, sprinkle with green peas and corn kernels for garnish, then steam in a mold until cooked through. This creates a perfect shrimp stuffed egg custard. Just make a soup, and dinner will be ready. After Aunt Jo left, Su Yuwei propped her chin on her hand, watching Chen Yu's busy figure as 1,000 thoughts swirled through her mind. After all, they'd only formally met twice, the first time in a hazy state. She hadn't decided whether to let Chen Yu take care of her daughters. But she had to admit, he'd made a very good impression this time. He showed none of the immaturity or frivolity common among men his age. Instead, he gave off an air of dependability. And, watching him cook with such focus, he even seemed a little handsome. Lost in thought, Su Yuwei didn't even notice Chen Yu carrying the dishes out. Ms. Su? Ms. Su? It took 2 calls from Chen Yu before she snapped back to reality. Ha? What is it? Chen Yu smiled as he said, dinner's ready. We can call the little ones to eat now. Okay. Actually, there was no need to call them. The little ones had been peeking through the door crack for quite some time already. At Chen Yu's words, they all came running out. Barefoot, they stomped across the floor without even putting on shoes. Though Aunt Jo cleaned the place spotless every day, going barefoot was still a recipe for illness. Su Yuwei's eyes flashed with anger. What's going on? Do you want your mommy to spank your bottoms again? On any other day, she might have lashed out. But with Chen Yu watching nearby, she felt awkward about doing so. The 2 little ones obediently went to put on their shoes, washed their hands, and came to the table. Daddy, pick me up. Chen Yu stretched out her arms. She caught the scent of something delicious in the room and couldn't wait any longer. Little one, did you wash your hands? I did. She held out her hands for Chen Yu to check. Good. Daddy will carry you upstairs. He scooped Chen Yu up and placed her in the baby chair. Chen Wan wanted him to carry her up too, but felt a bit shy about asking. Knowing her proud and stubborn nature, Chen Yu didn't wait for her to speak. He simply picked her up and placed her in the chair. Did you wash your hands, Wan? Of course I did, Chen Wan replied softly. As dish after dish was served, Chen Yu's exclamations of wonder never ceased. This looks amazing. This smells amazing. Chen Yu chuckled inwardly. Chen Yu was such a good sport he'd have to feed her an extra prawn later. Chapter 6, Dad's cooking is so delicious. Su Yuwei remained silent, her gaze fixed on the dishes, her mind filled with astonishment. Having grown up in a wealthy family where maids handled all household chores, she had never learned to cook. At 8 years old, she stepped into the kitchen for the first time and the last. She'd been so engrossed in watching cartoons that she forgot about the pot on the stove. The entire pot had dried out and started smoking. After that, her parents never let her into the kitchen again. Instead, she threw herself into her studies and became a top student. It wasn't until she started working that she realized most young people didn't cook. At school, they'd just order takeout and eat, no need to even wash the bowls. So she was genuinely surprised that Chen Yu could cook so well. His dishes looked every bit as good as Aunt Jo's. Ms. Su, could you help me untie this apron? Ha? Aunt Jo never asked me to help before. Though puzzled, she obediently went to untie her apron. Maybe Aunt Jo tied it too tight for me. Truthfully, he'd never cooked before, let alone worn an apron, so he had no idea how to adjust it. After washing his hands, he sat down. Teacher Su, how about trying my cooking? He wanted to invite the little ones to eat, but felt it wasn't quite appropriate. Chen Yu was technically their father, but for now he was still only half an outsider. It would be better for the lady of the house to speak up. Su Yuwei picked up a shrimp and egg dumpling, resisting the urge to snap a photo, and took a small bite. The freshness of the shrimp and the aroma of the egg filled her mouth simultaneously, perfectly balanced. The seasoning was spot on, too lightly flavored, meeting the low salt requirement for children's meals. Not bad. Just good? Chen Yu was a bit surprised. This system's reward wasn't very impressive. All that hype, and all he gets is a not bad? Su Yuwei ignored him and urged the 2 little ones to eat. Nuonuo, Ruerue, try some of your dad's steamed eggs. The word brother was on the tip of her tongue, but she switched it to dad at the last moment. For some reason, she always felt a bit embarrassed saying the word dad. Nuonuo couldn't wait any longer. He scooped up a spoonful of the steamed egg and took a big bite. So yummy! The little one's lips curled upward, eyes squinting into slits, as if she'd tasted the most delicious thing in the world. Nuonuo was truly enthusiastic. Ruan, however, was in no such hurry. She scooped up a piece of steamed egg, her movements as graceful as a true lady. She took a small bite, mimicking Su Yuwei's manner, then closed her eyes to savor it slowly. She said nothing, but the unstoppable curve of her lips spoke volumes. Chen Yu's competitive streak suddenly kicked in. He looked at the two little ones. Nuonuo, Ruan, who do you think makes better food, me or Aunt Jo? Nuonuo answered without hesitation, Daddy's is better. It should be Dad's cooking is better instead of Dad is better. Ruan's answer was, they're about the same. He then turned to Su Yuwei, Teacher Su, what do you think? Su Yuwei swallowed a bite of pancake and answered without hesitation, Aunt Jo's is better. Chen Yu felt a pang of disappointment, so only Nuonuo was firmly on his side. Su Yuwei stole a glance at him and added softly, yours is pretty tasty too. Her tone remained cool, yet to him it felt unusually warm, instantly lifting his spirits. Su Yuwei glanced at him again. Kids, huh? So easy to placate with just a few words? Soon, the entire meal was devoured. He'd made slightly larger portions of the main dish, side dish, and soup. The child couldn't eat much, but he mainly worried Su Yuwei wouldn't have enough. But she polished off every last bite, proof that his cooking was delicious. What a chef needs most isn't praise, but having every last bite of their cooking devoured. Only a small piece of the shrimp and egg custard remained, and he wanted Nuonuo to finish it. It wasn't that Chen Yu was biased, anyone would want to shower their daughter with all their love when she was such an enthusiastic eater. He swore he treated both little ones equally, they were both his most cherished treasures. He reached for the communal chopsticks to serve her. Clack! The two pairs of chopsticks clashed. And the only one who could be fighting him was Su Yuwei. Oomph. You say Aunt Jo's cooking is delicious, but you still want the last piece I made? Just keep talking tough. Chen Yu muttered to himself, quickly withdrawing his chopsticks. Teacher Su, you take it. Su Yuwei felt awkward. She couldn't very well pull her chopsticks back too. How could this guy move so fast? She could only pick up the shrimp stuffed egg and pop it into her mouth. Only then did she notice Chen Yu was using communal chopsticks, meaning he intended to serve the little one. And she'd been thinking of eating it herself. Su Yuwei, you're such a glutton. She hadn't been this greedy when Aunt Jo was around. Ultimately, it was all Chen Yu's fault, he was just too good at cooking. Chen Yu, oblivious to her complex inner thoughts, had already headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Su Yuwei hesitated about helping out. If Aunt Jo were doing the dishes, she definitely wouldn't go after all, she'd already paid for it. But Chen Yu was the children's father. Since he'd cooked, shouldn't she wash the dishes? Was this what they meant by two heads are better than one? Just as she hesitated, Chen Yu scampered over. Daddy, I'll help you. The next second, Chen Yu scooped her up, ruffled her little head, and said, Nua, you're still little. Just let Daddy handle the dishes. A notification pinged in her mind. Current task progress, 300. 1 meal plus 3 points, 9 points a day. It'd take over a month to complete the task. This progress was painfully slow. If he could find a spot to set up a stall, just 1 or 2 sessions would probably do the trick. Chen Yu pondered ways to speed things up while scrubbing the dishes clean. Su Yuwei's voice came from behind him, you're washing by hand? We have a dishwasher. Why didn't you say so sooner? The thing is, he'd never used a dishwasher before. The dishwasher is definitely easier, but it often doesn't clean properly. If the little one ingests any leftover detergent, that's no small matter. Really? Su Yuwei looked at Chen Yu skeptically, but he wore a look of absolute certainty. Even someone like her, who never did any housework, couldn't help but believe him. Alright, no more dishwasher for Aunt Jo. We'll switch to hand washing from now on. It was past 8 in the evening, time for the two little ones to sleep. Nono and Ruerue, time for bed. Su Yuwei closed her laptop and headed toward the living room. The two little ones were watching cartoons. Though reluctant, they obediently went to the bathroom to wash up. Mommy, I want to hear a story. Chen Yu lifted his little face, eyes full of anticipation. Su Yuwei said, Nuonuo, Mommy needs to rest early tonight. How about another time? Chen Yu puffed out his little cheeks and looked at Chen Yu. Can Daddy tell me a story? Nono wants a story? Then Daddy will read one for you. Su Yuwei said nothing more. She had intended for Chen Yu to spend some time alone with their daughters anyway. Ruan Yuan, what about you? Chen Ruan immediately replied, I want to sleep with Mommy. Su Yuwei led Chen Yu to the study, where a massive rosewood bookshelf stood, densely packed with books of every kind. Chapter 7, Daddy, read me a bedtime story. The most prominent row held fashion design books, while the bottom shelf was filled with fairy tales. Once the little ones grew taller, they could reach the books themselves. Why don't you pick one out with Nua? Chen Yu asked his daughter for her opinion. Nua, which one would you like to hear? Chen Yu tilted her head thoughtfully, then pointed to the book of Andersen's fairy tales. This one. Alright, Daddy will read this one to you. The house had a 2-bedroom layout. Su Yuwei and Chen Wan shared one bedroom, while Chen Yu and Chen Nua occupied the other. The bed was low. Chen Yu tried to lift her up, but the little one pushed herself up with her arms and hopped onto the mattress. They'd chosen such a low bed, almost tatami-like, precisely to prevent the little one from falling. "Daddy, I'm pretty awesome, right?" Chen Nua turned around, seeking praise. "You're amazing. My little Nua is the best." Chen Yu turned sideways and opened the book of Andersen's fairy tales. "Close your eyes. Daddy's about to start telling the story." "Okay." Chen Nua obediently closed her eyes, burrowing deep under the covers with only her adorable little face peeking out. Chen Yu smiled, found the story of the Little Mermaid, and began narrating in a gentle voice. Once upon a time, deep beneath the sea, lived a king and his 6 mermaid princesses. The youngest princess was named Ariel. She was beautiful yet melancholy, filled with curiosity about the human world. Her grandmother told her that humans had short lives but eternal souls, while mermaids lived 300 years only to turn into foam after death. When the Little Mermaid turned 15, she surfaced for the first time and saw a prince on a passing ship. She fell in love at first sight. The little one suddenly opened her eyes. "Daddy, what's love at first sight?" "Love at first sight means liking someone instantly." Chen Yu thought of how he and Su Yuwei had met, and gently stroked her little head. "Like your mom and me, we fell in love at first sight." The little one nodded thoughtfully. "So the prince must be really handsome?" "Yes, princes in fairy tales are always handsome. That said, princes usually end up pretty miserable. Either turned into frogs or stabbed in the heart by shards of a magic mirror. In another Mother Goose collection, it gets even worse, some end up fed to dragons." Host rewards daughter with parallel universe fairy tale collection for storytelling. In an instant, a flood of fairy tales surged into his mind. One by one, the names surfaced. Zheng Yuanjiet, Yang Hongying, Yi Shengtao, Zheng Tianyi. Chen Yu had absolutely no recollection of these names. So these were the famous fairy tale authors from parallel worlds the system mentioned? Did that mean he could plagiarize their works to make money? He'd confirm tomorrow whether they truly didn't exist. A ship sank in the storm. The Little Mermaid saved the prince, carried him to shore, then hid herself away. "Daddy, why did the mermaid hide him?" The little one couldn't understand. Shouldn't she wait for the prince to wake up? Chen Yu chose his words carefully. "Well, because she's a mermaid and he's human. They're different. To humans, the Little Mermaid is an outsider." This concept was a bit too complex for a child to grasp. Chen Yu wanted to explain further, but noticed the little one looking sad. "Are you feeling sad, Nuonyo?" Chen Nua shook her head. "Daddy, keep going." Since the little one didn't say anything, he didn't ask again. The human girl passing by discovered the prince, who mistakenly believed her to be his savior. The neighborhood was quiet at night. Chen Yu's voice drifted into the other room, reaching Su Yuwei's ears. Like a lullaby, it lulled her, who had been unable to sleep, into drowsiness. His voice had been just as gentle that night, making her feel so at ease. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. A rustling sound followed as moonlight seeped through the curtain slits. In the cool moonlight, a small figure slipped out of bed, bare feet touching the floor. Moving with quiet steps, it made its way toward another bedroom. The Little Mermaid longed to fall in love with the prince and sought help from the sea witch beneath the waves. The witch granted her wish, but at a price. She would lose her voice, and her fishtail would turn into legs, causing excruciating pain with every step. The Little Mermaid agreed, drank the potion, and became human. The prince took her in as his sister, but he never stopped longing for that human girl. Unable to speak, the Little Mermaid could never explain. The prince decided to marry the human girl. He shared the news with the Little Mermaid. She smiled and congratulated him, yet inside, she suffered more than anyone. Chen Yu read haltingly, suddenly hearing soft sobs. Turning his head, he saw that Softy had crawled up beside him at some point, her little hands clutching the quill tightly. This little one might seem aloof on the surface, but her heart was tender. Had she cried because the Little Mermaid couldn't reveal herself to the prince? "Daddy, can you make the prince and the mermaid get married?" Chen Nua blinked her eyes, pouted her little mouth, and was on the verge of tears too. According to the original ending, the prince ended up marrying a human girl, and the Little Mermaid turned into foam the next day, a tragic conclusion. But now one daughter was already crying, and the other was on the verge of tears. A fairy tale had made both daughters cry. Would Su Yuwei ever forgive her if she found out? What was this Andersen thinking? Why turn a perfectly fine fairy tale into a tragedy? Could he have considered the emotional impact on young children? He decided to make an impromptu change, giving the Little Mermaid a happy ending. For the Little Mermaid, and more so for his own daughters. With countless fairy tales in his mind, altering an ending was easy. On the eve of the wedding, the mermaid's sister traded her hair to the witch for a dagger. She told her that if she killed the prince and let his blood drip onto her feet, she could transform back into a mermaid. Unable to harm the prince, the Little Mermaid threw the dagger away. Overhearing this, the prince led soldiers to the witch's dwelling and plunged the dagger into her body. The curse was broken, and the Little Mermaid regained her voice. She told the prince everything, and the two held a grand wedding, living happily ever after. No, do you like this ending? I love it. The little one was delighted and begged him to tell another story. Chen Yu shook his head. No, it's time for bed. We'll tell another story tomorrow. He glanced over and saw Chen Yuan had already fallen asleep, a faint smile playing on her lips. Clearly she loved this ending too. After all, fairy tales should have happy endings. Chen Yu carefully rolled over, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Life was truly wondrous. Just hours ago, he had graduated from university, preparing to find a job and become a corporate drone. A few hours later, he had 2 adorable daughters and a beautiful, wealthy wife living the life countless people envied. Chapter 8, Daddy Gets Up Early. Though she wasn't his wife yet, it was only a matter of time. After all, he already had daughters. The top priority was to get Su Yuwei to acknowledge him as the father of her daughters, then as her husband. Get the marriage certificate and reach the pinnacle of life. Lost in thought, he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Su Yuwei hadn't been sleeping well lately. Opening her eyes, she didn't see Yuan beside her. She slipped on her slippers and walked to the other bedroom. There lay Chen Yu in the middle, with the 2 little ones nestled on either side, their heads resting on his arms. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. Su Yuwei's heart fluttered. She had been skeptical about whether her daughters would accept Chen Yu. But she never imagined they would get along so well on their first meeting. As for Yuo, there was no need to mention her. Ever since meeting Chen Yu, she had been glued to him, clinging to him more than she did to her own mother. She understood Rui's temperament. Although she hadn't said much, her actions spoke volumes. Was this what they meant by blood being thicker than water? Even though it was their first meeting in over 2 years, they had quickly accepted Chen Yu. That said, some vetting was still necessary. With her busy schedule publishing papers, it gave them ample time alone together. This actually made her feel at ease leaving her daughters with Chen Yu, even without Aunt Zhou around. Su Yuwei yawned and went back to her room to sleep. The next morning, she rose early. For the past 2 years, she had always risen early. Even with Aunt Zhou around, many tasks still required her personal attention. Like feeding the babies. Though premium imported formula was readily available anytime, she insisted on feeding them herself. Fortunately, the little ones were well behaved. After feeding, they would sleep peacefully and rarely fuss. It wasn't until after her daughters turned 2 and she could introduce solid foods that she finally got some breathing room, though her sleep schedule remained stubbornly out of sync. Su Yuwei slipped on her slippers to wash up. As she passed the kitchen, she thought she caught a glimpse of a figure. Unsure, she turned back to look again. She rubbed her eyes. Chen Yu? Chen Yu, yawning constantly, didn't stop what he was doing. He turned his head and flashed a smile. Good morning, Teacher Su. For a college student who skipped morning classes, waking up early felt worse than death. But for Su Yuwei and the girls, he had resolutely gotten up early. That yawn just wouldn't stop. Good, do you always get up this early? In her mind, college students were supposed to stay up all night and sleep in. Especially the girls in her class. You couldn't find them before 2 in the afternoon. I usually sleep in 2. But I thought I'd get up early to cook for the little one, so Teacher Su could eat something before heading to school. Su Yuwei felt a warm glow in her heart. Even though she was several years older than him, she was being taken care of by this younger brother. You're so thoughtful. She left the words hanging and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. She felt her face would flush if Chen Yu kept staring at her much longer. Chen Yu smiled and began preparing breakfast. He washed the beef, cut it into small pieces, and ground it into mince using a juicer. Green peas, wood ear mushrooms, corn kernels, diced carrots, and broccoli were blanched. He cracked several eggs into a bowl, added the minced beef and all the vegetables, then mixed in flour and water to form a batter. He brushed oil in the pan, spread the batter into pancake shapes, and fried them until golden brown on both sides. Then he quickly made his soup, and breakfast was ready. After everything was ready, she went to wake up the 2 little ones. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, it was time to eat. Su Yuwei took a bite of the beef and vegetable pancake, finding it even tastier than yesterday's. My paper hasn't been published yet this year. I need to hurry and finish one. Could you watch our daughter for a while? If it's too much trouble, I can hire another nanny. No problem. Chen Yu readily agreed. I'll take good care of the girls. Nuonyo and Ruoro, is it okay if Daddy takes care of you? Chen Nuan nodded vigorously, yes. Chen Wan nodded too, I won't be coming home for a while. I'll scan your fingerprints later, and you can use them to open the door. Miss Su, where will you stay if you're not coming home? Su Yuwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The school assigned me a single dorm room. I'll just stay there. After finishing the last bite of beef pie, Chen Yu got up to wash the dishes. Then he followed Su Yuwei out the door. If you want to do a paternity test. Su Yuwei had hesitated all night but finally decided to bring it up herself. She had nothing to hide over the past 2 years. The men she'd spent the most time with were her father and her colleagues. Beyond that, there was no one else, let alone bringing men home. She hadn't even touched alcohol since. Still, she felt she owed Chen Yu an explanation. Getting a paternity test was his right. Before she could finish, she met Chen Yu's unwavering gaze. There's no need for a paternity test. I believe Nuonyo Ruan is my daughter. After spending the entire day with her yesterday, he was completely certain of this. It was a bond of kinship forged by blood, one that could never be severed or broken. Alright. I'll input your fingerprint. See that mark? Place your hand over it. Chen Yu had never used a fingerprint lock before and kept missing the spot. You idiot! Su Yuwei grabbed his hand, pressed it onto the designated spot, and registered his fingerprint. Her fingers were slender, soft to the touch, yet carried a faint chill. Come to think of it, they hadn't had any physical contact all day yesterday. This was their first since reuniting. Realizing her lapse, Su Yuwei quickly withdrew her hand. Apologizing nervously, she stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you." No, that wasn't meant as an insult. The more she panicked, the less coherent her explanations became. She didn't even know how to continue. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel that this version of Su Yuwei resembled a little girl. Even the Ice Queen had her adorable moments. As a straight-A student since childhood, she genuinely couldn't stand such foolish behavior. So while she'd privately criticize those students in her mind, she'd never voice it like this to their faces. She didn't know what came over her, but she'd blurted it out to Chen Yu. "It's fine, Teacher Su. I'm not particularly smart to begin with." "No, I think you're quite smart." The words felt hollow and insincere no matter how you heard them. Su Yuwei realized it too, so she changed the subject. "There's a chart on the study wall, Nono and Ruoro's study schedule. If it works for you, just follow that. I've prepared all the study materials, you can just stick to the plan." "Okay, I understand." Also, Su Yuwei meticulously explained the personality traits of the two little ones, leaving no detail untouched. It was clear she was an exceptionally attentive mother. "Ms. Su, don't worry. I've got it all down." "Good. Call me anytime if you have questions." Su Yuwei put on her coat, ready to head to school. "Oh, the car keys are on the desk in the study. You have a driver's license, right?" "I got it my freshman year." "But aren't you driving?" Chapter 9 prefers being with Dad. Chen Yu hadn't expected Su Yuwei to even want to leave the car for him. "I'll just take a taxi. If you're taking your daughter out, having a car will be much more convenient." That was true. He'd definitely need to go out for groceries or other errands. He couldn't leave his daughter home alone, and taking her in a taxi would be a hassle. Having a car would definitely be better. He fetched a thermos from the kitchen, containing several vegetable beef patties. "What's this?" "I saved a few beef patties. If you get hungry, they're good as a snack. It's hot out, so try to eat them before noon," Chen Yu said with a smile. "No, thank you," Su Yuwei shook her head. "I don't have the habit of snacking." "Take them. I've already prepared them." Su Yuwei was a strong-willed person who rarely took others' advice lightly. But she didn't want to offend Chen Yu's kindness. Besides, these beef patties were genuinely tasty, taking them wouldn't hurt. "Thanks." Su Yuwei took the insulated box and murmured her thanks. No, softy, mommy has to go to work now." Su Yuwei crouched down, opening her arms wide. The two little ones pounced into her arms, one on each side. She kissed each of their foreheads before rising to head to work. If she could, she'd stay by her daughter's sides forever. But associate professors had to publish papers every year, and she hadn't published a single one this year. If she didn't hurry, it would be too late. Designing beautiful clothes was her dream. She didn't want to give it up easily, she wanted to advance further on this path. Her parents had urged her to study business administration so she could eventually take over the family clothing company. But she chose fashion design instead, working hard to become the youngest professor at Linchin University. Her old man hasn't been happy about it. Chen Yu walked into the study and spotted the Mercedes keys. Clutching them in his palm, he couldn't help but marvel, had he really managed to land a wealthy woman? In just one night, he had a house, a car, and two adorable daughters. "I've reached the pinnacle of life." He suddenly felt like video calling those guys to show off. Those three must still be struggling to find jobs, right? A piece of paper was stuck on the wall, Nono's soft daily schedule, including English, drawing, calligraphy practice, and so on. It was densely packed, with more time allocated for studying than for play. Chen Yu had been raised like a free-range kid back then. Who had time for all this studying? But kids these days start learning early, and Su Yuwei being a little rich girl, she's definitely extra focused on her daughter's education. Take bilingual kindergarten, for instance, something Chen Yu never even heard of growing up. Glancing at the schedule, it was time for English class. No, softy, time for English class." Chen Yu called out cheerfully. As expected, the little one who had been happily watching TV instantly turned a sourpuss. "Nuo, Daddy, can we skip it?" "Nuan, I don't want to study." At that moment, the two little ones were on the same page. It was only natural. Who would be happy being suddenly called to study English while engrossed in a cartoon? Chen Yu sat down on the sofa. How much longer is this episode? Chen Yu thought for a moment. 10 minutes. Then let's finish this episode first. We'll study English for an hour, and then you can watch cartoons for an hour. How about that? Yes. Then let's make a pinky promise with Daddy. Whoever breaks it is a little dog. He held out his pinky finger and Chen Yu hooked hers around it without hesitation. What about Softy? Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment before quickly hooking her finger with his. When Aunt Jo taught them, she strictly followed the schedule, leaving them little time to play. But Chen Yu let them watch TV for just as long as they studied. More importantly, he let them finish an entire episode before studying, rather than interrupting halfway through to rush them to their lessons. The two little ones were naturally delighted to agree. Chen Yu believed children should be free to play without worries. There was no need for them to start studying so early. There would be plenty of time for intense competition later. But he couldn't ignore Su Yuwei's wishes, so he proposed this compromise. He watched cartoons with the little ones, constantly asking questions. What's this called? Her name is Cosmos. Nuonyuo blinked her big eyes. Daddy likes watching too? Of course, Chen Yu nodded. Daddy loved watching them when he was little, but then school started and there wasn't much time left. Can you tell Daddy about her? This one called Universe. Daddy thinks she's so beautiful. Sure thing. The universe is a princess, you know. Nuonyuo couldn't have been happier. She never imagined an adult like Daddy would enjoy cartoons too. Every time she dragged her mom to watch cartoons, Mom never seemed this happy. Mom would always say she had to get back to work before finishing an episode. Compared to that, she much preferred watching cartoons with Dad. She was like a little teacher, patiently answering all of Chen Yu's questions. When Chen Yu asked a question he'd already asked before, Nuonyuo giggled. Daddy has such a bad memory. You've asked this question before. Chen Yu scratched his head. Daddy has a bad memory. Tell me again, no. Of course he remembered, but he wanted to interact with his daughter this way. The quickest way to bridge the gap was to watch cartoons or play games with them. Immersing himself in the world of children. Okay, Nono will say it again for the very last time. This time Daddy will definitely remember. Another question stumped Nuonyuo. She thought for a moment but couldn't figure out the answer. This time, Chen Ruan answered. He smiled and ruffled Chen Ruan's hair. You're amazing, Ruan. You know things even Nono and I don't. Chen Ruan turned her head away, feeling a little embarrassed. Despite her proud and stubborn demeanor, she was still just a little kid after all. Getting a child to like you was simple, it only took a little patience. He could tell Ruan Yuan's attitude toward him had already changed significantly. After finishing the episode, Chen Yu suggested it was time to study English. Though reluctant, the two little ones followed him into the study. The cartoon wasn't on yet anyway. They could watch it after studying, no time wasted. So let's start with English first. The kids' English lessons were just beginning, still in the stage of mastering the 26 letters. This actually came as a relief to Chen Yu. As a college graduate who passed the CET-6 exam, his English proficiency should be solid. But as the saying goes, the peak of one's knowledge in life is during senior year of high school. Once you hit college, it all starts to fade away rapidly. Chen Yu knew this all too well. Now he could only recall simple vocabulary, all the complex stuff had vanished from his memory. Grammar was out of the question. Let's start by memorizing the 26 letters, beginning with N. A, B, C. F, F, F. Nono got stuck on the sixth letter, unable to recall any further. G. Chen Yu whispered softly. Nono immediately remembered and finished reciting the rest of the alphabet in one breath. Chapter 10, Daddy's legs are a seesaw. Nono, you're amazing. Now it's Ruan's turn to try. Chen Ruan recited it once too, smoothly and with perfect pronunciation. Ruan did great too. Now let's write them down. He picked up the pen and first wrote a capital A on the paper, then a lowercase a. Nuonyuo copied his movements, but her letters came out a bit crooked. It was perfectly normal for a 3-year-old with insufficient hand strength to write like that. No, look, this is how it should be written. He took her hand and guided her stroke by stroke. After repeating it 2 or 3 times, she was able to write the English letters perfectly. Daddy, look. She held up the paper, eager to show off to Chen Yu. Nono wrote beautifully, even better than Daddy's. Ruan immediately felt challenged. She always wanted to compete with Nuonyuo in everything, and this was no exception. She took a deep breath, gripped her pen, and began writing. Stroke by stroke, she wrote with extraordinary care. She wrote all the uppercase and lowercase letters from A to D in one go before stopping. How's mine? She pushed the paper toward Chen Yu, lifting her little face with an expression begging for praise. You're amazing, Softy. You can write without Daddy even teaching you yet. Watching the little one, Chen Yu struggled to suppress a smile. Since Ruan was so competitive, he decided to praise her a little more. It would only fuel her desire to learn. As for Nuonyuo, she didn't care much about such things. For her, simply being with Daddy made everything joyful. After finishing the 26 letters, he taught her some simple vocabulary. Cat, dog, eat, sleep, and so on. The English word for cat is cat. Chen Yu taught while observing the little one's reactions. Though she was following along with him, she seemed half-hearted, her eyes darting around constantly, clearly wanting to go play. Children's attention spans are notoriously short, they lose interest after just a few minutes. Getting them to sit still in their chairs for even a few minutes was a challenge. After studying for over half an hour, it was only natural they'd lose interest. He decided to place the two little ones on his legs. Nono and Ruwei, when daddy says a word, you say it too, okay? Cat. Nuonyuo cooperated immediately, shouting it out loud. Chen Yu lifted his left leg gently, and Nuonyuo bounced up and down like a seesaw, giggling with delight. After Wan called out, Chen Yu lifted his right leg. With each word the little ones learned, he lifted his leg gently. Learning through play, this method helped them stay focused. Nuonyuo was having a blast, while Wan was a bit scared at first, clutching his clothes tightly with her little hands. But soon she lost her fear and laughed even more joyfully than Nono. Teaching his daughters English while getting some exercise, it was killing two birds with one stone. It just demanded quite a bit of his physical strength. A 3-year-old girl weighs at least 20 pounds, that's like doing 10-kilogram leg lifts on each side. The first few reps were manageable, but by the end, he was exhausted, and the range of motion in his leg lifts noticeably decreased. Nono noticed immediately. Daddy, are you tired? How could a father admit fatigue in front of his daughter? He firmly insisted he wasn't tired, even though his legs had long since turned to jelly, feeling like they weren't even his own. Thankfully, the hour passed quickly. Nono, you can go watch cartoons now. Yay! The little ones immediately jumped off his lap and ran to the living room to watch TV. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The seesaw's appeal was no match for cartoons. At least he could finally relax. He rubbed his sore thighs and stood up to stretch his body. A notification pinged in his mind. Detected host teaching daughter English. Reward English proficiency. Advanced task, read 300 hours of original English texts. Higher difficulty means faster completion. Advanced reward, full language mastery. A vast ocean of English knowledge flooded his mind, not just vocabulary and grammar, but also corresponding cultural customs and historical knowledge. At his current level, he could easily score full marks on the IELTS. Getting such rewards after just teaching English for a while, this system is amazing. And this was merely English mastery if he achieved full language proficiency. His gaze fixed on the advanced quest. Reading 300 hours of English original texts. Even if he read 3 hours a day, it would take a full 100 days. And he still had to care for his daughter. It was highly unlikely he could spare that much time. He'd have to figure something out. The latter part stated that the higher the difficulty, the faster the completion speed. In other words, reading more challenging English texts can shorten the task duration. Translation. With today's advanced internet, simple machine translation can handle basic tasks. Translations requiring human intervention are invariably complex and involve extensive specialized vocabulary. Even English majors would need to consult numerous resources. The pay is often not very high, making it not worth the effort. But for him, it's a great job. Not only can he finish tasks quickly, but he also gets paid. It's a win-win situation. He got right to work, logging onto the website and accepting a highly challenging translation assignment. English is the global lingua franca, and there are many English majors in China. Yet this job had been hanging there for a full week, with the bounty increased multiple times, and still no one had taken it, proof of just how difficult it was. And this was precisely the kind of challenging translation task Chen Yu needed. After paying the deposit, he accepted the job. The requirement was to complete the translation within 48 hours. He knew he had it in the bag the moment he glanced at it. He recognized most of the vocabulary, with only a handful of unfamiliar terms that could be easily looked up. His phone suddenly buzzed, a video group call initiated by his roommate. Chen Yu straightened his clothes and answered. 4 faces appeared on the screen. First came the customary back-and-forth greetings between dad and son, an old dorm tradition. Wang Guangtao chuckled, "We can't just call him dad anymore, old Chen's really a father now. Hey, what's everyone up to?" Seeing the teasing about to start, Chen Yu quickly changed the subject. Yang Shuzhang lay sprawled on his bed, the camera zooming in on his broad face against the backdrop of a rented room. "What's the rush? Let's just chill for a month first." "Exactly, what's the rush?" Wang Guangtao, battling away at the internet cafe, chimed in immediately. "Hey, I wonder if old Lin found a job." Lin Mao, dressed in a suit, smiled. "I applied to a company, and they asked me to come in for an interview today." When he mentioned the company name, everyone expressed their envy. "Lin, you're doing great. Landing a job at a big company right after graduation. I hear this company offers great benefits and perks. The only downside is the workload. Hard work isn't a downside. As long as the pay is high enough, I'll work my ass off." Young people today aren't afraid of hard work, they just demand fair compensation for their efforts. Chapter 11. You say you're dating a rich woman and have 2 cute kids? Getting paid for one job but expected to do the work of 3 or 4 people? Absolutely not. Hey, old Chen, how are you holding up? Exactly. Stop just talking about us, tell us about yourself. So those 2 adorable kids are really your daughters? After chatting for a while, the conversation circled back to Chen Yu. The youngest associate professor on campus, Su Yuwei, the campus goddess in countless hearts, had come to him with two adorable kids who immediately called him dad. The whole situation was absurd enough. They'd tagged Chen Yu over a dozen times in the group chat, yet he hadn't replied once, leaving them wondering what he was up to. Could it be he really got swept off his feet by some wealthy woman and couldn't use his phone during work hours? But you couldn't really blame Chen Yu. He'd been busy entertaining the two little ones yesterday. When would he have had time to check his phone? One night was enough to give him a taste of the exhaustion of childcare. At least it helped him kick his habit of being glued to his phone. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you guys forced my hand. He was cut off before he could finish. Cut the crap. Seriously, what happened yesterday? See for yourselves. Chen Yu stood up, waved his phone around, and the room's layout appeared on the screen. His roommate's eyes widened instantly. This must be a high-end residential complex, right? Definitely. Just look at that massive bookshelf. Chen, walk around and show us the other rooms. As Chen Yu rotated the room, his roommates grew increasingly astonished. The place was even more luxurious than they'd imagined. For a moment, they were too stunned to speak. After regaining their composure, Wang Guangtao tentatively asked, "So, old Chen, you really got sponsored by a rich woman?" This was the shared question on all three of their minds. They used to go out drinking, and when they got drunk, they'd brag about being kept by rich women. But that was just wishful thinking. Chen Yu was the real deal. I guess you could say that? Chen Yu casually pointed the camera at the car keys. You've got a Mercedes? What model? Damn, Chen, I'm seriously jealous of you. So that daughter is really yours? Wang Guangtao was more concerned about this question. While being kept by a rich woman wasn't a bad deal, he wanted a child of his own. Chen Yu nodded solemnly. Yes, Nuonyuo Ruan is my daughter. The confirmation from the system and Su Yuwei was more than convincing. After all, paternity tests weren't 100% accurate, but the system never made mistakes. Old Chen, take us to see your daughter. Yang Shu was a total daddy's girl. He'd often declared he absolutely had to have daughters, preferably two of them. Learning Chen Yu had two such adorable daughters filled him with envy. Alright, I'll show you. With two daughters this adorable, he simply couldn't resist showing them off. He wanted the whole world to know. Chen Yu walked into the living room holding his phone. Nuonyuo, Ruei, the three brothers from yesterday want to see you. Can you come say hi? Nuonyuo was engrossed in the TV, sitting on the sofa with her little legs dangling. Hearing the invitation, she immediately jumped up and ran to the camera, waving her hand. Hi, brothers. My name is Nuonyuo. Her sweet voice melted the hearts of the three grown men. Hi there. I'm Lin Mao, your dad's best buddy. Nuonyuo is so adorable. How old is she this year? Yang Shu secretly resolved to have a daughter as adorable as Nuonyuo someday. Isn't Ruan going to say hello? Chen Yu glanced at Chen Ruan but didn't immediately point the camera at her. If Ruan didn't want to be on camera, he wouldn't force her. With a girl who was a little bit tsundere, you had to be extra patient. Chen Ruan's small hands twisted nervously as she hesitated. She stepped in front of the camera and whispered, hello. Then she quickly stepped aside. Her appearance lasted less than 5 seconds, yet she captured the hearts of all three people. This little girl seems to be called Ruan, so adorable. Having one adorable daughter is like burning incense to the gods, and you, old Chen, have two? How unfair. Don't be shy, Ruan. Are the three of us really that scary? Softy hid in the corner, still overhearing their comments. Feeling even more embarrassed, she simply ran back to her bedroom. The saying shyness is just another form of pride couldn't be more true. Nuonyuo was like a little son. Being around her felt incredibly healing. Three grown men bombarded Nuonyuo with questions, listening to her adorable yet slightly childish answers. They even deliberately asked tricky questions, like if your dad and mom fell into the water, who would you save first? Watching her tilt her head in deep thought before giving a childishly adorable answer had them all doubled over laughing. Nono never showed impatience, but Chen Yu started to feel annoyed. Weren't these difficult questions just meant to deliberately challenge his little treasure? He ruffled Chen Nua's hair. Nua, I wonder what Ruan is doing in her room. Why don't you go check on her? Okay. Chen Nua adored her little sister Ruan. She nodded and dashed toward the bedroom. The moment Chen Yu sent Nuonyuo away, the other three immediately started making snide remarks. Hey Chen, that's not cool. Let Nuonyuo hang out with us a bit longer. Yeah, I haven't had enough fun with Nuonyuo yet. What do you know? Old Chen's just jealous. This was pretty much their daily routine throughout their 4 years of college, teasing each other playfully, with no ill will between them. Chen Yu laughed and teased, from now on, chatting with Nuonyuo will cost you $100 an hour. Wang Guangtao, get lost, you capitalist. Yang Shu chimed in, I'd pay up, old Chen. Just get Nono back and I'll wire you 100 right away. Though it was all in jest, it clearly showed how much they cherish Nuonyuo. Seriously though, is there anywhere nearby we can set up a stall? Wang Guangtao asked in surprise. Wait, you've hooked up with a rich woman and you still want to go out and set up a stall? Chen Yu explained, Ms. Su is wealthy, but that's hers, not mine. I want to match her excellence through my own efforts. Hearing this, his roommates finally grasped a crucial reality. Su Yuwei was the youngest associate professor at Lincheng University, young, beautiful, the campus goddess, and from a wealthy family. She was definitely a little rich girl. Even with 2 adorable kids in tow, plenty of men would still pursue her. And those adorable little ones? They made countless daddy's girls green with envy. Chen Yu was just a recent graduate with no family connections. He was handsome, but he was penniless. Though he was the biological father of Nono and Ruei, he was truly no match for Su Yuwei in terms of status and resources. How did he beat out all the other suitors? Was it just because he was a recent graduate? The good news is Su Yuwei is famously an ice queen. She never gets too close to other men, keeping things strictly professional. Chapter 12, Wanting to Draw Daddy. The bad news was her standards must be incredibly high, otherwise, why would she reject everyone? The group fell silent. Most marriages emphasize matching social status. At the very least, the gap couldn't be this wide. Even if Su Yuwei agreed, would her family? How would their daughter view him when she grew up? Regardless of the reasons, he needed to establish his own career. And besides, he had the system, he couldn't afford to waste it. Being a full-time stay-at-home dad might seem appealing, but it comes with its own set of challenges. Lin Mao suddenly spoke up, that square we often go to seems to be hosting a food festival these days. That was an unexpected treat. That plaza already had heavy foot traffic, and a food festival would draw even more people. Chen Yu hadn't planned to make money from the stall anyway, he just wanted to finish the task quickly and get the reward for mastering the 8 great cuisines. Setting up a stall at the food festival might let him finish in a single day. Lin, what's the exact date? Any more specific details? I'll send you a link. Check it out yourself. Yang Shu chimed in, give me a shout when you set up your stall. I'll come help you out. He wasn't in a rush to find a job, and since he had nothing better to do, he might as well join Chen Yu at the stall. Helping was just an excuse, he really wanted to catch a glimpse of Nuonyuo and Ruei. Wang Guangtou chimed in, I'm in too. Worst case, I'll just skip a day of surfing the web. Lin Mao hesitated, I'll try. But I just started my new job, so I might not be able to get time off. Chen Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Graduation season wasn't just a time for breakups, it was also when roommates scattered to the 4 winds. The moment they left the dorm, many had already seen each other for the last time in their lives. In a few years, some won't even reply to messages, and others might even delete their roommates from social media right after graduation. The fact that these few were still in the same city and willing to help was enough to move Chen Yu. Thanks in advance, guys. Chen Yu sent an emoji and then dropped a red envelope in the group chat. The amount didn't matter, it was the gesture that counted. Seriously, you didn't need to send a red envelope, it makes our friendship seem so tacky. What red envelope? Just remember to bring your 2 daughters that day. Old Chen's rolling in dough now, might as well take it. They all talked a good game, but each one grabbed the red envelope faster than the last. So what are you gonna sell at your stall? Little toys or clothes? They had no idea about Chen Yu's cooking skills and just assumed he'd be selling those kinds of things. Clothes and toys have low production costs and require little technical skill, making them the perfect choice for newcomers to street vending. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Yu left them hanging and exited the video call. He wasn't trying to be mysterious. If he mentioned selling snacks at a stall, these guys would pester him with endless questions. He had a mountain of other tasks to tackle. How come old Chen just took off like that? He's got a daughter to take care of. Not like us 2 unemployed bums. Well, let's call it a night. I've got an interview to prepare for. The roommates chatted a bit more before hanging up their video calls. Chen Yu opened his laptop. The desktop was clean and uncluttered, with only a few scattered folders labeled fashion-related. The wallpaper was a cute pink hue. He was a bit surprised. Would a cool beauty like Su Yuwei use this kind of wallpaper? Probably just the system's daily recommendation, right? He didn't dwell on it. Logging into his browser, he typed in the 3 characters for Zheng Yuanjie and hit enter. Search results, 0. Perfect. This world had no Zheng Yuanjie. That meant he could freely plagiarize his works. He then typed in Yang Hongying, Yi Shengtao, and Zhang Tianyi one after another, all yielding 0 results. Indeed, writers from parallel worlds never appear in this one. That means he has a vast library of fairy tales. Writing one a day, he could never finish them all in a lifetime. Chen Yu then searched for the largest fairy tale website and found it was the Totoro Fairy Tale Network. He logged into the site and found the authors section. After browsing the author perks, he decided to publish his work once satisfied. There were essentially 3 avenues for earning royalties: online platforms, print media, and physical books. Print media was already yesterday's news, nothing to discuss. Physical books require not only excellent writing but also good connections with editors, or else self-publishing. But he had no capital. The only quick route to earnings was online publishing. He found an editor he liked and submitted a 2,000-word piece. Fairy tales are naturally short, so 2,000 words were enough to apply for a contract. He glanced at the featured works on the homepage. They were worlds apart from Zheng Yuwenji's fairy tales, not even in the same league. What is a true fairy tale? It's about preserving a childlike heart. To let children enter the fairy tale world you've built for them, embarking on an adventure free from constraints and full of wonder. Not to preach grand lessons in a stilted, pretentious manner. Chen Yu felt confident about this shook and beta adventure story. He glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock. There was still time to teach the girls to draw for a while before it was time to cook dinner. Nono and Ruerue, do you want to learn to draw? Yes. Nuonyuo quickly appeared at the doorway, her little hand tugging at her rabbit stuffed animal. A few seconds later, Wanwan arrived too. Unlike their resistance to learning English, the two little ones genuinely loved drawing. Scribbling freely on paper, creating shapes they imagined, it felt truly wonderful. In truth, most children enjoy this kind of creative activity. Rather than forcing them to study dry math or English, perhaps drawing is a better choice. Nua, can Daddy see the little rabbit? Nuonyuo looked down at the rabbit toy, then held out both hands high. Here you go, Daddy. Thank you, sweetie. Chen Yu took the little rabbit and placed it on the table. Let's see whose rabbit drawing is better, okay? Chen Nua shook her head. I don't want to draw a rabbit. Then what do you want to draw? Chen Yu picked up Nuonyuo and asked softly. The little one pinched his cheek and giggled. Draw Daddy. That answer caught him off guard. Chen Yu turned to Chin Wan. What about Wanwan? I'll draw Mommy. Alright, then I'll draw both of you little ones. We'll see whose drawing turns out better later. Instead of letting them sit on his lap, Chen Yu fetched 2 small stools. His legs were still sore from playing seesaw earlier. 4 years of university had really taken its toll on his fitness. If only they rewarded him with a physical enhancement potion. He lifted Nuonyuo onto a chair, then turned to pick up Wanwan only for her to climb onto the chair herself, little hands gripping a crayon, ready to draw. No jumping the gun. Start when I say go. Chen Yu picked up a paintbrush too, which oddly made him feel like he was a kid again. 3, 2, 1, go. At Chen Yu's command, Wanwan immediately began scribbling on the paper. Nono, however, remained calm and unhurried, not rushing to put pen to paper. Chapter 13, Daddy is a great wizard. Her little hands propped up her chin as she tilted her head, staring intently at him. Nuonyuo, why are you staring at me instead of drawing? I want to remember what Daddy looks like. Chen Yu felt inexplicably shy and quickly lowered his head to start sketching. Detected host teaching daughter to draw. Reward, mastery of simplified drawing. Advanced task, draw for 100 hours to unlock mastery of all drawing styles. Minutes later, the figures of the two little ones came to life on the paper. With just a few strokes, their forms were sketched out, their delicate faces and features brought to life. Chen Yu grew increasingly pleased. This system was truly powerful. The simple sketches it produced were every bit as impressive as those by master artists. How's it going? He turned to look at her. Chen Nua proudly held up her artwork, lifting her little face to ask, doesn't it look just like Daddy? Chen Yu nearly choked on his own blood at the sight. You call this shoehorn face, pig nose, uneven eyes, balding middle-aged man your dad? Was Dad really that strange looking? Seeing Chen Nua's eager expression, he couldn't bring himself to crush the little one's confidence. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Yes, it looks just like Daddy. Nono perked up at the compliment, grabbed his pen, and added a few more strands of hair to the bald spot. It was still ugly, but at least it looked a little better. To avoid disappointing his daughter, he told himself it was okay to be a little ugly. Chen Yu reassured himself, then glanced over to the other side. Catching his gaze, Chen Rua instantly pressed her face against the paper. Her movements were lightning fast. No peeking. Softy, if you don't want Daddy to see it, that's fine, but please don't get your clothes dirty. Ruan, I'll show you Daddy's drawing. How about we swap? Chen Yu smiled. Chen Wan tilted her little head, pondering the offer. It seemed like a good idea. Well, let me finish my drawing first. After all, she was just a little kid, easy to placate. Soon, Wanyan finished her drawing. Chen Yu handed over his drawing first. The two adorable children on the paper looked identical in appearance and clothing, yet their expressions were completely different. Nuonyuo beamed with a radiant smile, as healing as a little sun. Ruan's lips were slightly pouted, her eyes looking away. That proud and stubborn attitude was perfectly captured. Chen Wan leaned in for a closer look and couldn't help but murmur, wow, that's amazing. Her voice was soft, but Chen Yu still heard it. Ruan, it's your turn now. Chen Wan hesitated for a moment before obediently handing over the drawing. The brushwork was childishly naive, but at least it depicted a normal human figure. The facial features and body proportions were all recognizable. He grew even more convinced that Nuonyuo was doing this on purpose. They were both 3-year-olds. How could there be such a huge difference? That's enough drawing for today. You two go play on your own. Daddy's going to make dinner. Chen Yu put on his apron, washed his hands, and asked the two little ones what they wanted to eat. Pizza. Nono, mimicking lazy sheep in front of the TV, raised her little hand and shouted loudly. Knowing about pizza at such a young age, it seemed teacher Su had taken her out for it a few times. Alright, pizza it is. Chen Yu agreed and headed into the kitchen. Flour, salt, sugar, yeast, eggs mixed with water to form dough. The dough rose and expanded. After kneading it smooth, they waited for the second rise. The entire process requires achieving the 3 glows. The dough should be smooth, the bowl should be clean, and your hands should be spotless. Wash all toppings thoroughly and blanch them in boiling water beforehand. Cut the chicken into chunks and marinate with cornstarch, light soy sauce, and black pepper. Knead the dough until smooth, roll it out, and poke several small holes with chopsticks. Heat a skillet over low heat and bake the dough until it sets. Top with stir-fried vegetables and chicken, spread a layer of tomato sauce and salad dressing, then cover and simmer over low heat until cooked through. Nono and Ruerue, it's time to eat. Chen Yu made sure the 2 little ones washed their hands before lifting them onto their high chairs. Wow, pizza. Nuonuo grabbed a slice as soon as she spoke. The golden brown crust was topped with colorful vegetables and chicken. The tomato sauce and salad dressing swirled together, making it look truly tempting. But the little one was too eager. Before Chen Yu could warn her, she popped the pizza into her mouth and naturally got burned. Nono stuck out her tongue, looking utterly aggrieved. Daddy, the pizza bit me. If Su Yuwei or Aunt Jo had been around, such unladylike behavior would have earned her a scolding. But with both of them absent, she dared to indulge in a little mischief in front of Chen Yu. Ruan looked utterly exasperated. How could such a glutton be a big sister? She should be the older sister instead. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh and sigh. It's not that pizza bites people, it's just a bit hot. Wait for it to cool down before eating. Having delicious food right in front of her but not being able to eat it felt unbearably painful to Nuonuo. Every 10 seconds or so, she'd ask Chen Yu, Dad, can I eat it yet? The answer was always no. By the 3rd time she asked, Chen Yu smiled and said, close your eyes and count to 60 in your head. Then you can eat. Really? Daddy wouldn't lie to you. Nuonuo obediently closed her eyes, covering them with her little hands as she began counting silently. Nuonuo, you don't need to cover your eyes. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist opening them. At first, Nuonuo counted slowly, 1, 2, 3. But the last few numbers came rushing out, 53, 54, 55. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen Yu with pleading eyes. Can I eat now? Go ahead. Chen Yu tested the temperature and quickly agreed. He feared the little one would burst into tears if he didn't let her eat. Nuonuo grabbed the pizza and took a big bite. So yummy. The little one's lips curled into a smile, showing his appreciation. Ruan was also enjoying it, though Chen Yu noticed she was picking out all the onions. The moment she saw the onions, fear flashed across her face. Devil! She tried onions once before, and they'd made her eyes water from the heat. There was no way she was eating them this time. Absolutely not. Chen Yu frowned. The little one doesn't like onions? Picky eating isn't a good habit. Chen Yu picked up a slice of pizza, pinched a piece of onion between his fingers, and popped it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and pretended to savor it. Wow, this onion is so delicious. Nuonuo cooperated by mimicking his actions, picking out an onion slice and popping it into her mouth. Yum! The father-daughter duo's back-and-forth banter began to sway Ruerue. Aren't onions supposed to be spicy? How could that girl Nono eat so many? Damn it, am I going to lose to her again? No way, I'm gonna try it too. Driven by both survival instinct and curiosity, Ruan pinched a small strip of onion, closed her eyes, and popped it into her mouth. She chewed gently, and a hint of juice seeped out. It wasn't as spicy as she'd imagined. Instead, it had a faint sweetness. Chen Ruan opened her eyes and saw Chen Yu focused on eating his pizza, not paying attention to her. She quickly pinched another piece of onion and popped it into her mouth. Sweet and delicious. This puzzled her even more. Why was this onion sweet, while the previous ones had been spicy? Could it be that her father was a great wizard? It must be. Chen Yu didn't look at her, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. My silly girl, Dad cooked the onions all the way through, how could they still be spicy? Chapter 14, Your dad was right, it really is similar. Lincheng University, the city's premier 985 institution. In the office, Chen Yu pushed aside the documents in front of her and stretched lazily. Every time she saw Su Yuwei across the desk, she couldn't help but feel envious. She was beautiful herself, yet being around Su Yuwei always made her feel inadequate. To make matters worse, Su Yuwei came from a wealthy family, a mini-heiress, and was the youngest associate professor, the campus goddess in many people's eyes. If only she had half the attention Su Yuwei received, she wouldn't still be single. Despite her envy, it didn't stop them from being the best of friends. Yuwei, wanna grab lunch? Su Yuwei ignored her, absorbed in the documents before her. That's how she was when working hard to interrupt, often forgetting to eat. Chen Yu knew her well and simply snapped her fingers. With a sharp snap, Su Yuwei looked up. Her pale face, free of makeup, remained breathtakingly beautiful. Hey, girl, wanna grab lunch? Give me a minute. It's still early. It's still early? Look at the time. Chen Yu snapped impatiently. Her bestie was great in every way, except when she got busy, she seemed to lose all sense of time. Then again, how else had she earned an associate professorship at such a young age? Su Yuwei glanced at her watch. The hands had already passed 12. Is it that late already? Yeah, come on, let's grab something to eat. I'm starving. Sure. Su Yuwei stood up, suddenly remembering something. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out the box of beef patties. She'd intended to eat them during her break, but she'd been so engrossed in her work that she hadn't taken a break all morning. Chen Yu immediately leaned in, her eyes lighting up. What's this delicious treat? As a true foodie, no delicacy could escape her keen eye. I brought the leftover beef patties from this morning. You never used to bring food to school before. Su Yuwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She never brought snacks. This meal was only because Chen Yu had asked, and she didn't want to refuse his kindness. Can I try some? Chen Yu blinked her big eyes, looking at Su Yuwei with a pitiful expression. Sure. The moment the box opened, a rich aroma wafted out. It smells so good. Chen Yu took a deep breath, picked up a beef patty with her chopsticks, and popped it into her mouth. The meat is so rich and flavorful, delicious. In her personal snack rankings, this beef patty easily cracked the top 10. Watching Chen Yu dig in with such gusto, she seemed determined to finish every last bite. She stepped out into the hallway, put on her headphones, and prepared to video call Chen Yu to check on their two daughters. The call connected, revealing a tiny hand on the other end. The hand moved aside, revealing Nua's adorable little face. Mommy! The little one called out with a smile. Nuo, where's your daddy? Seeing Nono so full of life, Su Yuwei felt reassured. Although Chen Yu had performed well yesterday, he was still an inexperienced college student. Su Yuwei remained skeptical about his ability to properly care for the child. Dad's washing the dishes. I'll go get him. No need to call him, Su Yuwei interrupted. Where's Ruan? Ruan. Chen Nua called out over her shoulder, and Chen Ruan. Mommy. Seeing the two little ones in front of the camera, Su Yuwei flashed a rare smile. Nua, Ruan, what did you have for lunch? Pizza. Su Yuwei frowned. Did uncle and aunt deliver it to our house? She never allowed Nuo and Ruan to eat takeout, believing it wasn't hygienic. Dad made it. He can make pizza? It was delicious. She had no idea where Chen Yu had picked up such amazing cooking skills. He was even better than Aunt Jo, who'd been their nanny for 20 years. Su Yuwei changed the subject. What did you do with Daddy this morning? Tell Mommy. We wrote vocabulary words. Drawing. The two little ones answered eagerly, one after the other. Want to show Mom? Yes. She always showed boundless tenderness toward her two daughters, a stark contrast to the cool demeanor she presented to others. Chen Nua walked ahead holding her phone, with Chen Ruan following behind. But she lost her grip, and it clattered to the floor. The screen went black instantly, and the voices of the two little ones echoed. Chen Nua, you're so clumsy. You can't even hold this properly. Ruan, will Daddy get mad? Let me hold it. Su Yuwei couldn't help but laugh. Dropping the phone yet remaining so calm, it showed how gentle Chen Yu was with them. Chen Ruan climbed onto the chair and aimed the camera at her drawing. Look, Mom. Su Yuwei recognized herself in the drawing at a glance. Is this a picture of Mommy? It's really beautiful. Chen Ruan nodded proudly, and Chen Nua snatched the phone to show off her own drawing. Mom, look at mine. At first glance, she didn't recognize it. She looked again and still didn't recognize it. Nua, what did you draw? Mommy can't tell. Daddy. But. Su Yuwei burst out laughing and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She'd imagined countless possibilities, but never that it could be Chen Yu. In her eyes, Chen Yu was actually quite handsome, nothing like this ugly monster at all. A male teacher emerged from the office just in time to witness the scene. The icy goddess he remembered, always as cold as ice, had just flashed a cute, girlish smile. For a moment, he was completely mesmerized. Su Yuwei noticed him and quickly suppressed her smile, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. She gave a slight nod in greeting before walking to an empty corner to resume her video call. Looking at the drawing again, it was still quite amusing, especially when paired with Chen Yu's appearance. The contrast was striking. Nua, has Daddy seen this drawing? He has. Then what did your dad say? Daddy said it looks just like me. Su Yuwei instantly understood Chen Yu had deliberately said that to protect his daughter's self-esteem. She suppressed a smile and nodded. Your dad's right, it really is quite lifelike. If you hang this drawing above his bed, he'll be thrilled. Really? I'll tell Dad right away. By the way, what about your dad's paintings? Besides her daughter and fashion design, few things captured Su Yuwei's interest. But right now, she was very curious to see what Chen Yu had drawn. Dad drew me and Ruan. Chen Nua pointed the camera over, and two adorable little girls appeared on the screen. Su Yuwei was a bit surprised. Your dad drew these? Fashion design is a branch of design, and the first requirement is an aesthetic sense. She had dabbled in various painting techniques. She instantly recognized Chen Yu's high skill level. Just a few strokes brought the adorable little girls vividly to life on paper. The facial features were particularly vivid, perfectly capturing the contrasting personalities of Nuonyuo and Ruanwon. Cooking, painting this Chen Yu was nothing like the male college students she'd imagined. Chapter 15, Su Yuwei feels a bit sad. No, Ruanwon, it's time for your nap, Chen Yu's voice came through the phone. Su Yuwei wanted to say something, but Nuonyuo didn't give her the chance. Mommy, I'm going to sleep. With that, the call ended abruptly so fast it was almost startling. Su Yuwei hadn't even had time to react. The little one used to be so clingy, refusing to let her work for even a moment. Now, in just one short day, Chen Yu had surpassed her in importance. Su Yuwei sniffed back a tear, feeling a pang of sadness. But perhaps this was for the best. It meant Chen Yu was getting along wonderfully with the two little ones. After all, he was their father, and they would inevitably live together someday. At least she'd have time to finish her dissertation. Su Yuwei comforted herself with these thoughts as she returned to her office. Chen Yu seemed startled by the sound of the door opening. She greeted Su Yuwei with a beaming smile. Hey, where'd you disappear to? I stepped out to take a call. I accidentally ate all the beef patties. You're not mad, are you? She clutched the last half piece in her hand, her tone cautious. Chen Yu swore she'd only meant to eat 2 pieces. Who knew she'd get hooked once she started? It was all because these beef patties were just too delicious. Yep, that's exactly why. Su Yuwei gave a helpless smile and pinched Chen Yu's cheek. Why get angry? Who can blame my bestie for being such a little foodie? She was also craving Chen Yu's vegetable beef patties, but since Chen Yu had already eaten hers, what else could she say? Besides, with Chen Yu around, she could always have some when she got home. Without realizing it, she had already begun to depend on him. Hehe, I knew you were the best, Yuwei. Chen Yu swallowed the last bite, clapped her hands, and stood up, linking arms with Su Yuwei. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Did you wash your hands? I ate with just 2 fingers. My hands are perfectly clean, okay? Gross. Chen Yu casually closed the office door. Is Aunt Jo taking care of Nuonyuo and Ruoro now? Su Yuwei hesitated. Aunt Jo had to go back to her hometown for something. It's another nanny from their company. She wasn't deliberately hiding Chen Yu's existence. It was just that Chen Yu was incredibly nosy, and she didn't want to be hounded with endless questions. Oh? And you're okay with that? How about I take a few days off to look after Nuonyuo and Ruanwon? You're the one who needs looking after, more like. That stings, Yuwei. Chen Yu clutched her chest dramatically. By the way, I was away from school for a few days. Did anything major happen? Nope, probably not. Su Yuwei felt a twinge of guilt. If there was a big event yesterday, it was Nuonyuo and Ruanwon taking graduation photos with Chen Yu. It seemed to have been posted on the campus wall, and the likes were pretty high. Nuonyuo and Ruanwon, who were you talking to just now? Chen Yu took off his apron and washed his hands. Mom! Did Teacher Su call? Yep. Nuonyuo lifted her little face and held up the phone. Chen Yu took it and saw the call log. What did you talk about? Mom asked what we ate and what we did this morning. And how did you respond? He naturally hoped the little one would say a few nice things about him to Su Yuwei. After all, with Su Yuwei's reserved nature, getting her to agree to marry him wouldn't be easy. I told her Dad's cooking is really good. I even showed Mom my drawings. Alright, Nuonyuo, Daddy knows. Recalling that hideous image still rankled Chen Yu. He was at least in the handsome guy category, right? Nuonyuo lay in bed demanding a story, so he told one of Zhang Yuenjia's short fairy tales, lulling both little ones to sleep before getting out of bed. He moved quietly, careful not to wake his daughters. He didn't have the habit of napping, so he stepped out of the bedroom and sat down at his computer. He turned on the computer and logged into the Long Mao novel website. The opening 2,000 words already had several comments. Author, hurry up and update. We're waiting for the next part. Just finished reading and realized it's an unfinished fairy tale. Now my daughter is pestering me for the ending. What should I do? Waiting online. Can you continue updating? Otherwise, I'll have to make up an ending for my baby. No wonder it's China's largest fairy tale website. Traffic is huge. The comments are all from parents searching for fairy tales to read to their children. A red dot appeared in the top right corner of the interface. Clicking it revealed a contract invitation from the editor. Chen Yu found the contact info and added them. The request was accepted instantly. Hello, esteemed author. I'm editor Xiao Yu. Your fairy tale is truly wonderful. Is this your first time writing? Hello, this is my first time writing. No, it should be my first time plagiarizing. This Zhang Yuenjia must be a legendary author from a parallel universe to receive such high praise. The editor sent a shocked emoji. Then you're incredibly talented. Are you free now? Let's discuss the specifics of signing a contract. I'm available. Our site offers 2 payment models, full attendance and guaranteed minimum. Chen Yu had written novels before, so she knew these basic rules without needing to be told. Full attendance meant getting paid based on traffic, while guaranteed income meant a fixed payout regardless of performance. If earnings exceeded the guaranteed amount, it would switch to a revenue sharing model. Naturally, he chose the guaranteed payment option. After discussion, they settled on a base rate of 100 yuan per thousand characters. This rate was quite high in the online fiction sphere, but in the realm of fairy tales, it was merely average. Fairy tales are typically shorter in length, so their rates are generally higher. Some top authors could easily command rates exceeding 1,000 yuan per thousand characters. However, the editor tactfully explained that this was because it was their first collaboration with the website, and they were still getting to know his capabilities. If this book performed well, securing a raise later would be straightforward. It smacked of empty promises, but Chen Yu was reasonably satisfied with the offer. After all, it was the largest fairy tale website in the country, offering more security than smaller sites. With so many fairy tales already in his mind, writing one was effortless, like picking up money off the ground. The editor outlined several key points to note, which differed somewhat from writing novels, and he jotted them all down. Master writer, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Accompanied by a kitten shaking hands emoji. Happy collaboration. He first wrote and uploaded 2,000 words, then retrieved the original English manuscript to begin the translation task. Compared to writing fairy tales, translation proved more challenging. When it comes to specialized translations, there are a lot of obscure terms. Even with his fluency in English, he frequently needed to consult reference materials, slowing down his translation pace. Additionally, since it was their first collaboration, he deliberately slowed down to pursue greater accuracy. During this time, he received a call from his parents asking how his job search was going. He lied, saying he hadn't found one yet. He couldn't very well tell them he was being kept and had 2 adorable little ones, could he? Though his parents were well-educated and open-minded, this was simply too outrageous. Chapter 16, Imitating Daddy's Words is so much fun. Especially his dad, a somewhat old-fashioned retired teacher. If he found out about having children out of wedlock, he'd be in big trouble. He'd keep it hidden for now and find the right moment to tell his parents. Afternoon homework was simple, just a bit of calligraphy practice. The little ones had just woken up and were still groggy. Chen Yu helped them wash their faces and cut each a small slice of watermelon. Nuonyuo finished hers in a few bites, her mouth still stained with bright red watermelon juice. Daddy, I want more. No more. Eating too much will give you a stomachache. Do you want that, Nuonyuo? Chen Yu shook her head vigorously. No. I won't eat anymore. Watermelon is excellent for cooling off in summer, but children's digestive systems aren't fully developed yet, so they can only have a little bit. Only after the 2 little ones sobered up did he take them to practice writing. For today's college students, writing by hand is incredibly difficult. Forgetting characters the moment you pick up the pen is all too common. Even if he hadn't forgotten, the characters he wrote were crooked and messy, like a dog's scribbles. But he had the system. The moment he gripped the pen, a prompt sounded in his mind. Detected host teaching toddler to write. Reward, mastery of regular script. Advanced task, practice calligraphy for 100 hours. Advancement reward, mastery of all calligraphy styles. This truly was an all-purpose system. Whatever you wished for, it delivered. Reaching 100 hours of practice was easy enough. It wouldn't even take 2.5 months. Nono and Ruerue, watch how daddy holds the brush. Chen Yu demonstrated with his right hand. The grip is crucial, get it right to write well. Nuonyuo and Ruerue tried to copy him, though a bit clumsily. What should I teach you to write? Let's start with the soft in Ruerue. Why not write the nuo from Nuonyuo? Chen Yu explained with a smile. No, your name is a bit harder to write. I'll teach you that next time. Chen Wan shot Chen Nuo a smug glance for the first time. She felt a bit fond of her own name. Watch how I write it. Don't rush, stay calm. With the system's rewards, Chen Yu could effortlessly produce master-level calligraphy. But to teach his 2 daughters, he deliberately slowed down, tracing each stroke carefully. A beautiful, flowing soft-style character appeared on the paper. The 2 little girls watched with shining eyes. They could tell it was beautiful. At the very least, it was far prettier than their mother's handwriting. Alright, now you 2 try. The 3-year-old's fingers lacked the strength, resulting in crooked, uneven characters. Chen Yu didn't correct them. Learning to write takes time. Nothing happens overnight. First, cultivate their interest, the rest will follow in time. Both little ones were thrilled to write a complete character on their own, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Before, their mom would guide their hands to write characters. The results looked neater, but they felt no sense of accomplishment. By comparison, they much preferred practicing with their dad. Chen Yu taught them a few simpler characters before letting them watch cartoons. Just a little while, okay? Then we'll go downstairs for some exercise. Can you manage that? They'd already watched for quite a while that morning and couldn't stay glued to the screen any longer. No, eyes glued to the screen, casually replied. Sure. What happens if you don't? Nuonyuo repeated his words. What happens? Chen Yu gave a helpless laugh. High five. He held out his palm, and Nuonyuo slapped it with a loud smack. High five. Softy, come here. Chen Wan looked a bit embarrassed. I can do it. Don't you want a high five, daddy? Wan? Smack. Another little hand came down. Chen Yu returned to his study, pulled out a calligraphy practice book, and began practicing his writing. These practice sheets were written by contemporary calligraphy masters. He casually wrote a few characters, and they were almost indistinguishable from the master's work. It seemed he could compile his own calligraphy manuals someday. Or maybe start a live stream or enter a calligraphy competition. But his top priority remained taking care of his daughter. He practiced non-stop for 2 hours. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had sunk below the horizon, and the oppressive summer heat had largely dissipated. Only then did he take his 2 daughters downstairs. For little ones, outdoor play is far more important than learning anything else. The 9-to-5 workers gradually finished their shifts, and the streets became bustling with traffic as the evening rush hour began. Many more workers were still enduring painful overtime, trading their health for overtime pay that might not even materialize. Compared to them, Chen Yu was truly blessed. Fresh out of college and already a father of 2, with a wealthy wife to boot, he'd skipped 20 years of the usual grind. The landscaping in the upscale neighborhood was excellent, so Chen Yu decided to take his 2 kids for a stroll around the complex. The little ones played on the grass while he lay on his side watching them, utterly content. A little boy approached, stopping a few meters away. He timidly asked, "Can I play with you?" Just as Chen Yu was about to say yes, a tiny finger pointed at him. "Go away." Nuo frowned. "We don't want to play with you." This was odd. Both children usually had such pleasant dispositions, why were they showing such hostility? Chen Yu got up and walked toward the boy, intending to ask what was going on. But the boy took off running, and boy, did he run fast. "Nuo, Ruan, who is he?" "He's Wang Xiaoming, I hate him. He said Daddy doesn't want me in Ruan anymore." "Daddy would never do that." The 2 daughters chimed in one after the other, making it clear to him. It seemed this Wang Xiaoming had told Nuo and Ruan they had no dad, which was why they were so upset. Though children speak without restraint, saying something so hurtful was pure bratty behavior. He was lucky he got away fast, otherwise he'd have gotten a good spanking. Chen Yu ruffled both girls' hair. "You did the right thing. Don't play with him anymore." Chen Yu tugged at his sleeve. "Daddy, you won't leave us again, will you?" "No, Daddy promises." Chen Yu crouched down and held out his pinky finger. "Pinky swear. Pinky swear, no changing your mind for 100 years. What if I do change?" "Hey," the little one learned fast now. She was turning the tables on him. He mimicked Nuo's tone. "What would happen?" "Daddy's bad." Chen Yu stood on tiptoe and pinched his cheek. "High five. High five." The 2 palms, one big, one small, clapped together, and father and daughter burst into laughter. A child-free couple watched the scene from afar. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of desire in the other's eyes. "Honey, kids seem pretty adorable, don't they? How about having a daughter? Let's start trying as soon as we get home. Hopefully she'll be conceived before the new year. But what if it's a boy? What if he turns out to be a handful? Then let's just stay child-free." Chen Yu walked with his 2 daughters until they reached the entrance of the residential complex. The security guard immediately saluted and greeted him. Security guards in upscale communities were all well-groomed, with height and appearance requirements, and their salaries were relatively higher. Chapter 17, Su Yuwei's Goodnight. Chen Yu smiled and waved back. "Good evening, sir." Hearing the adorable child's sweet voice, the young security guard felt his face flush. After 20 years of never having a girlfriend, he was actually charmed by a little kid. Not far away, an old woman sold bubble machines. Nono didn't say a word, but her eyes never left it. She kept hinting that she wanted one. Chen Yu thought it was fun and bought one for each of the 2 little ones. On the way back, the 2 competed to see who could blow more and bigger bubbles. He stood by taking pictures, capturing the moment. After dinner, Chen Yu dove into his study to finish writing a fairy tale and complete his translation task. In one night, he finished a short fairy tale and completed a quarter of the translation task. With the system's assistance, his efficiency was quite impressive. He looked up details about the food festival and learned it would be held tomorrow afternoon, a fairly large-scale event. Organized by the relevant departments of Lin City, it was open to everyone with no registration fee. He registered in advance through the event interface to avoid missing out on a spot tomorrow. If sales were good, he could earn the reward in just half a day. Chen Yu had intended to sleep with the 2 little ones, but Chen Ruan insisted on sleeping alone. He didn't say much, tucked the blankets around her, and then took Nuo to the other bedroom. "Daddy, can you sing a song?" "What song would you like to hear, Nuo?" Chen Yu blinked her big eyes thoughtfully. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." "Alright, Daddy will sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Detected host soothing adorable child to sleep. Rewarding with God-tier singing skills and mastery of songwriting. Reward, Parallel Universe Song Collection. Is this the rhythm of becoming a star myself, or writing songs myself? Chen Yu patted Nuo's back and began humming softly. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." His gentle voice echoed softly throughout the room. In the other bedroom, Chen Ruan stared at the ceiling, quietly counting sheep. Chen Yu's singing drifted over, and the little one hesitated for a few seconds. Then, under the dim moonlight, she rolled over like a big worm and scrambled out of bed. Sliding into her bunny slippers, she clutched her little blanket to her chest and wobbled over to Chen Yu's room. I can't sleep. Chen Yu had already guessed as much, so he made room for Wan and lay down on the outer edge of the bed. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Lulled by the song, the little one soon drifted off to sleep. Chen Yu felt drowsy too and planned to scroll through his phone before sleeping. Opening WeChat, he saw the video chat history with his daughter and Su Yuwei. He selected a photo of his daughter blowing bubbles and sent it to Su Yuwei. After waiting a while with no reply, he guessed she must be busy. Teacher Su, get some rest. Good night. After typing this message, he locked his screen and went to sleep. Past midnight, Su Yuwei lifted her head from a pile of documents and stretched her stiff neck. The entire building was deserted now, with only her office and the security guard's room still lit. Su Yuwei gathered her papers and headed downstairs. The click-clack of her high heels echoed through the empty building, sounding slightly eerie in the dead of night. But Su Yuwei had long grown accustomed to it. Countless nights had passed this way. After Nono and Ruei arrived, caring for her daughter had disrupted her old routine. Suddenly returning to her old routine felt strangely unfamiliar. Are you done for the night, Ms. Su? Before she knew it, she had reached the first floor, where the security guard greeted her with a kind smile. Su Yuwei smiled apologetically. Though the guard worked the night shift, if not for her, he might have locked the gate and stolen a few moments of sleep amidst his duties. She hadn't intended to stay out this late, but when she got busy, she lost track of time. College students always seem to have boundless energy. Even past midnight, many couples still strolled hand in hand along the streets. They whispered sweet nothings in each other's ears, sharing the world's most secretive love confessions. Passing by these young couples, Su Yuwei felt inexplicably irritated. From childhood to adulthood, she had known only studying, never once having a romantic relationship. Oh, well, there was that one time, if you could even call it dating, with Chen Yu. She suddenly wanted to talk to someone. Just about anything, casual chit-chat would do. She unlocked her phone, and under the soft blue glow, a message from Chen Yu appeared. Good night, Teacher Su. Get some rest. There was also a photo. The sunset painted the horizon a vivid crimson. Nuonyuo, soft and gentle, played with a bubble gun, her face radiating an unmistakable smile. Su Yuwei was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Yu to say goodnight first. Hesitating for a moment, she replied with a simple good night before hastily tucking her phone back into her bag. She had never said goodnight to anyone before, not even her best friend Chen Yu. Chen Yu woke up early the next morning to try making a new dish, sunny side up eggs on toasted bread. If the two little ones liked it, he could sell it at the afternoon market stall. He stacked 2 slices of toast, then used a heart-shaped cookie cutter to carve out the top slice. That's the perk of being wealthy, never lacking tools or utensils. She cracked an egg into the hollowed-out center, added diced vegetables and ham, sprinkled shredded cheese on top, and baked it in the oven. He heated a cup of milk for each of the little ones, and breakfast was ready. After washing up and brushing teeth, the girls were instantly charmed by the heart shape. The most important thing about kids' meals is that they look appealing. Nutrition and taste comes second. No, softy, time to wake up. Dressed and ready for their morning routine, Chen Yu had already prepared warm water and squeezed out toothpaste. The big one and 2 little ones brushed their teeth facing the mirror, and he occasionally corrected their brushing technique. After breakfast and a short rest, Chen Yu took them out to buy ingredients for the afternoon food festival. A light rain had fallen in the early morning, washing away the stifling heat and leaving the ground sparkling clean. Flowers and plants glowed with a soft, moist sheen, releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance. Seeing how excited the 2 little ones were, he decided to take them for a play session in the neighborhood first. The neighborhood had plenty of exercise equipment, and an elderly man was doing pull-ups. He looked to be in his 60s, yet his physique showed no signs of age. His form was more precise than that of many younger people. Take today's college students, for instance. How many could do 5 proper pull-ups? Many couldn't even manage one. He himself was one of them. Daddy, do it. Nuonyuo pointed at the bar, her face full of anticipation as she looked at Chen Yu. This little cotton jacket seems to have a few holes. Not only did Nuonyuo and Ruei want him to do it, but the old man beside them also paused and looked over. How could he say no in front of his 2 daughters? He had to make it happen. He leapt up, gripped the bar, and summoned every muscle in his body to exert force. His entire body lifted slightly, the movement so small it was almost imperceptible. Who invented pull-ups? It's too hard. But he kept his expression under control, no grimaces or flushed cheeks. So the 2 little ones didn't notice his struggle and kept cheering him on. Chapter 18, Clap your hands if you feel happy. Go, Dad. The old man stroked his beard with a mischievous grin. Young man, don't underestimate me just because I'm old. You're nowhere near my level yet. Young people these days so weak. How could a good dad disappoint his daughter's expectations? Chen Yu tensed every muscle and gave it his all. He felt like he was giving it his all, but his body only rose an inch or two. TSK, not working out regularly really does show. Just as he was pondering how to wrap things up, the system alert sounded. Detected host accompanying daughter during workout. Rewarding with physical enhancement. Instantly, he felt his entire body surge with strength. He pushed up with his arms, easily lifting his chin over the bar. A perfect pull-up, completed. The little one clapped her hands. "Daddy, you're amazing. One wasn't enough." Chen Yu did 10 pull-ups in a row, each one perfectly executed, before finally stopping. The old man nearby was completely dumbfounded. 1 second he was a complete novice, and now he's suddenly this good? Wow, so you've been playing dumb all along? Chen Yu leapt off the bar, still feeling a bit flustered inside. Thankfully, the system had arrived just in time, otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself in front of his daughter. Though nobody's perfect and everyone has flaws, every father wants to maintain a flawless image in front of his daughter. "Come on, Nono and Ruerue, let's go grocery shopping." Under the stunned gaze of the old man, he walked home holding one adorable toddler in each hand. With the food festival approaching, he needed to stock up on ingredients, so he drove off in his Mercedes-Benz GLS. Many guys love luxury cars, and Chen Yu was no exception. If not for taking care of his daughter, he would have already taken it out for a spin. Gripping the steering wheel for the first time, the feel was truly superb. Don't believe all that online talk about everyone owning a Rolls-Royce, it's all just bragging. How many people in reality would splurge on a $1 million car? Of course, in a first-tier city like Lincheng, the proportion is slightly higher, but it's still not that high. Chen Yu buckled both daughters into the back seat, fastening their seatbelts carefully. "Nono and Ruerue, are you both buckled up? We're ready. Let's go." He pressed the accelerator and drove out of the residential complex. Chen Yu steered the wheel, carefully merging into traffic. He'd gotten his license that summer after graduating high school, and this was his first time driving on the road. With his 2 daughters in the back seat, he kept the speed low and drove with extreme caution. It was nearing rush hour, so he couldn't go very fast anyway. The bright sunshine lifted Chen Yu's spirits. He turned on the radio, where melodious singing filled the air. "If you feel happy, clap your hands." Nua Nua happily clapped her hands twice. "Let's all roar together." Her little hands mimicked a hungry tiger pouncing roar. Chen Yu turned around and shared a smile with Nuo. Having a daughter is such a blessing. Though every inch of land in Lincheng was precious, large vegetable markets were still plentiful. Perhaps because people today prioritize health more, they view market produce through rose-colored glasses. Chen Yu also preferred buying these fresh produce here. More importantly, it had that lively, bustling atmosphere. Back in his childhood, there weren't so many large supermarkets buying groceries meant going to the market. Now it's the opposite. "No, stay close to daddy and don't wander off." It's 2025 and child traffickers are almost nowhere to be seen on the streets, but vigilance is still needed. While shopping, he never let his daughter out of his sight. "Hey, boss, how much are these eggs?" Hearing the quantity he wanted, the vendors assumed he was a hotel buyer and were happy to give him a discount. He quickly gathered everything he needed and paid someone to help carry it to his car. "My bag. Catch the thief." 2 shouts rang out in quick succession, followed by a commotion. Chen Yu turned to see someone sprinting toward them, clutching a bag in a most disheveled posture. The market was still fairly crowded, but everyone cowered to the sides, unwilling to get involved. Human nature, understandable. But this inadvertently cleared a path for the thief. Originally, the environment made it hard to run fast, but now he sped up, charging straight ahead. Chen Yu didn't want to get involved either, but he feared the thief might hurt his daughter. So he took 2 steps forward, blocking the path the thief had to take. "Get out of the way." Seizing the moment, Chen Yu extended his right leg to trip him. With a whoosh, the guy flew through the air. His momentum carried him through the air in a perfect arc, sending him flying several meters. As the man struggled to get up, Chen Yu rushed forward and pinned him down. His enhanced strength was astonishing. No matter how hard the man struggled, he couldn't break free. A police officer who had been buying groceries ran over. After identifying himself, Chen Yu handed the thief over to him. As the thief thrashed, a gleaming dagger fell from his grasp. Chen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he'd subdued him in an instant. If the thief had managed to draw the knife, things wouldn't have been so straightforward. "Daddy!" Chen Yu scooped Nua into his arms, ruffled her soft hair, and comforted both little ones. The policeman patted his shoulder. "Good work, kid. Hey, it's only right to act on principle." The officer gave him a puzzled look. "I wasn't talking about heroism. I meant you're quite capable having 2 daughters at such a young age." The surrounding crowd caught on, bursting into applause and cheers. Many pulled out their phones to record the scene. "Should we go to the hospital to get checked out? I can drive you there." Chen Yu shook his head. "I'm fine. No need." "Are you sure? What if you're hurt somewhere?" As they spoke, a girl in a light yellow dress ran over, holding a little boy's hand. The girl was cute, with a hint of baby fat. Running in high heels must have been quite a struggle. Thank you. She clasped her hands together and thanked Chen Yu. "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my bag." Her voice was slightly breathless, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Chen Yu felt she looked familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. "Is this your bag?" the police officer asked. "Yes, it's mine. After a brief verification, he returned the bag to the girl. After repeatedly confirming that Chen Yu didn't need to go to the hospital, he took the thief back to the police station. Once the girl caught her breath, she introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Bai Ying. I brought my little nephew out for a walk today and unexpectedly encountered a thief. Thank goodness you stopped him for me." Bai Ying looked like a young girl, but she spoke with remarkable poise and confidence, free of any girlish affectation. She was a minor celebrity who had just wrapped filming on a project. She was visiting her sister for a few days and taking the opportunity to see her little nephew. She certainly hadn't expected to encounter a thief. As for why he targeted her, it was likely because of her meticulous makeup and the expensive bag slung over her shoulder. A girl with a child in tow, no chance she could fight back. The thief was blinded by greed. Chen Yu smiled. "Hello, I'm Chen Yu. This is my daughter Nuonyuo and Ruanwan." Glancing down at the little boy, he realized it was none other than Wang Xiaoming. Chapter 19, Off to set up a stall with Daddy. This world really is a small place. Bai Ying was indeed adorable, but to him, she was merely a passing beauty. There was only one woman in his heart, Miss Su. What an adorable little girl. Bai Ying crouched down and gently pinched Nuonuo's little cheek. She tried to pinch her soft cheeks again, but Nono backed away 2 steps to avoid her, her gaze filled with hostility as she looked at Wang Xiaoming. Bai Ying caught her gaze and shot Chen Yu a questioning look. Usually swamped with filming, singing, and commercial performances, she rarely got a break. She might only come home a few days a year. This was her first time meeting Nuonyuo and Ruanwan, so she was unaware of their conflict with her own nephew. Chen Yu never had much patience for bratty kids. Being young wasn't an excuse for bad behavior. They were all children. Why was his own daughter so well behaved? He decided to take this chance to explain the situation to Bai Ying. "Because I was working abroad before and didn't have time to come home and spend time with my daughter." Xiaoming might have said some unkind things, and that's how the 2 little ones ended up having a falling out. He casually made up the excuse about working abroad. He couldn't very well tell the truth, could he? Wang Xiaoming's face instantly darkened, his fingers clenching nervously at the hem of his shirt. It wasn't that he realized his mistake, he was scared. Scared of getting his bottom spanked by mom and dad when he got home. Having acted in films for years, Bai Ying had seen all kinds of people and was no fool herself. She instantly understood his meaning. Her mischievous nephew had probably told people he didn't have a father. What intrigued her more was Chen Yu's age. He looked only a few years older than herself, didn't he? Bai Ying quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. Xiaoming is such a troublemaker. I'll talk to his sister and make sure she keeps him in line." Wang Xiaoming tried to run away, but Bai Ying had already grabbed him by the collar. "Xiaoming, apologize right now." Reluctantly, but mindful of Bai Ying's presence, he bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." Nuo patted his head. "It's okay, I forgive you." Ruanwan protested. "Chen Nuo, how could you forgive him?" "Huh? Well, I guess I'll forgive him then, or Ruanwan will get upset." Bai Ying and Chen Yu exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. Looking at her little nephew, Bai Ying wore an exasperated expression. Why did her sister have to give birth to such a little troublemaker? Couldn't she have had an adorable little girl like this? She vowed to have adorable children like Nuo and Ruanwan someday. No way was she having a little monster. "Ms. Bai Ying, I'll take the 2 little ones back now. Just call me Bai Ying." Miss sounds a bit odd. For a 20-year-old girl, that title did sound a bit odd. Watching Chen Yu's retreating figure, Bai Ying hesitated. She'd considered asking if he could drop them off on his way. But then she thought better of it. His wife might get jealous, right? Better to avoid any misunderstandings. "Auntie, you're the best. Please don't tell Mom." Wang Xiaoming pouted. Bai Ying's lips curved upward. "Flattery won't work. I'll tell your sister the moment I get home. You'd better be prepared for a spanking." She and Chen Yu shared one thing in common: neither of them liked bratty kids. The Mercedes pulled into the underground garage. Chen Yu grabbed the bags of groceries. Nuo walked ahead softly, while he followed behind. Thankfully, his enhanced physique made the weight manageable. After a few steps, he stopped, feigning exhaustion. "Daddy can't walk anymore. Who can carry me?" Nuonyuo immediately turned and ran over, wrapping her arms around Chen Yu's thigh and pulling with all her might like she was trying to uproot a radish. After a couple of tugs, she gave up. "Daddy, you're too heavy. I can't lift you." He glanced back at Ruanwan, who was strolling leisurely ahead, showing no sign of looking back. "Ruanwan, look, Nuonyuo came to carry me. Why won't you? Daddy isn't tired at all." "Alright, this little one saw right through me. Having a daughter this smart wasn't always a blessing. You couldn't even fool around with her." After lunch, Chen Yu began prepping ingredients. Making it fresh wouldn't be ready in time. He wasn't a professional chef. He'd prepare everything in advance so customers could take it home quickly. That meant he wouldn't have time to put the 2 little ones down for their afternoon nap. But they were very well behaved. They'd fall asleep on their own without any fuss. Chen Yu still felt a pang of guilt. He planned to take them to the park after returning from the stall as a way to make it up to them. Before heading out, Chen Yu applied sunscreen to the two little ones. Today's sun was still quite intense, and children's skin was delicate. Sunburn would be terrible.
Daddy, I'll help you put it on. Sure. Want to come over, softy? You two can each take one arm. Chen Yu said, holding out both arms.
Having two daughters was truly wonderful. No girl had ever received such special treatment.
See if it spread evenly? Nuonyuo gripped his arm and examined it closely, all spread out. Chen Yu hadn't planned on bothering his roommates.
But those guys started clamoring in the group chat at noon.
Old Chen, what time are we heading out to set up the stall? I'm all set and ready to go anytime.
Yeah, just tell us the time, and we'll head over early to wait. Chen Yu felt genuinely touched. These guys treated him like a real brother. When Chen Yu arrived, the three were already there.
Guys, you're here this early? No one acknowledged him.
Wang Guangtao and Lin Mao headed straight for the luxury car.
Holy crap, that's a Mercedes-Benz GLS. Over $1,000,000 after all the fees.
Yeah, looks like the top of the line model, too close to 1.5 million. Luxury cars always a man's favorite.
Meanwhile, Yang Shu headed straight for his two daughters. No, Ruei, good afternoon.
Nuonyuo, who quite liked the seemingly clumsy big brother, smiled and waved her hand.
Good afternoon, big brother.
Hearing the word big brother made Yang Shu's heart melt.
How could there be such an adorable little one?
Chen Yu must have saved the world in a past life. Chen Yu felt a bit helpless. Two of them were after the car, and one was after his daughter. Turns out he was the one who was superfluous. This food festival was government-sponsored in quite large scale, boasting over 100 stalls. The government had prepared everything. Once registered and approved, vendors could secure a temporary stall. Vendors were arriving steadily. Dozens had already lined up at the entrance, waiting to enter once things officially kicked off at 1 o'clock.
Old Chen, what number stall did they assign you? Number 68.
It was toward the back, but the number was auspicious. He quickly located the corresponding stall. A few people helped him unload his goods and carry them over to the stall.
Old Chen, did you make all these snacks yourself?
Not only were they beautifully colored and visually appealing, but they smelled delicious too.
Even through the plastic wrap, Wang Guangtao could smell the aroma. Yep, I followed recipes I found online. How many different kinds did you make in total? Probably 4 or 5 kinds. Chapter 20 says, Dad's egg tarts are so delicious. At the designated stall, my roommates helped arrange the snacks.
Neatly arranged, small and delicate, they looked incredibly appetizing at first glance.
The taste of the kids' meals aside, their presentation was absolutely top-notch.
Besides pizza and meat patties, he also baked some egg tarts.
All were foods you could grab and eat on the go.
Before arriving, he'd already given 1 egg tart each to Nuonyuo and Ruoruo. Both little ones loved them.
Wang and Lin, you two handle attracting customers. I'll help Chen with sales. Let's make Chen's stall the most popular one. Yang Shu quickly assigned tasks, though he had a personal motive. He wanted to spend more time with Nuonyuo and Ruannuan. No other reason. Those two little ones were just too adorable.
Lin Mao and Wang Guangtao didn't object. Throughout their 4 years at university, Yang Shu had always been like an older brother to them, and they were happy to follow his lead.
Wang Guangtao took a couple steps before turning back. Old Chen, I'm kinda hungry. How about an egg tart to tide us over? He'd been craving these snacks ever since he'd picked them up.
Not only did they look appealing, but they smelled delicious too. They were bound to be tasty.
Chen Yu quickly replied, help yourselves to whatever you want. Don't be shy.
With a good roommate helping him out, he was welcome to eat as much as he wanted.
Well then, I won't hold back. Wang Guangtao had been waiting for that invitation.
He grabbed an egg tart and popped it into his mouth. The rich egg flavor burst through his mouth, the baked custard exceptionally sweet and creamy. Generous amounts of eggs and milk made for a truly authentic taste, nothing like those dry, shriveled tarts from the bakery. The crushed pistachios mixed inside added a delightful texture, perfectly complementing the filling.
Delicious. Even Wang Guangtao, who wasn't particularly fond of sweets, couldn't help but exclaim. This egg tart was truly delicious. Unlike Wang Guangtao's bold bite that took half the tart, Lin Mao was far more elegant. He took only a small bite, closing his eyes to savor it fully. His tongue traced the custard and pistachio paste, their flavors blooming in his mouth. Old Chen, you really just learned this online? This is the best egg tart I've ever had.
I've been practicing non-stop these past few days, terrified mine wouldn't turn out well. He couldn't exactly say it was a reward from the system, but luckily his roommates didn't seem too suspicious. Wang Guangtao wasn't exactly reliable when it came to his words, but Lin Mao was a meticulous person who didn't praise others lightly.
If even he said that, Yang Shu couldn't resist trying one himself. Old Chen, I'll have an egg tart too.
Taking a bite, Yang Shu was instantly won over. He patted Chen Yu's shoulder and remarked, Old Chen, you're really putting in the effort for your two daughters.
You'll make a great dad someday.
Unaware of the system, he assumed Chen Yu had truly practiced day and night to perfect such delicious tarts.
He absolutely refused to believe anyone could make such perfect egg tarts on their first try. Daddy's a great daddy. Chen Yu suddenly chimed in. Yang Shu paused, then smiled and ruffled her hair. Nua's right. Your dad is a great dad now.
Wang Wangtao devoured an egg tart in 2 bites, still craving more, and his greedy hand reached for the pizza.
Smack!
Another hand smacked down on it, making him yank his own hand back in fright.
Yang Shu glared at him. You're addicted to eating, aren't you? We're here to help old Chen sell stuff, not to eat.
Wang Wangtao looked at Chen Yu with a pout, and it was hard to imagine a grown man could pull off such a pitiful expression.
Old Young, let him eat. A slice of pizza isn't going to cost us much.
He hadn't expected to make much money anyway. His main goal was to finish the task quickly. He'd only joined the food festival to prevent food waste. Wang Wangtao beamed as he grabbed a slice of pizza, then turned to attract customers.
Old Chen, I'm off too.
Lin Mao wiped his hands with a tissue and headed in the opposite direction.
The crowd at the entrance kept growing, mostly young people, along with parents bringing their kids.
It was a day off, and word of this large-scale food festival had drawn crowds from nearby areas eager to join the festivities. At exactly 1 o'clock, the crowd surged in, searching for stalls that caught their interest. Chen Yu's stall quickly drew customers: a little boy and his mother. The woman hadn't initially noticed the stall, but her son kept staring intently at the colorful pizzas and egg tarts, which finally made her stop.
Wow, that owner is really young, and he has 2 adorable daughters too. Having kids at such a young age? He probably just looks young.
After all, many people look younger than they are.
The woman concluded with a smile. Hey, boss, your snacks look amazing. Miss, these aren't just pretty, they taste amazing too. Want to try one?
Before Chen Yu could speak, Yang Shu jumped in to promote.
Don't let his usually clumsy demeanor fool you, he's pretty reliable when it counts.
That young lady made her heart flutter. Chen Yu had expected him to call her auntie or something.
Turns out he wasn't overthinking it.
During freshman military training choir rehearsals, he hesitated for ages before addressing a young female instructor and blurted out, "Auntie." The teacher's face visibly darkened. Then she punished his class with 5 extra practice rounds for poor coordination.
Who wouldn't call that retaliation? It seems Yangshu's emotional intelligence has skyrocketed over these 4 years of college. The little boy gazed longingly at the pizza. Mommy, I want to eat that.
These treats might not appeal to adults, but they're sure to attract kids.
The woman hesitated.
The egg tart pizzas looked pretty, but nothing special. Compared to them, she was more tempted by the flaming ice cream over there.
Miss, my dad's pizza is really delicious.
Please try it. The little one's soft, sweet voice paired with his adorable face instantly made the woman stop hesitating. Owner, give me 1 egg tart and 1 slice of pizza. The egg tart over there.
Nua winked mischievously at Chen Yu. Pretty clever, huh? It's gotta be Nuonuo. Chen Yu packed the egg tart and pizza. Nuonuo smiled and asked, Sis, you can add sauce to the pizza. What kind do you want? Son, what sauce would you like? The little boy glanced shyly at Chen Yu. Ketchup. Got it. Nono stood on her little stool, hugging the bottle and squeezing hard. The ketchup landed on the pizza. He clenched his little fist and waved it. Fist? Chen Yu instantly understood it was Baymax from Big Hero 6. He clenched his right fist, and the 2 fists, one big, one small, gently touched. Their fingers shot out one by one, fluttering in the air. Balalala. The woman sighed. Your child is so well behaved. Unlike mine, who just keeps getting on my nerves all day long. Nua really is well behaved.
Chen Yu smiled as he ruffled Nuonuo's hair, not forgetting to acknowledge Ruan on the other side.
Ruan is very well behaved too. Not at all.
Ruan clenched her little fist and muttered under her breath.
Chapter 21. Are you the new nanny Yuwei mentioned? The woman took the mashed potato tart, unable to resist its aroma, and took a bite.
The rich egg flavor mingled with the earthy potato aroma filled her mouth. The mashed potatoes were incredibly smooth, melting effortlessly on her tongue with just a light touch. As a bit of a dessert enthusiast, the woman had tasted many egg tarts, but never one as delicious as this potato tart. Young boss, are you a professional? This tart is better than many dessert shops' offerings. Chen Yu smiled without saying a word. He knew if he said he'd learned it online and only practiced for a few days, the other person probably wouldn't believe him, so he decided not to explain. The woman looked down at the little boy and asked, Son, is the pizza good? Yummy. The boy nodded vigorously. Mom, can we get another one? Having heard about the food festival here, the woman had deliberately brought her son during the holiday break. She never expected the very first place they tried would be so amazing. She pulled a star-shaped badge from her bag. Owner, I'm completely won over by your egg tarts. Here, take this. The organizers had given each visitor a badge to award to their favorite vendor. After the festival closed, the top 10 vendors with the most badges would receive extra rewards. Big brother, you can have mine too. The little boy stood on tiptoes to hand over his badge. Thanks, little man. Chen Yu accepted both badges and handed them to Nuonuo and Ruan respectively. Getting 2 badges right off the bat made him quite happy. It meant his snacks were popular. As for the final reward, Chen Yu wasn't particularly concerned. He'd come here specifically to earn the 8 major cuisine rewards. The woman packed up an egg tart and a slice of pizza before leaving with her son.
Old Chen, not a bad start. Yeah, we'll see how much we can sell today.
Customers trickled in steadily, and Chen Yu gradually got busier. After all, this was his first time running a stall. But with Yang Shu and his daughter helping out, he managed to keep up.
Hey, look how busy it is. Are you sure you don't want to join us?
Chen Yu was dressed casually, sunglasses shielding her eyes from the sun. She held up her phone, the video call showing Su Yuwei buried in a pile of documents.
No. Su Yuwei didn't even look up, flipping through a thick book. But there's so much delicious food. You'll really regret it if you don't come. Then you eat more. Su Yuwei's voice was cool and emotionless. Chen Yu, feeling rejected, pouted. Oh, okay then.
You just publish more papers and aim to get promoted to full professor sooner.
She snapped the video call off. She was a bit upset.
Her best friend was great in every way, but she took her work way too seriously. Seeing Su Yuwei burning the midnight oil at school these past few days, Chen Yu had wanted to bring her to the food festival to unwind. But she wasn't grateful for the gesture.
Was half a day really that much to ask?
Forget it, she's done with her. Since she was already here, this girl was going to try every single stall. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu balanced a steamed bun in her left thumb and a giant fried squid in her right hand as she strode toward the next stall.
Hey, boss, give me a.
She suddenly froze.
The two little girls behind the stall, could they be Nuonyuo and Wanwan? What would you like? Before she could finish, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. Chen Yu's attention wasn't on the food. She tentatively spoke up, Nuwa? Ruan? Who are you, sister? Nuonyuo blinked her big eyes, clearly not recognizing this older sister. Chen Yu placed the steamed buns and giant squid on the table, removed her sunglasses, and pouted, You don't recognize me with my sunglasses on? Sister's heart is broken. Sister Chen Yu. Nuonyuo hopped off the stool, circled the table, and threw herself into Chen Yu's arms. Such a good girl. Chen Yu pulled Nuonyuo close for a snuggle, then waved at Wanwan, come here for a hug from sister. The usually aloof Wanwan obediently walked over and threw herself into Chen Yu's arms. She held one in each arm, snuggling them close, left cheek pressed against right cheek. Chen Yu and Yang Shu exchanged puzzled glances. Only after Chen Yu had her fill of hugging did she turn her gaze toward Chen Yu. Before she could speak, Nuonyuo eagerly grabbed her hand and began introducing. Daddy, this is sister Chen Yu. She's so nice to Nuonyuo. Daddy? Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat at the address, and she scrutinized Chen Yu from head to toe. So he was Nuonyuo's soft-spoken dad. Which meant he was Yuwei's boyfriend. So he's been taking care of the two little ones these past few days. No wonder Su Yuwei was so evasive and dodged the question when I asked about the new nanny yesterday. Honestly, she was incredibly careless, entrusting her two daughters to a recent college graduate. How reliable could that be? The Su Yuwei she knew wouldn't do something like this. Hello, I'm Su Yuwei's best friend and also a professor at Lincheng University. What a coincidence, she introduced herself with a smile. Hello. I'm Chen Yu, Nono, and Wanwan's dad. No wonder Chen Yu looked familiar, he must have seen her on campus. With hundreds of full-time faculty at Lincheng University, it was perfectly normal not to recognize each other. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Chen Yu had heard from Su Yuwei that she'd gotten drunk and inexplicably slept with Chen Yu. Not only was she pregnant before marriage, but there hadn't even been a proper courtship. She wasn't sure what Su Yuwei's feelings toward Chen Yu were either. Did she see him as a boyfriend, as her daughter's father, or as a future husband? But judging by Nuonyuo's soft and affectionate demeanor, she seemed to like him quite a bit. Su Yuwei also seemed to have a favorable impression of him, otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted him with her daughter. She decided not to tip her hand just yet. She'd ask her best friend about it later. For now, they'd maintain their roles as boss and customer. She broke the silence first. Boss, what are your specialty items? Egg tarts, pizza, and beef patties, you should try them all. Nuonyuo tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve. Sis, I'll let you in on a secret, the pizza is the worst. You're the one who loves it the most, aren't you? Chen Yu smiled. Alright, boss, start with a slice of pizza for me. Nuonyuo scampered back to her little stool, cradling the sauce bottle. What sauce do you want, sis? Nuonyuo will help you. Alright, I'll take Nono's recommendation. Sauce squeezed onto the slice, Chen Yu lifted the pizza to her mouth. Delicious. The crust was baked to perfection, golden brown and crispy. The toppings were generous, and the seasoning was just right. Sis, how's it taste? It's delicious, Nuonyuo. Grab me another egg tart, will you? Chen Yu devoured every variety in one go, and honestly, each one was delicious. He was handsome and his baking was superb. If it weren't for Su Yuwei, she would have seriously considered making a move. Sis, can you give the stars to daddy then? You little rascal. Chen Yu poked Nuonyuo playfully and pulled out the badge. For daddy. Chen Nuo handed it over with a smile, her face beaming for praise. Thanks, Nuonyuo. Chen Yu pinched her little cheek. Chapter 22, You're already putting out the lovey-dovey stuff when he's not even here? Boss, pack me an extra portion of each. I'll take them with me. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, swiftly bagging and packing the items. Is this for Ms. Su? She's probably still busy with her thesis, right? Oh right, it's for Yuwei. Chen Yu felt a bit awkward. She had originally planned to eat it herself, but since Chen Yu had already said it, arguing back would just make her seem unromantic. Best friends, right? It doesn't matter who eats it. Then I'll give you a few extra. Thanks a lot. Chen Yu didn't stop him, smiling as she watched him pack up the egg tarts and pizza. Yuwei, I hope you don't mind me borrowing your name? After all, we're best friends. Chen Yu handed her the bag. Ms. Su probably forgets to eat when she gets busy. Remember to remind her to eat on time. Okay. Chen Yu paused in surprise. Was this guy really just a recent college graduate? Shouldn't guys his age be more carefree? How come he seemed so mature it was almost unreal? No, softy, I'll be off now. Bye, big sister. After waving goodbye to the little ones, Chen Yu didn't rush off. Instead, she found a spot to observe discreetly. Chen Yu remained warm and welcoming to guests, even taking the time to play with the two little ones and nurture their emotional connection. Nuonyo and Ruerue seemed quite close to him too. He was worlds apart from the scumbag image she'd imagined. He seemed more like a diligent, thrifty, gentle, and considerate man. She didn't care about Chen Yu's earning potential anyway. Her best friend was loaded, with enough money to last several lifetimes. As long as he could take good care of Yuwei and the two little ones, that was enough. For her best friend's happiness, she'd have to observe him more closely. Chen Yu stuffed a slice of pizza into her mouth and turned to head home. Cough, I'm choking. Wang Guangtao walked over, unscrewed the cap, took a big gulp of water, and grabbed another slice of pizza. Yang Shu asked, why aren't you soliciting customers anymore? Old Yang, you're such a capitalist. At least let me have a sip of water. Wang Guangtao took a bite of pizza. Was that Chen Yu from our school earlier? Chen Yu looked puzzled. You know her? You don't know her? Chen Yu shook his head. Why did it seem like everyone knew her except him? Was it really because he'd been such a homebody during his 4 years at university? Despite being handsome and academically gifted, Chen Yu had been quite the homebody at school. While others were busy looking for girlfriends, he holed up in his dorm room playing video games. Not only did he dislike crowds, but he also harbored a crush at first sight. After seeing Su Yuwei, all other beauties seemed like mere cheap makeup. Chen Yu was ranked 4th on the beautiful teachers list. She's the campus goddess in so many people's eyes, and you don't even know her? Wang Guangtao looked utterly shocked. What the hell? These campus beauty rankings, hot teacher rankings, all sorts of ridiculous lists, aren't those just things you find in novels? What legitimate university would actually compile such nonsense? Though he wanted to rant, Chen Yu couldn't help asking, who's number 1? Teacher Su? Wang Guangtao glanced at him. If I told you it wasn't. Then this list has no credibility, just a wild, unofficial one. Chen Yu replied immediately. Even though he had no interest in these bizarre rankings, if one existed, Su Yuwei should undoubtedly be number 1. You're something else. She's not even here, and you're already throwing dog food around. Yang Shu slapped Chen Yu on the shoulder. I think old Chen's right. You should put your girlfriend at the top of the list. So where's your girlfriend? Wang Guangtao shut him up with a pointed retort. Though Yang Shu wasn't particularly handsome, he was tall and had a good personality. He should have been able to find a girlfriend. But his emotional intelligence was, well, let's just say he mostly got the friend zone card. Finished resting? If you're done, let's get back to picking up customers. You're taking this chance to get back at me. Old Chen never even pushed me like this. Chen Yu chuckled. They'd spent their entire 4 years of college bickering and teasing each other like this. Maybe someday they'd go their separate ways and lose touch, but at least for now, they were happy. The afternoon flew by, and Chen Yu's stall had the highest sales in the area. This success stemmed from multiple factors. His roommate's enthusiastic hawking, the visually appealing and delicious food, his own good looks, and the cuteness of the two little creatures. All played a crucial role in drawing in customers. These translated into star badges, passing from customers' hands to his table. Seeing the badge pile growing into a small mountain, Chen Yu felt a real sense of accomplishment. It meant they had earned recognition. The food festival ended at 5 o'clock, followed by the awards ceremony. Staff walked past each stall, recording the number of badges earned. When they reached Chen Yu's stall, they were stunned. They hadn't seen such a massive pile anywhere else along the way. If not for the constant supervision, he might have suspected Chen Yu of cheating. In contrast, the vendors on either side looked pitiful. Their badge counts were nowhere near his level. Hey, handsome, your booth is practically guaranteed a top 3 spot, the staff member said with a smile after carefully verifying the badge count. The young man selling herbal tea nearby curled his lip. What's there to be proud of? He's just relying on having 2 cute daughters. If I had 2 daughters, I wouldn't be stuck running this stall. Wang Guangtao and Lin Mao had returned, leaning against the table and gulping down water. Though it wasn't scorching today, summer sun was still blinding. Both men were drenched in sweat. You guys worked hard. Let's find a place to grab a bite. Next time, old Chen, Yang Shu shook his head. You still have to take care of Nuonyuo and Ruan.
Yeah, we're brothers, no need to be so formal.
That was true.
They definitely want some beer with their meal, and bringing the girls along wouldn't be appropriate.
Let's do it when Teacher Su has time, Wang Guangtao chuckled. Wait, shouldn't I call her sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? We haven't even gotten married yet.
Yang Shu said solemnly, Old Chen, you really need to hurry up with this.
It's not just for you, but for Nuonyuo and Ruan too. Chen Yu nodded. I understand.
Of course he wanted to marry Su Yuwei, hold a proper wedding ceremony, raise their 2 daughters together, and grow old with her.
But this wasn't something he could decide alone. He had no idea if Su Yuwei would be satisfied with his behavior after she returned. The loudspeaker's voice interrupted his thoughts. All vendors, please assemble at the podium immediately. The rankings will be announced shortly. Let's go, Nuonyuo and Ruan.
Chen Yu led the 2 little ones ahead, his roommate trailing behind. Old Chen, with the number of badges you've got, you're guaranteed first place. His main goal had been achieved. Whether he secured a ranking or not didn't really matter to him.
Chapter 23, Nuonyuo loves daddy most. In just one afternoon, they sold around 200 portions.
It wouldn't take a month to complete the 300 copy task and earn the 8 major cuisine rewards.
The pace was surprisingly brisk.
The crowd gathered before the podium, awaiting the final results.
Ahem. The event organizer cleared his throat. In this blazing summer season, we gather here. After a bunch of meaningless drivel, he announced the final rankings.
First place goes to stall 37, second place to stall 68.
Let's congratulate these top 10 vendors. Please come up to the stage in order to receive your awards. Daddy, we're second place. Nuonyuo shouted excitedly. We're second place.
Chen Yu lifted Nuonyuo into his arms, thoroughly satisfied with the ranking. His roommates, however, seemed less than thrilled.
Ah, only second? I thought we could win first. With all those votes, we still didn't win? How many badges does it take to get first place?
I seriously suspect foul play. Old Chen got screwed by the system.
Chen Yu understood their frustration. After working all afternoon, they naturally wanted first place. Alright, guys, second place is good enough. Please welcome stall number 68 to the stage to receive their award. Chen Yu looked at his roommates. Let's go up together.
Without you guys, we wouldn't have gotten this ranking.
Yang Shu said, you take your daughter up.
We'll stay out of the limelight.
Wang Guangtao and Lin Mao nodded in agreement.
Chen Yu carried Nuonyuo in his arms and led Ruan by the hand onto the stage.
Wow, who knew our booth 68 owner was such a hands-on dad?
As Chen Yu approached, the host added, wait, make that a young, handsome dad. The crowd erupted in laughter. Traditionally, I should ask how it feels to win, but...
The host changed tack. I'd like to switch to a different question. You're only in your early 20s, right?
Having 2 adorable daughters at such a young age, I bet a lot of people are jealous. His gaze swept the audience, and immediately several people shouted out.
Forget 2, even 1 daughter would make me green with envy. I'd trade a mountain of gold and silver for just 1 daughter. Seriously?
If you really offered, I'd take it. My girl's just too rebellious. A middle-aged man murmured. Seeing everyone staring at him, he quickly ducked his head.
Another wave of laughter erupted. So my question is, what is it like being a dad?
The host held the microphone toward him and asked solemnly.
The crowd fell silent, turning their gaze toward Chen Yu, waiting for his answer. Chen Yu froze for a moment. He had never considered this question. Or rather, he'd never imagined having 2 daughters, especially in such a dramatic way. Nuonyuo and Ruan were watching him too, even if they couldn't fully grasp the meaning behind the question.
Chen Yu reflected on the events of the past few days. Just days ago, he was a college graduate, preparing to find a job, ready to be a hard-working ox or horse, toiling just to put food on the table. Then Su Yuwei and the 2 little ones had barged into his life, unreasonable and without giving him a moment to prepare. After just a brief encounter, he knew Nono and Ruan were his daughters. This bond, etched into his blood and unbreakable. He was learning bit by bit how to be a father, how to interact with his daughters. Honestly, he had to thank the system for this. Otherwise, he'd probably still be floundering around, right? Chen Yu leaned closer to the microphone. Being a dad for the first time, I'm thrilled. I've made plenty of mistakes, but thankfully both my daughters are adorable and well-behaved. No matter what, I'll do my absolute best to grow alongside my daughters. Loud applause erupted, with cheers rising from the crowd. His roommates murmured in admiration. Bro, being a dad really changes you. Now you're speaking like a pro. Come on, our Chen has always been articulate. But he really has matured a lot. Probably because of the responsibilities of fatherhood. The host held up the microphone. Well said. That truly captures a father's heart. Little guy, you want to speak too? Nuonyuo had been tugging at the host's sleeve, so he paused and held the microphone to the child's mouth. Little one, what do you want to say? Nuonyuo took a deep breath, his little face turning bright red. Then, with the loudest voice he could muster, he shouted, "Daddy's the best. I love Daddy." The host felt like someone had placed a megaphone right next to his ear. How could such a tiny girl have such a loud voice? Chen Yu was so moved he couldn't find words, only lowering his head to kiss Nuonyuo on the forehead. He truly hadn't expected his little girl to say something like that.
Way to go, Nuonyuo. Daddy spoiling you hasn't been in vain.
The audience below the stage had long been won over by this little one. This was the very reason they wanted children.
Many men watched Chen Yu with eyes filled with envy mixed with jealousy. Did this guy save the world in a past life?
That's why he has such an adorable daughter, a true little cotton jacket that keeps him warm.
Why does my own little cotton jacket let the wind blow through everywhere? Alright, young lady, your voice is loud enough. How about considering becoming a soprano? Like Han Yalaso.
The host improvised a quick impression, drawing laughter from the entire audience.
Truly a professional host, his stage presence is unmatched. Now, please welcome Mr. Huang Wen from the organizing committee to present the second place medal and prize money.
The second place prize consisted of a medal and 10,000 yuan in cash. Chen Yu accepted it and posed for photos with the organizers.
With one daughter in each arm, the camera clicked to capture the moment.
After stepping down from the stage, his 3 roommates gathered around.
Old Chen, is that medal real? Yang Shu teased, why don't you try biting it? Wang Wangtao grabbed it and bit down, ouch. Can't bite through it. Must be real, right?
Lin Mao analyzed, pure gold has low hardness if it leaves teeth marks, it's real. But most gold nowadays is alloyed with other metals, so this method won't work.
Now that's what I call professional. Chen Yu didn't expect it to be real gold anyway, just a souvenir. Hello, Mr. Chen.
A voice sounded from behind him. He turned to see the person who had won first place, with significantly more votes than himself.
Here's my business card. Interested in working at our hotel, specializing in pastries?
The card belonged to a nationwide chain of 5-star hotels, and the man was their executive chef.
An executive chef entering the competition? That was a total game changer. No wonder he'd lost to him. Chen Yu smiled. Thank you for the offer, but I need to take care of my daughter right now. I'm afraid I won't have the time. No worries. Your daughter comes first, of course. If you change your mind, feel free to reach out anytime. Chapter 24, The Little One Suffers Heatstroke, Activating the Spiritual Field Space.
The children's menu included some pastry and dessert recipes, but they fell far short of what a star-rated hotel demanded.
Classic pastries like osmanthus cakes and phoenix tail pastries weren't even included in the recipes.
He'd be caught off guard if asked to make them. Besides, he had no intention of becoming a chef. That was backbreaking work, it wouldn't even leave him time to spend with his daughter.
He could easily make money by copying a few fairy tales and a handful of songs.
There was absolutely no need to take on such grueling work as a chef. With a few leftover egg tarts and pizza slices, Chen Yu gave them to the sanitation workers before heading home with his daughter. Nono and Ruerue, play by yourselves for a bit.
Dinner will be ready soon. Chen Yu didn't pause to rest.
He washed his hands and headed straight to the kitchen to cook. He'd gotten home a bit late and couldn't let the 2 little ones go hungry.
While he was cooking, Wan suddenly appeared at the kitchen door. Wan, go outside.
The kitchen is full of cooking fumes.
Daddy, Nuonyuo seems sick.
Only then did Chen Yu notice the tear stains at the corners of Wan's eyes.
Don't worry, let's go check on her.
He quickly turned off the stove and hurried to the bedroom, where he found Nuonyuo lying on the bed. Her little face was flushed red, her eyelids drooping so she couldn't open them, and she had lost all the energy she'd had just moments before.
No, Daddy's here. Daddy.
She struggled to open her eyes, her voice weak and breathless. Chen Yu reached out to touch her forehead, it was burning hot.
It looked like heat stroke.
Even though today's temperature wasn't particularly high, he had applied sunscreen to the little one and kept her under the large umbrella while setting up the stall.
Yet, she still ended up with heat stroke. A child's constitution really can't compare to an adult's. Nuwa, how do you feel right now? My head feels so hot. I'm weak, thirsty.
Nuonyuo's words came out in broken sentences. Chen Yu recognized these as classic heatstroke symptoms. He quickly pulled out a thermometer from the first aid kit and tucked it under Nuwa's armpit.
No, hold it steady. Don't let it fall out.
The first aid kit also contained a digital thermometer, but it was unreliable, nothing compared to the precision of a mercury thermometer. Seeing Nuwa's flushed little face, Chen Yu felt an indescribable sadness welling up inside him. If he hadn't insisted on bringing the 2 little ones to the stall, none of this would have happened. The rewards weren't going anywhere, he'd been far too impatient. It was just a matter of taking a little longer to earn the reward for the 8 major cuisines.
Why had he been so impatient? Now look, the once lively little one was listless and sickly, all because of him. What an unfit father I am. Nuonyuo seemed to sense his emotional shift.
She placed her small hand on his wrist and forced a smile. Daddy, I really like going to the stall. Chen Yu felt a lump in his throat, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. He hadn't expected Nuonyuo to show no sign of blame at all. Instead, she was comforting him, even though she was clearly suffering herself.
Nuonyuo. 5 minutes later, the timer went off. Chen Yu quickly checked the thermometer.
Thankfully, it had just reached 38 degrees Celsius, indicating the little one had only mild heatstroke.
Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
If it had reached 40 degrees, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. He still needed to cool her down quickly.
A child's constitution was very different from an adult's.
Chen Yu dashed to the bathroom, grabbed a towel, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and placed it on Nuonyuo's forehead. Western medicine places a heavy burden on the kidneys.
Adults can handle it because their bodies can metabolize it on their own. But for children, it's much harder. Toxins can accumulate in their bodies. Therefore, the best approach was physical cooling.
He filled another basin with water, dampened another towel, and wiped Nono's arms. The evaporating moisture would draw away heat, and combined with the ice-cold towel, it should bring her temperature down quickly.
Nono, how do you feel? Cool and comfortable. Nuonyuo smiled, looking noticeably better.
It seemed the physical cooling method was working effectively.
Host's daughter detected as ill.
Reward, mastery of traditional Chinese medicine.
Spiritual field system activated. Rewarding several seeds.
Chen Yu felt darkness envelop his vision, dizzy and lightheaded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different world. Mountains were lush, waters clear, birds sang, flowers bloomed, a scene of ethereal beauty. Before him lay a neatly arranged spiritual field, a spring flowing gently, and the air filled with bright blue specks of light.
System, where is this?
This is the spirit field space.
It is abundant with spiritual energy.
The host may cultivate and harvest crops here, where growth rates are exponentially accelerated. The produce is pollution-free and possesses higher nutritional value. This space was quite impressive. Despite today's advanced technology, people's food has become increasingly unclean. Forget about all the additives. Even the fruits and vegetables grown today are riddled with pesticide and insecticide residues.
Why do they look so pristine, not a single insect in sight?
It's precisely because so many pesticides are used that even insects dare not touch them.
With this spiritual field, the little ones won't have to consume those pesticide residues.
Chen Yu opened the virtual warehouse to inspect the various seeds he'd acquired. Alongside common fruits and vegetables, there were also a few medicinal herb seeds.
Herbs for clearing summer heat and cooling the body. Found them. Honeysuckle, chrysanthemum, and mint. Honeysuckle has a mild medicinal nature, safe even for children to drink.
Chrysanthemum and mint were slightly stronger than honeysuckle, but since Nuonyuo was already 3 years old, a small amount would pose no problem. Thanks to his newly acquired knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he was thoroughly familiar with the properties of common medicinal herbs.
Chen Yu pulled seeds from the warehouse and planted them in 3 empty plots.
Immediately, the crop names, statuses, and maturity timers appeared in the air.
It really felt like playing a farming game. System, is there any way to speed up the maturation?
Even with spirit field acceleration, the herbs would still take a week to mature. He couldn't wait that long. Using virtual fertilizer can accelerate maturation.
3 bags of fertilizer are gifted to the host. He didn't have time to look up how to obtain the fertilizer. His top priority was to cool Nono down. He dragged out 3 bags of fertilizer and scattered them over the plants. Accompanied by an animation, the 3 herbs instantly matured. The herbs thrived, surrounded by scattered blue light orbs. A virtual sickle materialized harvest. The harvested herbs entered the warehouse. He extracted a portion before returning to the real world. Another flash of darkness, and he slowly opened his eyes. He had spent at least 5 minutes in the spirit field space, yet Nuonyuo Soft showed no signs of noticing anything unusual. It seemed that while in the spirit field space, time in the real world either stood still or flowed extremely slowly. Wan, Dad's still cooking dinner. Could you help look after Nuonyuo? Shen Wan nodded.
Take the towel and do as Daddy did just now. Dip it in water and wipe Nuonyuo's arms. Chen Yu handed her the towel and returned to the kitchen to prepare the herbs. Wan imitated him, dipping the towel in water and carefully wiping her arm.
Thanks, Ruanyan. Nuonyuo flashed a smile. What are you thanking me for? Chapter 25, Daddy's honeysuckle tea tastes so good.
Thanks for being so kind to me, Ruan.
Who's being nice to you? I just don't want to see you so upset.
Besides, I'll be your big sister sooner or later.
Ruan was all talk and no action.
Her words were sharp, but her actions were gentle. While wiping her face, she kept checking on Nuonyuo's condition, occasionally dabbing her little cheeks. Chen Yu walked into the kitchen where 3 types of herbs were already laid out on the table.
Honeysuckle, chrysanthemum, and mint could all be steeped directly in water, saving the time needed for drying.
After the water boiled, he added the honeysuckle and chrysanthemum, simmering them for over 10 minutes.
Finally, he added the mint and boiled it for a few more minutes.
This method preserved their efficacy and nutritional value. When Chen Yu carried the small bowl into the bedroom, Ruoroa was still wiping Nono's arms. Nearly 20 minutes had passed and the little one must have been exhausted by now, yet she hadn't stopped. Indeed, those who act aloof are often the kindest at heart.
The little one was no exception.
Chen Yu approached with the bowl in hand. You're such a good girl, Wan.
You want Nuonyuo to get better soon too, right? No way.
Wan shyly tossed the towel aside, as if it were something utterly embarrassing.
Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
He'd said it on purpose, just to see how Softy would react.
Su Yuwei's personality bore some resemblance to Wan's cool and aloof on the surface, but actually tsundere. His future interactions with Su Yuwei would likely follow a similar pattern to those with Wan.
The thought of making that aloof face flush with embarrassment still gave him a little thrill.
Chen Yu sat down, stirring his honeysuckle tea. Are you feeling any better, Nuonyuo?
Nuonyuo reached up and touched her forehead. Still a little warm. Drink some more of the soup Daddy made, and you'll be all better.
Chen Yu scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to cool it, and held it to her lips. It's not hot anymore. Try it.
Nuonyuo took a tiny sip, her eyes crinkling into a smile.
It's delicious. So sweet.
Worried the little one might not like it, he'd added a piece of rock sugar while cooking the soup to sweeten it for her.
If you like it, finish the whole bowl. You'll get better soon.
Spoonful by spoonful, he fed it to Nuonyuo until the small bowl was empty. Chen Yu touched Nuonyuo's forehead, making sure her temperature had completely dropped before feeling reassured enough to go cook. He checked on Ruerue again and gave her some honeysuckle tea too, just to be safe. After dinner, he sat down at the computer to continue his money-making endeavors. Though Su Yuwei wasn't short on money, taking good care of her would ensure a life of comfort. But he was still a young man in his 20s with a strong sense of pride. What kind of man relied on a woman to support him? Besides, he had the system. He might just earn more than Su Yuwei on his own. When that day came, shocking Su Yuwei and seeing her surprised little expression would be even more satisfying, wouldn't it? Chen Yu first logged into the translation platform. His previous translation job had been approved by the client, and the payment had already been deposited. On top of that, they'd even tipped him extra. Translation tasks required mastery of extensive specialized vocabulary. Even English majors found them challenging. That's why it was rare to find someone like Chen Yu who could translate both quickly and well. Some less qualified translators would take on the job anyway, producing messy translations that wasted time. Although the platform deducts a security deposit as compensation for the client. But the companies posting tasks here don't really care about that small deposit. What matters most to them is the quality and efficiency of the translation. That person posted another translation task and specifically requested him with a higher bounty. The platform allows designated rewards, you just pay extra. That's why you often see designated orders, which usually come with higher prices. As for why they don't go offline, it's because the platform strictly regulates this aspect. No contact information can be shared. If any such intent is detected, the platform immediately suspends the account. If everyone went offline, how would they earn their commission? Chen Yu decisively accepted the task. Then he logged back into the Totoro fairy tale website. He'd been writing Shook and Beta fairy tales for days. Most fairy tales were relatively short, a few hundred to a few thousand words at most, with the longest reaching only tens of thousands of words. This particular Shook and Beta tale was a whopping 1 million words, an enormous undertaking. It tells the story of Shook, a mouse who can fly airplanes, Beta, a mouse who can drive tanks, and the human boy Pipiloo. This pioneered the concept of writing fairy tales as episodic series, which significantly increased the scale of the stories. This approach also had an advantage: it allowed the author to divide Shook and Beta into multiple seasons. Even if he temporarily switched to writing other fairy tales midway, it wouldn't disrupt readers' experience. Chen Yu was surprised to find Shook and Beta featured prominently on the website's homepage recommendations. Over 100 comments had been posted, the vast majority positive. Only 2 or 3 negative reviews existed, and they all shared the same criticism. They claimed it wasn't a fairy tale, that the story's setting was too complex for children to understand. Such comments only made Chen Yu laugh. Take the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, for instance. It was once taken down after parents reported it for violence and gore. In reality, there were no violent or bloody scenes at all. Even if there were, it was presented in a cartoonish style that was hardly anything at all. Later, a very simplistic animated series aired utterly devoid of plot and heavy-handed with moralizing. He watched one episode and never touched it again. Kids are just young, they're not little darlings. The same principle applies to Shook and Beta. The tips and recommendation boats kept pouring in, all urging him to update more frequently. Some even said their son insisted on listening to it every night, otherwise he wouldn't go to sleep. This shows just how popular Shook and Beta are. He opened his QQ to ask the editor what was going on. Aren't authors usually notified about major promotions like this, so they can maintain a steady update schedule or add extra chapters? But when he opened it, he discovered the editor had actually sent him over a dozen messages. Author, are you there? Our work is performing exceptionally well, keep up the steady updates. Big shot, I secured a homepage feature for our fairy tale. Please update as much as possible. Are you busy? Please reply when you see this message.
Author, please reply to my message, I beg you. If Chen Yu hadn't been updating consistently, she'd have suspected he was about to disappear. Is this guy really this aloof? Chen Yu could clearly sense the editor's shifting mood from excitement and enthusiasm to frustration and despair. It wasn't that he deliberately ignored her messages, he had set them to require a tap to view. And he'd been too busy these past few days to even glance at his messages. Sorry. Been swamped with the little one lately, just saw your message now. He added an embarrassed emoji. On the other end of the screen, editor Su Yuwei was eating when she saw the message. She immediately put down her bowl, unable to finish her meal. Finally got a reply. What a relief. Chapter 26, Your significant other asked me to bring this. After sending over a dozen messages these past few days with no reply, she felt like a desperate sucker. If it weren't for the fact that the other person's fairy tales were exceptionally well written, showing real potential to become a top author, she wouldn't have been so proactive. After all, an editor's bonuses are tied to the author's performance. As a newly hired editor, she desperately needed to discover a few big names. Not only would it boost her performance metrics, but it would also serve as a flagship to attract more authors. Chen Yu was one promising prospect. Judging by his profile, he was barely in his early 20s, impossible to have children. She instinctively assumed the little one he mentioned referred to a pet. You're so kind-hearted, author. I just meant to remind you not to skip updates lately, try to post more often. It'll boost your recommendations. Chen Yu paused. What did caring for his daughter have to do with kindness? But he didn't press the point and agreed casually. Truthfully, he didn't need the editor's reminder, his daily updates consistently exceeded 6,000 words. The stories were already fully formed in his mind, writing them down required no effort at all. It was only because he had to care for his daughter that he didn't just churn out 10,000 words daily. Oh, by the way, author Sama, the editor-in-chief, approached me. If you keep writing this book well, there's a strong possibility it could be published as a physical book. I'll be sure to contact you when the time comes. Got it, thanks a lot. After a few more words, Chen Yu focused on typing away. That evening, after bathing the two little ones, it was time for the usual bedtime story. The difference was that Wanwan no longer tugged at the blanket to switch rooms. Instead, she lay quietly with Nuonyuo, listening to his stories. But little Nuonyuo, for some reason, wanted to go to sleep without brushing his teeth after eating candy. When he was little and tried to skip brushing, his parents would come up with ways to scare him. So Chen Yu crouched down, extending a finger that slowly wriggled like a worm. If Nuonyuo doesn't brush his teeth, little bugs will come out at night and nibble away at your teeth, just like this crunch crunch. At that, Nono's little face turned pale, and he was scared to tears. Nono will brush his teeth. Don't let the bugs eat Nono's teeth. Chen Yu hurriedly reassured him, as long as Nono brushes his teeth nicely, the bugs won't come. He wondered if he'd been a bit too scary with his story and resolved to be more careful in the future, especially with little girls who were afraid of bugs. Lying in bed, Nuonyuo hugged his arm. Daddy, what story will you tell me today? Chen Yu thought for a moment and decided to tell the story of the adventures of the Slob King. Another fairy tale by Zhang Yuanjie. It was much shorter than the stories about Shuk and Beta. He wanted to use this tale to teach Nuonyuo and Wanwan the importance of maintaining good personal hygiene. Once upon a time, there was a boy named King Slob. He never brushed his teeth or took a bath, and he wore the same clothes for a whole month without changing. The next morning, he had just finished dressing Nuonyuo and Wanwan when the two little ones dashed one after the other toward the bathroom. They carefully washed their faces, then picked up their toothbrushes and started brushing their teeth. Before, Chen Yu had to lead them through the process, so this was a big improvement over their usual routine. Nono and Wanwan, why are you so eager today? Nono mumbled with bubbles in her mouth. Nono doesn't want to be caught by the mouse. Chen Yu chuckled. Looks like yesterday's story worked wonders. The two little ones had been frightened by the fate of the Slob King. That's the beauty of fairy tales, teaching children lessons through stories instead of boring lectures. Then brush carefully. Daddy's going to make breakfast. Daddy, remember to brush your teeth too, or the mice will catch you. Alright, then Daddy will brush first, then make breakfast. At the breakfast table, Chen Yu poured each child a cup of warm milk. Nuonyuo and Ruei, how about Daddy takes you to the amusement park? He'd planned it all along, a reward for the two little ones helping him run the stall. For many kids, sitting still was incredibly difficult. But not only did these two not cause any trouble, they even helped set up the stall very obediently. They deserved a reward. The amusement park. Nuonyuo's eyes lit up. She imagined all the rides, the Ferris wheel, the carousel, and even the claw machines. Unfortunately, she wasn't old enough or tall enough for many of the rides. Every time she went to the amusement park, she envied the older kids riding the roller coasters. She wanted to grow up quickly so she could ride them too. Ruanwan didn't say a word, but the upturned corners of her mouth gave her away. She even lifted her cup to hide her smile. This little one. What kid wouldn't want to go to an amusement park? Don't rush. Eat slowly. Once you're done, we'll go to the amusement park. Little one should chew slowly, and carefully choking would be terrible. Daddy's the best. Linchun University.
Su Yuwei slipped off her black-rimmed glasses, closed the thick textbook, and rested her head on the desk. She hadn't slept all night and just wanted a moment's rest. Just moments later, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached her ears. It was Chen Yu. Though dressed simply, her beauty remained undeniable, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. Seriously, girl? Another all-nighter? Su Yuwei lifted her head and rubbed her eyes. Yeah. She was so exhausted she barely had the energy to speak. You're pushing yourself too hard. Would it really hurt to post it a few days later? She sat down, placed her shoulder bag on the table, propped her chin up, and stared at Su Yuwei. Delaying the paper a few days really wouldn't hurt. Su Yuwei's mindset was to get this task out of the way as soon as possible so she could return home to care for her daughter with peace of mind. She was a perfectionist. Once she started something, she had to see it through. Feeling uncomfortable under Chen Yu's gaze, Su Yuwei leaned back slightly. Why are you staring at me like that? Tsk tisk. Chen Yu sighed. How come people are so different? If I pulled an all-nighter, I'd look like a mess, but you seem completely unaffected. Su Yuwei's face betrayed her exhaustion, yet she remained strikingly beautiful. The faint shadows under her eyes and her tousled hair gave her an air of languid charm. Gone was her usual ethereal, otherworldly aura. Instead, she seemed more approachable. Chen Yu considered herself a pretty girl and was quite popular among students. Yet beside Su Yuwei, she felt like just another face in the crowd. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Ah, nothing. Chen Yu rummaged through her shoulder bag and pulled out a plastic container holding 2 egg tarts. Try one. Your boyfriend asked me to bring these for you. After leaving the food festival, she went straight home and devoured most of what she'd brought back in one sitting. By the time she realized it, only 2 egg tarts remained. Chen Yu swore it wasn't because she was greedy, it was simply that Chen Yu's baking skills were too good. Strange, how did a recent college graduate develop such exceptional skills? They were even better than the egg tarts sold at Kaifeng restaurant. My, that guy? Su Yuwei furrowed her brow. What are you talking about? Well, actually, I already knew. Chen Yu pulled her phone out of her bag. Chapter 27, expressing concern for a boy for the first time. Nuonyuo's dad is Chen Yu, right? He's a student at our Linchun University. How did you? Chen Yu cut her off. Just tell me what's going on first. Can't even your best friend know? Su Yuwei kept it secret not for any other reason, she just found explaining it too troublesome. But Chen Yu had already figured it out. Knowing her personality, she'd inevitably pry until she got to the bottom of it. Might as well just tell her. It was the day we took graduation photos. Nuonyuo and Ruanwan insisted on coming with me, so I brought them along. By the time I realized, they'd already taken the pictures. That's all there is to it. She pulled open a drawer and retrieved 2 graduation photos. One was of the class she taught, and the other was of Chen Yu's class. He was smiling happily while holding both daughters, the photo frozen in that very moment. Her bare hand brushed over the photo, pausing on Chen Yu's face. I see. Chen Yu nodded. So what's your attitude toward Chen Yu? I don't know. Su Yuwei fidgeted with her fingers. She and Chen Yu had ended up in bed together inexplicably, and it was hard to say there was any emotional foundation. While she had a favorable impression of him, it was nowhere near the level of boyfriend-girlfriend, let alone husband and wife. I think you've already fallen for Chen Yu. Don't say that. Su Yuwei froze for a moment before immediately protesting. Counting the times she'd secretly watched him at school, they'd barely met 10 times total. And that's supposed to be falling for him? Then why did you specifically ask for his class graduation photo? Chen Yu's lips curved upward. She knew her best friend all too well. If she wasn't interested, she'd reject them outright, just like all those guys before. All the flowers they sent ended up in the trash, utterly ruthless. Well, last night, when her coworker brought the graduation photos, she specifically asked for Chen Yu's class photo. As she looked at them, a pang of sadness washed over her. Why wasn't she in any of the photos? It's because I wanted to see Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. It has nothing to do with him. Do you really need photos of those 2 little ones at home? One more won't hurt. But this is a graduation photo. It's different. Su Yuwei felt her explanations were feeble and inadequate. She simply didn't want to admit it. The more she explained, the less sense it made, so she changed the subject abruptly. You said he asked you to bring the egg tarts. What's the story there? Seeing Su Yuwei's cheeks flush slightly, she knew the girl was embarrassed. Chen Yu decided not to tease her further and swiped through her screen to find the photo. Here, I took this at the food festival. In the photo, Chen Yu held Nuonyuo while the little girl squeezed sauce from a bottle onto a tomato. He took Nuonyuo and Ruanwan to run a stall at the food festival? Yep, and they were quite popular too. Su Yuwei frowned, feeling annoyed. She hadn't entrusted her 2 daughters to Chen Yu so he could take them to run a stall. What if the girls got heatstroke in this scorching heat? If he needed money, he could have asked her. Even without the family business, her income as an associate professor was more than enough to support the whole family. All he needed to do was take care of the girls. There was absolutely no need for him to set up a stall.
Su Yuwei opened her phone, intending to ask Chen Yu. A notification popped up.
Our city's third annual food festival at Xiande Plaza has concluded successfully.
Below are highlights from the event. Curiosity piqued, Su Yuwei tapped into the video.
It opened with drone footage showing a sea of people filling the square, hundreds of stalls lined up in rows, a truly spectacular sight. This was followed by several interviews with stall owners, who were asked about the dishes they prepared and their confidence in the festival. The video concluded with the closing ceremony and awards presentation. The first place winner was a middle-aged man, while second place went to Chen Yu. Holding the microphone, he shouted, "No matter what, I'll do my absolute best to be there for my daughter as she grows up." Su Yuwei couldn't help but curve her lips upward, letting out a soft chuckle.
Chen Yu's silly expression was actually kind of endearing.
Then she saw the host interviewing Nuanua, who shouted that she loved her daddy.
Su Yuwei's anger had mostly dissipated, replaced by a hint of jealousy. Wasn't the bond between father and daughter developing a bit too quickly? Nono had never once said she liked her in front of so many people, let alone called her softie. Seeing her best friend's expression, Chen Yu became even more certain that Su Yuwei liked Chen Yu. She just refused to admit it. Su Yuwei swiped her finger, and another video popped up. Handsome dad bravely fights off thugs, two adorable kids cheer him on. Handsome dad, two adorable kids. Could it be?
Though she had a premonition, Su Yuwei still gasped when she saw the video. He tripped the criminal with a swift kick, then pounced to subdue him in one fluid motion. The entire sequence was clean and decisive, lasting no more than a few seconds. Bystanders cheered and applauded. Wow, Chen Yu has got some moves. He must have trained for this. Chen Yu had slipped over unnoticed, peeking at her phone screen. Girl, your man is way too talented. Find a chance to marry him. Chen Yu loved watching the drama unfold, but Su Yuwei was focused on something else entirely. She found Chen Yu's contact info and sent him a message. Are you free right now? Chen Yu was driving his daughter to the amusement park when the message notification alerted him. He pulled over to the side of the road. Daddy, why did you stop all of a sudden? Nuonuo blinked her big eyes. Chen Yu pulled out his phone and smiled. I need to reply to your mom. She'll be worried if I don't. As for how he knew? He'd marked Su Yuwei as a priority contact. I'm free. What's up? Instant reply? Is this guy that free? Su Yuwei sent him the video of her fighting off the thugs. Chen Yu, you're quite the hidden gem. Who knew you had this in you? It's nothing. When you see injustice, you step up. It's what I should do. Before he could finish, Su Yuwei cut him off. You think I'm complimenting you? What if your recklessness had hurt my daughter? Chen Yu genuinely thought she was praising him. Only upon reading her words did he realize she was scolding him. Ms. Su, rest assured. Nuonuo and Ruerue are both fine. I'd rather get hurt myself than let anything happen to them. The moment she sent that message, Su Yuwei regretted it. She felt like she was being unreasonable. Acting bravely to help others was a good deed. Not only did she fail to praise Chen Yu, but she actually blamed him. It made no sense. She was just so worried about Nuonuo and Wanwan, terrified they might get hurt in the slightest. She really should have trusted Chen Yu more. Teacher Su, look, aren't the little ones just fine? Looking at the photo Chen Yu sent, the two little ones were smiling happily at the camera. She felt even more guilty. Too embarrassed to apologize, she hesitated before asking, You're not hurt, are you? Watching the typing indicator in the chat window, Su Yuwei's heart raced and her face felt hot. This was the first time she'd ever expressed concern for a boy. Chapter 28, The Little Rich Girl's Living Expenses. The typing message flashed repeatedly, but no words appeared for ages. Su Yuwei grew anxious. What's the deal? Is this question that hard to answer? But you couldn't blame Chen Yu. Nuonuo, hearing it was a message from mom, insisted on talking to her. He'd just calmed the little one down. Is Teacher Su worried about me? Seeing those words, Su Yuwei felt a pang of panic and quickly denied it. No, don't get the wrong idea. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Su Yuwei silently deleted the words "that's fine" and entered her password to transfer 10,000 yuan. Chen Yu counted it twice, making sure he hadn't misread it. It was indeed 4 zeros 10,000 yuan. Ms. Su, what does this mean? Living expenses. TSK, no wonder she's a little rich girl throwing down 10 grand for living expenses like it's nothing. Why bother striving? Isn't it better to just serve the rich lady well? Well then, thank you, Teacher Su. Su Yuwei hesitated. If you need money, just tell me. It's hot out, don't go setting up a stall. Rich girl's sister is absolutely right. I've got work to do. Take good care of Nuonuo and Ruanwan. Don't worry, Teacher Su. Su Yuwei put down her phone to find Chen Yu grinning broadly. Wow, the little rich girl's got some clout just casually handing out 10,000 yuan. It's for my daughter, not for him. I didn't even say anything yet. Isn't that exactly what you wanted to say? Su Yuwei lowered her head to flip through her book, refusing to look at her anymore. She feared another round of teasing from Chen Yu would make her blush again. Yuwei, don't you miss Nuonuo and Ruanwan?
Of course I do. Su Yuwei sighed. But I have to publish 3 papers every year, and I haven't even published one yet. Though her family's company could provide her with everything she needed, she had higher aspirations in academia. It had been her dream since childhood. Chen Yu considered it. If you don't have time, I could go in your place. Do what? I'll go check on Nono and Ruerue for you, see if Chen Yu qualifies as a dad. She swore it wasn't to score a free meal. Absolutely not. Fine. Su Yuwei agreed. Having her bestie keep an eye on things wasn't a bad idea. After Chen Yu left, she pulled out that graduation photo again. Gazing at the smiles of the father and his 2 daughters, she sighed silently. Huanqing was the second largest amusement park in Lincheng. Since it was a holiday, many parents had brought their children to play. Fortunately, Chen Yu had purchased tickets online in advance, so they didn't need to queue. He couldn't bear to make his daughter wait in line under the blazing sun. Learning from yesterday's experience, he bought Nono and Ruerue each a straw hat and a pair of small sunglasses. Dressed up so thoroughly, surely they wouldn't get heat stroke? Nono and Ruerue, let's take a picture. Chen Yu raised his phone. Nono mimicked what she saw on TV, extending her right hand to mimic a gun. Bang, bang, bang. With the straw hat and sunglasses, she actually looked like a little cowboy. Pretty cool. Click. The shutter sound rang out. Detected host taking photo of adorable child. Rewarding photography mastery. Another reward. Nono and Ruerue, stay still for a moment. Chen Yu quickly adjusted a few settings and pressed the shutter again. Comparing the 2 photos, the second one was indeed much better than the first. He was naturally a straight shooter when it came to photography, so this reward came at just the right time. He'd save it for taking photos of teacher Su later. This amusement park had separate ticket booths. You bought tickets for each attraction you wanted to ride, then used the tickets to access them. With Nono and Ruerue's height, there weren't many rides they could go on. Chen Yu decided to buy tickets for everything, letting them play to their heart's content all at once. After all, with the 10,000 yuan teacher Su just gave him, it would feel like a waste not to spend it. That's the perk of dating a rich woman. No need to worry about money. What do you want to ride first? Daddy will play with you until you're satisfied. Nuonyuo scanned the area and pointed at the carousel with her little finger. I want to ride that one. Alright, let's go play that one. After Chen Yu got their tickets, he helped each little one onto a horse. According to the rules, only 2 people could ride each horse, whether adults or children. He decided not to ride at all. Accompanying either daughter would inevitably upset the other. He couldn't bring himself to show favoritism like that. For parents with multiple children, the most crucial thing is to treat them equally. If you buy something, buy 2 of them. Never show favoritism. Otherwise, it could leave lasting emotional scars on the children. As for why Chen Yu knows this? Because he was the one who grew up being treated differently. Perhaps because he was the older brother and a boy, the family always favored his younger sister more. It's not that his parents were bad people, but young Chen Yu could clearly sense their partiality. Though he grew up healthy, that doesn't mean it didn't affect him. No, softy, hold on tight. Don't let go under any circumstances. Got it, Dad. The 2 little ones answered in unison, clinging tightly to the wooden horse. The rocking horse spun to the music. Chen Yu wasn't idle either. Leaning against the railing with his phone raised, he snapped several candid shots. Both daughters beamed with joy. Childhood happiness was that simple. After one full rotation, Nuonyuo still seemed reluctant to stop, her little head turning back repeatedly. Chen Yu sensed her desire. Want to go again? Daddy will buy tickets. Nono thought for a moment and shook her head. Daddy, let's go play the next one. The carousel was enclosed by a circular railing with a small gate for entry and exit. The doorway was narrow, so when there were many people, they had to line up. And there was only one gate, the same one used for both entering and exiting. A bunch of kids were all squished together. One very young girl got pushed so hard she started crying, wiping her tears with a look of pure misery. Parents leaning over the railings felt so sorry for her they hurried to comfort her, telling her not to cry. It must be said that this design is quite unreasonable. At the very least, they should have 2 gates, right? Chen Yu stepped aside to avoid the crowd of parents. He waved to his daughter, Nuonyuo, Ruoro, come over here. The 2 little ones were obediently waiting in line. Hearing him, they scampered over on their little legs. Daddy! Come on, Daddy will carry you out. He didn't want Nuonyuo and Ruanwan to get jostled by the older kids. Chen Yu stretched out his arms, cradling both Nono and Ruanwan at the same time. The airplane is taking off. Ruanwan clung fearfully to his arm, while Nuonyuo burst into loud laughter. Take off. Drawing glances from everyone nearby. Chen Yu exerted himself, lifting them out with effortless ease. Thanks to his enhanced physique, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he'd never have dared to play like this. The other children watched with envy, eagerly reaching out their arms for their parents to lift them. This proved quite taxing for those parents, whose glances toward Chen Yu brimmed with astonishment and resentment. Awe at his strength. A 3-year-old girl weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Lifting a child was far harder than lifting dumbbells. And with the railing so high, carrying one in each arm showed incredible strength. Chapter 29, Picnicking with Daddy on the Grass.
You'd never guess it from his delicate, fair appearance.
Why couldn't you just wait in line like everyone else? Now look, they have to bring their kid out too.
Seeing the eager look in his own child's eyes, he had no choice but to push through.
Come on, son, Daddy'll carry you.
The little chubby kid raised his arms, his face full of anticipation.
The man strained with all his might. Ouch, my back.
He didn't manage to lift the child and ended up twisting his own back.
The little chubby kid grumbled, Dad, are you even capable? Look at other dads. You little brat. It's all because you're too fat. Time to lose some weight.
The scene unfolded like a textbook display of fatherly affection and filial piety, drawing laughter from the other spectators. If their child wasn't too heavy, some strong fathers could still manage to lift them over.
But their form wasn't pretty, nothing like Chen Yu's effortless grace. The kids were a bit disappointed.
This wasn't like flying at all, it was clearly uncomfortable.
For kids like little Chubby, there was simply no solution, he was genuinely too heavy to lift.
Meanwhile, Chen Yu, the instigator of it all, had already taken his daughter away, ready to tackle the next attraction. There weren't many rides suitable for their height, just Jungle Adventure, Mouse Dash, and a few others. His two daughters, however, were having a blast.
Kids are easily satisfied, after all.
As they passed the roller coaster,
Nuonyuo stopped in her tracks, staring longingly. Daddy, I really want to ride that one.
Chen Yu couldn't figure out why the little one wanted to ride the roller coaster. He'd never dared ride one since childhood, and still didn't dare as an adult.
Nuonyuo, the amusement park has rules. Let's come back when we're a little older, okay? Nuonyuo nodded obediently. When I grow up, Daddy will sit with me.
Sure, we'll sit together. Chen Yu agreed casually. After all, it would be ages before she grew up. Turning to look at Ruan, he saw her staring at the roller coaster, her expression looking rather grim. She looked terrified.
Right, that's the reaction a kid should have.
Why ride a roller coaster?
Wouldn't a carousel be much nicer?
Soon it was noon, and Chen Yu suddenly heard her stomach growl.
He crouched down and asked his two daughters, you two little ones, whose tummy is growling? Ruan turned her head away, acting all proud, not me. Nuonyuo looked a bit embarrassed. Daddy, I'm hungry. Alright, let's go eat then.
Chen Yu had already planned to eat out and had prepared lunchboxes in advance.
He had no intention of eating at the amusement park's restaurants.
The food was overpriced and mediocre, and you'd have to wait in line forever. A large lawn stretched across the center of the amusement park, where many people were sitting. Chen Yu led Nuonyuo and Ruan over, found a shady spot under a tree, and sat down, ready for a picnic.
Nuonyuo, Ruan, help Dad pull that end. Chen Yu spread out the tablecloth and arranged the food on it. Sandwiches, sunny-side-up eggs, vegetable salad, milk, snacks. He wiped the little one's hands clean with disinfectant wipes. Alright, you can eat now.
Nono was starving and couldn't wait. He grabbed his sandwich and took a big bite. Yum. Many parents brought their kids out to play, but few prepared lunch.
On one hand, they felt it unnecessary. Aren't there restaurants in the amusement park? Just grab a bite anywhere.
On the other hand, it's just plain lazy.
Going out to play is supposed to be relaxing. Preparing packed lunches is too much hassle.
The sight of the three of them tucking in heartily quickly drew the attention of other children. Seeing them eat so heartily made their mouths water. A little boy tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mommy, I want to eat that.
Mommy will take you to the restaurant later.
It's much better than theirs. Even as she said this, she couldn't help but feel a bit tempted herself.
Chen Yu's skill at making kids' meals was something the amusement park restaurants couldn't hold a candle to.
While the three were eating, a little girl approached.
Dressed in a pretty skirt, she didn't dare get too close, standing a few steps away.
Nono chewed her sandwich and turned her head to spot the girl.
Her small hand tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve. Daddy, look.
The girl looked about 3 or 4 years old, with no parents in sight.
Had she gotten separated from her parents?
Chen Yu wanted to approach her but feared scaring the little girl.
Nuonyuo, do you want to offer her a piece of sandwich?
He'd made extra and cut the sandwiches into smaller portions, so there was plenty to go around.
Yes. Nuonyuo nodded and walked over with the sandwich.
She wasn't a selfish child, she knew good things should be shared. The little girl watched Nono approach with wide eyes, looking a bit surprised.
Nono quickly reached her and handed over the sandwich. Here you go.
My dad made this sandwich, it's super delicious. The little girl hesitated, but seeing Nono's smile, she took it.
Holding it in both hands, she took a tiny bite. It's really delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she was instantly won over by Chen Yu's culinary skills.
Watching the two little ones getting along so well, Chen Yu felt deeply gratified. Once both daughters started kindergarten, they'd inevitably make more friends. Nuonyuo had nothing to worry about. She was a little sun herself, radiating energy everywhere she went.
Who wouldn't adore such a delightful little ray of sunshine?
As for Ruan, there was really no need to worry either.
Proud and aloof people might not have many friends.
But those who become friends with them are truly sincere and loyal.
Mumu. An elderly man approached, calling out as he walked.
The little girl heard the call and immediately turned to run toward him. Grandpa. She threw herself into the old man's arms, whispering something softly. Seeing the old man approaching, Chen Yu quickly stood up. The two men extended their hands and shook. The old man had a scholarly demeanor, a kind smile, and his hair was combed meticulously. He looked like a retired teacher. "Thank you for the sandwich. I brought my granddaughter out for a walk and wanted to rest against the tree for a moment. Who knew I'd fall asleep? I'm getting old." He then had the little girl thank Chen Yu as well, and she was very polite. "No need to thank me, sir. It's just a sandwich." He packed 2 sandwiches to give to the little girl. The old man couldn't refuse and accepted them, thanking him repeatedly. After lunch, drowsiness washed over them. Chen Yu decided to lie down on the grass with his 2 daughters for a nap. "Daddy, Mommy never lets us lie on the ground," Nuo whispered. Chen Yu ruffled Nuo's hair. "It's okay. When we get home, Daddy will wash your clothes clean and give you a bath. Kids should be carefree and free as birds. What's wrong with rolling around on the ground?" When he was a kid, he loved playing soccer with friends in the rain. By the time he got home, his clothes and pants were filthy beyond recognition. Of course, that always earned him a scolding from his mom. If she was in a bad mood, he might even get a slap. But he never lost his enthusiasm, he kept going no matter what. Chapter 30. The sense of accomplishment comes from his daughter's admiration. The freshly trimmed lawn gave off a fresh scent, and the crisp chirping of birds filled the air as the father and 2 daughters lay close together, dozing for a little while. The sun was perfect, its warmth gently caressing their skin. After waking up, they prepared to head home. As they approached the amusement park entrance, Wan suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed to the left. Chen Yu followed her gaze and saw several stalls lined up together. They were the kind of stalls offering small games. Ring toss, darts, shooting gallery hit a certain number to win prizes. Did Wan want to play these games, or did she want the stuffed animals on the display rack? Uncertain of her preference, Chen Yu asked, "Want to try darts?" "Yes." Nuo agreed immediately. There wasn't a single game this little one didn't want to try. Chen Yu led his daughter to the booth. "Hey, how do these darts work?" The vendor, a middle-aged woman, beamed at the sight of the 2 girls. 10 yuan gets you 5 throws. The more you hit, the better the prize. Seeing how adorable these girls are, I'll give each one an extra throw. It seemed generous, but the vendor had already planned ahead. The balloon board was positioned far from the dart throwing area, the girl's strength wouldn't reach it. Even if she got 5 extra throws, it wouldn't matter. She loved customers like these people who brought little girls to spend money. You might think you're getting a good deal, but business owners never lose out. Chen Yu understood her scheme but said nothing, buying around for both Nuo and Wan. "Wan, look at that balloon. Aim for it and throw hard." Wan threw a dart, but it lacked force and fell to the ground halfway through its flight. The next few shots were the same. The 3-year-old girl wasn't much taller than the table and couldn't throw that far. Softa's aim is spot on, but she needs a bit more strength. Give it some oomph. Wan gripped the dart, mustered all her strength, and hurled it with a whoosh. The dart traced a perfect arc and embedded itself in the wooden board. Unfortunately, it landed right between 2 balloons. This was the second major pitfall of the dart game. Don't be fooled by the dense cluster of balloons on the board. It might seem like you could hit one anywhere. In reality, it's easy for the dart to land in the gaps. The owner was a bit surprised by the soft touch, but still beamed with a smile. "What a shame. You were so close. Want to try another round? You'll definitely hit one this time." Both daughters looked a bit disappointed. This was the moment Dad needed to step up. "Owner, give me another 10 yuan worth. I'll give it a shot. No extra darts for adults playing." The owner handed him a bucket of darts, still unfazed. This game required skill. Those unfamiliar with the technique wouldn't hit the target so easily. Nono and Ruerue, watch Daddy. "Go, Daddy." Nuo had complete faith in Chen Yu, pumping her little fists in encouragement. The owner sneered inwardly. "Kid, these are specially made darts. You wanted to impress your daughter, but looks like that's not going to happen." Chen Yu gripped the dart, holding his breath and focusing his mind. Detected host accompanying daughter to throw darts. Rewarding mastery of throwing technique. Mastery of throwing techniques, not darts? Does that mean it works for anything thrown? Darts, rocks, playing cards, even basketballs? He'd have to find an opportunity to test it out later. The moment he received the reward, something felt off. The dart's center of gravity had been altered, causing it to wobble after being thrown. Such a subtle difference that ordinary people couldn't possibly notice. No wonder every park night market has stalls like this. Chen Yu flexed his wrist and flicked the dart forward. It hit the target perfectly, and the balloon popped with a loud crack. The vendor still wore a smile. "Just one shot? Try again." As the second and third darts landed consecutively, the owner's smile began to fade. If all 5 darts hit, the winner could choose any prize in the entire stall, including the giant teddy bear. That thing cost nearly 100 yuan to buy. If someone actually picked it, he'd be working for free all morning. Several onlookers murmured in admiration. "That guy's got some serious skills.
Looks like that biggest stuffed animal's going home with someone. The owner's gonna lose big time, what a thrill. They were all there for their kids to play the game. They thought it would be easy, but ended up not only failing to win a stuffed animal but also losing several dozen yuan, leaving their kids disappointed in them. How many plushies could you buy with that money? Now seeing the owner about to lose money, it felt incredibly satisfying. It felt even better than making money himself. Chen Yu didn't care about the bystanders' reactions. He cared more about his two daughters. And Nuonyu and Ruanwan were looking at him with nothing but admiration. This felt far more satisfying than making a fortune. Where does a father's sense of accomplishment come from, if not from his daughter's admiration? When you effortlessly handle something they find difficult, earning their admiring gaze and maybe even a "Daddy, you're so cool." That feeling is truly indescribable. For that feeling alone, he had to hit all 5 targets. Chen Yu took a deep breath, aimed carefully, and threw another dart. Pop! The balloon burst instantly. Good! The gathered parents applauded and cheered loudly. The shop owner wiped his forehead with a towel, beads of sweat glistening there, whether from the heat or nerves, who could say? "Young man, why not call it a day? I'll throw in an extra toy one for each of your daughters. How perfect would that be?" Before Chen Yu could respond, the crowd grew restless. What's that supposed to mean? You bought the chance to play, but now you won't let him? Are you a sore loser, boss? Watch out, I'll report you to management. With everyone speaking up like that, the owner dared say nothing more. He backed away with a sheepish smile. "I was just suggesting. Young man, go ahead and throw it. I won't stop you." Chen Yu had achieved his goal. Whether he threw the last one or not really didn't matter. "Daddy, the last one." Nuonyu cheered him on, while Ruoro looked at him with admiration. Since his daughter wanted him to throw it, he might as well. Chen Yu didn't aim carefully, he tossed the dart casually, effortless and relaxed. With the system ensuring a hit. As expected, all 5 hits the mark. "Daddy's amazing." Chen Yu held out his hand and high-fived each of his 2 daughters. The parents applauded, all waiting for him to take the biggest stuffed animal. The owner stepped out from behind the barrier, took his arm, and led him aside. "Young man, I'll be honest with you. That biggest one costs 100 to buy. If you take it, I'll have worked all morning for nothing. Please, just take 2 of the smaller ones. I'm begging you." Chen Yu didn't believe she was telling the truth. It was a holiday, and the park was packed with visitors. How could she possibly earn only 100 yuan all morning? Even if it were true, taking the doll would still be fair. That's how the game worked, some win, some lose. Hadn't she been laughing happily when she made money off her own daughter just now? Chapter 31, Why didn't you call me Teacher Shen? That said, Chen Yu didn't head straight for the biggest doll. Instead, he asked his daughter's opinion. "I want that one." Nuonyu pointed to a puppy-shaped stuffed animal. "What about you, Ruanwan?" Ruanwan didn't speak, just kept staring at a rabbit-shaped one. "Is that the one you want?" Chen Yu pointed at it. She gave a slight nod. The shopkeeper sighed with relief and immediately handed over 2 identical, still sealed plushies. "Thanks a lot, young man. Big sis really appreciates it." Chen Yu took the dolls and handed them to his daughter. He wasn't doing it out of pity for the shopkeeper but for his daughter. If Nuonyu wanted that teddy bear, he'd get it for her no matter what the shopkeeper said. The gathered parents looked a bit disappointed, having hoped to witness the vendor's big loss. Chen Yu turned and walked away with his daughter. The vendor chased after them and handed over another stuffed animal. The 3 small stuffed animals cost only about 20 yuan, much cheaper than the big one. They exited the amusement park and headed for the Mercedes. Ouch! Chen Yu couldn't help but groan as soon as he sat down. The seats, baked by the sun, were scorching hot. Even though he'd deliberately parked in the shade earlier, the sun had shifted, leaving it exposed to direct sunlight for hours. The little one jumped up in surprise from the heat. "Daddy, my butt. My butt is burning hot." Chen Yu quickly turned on the air conditioner. The cool breeze brought the temperature down a bit, and only then did he drive home. In the afternoon, he continued teaching his 2 daughters to write characters, this time focusing on Nuonyuo's name. Nono was thrilled to hear she'd be writing her own name and studied with such earnestness. Over and over, after an afternoon of practice, she was already writing it quite well. While the little one practiced writing, he wasn't idle either. He washed the clothes they had taken off and also cleaned the 2 stuffed animals. While cooking dinner that evening, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chen Yu went to answer it, and there stood Xinyu. She held a bag of fruit and greeted him with a smile. Quick, help me carry this, it's heavy as hell." Chen Yu took the fruit and placed it on the table. "What brings you here?" "Yuwei missed Nua and Ruan, so she asked me to bring some fruit and visit." "Then why isn't Teacher Su coming back? Her thesis is at a critical stage. Going back and forth would take too much time." Xinyu took off her sunglasses and found slippers in the shoe cabinet to change into. She clearly had been here many times before, moving with practiced ease. "Chen Yu, you call her Teacher Su, but why don't you call me Teacher Shen?" Chen Yu didn't respond. Truthfully, he really wanted to call her Yuwei, but feared she might get upset.
He reserved the title teacher Su as something special, not wanting to use it for Chen Yu. Chen Yu, though rebuffed, found herself admiring Chen Yu even more. That remark itself carried a hint of teasing. If Chen Yu had actually called her that, she would have secretly deducted points from him in her mind.
Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. Nono and Ruei.
I really do miss them. The two little ones heard the door open and thought Mom was back. They'd already put down their pens and dashed out. They looked a little disappointed when they saw it was Chen Yu instead. But it was okay, Sister Chen Yu was pretty great too. Sister Chen Yu. The two little ones ran over and Chen Yu hugged them close, one on each side.
Nono and Ruei,
I've missed you so much. Watching the three of them so affectionate, Chen Yu felt a bit out of place and decided to turn away to cook.
Sister, look at my writing. Nuonuo tugged Chen Yu toward the study.
Chen Yu noticed the table corners were now padded with foam. They hadn't been there during her last visit. Aunt Jo had returned to her hometown, so it must have been Chen Yu who did it. Such thoughtful attention to detail, hardly what you'd expect from a recent college graduate. Sister, look. Nuonuo held up the calligraphy practice sheet in front of her. It was covered with numerous copies of the character Nuo. The first strokes were still a bit clumsy, but each subsequent attempt improved, until the final character was written with real skill.
That's amazing.
Chen Yu was genuinely impressed. She had seen the two girls' handwriting before, barely legible. That was only natural. 3 years old was just the age when children began learning to write. How beautiful could their characters be? But compared to these characters, the difference was stark.
Chen Yu really knew how to teach kids.
Seeing this, there was no need to worry about the little ones learning from him.
Ruan, won't you let your sister see your writing? Ruan also held up her writing practice sheet. It was just as good as hers, maybe even better than Nuonuo's. Nuonuo, Ruan, let me take pictures of your writing so I can show Mom, okay?
Sure.
The two little ones answered in unison.
In the kitchen, Chen Yu stood with eyes closed, lost in thought. Seconds later, a pile of vegetables materialized out of thin air, landing on the cutting board. Chinese cabbage, carrots, potatoes, onions. Each one was fresh and vibrant, far more beautiful than anything bought from the market. He had just entered the spirit field space and harvested a batch of vegetables. At the same time, 3 bags of fertilizer had appeared, which he stored in his warehouse. As for the other sources of fertilizer, he hadn't figured them out yet. Fortunately, most plants had extremely short growth cycles, planted today, harvested tomorrow or the day after. With no pests or diseases, no pesticides needed, and high nutritional value, there was absolutely no need to buy vegetables from outside. Only the medicinal herbs have longer growth cycles, which Chen Yu hasn't planted yet. With 3 bags of fertilizer on hand, he could simply accelerate their growth when needed. With Chen Yu arriving, Chen Yu washed the vegetables and began cooking, preparing a bit extra. Soon, a table full of dishes was ready, and he called the 3 of them to eat. No, remember to wash your hands thoroughly.
Got it, Daddy.
Nuonuo washed her hands and eagerly pulled Chen Yu to the table.
Wait.
Sister hasn't washed her hands yet. Sitting down at the table, Chen Yu was instantly captivated by the dishes' presentation. Regardless of how they tasted, these dishes looked incredibly appetizing.
Sis, my dad's cooking is amazing.
You gotta try it. Before Chen Yu could say a word, the little one was already enthusiastically promoting it.
Alright, I'll try some.
Chen Yu picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. The beef, infused with a hint of creamy richness, melted on her tongue, releasing a burst of flavor. She swore it was the best cheese-baked beef she'd ever tasted. So it seemed that box of vegetable beef patties wasn't made by Aunt Jo after all, it was Chen Yu's handiwork.
Chen Yu and Su Yuwei seemed like a perfect match. One was an amazing cook, while the other couldn't cook to save her life.
After sampling a few more dishes, they were all quite delicious.
Chen Yu, your cooking is amazing.
Where did you learn?
Online.
I learn everything from the internet, Chen Yu replied calmly.
Yeah, right.
Chen Yu rolled her eyes. If you could make food this good just by following recipes, all the culinary schools would have gone out of business long ago. Even while eating, Chen Yu made sure to look after the 2 little ones.
Chapter 32, Freeloading comes at a price.
He served them food, ladled soup, and occasionally wiped their mouths. The 2 little ones were well behaved, showing none of the typical troublesome habits of their age. No picky eating, no fidgeting around, no demanding to watch TV mid-meal, none of those troubles existed. Partly because they were naturally well behaved, and partly because Chen Yu cooked so well. With such delicious food right in front of them, who would have time to be picky? But when Ruan ate a few slices of onion, Chen Yu was utterly shocked.
Ruan, didn't you say you didn't eat onions? Onions are delicious. Back then, Su Yuwei had tried so hard but couldn't get Ruan to take even a single bite of onion. Who knew Chen Yu could manage it in just a few days? He really is impressive. The more Chen Yu watched, the more she felt Chen Yu was a great dad. He's handsome, a great cook, thoughtful, and gets along so well with the little one. The purpose of this visit had been achieved. She speared a piece of beef and popped it into her mouth, musing, getting to savor such delicious beef, I suppose I owe it all to Nuonuo and Ruan. Good to know.
Chen Yu wiped the soup from Rueiruei's mouth as he casually replied.
Hey, talking like that will make you lose friends.
While that's true, we should be tactful in our speech, not so blunt.
Despite being called out by Chen Yu didn't seem bothered.
This guy acts way too mature only when he's joking around. Do you see the energy you'd expect from someone his age?
So, shouldn't you do something? Do something? Chen Yu hesitated.
Wash your dishes, give you a massage, or... After a few seconds, she suddenly snapped her fingers and pointed at Chen Yu. You wouldn't be asking me to, that, would you?
If he weren't her best friend's boyfriend, she might consider it. Looks are everything, after all. Too bad someone beat me to it.
Chen Yu gave her a puzzled look.
What do you mean, that thing? Never mind. Just tell me, what do you want me to do?
I want to know teacher Su's usual preferences. The more details, the better. Only then did Chen Yu realize she'd completely misinterpreted the situation. Damn it, she must have been reading too many romance novels lately. She had to stop reading them.
Yuwei's hobbies, huh?
Chen Yu toyed with her fork, lost in thought. She and Su Yuwei had known each other since childhood and had always been close.
But when it came to truly understanding Su Yuwei, Chen Yu wasn't so sure.
She was like a shroud of mist. If she revealed 1/10 of herself to others, then to Chen Yu, she revealed 5/10. The other 5/10 remained hidden within the fog, waiting for someone to uncover them. All she could do was share her impressions, hoping to bring the two together. This privilege wasn't granted to just anyone, it required her approval. At least 8 or 10 guys had chased after Su Yuwei.
If they couldn't even get past her, what made them think they could pursue her?
Yuwei seems unapproachable at first glance, but deep down she's just a little girl.
She chatted away, while Chen Yu silently took notes. Chen Yu took a sip of soup. You've made me thirsty. Does that mean I'm not freeloading anymore? Of course not.
This is called an equal exchange, Chen Yu replied with a smile.
So I can come by often from now on?
Absolutely. You're teacher Su's best friend, and Nuonyo adores you.
You can come every day if you want.
Chen Yu rolled her eyes dismissively.
Men really do have a knack for sweet talk.
She suspected Chen Yu had used this face and sweet talk to lure Su Yuwei into bed. But that couldn't be right, her best friend wasn't that shallow. But Su Yuwei refused to share specifics, and no amount of questioning would change that. After the meal, only a few empty plates remained on the table. Even though Chen Yu thought he'd ordered plenty of food, Chen Yu had polished off every last bite. She looked so petite, yet she could really eat. In comparison, teacher Su ate much less. Even though she was considerably taller than Chen Yu and had a more curvaceous figure. Of course, it was also possible she was deliberately restraining herself. Anyone who's dated before knows, during the flirtatious phase, take her out to eat and she'll often say she's full after just a few bites. No matter how much you urge her, she won't take another bite. But once you're together, it's like she's a different person. No coaxing needed, she ate like there was no tomorrow. Her eating style became bold and unrestrained, completely shedding her initial reserve. Though Chen Yu hadn't truly dated before, he understood this much. If Su Yuwei really turned into that kind of person someday. Ugh, he dared not think about it. Chen Yu finished washing dishes in the kitchen while Chen Yu played with Nuonyo and Ruanwan. Only when it was time for the two little ones to take their afternoon nap did she reluctantly put on her shoes to leave. Want me to walk you out? Chen Yu emerged from the kitchen, hands freshly dried. No need, I'll just grab a cab. It's easy to hail one around here. Chen Yu slipped on her shoes and sunglasses, bidding farewell to the two little ones, Nono and Ruanwan. Your sister's off now. Bye, sister Chen Yu. Chen Yu washed some fruit Chen Yu had brought, so the little ones could eat it after waking up. Then he headed to the study to continue his money-making endeavors. Since it was a translation job for the same company, the required specialized vocabulary was consistent. He'd mastered most of it over the past few days, translating with ease and doubling his efficiency. The fairy tales data continued to improve, firmly holding its spot in the top 3 of the charts. Barring any surprises, publishing a physical book was practically a done deal. Just after finishing dinner that evening, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing 300 children's meals. Reward, mastery of 8 major cuisines. Ultimate task, complete 100 dishes from any cuisine. Mission reward, state banquet level culinary skills. Rewards this quickly? A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, taking Chen Yu several minutes to process and absorb. Many culinary masters spend their entire lives striving to master a single cuisine to its fullest, let alone simultaneously mastering all 8 major Chinese culinary traditions. Those who achieve what Sui Bian did are truly rare. What captured his attention even more was the ultimate reward, state banquet level culinary techniques. What did state banquet level even mean? It meant serving as head chef at state level banquets. It's the lifelong pursuit of every chef. Chen Yu chuckled wryly. Even if he acquired state banquet level culinary skills, he'd never get the chance to step onto that stage. So he'd stick to taking good care of his daughter. Cooking for his daughter and wife, watching them devour his creations with smiles, the two was a kind of joy. True happiness lies in the simple things. At dinner that evening, the two little ones were clearly in low spirits.
Nua, Ruan, did Daddy's cooking not taste good? Nua was scooping salad with her spoon and shook her head. Daddy, I miss mommy. What about you, Ruan? Me too. So that was why. Come to think of it, it had been days since either of them had seen Su Yuwei. Chapter 33, Going to see Mom with Daddy. The two little ones were actually quite well behaved. Most kids would throw a fit if they didn't see their mom for a day. Since Su Yuwei was too busy writing her thesis to come back, why not take the girls to see her? I just received the 8 major cuisine awards, so I'll cook a few of her favorite dishes. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see mommy, okay? Really? The little one tilted her head up. When has Daddy ever lied to you? Daddy's the best. The two little ones instantly cheered up, tucking into their food with big bites. Chen Yu smiled as he added more food to his daughter's bowl. Eat more so you can grow up healthy and strong. The next morning after breakfast, Chen Yu bought some fresh meat and began cooking. The spirit field could grow vegetables, but it couldn't raise pigs. He wondered if increasing the vegetable yield might unlock additional features. According to Chen Yu, teacher Su really loves sweet and sour pork. Chen Yu washed his hands thoroughly and began preparing the ingredients. He sliced the pork tenderloin into thin strips and tenderized them with the back of a knife to help them absorb more flavor later. Add an appropriate amount of salt and cooking wine to a bowl. Crack in 2 egg whites, then stir in a spoonful of cornstarch and drizzle with a spoonful of cooking oil. He mixed everything together, then set it aside to marinate for about 10 minutes. Next, prepare the sweet and sour sauce. The success of sweet and sour pork tenderloin largely depends on this sauce. Combine sugar, rice vinegar, light soy sauce, and a splash of dark soy sauce for color according to the provided ratio. Finally, add water and stir until well blended. By now, the pork tenderloin should be marinated. Chen Yu added oil to the wok and waited until it reached medium-high heat before adding the pork strips. Judging oil temperature requires skill. At 60% heat, the oil surface shows distinct ripples, light smoke rises, and when chopsticks are inserted, tiny bubbles rapidly gather. Fry until the surface of the meat strips turns slightly golden, then remove them. Wait for the oil temperature to rise further. When inserting chopsticks produces abundant bubbles and a crackling sound, the oil has reached 80% heat. Return the pork tenderloin to the oil for a second fry. Remove immediately once golden brown for extra crispiness. Next, prepare the sweet and sour sauce. Pour off excess oil, leaving only a small amount in the wok. Add minced garlic and sauté until fragrant, then pour in the sweet and sour sauce. To make it palatable for his daughter, Chen Yu didn't add too much sauce. Simmer over medium heat until thickened. As the bubbles grew larger, Chen Yu scooped a spoonful of the sauce. When it dripped slowly from the spoon, it was ready. He quickly tossed the pork tenderloin in the sauce, coating each piece evenly. What Chen Yu gained wasn't just the recipes for each dish, but also essential fundamentals like knife skills, coating ingredients, battering, and heat control. And of course, the art of flipping the wok. Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. It's simply irresistible not to show off a bit. There are at least 5 types of wok flipping, with the most famous being the small flip and the big flip. The small flip involves moving ingredients to the front half of the wok, then swiftly pulling back to make them flip in the center. The key is keeping the wok constantly over the flame. For sheer spectacle, the grand flip is undoubtedly more impressive. Chen Yu gripped the wok spatula and flicked it upward, simultaneously pulling his arm back to send the pork tenderloin strips soaring in a 180-degree leap. Driven by inertia, the meat strips plummeted back down, landing perfectly in the spoon. Wow, came a small gasp from behind. Chen Yu turned to see Nuonuo softly perched by the doorway, watching his spoon-tossing performance. He'd inadvertently put on another show for his daughter. Nuonuo, didn't I tell you not to come into the kitchen? Daddy's cooking smells so good, we couldn't resist. Freshly stir-fried Chinese food truly did smell amazing, carrying that distinctive wok aroma. Despite the abundance of ready-made meals today, convenient as they are, their flavor simply couldn't compare to freshly stir-fried dishes. Once every slice of pork tenderloin was coated in sweet and sour sauce, a sprinkle of sesame seeds would finish it off. The tenderloin was arranged on a white porcelain plate, its surface glistening with amber-colored sweet and sour sauce, a sight that instantly whetted the appetite. He could barely hold back, but the two little ones couldn't resist. They were practically drooling over the sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Chen Yu took 2 small bowls and served each of them a piece. Let them cool on the side for a bit before eating. Nua puffed out her little cheeks, blowing on the pork tenderloin. As if that could make it cool faster. Once it cooled slightly, she eagerly took a bite. In an instant, the sweet and sour flavor exploded in her mouth, spreading across her tongue. So delicious. Daddy, why didn't you make this before? My dear girl, it's not that Daddy didn't want to make it, I just didn't know how back then. But of course, he couldn't admit his shortcomings in front of his daughter. Chen Yu pinched her cheek. Do you like this, Nuonuo? Nua's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. This is so yummy. Alright, then Daddy will make it more often so you two can eat your fill. Under the eager gazes of the two little ones, he scooped another piece of pork tenderloin for each of them. Then he shooed them out of the kitchen and started preparing the next dish. Soon, several dishes were finished, packed into lunchboxes, and he set off with his daughter. He drove the Mercedes and soon arrived at Lincheng University. He sent Su Yuwei a message on the way but got no reply. She must be busy. He then messaged Chen Yu, who replied instantly. Yuwei? She's at the administration building for a meeting. Why do you suddenly need her? Once he explained his purpose, Chen Yu sounded genuinely surprised, sending 2 exclamation marks in quick succession. You're saying you're at the university and you brought Nua and Ruan? Chen Yu was puzzled by her strong reaction. What's wrong? Will it affect Teacher Su? No. Chen Yu hurriedly typed back, you're doing the right thing. You should take the initiative and win Yuwei over sooner rather than later. As her best friend, she naturally hoped Su Yuwei would find happiness soon. Though she had it all beautiful, an associate professor, and a bit of a sugar mama, age was still a factor. She was almost 26, and in a few more years, she'd be approaching 30. She was practically entering the category of leftover women. Right now, Chen Yu was the only one she approved of, and he was also the soft-spoken, gentle father of her child. Besides, his age was just right after all. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. Chen Yu, I believe in you, you can do this. Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Why was Chen Yu more excited than the person involved? So should I wait for her in the office? No. Go straight to the administration building. The meeting should be wrapping up soon. Now is the perfect time. Wouldn't it be better to wait in the office? Chen Yu looked utterly exasperated, abandoning typing altogether for voice input. Chen Yu, are you stupid? Women crave romance. Take your 2 daughters to the administration building. The moment she steps out of the meeting, she'll see you there. How romantic is that? Though Chen Yu couldn't see the romance in it, he decided to follow Chen Yu's advice. When it came to understanding Su Yuwei, he definitely couldn't hold a candle to Chen Yu. Walking through campus with his daughters, Chen Yu felt a flood of emotions. Chapter 34, a special affection for Teacher Su, the big sister type. Half a month ago, he'd walked these same paths with entirely different thoughts. The leap from recent graduate to stay-at-home dad felt rather abrupt, and he was still adjusting to the change. Chen Yu believed he was doing a decent job, albeit with the system's assistance. He was doing his utmost to remember the little one's habits and tend to her emotions. He'd once owned a puppy as a child, but due to his own actions, he'd indirectly caused its death. That guilt had haunted him ever since, making him too afraid to ever keep any small animals again. Little did he expect that right after graduation, he'd be thrust into caring for 2 children. The first few days were filled with anxiety, fearing he couldn't care for his daughter properly. But every time he saw Nuonyua's soft, smiling face, he always managed to relax. Even when he fell short in certain ways, the little one found her own way to forgive him. Walking through the campus lined with sycamore trees, the cool breeze blowing, he soon reached the administration building. No, Ruan, are you tired? Not tired, both little ones shook their heads in unison. They were about to see their mom, how could they possibly feel tired? That's how children are, they'll do the things they dislike, but only if they get a reward. When they don't want to do homework, all it takes is a reward for finishing, whether it's watching a movie or playing a game, to fill them with motivation. But you must keep your promises, don't just dangle carrots. If a parent can't even keep their word to their child, that's truly sad. Then we'll wait for mom. Chen Yu found a shady spot under a tree and had the 2 little ones sit down. He then went to wait at the bottom of the stairs for Teacher Su to come out. Inside the conference room, over 20 teachers were in a meeting. The dean's rhythmic dialect carried an inherent humor, blending with the hum of the air conditioner to form a lullaby that lulled the teachers into drowsiness. The lowest-ranking participant was an associate professor. Someone like Chen Yu wasn't even qualified to attend. The meeting itself was utterly devoid of substance, nothing more than a routine formality, a mere going through the motions. Many people misunderstand universities, viewing them as bastions of academia, ivory towers isolated from the world. An ivory tower it may be, but only relatively speaking. There's no shortage of formalism here. The higher one climbs, the more pronounced this phenomenon becomes. The imagined academic utopia simply doesn't exist. Just look at the professors' reactions, each one appears deeply engrossed, yet their minds have long since wandered off. The mere act of suppressing a yawn was the greatest respect one could show to the leadership. Su Yuwei propped her chin on her hand and gazed out the window, bored to the point of sleepiness. If it weren't for the dean's insistence, she'd have skipped this lecture altogether. She could have used this time to catch up on sleep. She'd been burning the midnight oil too hard these past few days. But to advance further in fashion design, these sacrifices were unavoidable. Su Yuwei thought of Nuonyuo and Ruan again. They must be having lunch now, wonder what they were eating. And Chen Yu, had he realized how challenging childcare could be? If he suddenly showed up in front of her with both daughters. Su Yuwei shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. This was the first time she'd been separated from her daughters for so long, and she really missed them. She needed to finish this paper quickly and then go home. That concludes today's meeting. I urge everyone to thoroughly study the directives conveyed here, implement them diligently, and apply them to your future teaching and research work. Dismissed. The dean's words fell, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. The older faculty members were fine, they were used to it by now. They treated the dean's speech like a fart, just ignore it. The younger ones had already cursed him countless times in their minds. Su Yuwei rose and followed the stream of people out. With the dean absent, the teachers relaxed considerably, chatting in small groups about everyday matters. The school atmosphere was far better than the workplace, less scheming and backstabbing, though comparisons and showboating were inevitable. My husband mentioned taking me on a trip around Europe in a few days. I wonder if I can get the time off. Oh, I'm so jealous. What's there to envy? Didn't your husband just buy you a car? Two female teachers in their 40s were chatting animatedly, their voices quite loud. Su Yuwei had no interest in such topics. With no one familiar beside Chen Yu, she simply quickened her pace. She overheard another conversation between two teachers about children. My daughter won't sleep unless she hears a fairy tale. Yesterday she insisted on listening to something called Shook and Beta. I have no idea which kindergarten kid she picked that up from. Shook and Beta? My son mentioned them too, but I don't think they have physical books. I couldn't find them at the bookstore. Su Yuwei couldn't help but slow her pace. Nuonyuo and Ruanwan were also the type who wouldn't sleep without a story. Having to tell them stories every night to get them to sleep must be exhausting for Chen Yu. Once Aunt Zhou returns, things should get a little easier for him. Yuwei. A male teacher quickened his pace to catch up with her. Su Yuwei frowned, not even turning her head. Wu Mingshi, we're not that close. Don't call me that. Wu Mingshi grinned broadly, scratching his head, completely unfazed by her coldness. Let's grab lunch together. A new braised chicken place just opened in Cafeteria 1. My students say it's pretty good. Wu Mingshi was 30, divorced once. He walked away with nothing, and custody of the child had been awarded to his ex-wife. Reaching associate professor at his age meant his career prospects were promising. He was skilled at flattery, and the faculty held him in high regard. He met Su Yuwei at a school event and began pursuing her. Though Su Yuwei remained distant, he didn't lose heart, believing he still had a chance. After all, she had 2 children, and many men would be put off by that. No, I have plans with someone else. What about tonight? There's a new movie playing that's really good. What was it called again? Turning the corner of the staircase, Su Yuwei took a deep breath. I'll say it again, we're just colleagues. Stop pestering me. Ignoring him, she strode out of the administration building. Chen Yu waited about 10 minutes before the meeting finally concluded. He spotted Su Yuwei immediately in the crowd. It wasn't that his eyesight was particularly sharp, she simply stood out. A moon-white blouse fell into a lazy V-neck, revealing delicate collarbone lines. Well-tailored high-waisted black pants hugged her long legs, revealing a sliver of delicate, pale ankle. She wore matching high heels that accentuated her flawless legs. She perfectly matched Chen Yu's aesthetic preferences. Compared to the slightly immature young girls, he preferred this mature, alluring older sister type. Even without revealing anything, she radiated an innate charm. Su Yuwei spotted him too. At first, she thought she was seeing things. She blinked twice, confirming that the handsome boy smiling warmly was indeed Chen Yu. Had the daydreams from the meeting just come true? Chapter 35, Taking Chen Yu's Hand. For some reason, Su Yuwei felt her heart racing. Was she nervous? There was no reason for it. When she attended the new product launch, surrounded by so many media outlets and flashes from spotlights big and small, she hadn't felt anything. Why was she nervous now? Su Yuwei took a deep breath and walked toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu kept his eyes fixed on her, a smile playing on his lips. Watching the woman he loved take step after step toward him. The staircase had only a dozen steps, yet the journey felt interminably long. With the final step taken, Su Yuwei stood before Chen Yu. Her high heels made her only slightly shorter than him, and their eyes met. Wu Mingshi, who had been trailing behind, suddenly froze. He had spotted Chen Yu earlier and dismissed him as just another ordinary student, albeit a good-looking one. But now Su Yuwei was walking straight toward him, and they seemed to know each other. Not only him, but several teachers' eyes also focused on Su Yuwei. Some teachers recognized her because she had brought her daughter to school a few times before. They didn't know the details of Su Yuwei's situation, but that didn't stop them from speculating wildly. This world never lacks those who gossip behind others' backs. Rumors can be deadly. Su Yuwei was usually aloof, rarely interacting with other teachers outside of work. Female teachers were somewhat better. Occasional opportunities to dine together arose. Male teachers? Absolutely impossible. This boy naturally piqued their curiosity, making their gossip-loving souls burn fiercely. The two female teachers began whispering among themselves. That guy's pretty handsome. Is he from our school? Ms. Su is usually so aloof, yet she's actually into this teacher-student romance thing? So what? I like young hotties too. Forget it with your old face, how could you compare to Teacher Su? Nowadays, it's common for wealthy women to date younger men. It's not just young people who don't want to work hard, even rich women want to find handsome guys. So there's nothing strange about this kind of thing. Plenty of women in their 40s and 50s can snag guys in their 20s, let alone Su Yuwei. If she wanted, she could have her pick of college guys by the dozen. It's not like she lacks suitors, yet she doesn't give anyone the slightest chance. They didn't despise such behavior, they just resented not being wealthy themselves, nor possessing her looks. Su Yuwei didn't need to turn around to know these women weren't saying anything nice. One gossipier than the next. She sometimes wondered if she'd become just like these old women, gossiping about others when she got older. The thought alone made her cringe. Chen Yu broke the silence first. Teacher Su, Nuonuo and Ruerue missed you, so I brought them along. Looking at Chen Yu's face, Su Yuwei suddenly made a bold decision. She reached out and took Chen Yu's hand. The instant their palms touched, her heart pounded wildly. This was the first time she'd held hands with a boy and she'd initiated it herself. Su Yuwei didn't know what had come over her, perhaps it was to escape Wu Mingshi's harassment, or maybe she simply wanted to hold Chen Yu's hand. Her mind went blank and she simply reached out. Chen Yu was taken aback for a moment, then squeezed her hand back more firmly. Feeling the strength radiating from his palm, she looked up at him in surprise. Their eyes met, and the intensity in his gaze made her look away, too shy to meet his. How strange. She was the teacher, after all, and he was just a student. She was even several years older than him, so logically she should have held the upper hand. Yet she found herself overwhelmed by the gaze of someone younger, utterly powerless to resist. Not even a flicker of resistance stirred within her, only the urge to sink deeper into the warmth of his gaze. Though sharing the same space, their inner worlds were worlds apart. Seeing the two of them clasping fingers, Wu Mingshi's mind exploded with a deafening roar. Yuwei actually took this guy's hand? Had he seen correctly? He squeezed his eyes shut several times, determined to confirm his vision. Wait, why? This guy was younger than him and better looking too. But what else does he have? His family fortune, background, social status, take any one of those, and these young guys couldn't hold a candle to him. They couldn't catch up to him even if they struggled for 10 years. Does that mean Su Yuwei doesn't care about any of that and only looks at looks? Shallow. Utterly shallow. The two walked hand in hand for a while, until they were far enough away to be out of sight of others. Su Yuwei suddenly struggled, trying to pull her hand away. But Chen Yu held her grip tight, giving her no chance to do so. Let go. No way, Chen Yu replied with a smile. I haven't had enough yet. A chance like this, an ice queen like teacher Su throwing herself at him, didn't come often. How could he possibly let go now? You. Su Yuwei was about to explode, but then she remembered Chen Yu had helped her escape from Wu Mingshi. She essentially used him as a tool just now, so she felt awkward saying anything more and let him keep holding her hand. Fine, she'd indulge his whims this once. What about Nuonuo and Ruerue? Didn't you bring them along? I was worried they'd get sunburned, so I had them wait under that big tree. You're quite thoughtful, Su Yuwei remarked. Then why didn't you wait for me in the office? Faced with this question, Chen Yu decisively chose to betray Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't tell me where your office was. She just said to come here and wait. That girl Chen Yu. So did I cause trouble for teacher Su? He knew this line was a bit cheeky, but he was certain Su Yuwei would fall for it. Looking into Chen Yu's eyes, Su Yuwei's cheeks flushed slightly. No, you didn't cause any trouble. Nuonuo, soft and petite, was hiding under the shade of a tree. Spotting her parents approaching, she hurried over with a little trot. Daddy! Mommy! Only then did Su Yuwei withdraw her hand, crouching down to gather both little ones into her arms. Nuonuo and Ruan, did you miss mommy? Yes. Nuonuo and Ruan each planted a kiss on Su Yuwei's cheek, and the three of them pressed their faces together. Chen Yu watched with a touch of wistfulness, wondering when he'd ever get to kiss teacher Su. Mommy, why is your face a little red? Ruan suddenly asked. Su Yuwei turned and glared at Chen Yu. Mommy's face is red because of your daddy. It's all his fault. What does blushing have to do with dad? Nuonuo looked like she just had an epiphany. I get it. Mom must have heat stroke. This startled Chen Yu, but thankfully Nuonuo didn't elaborate. If Su Yuwei found out about Nono's heat stroke, she'd definitely scold him. Su Yuwei pinched Nuonuo's cheek gently. Mommy isn't suffering from heat stroke. My face will stop blushing soon. Chen Yu suggested, Miss Su, I brought a few dishes I made myself. Let's find a place to eat. Sure, let's go to my office. Chapter 36, Things Young Couples Do. Nuonuo and Ruan ran ahead, playfully chasing each other. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei followed behind. Though they weren't holding hands, they walked very close together, shoulders brushing against each other, occasionally rubbing lightly. They could easily avoid this by simply stepping apart. But neither made the first move. It felt like an unspoken agreement, one they both instinctively honored. Walking through the campus of Lincheng University, the usual bustle was absent. Due to the holiday, most students had left campus, though some remained. For internships, for graduate school prep, for changing majors, or simply because they didn't want to go home. Among them were young couples, hand in hand, strolling after lunch. Leaning close, whispering the world's most secretive sweet nothings. Su Yuwei had never understood the appeal of holding hands before. Why did all those young couples feel the need to do it? But just minutes ago, she finally understood it truly was a wonderful feeling.
Now she almost dared not look at those young couples. The moment she saw them, she recalled the sensation of holding hands with Chen Yu. His hand was warm and strong, and when they touched, her mind went completely blank. If they were a couple, they should also hug, kiss, and even. Su Yuwei forced herself to stop thinking about it, struggling to calm her increasingly frantic heartbeat. Lincheng University was truly beautiful, with French plane trees lining the campus, offering dense shade in summer.
In autumn, the leaves turned golden, transforming the trees into a sea of yellow.
Fallen leaves carpeted the paths, crunching crisply beneath their feet. A heavy snowfall blanketed the winter landscape, freezing the lake beside the library. Snow clung to the branches, transforming everything into a vast expanse of white. Chen Yu's mind, however, was not on appreciating the scenery. Returning to this place under a different identity felt entirely different. Suddenly struck by a thought, Chen Yu asked, "You knew all along that I was that person? Why have I never seen you before?" Though he didn't know Su Yuwei's name, he was certain he would recognize her if they met. The reason was simple: Su Yuwei didn't like wearing makeup. If she wore super thick makeup like internet celebrities, he wouldn't have recognized her. Not just him, even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The campus is huge. It's perfectly normal you haven't seen me. The school's size was one reason, but there was another possibility. You weren't deliberately avoiding me, were you? Nonsense. Why would I need to avoid you? Su Yuwei glared at him. Her response was decisive, but her inner thoughts were anything but. She was indeed avoiding Chen Yu on purpose because she didn't know how to face him. They'd only met once before inexplicably ending up in bed together, and now they even had 2 daughters. It was only because she had such strong mental resilience. Any other girl would have probably broken down long ago. The graduation photoshoot had been a coincidence she'd planned to keep hiding it. Near the library stood a beautiful little pond, filled with blooming lotus flowers and home to over a dozen koi. Beside it stood a small wooden pavilion, a popular spot for couples on dates. "Miss Su, why don't we skip the office and eat here instead?" "Here?" Su Yuwei thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Even if others saw them, it didn't matter. She'd already held hands in front of so many teachers and administrators. What difference would a few students seeing them make? She hadn't planned to hide it anyway. As for the 2 little ones, they had already dashed into the pavilion to play. Chen Yu quickly wiped the chair clean before letting Su Yuwei sit down. "I'm not that delicate." Despite her words, Su Yuwei secretly gave Chen Yu extra points in her mind. A man who pays attention to details is never unpleasant. Getting clothes dirty is never a good thing. Chen Yu placed the lunchboxes on the table, arranging them one by one. Seeing the exquisite dishes and inhaling their tempting aromas, Su Yuwei felt her appetite surge. After not seeing him for a few days, his cooking skills seemed to have improved again. "Miss Su, how do my dishes look?" Not bad." Su Yuwei nodded lightly. Chen Yu called out, "Nua nua, ruan ruan, stop playing and come eat." The 2 little ones had been running around for ages and were already exhausted. Hearing the call, they immediately came running over. "Here, wipe your hands." Chen Yu pulled out wet wipes to clean his daughter's hands, scrubbing the palms and backs with particular care, leaving no spot untouched. "You're quite attentive," Su Yuwei murmured softly. "Of course I have to be attentive when taking care of my daughters. I'll be even more attentive when I take care of you." "Stop talking nonsense." Chen Yu chuckled, then handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Miss Su, try my cooking." The sweet and sour pork was right in front of her, the golden red sauce glistening over the tenderloin slices in the sunlight. He even knew I loved sweet and sour pork? It must be a coincidence, right? Feeling a bit peckish herself, she picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce flowed through her palate. Taking a small bite, the crispy outer crust gave off a light crunch, forming a striking contrast with the tender, smooth meat inside. The 2 elements combined perfectly, complementing each other wonderfully. Su Yuwei was somewhat surprised. She had eaten many sweet and sour pork dishes, including those made by renowned chefs, but none tasted as good as Chen Yu's. Had his skill surpassed those culinary masters? Or was she simply so hungry that her judgment was clouded? Su Yuwei leaned toward the latter explanation. "Mom, isn't Dad's cooking delicious?" Nuonuo asked with a smile. Su Yuwei nodded. "Yes, it's delicious." There wasn't a shred of sentimentality in that, it genuinely was delicious. "Chen Yu said sweet and sour pork is your favorite, so I tried making it." Chen Yu was cut off before he could finish. "What else did Chen Yu say?" Chen Yu felt a twinge of guilt under Su Yuwei's gaze. "Nothing much. Just mentioned your favorite foods and some things you shouldn't eat. Don't always listen to her nonsense." Su Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. As her best friend, Chen Yu knew all about her embarrassing past. If even one of those stories got out, her cool and aloof persona would be shattered. Chen Yu usually wouldn't dare spill such secrets, but with her big mouth, it wouldn't surprise anyone if she did. Chen Yu also relaxed. Of course, Chen Yu didn't just mention Su Yuwei's preferences, she shared all sorts of embarrassing stories. It wasn't that he asked for it, Chen Yu volunteered the details. She was practically gushing, eager to spill everything in one breath.
Like how she was terrified of the dark as a kid and couldn't sleep alone without the lights on. Once, rushing up the stairs, she tripped and knocked out a tooth. She thought it would never grow back, crying all night until her eyes were red and puffy like a rabbit's. Later, when it grew back, she was as happy as a little cutie. There were many, many more embarrassing stories like this. Chapter 37, How many times have you been in love? Chen Yu listened, picturing Su Yuwei's silly expressions during those moments. Silly, yet somehow endearing. It was hard to connect that with her current aloof persona. He could listen all he wanted, but if he dared mention any of this to Su Yuwei, he'd be asking for trouble. Even without seeing Su Yuwei angry, he could imagine it would be terrifying. He'd die a horrible death. As for Chen Yu, her fate wouldn't be much better. He wouldn't need Chen Yu to remind him he'd never make such a foolish mistake. No, Ruwei, come eat. Chen Yu handed each of his two daughters a pair of chopsticks. At their age, they were already starting to practice using chopsticks. They weren't very skilled yet, so they used specially made chopsticks smaller and lighter. They'd tasted sweet and sour pork at home before and knew it was delicious. Without hesitation, their chopsticks darted straight for the sweet and sour pork. Picking up a piece and popping it into their mouths, they closed their eyes in delight at the aroma. Being able to eat such delicious sweet and sour pork every day, that must be what happiness means. The small pavilion blocked the sunlight, casting a patch of shade. A gentle breeze brought waves of coolness. Before her eyes lay a pond filled with lotus flowers, while birdsong filled her ears. Amidst such beauty, the meal tasted even more delicious. Come to think of it, it might be nice to bring the two little ones here to get close to nature and experience its beauty. Children don't eat much anyway, and the two little ones soon finished their meals and ran off to play. Only Chen Yu and Su Yuwei remained, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Su Yuwei hadn't bothered to style her hair these past few days, leaving it loose and flowing over her shoulders. It was convenient enough normally, but the wind made it a bit troublesome. Several times, she nearly ended up with strands in her mouth. Su Yuwei simply set down her chopsticks, bit down on a hair tie, and quickly pulled her hair into a high ponytail. The exposed snow-white, tender neck had a certain charm all its own. The way she tied her hair was so graceful that Chen Yu couldn't help but stare. After securing her hair, Su Yuwei glanced at him. What are you looking at? Teacher Su, you're so beautiful. Smooth talker. Su Yuwei retorted coldly. Bet you've charmed plenty of girls with that mouth of yours, huh? Chen Yu hurriedly protested, not at all. I never dated anyone during my 4 years of college. What about before college? High school? Nothing at all. Our high school cracked down hard on early romance. Anyway, I'd never know if you were lying. Su Yuwei snorted coldly, though a flicker of satisfaction flickered in her heart. I swear I'm telling the truth, Chen Yu insisted, about to make a solemn vow. No need. I believe you. Let's eat. A pair of students walked through campus, the boy carrying a video camera, the girl holding a tripod. Tang Xiaoshan and Yi Ke, they were the president and vice president of the student union's publicity department, overseeing all publicity efforts for student affairs. Tang Xiaoshan grumbled, Deputy Yi, did we really have to come out at noon? I'm roasting. The midday heat was already intense, and carrying the 10-pound camera made him swelter and exhaust himself. He couldn't even find a place to take a sip of water. How dare you complain? Yi Ke slapped him playfully. If you hadn't been slacking off, we'd have finished filming ages ago. Why would we need to be out at this hour? Admissions season was fast approaching, and they were tasked with filming the New Year's promotional video. Traditionally, they needed to gather all footage before students broke for vacation, but Tang Xiaoshan's major had kept him busy. Plus, a lot of footage had been rejected, leaving them short on material. That's why the two of them had to come out and reshoot. Exhaustion was the least of their worries. The real problem was that even with extra effort, they might not gather enough footage. Most students had gone home. Who could they find to film now? There were a few who stayed behind, but they all had their own commitments. Some were preparing for graduate school entrance exams, others were interning. Those who stayed on campus during winter and summer breaks were undoubtedly the most dedicated students. They certainly didn't have time to help shoot a promotional video. Yi Ke did consider asking teachers to help. But they might not be willing, and even if they were, the results would be poor. They'd just ramble onto the camera about how great and powerful Lin University is, how they welcome you all, and so on. Stiff and pedantic, utterly boring. Come on, it's 2025. Who wants to hear that same old, stale lecture anymore? College students aren't interested in that kind of thing at all. She planned to film group activities showcasing the university's vibrant extracurricular life and include some couples in the promotional video. Who could resist the fresh, sweet romance of campus love? Authoritative surveys show at least half of people yearn for a sweet romance during college. Incorporating footage of a few young couples as a selling point will definitely be more effective for recruitment than those stale, outdated promotional videos. But the problem was where to find couples? Yi Ke was nearly at her wit's end. She couldn't very well pretend to be a couple with Tang Xiaoshan herself. Yi Ke turned around just in time to catch Tang Xiaoshan picking his nose. Not a hint of embarrassment, just a silly grin directed right at her. Yi Ke immediately dismissed the idea. Pretend couple my ass. Maybe having Tang Xiaoshan play the cute one would be more effective for publicity. Look at us, Lincheng University, we even take cute little things. What do you call that? This is called educating all without distinction. The philosophy of Confucius from 1,000 years ago has been carried forward at our Lincheng University. Ah, no, Tang Xiaoshan doesn't need to play cute. He is cute. Yiko glanced around and suddenly stopped. Tang Xiaoshan froze. Director, why did you suddenly stop? Look over there. Following the direction of Yiko's finger, Tang Xiaoshan saw a family of 4 under the pavilion, enjoying the breeze while eating their meal. I see them. What about it? Yiko looked at him with disappointment. What do you mean, what's wrong? Aren't we supposed to be filming couple footage? That's a couple right there. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, both were stunningly attractive. With the library and lotus pond in the background, the entire composition had a dynamic energy. Dining under the pavilion perfectly captured the laid-back, carefree spirit of Lin University students, truly ideal promotional material. Oh, right. Tang Xiaoshan realized with a start, but quickly frowned. But they're with 2 little girls. We can't include the girls in the shot, can we? Tang Xiaoshan, you're not stupid. Yiko felt a flicker of relief. It seemed this deputy director wasn't entirely without intelligence. Thanks for the compliment. Wait, sis Yi, are you actually insulting me? He couldn't arrest the little girls, even though those 2 little cuties were undeniably adorable. While the university permits dating and even marriage and childbirth, that doesn't mean it encourages such things. Putting this family of 4 in there would imply that Lincheng University encourages students to have children. And encourage them to raise children while completing their studies? That would be utterly. If she actually went ahead with it, she'd probably get publicly reprimanded. But she didn't want to abandon this footage. The couple was incredibly photogenic. Why not try some post-production editing? Tang Xiaoshan suggested. Chapter 38, Su Yuwei approved of him. Are you sure you can handle that? Post-production was possible, but Yiko didn't trust Tang Xiaoshan. Sis Yi, you look down on me? Before he could finish, Nuonuo, stuffed and satisfied, scampered off to play. That's it. We can't get the little girl on camera. Yiko quickly set up the tripod, and the 2 of them mounted the camera together. After focusing, Chen Yu and Su Yuwei appeared in the frame. They were truly photogenic. Some people are naturally beautiful but don't photograph well. They had no such problem whatsoever. In the frame, Su Yuwei set down her chopsticks, biting her hair tie as she pulled her hair back. The entire motion was utterly graceful. Even Yiko, being a girl herself, couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. The action itself wasn't particularly special, but when performed by different people, the effect was entirely different. What looks beautiful on Shishir becomes ugly when imitated by Dongshir. It all comes down to the face. Yi Jia, don't hog the camera, let me see too. Tang Xiaoshan was getting impatient beside her. What are you looking at? Stop distracting me. If the shot turns out bad, it'll be your fault. A few minutes later, Yiko clapped her hands in satisfaction. That's good enough. Wrap it up. With this footage, the recruitment video was sure to be a hit. Yiku felt confident. Tang Xiaoshan felt a bit frustrated. After all, the distance made it hard to see clearly with the naked eye. He didn't dare say much, silently unmounting the camera. Sis Yi, shouldn't we talk to them? No need. It's just a school promotional video. Yika shook her head. Since it wasn't for commercial use, they didn't need the subject's authorization. Another reason was that she knew Su Yuwei, the youngest female professor at Lin University, was notoriously unapproachable. If she went to ask for permission, she'd surely be refused and likely ordered to delete the footage. Such great footage, she couldn't bear to delete it. She'd just focus on finishing the promo video. If the sky fell, someone taller would catch it. If anyone got into trouble, it would be the student council president, not her. With great power comes great responsibility. After all, he was the president. If it really comes down to it, the dean will step in. She had to give the dean that face, right? Let's go back and organize the footage. We need to get this promo video done ASAP. Yika strode ahead. Wait for me, sis Yi. Tang Xiaoshan chased after her, camera in one hand and tripod in the other. Su Yuwei remained oblivious to this little incident, completely absorbed in the feast before her. Before she knew it, she'd eaten most of it. Especially that box of sweet and sour pork, she'd practically devoured it all. Only a single piece remained in the now empty box. It was hard to imagine that just minutes ago, it had been so full. Su Yuwei felt a bit embarrassed. Had she eaten too much? Boys probably preferred girls with small appetites, the kind who felt full after just a few bites. Su Yuwei hadn't realized she'd already started worrying about how Chen Yu perceived her. Chen Yu chuckled, Ms. Su, why not give it your best shot and finish off that last piece? It'll save me some washing up later. I can't eat anymore. Su Yuwei felt a twinge of guilt. Forget just this piece, she could easily finish another whole box just like this. This sweet and sour pork was simply too delicious, the best she'd ever tasted. Just help me out with this last piece. Alright then.
Su Yuwei picked up the sweet and sour pork and popped it into her mouth. Her face remained expressionless, but inside she was secretly delighted.
This should solidify her image, right?
It's not that I'm greedy. Chen Yu asked me to help him, so I ate it. Chen Yu packed up the leftovers. He thought he'd made a generous portion, yet it was all gone. It seemed Chen Yu was right. Su Yuwei really did love sweet and sour pork. But she also cared deeply about maintaining her aloof image in front of others. That's precisely why Chen Yu phrased it that way. Helping your girlfriend maintain her persona is part of being a boyfriend.
Ms. Su, wipe your hands.
Taking the wet wipe Chen Yu handed her, Su Yuwei let her hair fall back into place, resuming her usual elegant and sophisticated demeanor. Chen Yu felt a pang of disappointment. He'd actually quite liked the high ponytail version of Su Yuwei.
Want to hang out in my dorm for a bit? It's a good chance for Nuonyuo and Ruoro to take a nap.
Sure.
Chen Yu readily agreed.
I need to swing by the office first to grab some materials.
Let's go together.
They soon arrived at the office. While Su Yuwei rummaged through the papers, Chen Yu took the opportunity to observe the office environment. The furnishings were simple, with a few potted plants on the windowsill. They were well maintained and thriving. Beyond that, there was little else clean and uncluttered, much like her.
2 photographs on the desk caught his attention.
They were graduation photos, one of Su Yuwei's class, the other of her holding her 2 daughters.
They sat neatly in the upper left corner of the table.
All right, let's go. Su Yuwei picked up a document folder containing several files. Downstairs at the teacher's dormitory, Auntie Sun, the dorm supervisor, was basking in the sun, looking perfectly content. Spotting Su Yuwei approaching from afar, she smiled and greeted her. Teacher Su is back. Oh, and you brought the 2 little ones along.
Hello, Grandma.
Nuonyuo and Ruan had met Auntie Sun a few times before and were quite familiar with her. Auntie Sun paused upon seeing Chen Yu.
She was tempted to ask about his identity but ultimately held back. She understood the rule, never pry into teachers' personal lives. Instead, Su Yuwei introduced Chen Yu herself. Auntie Sun, this is Chen Yu. He's Nuonyuo and Ruan's dad.
Su Yuwei paused, her expression slightly awkward. Though she had accepted Chen Yu's role, introducing him felt genuinely awkward.
Aunt Sun was taken aback. Hello, young man.
Teacher Su has had a rough couple of years.
You really should. Auntie Sun, please stop.
Su Yuwei gently interrupted her. She knew Sun Auntie meant well, she always had over the past 2 years, which was precisely why she'd introduced Chen Yu herself. But she didn't want Aunt Sun to say too much. Hearing Su Yuwei's words, Chen Yu couldn't have been happier. It meant she accepted him as Nuonyuo's father, proof he'd been doing well lately. But what he truly longed to hear was Su Yuwei say, "This is my boyfriend," or even, "This is my husband." He still had work to do. Aunt Sun fanned herself, watching their retreating figures. The young man seems like a decent fellow. Teacher Su can finally relax a bit. The teacher dorms weren't exactly luxurious, but they were convenient and free to apply for. Land was expensive in Lincheng, and renting wasn't cheap. Many young teachers applied for the dorms. But it was summer vacation, and the dorms were nearly empty. As soon as Nuonyuo and Ruan entered, they started running around wildly, their voices echoing throughout the building.
Chen Yu hurriedly called out to them, Nuonyuo, Ruan, keep it down.
The uncles and aunts are all sleeping.
Chapter 39, you can read French? Got it, Daddy. The 2 little ones were well behaved and immediately quieted down. Su Yuwei's dorm was a single room, small but fully equipped.
Washing machine, refrigerator, air conditioner all present and accounted for. An iron bed frame stood in the room, large enough for the 2 little ones and 1 adult to lie down. It was spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Some girls were pretty and looked glamorous, but their homes were practically pigsties, not even a place to step. Fortunately, Su Yuwei wasn't that type. You've worked hard. Go lie down and rest for a bit. Su Yuwei's words were caring, but her tone remained cold.
Chen Yu shook his head. No need. I'm not tired.
As you wish.
Su Yuwei opened the refrigerator, took out 2 cans of soda, and handed them to Chen Yu.
He noticed several cans of beer in the fridge, placed prominently in the most visible spot.
With both hands occupied, Su Yuwei closed the refrigerator door using her hips.
She probably thought it was a perfectly normal gesture, but to Chen Yu, it was utterly devastating. Just like when she bit her hair tie earlier, within a mere hour, he'd been killed twice by her subtle actions. She was wearing slightly tight-fitting slacks, and this movement made her figure undeniably apparent. Ms. Su looked slim, but her figure was surprisingly well endowed.
A pert behind and long legs, she had it all. What are you looking at? Su Yuwei noticed his gaze and frowned. Oh, nothing. Chen Yu abruptly pulled the tab and took a big gulp of his drink. The cool liquid slid down his throat, making him want to shout, "This is amazing." Drinking an ice-cold beverage in summer was truly the ultimate pleasure. Su Yuwei didn't press the matter, instead sitting down at the table to review her documents. Perhaps exhausted from playing, the 2 little ones fell asleep quickly, not pestering him for stories. At first, Chen Yu was relieved not to have to tell stories, but soon he found himself bored. Telling his daughters bedtime stories and listening to their innocent, adorable questions, wasn't that a kind of happiness too?
Once your daughters grow up, you'll be begging them to listen to stories, and they'll just think you're annoying.
So parents really should cherish this time. Show the little ones a little more patience. Bored, Chen Yu started scrolling through his phone. Lately, he hadn't even felt like playing games. Opening the Totoro fairy tale website, he saw that Shuken Beta's data was still steadily climbing, firmly holding the top spot on the rankings. Editor Su Yuwei informed him that the publishing process was moving forward rapidly. Since Shuken Beta were written as episodic stories, adapting them into a book was straightforward. It was just a matter of word count.
Big shot, are you there? Just as he was pondering, editor Su Yuwei sent a message.
What's up? A reply in seconds.
Su Yuwei jolted awake on the other end of the screen.
Slurping instant noodles while typing. Boss, how's your handwriting?
It's okay, I guess.
If you have time, try to practice your handwriting more. Why practice handwriting? Chen Yu was completely baffled. Why are you even concerned about my handwriting through a screen?
If we publish a physical book, there'll likely be signing events. We need our handwriting to look decent.
Got it. I'll practice.
To earn the reward, he'd been practicing calligraphy quite a bit lately. His regular script was now master level. Unfortunately, signatures usually require semi-cursive script, a style halfway between regular and cursive. But no worries, he'd just need to put in extra practice these next few days.
Chen Yu got up and walked behind Su Yuwei, wanting to see what she was doing.
Su Yuwei had been feeling quite irritable these past few days. Her thesis was nearing completion, but it still needed several theoretical points to support it. These points were all found in a French document. Her English was excellent, but her French was only passable. English and French both belong to the Indo-European language family, but they are part of different branches.
English belongs to the Germanic branch, while French belongs to the Romance branch.
The differences between the two are quite pronounced. Due to her personality, she prefers not to bother the French professor at her school. Besides, these are specialized terms in the field of fashion design.
Even if the French professor came, they might not be able to translate it quickly.
Su Yuwei could only look up information bit by bit and rely on software for translation. This made her progress extremely slow and prone to errors. It seemed the deadline for finishing her thesis would be pushed back again. She had hoped to finish it sooner so she could go home and spend time with her daughter.
It means extensibility. What? Su Yuwei jumped in surprise.
She was so engrossed in the materials in front of her that she hadn't noticed Chen Yu at all. He had walked up behind her at some point and uttered those words. I said that word means extensibility, Chen Yu said with a smile, followed by an impeccably standard pronunciation. At the same time, the software displayed the search results, matching his words exactly.
Su Yuwei looked at him in astonishment. How did you know?
I've always been interested in French and taught myself for quite some time. Chen Yu casually made up an excuse. After all, she had no way to verify its truth.
Chen Yu continued, Ms. Su, are you needing to translate this material?
Perhaps I could give it a try.
You?
Surprise filled Su Yuwei's eyes.
Before she could respond, Chen Yu took the document.
He stood to the side, scanning it quickly while muttering to himself.
Why don't you sit down?
Su Yuwei stood up and offered her seat.
Chen Yu accepted without hesitation, sitting down to begin translating.
He grabbed a pen and began writing down the translation.
He actually understood French?
Chen Yu looked kind of handsome when he was focused on his work. Watching his back, Su Yuwei suddenly had a strange thought. Though Chen Yu was just a recent graduate, he was unexpectedly dependable. He cooked delicious meals, took excellent care of his two daughters, and could even help her out. For the first time, she felt a sense of security. Maybe getting married to Chen Yu wouldn't be so bad after all. The moment the thought surfaced, she dismissed it immediately.
This wasn't a trivial matter, it required careful consideration of multiple factors. She knew some people nowadays didn't take marriage seriously. Marry today, divorce tomorrow. But Su Yuwei didn't see it that way.
Marriage was sacred to her, a lifelong commitment. Once she committed to someone, he was the one for life, her vow unshakable. If she married Chen Yu, her daughter wouldn't have to worry about that. Even if she herself had no objections, she still had to consider her parents' views.
Then there were Chen Yu's parents. Would they accept her?
She was 3 years older than Chen Yu, not exactly young anymore, and pregnant before marriage. Who would be willing to accept that?
Su Yuwei sighed and pushed the thought aside.
Previously, all her translations had been from English, but this document was in French. Chen Yu occasionally needed to look up references, but his translation skills were still unpolished, making him stumble and hesitate.
Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Chapter 40, If I Can Help Teacher Su.
Just as he reached for a tissue to wipe his brow, a hand pressed against his forehead. A cool sensation seeped through the tissue, bringing him comfort.
Thank you, Teacher Su, Chen Yu said with a smile. Su Yuwei's expression seemed slightly awkward.
She could have simply handed him the tissue and let him wipe his own sweat. She didn't know what she was thinking, just wiping it for him like that.
How's the translation going?
There's quite a bit of specialized terminology, so it's a bit tricky to translate, Chen Yu chuckled. But don't worry, give me another half hour and I'll have it all done.
Half an hour? Su Yuwei was taken aback. It had only been about 20 minutes since Chen Yu started translating, hadn't it? Add another half hour and that would be around 50 minutes total. Could he really finish translating everything that quickly?
She had spent an hour and barely managed to translate less than a tenth of it.
Was Chen Yu's French really that proficient? Su Yuwei didn't dare disturb him, silently standing by and watching. In that moment, she felt like a little woman standing behind Chen Yu.
Chen Yu was completely absorbed in the documents before him, afraid to make even the slightest mistake. A few mistakes in an online translation job wouldn't matter, he was just doing it for the money, after all. But this was material for his own wife, there could be no mistakes whatsoever.
His translation pace slowed considerably. Finally finished, Chen Yu lifted his head and exhaled deeply.
Professor Su, please check for any errors.
Su Yuwei picked up the document and glanced over it. It should be fine. Thank you. Glad I could be of help.
Chen Yu stood up and moved aside to let Su Yuwei work. Once the two little ones woke up, blinking sleepily, Chen Yu prepared to take them home. As they reached the door, Su Yuwei suddenly spoke up, I'll be having dinner at home tonight. At her usual pace, finishing the paper would take at least another day. Thanks to Chen Yu's help, her progress had accelerated significantly. She should be able to finish it today and then go home. Chen Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, sure thing.
What would you like for dinner tonight? Su Yuwei couldn't help but swallow hard.
She desperately wanted to say those 4 words, sweet and sour pork. Even though she'd had it for lunch, that didn't stop her from wanting it again for dinner.
Because Chen Yu's cooking was simply too delicious.
But the words that came out instead were, anything is fine with me. You decide. Saying sweet and sour pork would make her sound greedy, right?
Ah well, plenty of time. There'd be plenty of chances to eat it later.
As they stepped out of the classroom dormitory, Auntie Sun had already returned to the dorm supervisor's office. She called out to Chen Yu with a smile, young man, Teacher Su is a fine girl. You must treat her well.
Don't worry, Auntie.
I'll treat Teacher Su well.
Hearing Su Yuwei say she was going home put Chen Yu in a good mood. Nua and Wan were even happier.
The two little ones ran ahead like they were having the time of their lives, drawing curious glances from many students. While college students can legally marry, these two daughters are way too young.
Did they get pregnant on the very first day of school?
Chen Yu ignored the looks of envy or jealousy. Sorry, but having such adorable daughters is pure happiness. At the parking lot, the Mercedes stayed parked in the shade this time.
Without direct sunlight, the seats wouldn't get scorching hot.
Perhaps having been burned last time, the two little ones had learned their lesson. They first reached out their little hands to touch the seats, making sure the temperature was normal, before sitting down with relief. Chen Yu found it amusing and turned on the car's air conditioning to cool them off. Instead of heading straight home, he stopped at the market to buy some meat and vegetables.
Thanks to his recent act of bravery, several vendors recognized him and offered discounts.
Some pulled him aside for photos, and a bearded uncle even asked for his autograph. He was being treated like a little hero. As they prepared to head home after shopping, Wan suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the side. There stood a little girl selling flowers at the market entrance, offering blooms to passers-by. Though many people passed by, few stopped to look at her flowers.
Chen Yu couldn't help but shake his head. This spot was really poorly chosen.
While the foot traffic was heavy, everyone was there to buy groceries. Who would buy flowers? To sell flowers, you should go outside those big malls and specifically target couples. Be sweet-talking, approach them and say, hey, your girlfriend is so pretty. Buy your sister a bouquet.
There isn't a single girl who doesn't love beauty.
They crave proof of their boyfriend's affection through gestures. Whether it's spending money, putting in effort, or sweet talk. Guys are more than happy to oblige. A bouquet costs just $10, way cheaper than a $200 or $300 lipstick.
It's a win-win situation, why wouldn't they buy them?
During special holidays like Qixi or Valentine's Day, they sell even faster.
Daddy, Mommy likes flowers, Wan whispered softly. Was Wan trying to help herself out here?
All that pampering hasn't been in vain. Then I'll buy some flowers for Teacher Su, it'll help this little girl too. Chen Yu approached the girl, little miss, how much are these flowers? The girl was very thin, blinking her big eyes. These are 5 yuan each, and the ones on the ground are 3 yuan each.
Which ones do you want, big brother?
This price was incredibly cheap. Flowers like these could easily sell for 10 or 20 yuan each in a flower shop. The little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, had to sell flowers during her vacation. It was truly hard work. A single flower sold for just 5 yuan, while some of her peers wore clothes costing 5,000, even 50,000 yuan per piece. Such was the unevenness of the world. Detected host purchasing flowers. Rewarding horticultural expertise. Horticulture covers a vast field, naturally including the art of flower arrangement. I'll take all these flowers. Chen Yu paid and bought all the flowers. Big brother, thank you. The girl hadn't expected him to buy so many flowers at once and thanked him repeatedly. You're welcome.
Little girl, you could set up a stall at the mall entrance, you'd probably sell them faster there. The little girl lowered her head. Thank you, but I have to take care of my dad. I can't go. Seeing she had her reasons, Chen Yu didn't press further. He soon returned home. Instead of rushing to cook, Chen Yu went to his study and picked up his paintbrush. Nuonuo, Ruerue, shall we draw a picture for mom? Yes, the two little ones answered in unison. On the way home, he'd been pondering what gift to give. After much thought, he decided a painting would be best. It would let both daughters participate together. As for the subject matter, Chen Yu had already decided, a portrait of their family of 4. He had noticed 2 graduation photos on Su Yuwei's desk, placed side by side in a prominent spot. He guessed Su Yuwei felt a bit regretful that she wasn't in the group photo of the 3 of them. He would use his artistic skills to make up for that regret. Dad will draw mom and dad, and you 2 little ones can draw yourselves, okay? Chapter 41, Drawing Mom with Daddy. But Nuonuo wants to draw Wanwan. Wanwan shook her head immediately, no way. You'll make me look ugly. Ah, Wanwan, you don't trust me. Nuonuo looked utterly dejected, on the verge of tears. No matter how she acted, Softy wouldn't budge. No matter what she said, Soft wouldn't let her draw her. Watching the 2 adorable kids bicker, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Don't let Softa's resistance fool you, her drawings aren't much better than Nono's. The main issue is her lack of finger strength, making it hard to control the brush properly. Seeing that arguing wouldn't solve anything, Chen Yu ruffled Nuonuo's hair. Nuonua, let's just draw ourselves and see whose drawing is better than Ruanwan's. Okay. Nuonuo agreed immediately. Don't underestimate the little one, she's got a competitive streak too. Chen Yu let the 2 girls start drawing first, giving himself a chance to make up for lost time. The 2 little ones huddled over the same sheet of paper and began drawing. The moment they heard it was a competition, the little one drew with meticulous care, stroke by stroke. Every so often, they'd glance over to check on the other's progress. Chen Yu chose not to offer guidance, letting them express themselves freely. It didn't matter what the drawings turned out like as long as they improved next time. It's all about making progress, little by little. Nuonua finished first and turned to ask Chen Yu, Daddy, how's Nuonua's? It looks great. By a child's standards, it was indeed quite good, a significant improvement from last time. Nono beamed with delight, Daddy praised me. A little while later, Wanwan finished hers too, what about mine? Yours looks great too. Wanwan wasn't as easily satisfied as Nuonuo and pressed further, but how does it compare to Nuonuo's? They're both beautiful. Which one is better, then? Seeing her digging for answers, Chen Yu quickly changed the subject. Alright, you 2 little ones go play. It's time for Daddy to draw. He simply couldn't answer that question. No matter which one he chose, the other little one would be upset. Chen Yu swung his brush, beginning to sketch himself and Su Yuwei. With the help of his painting expertise, he worked quickly and skillfully, soon bringing 2 chibi-style figures to life on the paper. Next came the flower arrangement. Despite being bought that afternoon, the flowers were surprisingly fresh, blooming vibrantly and looking every bit as good as those from a florist. Florists charge way too much for their flowers. Buying them individually wasn't too bad, not overly expensive. But when you combine several types of flowers, even an ordinary bouquet can cost hundreds of dollars. It's absolutely outrageous. The old Chen Yu knew nothing about this stuff. After all, as a grown man, it's rare for someone to be into flowers and plants. Now, though, he can do it all himself. First, he visualizes the finished arrangement in his mind, then begins the floral arrangement. No, Softy, come here. Place the flowers in this spot. The flower basket gradually took shape. He left a few spots open for the 2 little ones to join in. Here, Daddy? Nuonuo held a jasmine blossom, hesitating to place it. This basket was for Mom, she couldn't let her cause any flaws. Yes, right here. Hey! Chen Yu took her hand and together they pressed the jasmine into place. No, you're amazing. The 3 of them worked together and finished the flower basket in no time. Chen Yu looked at the finished product with great satisfaction. His craftsmanship was good enough to open a flower shop. He rolled up the painting and tucked it into the flowers, planning to surprise Su Yuwei. Nono and Softy, you 2 play by yourselves for a bit. Daddy's going to cook dinner. Chen Yu planned to make 4 dishes and a soup, including sweet and sour pork. Su Yuwei said she'd leave the menu up to him. That was practically the same as saying anything, which was the hardest request to fulfill. If she had specified certain dishes, it would have been much easier for him. They just had sweet and sour pork for lunch, so Chen Yu wasn't sure if he should make it again. But based on his experience, once someone liked a dish, they'd keep eating it endlessly. Perhaps Su Yuwei was the same? So he added sweet and sour pork to the menu anyway. Having mastered the 8 great cuisines, preparing 4 dishes and a soup was straightforward. With so many dishes at his command, deciding which ones to prepare became the real challenge. In the end, he settled on a few classic dishes. Sweet and sour pork, lychee meat, braised shredded tofu, longjing shrimp, and tomato and egg soup. All were relatively light dishes. He avoided the spicier, oilier, and heavier flavored options.
Children this age can eat regular meals, but they should stick to lighter options.
Just as the last dish was served onto the plate, Su Yuwei returned. Hearing the click-clack of high heels on the floor, the two little ones stopped watching TV and ran to stand by the front door.
The sound of the fingerprint lock beeping signaled Su Yuwei's arrival as she pushed the door open.
"Mommy!"
The two little ones pounced on her from both sides, throwing themselves into Su Yuwei's arms.
"Good girls." Su Yuwei crouched down and hugged them both.
She'd been burning the midnight oil writing her thesis these past few days, barely sleeping, utterly exhausted. But seeing Nuonuo and Wanwan's smiling faces made all her fatigue vanish.
Chen Yu had already emerged from the kitchen, holding a flower basket.
After the three of them finished their hug, he handed the basket to them.
"Welcome home, Teacher Su." Su Yuwei froze, too surprised to speak.
She hadn't expected Chen Yu to prepare flowers for her. Having few friends, the most gifts she'd ever received throughout her life came from her parents. Though Chen Yu was her closest confidant, the girl was notoriously unreliable. Plus, she was stingy and had only given her gifts a few times. Boys had tried too, but she'd turned them all down. The only exceptions were business-related exchanges she couldn't refuse. She didn't care about the value of the gift, she valued the sentiment behind it.
"Does Teacher Su not like it?" Chen Yu asked with a smile. "No, I like them."
Su Yuwei's lips curved upward as she accepted the flower basket. She took a deep breath, filling her senses with the rich floral fragrance.
"Dad and I prepared it together." "Mom, look inside the basket."
The two little ones scrambled to speak at once.
Su Yuwei looked down and discovered the hidden surprise within the basket. A scroll lay hidden among the roses, jasmine, and baby's breath, hard to spot without a closer look.
"What is this?"
"Open it and see for yourself." Su Yuwei set down the basket and pulled out the scroll. Slowly unfolding it, she beheld the painting.
4 figures were depicted, showcasing 3 distinct artistic styles. She and Chen Yu's were in chibi style, adorable yet retaining their individual characteristics. Nuonuo and Wanwan's drawings are a bit abstract, each with their own distinct style. You can tell these two little ones drew them themselves.
Su Yuwei couldn't help but laugh. "Nuonuo and Wanwan, did you two draw these?" Pretty cool, huh? Mommy, is mine prettier than Nuonuo's?"
"They're both beautiful."
"Both of your drawings are beautiful."
Su Yuwei carefully rolled up the drawing and looked at Chen Yu.
"What made you think to give this drawing to me?" Chapter 42, Are you playing teacher-student roleplay?
"Because there are 2 graduation photos on your desk, so I thought I'd give you this one."
Chen Yu hadn't even finished his sentence before Su Yuwei understood what he meant.
The photo showed Chen Yu with his 2 daughters, but she was missing. With this gift, Chen Yu was helping her fill that void.
She was truly thoughtful. "Thank you, I love this gift." Su Yuwei murmured her thanks and tucked the painting into the bookcase.
She hesitated about whether to frame it. After all, it was the first unconventional family portrait of the 4 of them. There might be many more photos taken in the future, but none would ever be as precious or as special as this one. Without realizing it, she had already accepted Chen Yu as part of this family. Had she not encountered him on graduation photo day, who knew how things might have unfolded?
Fate truly is a mysterious thing. "Miss Su, wash your hands and come eat."
Her thoughts were interrupted by Chen Yu's call. Su Yuwei's lips curved upward.
"Coming."
After washing her hands, she sat down at the dining table. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the sweet and sour pork.
He made sweet and sour pork again? The other dishes included lychee pork, longjing shrimp, and braised shredded tofu?
Apart from sweet and sour pork, Su Yuwei didn't have any particular preference for the other dishes. But having occasionally accompanied her parents to social gatherings, she recognized these dishes at a glance. These were all common dishes found in high-end restaurants.
Judging solely by appearance, his cooking was no worse than the restaurants, perhaps even better. Where on earth did he learn this skill? "Miss Su, please try it and see if it suits your taste." His primary mission today was to take good care of Su Yuwei. To win over a woman, you must first win over her stomach.
Su Yuwei picked up a piece of lychee meat and popped it into her mouth.
It was sweet and tangy, absolutely delicious. "No, have one."
Chen Yu scooped up a piece of lychee flesh and held it to Nuonuo's lips.
Both the big and little ones let out an ah at the same time. The lychee flesh slipped into Nuonuo's mouth. So yummy.
Little kids love this kind of sweet and sour treat, especially when it's made by daddy.
"Ruan, have one too."
He scooped up another piece and held it to Ruan's lips.
Ruan hesitated. She wasn't a little kid anymore, did she really need to be fed?
But seeing Chen Yu smile, she opened her mouth. The sweet and sour lychee flesh melted in her mouth, releasing a burst of juice with each chew. Delicious. What Su Yuwei was most interested in, however, was the braised shredded tofu dish. Her father favored Huayang cuisine and often shared related knowledge with her.
Huayang cuisine, along with Jinling cuisine and Suzhou Wuxi cuisine, forms the Suzhou culinary tradition, one of China's 8 great cuisines.
As a signature dish of Huayang cuisine, the preparation of braised shredded tofu requires exceptional knife skills. Featuring shredded tofu and chicken strips, it incorporates fresh shrimp meat and various seasonings, resulting in a rich and savory broth. The square-dried tofu used as the base ingredient can be sliced into as many as 18 pieces by a skilled chef, each strand no thicker than a matchstick.
Even more demanding than dejuggonsi is the preparation of wansi tofu.
Each strand is sliced so finely that it perfectly meets the standards of dejuggonsi.
Your knife skills are truly impressive, Su Yuwei couldn't help but praise.
She felt she understood this man less and less. As the three of them ate, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Chen Yu glanced at Su Yuwei.
He had lived here for half a month and had only seen the neighbors a few times.
While it's said that a good neighbor is better than a distant relative, that adage doesn't hold true in the city.
Especially for young people, most were socially anxious and didn't want to interact with neighbors.
It might be Aunt Jo? Su Yuwei got up to answer the door.
Aunt Jo had mentioned on WeChat that she'd finished handling matters at home and would be returning in the next few days.
She paused for a moment upon opening the door.
Standing outside wasn't Aunt Jo, but Wang Xiaoming and his mother, Bai Ting.
Because of Wang Xiaoming, Su Yuwei had always been resistant toward Bai Ting.
She believed everything Wang Xiaoming said was taught by Bai Ting. What could a child his age possibly understand? So whenever they met, she never acknowledged her. Bai Ting had initially tried to greet her, but after repeatedly getting the cold shoulder, she eventually gave up. The awkwardness hung thick between the two women who couldn't stand each other.
Bai Ting spoke first. Is your boyfriend here? Boyfriend? Su Yuwei blinked. You know, the father of the two little ones. Su Yuwei glanced back. Chen Yu was serving food to Nuonyuo and Ruanruan. She instinctively took 2 steps back. Come in. Well, we'll intrude then.
Bai Ting led Wang Xiaoming inside.
Seeing it wasn't Aunt Jo, Chen Yu got up and walked over. Bai Ting quickly introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Xiaoming's mother, Bai Ting, and also Bai Ying's older sister. Thank you for helping my sister catch the thief. Ah, it was nothing. Please have a seat. I was away on a business trip the past few days, and as soon as I got home, I came over to thank you in person.
Bai Ting accepted the water Chen Yu offered and continued. There's also something else. I brought Xiaoming here to apologize to you. She nudged Wang Xiaoming. Go apologize to the young lady.
Wang Xiaoming reluctantly approached Nuonyuo soft. I'm sorry. Nuonyuo responded graciously. It's okay, I forgive you.
Wang Xiaoming then looked at Ruanruan, who raised her fist and waved it. Startled, he shrank back and hurriedly returned to his mother's side.
Mr. Chen, I'm a reporter and would like to interview you. In response to Bai Ting's request, Chen Yu shook his head. There's nothing to interview about. It was just a small favor.
Bai Ting pressed her palms together imploringly. My superiors insist I get your interview.
Please. Chen Yu had little interest in interviews and didn't want to be famous.
I need to consult Teacher Su first.
Teacher Su?
Bai Ting froze at the mention.
Not girlfriend, not wife, just teacher? Was this some kind of role-playing game? A teacher-student game? How elaborate.
She looked at Su Yuwei, waiting for her response. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Since the other party had come to apologize, Su Yuwei didn't intend to pursue the matter. She also wanted to hear what Chen Yu had to say. Alright, let Chen Yu say a few words. Chen Yu froze, surprised by Su Yuwei's response.
Given her personality, she should have refused.
Chen Yu tried to read some hint from Su Yuwei's expression, but her face showed no difference from usual.
What do you think, Mr. Chen?
Bai Ting looked at him expectantly.
Alright, since Teacher Su agrees.
Bai Ting pulled out her notebook, where she had prepared her questions.
Oh, you're eating now, right? Go ahead and finish your meal. I'm not in a hurry.
Then please sit here and wait a moment.
I'll finish quickly. The family of 5 enjoyed their meal at the table while the 2 girls watched longingly from the sofa.
The air was thick with rich aromas, whetting everyone's appetite. Wang Xiaoming sniffed the air. Mom, it smells so good.
Chapter 43, My man is so adorable. You don't have to tell me that. Mom knows it smells amazing too.
Bai Ting was famished. The moment she walked in, the aroma of the meal hit her and she was already drooling.
Mother and son kept glancing toward the dining table. Finally, after her 5th glance, Su Yuwei spoke coldly. Have you 2 eaten yet? Bai Ting's stomach promptly growled in response. No, we haven't eaten yet. Then come have some. Chen Yu was startled. Would Su Yuwei actually invite others to join them? Really?
Bai Ting had been waiting for that invitation, but she was a bit intimidated by the ice-cold Su Yuwei. She cautiously walked over and stood beside the dining table. Chen Yu rose, fetched 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and pulled over 2 stools.
Come on, try my cooking.
Seeing Chen Yu's smile, Bai Ting relaxed considerably.
She eagerly picked up a forkful of braised shredded tofu. Wow, this is amazing.
The unique bean aroma of the shredded tofu and the sweet freshness of the shrimp blossomed in her mouth. Soaked in the broth, it gained an extra layer of deliciousness. She wasn't flattering him, she was telling the truth.
Unfortunately, she wasn't a food blogger and couldn't describe even 1/10% of this dish's perfection. While Bai Ting ate with some restraint, Wang Xiaoming beside her couldn't care less. Watching her son wolf down his food, Bai Ting couldn't help but feel disappointed. Could you please show a little restraint? Doesn't mom feed you enough at home? It really wasn't Wang Xiaoming's fault. Bai Ting's cooking was barely edible, let alone delicious. Bai Ting, naturally talkative, struck up a conversation with Chen Yu.
It turned out Wang Xiaoming's father had been sent on an overseas assignment to Africa, returning home only once or twice a year. Wang Xiaoming envied children who had their fathers around, which is why he said those things to Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. Su Yuwei paused with her spoon mid-bite. Her own parents had been busy when she was young, rarely having time to spend with her.
Wang Xiaoming, I never realized how much you've been through. Nuonyuo patted his shoulder to comfort him. I'm not pitiful. I don't even miss him.
Wang Xiaoming stuffed his mouth with food, but everyone knew he was just venting.
Ruanwan took a bite of sweet and sour pork. Wang Xiaoming, if you stop talking nonsense, I won't hit you anymore. Who's afraid of you?
Wang Xiaoming shifted his bowl slightly to the side, feeling a bit guilty. With Bai Ting livening up the atmosphere, the meal turned out to be quite cheerful. After dinner, Bai Ting insisted on washing the dishes, and Chen Yu had no choice but to let her. Half an hour later, the group settled onto the sofa.
Ahem.
Bai Ting cleared her throat, holding a notebook in one hand and a voice recorder in the other.
Chen Yu, are you ready? Yeah, I'm good. Chen Yu was peeling an apple as he casually replied. This is an interview, you know. Can you take this seriously? Do it again louder.
Bai Ting's voice suddenly rose sharply, sounding like a completely different person from moments before.
Chen Yu couldn't understand why she was getting so worked up over a simple interview. But he played along, shouting, ready. Excellent. That's the spirit.
Bai Ting looked satisfied as she glanced at her notebook.
First question, what was your immediate thought at that moment? Tell me the very first thing that came to mind. Truthfully, no one but her cared about the interview. Nuonyuo, Ruanwan, Wang Xiaoming, and Su Yuwei.
Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Yu's hands.
He held a knife in one hand and an apple in the other.
As the apple spun, the peel peeled off bit by bit, forming a long, continuous strip.
The most impressive part was that he wasn't even looking at the apple, he was watching Bai Ting.
Several of China's 8 major culinary traditions emphasize knife skills, so this was child's play for him.
At that moment, I had only one thought, I couldn't let the thief harm Nuonyuo and Ruanwan.
As the peel grew longer, everyone grew tense, fearing it might snap.
Just a bit more, just a bit more. With the final cut, the long apple peel came off.
The skin was so clean, the pale yellow flesh beneath was barely visible. A perfect apple was revealed before everyone's eyes.
Wow!
Nuonyuo, Ruerue, and Wang Xiaoming exclaimed in unison.
What's all the commotion, you three little rascals? I'm recording here.
Bai Ting looked up and complained, only to see the long apple peel herself.
Then came another gasp, wow! Chen Yu listened with delight. Having a system was awesome, even peeling an apple turned into a major show-off moment. He sliced off a piece of apple, speared it on a toothpick, and offered it to Su Yuwei. Teacher Su, please have some first. Next came Nuonyuo, Ruanwan, Wang Xiaoming, and finally himself.
He placed the remaining small piece back on the plate. Bai Ting watched longingly but didn't get any, so she cut a piece for herself and popped it into her mouth.
Su Yuwei didn't rush to eat the apple.
Only after observing Chen Yu's actions did she take a satisfied bite. After several questions were asked, Chen Yu was finally released.
Thank you for your hospitality, Xiaoming. Say goodbye to uncle and auntie. Uncle and aunt? Chen Yu asked in confusion. Shouldn't it be brother and sister? Oh, right. Quick, say goodbye to your brother and sister.
After seeing off Bai Ting and Wang Xiaoming, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was still early, and the 2 little ones were clamoring to go see a movie, so Chen Yu got into his Mercedes. While waiting at a traffic light, he glanced at Su Yuwei in the passenger seat and couldn't help asking, Miss Su, why did you let them join us for dinner? Because I dislike people staring at me, and in just 5 minutes, she looked at me at least 3 times. Su Yuwei turned her head to gaze at the night scenery outside the window, her tone calm. Chen Yu immediately averted his gaze.
Except you. She caught Chen Yu's reaction in the mirror and couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Why was there such an adorable guy? She'd only ever used the word cute to describe kittens and stuffed animals before. This was the first time she'd ever used it to describe a boy. Chen Yu flushed. Was he being flirted with? He pressed the gas pedal, trying to suppress his embarrassment. Then you can let them go. I'm doing you a favor. Do me a favor? If she hadn't said she was looking for you, I wouldn't have even let her in the door. Chen Yu felt even more embarrassed upon hearing this. No way, my face isn't just red, it's burning up. Thankfully, Teacher Su hadn't turned around yet, otherwise, she would have died of embarrassment right then and there. At that moment, Su Yuwei was overjoyed. Through the reflection in the glass window, she could see every one of Chen Yu's nervous tics. His fidgety hands, scratching his head, adjusting his pants, glancing her way. Su Yuwei hadn't expected to have such a girlish side, playing these silly little games. Though she wanted to tease Chen Yu some more, she ultimately gave up. They say when people feel shy, their blood pressure rises, their heart rate quickens, and their physical reaction time slows. Chen Yu was driving, after all. Better to play it safe. Chapter 44. What kind of dating is this? Having such an adorable man at home to tease every now and then was actually quite fun. Chen Yu parked in the underground garage and the family of 4 entered the mall. The moment they stepped inside, the cool air hit them like a wave, instantly washing away the sweltering heat. Nua stood softly in front of the air vent, her hair tousled by the cold breeze. Wow, so cool. Before the 2 little ones could enjoy it for even a few seconds, Chen Yu pulled them away. Standing directly in the airflow like that, it'd be strange if they didn't catch a cold. Their striking good looks drew quite a few stares. The handsome guy, the beautiful girl, and 2 adorable little ones. This was happiness personified. Since they were there to see a movie, the group headed straight for the cinema on the 4th floor. It seemed like an unspoken rule mall theaters are always on the top floor. Good evening, sir. Here's the latest showtime schedule. As they stepped into the elevator, the young man handed over a chart. Chen Yu took it and immediately handed it to Nua. The 2 little ones nodded their heads as they studied it. Softy wants to see this one, the big bear. Nua pointed at the poster for Bear Out of the Woods. Too young, she didn't recognize the character for Bear yet. No way, that's so childish. It's for little kids. But aren't we kids? Nua's words left Wan speechless. Her little face flushed bright red as she pointed to the How to Train Your Dragon poster. That's for 2-year-olds. 3-year-olds should watch this one. Truthfully, she didn't care which movie they watched, she just wanted Nono to listen to her. After all, she was going to be the big sister soon, might as well get used to it early. Shouldn't little sisters listen to their big sisters? Chen Yu didn't get involved in the little one's argument, his attention entirely focused on Su Yuwei. As usual, Su Yuwei wore light makeup, radiant and captivating. A faint fragrance wafted from her hair. Chen Yu desperately wanted to tell her how beautiful she looked, yet feared it might offend her. That sounded like the kind of greasy line only a sleazy middle-aged man would utter. Come to think of it, this was his first real romantic relationship. He'd accumulated plenty of theoretical knowledge before, but never put it into practice. Unfortunately, the guys in his dorm were all clueless about romance too, leaving him with no one to ask for advice. Su Yuwei had this reserved personality, making her preferences impossible to read. He was genuinely afraid of upsetting Su Yuwei. There was only one thing he was certain of: sweet talk alone wouldn't work. He needed to show her through actions. What's wrong? Su Yuwei noticed her gaze and turned her head to ask. Nothing. Chen Yu crouched down. You 2 little ones, have you picked out anything you like? This one Kawano master. Not recognizing the character, Nua intuitively figured out the pattern of reading Chinese characters by their halves. She really is my daughter, so clever. Nua, this character is pronounced Chuan. It's Dragon Tamer. Oh. Nua gasped sharply, covering her mouth with both hands. She leaned close to Chen Yu's ear and whispered, Nua knows now, it's Dragon Tamer. Movie theater. The young woman at the front desk stared intently at her phone screen. The next second, the screen lit up. The call came through, and she answered it swiftly. It took no more than a second. Honey. The person on the other end spoke a few words before hanging up, leaving only the busy tone. The girl set the phone down, her expression blank. Her smiling face twisted into a bitter expression, and within seconds, tears streamed down her cheeks. You jerk. And I was so good to you. Large tears rolled down like beads on a broken string, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. A sweet little voice chimed in, Sis, I'm here to watch a movie. The young woman quickly wiped her tears. A cute toddler was perched on the counter, smiling adorably. She forced a faint smile. What would you like to watch, little one? Sis, bend down and I'll tell you. The girl paused, then obediently bent down. Nuonuo reached out her tiny hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. Don't cry, sister. Nuonuo will wipe your tears for you. Her voice was soft, yet carried a warm, magical quality. The little girl had just managed to stop crying, but hearing those words broke her resolve, nearly making her burst into tears again. She fought back the urge to cry and whispered, mimicking Nuonuo's tone, Big sister won't cry. So tell me what you want to see? How to Train Your Dragon. Nono recalled the pronunciation Chen Yu had just taught her, How to Train Your Dragon. The little girl giggled and glanced at the showtimes. There's a showing in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Sure thing. Then let's pick seats. Any of these blue ones are available. Nono propped her chin on her hand and pointed to 4 seats. The young girl was very efficient and quickly got 4 tickets ready. Here are your tickets, sweetie. Chen Yu stepped forward to pay, nodding to the girl. The moment he entered the theater, he'd noticed her wiping away tears, hesitating whether to approach. Little did he expect Nono to walk right over and cheer her up with just a few words. She was truly a little ray of sunshine. Su Yuwei was the last to enter. She glanced at her and left a quiet remark. Sis, that jerk isn't worth your tears. So cool. Even though Su Yuwei was dressed casually, she radiated an effortlessly cool aura. Her aura radiated like a Hollywood starlet or a formidable career woman.
Exactly the type she aspired to be. The young girl gritted her teeth, found the jerk's contact info, and blocked him. Whether it was WeChat or whatever, she blocked them all. Her sister was right, lousy men aren't worth crying over. The entrance featured a pitch-black passageway, and Su Yuwei instinctively tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve. She let go the moment they reached a slightly brighter area. They found their seats and sat down. With 5 minutes left before the show began, the audience trickled in. Thinking of the young woman at the front desk, Su Yuwei suddenly spoke up. "Chen Yu, you won't turn into a jerk later, will you?" Chen Yu froze. "Of course not." "Good." Su Yuwei paused before adding, "If you dare to pursue other girls while dating me, you're dead meat." "Absolutely not." Chen Yu hastily assured her, then suddenly realized something. "Wait, are we even dating? What kind of dating is this? We haven't even kissed. Even if we're being considerate of our daughter being here and can't kiss, shouldn't there be some other kind of intimate gesture? It's not?" Su Yuwei turned to look at him. "Of course not. Dating should at least involve." Chen Yu's words were cut off mid-sentence by the opening credits of the movie. He had no choice but to focus his attention on the film. This made Su Yuwei hesitate. What Chen Yu wanted, surely, was something more intimate? Like a hug or a kiss. But taking his hand had already made her blush. She simply couldn't bring herself to do more. Since it was an animated film, there were quite a few children in the audience. Fortunately, the parents kept a close eye on them, so there were no unruly kids causing trouble. The film itself was quite good, with top-notch special effects and excellent modeling and animation for both the humans and the dragons. Chapter 45, The Childish Father and Daughter. It had thrilling moments, laugh-out-loud scenes, and tear-jerking moments. When Hiccup's sincerity moved Light Fury, the dragon hunter struck Toothless, and Hiccup held off the main villain to let Light Fury rescue her mate. Many kids were moved to tears, with sobs echoing throughout the theater. The noise gave Chen Yu a headache. Children's cries were truly devastatingly loud and piercing. Thankfully, his own 2 daughters weren't prone to crying, or else he'd have a headache on a regular basis. He hadn't cried much as a child either. Was this trait hereditary? He glanced at Su Yuwei. She sniffled, looking as if she might cry. No way, the Ice Queen actually crying over a movie? Chen Yu didn't feel comfortable comforting her directly, so he kept his eyes glued to the screen and slipped her a tissue. Su Yuwei shot him a glare, took the tissue, and turned her head to wipe away her tears. "I wasn't crying. My eyes just felt a little uncomfortable." I know, Chen Yu quickly agreed. Extreme insincerity is a prerequisite trait for every tsundere. Now was definitely not the time to call her out on it. Instead, you had to coax her, like petting a cat. Always go with the grain. If you insist on rubbing against the grain, don't blame the cat for biting you. If you insist on going against your girlfriend's temperament, then a breakup is inevitable. After leaving the theater, Nuonua was still immersed in the movie, spreading her arms wide like Toothless and running joyfully. No, run. Daddy's coming to catch you." Chen Yu took a long stride and caught her in 2 or 3 steps. "Wah, I got caught." Father and daughter mimicked the movie scene, puffing out their cheeks and stretching out their hands. "Dragon roar, woof." They burst into laughter, staring at each other. Passers-by couldn't help but sigh. What a close bond between father and daughter. Not only is the daughter adorable, but the father is also willing to play with her. Fathers like Chen Yu are a rare find. A little boy nearby begged his dad to play with him, but his dad wasn't interested. The boy's mother frowned beside him. "Just play with him for a bit, it won't kill you." His father looked embarrassed. With so many people watching, he was supposed to play kids' games? What's the difference between that and making a fool of myself in public? I'd be laughed to death on the spot. Many parents think this way. Playing with kids is fine, but don't make me look foolish. Chen Yu, however, had no such hang-ups. If his daughter wanted to play, he'd play with her. What's embarrassing about playing with your own daughter? Others would be envious. So Nuonua became the envy of many kids. They just wish their own dads were Chen Yu. Childish. Su Yuwei shot the father-daughter pair a disapproving look. How old are they, still playing house with their daughter? The little girl she was holding, Ruan, wore an identical look of disdain. Mother and daughter mirrored each other perfectly. Ruan, isn't your dad being childish? Ruan nodded solemnly. So childish. So mom, I'm not childish, right? Can I be a big sister now? No. Su Yuwei didn't think Chen Yu was embarrassing. She simply found him childish. Facing the strange looks directed at Chen Yu, she glared right back. After all, he was Nono and Ruerue's dad. A little childishness was to be expected. Passing by the arcade on the 3rd floor, several large claw machines stood at the entrance, occupied by a few young girls playing. Chen Yu recalled Chen Yu's words. Don't be fooled by Yuei's aloof and proud demeanor. She actually loves girly things, like all kinds of dolls. Chen Yu turned his head just as Su Yuwei was looking at the claw machines and quickly averted his gaze. He probably didn't notice, right? Miss Su, would you like to try your hand at the claw machine? No. Su Yuwei replied crisply. Chen Yu instantly understood. He ruffled Nuonua's hair. Daddy will go get you a doll, okay? Nuonua shook her head. No, Daddy.
Nua already has a stuffed animal.
This kid now she remembers to save her dad money.
Nuonuo, let's go get a stuffed animal.
I'll tell you a bedtime story tonight.
Storytime held irresistible power over Nuonuo.
She immediately bounced up and down.
Catch a doll. Daddy, let's go catch a doll.
Su Yuwei shot Chen Yu a curious glance, dying to know what he'd whispered in Nono's ear.
That trick to make her daughter instantly well-behaved? She really wanted to learn it. Miss Su, look, Nuonuo wants a stuffed animal. Then let's go try. Su Yuwei smoothed her hair. But this one's really hard to catch. How would we know without trying?
If he could access the system, it would be a piece of cake for him. There were 3 claw machines in total. The girls had taken one, so Chen Yu chose the one on the farthest edge. Each play cost 2 tokens. He bought 10 tokens for 5 yuan.
Want to give it a shot, Nuonuo? Yes. The crane's operating lever wasn't very high. Nuonuo could reach it by standing on tiptoes. The little paw came down, but it missed the mark.
The first chance was wasted.
Nuonuo felt a bit discouraged. Come on, Nono, let's try again. Chen Yu inserted 2 more coins. This time, take it slow. Aim carefully. That's it, lower the hook.
The hook descended inch by inch as father and daughter stared intently at the machine. The hook caught the little tiger, which swayed precariously as it was slowly pulled upward. Nuonuo was so excited she nearly jumped up. But just as the hook reached its highest point, the little tiger slipped off and plummeted back into the pile of stuffed animals.
Oh no, the little tiger fell. Nuonuo sighed. Dad, you try.
She willingly handed over the joystick.
Aren't we playing anymore? Yeah, grab one for me, that little tiger.
Chen Yu felt the pressure mounting.
If Nono could do so well on her second try, what if he couldn't match her?
But since his daughter wanted the little tiger, he would definitely get it for her.
He inserted 2 coins and gripped the joystick.
Detected host accompanying daughter to play claw machine.
Rewarding claw machine mastery. What a helpful system, it came just in time.
A flood of knowledge surged into his mind, making Chen Yu feel like he'd crammed through advanced physics and calculus. He took a deep breath and aimed at the falling little tiger.
In an instant, countless equations seemed to appear before his eyes.
Force, angle, timing, even the frequency of air vibrations.
Countless factors combined and recalculated to determine the optimal trajectory.
Sorry, little tiger, but since it's what my daughter wants. Under Nono's tiptoeing gaze, he pushed the joystick. It moved above the little tiger and slowly descended.
The claw opened and closed around it. The little tiger was lifted up. Little tiger, Daddy's so awesome.
The little one jumped for joy.
Chen Yu raised a finger, making a shushing gesture.
No, Daddy's at a crucial moment right now. The little one immediately covered his mouth, not daring to breathe a word. Unlike the previous wobbly attempts, this time little tiger hung steady on the hook. Upon reaching the designated spot, he opened the hook. He retrieved an adorable little tiger plushie. Chapter 46, You're in charge of clearing out the claw machine.
So awesome. Nuonuo crouched down and cradled the little tiger. Got it on the first try? Su Yuwei's eyes widened in astonishment.
She occasionally went with Chen Yu to play the claw machine, spending over 100 tokens each time, yet never once succeeding.
Last time, she tried over 20 times in a row.
The best attempt had the plushie right above the hole, almost out, when it suddenly slipped off the hook.
She hadn't pressed the button.
Su Yuwei's nerves completely frayed, and she nearly burst into tears from frustration. Chen Yu, panicked, immediately called over the owner and demanded if they'd rigged the machine. The owner quickly denied it, clearly frightened.
She never went back to play claw machines after that. That damn machine was useless.
But Chen Yu managed to grab one on his first try.
Could it really be that she just lacked skill? 2 more coins went in.
The claw swayed slowly above the stuffed animal. The claw hooked around the doll's waist and lifted it up. It swayed precariously, teetering on the edge of falling. You won't get it, Su Yuwei whispered softly. Based on her experience after so many attempts, this one was absolutely impossible to grab. It would definitely fall midway. But Chen Yu's mechanical claw remained steady. It swayed precariously, yet it simply wouldn't fall.
Another doll secured. You actually got that? Little ducky, Daddy's the best. Nuonuo held the little tiger in her left hand and the little duck in her right. Chen Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. This one was partly luck.
He'd calculated the hook would grab the duckling's head, but it veered off course when he dropped it. He'd considered stopping, but Nono was watching him with such eager anticipation. So he tossed in the last 2 coins and grabbed another stuffed animal.
Perfect every time? Su Yuwei was thoroughly impressed. Could the gap between people really be that wide? Alright, let's head home. Wait a minute. Su Yuwei suddenly spoke up. She walked to the counter and returned holding a plastic basin. Inside were hundreds of game tokens packed tightly together. Go ahead and try again. Miss Su, you're basically telling me to empty the claw machine, Chen Yu teased.
With his current claw machine skills, clearing the machine wasn't difficult as long as he had enough tokens. Since Su Yuwei wanted him to play, he'd keep at it. One by one, the plushies were retrieved. Nua happily cradled them in her arms, quickly gathering a large pile. The attention of several girls nearby was drawn over. Anyone who'd played claw machines knew it was quite challenging. Someone like Chen Yu, who never missed a shot, was practically a god. What girl wouldn't want a boyfriend like that? Another doll dropped. Wow, it's a little crocodile. Nua reached out to grab it, but with so many plushies in her arms, the little tiger fell to the ground. Oh no, the little tiger. As she reached for the little tiger, the little rabbit slipped out of her grasp. Little bunny. As she reached for the little rabbit, the other stuffed animals tumbled out onto the floor with a clatter. The girls burst into laughter. This little girl was so adorable. Nua pouted, on the verge of tears. Chen Yu turned around to see the floor littered with stuffed animals and the little one with her pouty lips. What's wrong, Nua? Daddy, the little tiger won't listen. It keeps running around. Nua lifted her face to complain. The little tiger won't listen? If it won't listen, we'll spank it. Chen Yu picked up the toy and gave it a light pat. Is it listening now? Hee, it's being good now. He successfully made the little one laugh. Chen Yu gathered up all the stuffed animals and handed them one by one to Nua and Wan. The two little ones couldn't hold anymore, so he stuffed the rest into Su Yuwei's arms. Hey! Miss Su, hold these for me for now. I'll take them later. Su Yuwei cradled the stuffed animals in her arms, looking slightly uncomfortable. Her persona was about to crumble. Su Yuwei blushed as she looked at the claw machine, where a white rabbit plushie sat inside. She really wanted it, but felt too shy to ask outright. She watched the claw swing back and forth, missing the rabbit plushie time and time again. Inside her, a little voice screamed wildly. That rabbit plushie, the white one. No, not that one. Chen Yu, you big dummy. But the claw kept drifting past, clearing out half the machine, never stopping at the rabbit toy. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She was starting to wonder if Chen Yu could actually read minds. As the machine dwindled to just a few remaining toys, the claw finally grabbed the little rabbit. She couldn't help but let out a cheer. Thankfully, Chen Yu was too engrossed to hear her, or she would have died of embarrassment right then and there. Su Yuwei stared intently at the little rabbit as the claw slowly guided it toward the exit. A voice sounded behind her as the arcade owner approached. Ahem. He cleared his throat with 2 coughs. Young man, please stop playing for now. There's a problem with this machine. Leave the plushies here and I'll refund your tokens. He'd been sipping tea in his office when an employee rushed in, claiming the claw machine was nearly emptied. He chuckled at the notion it was utterly impossible. The crane's difficulty had been adjusted to the highest level 5. The mechanical claw moved fast but had weak grip strength. It was hard enough to grab just one doll, let alone emptying the entire machine. What kind of joke was this? But the employee looked genuinely panicked, not like he was joking. He came out to check, half believing it, and was shocked by what he saw. Holy crap, where did all the dolls go? Only a few lonely stuffed animals remained in the vast claw machine. As for their companions, they were all in the hands of 2 little kids. The 2 kids couldn't carry them all, and there was a pile at their feet. Meanwhile, a man was manipulating the joystick, clearly about to grab another prize. This guy must be cheating. His claw machine had been set up for months, yet on the busiest day, fewer than 10 dolls were ever taken. That's how he'd made a decent profit. This day alone was worth a whole month's earnings. If everyone could grab a prize, he'd be losing money every single day. Come on, let's go check it out. Without pausing to think, he hurried over to stop Chen Yu. Before Chen Yu could speak, Su Yuwei cut in. Can't handle losing? Her voice was icy, carrying the authority of someone in a position of power. She hadn't flinched in front of billionaire directors at board meetings, so she certainly wouldn't give a small arcade owner a second thought. The owner looked at Su Yuwei and suddenly felt a bit intimidated. It's not that I can't handle it. This machine is malfunctioning. Why don't we try another one? How about the one next to it? His previously arrogant tone softened slightly. His demand had shifted from keeping the doll to simply switching machines. It truly proved the saying, bullies fear tougher bullies. Chen Yu couldn't help but admire Su Yuwei. She'd made the boss back down with just 3 words. He knew he never could have pulled that off. This was the advantage of dating a big sister type. All you have to do is take care of her, and when problems arise, she'll stand up for you. You provide for her, she provides for the family. This freeloading life sure is sweet. Chapter 47, Both little ones want to sleep with daddy? Su Yuwei said coldly, we're playing this one. Got it? If you come over to bother us again, I'll go find the mall service desk. The owner wasn't afraid of inspections. Tampering with the machines was an unwritten rule, an industry norm in arcades. But he feared escalating the situation. If it did get blown out of proportion, the mall would definitely side with the customer, not an operator like him. Plus, Su Yuwei seemed unusually assertive, not like an ordinary customer. Better not to provoke her. He'd just have to accept his bad luck this time. They weren't going to come play every day anyway. No need. This machine is fine. Go ahead and play. Enjoy yourselves. The owner walked away with a forced smile. Miss Su sure has a commanding presence, Chen Yu remarked with a smile. Teased, Su Yuwei flushed slightly. Hurry up and finish catching these.
Let's go home.
She had genuinely been annoyed earlier, first because the owner was such a sore loser, and second because of that rabbit plushie. The stuffed animal was about to be caught when the owner jumped in to cause trouble, walking right into her trap.
She couldn't blame anyone else.
Only after getting the little rabbit plushie did Su Yuwei's mood improve.
The entire claw machine was now empty, its once packed interior now completely bare.
With 2 tokens per prize and Chen Yu never missing a catch, over 10 tokens remained in the plastic basin.
A pretty girl approached him. Hey, could you grab one for me too? I'll buy you bubble tea later.
She was already with 2 daughters. She probably didn't have any ulterior motives, just genuinely wanted a stuffed animal. But Chen Yu still looked at Su Yuwei. She shrugged indifferently. If she asked you to help, just help her.
Why are you looking at me?
Her tone was cold, yet Chen Yu detected a hint of jealousy.
Quite a strong hint of it, actually. Sorry, we have to head home now. Here, take these game tokens. You'll definitely catch something with them.
With that, Chen Yu scooped up the pile of stuffed animals and walked ahead.
Su Yuwei didn't glance at the girl either, simply following behind.
The girl didn't seem upset. Instead, her smile grew even brighter. She seemed so aloof, yet here she was, jealous because her man was trying to win her a stuffed animal.
How amusing.
It was remarkable how love could transform someone beyond recognition.
Perhaps that was the magic of love?
The other 2 girls gathered around.
He won't even help Sister Cece get a stuffed animal? That family is so stingy. Exactly.
That guy looks young, probably just riding her coattails.
The girl named Cece ignored them and walked toward a nearby coffee shop. Says she wants coffee now? So, where's Sister Cece planning to apply? Not staying in Linchun, right?
Holding the adorable rabbit plushie, Su Yuwei felt quite cheerful. Any lingering annoyance from being approached by the girls had completely vanished.
To be fair, Chen Yu hadn't done anything wrong.
But she still felt a little upset.
What was that girl thinking? Couldn't she see Chen Yu standing right there?
And Nuonyuo and Ruerue were right beside him too.
Why did she just walk right over and start chatting? Did she not even notice her?
They exited the mall and entered the underground parking garage.
Teacher Su, how would you rate my performance just now? 59. Chen Yu froze. He thought he'd done pretty well.
He immediately sought Su Yuwei's opinion, but upon seeing her displeasure, he promptly refused.
Should he have agreed? Did I do something wrong?
You should have refused outright instead of asking my opinion, Su Yuwei said in a flat tone. At least give me a 60, 59 is way too harsh. During his freshman year, Chen Yu failed 2 courses. When he checked his grades, both were 59. Ever since then, he'd developed a phobia about that number. He couldn't fathom what those professors were thinking.
If they could give him 59, would it kill them to give him 60? To the professor, it's just 1 point difference.
But to the student, it's the difference between passing and having to retake the exam. He overlooked one thing, that 59 might have been the result of a desperate last-minute effort.
Take that.
Su Yuwei shoved the stuffed animal into Chen Yu's face and strode away, the click-clack of her high heels echoing sharply on the pavement. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She didn't know why she'd snapped like that.
Chen Yu had done his best.
She felt like a suspicious, resentful wife, just like the characters in those TV dramas.
Was it because of Chen Yu that she had become this way?
Su Yuwei took a deep breath, walked back to Chen Yu, and retrieved the stuffed animal that had fallen into his arms.
I'll drive. You sit in the passenger seat and rest for a bit. Let me drive instead.
I said I'll drive.
You rest. She wanted to apologize to Chen Yu this way.
But you're wearing high heels. Driving in high heels is just as reckless as driving barefoot. Both are seriously dangerous. Only those influencers posing for photos would do such a thing. Today, Su Yuwei wore high heels with cropped pants, revealing her slender, bare ankles that accentuated her perfectly shaped legs. Noticing Chen Yu staring at her feet, she shyly turned her head away.
Then you drive.
After returning home and washing up, the little one changed into pajamas.
Kiddos, who do you want to sleep with tonight, Daddy or Mommy? Daddy. Nuonyuo made her choice without hesitation.
Chen Yu had anticipated this and smiled as he high-fived her. Su Yuwei felt a little sad, but it was okay.
What about Ruan? She'd surely choose me, right? Both pairs of eyes turned to Ruan. Me? Sandwiching between the two, Ruan felt torn.
She really wanted to choose Chen Yu because he'd tell her stories, but she also wanted to choose Su Yuwei. Being with Mom was nice too.
After a moment's hesitation, Ruan whispered softly, I choose Daddy.
She kept her head down, unable to meet Su Yuwei's eyes. Su Yuwei seriously doubted she'd heard correctly.
She'd only been away for half a month, and both daughters had already defected? Was Chen Yu really that charismatic? Sorry about that, Teacher Su. You're getting away with it.
Su Yuwei snorted coldly and shuffled back to her bedroom in her slippers.
In the dead of night, Su Yuwei tossed and turned, unable to sleep.
After several consecutive nights of staying up late, she was exhausted and should have seized the chance to get some proper sleep. But her mind was filled with the scene from just hours ago.
When faced with the question of who to sleep with, both daughters chose Chen Yu. Not a single one chose her. Lying alone in the large bed, she experienced insomnia for the first time. Chen Yu's soft voice and the girl's laughter drifting through the slightly ajar door only made her feel more troubled. Were the fairy tales Chen Yu told really that captivating? She had told stories to Nuonuo and Wanwan before, but they never laughed so happily. Su Yuwei pouted. Chen Yu's voice was indeed pleasant, gentle yet magnetic, perfect for lulling children to sleep. Chapter 48, It's all your fault I didn't sleep well. She sighed, rolled over twice, and still felt no sleepiness. She got up, her bare feet touching the floor, and tiptoed quietly into the living room. In the dim light, she found the rabbit among the pile of stuffed animals, hugged it, and crawled back into bed. Good morning, Teacher Su. Morning. Su Yuwei yawned, studying her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was slightly tousled from a night's sleep, and dark circles had crept silently onto her eyelids. The bathroom sink was large enough for two people to stand side by side. Chen Yu washed his face in just a few quick motions before stepping aside. Didn't sleep well last night? No. Su Yuwei was still half asleep, her tone softer than usual, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Breakfast is ready. Come eat after you finish washing up. Chen Yu didn't ask why. He dried his face and stepped out of the bathroom. After splashing water on her face twice, Su Yuwei felt much more awake. How dare you even ask me, Chen Yu? If you hadn't taken Nuanua and Wanwan away, would I be losing sleep? Her heart was filled with resentment toward Chen Yu. But the moment she approached the dining table, all resentment vanished. The table was laden with dishes that looked absolutely stunning. Perfectly fried eggs, golden brown on both sides. Steaming hot oatmeal topped with assorted nuts. A vegetable salad mixed with several fresh greens, accompanied by small bowls of salad dressing, vinaigrette, and sesame sauce. Ancho was also a great cook, but she still fell short compared to Chen Yu. Especially when it came to the presentation of the dishes. The way she arranged everything so elegantly made it look incredibly appetizing. Good morning, Mom. Nuanua sat softly on her little chair, swinging her short legs as she greeted them. Morning, sweetie. Su Yuwei smiled as she pinched the little one's cheek, then picked up a piece of fried egg and took a small bite. Delicious. Perfectly cooked, with a rich, savory aroma. Strange. How could an ordinary fried egg taste so good when Chen Yu made it? He wouldn't have put anything in it, would he? Like how some hot pot restaurants sneak in poppy shells. Su Yuwei chuckled wryly at herself. She was overthinking again. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuwei naturally got up to head to school. Just as she finished putting on one shoe, something suddenly occurred to her. Chen Yu was the father of the two little ones, not some nanny she'd hired. She really had been treating him like a hired nanny. Su Yuwei slipped off her shoe and walked to the kitchen doorway. Chen Yu was washing dishes with his back to her, humming softly to himself. In his spare time, he'd flipped through that parallel world songbook, and this was one of the songs inside called Wind Blowing Through the Wheat Fields. Beneath the distant azure sky, golden wheat waves roll and surge right there, where you and I once loved. Su Yuwei was instantly captivated. Closing her eyes, she listened quietly, imagining herself in the countryside. In the distance lay vast fields of golden wheat, swaying gently in the breeze, undulating like a sea of gold. Lost in a soft hum, she forgot what she had intended to say. As she washed the last bowl, the singing abruptly stopped. Chen Yu turned around and saw Su Yuwei with her eyes closed and a faint smile on her lips. You startled me. When did you come over, Teacher Su? Ah. Su Yuwei snapped her eyes open. I was going to say. She had intended to ask Chen Yu if he needed help with the dishes, but his singing had captivated her. By the time she realized it, the dishes were already done. Well, I'm off to work. Chen Yu froze for a moment. Going to work is just going to work. Does he need to report it to me? Then it clicked. This was probably similar to how couples check in with each other. Like his parents, whenever one of them left the house, they'd always tell the other where they were going. They'd been doing it for decades. But many young people today didn't seem to value that. They call themselves couples, but in reality, they just do their own thing. You never know how wild the other half is getting. Be careful on your way, Chen Yu said with a smile. Got it. Su Yuwei turned to leave, but Chen Yu called her back. I baked 2 egg tarts this morning. Here, Miss Su, have them as a snack. Su Yuwei accepted the container naturally, without the awkwardness or reluctance of last time. Because Chen Yu's baking was truly delicious. Last time, Chen Yu had eaten all the beef patties, and she hadn't gotten a single bite. This time, she absolutely had to keep it from Chen Yu. There was just one problem: if she kept getting fed like this every day, she'd probably start gaining weight soon. You sing really well. Su Yuwei stepped out of the kitchen and kissed each of her daughters on the forehead. Sweetie pie, mommy's off to school now. Bye, mom. The two little ones tugged at her, planting kisses on both cheeks before letting Su Yuwei go. Was she being complimented? Chen Yu chuckled. Maybe he should consider going pro as a singer. With the song library from the parallel world, he could easily dominate the entire music scene. Daddy, when are we leaving? Nua peered over, craning her little head toward them. What time is it, sweetie? Chen Yu asked while cleaning the stove.
The older generation of chefs insisted on cleaning up immediately after cooking, treating every utensil like a treasure. It seemed he had inherited not only the recipes, but also these principles. There was a clock in the living room, but it had no numbers. The little one pointed with his tiny finger, counting aloud, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's already past 8? Chen Yu quickly set down the dishcloth and stepped out to glance at the clock. We're still on time. Let's head out now.
Editor Su Yuwei had messaged him yesterday, asking when he'd be free to attend Shook and Beta's book launch signing event.
Chen Yu had chosen today.
He knew nothing about the book publishing process, but luckily, Longmao Novel Network handled everything, so he didn't have to worry about it. The downside was the risk of getting ripped off.
But it didn't matter. If he handled it himself, he'd get ripped off too. Working with the website just meant earning a bit less.
For every book sold, he'd receive an 8% commission.
As sales increased, this percentage would rise further. Chen Yu did some rough research and found this rate to be relatively high.
Thanks to Shook and Beta, he had become something of a star contributor on Totoro fairy tales.
The site wanted to keep him around to generate more profits, so they wouldn't rip him off over something like this.
Many books undergo small batch test printing before full publication, accompanied by promotional campaigns to gauge market response. If the response was positive, they would then print large quantities for market release, significantly reducing risk. Shook and Beta had an initial print run of 300 copies, with the book signing event scheduled in Lincheng, which is why Chen Yu had the chance to attend.
Master, the event is about to start. Should I send a car to pick you up? Came the message from editor Su Yuwei. No need, I'll drive myself.
Chen Yu paused, then added, oh, and I'll be bringing the 2 little guys along.
Is that okay?
Su Yuwei froze on the other end of the screen.
Bringing 2 pets to the event? Chapter 49, Teacher Su has everything he needs. What kind of pets are these that he absolutely has to bring along? Could they be some kind of strange, exotic creatures?
Suddenly, those videos flashed through her mind, pet snakes coiled around their owners' fingers, hissing and flicking their tongues.
She couldn't help but shiver. Could there really be such a fetish?
But Chen Yu was currently the top author on the website, and she dared not offend him.
Sure, I'll check with the organizers. No problem. Alright, I'll head over right away. Did you hear? Shook and Beta are getting a physical book release. Really? When is it happening? Today. There's even an author signing event at Xian de Plaza. I've gotta go buy a copy to make my kid happy. Overhearing the 2 female teachers chatting behind her, Su Yuwei stopped in her tracks. She turned around and asked, Sis, are you talking about Shook and Beta? Isn't that the fairy tale that's been all the rage lately?
Both teachers paused in surprise. Though they shared the same office area as Su Yuwei, their interactions were usually limited to nods and brief exchanges. They hardly ever spoke.
Su Yuwei's sudden engagement caught them off guard.
One of them, Teacher Liang, smiled. Yes, my son is already 6, but he still begs to read it every day.
So what's this about publishing?
Shook and Beta were originally serialized online, but suddenly they announced a physical book release. Apparently the premiere is at Xian de Plaza.
Teacher Liang patiently explained. The other teacher suddenly chimed in, oh, right. Su teacher, don't you have 2 daughters? Why not buy a copy for them?
I heard the author will be signing copies in person.
Shook and Beta.
Su Yuwei recalled last night. Just because Chen Yu told such wonderful fairy tales, both little girls had ended up sleeping with him. If she bought Shook and Beta and read them the stories every night, they'd surely sleep with her instead. After all, Su Yuwei was their mother. She was confident in her standing in the little ones' hearts.
Unfortunately, she had to work today and might not find the time. Thanks, sis. I'll go check it out. Su Yuwei turned to find Chen Yu, hoping she'd have time.
The 2 female teachers exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously.
Teacher Liang, why are you sighing?
Ah, I'm just envious that Teacher Su has 2 daughters. If only she'd share one with me.
My little boy is so mischievous, it's driving me crazy. Speaking of which, why are you sighing? Do you feel the same way?
The other teacher gave an awkward laugh. No, I was just envious of Teacher Su's figure. She's had 2 kids, yet she still looks like a teenager. I wonder how she maintains it.
Teacher Liang eyed her up and down. What do you know? Mature men prefer women like you. Only kids like those skinny stick figures.
Both women were around 30, and the other teacher instantly understood. But Teacher Su isn't a stick either. She's got curves in all the right places, breasts, hips, everything where it should be.
That husband of hers is so lucky. Teacher Liang frowned. Wait, isn't her husband that guy from the other day? He looked so young. Teacher Su seems so proper, yet she likes to eat young grass. What do you mean young men? Miss Su isn't that old. She's not like us old ladies. They say women in their 30s are like tigers and wolves. Online, wonder if that cute guy can handle it? Oh my, Teacher Liang, you're so dirty. Saying things like that in public. What are you pretending to be pure for? Don't you and your husband do it? The 2 women exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter.
Dirty jokes aren't much fun when you tell them alone. You need someone who gets you to listen.
Ahem, ahem.
A cough sounded from behind them, and the two teachers spun around. There stood the principal, her belly prominently rounded. They hurriedly greeted her. Good afternoon, principal. Now then, he cleared his throat. Teachers, jokes are fine, but mind your influence, understand? Understood, director. Where are you, big shot? The signing event is about to start. I'm at Chien de Plaza. This place is kinda hard to find. The other person sent a location, but it was pretty vague. He circled the area twice and still couldn't find it. The two little ones weren't in a hurry at all, munching on snacks while peering out the window. They couldn't care less about the purpose of the outing. Just being out and about with daddy was enough for them. Why don't we video call so I can see where you are? Xiao Yu asked. Sure. Chen Yu opened the video call, revealing a very pretty girl on the screen. So handsome. That was Xiao Yu's first impression of Chen Yu. Suppressing her fangirl excitement, Xiao Yu waved her hand. Hi there, big shot. Hello. Flip the camera around so I can see the buildings around you. Chen Yu did as she asked. Xiao Yu quickly pinpointed his location. Master, park your car up ahead, go around that billboard and head inside. I'll come down to meet you now. Got it. Chen Yu parked the car and led Nuonyuo and Ruan inside. Xiao Yu, is the boss here yet? A staff member asked. He's here. He's here. Get everything ready quickly, I'll go down to meet the star. In the empty hallway, Xiao Yu pulled out her compact mirror and quickly touched up her makeup. She studied her reflection, ensuring she looked flawless, and rehearsed her opening lines for the meeting. Hello, big shot. I'm your editor, little fish. Finally meeting you in person. Ha? Xiao Yu shook her head, feeling goosebumps rise all over her body. That sounded way too sappy, unbearable. Hello, Mr. Big Shot. I'm editor Ji Xiao Yu. No, this is a top author after all. That attitude is way too cold. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Ji Xiao Yu sighed. If she'd known the author was this handsome, she should have dressed better. This work uniform is just too ugly. She puffed out her chest, trying desperately to create a hint of cleavage. But for someone who didn't have such things to begin with, it was still too difficult. Why am I so flat? Setting aside her role as an editor, she was just a girl in her 20s. It was only natural to be drawn to a handsome guy. They were close in age, and he was incredibly talented. What girl wouldn't want a boyfriend like that? After another failed attempt, Ji Xiao Yu gave up completely. What nonsense about just try harder and you'll get it. That's just something made up to fool kids. Forget it, no more squeezing. Could it be that the big shot actually prefers her plain, ordinary type? It must be possible, right? It must be. Someone who can write such warm and funny fairy tales must not like the busty types. Ji Xiao Yu kept encouraging herself, gradually regaining some confidence. She began sketching out the scene of meeting the master in her mind. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but laugh aloud as she quickened her pace toward the end of the corridor. Chapter 50. You have a daughter, master? The final stretch of the underground passage was pitch black, devoid of any light source. Ji Xiao Yu hurried through it and stood at the passageway's entrance. Blinding sunlight poured in, forcing her to squint and raise her hand to shield her eyes. The transition from pitch darkness to blinding brightness took several seconds to adjust to. Ji Xiao Yu slowly opened her eyes to see Chen Yu approaching, accompanied by two little girls skipping along beside him. Wait a minute. Little girls? So the two little ones the master mentioned were actually two little girls? Only then did she realize she'd misunderstood. Perhaps they were relatives, or maybe the neighbor's children? He's so young it couldn't possibly be his children, could it? Holding on to her last shred of hope, she smiled and waved. Hi, big shot. I'm your editor, Ji Xiao Yu. You can just call me Xiao Yu. Hello. Chen Yu's gentle smile felt like a warm spring breeze. Who are these two little girls? They're my daughters, Nuonyuo and Ruan. Since no one was around to look after them, I brought them alone. Nuonyuo and Ruan, say hello to sister. Oh, thank goodness they're just daughters. Wait, daughters. Hello, sister. Nuonyuo and Ruan always took a liking to pretty older sisters, smiling as they greeted her. Ah, hello. Ji Xiao Yu's smile was forced. She hadn't recovered from her shock yet. The big shot looked barely over 20, and already had two daughters this big? That's way too young to have kids. Is this the entrance? Chen Yu, unaware of her thoughts, led his daughters into the underground passageway. Ah, right. Ji Xiao Yu snapped back to reality and hurried after them. After passing through the pitch-black section, Ji Xiao Yu's mood calmed considerably. She smiled as she drew closer to Chen Yu. You look so young, master. I never would have guessed your daughter is already this big. Yeah, I guess I had kids pretty early. Having a child right after starting freshman year was indeed pretty young. Your wife must be pretty busy with work, right? She's a university professor, so it should be manageable. Chen Yu didn't understand why she was asking these questions, but he answered politely anyway. Upon hearing his answers, Ji Xiao Yu completely lost interest. A best-selling author paired with a university professor perfectly matched.
She was about to ask more when the little one quietly came up and took her hand. Nono lifted her little face. Sister, you're so pretty. Really? Am I that pretty? Ji Xiaoyu's face flushed instantly. She wasn't really good with kids. In her mind, children were always chattering and noisy. It's rare to meet someone so quiet who also compliments her own beauty. This left her with an exceptionally favorable impression of Nuo Nuo. You're adorable too, little one. Ji Xiaoyu pinched Nuo Nuo's little cheek. Editor Xiaoyu, could you walk us through the schedule for later? Oh, right. Only then did Ji Xiaoyu remember her primary responsibility. The signing event will start promptly at 9 p.m. We have a total of 300 books to sign today. Finally, there will be a group photo session. If the author isn't comfortable, just pick 1 or 2 people for a symbolic photo. Ji Xiaoyu might seem unreliable, but she explained the entire event schedule quite clearly. Chen Yu nodded. Got it. It was just signing 300 names. He'd been practicing calligraphy diligently lately and had gotten quite good at it. Then let's head inside. Ji Xiaoyu entered the venue first. Everyone, quiet please. The author is here. Chen Yu stepped into the venue, greeted by enthusiastic applause from fans and staff. Master, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Ji Xiaoyu guided Chen Yu to the signing station, where staff promptly brought over a small stool for Nuo Nuo. This spot was close to the waiting area, so he could hear the fans' murmurs. I never imagined the author was so young. I thought he'd be in his 40s or 50s. See those 2 little girls? Could they be the author's daughters? Man, these signing event passes were crazy hard to snag. Good thing I got my whole family to help me out. They say there are only 300 copies. That's way too few. Less is better. Rarity makes it valuable. Chen Yu scanned the venue. Banners hung everywhere. Dragon Cat novel website clearly took this event seriously. The 2 little ones showed no signs of stage fright, peering around curiously. A cameraman approached with his equipment, and Nuo Nuo gave the camera a peace sign. Hi everyone. Welcome to see my dad. The camera then zoomed in on Ruwei's face. The little one didn't like having the lens shoved in her face and immediately put her hand up to block it. The twins' reaction drew knowing smiles from the fans. No wonder Chen Yu could write such wonderful fairy tales. He had 2 adorable little princesses at home. Others write fairy tales to make money, to entertain other children. He writes them for his own daughters. Of course he writes them with such care and dedication. If Long Matong had promoted him as a daddy blogger earlier, Shook and Beta would have done even better. It's the same principle as selling products. When it comes to buying things for their own children, parents will naturally gravitate toward products made by fellow parents. Only parents with children can truly empathize. At 9 o'clock sharp, the book signing commenced. Ji Xiaoyu stood beside Chen Yu and introduced him to the crowd. This is Mr. Chen Yu, author of Shook and Beta. He brought his daughter especially for today's signing event. Let's give Mr. Chen Yu a warm round of applause. Chen Yu stood up and took the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yu, the author of Shook and Beta. I'm delighted you've all come to the signing event. After briefly introducing himself, the 2 little ones also introduced themselves into the microphone. Their baby voices melted the hearts of many. After the introductions, they didn't run off but sat quietly on their stools. Especially little Nuo Nuo, her eyes never left Chen Yu, her little face beaming with admiration. They say a daughter is her father's little sweetheart from a past life, and that description fits these 2 perfectly. Most attendees at the book signing were parents, naturally comparing Nuo Nuo and Ruwei to their own children. Oh my, these 2 little girls are absolutely adorable. If mine were half this well behaved, I'd be satisfied. It's so frustrating. How did my husband and I end up with such a little terror? These comments naturally reached Chen Yu's ears, and he chuckled happily. Hearing others praise his daughters felt incredibly satisfying. But Chen Yu didn't agree with some of their opinions. May I say a few more words? Ji Xiaoyu paused, thinking this wasn't part of the planned segment. Still, she handed the microphone to Chen Yu. Go ahead, Mr. Big Shot. Everyone, I'm truly grateful you came to Shook and Beta's book signing event. Chapter 51, Signing with Daddy. I believe you're all parents who deeply love your children, willing to invest time and money to purchase a children's storybook. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Chen Yu paused briefly before continuing. I've heard your discussions, but I don't agree with some of your views. Every child is special and unique. We can't define them as good or bad based on whether they're well behaved or not. Does that mean obedient children are good, while mischievous ones are bad? No, that's not how it works at all. Whether obedient or mischievous, these are simply aspects of a child's personality. As parents, we should guide them. As long as they grow up healthy, what's wrong with a little mischief? Why don't you all think back to your own childhoods? Were you really the way your parents hoped you would be? Some lowered their heads, lost in thought. They themselves were far from well-behaved as children, utter little rascals who routinely shot birds with slingshots and shattered windows with soccer balls. Their children were far better behaved compared to them. Applause began to rise gradually, until eventually the entire hall was clapping for him. Nua, too young to understand Chen Yu's words, simply thought her dad was so cool. Ji Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with admiration. He truly lived up to his reputation as a legend. His handwriting was beautiful, he was handsome, and his words were so profound. Chen Yu put down his phone and let out a quiet sigh. He knew his words might have little effect. Changing someone's mindset was no easy feat. But he still needed to speak his mind. Because when he was young, he went through a phase of being quite mischievous. But as long as he didn't do anything too outrageous, his parents wouldn't scold him. Later, as he grew up and became more sensible, things naturally improved. The book signing officially began. Chen Yu handled the autographs while Ji Xiaoyu passed him the books. Oh, by the way, big shot, let's just sign our pen names. No need for real names. Chen Yu smiled. He understood that much. Ji Xiaoyu had been worried about Chen Yu's handwriting. Young people these days, she thought, forget how to write characters. When they pick up a pen, their handwriting looks like a dog's scribbles. But upon seeing it, she realized her worries were completely unnecessary. His handwriting was stunningly beautiful, rivaling that of any calligraphy master. Bookmark after bookmark passed through his hands, and he did his best to accommodate any special requests. For instance, when asked to wish children good health and growth, he wrote it on each one. Kids generally have poor self-control. Keeping still for 10 minutes is already a challenge. After sitting for 3 to 5 minutes, they'd inevitably want to run off and play. The two little ones, however, were quite well behaved. They sat quietly on their stools watching him sign, showing not a hint of impatience. At first, my son insisted I read it to him, but as I read, I grew to love Shuken Beta too. A woman smiled sheepishly. It just updates a bit slowly. Could you speed it up just a tiny bit? He updates at least 4,000 words daily, which is quite substantial in the fairy tale genre. But for those who eagerly followed his updates daily, it was indeed a bit unfriendly. I'll try, but I've got 2 daughters to raise. Honestly, I just don't have that much time. I understand. The woman hesitated. Has Nuonyuo learned to write yet? I'd like her to write one for me too. Nuonyuo can write her own name, the little girl said with a smile. Then could Nuonyuo write one for me? Auntie adores you. Sure thing. The little one picked up the pen and carefully wrote her name, stroke by stroke, with great concentration. Thank you, sweetie. The woman held the book as if it were a precious treasure. The first copy bearing both Chen Yu and Nuonyuo's signatures was truly special. Seeing this, the people behind them all learned the trick, holding their books as they approached Nuonyuo. No, sweetie, would you sign one for Auntie? I can't keep up with all these requests. Seeing the long line, Nono felt like the sky was falling. Dad said he was taking me out to play, so why do I have to work now? Chen Yu quickly interjected, signatures are fine, but we can't tire out my little Nono. How about this one signature for every 10 people? Ji Xiaoyu chimed in, right, let's just go by the current order. Everyone scrambled to count their place in line. Those who could get signed beamed with joy, while those who couldn't sighed in disappointment. Hey, can we swap spots? No way, I want Nono's autograph too. I'll buy your spot. How about $100? What are you thinking? I'm not here to make money. 200? 300? If all else fails, 500. This isn't about money. This batch of Shuken Beta books were all hardcover editions, featuring Chen Yu's handwritten signature and bundled with bookmarks and other goodies, priced at just 98 yuan. Yet these people were offering 200 or 300 just for a chance to get Nono's signature. It just goes to show how many wealthy people there are in Lincheng. Compared to the bustling scene at Nuonyuo's booth, one side was noticeably quieter. The little girl was bored, tapping her fingers idly. Her handwriting was far better than Nono's, yet no one came to her. Bored to death. Suddenly, a book appeared before her. Ruan looked up in surprise and saw a sweet smiling older sister. Softy, sweetie, you're so adorable. Would you mind signing an autograph for me? Sure. Ruan nodded eagerly and carefully wrote her name on the title page. Here you go. Thank you, Ruan. Your handwriting is really beautiful. The girl carefully tucked the book away, smiling as she ruffled Softa's hair. Ruan blushed shyly, her eyes squinting like a docile kitten. This adorable sight caught the attention of everyone in line, and one by one, they were charmed by Softy. Wow, Ruan is so adorable. Seriously, that shy look is just too adorable. Can Softa sign autographs for us? Now both little ones had become mini celebrities, with parents scrambling for autographs. Whoosh whoosh. Chen Yu was playing Angry Birds in the office, voicing the birds as she played. Ugh, what's going on? I just can't hit the spot I want. The office door suddenly rattled. She quickly pressed the boss key and pretended to be reviewing documents. But it wasn't the director who entered, it was Su Yuwei. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. She grumbled as she opened the game again. That scared me to death. I thought it was the director making his rounds. Playing games again? Su Yuwei sighed helplessly. Her bestie wasn't just a glutton for sweets, she was also a glutton for fun. One never knew what serious hobbies she might have. Yeah, I'm already on level 1800 something. I should finish it soon. Do you know Shuken Beta? What the heck? Is that a game? No, it's a fairy tale. Su Yuwei shared the news she'd heard from teacher Liang.
Chen Yu's interest was instantly piqued and she shut down the game.
Why suddenly want to buy fairy tales? For the two little ones? Su Yuwei felt a bit embarrassed, but under Chen Yu's persistent questioning, she recounted yesterday's events.
Chen Yu crossed her arms, listened, and nodded.
So you want to buy this book just to get the two little ones to sleep with you? Chapter 52, Some Women Are Born Lucky. Yes, I. As soon as Su Yuwei started to speak, Chen Yu doubled over on the table, laughing like a little cutie. No way, you're killing me, ha ha. Is it that funny?
Su Yuwei frowned, unsure what this girl was laughing about.
It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious.
In Chen Yu's eyes, Su Yuwei was a heavenly princess, beautiful, wealthy, and the youngest associate professor. If life were a game, these past 20-odd years had been nothing but easy mode for her. Seeing Su Yuwei encounter setbacks for the first time gave her a secret thrill. Chen Yu's charm also surprised her. He'd captured the hearts of the two little ones so quickly. It had taken her quite some time to be accepted by the little one back then. Su Yuwei stood there, arms crossed, glaring at her coldly. If it weren't for Chen Yu, she would have turned and walked away immediately. Chen Yu finally managed to stifle her laughter. Looking up, she met Su Yuwei's icy stare.
She quickly plastered on a smile. I'm done laughing. Let's get down to business. I'm on duty and can't leave. Could you go buy it for me? Ha! But I'm on duty today too. Su Yuwei frowned. Then what should we do? It seems to be a limited edition release. No problem, I've got a plan.
Chen Yu patted her flat chest, looking confident and sure of herself.
She pulled out her phone and opened the local errand running app. Su Yuwei leaned in curiously. What's this? No way, you've never used a local delivery app?
Su Yuwei shook her head. With Aunt Jo handling everything before and now Chen Yu taking care of things, she'd never needed such services.
Chen Yu tapped her forehead. I almost forgot you're a spoiled princess.
You're always pampered, so you'd never bother with such trivial matters. Su Yuwei wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words.
She'd once read that some women were born with good fortune.
At every stage of life, someone unconditionally dotes on her, solving every problem for her. Thinking about it, she realized that seemed to describe her perfectly. She never had to worry about daily necessities, free to pursue whatever she desired wholeheartedly. That said, Chen Yu herself had never used a delivery service before and had to register on the spot.
It wasn't because anyone pampered her, she genuinely didn't have the money.
In a high-cost metropolis like Linchang, delivery fees weren't cheap either. So she'd rather spend the time doing the shopping herself.
Same city errand service. Ah, this is it.
She found the app, downloaded it, and began the registration process. She verified her phone number to log in, then filled out her personal information.
So many fields, and you can't skip any? Most apps let you skip these, but this one doesn't? So outdated.
Chen Yu couldn't help but grumble under her breath, but she started filling in the information as required.
Name, age, height, weight. Is this a household registration check?
Chen Yu patiently filled out each field, but when she saw the option to upload her ID card, something felt off. I just want to hire someone to run errands and buy things. Why do I need to fill in my ID number? Ha! Despite her confusion, she selected upload. After filling out all those steps before, getting stuck on this last one was so frustrating. Finally, everything was filled out. She could proceed to the next step. Victory was within reach.
Chen Yu clicked eagerly. Please select your work arrangement, full-time, part-time? Chen Yu froze. After all that effort filling out the form, you're telling me I'm just a delivery person?
Su Yuwei watched Chen Yu's expression shift from excitement to frustration to blank stupor, a veritable parade of emotions.
Just registering for an app, is this really necessary? She couldn't help but ask, are you done filling it out? Ah, just a bit more, almost done.
Chen Yu hurriedly switched back to the customer registration page to start over. Thank goodness her clumsy mistake hadn't been noticed.
Registering as a customer was much simpler, and Chen Yu finished filling it out quickly. Where exactly is that location? Could you be more specific? It's at Qian de Plaza. Following Su Yuwei's instructions, Chen Yu entered the address. Qian de Plaza, order placed. Someone accepted the order almost immediately. Shook and Beta, right? Hard to get? Not a chance. My nickname's the Prince of Errands. Give me half an hour and I'll get them for you.
The delivery guy was brimming with confidence. He'd handled queue jumping orders before. This was child's play to him.
If you get it, I'll tip you an extra 20.
Chen Yu gritted her teeth.
If it weren't for her best friend, she wouldn't even spare $20 for a tip. Tips are no big deal. My motto is to always meet the customer's needs. I'm heading out now.
Chen Yu was almost moved by the delivery guy's dedication and was about to tip him an extra 10 yuan.
Don't worry, girl. I promise I'll get it for you. Hopefully it's still available.
Su Yuwei looked it up online and discovered Shook and Beta were indeed super popular. Discussions about them were all over Weibo and other platforms, filled with chatter from moms and dads.
My kid keeps pestering me to listen to Shook and Beta. Does anyone know where to find it? I've been telling my daughter these stories every day, and now I'm hooked too. Ha, I was just talking about it with my coworkers, turns out they love it too. It's rare for a children's story to captivate both kids and adults alike. This book signing event required online reservations, with an initial print run of 300 copies. Yet over 10,000 people had already signed up. Many won't be able to attend on the day for various reasons, and some just casually click to reserve, but it still shows just how popular Shook and Beta are. Beyond the autographs and small merchandise, the published book includes bonus content unavailable online. That's why so many people want to buy it. The signing event had already started a while ago. She wondered if it was still possible to make it. Su Yuwei couldn't stop thinking about the fairy tale book, completely unable to focus on work. She kept checking the time. Chen Yu found it amusing Su Yuwei rarely showed such restlessness. It was clear she truly cared about that fairy tale book. Or rather, how much she cared about her place in Nuonyuo's soft little heart. Before half an hour had passed, Su Yuwei urged her again. What's the rush? The delivery guy said he'd definitely get it. Chen Yu opened the delivery app and sent the delivery guy a message. A few minutes later, a reply came. Sorry, sis, couldn't get it. Followed by a sad face emoji. What? Didn't you promise me you could get it? I didn't know it would be this popular. The line was super long, and the staff told me not to bother waiting. It was definitely sold out by the time I got there. The delivery guy never imagined a children's book signing would draw such a crowd. You'd think it was some minor celebrity. I'm going to complain about you. Don't complain. I found a scalper who has one copy. It's just a bit pricey. Chen Yu pushed her phone towards Su Yuwei. What should we do, girl? Chapter 53, wanting to see Chen Yu's sour face. Su Yuwei didn't mind paying a bit extra. How much? The original price is 98, but the scalper wants 300 extra. I'll buy it. I'll transfer the money to you. Sucker with deep pockets. Chen Yu couldn't help but mutter under her breath. As the signing event concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Holding their newly acquired hardcover editions, each person left feeling thoroughly satisfied. Not only did they get Shook and Beta, but they also got Chen Yu's autograph. Most importantly, they got to meet Nuonyuo and Ruan, two adorable little cuties. Great work, author. Ji Xiaoyu said with a smile. I'm not the one who worked hard, it was these two little ones, right, Nuonyuo and Ruan? Chen Yu reached out to tickle her, making Nuonyuo giggle. That's right, the two little ones are the ones who really worked hard. Ji Xiaoyu patted Nuonyuo and Ruan on the head. After this event, she wasn't quite as afraid of interacting with little kids anymore. It turned out children could be as adorable as Nuonyuo and Ruan. They sat quietly, letting everyone sign autographs without fuss or impatience. If there's nothing else planned, I'll take my daughters home now. Master, the original plan was to invite you to dinner. If it's inconvenient. Chen Yu declined with a smile. Next time. I need to go home and cook for my wife, or else there'll be nothing to eat. I see. Well then, I won't bother you any longer. Ji Xiaoyu said sincerely, you're so good to your wife. She genuinely envied Su Yuwei. Chen Yu was handsome and a genius, earning over 100,000 yuan in royalties this month alone. Once Shook and Beta went into mass production, his profits would skyrocket. Most importantly, he doted on his wife, a truly good man. He brought both daughters to the book signing and still made time to cook dinner afterward. A man this perfect was practically impossible to find, even with a lantern. She even felt Su Yuwei was the one who had hit the jackpot with Chen Yu. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to voice it aloud, she just silently complained to herself. Let me walk you out, big shot. Even though Chen Yu insisted it wasn't necessary, she walked him all the way to the parking lot. No need to see me off. Go back now. Then drive safely, God. Oh, and the finance department will transfer the attendance fee to your bank card shortly. See you later, sis. The two little ones were sprawled across the back seat. Ji Xiaoyu waved cheerfully before turning back. Chen Yu started the car and headed home. He didn't place much importance on this appearance fee, it was probably just a token gesture of a few thousand yuan, nothing compared to his writing royalties. The real highlight was the book signing's success. Shook and Beta would soon go into mass production, and that's where the real money would come from. If Su Yuwei went to school, she wouldn't be back for lunch. He'd used Su Yuwei as a convenient excuse. Chen Yu wasn't particularly interested in such social engagements, especially with two daughters in tow. He'd rather go home for a nap in the middle of the day. After lunch, Chen Yu spread out a bamboo mat on the bed, and the two adults and two children lay down on it. When the temperature wasn't too high, lying on the bamboo mat felt quite comfortable. But when it got too hot, it wouldn't cut it, then you'd have to turn on the air conditioner. Nuonyuo rolled over and nestled into his arms. Aren't you hot snuggling up to daddy? Chen Yu smiled. Not hot at all. I love daddy. Chen Yu desperately wanted to say, you're not hot, but I am. But how could he hurt his daughter's feelings? So he let her snuggle close. Daddy, tell me a story. A story? I won't tell a story. I'll sing you a song instead.
With one hand pinned by Nuonyuo, Chen Yu freed the other to gently pat Ruerue. Sleep, sleep, my dear little darling. Lulled by the gentle melody, the two little ones gradually drifted off to sleep. Outside the window, cicadas still chirped incessantly, their noise irritating and distracting. Yet inside the room, the three felt an extraordinary tranquility, as if lying in a field of golden wheat. After waking up, Chen Yu taught the two little ones to write for a while and practice drawing with them. Their writing and drawing skills showed noticeable improvement. The characters written at the book signing were neat and upright, completely free of any crookedness. Seeing that it was nearly time, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Go for it, Yuwei. You can do it. Chen Yu winked at her, grabbed her bag, and dashed off. When asked where she was rushing off to, she replied it was a date, though whether that was credible or not remained unclear. Su Yuwei tucked Shook and Beta into her shoulder bag and headed home. After getting it from the delivery guy, she felt it was money well spent. The book wasn't large, but it had a certain heft to it. The cover featured two chibi-style mice, one piloting a plane, the other driving a tank. Mice piloting a plane and a tank? The author's concept was quite novel. The cover and binding are exquisitely crafted, and upon opening it, a faint ink scent wafted up. The title page bears the author's handwritten signature, Mu Xinghe. The calligraphy is graceful and timeless, clearly honed through years of practice. Since her grandfather loved calligraphy, Su Yuwei knew a thing or two about it herself. She flipped through the pages, curious to see what kind of story could captivate so many children. She was immediately hooked, spending the entire afternoon engrossed in the book. Fifi the mouse flight attendant, Luoqiu the restaurant manager mouse, the human boy Pipilu. Each character was so vividly portrayed, dancing before her eyes as if they were real. Though marketed as a children's fairy tale, it proved equally engaging for adults. She couldn't help but wonder about the author's identity. To write such an engaging fairy tale, one must possess a childlike heart. This gave Su Yuwei even more confidence. If even she was captivated by this storybook, how much more so would Nuonyuo and Wanwan be? If she read them a chapter tonight, they'd surely fall in love with Shook and Beta, and beg her to read more every day. Then, if Chen Yu wanted to sleep with the little ones, he'd have to ask her permission first. Thinking of Chen Yu's humiliated expression then, Su Yuwei couldn't help but curve her lips upward, feeling utterly delighted inside. Just you wait, Chen Yu. As soon as she pushed open the door, the two little ones rushed out to greet her. Mommy. Good girls. Chen Yu was carrying dishes to the dining table. Teacher Su is back. Wash your hands and let's eat. He was growing more accustomed to this role by the day. Even the apron that once felt ill-fitting now seemed to suit him better. Was it all in his head? Teacher Su, try this dish, I just learned how to make it. Chen Yu smiled as he promoted his culinary skills at the table, but Su Yuwei showed little interest. She forced a smile. It's delicious. The dish was indeed delicious, visually appealing, and richly aromatic. Her mind, however, was elsewhere entirely. Her mind was set on finishing dinner quickly so she could get to bed. When she pulled out this book, the two little ones would cheer with excitement. After reading just a few pages, Nuonyuo and Ruerue would cling to her, begging to sleep with her. Then she could watch Chen Yu's sour, defeated expression. Chapter 54, Can't we sleep together after getting married? Lost in thought, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sound of her laughter startled all three of them, and they turned to look at her. Nuonyuo lifted her little face and asked, Mommy, what are you laughing at? Su Yuwei felt a bit awkward. Mom just remembered something funny. What funny thing? Chen Yu chimed in. Su Yuwei shot him a glare and tapped his head with her spoon. How was she supposed to answer that? She couldn't very well say, just thinking about your sourpuss face makes me laugh. Chen Yu felt wronged, unsure what he'd said wrong. The meal ended with Su Yuwei eating less than usual. Based on Chen Yu's observations, her appetite followed the upper portion of a sine function on the x-axis. When they first met, she ate very little, just under half a bowl of rice. Later, it gradually increased to 2 bowls, but today it had suddenly reverted to its original state. Chen Yu desperately wanted to ask what was troubling her, but ultimately held back. Silently, he gathered the dishes to wash them. After all, he still knew very little about Su Yuwei, even less than what he understood from physical contact. Chen Yu knew how to keep his distance. Su Yuwei sat at the computer but couldn't focus on anything, glancing at her watch repeatedly. For the first time, she felt time dragging on endlessly. The two little ones usually brushed their teeth at 9, but she was already rushing out by 8:30. Nuonyuo and Ruerue were sitting on the carpet watching cartoons, giggling away. Sweetie, isn't it time for bed? Just a little longer, please. Su Yuwei patiently watched with them for 10 more minutes before asking again, time for bed now? Mommy, look. It's not even time yet. Nuonyuo pointed at the clock with her little finger, looking all pouty. Mom's acting so weird today. It's not even bedtime yet, so why is she always rushing us to sleep? Chen Yu happened to walk out of the kitchen and couldn't help but advise her, let Nuonyuo and Ruanwan watch a little longer. They can go to bed at 9. Seeing everyone gathered, Su Yuwei turned to fetch the book from the study. She couldn't wait to see Chen Yu's reaction. Chen Yu froze when he saw the book. Wasn't this Shook and Beta? But he hadn't seen Su Yuwei at the book signing. Then it clicked, she must have bought it from scalpers. Scalping had become a common phenomenon, whether snagging tickets for celebrity concerts or securing the first batch of new smartphones, scalpers were always involved. He hadn't expected even Shook and Beta to have scalpers.
Seems he was getting a little popular. He kept quiet, wanting to see what Su Yuwei would do. She walked over to the little one with the book in hand. Nua, how about mom reads you a story today? Look at this fairy tale book I just bought. Su Yuwei beamed, stealing a glance at Chen Yu. But the little one didn't react as she'd imagined. Nua looked at Shook and Beta, blinking her big eyes to confirm this was the book. Mom, you bought this book too? Su Yuwei paused in surprise. Sweetie, have you seen this book before? Nua nodded vigorously. This is Daddy's book. Daddy's book? No, even signed it with Daddy. The little one walked over and flipped open the book's title page. Seeing only the 3 characters Mu Xinghe left her a little disappointed. Oh, this one only has Daddy's signature, not Nono's. You mean these 3 characters were written by Daddy? Yes. Su Yuwei was so shocked she couldn't speak. She looked at Chen Yu. So, you wrote this copy of Shook and Beta? Chen Yu suppressed a smile and nodded. Yes, I did. He really wanted to burst out laughing. But he knew very well that if he laughed now, Su Yuwei would definitely get angry. A scolding would be the least of it. He feared being kicked out on the spot. The look on Su Yuwei's face was priceless, and her inner thoughts were even more so. So the book I paid an extra 200 for? It was actually written by my boyfriend? No wonder Nuonyuo and Ruerue loved listening to Chen Yu's stories so much. Turns out he wrote the book. She didn't care about the money, but she felt completely in the dark. So Chen Yu and Nuonyuo Ruan both knew, but I didn't? This makes me look like a total fool, you know? Why didn't you tell me? You never asked me. Looking at Chen Yu's face, she genuinely felt like punching him to death. But she had no reason to blame Chen Yu. She hadn't asked about the fairy tale at all. She'd been hoping to catch Chen Yu off guard, but now she was the one looking foolish. Su Yuwei took a deep breath. She knew she had no right to be angry, yet she still felt miserable, utterly miserable. You? Su Yuwei's face flushed crimson as she stared at Chen Yu, ultimately unable to say anything more. That night, Su Yuwei was alone in her empty room once more. Hugging her rabbit-stuffed animal, she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. The memory of the awkward scene earlier made her face flush repeatedly. Chen Yu must be laughing at me inside, right? Suddenly, Su Yuwei heard a rustling sound, like a large rat. A burglar in the house? Su Yuwei got up to investigate, but a little one slipped in quietly. Nua? Mommy! The little one ran to the bed and threw herself into her arms. Su Yuwei ruffled her hair. Weren't you listening to Daddy tell a story? I want to sleep with Mommy. Nuonyuo rubbed against her palm, as docile as a little kitten. Mommy doesn't have stories as good as Daddy's. It's okay. The two lay down, big and small. Nuonyuo rested her head on Su Yuwei's arm and suddenly asked, why doesn't Mommy live with Daddy? Then we could all sleep together. Su Yuwei froze for a moment. Answering this question for a little kid was indeed tricky. She carefully chose her words. Well, because Mom and Dad haven't gotten married yet, so we can't sleep together. Then wouldn't getting one fix it? Children's worlds are pure, they believe everything can be easily resolved. To them, nothing seemed impossible. But the older people get, the more timid they become, losing that childhood confidence where the world felt wide open and they felt like they could conquer anything. That's why it's best to hold on to a bit of childlike wonder, it keeps you from becoming timid and hesitant. Seeing the little one's adorably clueless expression, Su Yuwei couldn't help but smile. Sweetie, getting a marriage license is a lifelong commitment, it's not something you do lightly. Why? Does Mommy not like Daddy? Well, Su Yuwei didn't know how to answer that question. Of course she had feelings for Chen Yu, he was the boy she'd liked the most since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have slept with him or let him take care of Nuonyuo and Ruoro. But whether this was affection or love, she wasn't sure. After all, Su Yuwei had never been in a relationship before. Well, even if Mom agrees, Grandpa and Grandma might not. Chapter 55, The Stubborn Su Yuwei. This was Su Yuwei's innermost thought. She didn't believe her parents would approve. After all, it was an unplanned pregnancy before marriage, and they already had a poor impression of the son-in-law they'd never met. If they were an ordinary family, it might be different. But her family owned a major clothing company, and her parents' standards for a son-in-law were extremely strict. Good character and caring nature were nowhere near enough. The crucial factor was capability. Even if Chen Yu met her requirements, he might not pass her parents' scrutiny. Thinking of all the obstacles ahead, Su Yuwei sighed silently. After all, one cannot live solely for oneself in this world. The ivory tower of university couldn't shield her forever. Where exactly would her future with Chen Yu lead? If only she hadn't gone to that bar that night, she wouldn't have ended up in bed with him for no apparent reason. For the first time, Su Yuwei felt her resolve about the future waver. Seeing Su Yuwei's expression, Nuonyuo reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Don't be sad, Mom. I won't say it anymore. Su Yuwei pressed her cheek against Nuonyua's small hand. With you and Wan by my side, mommy won't be sad. Though shaken, she felt no regret. Without what happened back then, how could she have given birth to these two adorable little treasures? She didn't regret giving birth to Nuonyuo and Wan. Nor did she regret meeting Chen Yu. Mommy's going to sleep. Good girl, let's sleep together. Honey, how's the water temperature? Perfect temperature. Let me massage your feet for you. No need. You should rest for a bit. Then let me massage your head. Su Zhengshan ignored Kai-Chin and proceeded to place his hands on her head without further ado. Kai-Chin felt much better and stopped resisting. She had always suffered from headaches. She had seen many doctors, but they could only treat the symptoms, never the root cause. Old Su, has the girl called you lately? The question sent Su Zhengshan into a rage. He stopped massaging her head and sat sulking nearby. Her calling me? Every time it's me calling her, and she hangs up after just a few words. Having been together for decades, Sai-Chin understood his temperament and gently reasoned with him. Your daughter is an associate professor at National Taiwan University and has 2 daughters to raise. It's only natural she's busy sometimes. Busy? What's she busy with? I think she just doesn't care about us. Back then too, she insisted on keeping the baby if it weren't for. Before he could finish, Sai-Chin cut him off. Look, you're getting more and more off track. Stop it. Su Zhengshan had a childish temper, quick to flare up and just as quick to calm down. Kai-Chin's words calmed him considerably. He walked over and turned on the TV, flipping through channels aimlessly. Su Yuwei was indeed busy, but not so busy she couldn't spare a few minutes to make a phone call. Making a call only takes a few minutes, right? Her reason for not calling was something else entirely. Perhaps it stemmed from boarding school starting in middle school, or maybe it was just her personality. She was exceptionally independent. Of course, this independence didn't mean she was a pro at life skills. In some ways, she was pretty clueless when it came to daily living. Rather, it was a matter of emotional independence. On the first night at boarding school, several girls in her dorm cried. She didn't cry. Not only did she not cry, she found it strange that they were crying. Perhaps after that day, they began to distance themselves from Su Yuwei, whether intentionally or not. Su Yuwei didn't mind. To her, there was nothing a person couldn't accomplish alone. If someone insisted on keeping her company, she might actually feel uncomfortable. This trait has persisted to this day. Before calling her parents each time, she would pause to consider what to say. She always felt they had little in common. Even though she studied fashion design and her family owned a clothing company. Over time, she grew increasingly reluctant to call. Her busy work schedule and childcare responsibilities were merely excuses she used to convince herself. In this regard, she envied Chen Yu. Chen Yu would occasionally call home from the office, and once she started, she couldn't stop for at least an hour. Her voice was loud during these calls, and she frequently burst into inexplicable fits of laughter. But Su Yuwei didn't find it bothersome. Whenever this happened, she'd pause her work. Her eyes fixed on the screen, her attention drawn to the phone, listening to what she was saying. After listening for a while, it turned out to be nothing but trivial matters. Had clay pot rice noodles for lunch today. Holy crap, the noodles at Cafeteria 3 are insanely good. When are you two coming over so I can take you guys to try them? If they set me up on another blind date, I'm running away from home. Last time it was this effeminate guy who was practically a ball and he made me buy him a drink. Alright, gotta go. I'm disturbing my co-workers. Then Chen Yu would hang up and apologize to her with a smile. Truthfully, Su Yuwei didn't mind the interruption at all. She actually enjoyed listening to Chen Yu's phone conversations. Listening to those trivial little things, listening to the warmth of everyday life. She wished she could be like Chen Yu, able to share so many stories with her own family. But she realized she simply couldn't. So she gradually began to avoid it. Kai-Chin watched Su Zhengshan aimlessly flip through channels and knew he was still upset. She stared at the back of his head, where a few strands of white hair had already appeared. Our girl's always been this way since childhood. You know that. Many parents actually love her personality. Su Zhengshan remained silent. He harbored resentment toward Su Yuwei, especially regarding the matter of Nuonyuo and Ruwei. It had truly infuriated him back then. If not for Kai-Chin holding him back, he would have stormed right up to Su Yuwei, pointed his finger in her face, and let loose with a tirade. Though he knew it wouldn't do any good. Su Yuwei would likely listen silently, shedding not a single tear, before dragging her luggage off to some distant city. A girl he'd watched grow up for over 20 years, taken by some unknown man. What father could bear that? He ran a company, after all, and had some connections. If Su Yuwei was willing, he could probably track down that man. But she gritted her teeth and said nothing, enduring the full 9 months to give birth to Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. Thankfully, Nuonyuo and Ruanwan were well-behaved children. Otherwise, Su Zhengshan might have been driven to his grave. Why is that girl so stubborn? Kai-Chin clasped his hand. Why do you think? She's just like you when you were young. That was certainly true. Anyone who builds a company from scratch couldn't have done it without a stubborn streak. If you give up at the first sign of trouble, what's the point of starting a business? If you ask me, you shouldn't. Hold on.
Su Zhengshan cut her off, turning up the TV volume. Recently, a knife-wielding robbery occurred at the market near Lincheng Yuan. The victim was a rising star who played a key supporting role in Jin's and Fuxing Chuan and sang the theme song. Fortunately, a young man acted heroically and subdued the criminal. Notably, he's also a dad raising 2 daughters.
Next, a detailed report on the incident. Chapter 56, I'm going to evaluate my future son-in-law.
The little girl in the video is pixelated to protect her privacy.
Honey, don't these 2 girls look just like Nuonyuo and Wanwan?
Kai Qin squinted at the screen.
How am I supposed to tell?
Their faces are all pixelated. Su Zhengshan shot her a look of disappointment.
What's the big deal about mosaic? Can't she even recognize her own granddaughters?
That said, he wasn't entirely sure either. He just had a gut feeling these were Nuonyuo and Wanwan. He opened Douyin, typed in Lin City Dad's Brave Act, and hit search.
That's the beauty of the self-media era. Anyone can become a blogger. Thanks to the keywords celebrity and dad, an ordinary act of bravery became extraordinary.
In this era, traffic reigns supreme. Without those 2 words, no one would have cared about this act of bravery. The first video already had nearly 100,000 likes, though it was still pixelated.
Su Zhengshan tapped into the comments section. That celebrity is Bai Ying.
I absolutely loved her as Jin's in that drama, though it's a shame she was just a supporting role.
Seriously, why didn't Bai Ying bring bodyguards?
Every celebrity I see online is surrounded by a whole entourage.
The guy's so handsome.
Too bad he's already got kids. Missed my chance.
Finding no useful information, he began scrolling through other videos.
After scrolling through over a dozen videos, he finally found one without blurring. It was a third-person perspective shot by a passerby, with a deep male voice narrating. Just out to buy groceries, and hey, stumbled upon a case of bravery.
Look at that. The thief had a knife. Robbing people right on the street.
This world has gone completely lawless. But this handsome guy took him down with one kick. And he's got 2 little girls with him. They're adorable too.
The camera flashed briefly on the little girl's face. It was Nuonyuo and Wanwan.
So this was the irresponsible man.
He looked even younger than Su Yuwei.
No wonder he took off after doing his deed.
My fists are clenched tight. Oh my, it really is Nuonyuo and Wanwan.
So this young man is our daughter's.
He's quite handsome, actually.
Our girls have pretty good taste.
Is that the point?
Su Zhengshan was utterly speechless.
Wasn't there a single woman here who wasn't a love-struck fool? Could good looks put food on the table? Kai Qin froze for a moment. Then what is the point? The point is, forget it. It's pointless telling you anyway.
Su Zhengshan really wanted to punch this kid right now. He casually reported the video, citing suspected violation of a minor's privacy. Then he stood up to make a call.
Hey, it's me. I'm sending you a video right now. Go check this person's identity immediately. The more detailed, the better. In today's society, ID numbers aren't exactly a secret. For those with connections or technical know-how, digging up someone's background is incredibly easy. Old Su, what are you doing? You have to go bother that young couple.
Kai Qin frowned, feeling her head ache again.
Is this disturbing them?
I'm just vetting him for our daughter. Su Zhengshan stood with his hands on his hips.
There are too many scumbags these days. He already tricked Yu Wei into having his child. Does he think he can deceive her for the rest of her life? Kai Qin sighed. She knew Su Zhengshan's stubborn streak.
Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't listen to anyone else.
If you're going to Lincheng, take me with you. You don't need to come. It's too much trouble going back and forth. Then you're not going either.
Seeing Sai Qin about to lose her temper, Su Zhengshan quickly put on a smile. Fine.
We'll go together and take a look around.
Around the middle of summer, the hottest time of the year. Cicadas screeched frantically from the trees, as if venting their final burst of madness.
Chen Yu woke up around 3 o'clock, overcome by the heat.
Deciding to stay awake, he got up to make some plum soup to help his family beat the summer heat. The traditional plum soup recipe was a royal secret dating back to the southern Song dynasty. By the Qing dynasty, it had become an imperial beverage, also known as Tugong plum decoction. Just the thought of plums quenches thirst, and a bowl of this drink banishes summer heat entirely. The main ingredients were black plums, dried hawthorn, aged tangerine peel, licorice, hibiscus, and rock sugar.
Smoked black plums and Xinhui dried tangerine peel are considered the finest.
These ingredients are readily available, but finding truly high-quality ones can be challenging. While they can be cultivated in fertile fields, processing them is quite troublesome.
Fortunately, since it's for home consumption, we don't need to be overly particular. First, soak the herbs in cold water for half an hour. Add water, bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to a simmer. Considering the little one's tastes, he added an extra piece of rock sugar to the herbal broth. The little ones love sweet things, after all. This way, it's sweet and sour, cool and refreshing, just perfect for drinking. Chen Yu strained the liquid through a mesh strainer, then simmered the residue with fresh water. He combined the 2 batches of plum juice, let it cool slightly, then stirred in osmanthus paste and honey. He refrigerated it for a while.
Seeing the crystal clear rose-pink liquid shimmering in the sunlight, he almost wanted to pour himself a bowl to drink.
After breakfast, Chen Yu brought out the plum juice.
It immediately drew gasps of delight from the 2 little ones. 2 pairs of small hands braced against the table as they stared intently at the large bowl.
Wow, it's delicious. It's plum soup. Chen Yu asked in surprise, how did you know it was plum soup?
Su Yuwei cleared her throat lightly.
I've bought it for them before.
Oh, I see. Chen Yu fetched 4 bowls and poured the plum juice into each one.
The 2 little ones eagerly held theirs, ready to drink. Hold on, sweethearts. Daddy hasn't added the best part yet.
He added a spoonful of dried osmanthus flowers. Tiny golden specks dissolved into the rose-pink liquid, making it look absolutely delicious.
Wow, it's so pretty.
Actually, candied osmanthus would be better, but making it is too much trouble.
Authentic sugar osmanthus is made by mixing osmanthus flowers with maltose syrup, and just boiling the maltose takes 10 hours. Those using honey as a substitute aren't real candied osmanthus at all. Alright, give it a try.
The plum soup had only been chilled for an hour, so it was just the right temperature now.
The little one didn't even use a spoon, he just cupped the bowl and took a big gulp. So delicious. Way better than the store-bought kind.
Su Yuwei felt as if a knife had stabbed her heart. Chen Yu explained with a smile, of course it tastes better. This is made by Dad using traditional ancient methods, the same kind the emperors and their concubines drank back in the day. Su Yuwei silently rolled her eyes. The last time she bought plum juice, it was also made with ancient methods. 2 bottles had cost her 100 yuan.
How different could 2 ancient recipe plum juices really be? Teacher Su, please try some.
Su Yuwei was much more reserved.
She scooped a small spoonful and put it in her mouth.
A sweet and sour flavor blossomed in her mouth, not a trace of herbal bitterness, only the faint, refreshing fragrance of simmered fruit. Ice cold and refreshing, just one sip made her feel half the summer heat melt away.
It was truly delicious.
No wonder Wan raved about it. This bowl of plum soup was worlds apart from the one she bought last time.
Chapter 57, Don't look at those girls. It was like comparing heaven and earth. The difference in taste was staggering. Su Yuwei was certain now the one she bought last time was fake, just some concoction, not authentic traditional plum soup at all. Are people so untrustworthy these days? She'd felt sorry for the old lady pushing such a heavy cart and bought 2 bottles just to try. And this is how she got ripped off. It was infuriating. Su Yuwei resolved that the next time she saw the old lady, she would demand an explanation. Is it good? Chen Yu asked expectantly. Su Yuwei took another spoonful. It's pretty good. I'll pack a bottle for you to take later. Su Yuwei didn't speak, silently agreeing.
Lately, she'd been bringing small snacks to school, sometimes egg tarts, sometimes baked cookies, and today, sour plum soup.
It had become a little unspoken agreement between them. As for whether she'd gain weight, Su Yuwei's worries were completely unnecessary.
Because there was Chen Yu, the glutton, around. She seriously suspected Chen Yu had a dog's nose.
Just a quick sniff while hugging her was enough to detect the treats hidden in her little handbag. So every time, they shared.
While Su Yuwei ate with restraint, Chen Yu cared not a whit for her image, devouring her food with utterly unrefined manners.
In the end, she always ended up eating more than Su Yuwei. After finishing the plum juice, Su Yuwei didn't rush to leave.
She and Chen Yu got the 2 little ones all dressed up.
Sunscreen applied, sunglasses on, straw hats secured. 2 cool little girls were born.
Wan mimicked a gun gesture from the movies, pointing it at Chen Yu with a bam, and adding the sound effect.
Bang! Chen Yu played along, dramatically falling backward as if hit. Nice shot. You've got some serious aim. You're such a kid. Su Yuwei couldn't help but smile, pinching his cheek playfully.
She wouldn't join the 2 little ones in such childish games. It always felt a bit embarrassing.
Chen Yu had no such reservations. Sometimes he was even more childish than Nono and Softy.
But when it came to looking after children, he was surprisingly experienced, not at all like a typical male college student.
Su Yuwei had to admit he handled things far better than she did, and even better than Aunt Zhou. Nono and Wan got along well with Aunt Zhou too, but they were clearly more relaxed around Chen Yu. Was this the difference between having a blood relation and not? So Teacher Su really won't be joining us?
Chen Yu instantly regained his serious demeanor.
I've been on duty all week and really can't make it.
Yesterday, Chen Yu suggested taking them to the water park because it was so hot, but Su Yuwei flatly refused. Being on duty was one reason, but there was another.
Going to the water park meant getting wet, and getting wet meant wearing a swimsuit, and wearing a swimsuit meant showing off her figure.
Although Su Yuwei had a good figure, she didn't want to show it off, especially not in front of Chen Yu.
It just felt embarrassing.
So she simply said she wasn't going.
Then I'll take Nuo and Wan, okay? Go ahead.
Su Yuwei hesitated for a moment. Take good care of the girls. Don't let them choke on water, and don't let them run off.
Got it. Chen Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling Su Yuwei was getting more and more naggy. Did every mother inevitably become this nagging?
Don't look at those girls. The last sentence was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz.
Chen Yu didn't catch it clearly. What did you say? Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly. Nothing.
She stood up and hurried to put on her shoes, looking more like she was fleeing in panic. Just as she was about to step out the door, Chen Yu called after her.
Ms. Su, the plum juice.
Su Yuwei dared not look at him, taking the bottle with her head bowed.
I'm leaving. Remember to drink it soon. Dad, let's go already.
The two little ones were bursting with excitement.
No child could resist the allure of a water park.
If anything could, it would be an even bigger temptation like an amusement park.
Let's go.
Chen Yu splashed water on his face and noticed Su Yuwei hadn't finished applying her sunscreen. Suddenly, he felt like using some. He never used skincare products and rarely applied sunscreen. The cool, refreshing sensation on his face felt surprisingly pleasant. After one final check, he grabbed the two little ones' swimsuits along with some medicines and items they might need.
No, Ruerue, let's go.
The two little ones hopped into the car, and the Mercedes drove out of the residential complex.
Follow them.
At Su Jingshan's command, the driver started the car and quietly followed behind. He unfolded several sheets of paper spread out before him, containing some of the gathered information.
Father's a civil servant, mother's a teacher.
Those are pretty decent professions.
As for the rest of Chen Yu's background, it was rather unremarkable. His 20-plus years of life held little noteworthy. In other words, he was remarkably ordinary. Compared to Su Yuwei's dazzling resume, it was utterly insignificant.
Su Jingshan flipped through the papers and snorted coldly. He felt more and more certain his daughter had been deceived. So many outstanding young men pursued her, yet Su Yuwei never gave them a second glance, showing affection for none of them. Not only had she given birth to his child, but she'd also entrusted him with caring for Nuonyuo and Ruoro without hesitation. She even left the car behind, choosing to walk to work herself.
What did this ordinary guy have going for him? Was it just his looks? Su Jingshan had to admit he was a bit more handsome than he'd been in his youth. But his good looks were limited. Besides, did his daughter lack suitors just because they weren't handsome? Good looks don't put food on the table.
Today, he'd be shadowing Chen Yu all day, observing him up close to see what made him so special. The Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of the water park, and Chen Yu got out with his two daughters. Only after they bought tickets and entered did Su Jingshan step out of the car. The blinding sunlight forced him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Su Jingshan recalled his granddaughter's outfit from earlier.
Sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, she was covered head to toe. No wonder she wasn't bothered by the sun.
He pulled out his small notebook and jotted down a note to protect her granddaughter from the sun bonus points. This was a special notebook he'd prepared to document Chen Yu's behavior throughout the day.
If her score didn't meet his standards, he'd make sure she left his daughter alone.
Su Jingshan paused, then crossed out the word plus points and replaced it with a question mark. Maybe Su Yuwei had gotten them for her daughter.
Could a man really be that thoughtful? He found that hard to believe. Xiaolu, go buy a hat, sunglasses, and a mask right now, the sooner the better. Driver Xiaolu froze. Mr. Su, hats and sunglasses are for sun protection. Why buy a mask? And shouldn't we be getting swimwear?
Su Jingshan glared at him.
Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much?
He wasn't here to swim, he was here to vet his future son-in-law. What use would swim trunks be?
Mr. Su, I'll go right now.
Xiaolu dared not say another word and stepped on the gas.
Su Jingshan quietly followed behind.
The water park was so huge, better not get separated later.
Chapter 58. Dad is a legend in the swimming world.
Kai Qin pressed her finger against the fingerprint lock and the door opened with a soft click. She had wanted to accompany Su Jingshan to see her son-in-law, but he refused. Unable to sway his stubbornness, she decided to visit the house first. She also wanted to see how her daughter was really doing. Su Yuwei had only registered her fingerprint and Su Jingshan had sulked about it for ages. Thinking back now, Saichin found it rather amusing. Though father and daughter seemed to clash on the surface, their personalities were surprisingly similar. Both were equally sharp-tongued. Kai Qin pushed open the door and surveyed the entire room. Everything was spotless and tidy, with a faint, pleasant fragrance in the air. What surprised her was that the corners of the tables were covered with cloth to prevent children from bumping into them. She had visited several times before and never noticed this. It must have been the future son-in-law's doing. It was rare for a grown man to have such thoughtful attention to detail. A painting on the dresser caught her eye. It depicted a family of 4, radiating warmth. Her own daughter certainly didn't possess such artistic skill. Clearly, this too was the work of her future son-in-law. The kitchen was spotless, with pots, pans, and utensils neatly arranged. Opening the refrigerator, she found it packed full, with a large bowl of plum juice in the center. She walked over to Su Yuwei's room and saw the rabbit stuffed animal by the bedside. Kai Qin paused, then walked over and picked up the stuffed animal. Looking at it, she recalled many memories of Su Yuwei as a child. Su Jingshan hid behind the grass, watching the family of 3 from afar. He regretted not bringing binoculars, then he wouldn't have to be so awkward.
Boss.
A voice sounded behind him, making him jump.
Xiao Lu.
You know, suddenly speaking from behind can scare someone to death.
Sorry, boss.
The driver scratched his head sheepishly. You were so engrossed in watching that I called out to you twice and got no response. Su Zhengshan was indeed engrossed in watching, so it was hard to keep getting angry.
Did you get everything I asked you to buy? Here you go, boss.
Driver Xiao Lu handed over a bag containing a hat, sunglasses, a mask, and a small scarf.
Not bad. Pretty efficient.
Su Zhengshan praised him, then began taking out each item. He put on the hat, sunglasses, and mask one after another. He paused at the scarf. Why did you buy this?
I was worried the mask might not be effective enough at concealing your identity. On a day this hot? You want to bake me alive?
Su Zhengshan almost wished he could take back his earlier compliment. He'd been crouching here for just a moment and was already drenched in sweat, let alone wearing this entire outfit. Driver Xiao Lu scratched his head.
Mr. Su always taught them to think one step ahead when encountering problems, not to just mechanically complete tasks. Had he overthought this one step and gotten it wrong? Su Zhengshan hesitated, but put on the scarf anyway.
So be it, he'd rather be hot than risk being recognized by Nuonyuo. If she spotted him, the entire investigation would fail.
For his daughter's happiness, he was willing to take the risk. Xiao Lu, good work. Go wait for me in the car first. Got it, Mr. Su.
With this complete disguise, there was no need to hide anymore. Su Zhengshan straightened his posture and walked toward the family of three. He drew quite a few curious stares along the way. People came to the water park seeking cool relief, wearing as much clothing as possible. The only rule was that you couldn't go completely naked.
But this guy? He was wrapped up so tightly.
He even had a scarf wrapped around his mask. What a sight to behold.
Or was this person mentally unstable, having escaped from some hospital?
Parents hurriedly led their children around him, fearing he might suddenly lose it. Some hesitated whether to notify management. After all, this person clearly wasn't quite right. Su Zhengshan paid no mind to these glances.
He'd started from nothing back then and endured far more scornful looks than he did now. Didn't he survive it all? What did a few strange looks matter? To accomplish anything worthwhile, you can't let others' opinions sway you.
Su Zhengshan stretched out on a lounge chair.
The umbrella overhead provided some shade, offering a bit of relief from the heat.
He turned his gaze toward Chen Yu, pulling out a small notebook to take notes. Chen Yu changed the two little ones into their swimsuits and headed to the shallow end. Each wore a swim ring for safety. The soft floaties had rabbit heads on the front for one, and duck heads for the other.
50 yuan for an hour's rental. It really wasn't cheap.
Chen Yu wore only swim trunks, revealing his well-defined physique. His muscles weren't nearly this defined before, but after drinking the physique potion, they became more pronounced and his physical strength had noticeably increased.
Too bad Su Yuwei wasn't there to see his physique.
The instant he entered the water, the system alert sounded.
Detected host teaching daughter to swim. Rewarding mastery of all swimming strokes, including freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke, and butterfly.
Chen Yu could swim, but only at the stage of splashing around.
Now that he had this reward, he couldn't resist showing off. Which one of you little ones knows how to swim? I can. Nuonua eagerly raised her little hand, like answering a question in class. Chen Yu was a bit surprised the little one could swim at 3 years old. Then show daddy how you swim, Nuonuo. Watch me.
The little one splashed around excitedly. Daddy, how am I doing? Chen Yu stifled a laugh. That's called the dog paddle, a very difficult stroke.
The little one took it seriously and started laughing. But there are lots of different strokes. Daddy will show you some. Chen Yu spun around and dove underwater, sending tiny splashes of water onto Nuonyuo's soft face. The two little ones wiped their faces and giggled. On such a hot day, the feeling of water splashing on your face was incredibly refreshing. Chen Yu started with the breaststroke, the simplest swimming style besides the dog paddle, perfect for beginners. Frog. The two little ones recognized it instantly and shouted with delight.
Next came the butterfly stroke, arms spread wide like a butterfly gliding through the water.
Combined with a wave-like kicking motion, this stroke is incredibly challenging. It's the butterfly.
Next came the backstroke, arguably the most graceful of all strokes, offering exceptional visual appeal. After cycling through all three strokes, Chen Yu had already swum quite a distance. The children around him watched with awe, practically ready to crown him a swimming god. It wasn't just the children, their mothers watched him with admiration too. His perfectly sculpted physique was on full display as he swam, naturally drawing many admiring glances. It's not just handsome guys who love to look at beautiful women love to look at handsome guys too. Even marriage couldn't stop eyes from appreciating beauty. The men's glances toward Chen Yu, however, were less than friendly. It wasn't that they were jealous of their own wives. Rather, they resented Chen Yu's effortless swimming form, which shattered their own perfect image in the eyes of the little ones. Chapter 59, Saved by the Future Son-in-Law. A little boy gazed at Chen Yu with admiration, then turned to look at his dad, who was floating in a swim ring. His little face was filled with disappointment. You little brat, you're laughing at your old man, aren't you?
You're laughing at me, aren't you?
As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy.
We're all fathers here, could you spare us a little dignity? Chen Yu didn't notice any of this as he was preparing to swim back. One freestyle lap remained the fastest swimming stroke. He stretched his body, then suddenly accelerated. His fish-like form sliced through the water, sending sprays of droplets flying and drawing cheers from the surrounding children.
Big brother is so cool.
So cool. Way better than my dad.
Slowing down in front of his daughter, he still kicked up a few splashes. The two little ones' hair was dripping wet, their faces beaming with excitement.
Daddy's amazing, just like a fish. No, like a butterfly. Sure enough, little girls are always their daddy's biggest fans. Want to learn? Yes.
In the distance, Su Zhengshan silently made a mental note. He's quite the swimmer, has about a tenth of the skill I had in my youth.
Nuonuo, imagine you're a frog right now. Like this. The little girl took a deep breath and puffed out her cheeks. No, it's your arms and legs like a frog.
Pull them back first, then kick out. Chen Yu grabbed her hands and demonstrated a couple of strokes.
When Nuonuo tried it, it actually looked like she was getting the hang of it.
But no sooner had she grasped the basics than she started playing around, splashing water onto Chen Yu's face.
She giggled like she'd pulled off a prank. Oh, you want to have a water fight with daddy, huh? Father and daughter soon got tangled up in a playful scuffle.
Over on the other side, Wan was much quieter. She said she wanted to learn backstroke, so Chen Yu had her lie on a swim ring and move her arms to feel the water flow. Wan simply closed her eyes, her arms moving gently with a natural sense of coordination.
Elegant.
While teaching his two daughters, Chen Yu also noticed a peculiar figure.
The person lay on a lounge chair, wrapped tightly in a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, even wearing a scarf over the mask. Dressed like that in such hot weather, what else could he be but strange?
The problem was, he kept staring this way, scribbling something in his small notebook.
Chen Yu couldn't help but recall scenes from movies he'd seen, where human traffickers would scout locations like this before making their move. Glancing back at Nuonuo and Wan, Chen Yu felt a pang of fear. Could this guy really be a kidnapper? Nuonuo, Wan, stay right here. Daddy will be back soon.
Chen Yu got out of the pool and found a staff member by the edge.
Hello, sir. How can I help you? Hello, that man has been staring at us and writing something in his notebook. Could you please go ask him about it?
The staff had noticed him earlier, precisely because of his bizarre outfit.
Coming to a water park without swimming was one thing, but dressing like that? He didn't look like a good guy.
But he'd been avoiding trouble, so he hadn't approached him. Now that someone had complained, he had to investigate.
Alright, I'll go check it out right away.
With that, the staff member hurried toward him. Meanwhile, Su Zhengshan, lying on the lounge chair, wasn't in great shape either. The umbrella overhead blocked most of the sunlight, but it couldn't keep out the heat. His hat, sunglasses, and mask covered him completely, trapping the heat inside with no escape.
Su Zhengshan felt dizzy and lightheaded, stars beginning to dance before his eyes.
His vision blurred, and he felt as though he might faint.
No. I haven't finished the inspection yet.
Su Zhengshan muttered to himself, but his hand couldn't hold the pen any longer. It clattered to the ground. Darkness engulfed his vision, breathing grew increasingly difficult, and then he lost consciousness.
His arms went limp first, then his entire body slumped like a limp noodle.
The tourists chatting nearby were startled.
Holy crap, why did that guy fall down? He must have fainted. Could it be heat stroke?
Wrapping himself up like a giant rice dumpling, no wonder he passed out. The tourists had noticed Su Zhengshan earlier, but only dared to discuss it loudly now that he'd collapsed.
Most were just spectators, thinking he deserved it. Dressed like that in this heat? Who wouldn't pass out? A few wanted to check on him but dared not. Ever since that news story broke, who dares to do a good deed casually anymore? As the saying goes, why help someone you didn't knock down?
The staff member froze mid-step.
What's wrong with this guy?
Thank goodness I passed out before I got too close, otherwise, this whole thing would be impossible to explain. Chen Yu witnessed the entire scene from afar, along with the crowd hesitating to approach. He didn't overthink it, he broke into a jog and rushed over. Seeing someone approach, the crowd quickly gathered around, eager to join the commotion. Some eager onlookers immediately pulled out their phones to record videos. Rescue efforts weren't an everyday sight, and this buzz was too good to pass up. Chen Yu first reached out to check for a pulse, confirming the breathing was steady. He tore off the hat and mask, allowing fresh air to circulate while cooling the body. Otherwise, he'd suffocate in no time. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, his face flushed red and drenched in sweat. He appeared to be suffering from heat stroke. Then he took hold of his wrist to feel his pulse, finding it full and forceful, especially at the CUN position. These were classic symptoms of heat stroke.
Chen Yu was almost certain of it.
He quickly stepped aside, retrieved a bottle of Huoxiang Jingqi water from his bag. He opened it and applied the liquid to Su Zhengshan's forehead and the area between his nose and upper lip. He then asked a passerby to wet a towel and place it on Su Zhengshan's forehead. Soon, Su Zhengshan regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. He saw several blurry figures gathered around him, felt something cool and damp on his forehead, and noticed his breathing had eased considerably.
What happened?
Seeing Su Zhengshan awake, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Uncle, you're finally awake. It's all thanks to this young man.
Yeah, if it weren't for him, you'd be in serious trouble.
What were you thinking, bundling up like that in this heat?
Listening to the murmurs around him, Su Zhengshan quickly grasped the situation.
He'd come to evaluate his future son-in-law, only to be saved by him? How embarrassing.
Su Zhengshan felt a bit embarrassed, but he still thanked Chen Yu. After all, he was the one who had just saved him.
Chen Yu waved it off with a smile. No need to thank me, uncle. I'm just curious, why were you dressed like that?
This was also on everyone else's mind, and they all chimed in with questions. Su Zhengshan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, he couldn't exactly say he was undercover to vet his future son-in-law. I get it, exclaimed a girl dressed in anime-style attire, her expression suddenly brightening.
Chapter 60, Grandpa, what are you doing here? This guy is cosplaying. Chen Yu's face darkened.
This guy was probably in his 40s or 50s, he'd likely have no idea what that term meant.
Uncle, how are you feeling? Chen Yu helped him to a recliner. I feel much better now. Thank you so much.
Nuonyuo and Ruerue didn't see Chen Yu, but noticed a group of uncles and aunts gathered over there.
One, what's Daddy doing? I don't know. Let's go see.
But Daddy told us to wait here.
Then you wait here. I'm going to check it out. Softy was quite determined.
She climbed ashore with her swim ring and waddled clumsily toward the group. Nuonyuo hesitated about whether to listen to Chen Yu. In the end, curiosity got the better of her and she followed with her little legs.
Excuse me, everyone.
A sweet, childish voice rang out, causing the onlookers to turn their heads. There stood an adorable little girl in her swim ring, tilting her head up to speak.
What an adorable little girl. So adorable. Who brought you out today, little one?
The crowd made sure to clear a path for the little one to pass through. Softly, wearing a swim ring, slowly pushed through the crowd.
She spotted Chen Yu and someone even more familiar. Grandpa? Ruan blurted out. Ruan Yen?
Chen Yu and Su Zhengshan said in unison. Hearing her address, Chen Yu looked at Su Zhengshan in surprise.
You're Ruan's grandfather, which means Grandpa.
Before Chen Yu could finish, another soft, childish voice chimed in.
Nuonyuo came running over and threw herself into Su Zhengshan's arms. Nuonyuo.
Su Zhengshan held the little one, his face radiating tenderness.
Grandpa, did you come to see me and Ruan? Su Zhengshan nodded quickly. Yes, I came especially to see you and your mom. Then where's Daddy?
Well, Su Zhengshan hesitated. He had indeed come to see Chen Yu but only to observe him. The moment the word grandpa was uttered, everyone around them instantly turned into curious onlookers. A man immediately held up his phone and began narrating.
What? The rescuer is actually the son-in-law of the person he saved? What kind of emotional drama was hidden behind this? Or was this all a staged performance? Everyone, hurry and follow my account. Xiao Chui's Hot News will bring you the latest updates.
Hearing his impassioned commentary, the crowd looked utterly embarrassed.
What's a marketing account? This is exactly what a marketing account looks like.
Su Zhengshan and Chen Yu exchanged glances and decided to move elsewhere.
We can't become someone else's material. Half an hour later, at the amusement park's tea restaurant, Chen Yu took the menu to order drinks at the counter.
Su Zhengshan took the chance to lower his voice and speak to the two little ones. Nono and Ruerue, Grandpa is here to evaluate your dad.
You two need to be on Grandpa's side. Evaluate?
The little one blinked twice.
Grandpa, what does evaluate mean?
It means seeing if your dad is qualified and capable of taking good care of you.
But Daddy takes such good care of us. Yeah.
As soon as Nuonyuo spoke, Ruerue chimed in. The sisters were united in their stance on this matter. This time when Su Zhengshan arrived, he saw the two little ones in excellent spirits. They seemed to have even gained a little weight, their chubby little faces looking utterly adorable. It showed that Chen Yu had been taking good care of them. But since this was an inspection, that alone was far from sufficient.
Grandpa also needs to see how well he treats your mom. Daddy is very good to mommy too.
Seeing Chen Yu carrying the tray back, Su Zhengshan cleared his throat twice, signaling the little one to stop talking. He sat up straight, pretending nothing had happened. But the two little ones had made up their minds they had to help their dad. The only dad they recognized was Chen Yu.
Uncle Su, this is for you. Nuonyuo and Ruoro, these are for you too.
The two little ones grabbed their drinks and eagerly took big gulps.
So good. Orange flavor.
Chen Yu sat across from Su Zhengshan and took a sip of his drink. The cool liquid slid down his throat, leaving him feeling wonderfully refreshed.
Uncle Su, try some. Yours is mint refreshing and perfect for cooling down.
You just had heat stroke, so this is just what you need.
Hearing Chen Yu's invitation, Su Zhengshan didn't rush to drink.
Instead, he frowned. He had no interest in these kinds of drinks popular with young people.
Nothing but artificial colors and additives, utterly unhealthy. He'd much rather have some tea.
Chen Yu's words also sounded a bit sharp to him.
Wasn't he just mocking me for fainting earlier? Grandpa, try some. It's delicious. Alright. Grandpa will try some.
Seeing the eager looks on the two little ones' faces, he couldn't help but take a sip.
It's sweet and sour, actually pretty tasty.
Su Zhengshan took another sip, confirming the taste was genuinely quite good. He picked it up to see what the drink was called. Chen Yu could tell Su Zhengshan was a man who valued his reputation, and he could guess the purpose of his visit. He was here to evaluate me, to see if I was up to par.
Otherwise, why dress up like a masked bandit and even get heatstroke? He just didn't want to be recognized.
That's why he deliberately avoided the topic during their conversation.
Miss Su won't be back until afternoon. Why don't we head home?
I'll whip up a few of my signature dishes to treat you. The two little ones chimed in immediately.
Daddy's cooking is so delicious. Mom loves it too.
This came as a bit of a surprise to Su Zhengshan.
Su Yuwei had dined at numerous high-end restaurants, including those helmed by renowned chefs, yet she actually thought this young man's cooking was delicious?
Cooking skills were also an important criterion for evaluation, so Su Zhengshan nodded. No need to buy groceries. Just make a list of what you need, and I'll have the driver run an errand.
This was the life of the wealthy, never having to lift a finger. Uncle Su, are there any particular foods you prefer or avoid?
Su Zhengshan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young man to be so thoughtful despite his youth.
I don't have any dietary restrictions.
You decide.
Wait a moment, he added. Aunt Kai has dietary restrictions, she doesn't eat onions or pepper.
This Aunt Kai, of course, referred to Su Yuwei's mother.
No onions or pepper.
Chen Yu jotted it down, quickly scanned his mental recipe database, selected several dishes, and listed the required ingredients. With thousands of dishes from China's 8 major culinary traditions stored in his mind, selecting a few suitable options was effortless. Su Zhengshan glanced at the list before handing it to driver Xiaolu.
Mr. Su, should I go shopping now or take you back first?
Chen Yu replied, I drove here myself.
No need to worry about that. Xiaolu, go buy them now then. Got it, Mr. Su.
Xiaolu tucked the paper into his pocket and left the tea restaurant.
After finishing their drinks, the group prepared to head back. Chapter 61, The Mother-in-Law Grows More Fond.
Sitting in the Mercedes, Chen Yu drove steadily, which pleased Su Zhengshan. Driving requires steady hands, especially when family members are in the car. It's not just about being responsible for yourself, but also for your loved ones. Drunk driving, speeding, road rage all are signs of irresponsibility.
Xiao Chen, did Yu Wei let you drive this car?
Chen Yu chuckled, yep. Teacher Su said having a car around makes it easier to take her daughter places.
So how does she get to work every day? She takes a taxi.
Su Zhengshan felt a pang of jealousy. Su Yuwei had never shown him such consideration. But then he reminded himself it was for Nua and Ruan, not for Chen Yu, so he could accept it. Su Zhengshan pulled out his phone and quietly sent a message to Kai Qin.
Honey, we're almost home. Get ready. A quick okay came back from the other end.
Chen Yu noticed his little gesture but said nothing. Soon they arrived at the building.
Chen Yu parked the car and the family headed upstairs.
Seeing Chen Yu unlock the door with his fingerprint, Su Zhengshan felt another pang of jealousy. Su Yuwei had refused to let him register his fingerprint back then, and he'd been upset about it for ages. But since it made it easier for Chen Yu to take care of the child, he endured it.
Back already? Kai Qin greeted them with a warm smile. Grandma.
Nua and Ruan were very close to Kai Qin and immediately threw themselves into her arms for cuddles.
Oh, my little Nono, my little Ruan.
Kai Qin cuddled the little ones, gently rubbing their cheeks. Then she stood up and took a good look at this future son-in-law. Chen Yu immediately recognized her as his future mother-in-law and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Aunt Kai.
My name is Chen Yu.
Hello. What a handsome young man, so dashing. Kai Qin couldn't hide the smile on her face. Chen Yu was naturally handsome, and many girls had shown interest in him during his 4 years of college. He had simply never shown interest, so they had given up. Now, after drinking the physique potion, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now he was like a clothes hanger, anything looked good on him.
What mother-in-law wouldn't adore such a handsome young man?
Su Zhengshan felt a bit annoyed upon hearing this.
Who wasn't a handsome young man in their youth?
It's just that he's gotten older. He brushed it off as just Kai Qin's polite flattery.
You must be tired from playing. Come, sit down.
Kai Qin pulled Chen Yu down to sit, taking a tissue to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. Chen Yu felt embarrassed and quickly insisted he could manage. She then poured a bowl of plum soup and placed it before him.
Chen, did you make this plum soup yourself?
I just had a bowl, it's delicious.
Yes, Chen Yu nodded.
It's hot today, so I made some plum soup to cool down and beat the heat.
Oh my, our little Chen is so capable.
Kai Qin beamed with pride, her eyes brimming with admiration for Chen Yu. She even momentarily forgot about Nono and Ruoro, whom she hadn't seen in ages.
The two little ones didn't fuss either. They helped themselves to a few spoonfuls of plum soup. Taking a sip from their cups, the sweet and sour taste instantly banished the summer heat. Su Zhengshan watched in stunned silence. Weren't we supposed to give Chen Yu a hard time? Why is my own wife being more enthusiastic than anyone else? What about the plan? The plan we prepared. He kept giving Kai-Chin meaningful glances, but she acted as if she hadn't noticed, pulling Chen Yu's hand and asking him all sorts of questions. Or perhaps she saw them but chose to ignore them. She'd come specifically to see if this son-in-law was up to par. Chen Yu had the house spotless, got along great with Nuonyuo and Ruerue, and was handsome as anything. She couldn't help but like him. How could she possibly pick on him? Seeing the mother and son growing more and more animated in their conversation, Su Zhengshan couldn't help but clear his throat softly. Kai-Chin still ignored him. Ahem, ahem. Su Zhengshan gave up pretending and started coughing loudly. The two little ones rushed over to Su Zhengshan, looking at him anxiously. Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you okay, Grandpa? Su Zhengshan felt a wave of warmth wash over him. There were still people in this world who cared about him. All that love for these two granddaughters hadn't been wasted. At the same time, he felt a bit embarrassed. It was all his fault for coughing so convincingly that he'd fooled both Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. I'm fine. Grandpa's fine. Su Zhengshan ruffled the little one's hair, only to meet Kai-Chin's piercing gaze as he looked up. If you're fine, then stop coughing all the time. Otherwise, people will really think something's wrong. Her voice wasn't loud, but her tone was stern. Su Zhengshan immediately backed down. At home, he was ostensibly the one calling the shots, but when Kai-Chin was truly angry, he dared not provoke her in the slightest. But this wasn't fear, it was love. He dared not cough again, sitting quietly by her side. She still didn't fully approve of her son-in-law, Chen Yu. Kai-Chin grew fonder of Chen Yu with each passing moment, and once she started talking, she couldn't stop. Until the doorbell rang. It was the driver, Xiao Lu, returning with groceries. The groceries were quite a lot, and Chen Yu offered to help, but Kai-Chin stopped him. Let old Su handle it. We'll keep chatting. Su Zhengshan seethed silently but followed Xiao Lu to the car. Xiao Lu beamed, Mr. Su, no need to lift a finger. I'll handle it myself. Su Zhengshan ignored him, grabbed a bag of groceries, and started walking back. Xiao Lu grabbed the remaining bags and hurried after him. Once all the groceries were stacked in the kitchen, Chen Yu spoke hesitantly, Aunt Kai, it's getting late. I really should get started on dinner. Kai-Chin seemed reluctant to stop, insisting that since it was their first meeting, they should have gone out to eat instead of making it so troublesome at home. Chen Yu quickly insisted it was his idea, wanting to cook for them himself and let them taste his skills. Kai-Chin didn't press the matter further. Xiao Chen, just whip up a couple of dishes, don't overdo it. Got it, Auntie Kai. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief once he stepped into the kitchen. Aunt's sigh was just too warm and welcoming, it was almost overwhelming. Aunt Kai and Uncle Su were quite the pair, two people with such contrasting personalities managing to find each other. To marry Teacher Su, he absolutely had to win over his future in-laws. The situation was clear now, his mother-in-law adored him, while his father-in-law remained non-committal. The problem was, he had no idea what Su Zhengshan liked, so he couldn't cater to his preferences. He'd just have to take things one step at a time. The top priority now is to show off my cooking skills and prepare a feast that's visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Since the two were clearly sneaking out, he hadn't messaged Su Yuwei. If Su Yuwei came back, she'd definitely take his side. But Chen Yu didn't want to rely on Su Yuwei. He believed he could fully satisfy the two elders on his own. Chen Yu pushed these thoughts aside, washed his hands, and prepared to cook. In the living room, Su Zhengshan murmured in complaint, Honey, what's gotten into you? Didn't we agree on this? Kai-Chin's anger flared up quickly but faded just as fast. Now she was all smiles again. Old Su, just look at these table corners, do we even need to inspect them? Only then did Su Zhengshan notice the cloth wrapped around each corner. But he didn't understand what it meant. Chapter 62, Your mother-in-law is definitely on your side. Huh, that's odd. Why wrap them in cloth? See? You wouldn't think of it, but little Chin did. Kai-Chin sighed helplessly, these corners are sharp. Wrapping them in cloth means if a child bumps into them, they won't get hurt. Su Zhengshan looked like he'd suddenly understood, then pursed his lips. Maybe it was our daughter who thought of it. Are you sure our daughter could think of this? The question left Su Zhengshan speechless. Su Yuwei was flawless in every way, but she was a bit scatterbrained, never this meticulous. If I were watching the child, I wouldn't need this thing at all, I'd never let her out of my sight. Su Zhengshan stubbornly clung to his pride, refusing to concede. Kai-Chin didn't want to expose him either. When Su Yuwei was little, he'd been left alone with her for an entire afternoon. The result? She bumped her head on the table. They rushed her to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, the wound was shallow and left no scar. After that incident, she never let Su Zhengshan watch the child alone again. You're just stubborn. Anyway, I'm quite pleased with this son-in-law. Kai-Chin rose and headed toward the kitchen. Where are you going? To help our future son-in-law. Su Zhengshan sat there muttering under his breath. Wasn't it just cooking a meal for the family? Why did it need help? He could tell Kai Qin was quite pleased with Chen Yu. Getting her to cooperate with him was out of the question. This old woman was just unreliable. In the end, he'd have to rely on himself. For the sake of his daughter and granddaughter's happiness, he had to investigate further. Chen Yu couldn't pass this test so easily. Grandpa, come draw with us. Nuonyuo grabbed Su Zhengshan's hand. Coming. Grandpa will draw with you.
In the kitchen, Chen Yu's knife danced swiftly over the chopping board as slices of cucumber flew into the plate. His knife skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even if he were transported into an anime like Little Chef, he could hold his own against those prodigies. Kai Qin, who had just stepped to the doorway, was startled. That knife work was simply incredible. She had assumed that as a young man, Chen Yu wouldn't be very skilled in the kitchen and had intended to lend a hand. But witnessing this knife work, she realized it was completely unnecessary. Someone with such skill couldn't be a bad cook. Chen, your knife skills are impressive, Kai Qin said with a smile. Oh, Auntie Kai, Chen Yu turned and smiled. You should get out of here, the kitchen's getting smoky. It's fine. Spotting the vegetables soaking in a basin nearby, Kai Qin proceeded to wash them on her own. Since Aunt Kai wanted to help, he didn't stop her. Kai Qin lowered her voice. Xiao Chun, old Su isn't deliberately picking on you. He just wants Su Yuwei to find a good man. Aunt Kai, I understand. If the old Chen Yu hadn't understood before, having two daughters had made it crystal clear. Daughters are their father's precious jewels. Every father hopes his daughter marries an outstanding young man, not gets swept off her feet by some punk. For some reason, Wang Xiaoming suddenly popped into his mind. Well, that kid was just a bit mischievous, he couldn't possibly be connected to that punk. Besides, his daughter was only 3, thinking that far ahead was ridiculous. All parents want their children to have a good life. I also hope Nuonyuo and Ruonuo will marry good men someday. Kai Qin felt a flicker of surprise. After all, she was approaching 50. Even with a youthful mindset, there was inevitably a generation gap with a young man like Chen Yu. She hadn't expected Chen Yu to empathize so readily, instantly grasping their concerns. It's good you understand. Auntie Kai, let me make my position clear, I'm definitely on your side. Old Su just talks tough, but he's actually very soft-hearted. Thank you for your support, Auntie Tsai. Chen Yu was absolutely convinced of this. Just look at Su Yuwei, father and daughter share the same temperament. Kai Qin said no more, quietly getting to work. If you had to name a cuisine that appeals to the masses without ever missing the mark, it would undoubtedly be Huayang cuisine. Shandong cuisine is rich and savory, emphasizing broth-based sauces and precise cooking times, often using scallions and ginger for flavor. Representative dishes include scallion braised sea cucumber and 9-turn intestines. Sichuan cuisine is spicy, numbing, savory, and aromatic, emphasizing complex flavor profiles. Representative dishes include mapo tofu and kung pao chicken. Cantonese cuisine excels in seafood and soups, adhering to the principle of eating seasonally. Classic dishes include white-cut chicken and roast goose. Other regional cuisines each have their own distinct characteristics. Huayang cuisine, a branch of Jiangsu cuisine, emphasizes precise knife skills and preserves natural flavors, aiming for a balanced sweet-salty taste that appeals to all ages. Once served in imperial palaces, it now features prominently in state banquets. Essentially suited to everyone's taste, he planned to prepare several Huayang dishes. The triple yellow chicken in the pot was already cooked. Chen Yu scooped it out and peeled off some of the skin. The remainder was returned to the pot and placed in white brine to cool. White brine is a common seasoning in Huayang cuisine. It has a salty, savory, and slightly sweet taste, used to preserve the natural flavor of ingredients and enhance their umami. The dried tofu was washed, sliced thinly, then cut into fine shreds. Wash the celery, cut into long sections, and blanch until just tender before removing. Once cooled, the chicken skin was also cut into thin strips. Xiao Chen, you can actually use chicken skin in cooking? Kai Qin stood nearby, intrigued. We're making a salad, celery and dried tofu tossed with phoenix feathers. Phoenix feathers refers to the chicken skin. Chen Yu nodded, his hands moving steadily. He added salad oil to the wok. Once heated to medium-low, he sautéed scallions and garlic until fragrant, then set them aside. He tossed celery segments, shredded dried tofu, and chicken skin in a bowl. Seasoned with salt, MSG, and chicken bouillon powder, he mixed thoroughly before drizzling with sesame oil and serving. A cold salad was perfect for this sweltering day. The chicken in the pot had cooled down, so he decided to make scallion oil braised chicken next. He heated oil in the wok, added scallion shreds to sauté until fragrant, then strained the scallion oil into a bowl. The fragrant aroma of scallions instantly filled the entire room. Kai Qin took a deep breath. Xiao Chun, where did you learn these skills? Chen Yu smiled. Actually, I didn't know how to cook before either. I've just been learning from cookbooks lately. Learning from the system and learning from cookbooks were pretty much the same thing, so he wasn't exactly lying. If only Su Yuwei could learn a few dishes too. At least then she wouldn't go hungry. In today's world, with money, how could anyone go hungry?
But as parents, they still hope their child could cook. It doesn't have to be perfect, just enough to cook for themselves. And Kai, I'll cook for teacher Su. I promise she won't go hungry. Oh dear, Chen Yuwei really has excellent taste. Kai Qin found herself growing fonder of Chen Yu with each passing moment, but then another thought crossed her mind. Xiao Chen, why do you still call her teacher Su? That title felt so distant, like a regular student-teacher relationship. They already have a child together, calling her wife wouldn't be out of place. Chen Yu had just finished mixing the scallion oil sauce and felt a bit embarrassed. I figured since we haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet, it wouldn't be right to change how I address her. Then pick a date and go get that marriage certificate. Kai Qin chuckled. Once they got the marriage certificate, the marriage would be solidified. Chapter 63, Little Chen, you know traditional Chinese medicine? It's not just about changing how I address Su Yuwei, I need to change how I refer to myself too. He had to start calling her mom instead. The thought alone made him chuckle. Got it, Aunt Kai. I'll ask teacher Su later. Chen Yu agreed with his mouth, but his mind was elsewhere. He had no idea what Su Yuwei was thinking, and besides, his father-in-law hadn't agreed. Then there were his own parents to consider. Marriage was a major event. Even if he wanted to avoid telling them, he couldn't keep hiding it forever. He had no idea what his parents would think. After all, this wasn't child's play, it wasn't something you could just decide to do on a whim. If she doesn't agree, Aunt Kai, I'll go talk to her. Thanks in advance, Aunt Kai. Chen Yu lifted the free-range chicken out of the pot, sliced it into strips, arranged them neatly on a platter, and drizzled scallion oil over the top. The aroma of scallions filled the air, making it look incredibly appetizing. Kai Qin was watching him cook when suddenly a piercing pain shot through her head. Pressing her temples offered no relief. Xiao Chen, my migraine's acting up. I need to sit down for a bit. Auntie Tsai, let me help you. Kai Qin waved her hands repeatedly. No need, no need. It's just an old ailment. Keep cooking, don't mind me. With that, she walked out of the kitchen and slowly sat down on the sofa. Su Zhengshan heard the commotion and hurried out. Seeing Kai Qin's expression, he rushed over. What's wrong, honey? Suddenly felt a bit of a headache. See what happens. You should have just rested. You insisted on helping in the kitchen, and now look. Su Zhengshan's words were sharp, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his panic. For Kai Qin's sake, he had taught himself some massage techniques. Though not professional, it could offer some relief. What about the medicine? Did you bring it with you? Kai Qin frowned. No. Didn't I tell you to carry medicine with you? What's wrong with you? Su Zhengshan's tone carried a hint of anger. I thought it would only be a day or two, so I didn't bring any. You? Su Zhengshan couldn't bring himself to say it, swallowing the harsh words on the tip of his tongue. I'll call Xiao Lu and have him run to the pharmacy to look for some. Driver Xiao Lu set down the groceries and went to find a place to eat. After eating, he'd find a place to rest and come back when Su Zhengshan needed the car. No need. Kai Qin stopped him. That medicine was brought back from abroad. Where would you find it sold domestically? Don't trouble Xiao Lu. Oh, you. Su Zhengshan sighed and continued massaging her temples. Strangely enough, while a dozen or so presses usually brought relief, today's several minutes of pressure had no effect. Su Zhengshan grew anxious. Let's have Xiao Lu go buy the medicine after all. No need. Kai Qin leaned back and lay down on the sofa. It'll probably pass soon. Take a break, old Su. Chen Yu, still uneasy, turned off the stove and came out. Aunt Kai, how are you feeling? Kai Qin forced a faint smile. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Don't worry, Chen. Su Zhengshan grunted but said nothing. Let me take a look. You know about this, Chen? Kai Qin asked in surprise. Yeah, when I was a kid, there was a barefoot doctor in the village. I used to hang around him all the time, and he taught me a few tricks. Chen Yu wasn't lying about that. There really was a barefoot doctor in the village, and he often visited him. But he went there to play around, fascinated by all the medical tools. As for actual medical skills? He knew nothing about that. Using this excuse might ease their concerns a bit. Su Zhengshan hesitated. Chen, this isn't something to joke about. Are you really sure you know what you're doing? Shan Yu nodded solemnly. Uncle Su, trust me. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Seeing the earnest look in his eyes, Su Zhengshan finally nodded and stepped aside. Shen Yu first assessed Kai Qin's condition, then reached out to take her pulse. Whether it was real or not, it certainly looked convincing. Su Zhengshan watched nearby, holding his breath. Shen Yu quickly pinpointed the source of the illness. This headache required long-term treatment. Acupuncture would be effective, but there was nothing at home. He'd have to get a set of silver needles first. Aunt Kai, since we don't have acupuncture tools on hand, I'll massage your head with my hands. That should help a bit. Su Zhengshan breathed a sigh of relief. If it involved needles, he definitely wouldn't have let Chen Yu come. A young man barely out of his teens knowing acupuncture? That's ridiculous. One wrong needle could leave her paralyzed. Massage was fine, nothing bad could happen with that. Alright, Chen, I'll leave it to you then. Chen Yu quickly located several acupoints on the head, Taiyang, Baihui, Fengqi, Gua. He placed his fingers on them and began applying gentle pressure, gradually increasing the force. Su Zhengshan watched in astonishment. Not only had he located every acupoint correctly, but his technique was flawless. It was even better than his own technique, honed over more than a year of practice. After a few presses, Kai Qin felt considerably more relaxed. Within minutes, the pain had completely vanished. Xiao Chen, you can stop now. I'm fine. Kai Qin said with a smile, her expression returning to normal. Su Zhengshan couldn't help asking, I pressed the exact same points as you did. Why didn't it work when I did it? Chen Yu explained with a smile, the acupoints are crucial, but technique matters just as much, the order, pressure, and rhythm. Even the slightest deviation can make a huge difference in the outcome. It's like CPR, everyone knows where to press. But different pressure, different rhythm, the results are completely different. Old Su, looks like your massage skills aren't up to par, Sai Chin teased with a laugh. Su Zhengshan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he was getting older, and being self-taught, he admittedly hadn't mastered it perfectly. Alright, Aunt Kai, take a break. Dinner will be ready soon. Thanks for your help, Xiao Chen. Watching Chen Yu's retreating figure, Kai Qin found herself growing fonder of him by the minute, wishing he and Su Yuwei would just tie the knot already. Meanwhile, Su Zhengshan looked rather downcast, his expression sour. Old Su, can't stand seeing young Chen outshine you, huh? I'm not that petty. Su Zhengshan muttered under his breath, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and scribbling a line on it. Massage skills are solid. Probably knows some traditional Chinese medicine too. That's a plus point. He's past the halfway mark. Now it's all about his performance from here on out. Kai Qin leaned in to peek, but Su Zhengshan snapped the notebook shut. Old Su, what's this secret you're hiding? Won't let me see? Mind your own business. This was his meticulously designed scoring sheet, as precious as a top-tier martial arts manual. How could he just let anyone see it? Chen Yu returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Aware of the spiritual field space, he noticed the several medicinal herbs he had planted earlier had matured. He harvested some Gastrodia rhizome, a highly prized medicinal herb. Gastrodia is often used to relieve headaches and dizziness, and it's very simple to use, just simmer it in soup. The edible part of Gastrodia resembles Chinese yam somewhat, but it has a distinct medicinal flavor. Some people find it hard to stomach. Chapter 64, I'm quite pleased with this son-in-law. But this herb is truly effective for treating headaches. And the quality of the Gastrodia he cultivated in his spiritual field is exceptional, completely free of any contamination. Nowadays, there are far too many counterfeit herbs sold outside. Sometimes when a prescription doesn't work, it's not because the practitioner is a fraud, but because the herbs are fake. The herbs from the spirit field space have no such issues. The method is also simple, just simmer it in soup. With 2 dishes already prepared, he would make 2 more dishes and a soup to complete the 4-dish and 1 soup meal. Chen Yu took out a box of silken tofu, sliced it into thin strips, blanched them in boiling water, then drained and set them aside. This step requires extra care. The tofu was very delicate, applying too much force would break it apart. While not as challenging as Wensi tofu, it still requires extremely precise knife skills. Ham, winter bamboo shoots, pork tripe, and tendon were all sliced into strips, blanched, and set aside. Add these ingredients to the soup one by one, finishing with sliced Gastrodia tuber. Thicken with cornstarch slurry, season with various spices, and your premium tofu soup is ready. Balancing meat and vegetables is also crucial. With the meat dish ready, only the vegetable dish remains. Chen Yu planned to make stir-fried water shield with dried shrimp. The ingredients for this dish are simple, but the preparation is anything but. The resulting flavor is truly exceptional, fresh, fragrant, and delicious. Place the dried shrimp in a bowl, add chicken broth, and steam for 3 minutes. This allows the chicken broth's umami to fully infuse into the dried shrimp, creating a double dose of savory goodness. Lightly pound the water spinach stems to tenderize them, cut into small sections, then blanch and drain. Stir-fry the water chestnut hearts with pork to infuse the vegetables with a savory, meaty aroma. Add chicken broth, MSG, and salt to season. Reduce heat to low and simmer until the water shield vegetable is completely tender. Place ginger slices and scallion segments in a bowl, topped with a layer of large dried shrimp. After absorbing the broth, the small dried shrimp plump up into large ones. Arrange another layer of water chestnut hearts on top, drizzle with a few spoonfuls of chicken broth, then steam in a steamer. When the time is right, Chen Yu opens the lid and removes the scallion segments and ginger slices. Pour the remaining broth into a wok, thicken with cornstarch slurry, add a drop of sesame oil, then pour the sauce over the water shield ferns. The hot sauce poured over it released wisps of steam, and a rich aroma wafted over. With the interplay of these complex aromas, this vegetarian dish was even more fragrant than the scallion oil braised chicken. Aren't there many vegetarian restaurants nowadays? Almost all of them use meat-based cooking methods for vegetarian dishes. Gongda Lin is a prime example. They go to great lengths to make vegetarian dishes resemble meat dishes. Not only do they mimic the taste, but also the appearance.
Take the Vajra fire cube made from konjac and gluten, which perfectly replicates the shape of braised pork knuckle. Another example is the bear paw dish, crafted from mushrooms to resemble the animal's paw, complete with carved bamboo shoe tips for the claws, a truly lifelike creation. Unfortunately, this style doesn't belong to any of the 8 great cuisines. It's a Shanghai-style vegetarian cuisine born from combining local ingredients with imperial culinary techniques.
That's why Chen Yu doesn't know how to make it.
Only one dish remains a dessert for the 2 little ones.
He decided on Westlake lotus root slices, not overly sweet, so the aunt and uncle could enjoy some too.
Chen Yu cut the lotus root into sections, stuffed glutinous rice into the pores, and pressed it firmly. He placed the soaked lotus root in a pressure cooker, adding water and sugar to stew until tender. He sliced it into pieces and drizzled honey over the top.
Westlake lotus root slices are actually quite simple to make.
The main dish was a pot of plain white rice. He had considered mixing in some whole grains for a multi-grain rice, but decided against it for the sake of the 2 little ones.
Uncle and auntie, dinner's ready.
Kai-Chin came over to help as soon as she heard, but Chen Yu laughed and shooed her away. There were only a few dishes to serve he could manage on his own.
Aunt Kai really should rest more.
Nua clung softly to the edge of the table, watching. Chen Yu's cooking was usually delicious, but it couldn't compare to today's spread.
Usually it was just 2 dishes, but today? 4 dishes and a soup.
You 2 little ones, stop staring and go wash your hands. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table. Su Zhengshan hadn't expected much. He was just glad the young man could cook at all, never dreaming it would be this delicious. But the moment he saw the spread, he was stunned. A full 4 dishes and a soup that was fast work.
Fine cuisine demands visual appeal, aroma, and flavor all perfectly balanced.
Setting taste aside for now, the presentation and fragrance were flawless. If Chen Yu hadn't been in the kitchen the whole time, he would have suspected it was takeout. No, most takeout couldn't match this level.
It would have to be from a high-end restaurant.
Uncle, auntie, I just whipped up a few simple dishes. Please don't mind the simple spread, Chen Yu said with a smile as he handed out chopsticks to everyone.
Xiao Chen, this spread is already more than generous.
Kai-Chin smiled as she served Chen Yu a piece of chicken.
Aunt Kai, I can manage this myself. Please try my cooking. Alright, I'll give it a try.
Kai-Chin picked up a piece of water chestnut heart and popped it into her mouth, savoring the rich, fragrant flavor.
This water chestnut is delicious. Old Su, you should try some.
Su Zhengshan also picked up a piece of water chestnut with his chopsticks. The moment it touched his tongue, he was stunned by the flavor. The crisp sweetness of the water chestnuts, the savory umami of the dried shrimp, and the rich aroma of the chicken broth blended perfectly. None of the flavors clashed, instead, they enhanced each other's taste. It was hard to imagine that a dish of water chestnut hearts could be made so delicious. The simpler the ingredients, the more it tests the chef's skill. Just based on this dish of dried shrimp braised water shield, Chen Yu's skills were clearly exceptional. Nua immediately zeroed in on the plate of scallion-scented braised chicken.
As a carnivore, she couldn't resist meat.
She picked up a piece of braised chicken with her chopsticks, and the rich aroma of scallion oil wafted toward her. So delicious. Wan, meanwhile, was drawn to the Westlake lotus root slices. The lotus root slices were stewed until perfectly tender, requiring little effort to bite through. Inside, the glutinous rice filling was sweet and sticky. Topped with a layer of sweet honey glaze, it made for a perfect dessert. Su Zhengshan scooped another spoonful of soup, carefully examining the tofu inside. He saw that the silken tofu had been cut into fine shreds, yet not a single piece had fallen apart.
Su Zhengshan couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Chen, your knife skills are impressive.
It was still far from meeting the standards of Wensi tofu, but it was already quite impressive. Chen Yu smiled modestly and served Kai-Chin a bowl of soup.
Aunt Kai, I added some gastrodia root to this. It helps with headaches. Give it a try. Kai-Chin accepted it with a smile. Chen, you're so thoughtful.
She found herself increasingly impressed by Chen Yu's thoughtfulness and thorough consideration. Knowing she suffered from headaches, he'd specifically added gastrodia. Gastrodia had that distinctive herbal scent, but it was nearly masked by the other ingredients.
Kai-Chin took several sips in a row. Not bad. This soup is delicious too. In such sweltering weather, one usually has little appetite, yet Chen Yu's dishes had whetted the family's appetite. They polished off nearly everything on the table. So whether you have a good appetite really depends on who the chef is. Hey, Chen, I wonder if you like fishing? Su Zhengshan suddenly asked, holding a bowl of soup. Chen Yu didn't know what he meant, so he answered honestly.
I've gone a few times with my roommate, but I wouldn't say I like it or dislike it. Su Zhengshan perked up at this. Finally, he'd found something Chen Yu wasn't good at.
Chapter 65, Fishing System, Save Me. Then come fishing with me. It's been ages since I last went.
Kai-Chin pinched him under the table, reminding him to stop.
He was already a great son-in-law, what more could she want?
Su Zhengshan winced at the pain but forced a smile.
Fishing wasn't just Su Zhengshan's hobby, it was his forte.
He wasn't just testing Chen Yu now, he was also determined to prove himself. Chen Yu outperformed him in every aspect, which was a blow to his pride. Men, after all, have a competitive streak. He needed to demonstrate his own strengths, otherwise, he'd truly be outshone by his future son-in-law. Deep down, he had already begun to acknowledge Chen Yu's worth, but pride still held him back. Chen Yu guessed this was part of the test too. He knew absolutely nothing about fishing. He'd gone fishing a few times with his college roommates, but it was all haphazard. They'd struggle all morning without catching a single fish. Watching the rods of others bend and rise constantly while theirs remained as still as anchors, it felt like they were just going to the fishing pond to hand over money to the owner. So he stopped going. Still, he agreed, I'll join Uncle Su for a bit. My fishing skills are pretty mediocre, I might not even catch a single fish. Since it was his father-in-law asking, he had to go whether he wanted to or not. Besides, he had the system. If it played along and rewarded him with fishing mastery, he could beat his father-in-law in no time. Chen Yu also laid down the groundwork beforehand, just in case his father-in-law ended up looking down on him. Su Zhengshan chuckled, no worries, just fishing for fun. It's not a competition. It was still hot at midday, so they planned to rest a bit before heading out. Chen Yu shared a room with Nuonyuo and Wanwan, while Su Zhengshan and Kai Qin slept in another room. What's gotten into you, old Su? Kai Qin lay on the bed, unable to hold back her complaint. Little Chen still isn't quite there yet. You shouldn't set your expectations so high. Mind your own business. I have my own plans. Su Zhengshan rolled over and spotted the rabbit plushie by the bedside. Is this our daughter's? Does she even like this kind of thing? Kai Qin shot him a look. And you claim to know our daughter? You don't even know what she likes. Su Zhengshan scratched his head. She never gave me a chance to get to know her. From childhood onward, father and daughter hadn't shared many conversations. There had been slightly more when she was younger, but as she grew older, their conversations dwindled even further. Anyway, stop picking on Xiao Chen. I think she's a good kid. Now go to sleep. By a little past 3 in the afternoon, the air had cooled considerably. Chen Yu planned to go fishing with Su Zhengshan. As for Kai Qin, she was to stay home and rest properly. Nono and Ruei, Grandma's here to put sunscreen on you. Xiao Chen, remember to put on sunscreen, it's scorching out there. You don't have to stay with old Su the whole time. Come back when you're tired, little Lu is with him anyway. Kai Qin hovered around the father and daughters, making Su Zhengshan feel a bit jealous again. He urged loudly, that's enough. Let's get going. The sun will be setting soon. If it's setting, we won't go anyway. Kai Qin rolled her eyes. What's the point of fishing for some measly fish? And he insists on going in this sweltering heat. You just don't understand an angler's joy. Hurry up, Xiao Chen. I'm heading downstairs first. Su Zhengshan headed downstairs first. The two little ones insisted on coming too, so Chen Yu bundled them up warmly. And Kai, I'm leaving too. Xiao Chen, if you don't feel like fishing anymore, just come back. Don't mind that old man. Chen Yu smiled and agreed. He could tell his mother-in-law truly doted on him. Bye, Grandma. The two little ones waved goodbye. Bye, bye. Stay close to your dad and don't wander off. Don't stand in the sun, okay? Driver Xiao Lu led the way up front, with Chen Yu following behind. Soon they arrived at a fishing pond on the outskirts of town. There were many similar fishing spots like this one. Pay the owner a fee and you could fish for a few hours. Compared to fishing in natural waters, these had several advantages. First, there's no need to fight for a spot, it's first come, first served. A good fishing spot can significantly increase your catch rate. In wild fishing, there are no rules. Some people might claim they set up a bait station overnight to justify grabbing a spot. Second, fishing requires baiting the spot, scattering bait into the water. The scent attracts target fish, creating areas with high fish density. Mastering bait placement is half the battle won. Yet some anglers skip preparing their own bait stations and instead try to piggyback on others. You feel awkward about shooing them away. This problem doesn't arise at proper fishing grounds. Su Zhengshan always kept fishing rods in the back of his car. He grabbed one for himself and lent another to Chen Yu. This fishing spot was quite popular, with many people already setting up their rods. Su Zhengshan paid the fee and chose a spot away from the crowd. Driver Xiao Lu took care of unloading the rest of the fishing gear. The two men spread out a bit, each with a sunshade behind them, so they weren't exposed to the sun. Hey Chen, wanna see who can catch more? Su Zhengshan deftly retrieved the bait, pinched the moisture between his fingers, gave it a sniff, and nodded with satisfaction. Chen Yu was assembling his rod, its tip tangled in fishing line, the float still upside down. He gave an awkward smile. Uncle Su, that'd mean I'm bound to lose. Hey, it's just for fun. How about this, I'll give you a 5-fish head start. With Uncle Su having said that, Chen Yu had no choice but to agree. Su Zhengshan flung a handful of bait into the water. The scent drew the fish closer. He stood up and baited the hook. With a flick of his wrist, the rod shot forward, the hook plunging into the water with the bait attached. The motion was nothing short of graceful. Chen Yu understood the basics of fishing, but his movements were nowhere near as smooth and effortless. He was clearly a novice angler. After casting the line, it was time for the long wait.
Even seasoned anglers wouldn't dare claim instant success after casting. Fishing itself is a skill, a blend of patience and luck. Baiting the hook also takes time. Nua lay limp on Chen Yu's lap for a while before getting bored. She scampered off to play elsewhere. Chen Yu gripped the fishing rod. But inside, he was panicking. The system hadn't appeared. As a complete novice at fishing, he certainly couldn't match Su Zhangshan. Su Zhangshan, however, remained calm and composed. One hand held a teacup as he sipped his tea, the other gripped the fishing rod, quietly waiting for a bite. After about 10 minutes, Su Zhangshan noticed tiny ripples on the water's surface and smiled faintly. Fish on. The tip of the rod bent slightly. He didn't rush to reel it in, instead carefully playing the fish. He alternated between slackening and tightening the line, maintaining perfect control over the rhythm. As the fish was slowly pulled out of the water, Su Zhangshan laughed and called out, "Xiaolu." Driver Xiaolu immediately rushed forward with the fishing net, scooping up a grass carp weighing 4 or 5 pounds. He had accompanied Su Zhangshan on countless fishing trips, and their coordination was seamless. The grass carp glistened golden in the sunlight, thrashing wildly within the net. Chapter 66, Helping Dad Catch Fish. Sorry, Xiao Chen, I'm reeling mine in first. Seeing the big grass carp in the net, Su Zhangshan beamed like a child. A grass carp wasn't worth much, especially to a big boss like him. But that's the joy of fishing. Bait the spot, cast the line, and wait patiently. The moment the fish took the bait was more thrilling than winning 5 million. Congratulations, Uncle Su. Chen Yu offered his congratulations, but his heart wasn't in it. While Su Zhangshan was reeling in fish, his own line remained utterly still. The float sat motionless on the water, not even a ripple disturbed its surface. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with the system, it never showed up when it was supposed to. True to his reputation as a master angler, Su Zhangshan reeled in several more fish in quick succession. Though none were particularly large, having something was better than nothing. He hummed a little tune, eyes squinting in delight. Every so often, he'd glance sideways at Chen Yu. Seeing Chen Yu's gloomy expression after failing to catch a single fish only made Su Zhangshan happier. At last, there was something he could excel at over Chen Yu. If Cai Qin were here, she'd surely scold him for being childish. He was a grown man, yet he was as competitive as a child. But Su Zhangshan didn't see it that way. A man is forever young at heart, right? Seeing Su Zhangshan's basket already half filled with fish while his own remained empty, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. But rushing things never helps when fishing. The more impatient you get, the fewer fish you catch. It all comes down to patience. The two little ones had also grown bored by now. Fishing spots were usually out in the wild, with little else to entertain them, maybe a farmhouse restaurant or something similar. So the two youngsters grew bored quickly. They came over to look at Chen Yu and Su Zhangshan's fishing baskets. One was completely empty, the other overflowing, a stark contrast. Dad's having such a rough time. Nuonyuo couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly struck by an idea, she pulled Ruan aside and whispered something to her. Ruan listened with a frown, then finally nodded. Grandpa. Nuonyuo ran over and threw herself into Su Zhangshan's arms, hugging his arm. What is it, Nuonyuo? Grandpa's fishing. Su Zhangshan pinched her little cheek. Generally, anglers hate being disturbed. He was fishing just fine, and any noise would scare the fish away. But he doted on these two granddaughters, and with fish biting one after another, he was in a great mood. Is fishing hard? Fishing? It's simple enough, though for some people, it can be a bit tricky. As he said this, he glanced at Chen Yu with a smile, his face beaming with pride. Nuonyuo wants to try too. Sure, Grandpa will teach you. Su Zhangshan agreed immediately. Chen Yu hadn't caught a single fish yet, making the outcome of this competition quite obvious. He hadn't seen Nuonyuo in ages, so he certainly couldn't miss this chance for some quality time with the little one. Su Zhangshan guided Nono's hand to grip the fishing rod. Look, that's the float. Keep your eyes on the water surface at all times, and don't get impatient. Nuonyuo listened intently, occasionally asking questions. Su Zhangshan patiently answered each one. The pair were completely absorbed in their harmony, unaware of the movement behind them. Softly crept up to Su Zhangshan's fish basket, zeroed in on a smaller fish, and scooped it up in one swift motion. Though water filled the basket, the sweltering heat had left the fish gasping for air, its gills heaving wildly. It showed no signs of life, let alone struggle. Ruan carried the fish a dozen steps before tossing it into Chen Yu's basket. Why not choose a bigger one? Because she didn't have the strength to carry it. If a big fish thrashed around and flopped onto the ground, Grandpa would definitely notice. Smaller fish were the best choice. Su Zhangshan was completely absorbed in teaching Nuonyuo and hadn't noticed a thing. Little Lu, standing behind him, saw everything. But he didn't intervene, merely chuckling to himself. Why should an outsider meddle in another family's affairs? This was the sisters' plan, one would distract Dad while the other diverted the fish. They couldn't let Dad catch a single fish. The instant the fish entered the basket, a notification flashed in Chen Yu's mind. Detected host accompanying daughter fishing. Rewarding fishing mastery. The system suddenly activated? This system is acting up intermittently.
Chen Yu instinctively turned around to see where his two daughters were. Then he saw the scene of Ruei holding the fish in her arms.
Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Daughters really are daddy's little cotton jackets. All the pampering hasn't been in vain.
I wonder what Uncle Su would think if he saw the scene. The fishing rod suddenly jerked violently, forcing him to pull his gaze back. Ripples spread steadily across the water's surface. A fish was hooked.
And a big one at that.
Chen Yu began reeling it in using the fishing technique he'd just learned, applying tension and release with perfect rhythm.
Su Zhangshan noticed too, startled by the ripples. This must be a big one.
Despite catching quite a few fish, the largest had been that initial grass carp.
The ones that followed were getting smaller and smaller. He was eager to see just how big a fish Chen Yu could land. What surprised him even more was Chen Yu's technique.
Just moments ago, he seemed like a complete novice, not even knowing how to assemble a fishing rod.
How come his fish reeling technique was so polished? He was practically indistinguishable from a seasoned angler.
Not only was the fish huge, but it was also thrashing violently. If not for Chen Yu's technique, the fish would have gotten away long ago. The line gradually shortened as he reeled the fish toward the shore.
Most of its head was already visible.
Su Zhangshan knew instantly this had to be a monster fish. For anglers, the sense of accomplishment from landing a big fish is incomparable to catching small fish or shrimp.
Su Zhangshan couldn't help but offer guidance.
Slow down, that's it, just like that, don't rush. He grabbed the nearby landing net and stood up, ready to net the fish. Seeing the fish's strength nearly depleted, Chen Yu accelerated his line retrieval. As it neared the shore, he jerked the rod upward. A huge fish leapt out of the water. Its scales reflected golden light in the sun. It weighed at least 10 pounds. A fish over 10 pounds wasn't exactly rare. Su Zhangshan had caught plenty over the years. But after fishing here for hours, the biggest catch he managed was that 5 or 6 pound grass carp. Chen Yu, however, didn't cast a line until he landed a whopper of fish weighing over 10 pounds. No comparison, no hurt feelings.
Su Zhangshan stepped forward and scooped the fish into his net.
Hey Chen, that's a hefty fish you've got there.
Chen Yu detected a hint of sourness in his tone. Thanks to Uncle Su's help, otherwise, this fish would have gotten away.
This remark made Su Zhangshan feel a bit better. He handed the net back to Chen Yu and sat back down to continue fishing. If Chen Yu could catch one, it meant big fish were in this pond and he, Su Zhangshan, could catch them too.
The hardest part is always the beginning.
With this first fish secured, Chen Yu proceeded to reel in one after another. Unfortunately, they were all small fish, not a single big one among them. Chapter 67, Still need to test the son-in-law's drinking capacity. That was only natural. This wasn't wild fishing. Where would all those big fish come from? In these artificially stocked ponds, the big fish had long been sold off by the owner.
High-end restaurants pay top dollar for large fish.
Don't believe the pond owner when he claims there are big fish in here. It's all a scam. Soon his catch rate surpassed Su Zhangshan's, his basket filling with fish of all sizes. Su Zhangshan was still catching fish, but his pace had noticeably slowed, and the fish he caught were smaller. He looked at his fish basket with a strange feeling. Why did it feel like after fishing for so long, the quantity hadn't changed much from the start? Strange. As the sun sank below the horizon, the anglers gradually departed, and the two men ceased fishing as well. Su Zhangshan had lost all interest in competing now. What was there to compare? His fish basket held fewer fish than Chen Yu's, and in terms of size, they were no match either. His biggest catch was a grass carp weighing 5 or 6 pounds, while Chen Yu's fish was easily 10 pounds. Su Zhangshan was thoroughly defeated. A seasoned angler with over 20 years of experience, and he couldn't even hold a candle to a youngster? He was getting old, truly getting old. Noticing Su Zhangshan's dejected look, Chen Yu didn't bring up the fishing anymore. Uncle Su, it's getting late. How about grabbing a bite to eat? Su Yuwei had just texted him, saying she'd be home later and they shouldn't wait for her to eat. Perfect, they could grab dinner out and bring a few dishes back for Teacher Su.
Sounds good, Xiao Chen.
You decide. Then I'll go pick up Aunt Kai.
Just send Xiao Lu.
So driver Xiao Lu went to pick up Kai Qin, while Su Zhangshan rode ahead in Chen Yu's car. They reserved a private room at the restaurant, and Kai Qin soon arrived.
Please sit down, Aunt Kai.
Chen Yu stood to greet her and poured her a cup of tea.
Kai Qin smiled and said, Little Chen, why isn't Yuwei here?
Miss Su had some matters to attend to at school. She said there was no need to wait for her to eat. That girl just pushes herself too hard, wearing herself out. Kai Qin sighed and turned to look at Su Zhangshan. Old Su, did you get your fill of fishing today? Su Zhangshan didn't look as pleased as she'd imagined. Instead, his expression was a bit dark.
Kai Qin asked in surprise, what's wrong? Haven't you had enough after fishing all afternoon?
She could never have imagined the final outcome.
Su Zhangshan, a seasoned angler with over 20 years of experience, could lose to a youngster like Chen Yu?
Seeing Su Zhangshan's displeased expression, Chen Yu smiled and changed the subject. Aunt Sai, Uncle Su, and I just ordered a few dishes.
Would you like to add some more of your favorites?
Kai Qin smiled as she took the menu and set it aside.
No need. Whatever you order, I'll eat. Ordering too much would just go to waste. Though she and Su Zhengshan were well off now, they still clung to the frugal habits from their early entrepreneurial days. They didn't have any special demands when it came to food and drink. Alright then, I'll go check on the food. Nuonuo, Ruwerue, want to come with daddy? Chen Yu used the excuse of leaving to give the two some private time. Uncle Su valued his reputation. Certain things were simply too awkward to say in his presence. Yes. The two little ones jumped off their seats and followed him, one in front, one behind. Only then did Kai Qin frown. Old Su, what's gotten into you? Don't even ask. Su Zhengshan waved his hand dismissively. That kid Chen sure knows how to fish. Oh, you didn't lose to him, did you? He casually reeled in a 10-pound fish, while I struggled for ages just to get a 5-pounder. How could I possibly compete? Su Zhengshan took a sip of tea, his tone dripping with resentment. Kai Qin pursed her lips. She actually enjoyed seeing Su Zhengshan get his comeuppance. It was a good way to curb his stubborn streak. No way. You've been fishing for over 20 years. What good is 20 years of experience? When luck strikes, no one can stop it. Su Zhengshan was confident in his skills and naturally attributed it to luck. Aren't you always saying luck is important too? Well, that's true. Without a bit of luck, their family's clothing company wouldn't have grown this big. So, are you satisfied with Xiaochen? Kai Qin asked with a smile. According to the scoring criteria in his little notebook, Chen Yu had long met his requirements. To be fair, Su Zhengshan was quite satisfied with Chen Yu. He was handsome, an excellent cook, knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, and very popular with the soft-spoken Nono. What was even more surprising was that his fishing skills were top-notch. The only real flaw was that he couldn't generate income and offered little direct benefit to their family business. But that didn't really matter. He never expected his future son-in-law to be involved in the business anyway. As long as there were no major issues and he could take good care of his daughter and 2 granddaughters, that was sufficient. Many modern businesses emphasized strategic marriages, powerful alliances between companies of comparable size that complemented each other. But Su Zhengshan had no such ambitions. He didn't want his daughter's happiness tied to money. Therefore, he had no particular requirements regarding his son-in-law's background. It was precisely because this son-in-law was too perfect that it made him feel a bit embarrassed. He's okay, I guess. Kai Qin smiled. She knew Su Zhengshan all too well. When he said not bad, it meant he was satisfied. If he wasn't, he'd say so outright. So the evaluation is over? Not quite, Su Zhengshan frowned. I still need to see how much alcohol Xiaochen can handle. Why check his drinking tolerance? Sai Qin was puzzled. If our daughter takes over the company someday, she'll have plenty of social engagements. Do you expect her to drink alone? She'll need someone to help her hold her liquor. Though he had an older son, the business would most likely go to him. But he couldn't rule out the possibility of handing it over to Su Yuwei. He was quite satisfied with his daughter's capabilities. Are you looking for a son-in-law or just someone to block drinks? Kai Qin asked, a bit annoyed. Why can't it be both? Besides, truth comes out when drunk. I happen to have something I need to ask him. Kai Qin retorted coldly, I've already set my heart on this son-in-law. Your disapproval won't change a thing. Seeing Kai Qin's anger, Su Zhengshan immediately put on a conciliatory smile. Oh dear, I never said I disagreed. I just need to think it over a bit more. After all, this is a major decision. Chen Yu walked down the hallway with Nono and Ruwerue bouncing and skipping behind him, drawing curious glances from the staff. Those 2 little girls are so adorable. A female attendant quietly approached a male colleague. We should have kids like that someday. The guy chuckled, 1 wouldn't be enough, we'd need at least 2. The girl gave him a light tap. Nice try. Chen Yu led Nuonuo and Ruwerue over to ask the waitress to hurry up with their food. The waitress, charmed by the 2 little ones, gave each a lollipop. Did you say thank you to the waitress? Thank you, miss. Hearing their sweet voices, the waitress couldn't help but smile, feeling her heart melt with cuteness. Then she took Wanwan to wash her hands properly. He had seen Wanwan catching fish. How did you 2 think to help Daddy? Chen Yu asked. Daddy didn't catch a single fish in his basket. That's so pitiful. Chapter 68, what kind of Detective Conan instinct is this? It was the truth, but hearing it out loud stung like hell. My defenses are shattered. Perhaps it was precisely the 2 little ones' help that activated the system. After all, the system required spending time with my daughter. In that case, I owe it all to Nuonuo and Wanwan. Tonight when we get home, Daddy will tell you the story of Shook and Beta. Yay! Linchun University. After slacking off until past 5, Xinyu was about to head home when she noticed Su Yuwei showed no signs of leaving. Aren't you going home? Your little husband is waiting for you at home. Xinyu had been teasing her about this lately, and Su Yuwei had grown somewhat immune to it. But every time she heard it, she still couldn't help but blush. She wasn't even sure she'd be able to call Chen Yu husband when the day finally came. Su Yuwei composed herself. I told him not to wait for me. I'll be back later. What are you busy with?
Chen Yu peered over her shoulder and saw the spreadsheet filled with dense rows of data.
School starts in less than a month. I'm preparing the teaching plan ahead of time. You're way too dedicated. Chen Yu couldn't help but tease.
She was the type to cram at the last minute after all. Every year was pretty much the same, requiring little preparation.
A teaching plan? Totally unnecessary.
Not really, Su Yuwei replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she stared at the screen.
I just prefer to stick to a plan.
For her, the first 20-odd years of life had been meticulously planned and executed step by step. University graduation, postgraduate studies, doctoral degree, staying on at the university, becoming a professor.
Step by step, like a precision instrument.
Chen Yu was the only variable. He barged into her future without warning.
Everything that followed was thrown into disarray.
Though Su Yuwei didn't dislike the unpredictability Chen Yu brought her, she still wished for a plan. Chen Yu let out a soft sigh, sat back down, and began scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a video caught her attention. She couldn't help but read it aloud softly. Elderly man suffers heatstroke at Lincheng Water Park. Child rearing dad steps up to help.
The two appear to be father-in-law and son-in-law, seemingly using the incident for publicity. Su Yuwei frowned. Water park, dad taking care of the kids. Could this be about Chen Yu? It couldn't be. What are the odds of such a coincidence?
Chen Yu rolled her eyes. There was just too much sensationalist news online these days. Even official media outlets rarely publish reliable content. It's all just for entertainment. But the headline still drew her in. That's the power of clickbait. Ha ha ha. The moment she opened it, she couldn't hold back her laughter. The men in the video were dressed so ridiculously. Hat, sunglasses, mask, and a scarf draped over the top. All bundled up like that. Who else would get heatstroke if not him? Yuwei, look at this. People will do anything for views these days. Su Yuwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. What's the point of covering up like that? For clickbait, of course. Immediately after, the man collapsed, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Someone rushed over, pushing through the crowd to the man's side. And it was none other than Chen Yu, a man both of them knew well.
Chen Yu?
Chen Yu couldn't help but quip, this guy's like Sherlock Holmes. Trouble follows him wherever he goes. Last time it was him stepping in at the market, and now it's him again at the water park.
Chen Yu felt like crying. He didn't want to have this Conan-like constitution either. Su Yuwei, however, was thinking about something else entirely.
The rescued man and the heroic dad seemed to be father-in-law and son-in-law.
Could it be? Su Yuwei immediately dismissed the possibility.
There was no way it could be old Su. He definitely hadn't heard about this yet. If he did, he'd be at her doorstep demanding answers in no time. Chen Yu swiftly untied the scarf and mask to help him breathe, revealing a face flushed red with heat.
It was Su Zhangshan. Uncle Su. Chen Yu knew Su Yuwei's parents, and her reaction was even more dramatic than Su Yuwei's. Yuwei, what's going on here?
Su Yuwei grabbed her bag and rushed out of the office.
Chen Yu, handle these forms for me.
She had no idea what was going on, but she knew she had to find Chen Yu immediately. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Yu clicked her tongue.
She had a feeling a storm was brewing.
After washing her hands, she sat down at the dining table as dish after dish was served. The two little ones had smelled the aroma the moment they entered the private room and bounced back to their seats.
So many delicious things. Kai Qin smiled warmly. You two little ones should eat plenty. You're growing so fast.
Got it, Grandma. Su Zhangshan motioned for the waitresses to step out, signaling they could return when needed.
Hey, Chen, do you drink?
Chen Yu rarely drank alcohol, only having a few beers during gatherings with his roommates. As for high-proof liquor, he'd never touched it.
Smoking was even less likely.
But now was definitely not the time to say he couldn't.
If your father-in-law wants to drink with you, how could you possibly say you can't? Chen Yu nodded. I can drink, but I don't hold my liquor very well. No problem, just the two of us will have a drink.
Chen Yu swiftly grabbed the baijiu, uncorked it, and poured for both of them. While Kai Qin's glass was already filled with a non-alcoholic beverage. He raised his glass.
Uncle Su, and Kai, I'll toast to you both first. Thank you, Xiao Chen.
The three glasses clinked together. As the liquor hit his throat, Chen Yu felt a sharp, burning sensation surge up his throat. He'd heard before that baijiu was fiery, but only after tasting it himself today did he realize how true that was.
Su Zhangshan chuckled, little Chen can't hold his liquor, huh? This stuff's only around 30 proof. Why don't we skip it? Kai Qin quickly chimed in, yeah, maybe you two should skip the drinking.
That way you can eat more food. If you just drink, you won't have room for the dishes.
Chen Yu certainly didn't want to drink either.
But Su Zhangshan's posture, holding his wine glass, made it clear, refusing to drink a couple of rounds with him would be impossible. Besides, it was just a drinking session, nothing else.
He could endure it. Chen Yu forced a smile. It's fine. I'll have a couple of drinks with Uncle Su.
Huh, since little Chen says so, dear, don't stop him.
Go eat with our granddaughter.
Su Zhangshan found himself rather impressed with Chen Yu.
That reaction after the first sip of baijiu? Clearly his first time drinking. He clearly couldn't hold his liquor but insisted on drinking anyway, obviously trying to earn my approval. Su Zhengshan saw a bit of his younger self reflected in the young man. He rose to pour more liquor, but Chen Yu had already taken the bottle. "Uncle Su, please stay seated. I'll pour the liquor." Su Zhengshan didn't argue but quietly observed Chen Yu. After the first cup went down, his figure was already swaying slightly. How many more could he handle? Since Chen Yu insisted on drinking himself, Kai Qin didn't feel she could say much. Instead, she stayed nearby to look after Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. She placed a piece of braised pork in each little girl's bowl, then used her chopsticks to separate it into bite-sized chunks. The braised pork was stewed until tender and falling apart, requiring little effort to separate with chopsticks. Chapter 69, Truth Comes Out When Drunk, So Get Drunk. Nuonyuo eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into her mouth. The aroma made her eyes squint as she mumbled, "Delicious." A trace of sauce lingered at the corner of her mouth. Chen Yu never cooked such rich, sugary meat dishes at home, so braised pork belly was quite a novelty for the little one. "You too, take your time eating." Kai Qin couldn't stop smiling as she handed her a tissue to wipe the sauce from her lips. Every elderly person's wish is to see a child eating heartily, the more enthusiastically the better. There's a kind of hunger that grandparents think you have. Even if you're full, they'll find a way to get you to eat a few more bites. In contrast, eating slowly and savoring each bite was far more elegant. A small piece of braised pork was placed in the mouth and chewed slowly. Another small cup went down. Chen Yu and Su Zhengshan clinked glasses and drank in one gulp. After downing 3 small cups of liquor, Su Zhengshan finally set his glass aside and began eating. Chen Yu quickly took a couple bites of food too. With something in his stomach before drinking, it wouldn't be quite so uncomfortable. After 3 cups, Chen Yu's face flushed red, and he was already feeling a bit tipsy. Su Zhengshan had been quietly observing Chen Yu all along. Noticing that he drained every cup completely without any hint of cheating or trickery, Su Zhengshan mentally gave him extra credit. How one drinks reflects their character. Even though he clearly wasn't a heavy drinker, his earnest and meticulous approach suggested he was an honest and reliable person in real life. Conversely, if someone tried to pull tricks at the table, Su Zhengshan would never consider working with such a person. "So you prefer sleeping with daddy?" Kai Qin propped her chin on her right hand, smiling warmly at her granddaughter. Nuonyuo nodded vigorously. "Daddy tells the best fairy tales. Mommy bought a storybook the other day." Chen Yu hurriedly placed the freshly picked fish meat into Nuonyuo's bowl. "Nuonyuo, eat your fish. I've already picked out all the bones." He couldn't let Nuonyuo say any more. If his mother-in-law heard, she'd think he was bullying Su Yuwei at home and not letting the 2 little ones sleep with her. Su Zhengshan watched Chen Yu's earnest movements as he picked out the bones, his gaze softening considerably. "Young Chen," Su Zhengshan said, serving him a portion of vegetables with his chopsticks. "She's my only daughter. I've watched her grow up since she was little, holding her in the palm of my hand, afraid she'd ever be wronged." Seeing Su Zhengshan's solemn expression, Chen Yu set down his chopsticks and listened attentively. "Yuwei takes after me, sharp tongue, soft heart. She's actually very pure inside, trusting others easily. As her father, I have to keep a watchful eye for her." That Su Zhengshan was willing to share these thoughts meant he had accepted Chen Yu. With anyone else, they wouldn't even have earned the right to sit at the same table. Through his time with Su Yuwei, Chen Yu had come to understand her personality to some extent. It was exactly as Su Zhengshan described. Deep down, she was a simple young girl. She merely masked herself with a tough exterior. In a way, he was partly responsible for that. Had he appeared sooner, Su Yuwei wouldn't have had to raise those 2 little ones alone. But starting today, he vowed never to let Su Yuwei endure such hardship again. Su Zhengshan took another sip of wine, his eyes already reddening. "So what exactly do you like about Yuwei?" The question caught Chen Yu off guard. He had never truly considered it before. Strictly speaking, it was love at first sight between him and Su Yuwei. They'd rolled around in bed the very first time they met at the bar. What else could it be but love at first sight? Countless virtues of Su Yuwei flashed through his mind, yet when asked to articulate them, he found himself at a loss. It was as if he'd never uttered a single romantic word to her, and that kind of thing took practice, after all. Chen Yu froze in place for a moment. Kai Qin grew impatient, shooting him meaningful glances. "Just say anything, anything at all. Pretty, kind, gentle, those words just roll off the tongue, right?" She could help smooth over whatever he blurted out. What was he staring blankly for? Chen Yu wasn't some bookworm, so why did he freeze up at the last moment? Su Zhengshan shot him a look, clearly unimpressed. "Then let me rephrase the question. How do you plan to take care of Yuwei?" Chen Yu understood perfectly well the intent behind this question. After spending the day together, his performance had largely won over Su Zhengshan. That's why he deposed those questions at the dinner, a final test for Chen Yu. If he answered well, his father-in-law would be practically won over. But he couldn't come up with anything. The first question earned him 0 points, or rather, negative points. Wasn't submitting a blank exam paper considered a 0? If he messed up this next one too, it was basically game over.
Chen Yu paused, hesitating to answer immediately. He poured a glass of wine for Su Zhengshan first, then poured one for himself. Uncle Su, let me toast you first. The glasses clinked together, and Chen Yu downed his drink in one gulp. His face flushed deeper after the drink, and his mind grew hazy. Fortunately, he could hold his liquor reasonably well. Those less fortunate would have already passed out. Chen Yu stood up and took a deep breath. Uncle, Auntie, first of all, thank you for raising such an outstanding daughter. I feel truly fortunate. Without the system, he'd be just another ordinary college graduate. Most likely, he'd have landed a job paying 5 or 6,000 a month or even less. The kind where overtime wasn't compensated. Su Yuwei was beautiful, wealthy, an associate professor with a bright future, qualities countless men would fight tooth and nail for. He was definitely climbing above his station. Of course, with a golden finger, it's a different story. Shook and Beta's subscription income over the past month alone had netted him nearly 200,000 yuan. He phrased it this way out of consideration for his future in-laws. Every parent wants their daughter to marry someone exceptional, not someone ordinary like him. Sai Qin frowned. What are you talking about, Xiaochan? What's this about being cheap? I think you and Yuwei are a perfect match. Su Zhengshan remained silent, smiling as he gestured for him to continue. Chen Yu took a deep breath. I can't offer much to teacher Su right now, but I promise you I'll love her with all my heart. I may not be able to give her a big house, but I won't let her suffer the slightest hardship. His words were heartfelt and sincere, truly reflecting his innermost thoughts. Not just Su Yuwei, but Nuanyuo and Ruanwan too. He wouldn't let any of them suffer the slightest injustice. Young Chen, your promise is enough. Sit down. Kai Qin beamed as she pulled him down to sit. She had already been quite pleased with Chen Yu, and his answer only deepened her satisfaction. She had fully accepted Chen Yu. Even if Su Zhengshan disagreed, he'd have to consider her opinion. Su Zhengshan listened silently, then took Chen Yu's cup and slowly filled it with liquor. Talking alone won't do. Drink first. As the saying goes, truth comes out when drunk. Merely drinking won't do, one must get drunk. Fine, I'll drink. Chapter 70. Su Yuwei was furious. Why drink so much? Chen Yu had decided to throw caution to the wind. Since his father-in-law wanted to drink, he'd see him through it. Whether he could win Su Zhengshan's approval hinged on this final push. They downed glass after glass, quickly finishing an entire bottle of baijiu. Su Zhengshan beckoned the waiter and ordered another bottle. The bottle was opened, and 2 glasses were quickly filled. They ate less than the 2 little ones, preoccupied with drinking. Chen Yu was already feeling hazy and fuzzy, experiencing the sensation of drunkenness for the first time. Damn, this feels awful. The ceiling seemed to be spinning. As Su Zhengshan reached for the bottle again, Kai Qin couldn't stand it anymore and snatched it away. No more drinking from now on. Eat your food. Chen Yu looked at Kai Qin gratefully, though his vision was so blurry he could see double. If he drank anymore, he genuinely felt like he'd end up in the hospital. Xiao Chen, come eat some food. Kai Qin looked at Chen Yu with concern, serving him several dishes. Thank you, Auntie Tsai. Drinking on an empty stomach is even worse for your health than drinking itself. And that's exactly what the two of them had done. Chen Yu was young and inexperienced, otherwise, he would have eaten some bread beforehand. His head was spinning, and though the dishes sat right in front of him, he fumbled with his chopsticks, failing to pick up a single bite. He switched to using a spoon instead, scooping a mouthful and shoveling it in. Seeing him like that made Kai Qin feel even more heartbroken. She turned and glared at Su Zhengshan. What were you thinking, making Qin drink so much? Can he handle it like you? In business, social engagements are unavoidable. For someone like Su Zhengshan, who built his business from scratch, such social engagements were even more essential. Industrial and commercial affairs, raw materials, markets. Every aspect required networking and personal connections he had to run around himself, personally smoothing things over. Money was one thing, but alcohol was equally indispensable. In the business world, nothing builds connections faster than a dinner table. Su Zhengshan drank daily back then, honing his skills over time. Despite his age, his tolerance hadn't diminished one bit. Half a bottle of baijiu barely made him tipsy. Compared to Chen Yu's completely dazed state, it was night and day. He was already feeling slighted because Kai Qin hadn't served him any food, and now he'd been scolded, making him feel even more wronged. He sighed silently. Little Chen, what are you talking about? Big houses? Money? Our family has all that. You don't need to worry about those things. Just take good care of Yuwei, that's all I ask. Chen Yu, who had been nodding off with his head down, snapped upright at those words. Uncle, rest assured. I promise to take good care of teacher Su and Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. Will you ever cheat? Ha? Su Zhengshan's sudden question nearly made Chen Yu blurt out yes. He shook his head, regaining his composure. Uncle Su, rest assured. I only have feelings for teacher Su. Just as Su Zhengshan was about to ask his next question, the private room door burst open with a loud bang. Didn't I tell you? Don't come in if I didn't invite you. What are you? Su Zhengshan looked up in annoyance, only to find not a waiter but Su Yuwei, her face flushed with anger. Su Yuwei pushed open the door, striding in with purpose, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor.
Dad, what's this all about?
Yuwei, you're here. Caught off guard by her accusatory tone, Su Zhengshan felt a pang of guilt. While it wasn't unusual for a father-in-law to visit his son-in-law, he hadn't done so openly. Instead, he'd kept it hidden from Su Yuwei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to hide and sneak around, nor would he have ended up fainting from the heat at the water park. Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. And his daughter's imposing demeanor was genuinely intimidating. She seemed ready to lay into him. Su Yuwei didn't look at him again, nor did she want to hear his explanations. Her eyes were fixed only on Chen Yu, who was drunk as a skunk.
What's wrong with you? You can't hold your liquor, yet you drank so much. Teacher Su.
The lingering effects of alcohol made Chen Yu feel even more dazed than before.
5 Su Yuweis appeared before his eyes, swaying unsteadily like shadow clones. Seeing Chen Yu like this, Su Yuwei felt more anger than pity. Doesn't he know his own limits? How could he possibly drive home like this? Was he waiting for her to come pick him up?
Su Yuwei desperately wanted to scold him, but she held back in the end.
Can you stand up?
Yeah. Chen Yu agreed verbally, but his body wouldn't obey. He sat back down halfway through the motion. He felt utterly drained, his limbs weak and powerless. No wonder Lu Bu said indulging in wine and women had drained his body.
This wine, it's truly no good.
Su Yuwei frowned, unstrapped her shoulder bag, and handed it to Nua.
Don't move. I'll carry you.
Enduring the foul stench of alcohol, Su Yuwei crouched down and draped Chen Yu's arm over her shoulder. She strained to lift him up. But Chen Yu was easily 20 to 30 pounds heavier than her, and she was wearing high heels, making it incredibly difficult to lift him.
Drunk and weak, Chen Yu's entire body slumped downward, making her efforts counterproductive. Mom, help me out.
Ah, okay. Kai Qin snapped back to reality and stood up, wrapping her arm around Chen Yu's other arm. With both women straining together, they finally managed to get Chen Yu to his feet.
Yuwei, are you okay? Mom will call a designated driver. No need. Su Yuwei felt Chen Yu's weight press down heavily as she supported him.
Gritting her teeth, she insisted, Mom, I'm fine.
Don't worry about me. Nuonuo, come on, let's go home with mommy. The 2 little ones rose cautiously.
They had genuinely been startled by Su Yuwei earlier.
Though she spoke only 2 sentences and didn't say anything harsh, the aura emanating from her was terrifying. Neither of them had ever seen their mother like this before.
Chen Yu felt so comfortable and warm on Su Yuwei's back that he just wanted to fall asleep. He truly closed his eyes, drifting into a drowsy state. His body slid downward uncontrollably. Su Yuwei tried several times to pull him back up, but failed each time.
Could you help me?
Su Yuwei turned to a young waiter nearby. The waiter didn't dare delay, jogging back with his signature smile.
Ma'am, how may I assist you? Help me support him. Certainly.
Chen Yu wasn't heavy, so the waiter didn't find it particularly difficult.
Su Yuwei suddenly pinched Chen Yu's cheek.
This time she really dug in, and the sharp pain made Chen Yu yelp, instantly sobering him up considerably.
Nono Soft watched with a startled look. Oh, poor daddy. That must have hurt so much. No sleeping now. You can sleep once we're in the car.
Su Yuwei pointed at him, her voice cold and commanding. She gave him no chance to question her, just obey. She'd intended to slap him, but reconsidered it seemed too harsh and pinched his cheek instead.
Chen Yu was in agony. How could he possibly sleep now?
His body remained weak, but his mind was sharp. Chen Yu's face pressed against Su Yuwei's fair, delicate neck, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her body.
Chapter 71, Is Chen Yu being cute with me? Unbidden, memories of that night they rolled around in bed surfaced. Her body smelled just as sweet. Her skin was just as pale. That's what had driven Chen Yu to lose control after drinking. Who knew she'd be even more explosive than him? Like 2 wires snapping together, sparks flew instantly, igniting primal desire.
The waitstaff in the lobby stared blankly as Su Yuwei descended the stairs, yet not a single one dared to offer assistance.
Just minutes earlier, they had witnessed Su Yuwei storming in. Stomping in her high heels to the front desk, "Take me to the Lotus Hall." Her forceful manner startled the receptionist. She wondered if she was here to catch someone cheating? But wait, this isn't even a hotel. Who comes to a restaurant to catch someone cheating? Then she remembered the timid, soft-spoken girl trailing behind the Lotus Hall reservation was for a family of 5, wasn't it? So what was really going on here? A waiter plucked up his courage and approached. "May I assist you, ma'am? We offer complimentary designated driver services." "No, thank you." Su Yuwei's voice was cold and distant, not even glancing at him.
Well, one moment of bravery had earned her a lifetime of shyness.
Kai Qin watched Su Yuwei's retreating figure, recalling that earlier pinch. She couldn't help but worry about Chen Yu.
With Chen Yu's honest nature, he was definitely the type to be bullied at home.
If he's already resorting to physical force outside, won't he resort to domestic violence at home?
Silently praying for Chen Yu, she turned and returned to the private room. Su Zhengshan sat casually, taking small bites of his food.
"Honey, you gave our daughter the address, didn't you?" Who else would it be? Kai-chin stood up and moved the unfinished bottle of baijiu to the side. Did I tell you to get drunk with your son-in-law? I couldn't stop you, so I had to let your daughter come. Son-in-law? I haven't even acknowledged him yet. Kai-chin flared up at once. She'd followed him, she'd investigated him, she'd even drunk with him. What more did he want? What do you mean, old Su? Isn't Xiao Chen good enough? Su Zhengshan kept his head down, taking small bites of food. With his face hidden, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Xiao Chen is a decent person, but he's a bit out of league with our Yuwei. Kai-chin froze. Didn't you say our family has a big house and money, and all he needs to do is take good care of Yuwei? I did say that. Su Zhengshan had drunk a little wine, and the words just slipped out. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of regret. While his family certainly wasn't short on money and had no plans for Su Yuwei to marry for wealth, but to actually make Chen Yu a full-time stay-at-home dad? Even if his family agreed, would Chen Yu, a grown man, be willing himself? Let's go home first. I need to think this through. This attitude infuriated Kai-chin, who turned and walked away without waiting for him. Hey, honey, wait for me. Su Zhengshan sighed helplessly, grabbed his bag, and followed her out. Only upon reaching the front desk did he realize the bill had already been settled. He shot the receptionist a puzzled look, and she returned his gaze with equal confusion. Su Zhengshan glanced around again, only to see the waitstaff standing at a distance. He couldn't help but shout, "Where's the designated driver? Send someone over." He couldn't drive after drinking, and his driver, Xiao Lu, had already sent him home. This was a fairly well-known restaurant in Linshan, and he had dined here several times before. Every time he paid the bill, someone would come over to ask if he needed a designated driver. Su Zhengshan had always thought this place had good service. Why was it getting worse and worse? The previous waiter hurried over. "Sir, you need a designated driver? I'll arrange one immediately." Su Zhengshan frowned. "You must be new here, young man. Learn to read the room. I keep wondering why the service keeps getting worse." The waiter felt as if another knife had been plunged into his heart. He'd been struck twice in just a few minutes. Stepping outside the hotel, the cold wind made Su Zhengshan feel nauseous. He gagged twice, forcing himself to hold it in. In the corner, Chen Yu leaned against the wall, vomiting. Su Yuwei patted his back, her expression a mix of disgust and concern. Su Zhengshan hesitated but didn't go over. Instead, Kai-chin hurried over and whispered something to Su Yuwei. "How is he?" Kai-chin clenched her fists. "Yuwei said he's fine and told us to head back and rest early. Little Chen can't hold his liquor. He didn't even drink that much." Kai-chin shot him a reproachful glance. "What's so great about being able to hold your liquor? I think you should cut back too. Forgot about last year's test results? Oh, come on, I was just celebrating with Xiao Chen over a couple of drinks." Su Zhengshan muttered, his voice clearly lacking conviction. Kai-chin had been keeping a tight rein on him lately, and in a way, he had Chen Yu to thank for that. If not for Chen Yu, he wouldn't have managed to down nearly half a bottle of baijiu. "Feeling better?" Su Yuwei gently patted Chen Yu's back. A bit better." After vomiting twice, Chen Yu felt considerably better. "You can't hold your liquor, yet you insisted on drinking so much." Su Yuwei tugged at Chen Yu with a look of disapproval. "Uncle Su wanted to drink, so I had to keep him company." Chen Yu's mind was still foggy, and his words carried a hint of petulance. "So he was acting spoiled with me?" Su Yuwei paused, her tone softening from its earlier icy sharpness. "My dad really is something. He should just drink by himself instead of dragging you into it." This did tell her one thing: Su Zhengshan was quite satisfied with Chen Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been drinking with him. For anyone else, getting a chance to drink with Su Zhengshan would be impossible. "I need water." Chen Yu's mouth was filled with the taste of vomit, making him feel utterly miserable. "Can't you just endure it?" Su Yuwei frowned. Chen Yu lowered his head after speaking, ignoring her. "Seriously?" Su Yuwei steadied him, helping him stand against the wall. "Don't collapse. Stand steady." Chen Yu felt like he'd been called on by a teacher to answer a question, and suddenly felt much more alert. He swayed but didn't fall. Su Yuwei fished his car keys out of his pocket and jogged off to grab a bottle of water. Chen Yu took the bottle, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then swished water around his mouth. The taste was finally gone. Su Yuwei practically dragged Chen Yu to the car and drove him home. "Don't throw up in the car, it's a pain to clean up." He'd already thrown up once earlier, and now he didn't feel the urge to vomit. Su Yuwei drove steadily, and under the influence of alcohol, he felt sleepy. Thankfully, the building had an elevator, otherwise, she had no idea how she would have dragged Chen Yu home. She struggled to get Chen Yu onto the bed before calling over the 2 little ones. "Nuonyo and Ruoro, mommy needs to take care of daddy tonight. You 2 sleep on your own." The 2 little ones obediently nodded. Looking at Chen Yu sprawled across the bed, Su Yuwei sighed. The bedding would definitely need to be changed entirely. Tomorrow, she'd toss the sheets and all the messy bedding into the washing machine. She was even considering throwing them away altogether.
For someone who loved cleanliness, this kind of thing was truly disgusting. Chen Yu rolled over and began to grumble softly.
Chapter 72, Feeling Chen's Abs. Was he uncomfortable with his clothes on?
Su Yuwei hesitated for a moment, but decided to undress Chen Yu anyway. His shoes and socks came off easily. But when it came to taking off his shirt, she still felt a bit shy.
After all, she was undressing a man.
She'd barely had any physical contact with him before, let alone something like this.
But since she'd already taken off his shoes, what difference did this make?
She didn't want to see Chen Yu look uncomfortable either. Gritting her teeth, she began to undress him. While undressing him, Su Yuwei had to endure the stench.
She couldn't help but frown.
She'd have to set a rule with Chen Yu: no more getting this drunk. If it happened again, she swore she wouldn't lift a finger to help him.
Let him get drunk however he wanted. Chen Yu was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, so it came off easily. As the fabric slowly pulled upward, Su Yuwei caught sight of his well-defined abs and couldn't help but blush. This guy has such a great physique. Women are visual creatures just as much as men. They couldn't resist a well-defined physique either. Su Yuwei was no exception. She stole a glance at Chen Yu, making sure he hadn't woken up. Only then did she reach out and gently poke him. In that instant, it felt like an electric shock. She reflexively pulled her hand back. So hard. Su Yuwei felt her face flush even redder, burning hot as if it might catch fire. Whenever Chen Yu scrolled through photos of six-pack guys in the office, she always remained silent, never offering an opinion. Yet she couldn't resist the allure of those abs either. So this was what it felt like to touch abs for the first time. If they really got married, wouldn't she be able to touch them every day? Chen Yu would be so jealous. Su Yuwei couldn't resist and reached out to touch them again. This time, she didn't pull her hand away immediately. Instead, she left it resting on Chen Yu's abs. Su Yuwei closed her eyes, recalling that night at the start of freshman year. Back then, Chen Yu didn't seem to have abs this hard. "Mom!" The voice behind her startled her. Fortunately, she was sitting on the bed, her body blocking the view. The little one couldn't see what she was doing. Otherwise, she'd never explain this. Su Yuwei composed herself before turning around. "Didn't I tell you to go to bed? Mommy, here you go." Nua offered a towel, wet and wrung out, in her babyish voice. Behind her, Ruerue held a small basin, but lacking strength, it contained only half a basin of water. Suddenly, Su Yuwei felt a pang of jealousy. When she had a fever last time, those two little ones weren't nearly this well behaved. Bringing towels and fetching water, this was almost too well behaved. Just how much had Chen Yu taught them lately? Su Yuwei stroked Nua's head. "How did you know Daddy wanted a wet towel?" When Nuo felt dizzy, Daddy took care of her just like this. Dizzy? Su Yuwei froze, asking for details. Only then did she learn that Nono had suffered heatstroke after returning from the food festival. No need to guess, it was definitely from being out in the sun too long. That Chen Yu, not only did he let Nuo get heatstroke, but he kept it from me too. If not for today, she'd still be in the dark. Seeing the drunken Chen Yu, Su Yuwei's heart softened again. Fine, since he's out of it, I'll deal with him properly tomorrow. Leave this to Mom. You two little ones, go to bed now. I'll check on him later. Su Yuwei took the towel and basin, gently poking Nuo's soft forehead. The two little ones obediently went to bed. To prevent them from barging in again, she left the door slightly ajar. That way, if she couldn't resist doing something, she'd have time to stop herself. Nua wasn't strong enough to hold the towel steady, and water kept dripping down. Su Yuwei wrung it out and placed it on Chen Yu's forehead. A drowsy voice murmured, "Yuwei, I'll take care of you." Su Yuwei hadn't caught it clearly until she leaned closer. "Who needs your care?" Her face flushed involuntarily. "You're faking sleep, aren't you? Who talks in their sleep this clearly?" The only response was Chen Yu's muffled grunts. Su Yuwei pursed her lips. Why didn't he say things like this when he was awake? A grown man getting shy? Her gaze drifted over, and she couldn't resist touching his abs again. Then she told herself she absolutely couldn't touch them anymore. What could she do? They were just too tempting. Su Yuwei only removed his shirt, leaving his pants untouched. She was afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. She could only let Chen Yu sleep with his pants on. She poured a glass of water and placed it by the bedside, ready to hand it to Chen Yu if he woke up thirsty. She found a spare mattress and laid it on the floor, improvising a makeshift bed. It wasn't out of shyness, but rather because she found Chen Yu repulsive. He reeked to high heaven. Who'd want to share a bed with him? Su Yuwei tucked the blanket around Chen Yu, securing all four corners to prevent him from rolling around in bed. Only then did she crawl back into her own blankets, studying Chen Yu's features by moonlight. He really was quite handsome. If not for his looks, Su Yuwei wouldn't have fallen for him at first sight and ended up sleeping with him. Sleeping in the same room with a man for the first time, Su Yuwei found herself unusually unable to sleep. She pulled the rabbit stuffed animal from under Chen Yu's arm, but tossing and turning with it in her arms still didn't bring sleep. She decided to pull out her phone and scroll through it for a while. Two messages popped up, one from Chen Yu, the other from Kai Qin.
She didn't even need to read Chen Yu's message to know what it contained, just some playful teasing about the gossip. So she only read Kai Chen's message.
Hey, kiddo, when are you and Chen getting married? A smiley face emoji. Followed by, your dad asked me to ask.
Su Yuwei froze.
By the sound of it, her parents actually approved?
She admitted Chen Yu was truly outstanding, and she genuinely liked him. But she still felt he didn't quite meet her parents' expectations, especially old Su's. After all, he was just a recent college graduate. Yet Su Zhengshan had actually agreed, or at least tacitly approved. This truly surprised Su Yuwei.
Though she didn't really care much about Su Zhengshan's opinion.
The person Su Yuwei liked, no matter how many people tried to stop her, she would be with them.
Su Yuwei hesitated, typing a line of text only to delete it. She decided to wait until Chen Yu regained consciousness and ask his opinion. She hadn't even met Chen Yu's parents yet, it was far too soon to blurt out about getting married.
Su Yuwei felt uneasy, unsure if she would be accepted. After all, she was getting on in years, completely clueless about household chores, and had a child out of wedlock. The thought gave her a headache. She could ignore Su Zhengshan's objections, but she also hoped to gain her uncle and aunt's support. Su Yuwei sighed, put away her phone, and closed her eyes to sleep. Chen Yu proved to be a good drinker, not causing any trouble all night. Apart from the occasional soft whimper, he was mostly quiet.
But Su Yuwei didn't sleep well.
She woke up several times throughout the night, barely getting a few hours of sleep in total. As dawn broke, she lay on her side, gazing out the window.
Chapter 73, Su Yuwei admits her mistake. I'm sorry. It's dawn already. Su Yuwei sighed.
She rarely suffered from insomnia before, not even during the period right after discovering she was pregnant. She'd been anxious for a long time then, but hardly ever lost sleep. But ever since Chen Yu moved in, she'd lost sleep several times. It was all that jerk's fault. Su Yuwei decided to give up on sleep altogether, getting up to fold the mattress neatly. Glancing back at Chen Yu, fast asleep, she recalled last night's events.
Her face flushed, and she hurried out.
Usually Chen Yu made breakfast, but he was too hungover to cook today.
Aunt Joe wasn't around either. Maybe she should just order takeout. Su Yuwei opened the food delivery app, but suddenly hesitated. Why not try cooking herself? Though she'd nearly burned down the entire kitchen the first time she cooked at age 8. She hadn't tried again since.
But she was 25 now. Over a decade had passed, people had to grow up. Maybe she could figure it out on her own.
If Chen Yu could do it, why couldn't she? Su Yuwei. Su Yuwei's competitive spirit kicked in.
If she could whip up a delicious breakfast spread, Chen Yu would be amazed when he woke up. It would also boost her standing in the eyes of the two little ones. Ever since Chen Yu arrived, she felt her position was precarious. Maybe she was already losing ground to Chen Yu. Just look at Nuonyuo and Ruerue's recent attitudes. They used to beg to sleep with her, but now their first choice was Chen Yu. This was a very dangerous sign. Su Yuwei silently closed the app. Then I'll just make breakfast myself.
Su Yuwei immediately searched online for recipes. This one looks pretty simple. This one doesn't seem too hard either.
Whatever she saw, Su Yuwei thought it all looked easy. But when it came to actually doing it, it was a whole different story. To put it bluntly, at least when it came to cooking, she truly understood things at a glance but made mistakes the moment she tried them. Su Yuwei made her selection quickly, then remembered something else. Whenever Su Zhengshan returned from business dinners, Kai Chen would prepare a large pot of plain congee for his breakfast. It was said to help sober up and was good for the stomach.
Should she make some for Chen Yu too?
Without realizing it, she was already thinking from the perspective of a young wife.
After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuwei decided to cook a pot of congee.
It was mainly because cooking congee was simple, just add water, add rice, light the stove, and it was done.
It wasn't difficult, anyone could do it.
She could explain it as something she made on the side, not something she made specifically.
That way, Chen Yu wouldn't misunderstand.
No sooner said than done, Su Yuwei tied up her hair and put on an apron. She looked up the water to rice ratio online, added the rice and water, then turned on the high heat. She waited for time to transform the rice and water into delicious white porridge.
Seems simple enough.
With her first task accomplished, Su Yuwei felt a surge of confidence. That time when she was 8, she was too young, it was just an accident. This time, she would succeed. Su Yuwei encouraged herself as she began preparing breakfast for her daughters. Having stayed up all night, Su Yuwei soon felt drowsy. Fighting off drowsiness, she spread strawberry jam on the bread, her movements slowing down as her eyelids grew heavy.
After the jam knife slipped for the second time, Su Yuwei couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it. I'll just take a quick nap.
The porridge still needed at least another half hour to simmer. Su Yuwei leaned back on the sofa, set an alarm for 5 minutes later, and closed her eyes. Chen Yu opened his eyes groggily.
Daylight had already filled the room. He propped himself up, rubbing his throbbing temples. He definitely had too much to drink yesterday. It was his first time trying baijiu.
He swore to himself he'd never drink that much again.
Even if it's just to keep his father-in-law company.
Fortunately, he'd made a decent impression on his father-in-law, so the meal hadn't been entirely wasted.
To be honest, his memory was still a bit hazy. He only remembered Su Yuwei bursting in and hauling him over her shoulder with authority. After that, his memories were fragmented. Did Su Yuwei pinch him hard? He reached up to touch his face. Ouch, it still hurt? He really couldn't drink this much anymore, not even if his father-in-law insisted. Chen Yu got up to splash some water on his face, but as soon as he stepped out of the room, he caught a strange smell. He didn't think much of it until he spotted Su Yuwei on the sofa. "Good morning, Teacher Su." No response. Chen Yu felt the smell growing stronger, burrowing straight into his nose. This smell, it seemed vaguely familiar. Seeing the thick plume of steam billowing from the kitchen, Chen Yu finally realized where the smell was coming from. He snapped to attention and dashed toward the kitchen in a few quick strides. Thick clouds of steam swirled around him. He rushed over, turned off the stove, lifted the pot, and tossed it into the sink. The bottom of the pot was charred black. The entire thing had boiled dry. Though the safety system prevented a fire, Chen Yu was still furious. Falling asleep mid-cooking? That's just irresponsible. What if something had actually happened? Chen Yu suppressed his anger and called out several times before finally waking Su Yuwei. She opened her eyes groggily. "What is it?" Before Chen Yu could speak, she suddenly realized something. The pot was still boiling porridge. She rushed into the kitchen and saw the pot, blackened from overcooking. Su Yuwei instantly recalled her first attempt at cooking at age 8. After all these years, had she really made no progress at all? Did she really have no talent for cooking? Another failure. Chen Yu suppressed his anger. "What was you thinking? You just went to bed with porridge still cooking in the pot? What if something had happened? Nuonyuo and Ruerue are still sleeping. If a fire really broke out, you're not cooking anymore. Either I'll do it, or we'll order takeout." Chen Yu's tone grew harsher, stripped of its usual gentleness. Leaving the stove on to go to sleep was truly irresponsible, even if she had turned it off first. Only then did Su Yuwei feel a wave of dread wash over her. Yes, what if a fire had really started? What would have happened to Nuonyuo and Ruanwan? She hung her head and murmured an apology. "I'm sorry. I only meant to nap for a few minutes, but I ended up oversleeping." She didn't mention why she'd felt so sleepy, nor why she'd wanted to cook porridge. Su Yuwei didn't want to make excuses. She was wrong, plain and simple. After venting, Chen Yu felt much calmer. Mainly because Su Yuwei's attitude in admitting her mistake was genuinely sincere. No matter what he said, she listened quietly and then offered an apology. Some girls these days aren't like that. Even when they're clearly at fault, they refuse to admit it and turn the tables instead. It often ended up with the guy apologizing to her. But Su Yuwei never even considered that. The meek and submissive Su Yuwei before him, head bowed low, was a stark contrast to her usual self. This actually gave Chen Yu a hint of satisfaction. After all, not everyone gets to see the aloof female professor admit her mistakes. So why did you suddenly want to cook? Chapter 74, Don't call me auntie, call me grandma. Su Yuwei paused, lifting her head to glance at him. Because you weren't awake. Pretty blunt. You could have woken me up. I could have cooked. Su Yuwei remained silent. She couldn't very well say it was because she felt sorry for Chen Yu and wanted him to sleep in a little longer. Seeing the few grains of rice at the bottom of the pot, it was clear she'd been simmering congee. Plain congee was perfect for soothing a hangover and settling the stomach. Combined with Su Yuwei's behavior last night, Chen Yu felt it was time to take things further. He decided to ask outright, "Is that pot of porridge for me?" "No." "Good." Straightforward and decisive, without a second's hesitation. That was very much in character for Su Yuwei. Unwilling to accept that, Chen Yu leaned closer and asked again, "Really not?" "No." "Then how did I get home yesterday?" Su Yuwei flushed and turned to leave the kitchen. "Get cooking now that you're awake. What else will the girls eat?" Chen Yu watched her retreating figure and smiled silently. Fine. I'll be right on it." Words could deceive, but actions couldn't. After regaining his senses for a moment, Chen Yu recalled much of what he'd forgotten. Yesterday, it was clearly her who carried him home, tossed him onto the bed, and undressed him. She had even made herself a makeshift bed on the floor. Today she'd even gotten up early to cook a pot of plain congee. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Uncle Su and Aunt Kai should be fine too. That leaves only his own parents. The task of getting the marriage certificate was already more than half done, just one final push remained. Getting the certificate was just the beginning, there'd be so much more to do for the actual wedding ceremony. Still, getting the certificate was better than nothing. These things had to be done step by step. Chen Yu worked swiftly, soon preparing a sumptuous breakfast spread. The two little ones slept soundly, completely unaware of what had transpired. When they were woken up, they were still groggy, holding out their arms for Chen Yu to help them get dressed. The family sat down at the dining table. Su Yuwei ate her breakfast with a heavy heart. It seemed she truly had no talent for cooking. No, she couldn't just give up like this. She'd ask Aunt Jo for advice when she returned. She was determined to cook a delicious meal someday. Then she remembered that message from Kai Chin. "Sweetie, when are you and Chen getting married? Should she really get married to Chen Yu?
She knew it was inevitable, even if only for her daughter's sake, they had to get married.
But now that it had come to this, had she truly made up her mind? Ms. Su. Chen Yu's sudden voice startled her. Ah, what is it? Chen Yu asked curiously, you seem preoccupied. Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Then go ahead.
Su Yuwei swallowed hard. Since she had to bring it up sooner or later, she might as well get it over with now.
My mom asked me this morning when you two are going to get married.
She kept her head down, unable to meet Chen Yu's gaze, sipping her oatmeal in small sips.
Get married? Was Aunt Kai really that supportive?
Chen Yu was ready to call her the best wingman ever. In that case, Uncle Su must have agreed too.
Looks like this dinner wasn't wasted after all. Well, Chen Yu hesitated. I'm fine with it, but my parents might have issues. I understand. Su Yuwei nodded immediately. Whenever Uncle and Auntie have time, bring me to meet them.
The moment she finished speaking, Su Yuwei realized she'd been too forward.
So she added, you've already met my parents, so I should meet yours too. Oh, I see.
Chen Yu felt a bit conflicted, mainly because he hadn't told his parents yet. A recent college graduate suddenly having a professor wife and two 3-year-old daughters. If word got out about this, any parents would be furious, right? He was still a bit afraid. Seeing his hesitation, Su Yuwei immediately guessed what was on his mind.
You haven't told your parents yet? Chen Yu scratched his head. Not yet. Su Yuwei grew annoyed. Are you planning to keep hiding it, or do you not want to get married? Of course not. Chen Yu denied immediately. Fine, I'll tell mom and dad right now. Chen Yu quickly dialed Fong Yan's number.
Compared to his old-fashioned father, he had a better relationship with his mother. After all, mother and son share a special bond. Su Yuwei listened nearby, feeling a bit nervous herself. This could determine whether her aunt and uncle would accept her. After a few rings, the call connected and Fong Yan's voice came through.
Son, why the sudden call? Phone bills are expensive overseas for your mom. Abroad? Chen Yu paused in surprise. You and dad went abroad for a vacation?
It was summer vacation now, so they did have time to travel.
Fong Yan loved traveling and often dragged Chen Jishuan along on trips.
Of course, his dad was always dragged along reluctantly. He'd much rather spend that time sipping tea, watching the old men play chess downstairs, and living like a retiree ahead of schedule.
Yep, we're in Paris, France.
The architecture here is truly beautiful, but the food is awful.
Let me tell you. Stop. Chen Yu quickly cut her off. Whenever Fong Yan started with let me tell you, he had to cut her off.
Otherwise, she'd open her floodgates and never stop.
Mom, I need to tell you something. Don't get upset when you hear it. Chen Yu preemptively set the stage.
Although Fong Yan hoped he would marry soon and wanted to hold a grandchild as soon as possible, his current situation was rather unique. He wasn't sure if it would meet her expectations. After his mother explicitly assured him she wouldn't be upset, he recounted the entire incident. He gave a reasonable literary spin to the bar incident. This was something Fong Yan had taught him before. You could call it a spring and autumn style of writing a way to make both the storyteller and the listener happy.
Son, hurry up and turn on the video. Let me see my daughter-in-law. Fong Yan's reaction was just as excited as he'd imagined.
Chen Yu glanced at Su Yuwei, who hurried to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Knowing she'd be meeting her uncle and aunt today, she would definitely put on a proper makeup. Not appear bare-faced like this. She looked awful. Her aunt and uncle would surely be disappointed. Though Chen Yu thought Su Yuwei didn't need makeup at all, her bare face easily outshone countless celebrities and internet stars. A rare natural beauty, untouched by any cosmetic procedures. But even the most beautiful girls experience beauty anxiety sometimes, feeling they don't look good enough. It's like those super skinny girls who still complain about needing to lose weight every day.
Chen Yu could only open the video and point the camera at Nuonuo and Wan first.
This is my daughter, her nicknames are Nuanua and Wan. The two little ones were well behaved, waving at the camera, hello, auntie.
Fong Yan couldn't stop smiling. Nono and Wan were just too adorable.
Alright, but don't call her auntie, call her grandma. Chen Yu quickly interrupted her, Mom, you're way off base.
We're not there yet.
Su Yuwei studied her reflection in the mirror, making sure her makeup was flawless.
Chapter 75, you two should get married already.
That said, Chen Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He'd expected his mom to be utterly shocked and give him a proper scolding. After all, she'd raised him to never wrong a girl, especially not by doing anything inappropriate before marriage. But when it came to him, she seemed to have completely forgotten all that. Seems he'd cleared mom's hurdle. Now it was dad's turn. As for the details of the whole affair, he'd save those for later. Fong Yan was already beaming with joy at the sight of her two little girls. Who had time to worry about such things? Having such adorable granddaughters would make any other teacher green with envy. Son, you've really outdone yourself quietly bringing home two big girls.
Chen Yu gave an awkward laugh.
It's not me being awesome, it's Teacher Su who's awesome.
Teacher Su? My daughter-in-law is a teacher too? Not just a university professor, but the youngest associate professor at Lin University. In the bathroom, Su Yuwei scrutinized her makeup in the mirror. She applied light makeup as quickly as possible, covering her dark circles and slightly pale complexion. After a sleepless night, her appearance inevitably looked a bit rough. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves before pushing open the door and stepping out. Fang Yan hadn't even processed the title of associate professor when a stunning beauty stepped into the camera frame. My goodness, this girl is absolutely stunning. Fang Yan praised sincerely, she looks like a proper young lady. Son, you have excellent taste. Chen Yu silently rolled his eyes. What noble lady. She's clearly a little rich girl. Su Yuwei blushed at the compliment, her face flushing instantly. Gone was the aloof professor, she was now a shy bride meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. She sat cautiously beside Chen Yu and waved at the camera. Hello, auntie. My name is Su Yuwei. Oh my, what a lovely name. Fang Yan's eyes practically overflowed with affection. Don't call me auntie, just call me mom. Chen Yu was speechless. Mom, you're moving way too fast. Su Yuwei felt awkward, unsure how to respond. Fang Yan, however, was naturally outgoing and carried on talking to herself. Son, you're not a kid anymore. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and take Wei Wei to get married so your dad and I can finally relax. How old? I just graduated from college. Many parents are like this, strictly forbidding romance during school, then rushing them into marriage right after graduation. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, is he supposed to just grab someone off the street and marry them? But Chen Yu was an exception. Fang Yan couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning getting married. She was more impatient than either of them. She's even started planning for the future. Once your dad and I return to China, we'll pick an auspicious day to make it official. We'll do it in style, bring your grandparents over, and make it a proper celebration. Su Yuwei was startled by Fang Yan's enthusiasm, yet a wave of warmth washed over her heart. While applying makeup in the bathroom, she'd been incredibly nervous, but Fang Yan had calmed her with just a few words. The nickname Wei Wei made her feel awkward, as if she were being treated like a child. What do you think, Wei Wei? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Ha? Su Yuwei froze for a moment, shyly glancing at Chen Yu before whispering with a blush, I'll listen to auntie. Fang Yan couldn't stop laughing upon hearing this. Wei Wei is such a good girl, unlike our little brat at home who's been arguing with me since he was a kid. When he was little. Seeing Fang Yan about to recount his embarrassing past, Chen Yu quickly interrupted. He couldn't let that ruin his image in teacher Su's eyes. Mom, where's dad? Oh, he's dealing with the front desk. I'll call him over. Fang Yan flipped the camera, and only then did Chen Yu notice the hotel backdrop. The opulent decor clearly indicated a high-end establishment. Would his notoriously frugal mom ever agree to stay at a place like this? Ah, no, as mom always says, it's being thrifty, not stingy. Old Chen. Old Chen. Chen Zhixuan stood with his back to the camera, talking to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed front desk clerk. He turned upon hearing the call and approached. What is it? Come meet your daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Fang Yan greeted him excitedly. Chen Yu instantly tensed up. Old Chen was a rather rigid man, strict in both his personal conduct and teaching style. He rarely smiled and insisted on following a strict set of rules for everything. Mom might scold him at most, but dad could genuinely oppose this. After all, he and Su Yuwei had gotten pregnant before marriage. According to old Chen's consistent views, this behavior was highly inappropriate. What daughter-in-law? Chen Zhixuan's face appeared on the screen. He wore glasses, exuding an air of gentle refinement, yet his expression was stern. Su Yuwei timidly greeted him with, Hello, uncle. Her heart was pounding in her throat. Even when facing a packed lecture hall before, she'd never felt the slightest bit nervous. Now, however, she was nervous, afraid she wouldn't be accepted. Ah, hello. Chen Zhixuan pushed his glasses up and offered a smile. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew old Chen's temperament, he rarely smiled. The fact that he smiled at someone he'd just met meant, at the very least, he thought this person was decent. Fang Yan, however, was displeased. Wei Wei is our daughter-in-law. Don't keep that stern look on your face, you're not even smiling. But I did smile. Chen Zhixuan felt wronged. He was sure he had smiled. Had he not? The problem was he hadn't grasped the situation at all and was still completely baffled. How did it suddenly become about a daughter-in-law and granddaughter? Where did these terms come from? As the 2 little ones appeared on screen, Chen Zhixuan couldn't hide his smile. These 2 little girls are. These are your granddaughters, Nuonyuo and Wanwan. Fang Yan said with a smile. Nono and Wanwan were well behaved. Without Chen Yu prompting them, they smiled and greeted Chen Zhixuan. Hello, uncle. My name is Nuonyuo, Chen Nua. My name is Chen Wan. Hello, hello. Seeing the 2 little ones' smiling faces, Chen Zhixuan felt his heart melt. Wait a minute, they have the surname Chen. Could they really be his granddaughters? Chen Yu's little brat's daughters. Though he didn't say it aloud, Chen Zhixuan desperately wanted to hold his granddaughters. 2 such adorable granddaughters falling from the sky was an absolute surprise.
But he immediately realized a problem. These little girls looked to be 2 or 3 years old, and Chen Yu had just graduated from college. Which meant that damn kid, Chen Yu. Chen Zhixuan had already decided, once he got home, he'd give him a good scolding and make him explain exactly what was going on.
After chatting for a while longer, Chen Zhixuan found Su Yuwei quite satisfactory. He liked Nuonyu even more for being so soft and gentle.
He just couldn't quite accept the fact that they were pregnant before marriage. Hold on, your dad and I still haven't booked a hotel.
Hey, old Chen, what did the front desk say?
Chen Zhixuan sighed. The front desk said there are too many tourists lately and the hotel is completely booked.
Chapter 76, Is the daughter-in-law a little rich girl? Fully booked again? Never mind, we'll try another one later. Su Yuwei asked, Are uncle and aunt in Paris?
It's peak tourist season in Europe right now, so hotels are indeed hard to book.
Yes, Wei.
Your uncle Chen really should have booked ahead. If we can't find a hotel, we might end up sleeping on the streets tonight.
Fang Yan always smiled when facing Su Yuwei. Auntie, let me book a hotel for you. Fang Yan paused, then said, No need, Wei. We'll just try a few more hotels. How could we possibly spend your money?
Chen Yu shot Su Yuwei a puzzled look, but she didn't need his gaze.
She smiled at the camera. It's okay, Auntie. Just wait a moment, I'll make a call.
She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected and she spoke a few quick sentences in French. Her pronunciation was flawless.
Chen Yu understood perfectly.
She was identifying herself and inquiring about available rooms. She used her title as the heiress of Zhiyu Fashion.
Zhiyu Fashion, was that the Su family's clothing company? Chen Yu had little interest in fashion, so he hadn't heard of the company. He'd look it up later.
Chen Yu was close enough to hear the voices on the other end of the line. The attendant who answered said he wasn't authorized to handle the matter and went to fetch the manager. The supervisor arrived quickly, their voice carrying a hint of breathlessness over the phone. Clearly they'd run all the way over.
Seems like the heiress of Zhiyu apparel carries quite a bit of weight. The conversation was brief, lasting just over a minute.
The tone on the other end remained respectful throughout, as if whatever Su Yuwei said, the other party simply replied, no problem.
Su Yuwei covered the receiver with her hand. Where would you like to stay? How about near the Eiffel Tower? It'll be convenient for you to explore. Near the Eiffel Tower? Fang Yan froze. That was the heart of Paris. Not only were the surrounding hotels fully booked, but even if they weren't, they couldn't afford it anyway. This hotel was already quite remote, and even it had no vacancies. She still didn't know Su Yuwei's background.
Even if they could somehow book a hotel in the city center, she didn't want to spend that much.
Wei, somewhere a bit out of the way is fine. It'll be cheaper that way. Su Yuwei shook her head. Auntie, you don't need to worry about the money.
She quickly spoke a few sentences in French over the phone. The content stunned Chen Yu. She was booking the Shangri-La Hotel, specifically the most expensive executive suite. The Shangri-La was a 5-star luxury hotel, formerly the residence of Prince Bonaparte. The hotel featured 101 rooms, including Eiffel Tower view rooms offering clear sightlines to the iconic structure. Located in the heart of Paris, it was a 10-minute walk to the Eiffel Tower and a 15-minute stroll to the Champs-Élysées. With comprehensive amenities and convenient surroundings, the price was naturally exorbitant. But the world is never short of wealthy individuals. During peak tourist seasons, rooms are often hard to come by. Securing an executive suite isn't just about money, it's about connections. It seems the Su family are regulars at the Shangri-La Hotel, which is why they receive such special treatment.
Su Yuwei hung up the phone.
Auntie, the room is booked at the Shangri-La Hotel.
Give me your number, and I'll have them send a car to pick you up. The Shangri-La Hotel?
Fang Yan knew little about luxury brands, but she recalled seeing the hotel along their route.
Old Chen, is it? Chen Zhixuan nodded. The one near the Eiffel Tower. Fang Yan recalled the hotel's elegant exterior, dignified and imposing.
The off-white marble and dark glass curtain walls shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. And the guards standing sentry at the entrance, the awe she felt passing by this hotel. One word summed it all up: pricey. Fang Yan was naturally frugal by nature. Although both she and Chen Zhixuan earned decent salaries, they lived quite down to earth. She'd pick discounted groceries and never chased luxury brands for clothes. Practicality was all that mattered. Hearing Shangri-La Hotel made her wince at the thought of the cost. She felt a bit embarrassed. Wei, we really don't need such a fancy hotel.
Your Uncle Chen and I.
Su Yuwei smiled reassuringly.
Auntie, you really don't need to worry about the money. It's not coming out of my pocket, we'll just get reimbursed later. Fang Yan didn't quite grasp the meaning, but Su Yuwei repeatedly assured her not to worry about the cost.
Persisting in her hesitation would make her seem stingy.
Besides, Su Yuwei had already made the reservation.
Wei, thank you so much.
How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Seriously, it's fine. Su Yuwei feigned annoyance. I said it won't cost you anything. If you keep bringing up money, I'll get upset. With Su Yuwei insisting like that, she couldn't say anything more.
So she turned her attention to Chen Yu. Wei is so capable.
Unlike that good-for-nothing Chen Yu, he's lucky to have found you. Mom, if you're going to compliment someone, just do it. Why do you have to put me down? Chen Yu was speechless.
His mom had always been like this since he was little, constantly finding reasons to criticize him. Sometimes her compliments came with so much preamble he couldn't tell if she was praising or criticizing him.
Only as an adult did he realize this was what they called suppression-style parenting, a completely misguided approach. Auntie, you're too kind. Actually, Chen Yu is much more capable than me.
Take cooking, for instance, he's way better than I am.
Su Yuwei keenly sensed his displeasure and said with a smile. Was teacher Su trying to protect her husband's image in front of his parents?
Nice one, all those meals I treated you weren't wasted.
Chen Yu's slight frown instantly vanished. Su Yuwei noticed the shift in his expression and found Chen Yu rather endearing.
His emotions were written all over his face, with nothing hidden.
Just like a child, his moods came and went in an instant.
She genuinely loved that about him.
If he's even 1/10 as capable as you, that'd be pretty impressive. It's true. Chen Yu really is amazing. Su Yuwei's praise made Chen Yu feel a bit embarrassed.
After all, Fang Yan was right, his cooking skills used to be nothing special.
His current culinary skills were entirely thanks to the system's assistance. Fang Yan hadn't tasted his current cooking and remained unaware of this.
Su Yuwei's tone was slightly urgent, catching Fang Yan off guard for a moment. Then she smiled. Seeing how devoted you two are to each other puts my mind at ease. My son is truly lucky to have found such a wonderful girl like you, Wei Wei. Only then did Su Yuwei realize her tone had been a bit sharp.
I'm sorry, Auntie. But Chen Yu really has so many good qualities. Nuonyo adores him and always wants to stick close to him. Why apologize? Fang Yan smiled. Seeing how devoted you two are makes me happier than anything.
Young people these days finding someone they truly love is so difficult.
Fang Yan knew this all too well. Chapter 77, Miss Su, you're exaggerating.
There was a young teacher at her school who divorced less than a year after getting married.
Fang Yan couldn't understand what they were trying to achieve.
Su Yuwei jotted down the phone number. Auntie, they'll contact you within 10 minutes at most.
Thank you so much, Wei Wei. Come over for dinner when I get home.
After hanging up, Fang Yan patted Chen Zhishuan happily. Old Chen, our son is so lucky to have found such an outstanding girlfriend.
Chen Zhishuan managed to smile, but he didn't look very happy. Old Chen, what's with that look? Chen Ziyuan hesitated. The little girl looks about 2 or 3 years old. That means when Chen Yu was a freshman or sophomore. Why are you worrying about that? Fang Yan frowned. Are you dissatisfied with Wei Wei? Not at all. The little girl seems perfectly fine. Isn't Nuonyuo soft and adorable? No, they're both adorable. Chen Zhishuan's lips curved upward involuntarily. Like Chen Yu, he was a total daddy's girl.
Not having a daughter back then was a regret, but these two granddaughters made up for it. That said, anyone would be charmed by two such adorable little girls.
Then what are you worried about? Wei Wei is an associate professor at Lin University. Our son is the one who hit the jackpot. An associate professor at Lin University?
Chen Zhishuan pushed his glasses up, his expression growing even more serious.
But that means she's several years older than Chen Yu. And they were teacher and student. Old Chen, just shut up already. You're so annoying. Fang Yan had no desire to engage with him anymore.
After all these years, his old-fashioned ways hadn't changed one bit. Wei Wei was such a wonderful girl, a rare gem you'd be lucky to find.
And here he was, still fixating on trivial details. Fang Yan didn't care about the pregnancy before marriage as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. And she was perfectly satisfied with Su Yuwei. No matter what others said, she had made up her mind this was the daughter-in-law she wanted. After hanging up, Su Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. Even though it was just through a screen, she still felt incredibly nervous. Even more so than meeting face-to-face.
So, how did it go, Teacher Su?
Chen Yu asked with a smile. Auntie seems like such a kind person. I really like her. But Uncle. Su Yuwei bit her lip. Chen Yu, does Uncle not like me? Why do you ask? Uncle seems kind of cold toward me. Chen Yu chuckled. Not at all. My dad thinks highly of you. But he's just like that.
He rarely smiles at home either. But I can tell he's very pleased with you.
Oh. Su Yuwei nodded, feeling much more at ease.
Su Yuwei was a sensitive person. She dreaded the thought of not being accepted by Chen Yu's parents. Who knew Ms. Su wasn't just a little rich girl but also had such a wide network? He genuinely hadn't expected that a single phone call could secure an executive suite at the Shangri-La Hotel. Clearly, money alone couldn't achieve this. The world isn't short of wealthy people. It must have been connections. That's not mine. It's my family's. Su Yuwei took a sip of water, resuming her usual aloof demeanor. My dad attends Paris Fashion Week every year. The Shangri-La is his go-to hotel. These places usually reserve rooms for their regulars.
I see. Chen Yu nodded.
Her phone lit up with a voice message from Fang Yan.
Son, my mind's gone blank. I forgot to tell you something. Your cousin's getting married in the next couple days. Your dad and I can't make it. Why don't you go in our place? And while you're at it, take Weiwei back to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Chen Yu was speechless. His mom really knew how to assign him chores. He and his cousin had played together often as children. They weren't some distant relatives you'd never see. Seeing his cousin again wouldn't be so bad. Social obligations were something you could never escape. I can go back on my own. Teacher Su still has work to do. Chen Yu put down his phone just as Su Yuwei cleared her throat. What's wrong? You don't want to take me back? Huh? Chen Yu froze for a moment. Of course not. I just didn't want to hold you back from your work at school. I can have Xin Yu cover for me. Xin Yu, lounging around at home, sneezed. She thought to herself, can you even catch a cold in the middle of summer? She hurriedly grabbed a sweater to put on. No need, right? The countryside can't compare to the city. You and Nuonyuo and Wanwan should just stay home. Su Yuwei snorted coldly. If you don't want to take them, just say so. No need for excuses. Chen Yu could feel the resentment dripping from her words. Refusing again would likely end badly for him. Then shall we leave now? Su Yuwei nodded. If we're seeing Grandpa and Grandma, we should buy some nutritional supplements, right? That's true. Let's go to the supermarket first. Just as Chen Yu stood up, he received a call from his editor, Xiao Yu. After the last book signing event, Xiao Yu had asked for his number. She claimed it was for convenient communication, but really, she was worried she wouldn't be able to reach him if something came up. After all, he'd gone days without checking his messaging app. Master. Are you in Linchang? I have a contract here that needs your signature. Are you available now? Chen Yu frowned. Can't you just send it for an electronic signature? It's about publishing matters. Our website takes it seriously, so they sent me to get you to sign offline. Ji Xiaoyu was actually eager to come herself. She wanted to see those two little cuties, Nuanua and Wanwan, again, and she also wanted to see Chen Yu. After all, Chen Yu had become a literary sensation with his book, His Future Limitless. Her entire bonus for this year depended on this big shot. Occasional meetings to maintain rapport were essential. Alright then, send me the address. It was just a contract signing. Chen Yu figured it wouldn't take long, so he decided to sign first before heading to the mall. Got it, I'll send the address right away. Have her come to my place, Su Yuwei suddenly said. Huh? Chen Yu froze, momentarily confused. Su Yuwei looked at him and repeated, I said have her come to our place to sign the contract. Though he didn't know why, Chen Yu decided to follow Su Yuwei's instructions. I'll let her know. Just as Chen Yu reached for his phone, Su Yuwei spoke again. We'll need a legal team for the contract, right? I know a little, but professionals are better. Su Yuwei picked up the phone and dialed before he could react. Xiao Su, bring 2 people over. I need to review a contract here. By the time Chen Yu registered what was happening, she had already put down the phone and was heading toward the study. Wait. Su Yuwei turned her head. Miss Su, what did you just say? Legal team? Chen Yu seriously doubted he'd heard correctly. It's just signing a contract, why bring in a legal team? You'd think he was negotiating a multi-million-dollar project. Not that he doubted Su Yuwei's capabilities. If she could book a Shangri-La hotel with a single call, she could certainly summon a legal team. Chapter 78, Is my boyfriend that impressive? I'm worried there might be some trickery in the contract, that you'll get scammed. Su Yuwei knew this all too well. It was all too easy to trap someone with a contract. Just tweak a few words, and you could snare a clueless amateur. Chen Yu knew she meant well, but calling in the legal team was overkill. You never know what's in someone's heart. The website could be trying to trick him too. Miss Su, 1 lawyer should be enough. There's no need for a whole team. It's not really a team, just 3 people. Just 3? Chen Yu thought to himself, how many more did you want? This might scare the young editor to death. Noticing his expression, Su Yuwei replied calmly, when negotiating business deals, we usually have teams of over a dozen people. With that, she headed into the study to work. A dozen people? Chen Yu was stunned. A legal team of over a dozen people? What kind of massive deal would require that? He couldn't help but grow even more curious about this Jeyu apparel. By comparison, his team of 3 really didn't amount to much. Su Yuwei had claimed the study, so Chen Yu knew he'd be stuck watching TV with the 2 little girls. Nuonyuo, Ruerue, do you want to go back to Grandpa and Grandma's hometown with Daddy? The village had improved considerably over the years, but it still couldn't compare to the city. The adults didn't mind, but he worried the little ones might struggle to adjust. Daddy, where is our hometown? Nuonyuo asked, chewing on a raisin. Our hometown is the countryside. What's in the countryside? Wanwan looked up and asked. They knew about the countryside in the city, but they'd never been there. To them, it was just a concept. They had no idea what it was really like. There are cows in the village, mountains, rivers. At night you can see stars and fireflies. Can you hear stories there? Are the fireflies pretty? Just as Chen Yu was about to answer, a knock sounded at the door.
He got up to open the door, where two young men in suits stood waiting. Both men froze upon seeing him, clearly surprised to find a man in Su Yuwei's home. What was going on? However, the one leading them displayed high professionalism, immediately putting on a refined and easygoing smile. "Hello, Director Su sent us. Is she available? Come right in. I'll go get her." Chen Yu warmly invited the two inside and poured each a glass of water. "Have some water first." "Thank you, you're too kind." Xiao Su took the cup, feeling flattered. He thought to himself, Chen Yu is being so humble, could this be the nanny Director Su hired? But that couldn't be right, this nanny was rather handsome. Besides, from what he knew, Director Su was notoriously unapproachable at work, especially toward men. Would she really hire a male nanny? When he heard the two little ones call him daddy, he nearly spit out his drink. "Dad? Daddy?" This man is the father of Director Su's daughter, which means Xiao Su never expected this trip would bring such an unexpected bonus. He exchanged a glance with his assistant, whose eyes betrayed even greater astonishment than his own. Soon, Su Yuwei emerged. The two men, still drinking water, immediately sat up straight. "Director Su." Su Yuwei frowned. "Wasn't it supposed to be 3 people? Why did you only bring 1? Xiao Su stood up immediately. "Xiaoma had a sudden emergency at home. If 2 aren't enough, I'll call someone else right away." "Never mind. Let's proceed with just the 2 of you. Get ready." "Director Su, what kind of contract are we signing today?" "A print book publishing contract." Xiao Su froze. When had Zheyu Fashion expanded into the print book business? But he didn't say much. As a legal advisor, his job was to focus on resolving legal issues. No need to concern himself with other matters. For a publishing contract, the 2 of us will suffice. Honestly, 1 person could handle it. It was a straightforward contract with few pages. The group sitting in the living room formed an oddly harmonious scene. Xiao Su kept stealing glances at Chen Yu and Su Yuwei. They didn't interact much, and it was hard to tell what their relationship was. Soon, the doorbell rang. Chen Yu got up to answer the door. Ji Xiaoyu stood at the door in a pale yellow dress, holding a thick folder in her hands. She smiled and greeted Chen Yu. "Hey, big shot. I never imagined you lived in such a high-end neighborhood." She had actually struggled quite a bit to get in earlier, as the security guard refused to let her through no matter what. Ji Xiaoyu didn't want to trouble Chen Yu, so she'd sweet-talk the young man and finally managed to get in. "Thanks for your trouble, come on in." Ji Xiaoyu froze the moment she stepped inside. There seemed to be quite a few people here. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly tense. Besides Su Yuwei, who was dressed casually, the other 2 guys were both in suits, looking dead serious. Could these 2 be bodyguards? But they were quite handsome, at least. "Sit down, Xiaoyu," Chen Yu gestured toward the sofa. Ji Xiaoyu placed her folder on the coffee table and sat down cautiously. Her hands clasped together on her lap. She looked a bit nervous. "Let me introduce you. These 2 are lawyers. This one is Mai." Su Yuwei cut in. "I'm his girlfriend." "Ah, nice to meet you, sister-in-law." Ji Xiaoyu immediately stood up to shake her hand, but inwardly she was thinking, "Wow, this lady is so beautiful and elegant. So the big shot's girlfriend is a real beauty. Handsome guy and gorgeous girl, they really are a perfect match." Ever since learning at the last book signing that Su Yuwei was an associate professor, Ji Xiaoyu had given up any thoughts. They're a perfect match, made for each other. This time, her praise comes from the heart. Girlfriend? So Director Su has found herself a young boyfriend. Xiao Su got her gossip fix and felt secretly thrilled. But he didn't forget his main job. He smiled at Ji Xiaoyu. "Ma'am, if you don't mind, shall we take a look at the contract first?" "Oh, of course." Xiao Su might not be as handsome as Chen Yu, but he was still quite good looking. His suit accentuated his distinguished aura. Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a bit starstruck. Snapping back to reality, she hurriedly handed over the folder. Xiao Su and his assistant began reviewing the contract, while Ji Xiaoyu turned her gaze to Chen Yu. "Big shot, congratulations. The physical copies of Shook and Beta are flying off the shelves. After the last signing event, we got tons of messages from readers wanting to buy them. So the editor-in-chief decided to strike while the iron's hot and start mass printing right away." Chen Yu smiled, lifting his cup for a sip of water. "Unexpected, right?" "It's more than unexpected." Ji Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Shook and Beta's subscription numbers have already set a new record for the site. We've held signing events for several books before, but none were as popular as yours. She paused, took a deep breath. "So, I'm here today mainly to discuss the contract details for the subsequent bulk publication of the physical books." After all, she had a stake in the performance of her author's physical book releases. Even if Chen Yu wasn't in a hurry, she was determined to get this done. Su Yuwei listened quietly beside them, thinking to herself, "Is my boyfriend really this impressive?" Chapter 79, Teacher Su Gets Jealous. Xiao Su and his assistant quickly reviewed the contract. "Mr. Chen, the contract is in order. Let me briefly explain the main points." True professionals, they explained it clearly in no time.
Mr. Chen, the commission rate we're offering you is already at the highest tier. We'll also handle nationwide promotion and distribution. What do you think? Ji Xiaoyu said with a smile. Chen Yu trusted Su Yuwei unconditionally. If her legal team said it was fine, then it was fine. Then let's proceed according to the contract. Ji Xiaoyu had been a bit nervous earlier, fearing Chen Yu might refuse. After all, he was now a big shot with full leverage to negotiate with the website. She breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Yu's agreement. Their performance hinged entirely on this big shot. Then let's proceed with this contract. Is now a good time to sign? Ji Xiaoyu's gaze swept across the faces of the others. Su Lu nodded at Chen Yu, signaling his approval. I have other commitments later, so I won't keep you for dinner. Don't worry about me, big shot. Ji Xiaoyu's face flushed with excitement. The contract signing was all that mattered, no need to freeload on a meal. Once the bonus was in hand, she could treat herself to all sorts of delicious meals. The signing wrapped up quickly, and Ji Xiaoyu emerged clutching the contract. Su Lu and his assistant followed behind. He turned and solemnly warned his assistant, don't mention today's events to anyone, especially Mr. Chen. Pretend you never came to Director Su's house. Understand? Many large corporations hire specialized law firms as legal consultants to handle all legal matters. Their firm had collaborated with Zhiyu Clothing for several years. Zhiyu Fashion was a generous client, and they certainly didn't want to lose this business. First and foremost, one must know what to say and what not to say. The young assistant nodded frantically, yet still secretly pulled out his phone. I'll tell you something, promise not to tell anyone Director Su is dating. Su Yuwei was famously known as the ice queen in the company, and she was also the apple of CEO Su's eye. Countless people wanted to pursue her. But most remained stuck in the realm of fantasy. The vast gap in status and background deterred countless suitors. Not to mention her usual demeanor was completely off limits to strangers. Beyond work, she maintains no private connections with other men. They know their place. Why chase someone who seems utterly out of reach when you could lower your standards? That said, one or two bold souls did attempt to pursue her. Needless to say, she never even got the chance to eat a meal. The renowned ice queen was actually dating and living together with someone. Naturally, it surprised many people. The biggest lie in the world is, I won't tell anyone. So it was only a matter of time before word spread. After seeing off Ji Xiaoyu and Xiao Su, the family prepared to head out. What are Grandpa and Grandma's hobbies? Su Yuwei asked. Not much, really. Their generation struggled just to get enough to eat. They never had the good conditions we have now. Hobbies were the last thing on their minds. Chen Yu thought for a moment. Grandpa likes to put a rocking chair under the big tree at home and lie back in it while drinking tea. And Grandma? Grandma liked to nag Grandpa. What does pick on mean? It means finding fault with Grandpa. Su Yuwei was momentarily speechless. The grandparents she remembered were just like that. She drove to a nearby pedestrian street. The pedestrian street was bustling with people, lined on both sides with all kinds of shops. This street was a key development project in Linchang, receiving significant government attention. The shops were all decorated in an antique style, with bluestone slabs underfoot. Of course, these weren't genuine ancient structures, but rather a style meant to mimic the look of a Jiangnan town. As a result, it attracted a huge number of influencers seeking photo opportunities. You could spot all kinds of unique outfits, with cheongsams and hanfu being the most common. The misty, rain-drenched hues, paired with an oil paper umbrella held aloft while strolling along the cobblestones, create a truly photogenic scene. Correspondingly, the shop rents here are quite high. Many are drawn by the foot traffic to open shops here, and they do enjoy a surge in popularity initially. But most are trendy pop-up shops, quick to rise and just as quick to fade. Surviving a year is considered decent. Shops closing within 6 months are a dime a dozen. So those that manage to stay open for several years here are truly established. Either they're rich kids burning money for fun, or they have a stable customer base. Su Yuwei parked the car while Chen Yu led Nuonuo and Wan inside. Big rocks. It was the first time for the two little ones too, and they found the ground covered in blue stone slabs fascinating. Daddy, we have big stones in our village too. Probably not, Chen Yu explained with a smile. Actually, there were stones in the village, but they weren't nearly as beautiful as these green slabs. Better explain it clearly beforehand. Otherwise, the two little ones might be too disappointed when they saw the real thing. Nuwa, what about the village? Just as Chen Yu was about to explain, two girls in kipayos approached them. Hello, young man. Could you take a photo for us? They were stunningly beautiful, their voices soft and sweet. They could easily charm many boys. But Chen Yu felt nothing. For one thing, he had a stunning beauty at home. Her looks, figure, and aura were all beyond reproach. On the other hand, these two girls were dressed far too provocatively. The one in the blue qipao was somewhat restrained, revealing only half a thigh. The one in the white cheongsam, however, was over the top. The slit went all the way up to her thigh. It felt like any sudden movement could reveal her underwear. Chen Yu certainly enjoyed the view. But it had to be teacher Su wearing it, and only at home where no one else could see it.
Out in public, he'd prefer her to be wrapped up as tightly as possible. It was just a photo, so Chen Yu couldn't really refuse.
Fine, hand over your phone.
The two girls struck a very sexy pose, their thighs half exposed, lacking any trace of the graceful elegance a cheapao should embody.
Chen Yu frowned at the sight.
Cheongsams were supposed to be elegant, but their heavily modified version was just. But out of politeness, he still called out, "Say cheese."
The two girls flashed a smile at the camera. Chen Yu pressed the shutter button, and click, the photo was taken.
They took the phone to look at the photo.
You took such a great shot, young man. Could you take a few more? Are you a professional photographer? Can we get your contact info? Photographers often offered free photos on this street, posting them to their accounts to boost traffic.
They often sought out such photographers. It was free, after all. Of course, their skills varied wildly.
But none of them could match Chen Yu's skill. The gap was huge. Naturally, they regarded Chen Yu as the professional.
Su Yuwei stopped her car just in time to witness the scene.
Fuming, she hurried over and hooked her arm through Chen Yu's. "Honey, what are you doing?" The two girls startled, sizing Su Yuwei up from head to toe. Su Yuwei stared right back at them without flinching.
Their intimidating aura instantly crumbled.
They wisely turned and walked away.
When it came to presents, Su Yuwei truly feared no one. As the girls turned, the hem of their cheongsams fluttered upward, and only then did Su Yuwei notice.
Chapter 80, Buying Clothes for the Little One.
Their company also produced cheongsams, but they were all classic styles.
The slits barely reached the calf. Where could she find one that went up to the thigh? Was this really a cheongsam? It was more like, well, you know. Young girls these days, are they really this daring with their clothes? The most revealing thing she's ever worn is a knee-length skirt. Does Chen Yu actually like this kind of outfit? Su Yuwei pulled her gaze away and turned to Chen Yu. "Do you enjoy watching?" Chen Yu cleared his throat. "Not really. They just asked me to take their photos." "So how'd the photos turn out? Pretty?" "Not as pretty as you." Su Yuwei flushed slightly and let him off the hook. Smooth talker. She crouched down to tidy up Nuonuo and Wanwan's clothes. "Come on, let's go buy you some candied hawthorn."
The two little ones immediately cheered. Each grabbed one of her hands and skipped along. Chen Yu followed behind, watching their retreating figures as the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. He couldn't help but picture Su Yuwei in a cheongsam. An ice queen paired with a high-slit, sexy cheongsam. It was enough to stir the imagination. But given Su Yuwei's personality, it was highly unlikely. The pedestrian street was bustling with people, yet surprisingly quiet. No loudspeakers hawking customers. To preserve the ancient city's atmosphere, such practices were strictly prohibited. After walking just a few steps, I came upon a stall selling candied hawthorn on a stick. Dozens of skewers of candied hawthorn berries, in all varieties, were strung on tall wooden sticks. A sign beside it proclaimed it a time-honored brand. Chen Yu dismissed such things as mere marketing gimmicks. The streets were filled with so-called time-honored brands. Where did they all come from? What flavor would you two like? That one. I want that one. The two little ones pointed to a skewer, and the owner smiled as he handed it to them. The vendor was an elderly gentleman who looked kind-hearted. "Daddy, eat." Nuonuo held out the sugar-coated hawthorn to Chen Yu. He was so touched. Truly his little cotton jacket, always thinking of daddy when she finds something delicious. "Thank you, sweetheart." Chen Yu bit into a hawthorn berry, savoring its tangy sweetness. Sugar-coated hawthorn fed by his daughter tasted especially delicious. Su Yuwei felt a pang of envy. Mom wants some candied hawthorn too. Why doesn't she think to feed Mom? Nuonuo's mouth was small, and she could only bite off a third of the hawthorn berry at a time. It crunched loudly as she chewed. She lifted her little face. "Mom, those two sisters are dressed so pretty." Su Yuwei froze. Did Nuonuo actually think such revealing clothes were pretty? But then it dawned on her. No, probably meant the patterns were pretty. From Su Yuwei's perspective, aside from the cut, those two cheongsams were indeed quite nice. She ruffled Nuonuo's hair. "Would you like to wear a cheapao?" Nuonuo nodded vigorously. Chen Yu couldn't help but interject, "There's a cheongsam shop right up ahead. Want to check it out?" "You're so eager." Su Yuwei shot him a glare. Chen Yu looked aggrieved. This was clearly his daughter's request. Had he said the wrong thing again? "But Mom hasn't had any candied hawthorn yet." Su Yuwei's voice dripped with resentment. Nuonuo opened her mouth wide and popped the large hawthorn berry into her mouth. Only then did she hand the sugar-coated hawthorn to Su Yuwei. Su Yuwei froze. "Nuonuo, why didn't you give that to Mommy?" "Because Nuonuo already took a bite." TSK, her daughter still loves her mom. Chen Yu stood nearby, struggling to suppress his laughter. If he dared laugh out loud now, he'd definitely make Su Yuwei angry. Hold it in. After spending time together, Su Yuwei had grown comfortable enough to act affectionate toward their daughter in front of him. But she'd never tolerate him making fun of it. Sigh, if only she could act spoiled with me too. Chen Yu thought to himself. Su Yuwei had already led their daughter forward. A cheongsam shop by the roadside, decorated in an antique style, displayed several exquisite cheongsams hanging at the entrance. The proprietress, dressed in a moon-white qipao, smiled as she approached. "What an adorable little girl. Are you shopping for her, or for yourself, beautiful?" The shopkeeper was quite attractive, a beauty by any standard. But she couldn't compare to Su Yuwei. That moon-white qipao would look absolutely stunning on Su Yuwei. Su Yuwei pointed at the little ones. "I'll take cheongsams for both of them." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Such adorable little girls, they'll look absolutely stunning in qipaos." She deftly pulled two cheongsams from the rack. One was pink, the other blue, both adorned with exquisite embroidered patterns. Su Yuwei took them first, running her fingers over the fabric. Only after confirming it was satisfactory did she hand them to the two little ones. These days, people will use any cheap material to make clothes just to make a buck. "Here you go." Su Yuwei stuffed the candied hawthorn into Chen Yu's hand and helped Nuonyuo and Ruanruan try on the clothes. She adjusted the collars, then crouched down to fasten each button one by one. The two little ones stood before the mirror, twirling left and right, thoroughly pleased with their new outfits. "Do they look nice?" Dressed in cheongsams, the little ones looked like two adorable little dumplings, and Su Yuwei was equally pleased. "Pretty." A notification suddenly chimed in Chen Yu's mind. Detected host accompanying daughter shopping for clothes. Rewarding mastery of clothing design. Chen Yu felt an influx of knowledge surge into his mind. Patterns, fabrics, design principles. Much of it didn't exist in this world. It seemed to originate from a parallel world. Though he could live comfortably off just one copy of Shuken Beta, whoever complains about having too much money? He decided to find an opportunity to design an outfit. "Mom wants one too." Ruanruan tugged at Su Yuwei's sleeve. The shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Which one do you like, sweetie?" "I think this one is perfect for your figure." Su Yuwei hesitated. "Next time." Chen Yu nudged her from the side. "Try it on?" Su Yuwei shot him a glare. His scheming was written all over his face. She had no intention of trying it on. If she wanted to wear something, there were plenty of styles at the company for her to choose from. Soon the clothes were packed up, and she walked out the door carrying the bag. Su Yuwei led them to an antique style shop. The interior was furnished entirely in sandalwood, each piece clearly valuable. Shelves on both sides displayed assorted tea cakes and tea-related trinkets. The proprietor, who appeared to be in his 50s, sat before a tea table, burning incense and brewing tea. Without looking up, he greeted Su Yuwei. "Su family girl, what a rare visitor." He poured a cup and handed it over. "Try this year's new tea. You know I never drink tea." Su Yuwei casually ran her fingers over the tea cakes, clearly well acquainted with the owner. Chen Yu, however, was somewhat surprised. Glancing around, every tea cake in sight was absurdly expensive. He, too, was not a tea drinker and had no idea tea could command such high prices. I know. The shopkeeper didn't seem annoyed, a faint smile playing on his lips. "What would you like this time?" Business inevitably involves social exchanges. Chapter 81, Should we go get our marriage certificate? And of course, gift giving is essential. Typically, it's liquor, tea, and other items. The tea always comes from this shop, good quality, and we've been working together for years. This time it's not for the company, it's for me. "Oh?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. "Now that's unusual. Who is the Su family girl planning to give it to? Let me help you pick something special." Su Yuwei hesitated. "For an elderly person." The shopkeeper, observing how Chen Yu and Nuonyuo were so affectionate and close, had already guessed the answer with near certainty. "Got it. I have several new teas here. Which one would you like?" "I don't know much about tea. Just pick the best one for me." Wow, teacher Su sure has deep pockets. This was the scene he imagined as a child. Walk into a shop, tell the owner to forget about the price, and just wrap up the best one. Though he wasn't short on money now, he still lacked the courage to say those words. This nouveau riche guy was still no match for Su Yuwei. The shopkeeper went into the back room and emerged with several tea cakes. His face was beaming with smiles, a stark contrast to his initial detached expression. Chen Yu was stunned when he saw the price of the tea cakes. Good heavens, they were truly expensive. The money he'd earned so far would only buy him a few pieces. Don't be fooled by the high prices on the display cabinet compared to these, those are low-end stuff. Chen Yu suspected the shop owner made at least half the profit on each cake sold. If he were the owner, he'd be grinning even wider than Chen Yu. His mouth would be stretched into a crooked grin. No wonder everyone loves making money off the rich, they genuinely don't treat money like money. Though Chen Yu was now considered wealthy himself, he'd never splurge on such an expensive tea cake. This clearly showed how much Su Yuwei valued this trip home. She genuinely wanted to make a good impression on her grandparents. But Chen Yu desperately wanted to tell her it wasn't necessary. Don't be fooled by the old man's lifelong tea drinking habit, he doesn't actually know much about tea. He'd always stuck to loose leaf tea costing just a few yuan per pound. The brew was bitter as hell, with barely any aroma. The old man couldn't really be said to love or dislike tea. He'd simply started drinking it in his youth and grown accustomed to it. If you really gave him such an expensive tea cake to drink, he wouldn't be able to stomach it. If he found out the price, he'd probably yell at you for being a spendthrift.
That's just how thrifty the older generation is.
Young man, you're a lucky one, the shopkeeper chuckled, patting his shoulder.
Chen Yu lifted the tea cake. This wasn't just tea, it was practically money.
Besides tea, the shop also sold nutritional supplements like royal jelly, equally pricey.
Su Yuwei bought some as gifts for her grandmother. Stepping outside the shop, they saw a newlywed couple in traditional wedding attire posing for photos.
The bride wore a gold-embroidered red qipao, while the groom sported a crimson long robe and mandarin jacket. They smiled sweetly for the camera, striking affectionate poses and showering everyone with love. Both were exceptionally good-looking, and the red was festive, but it felt a bit out of place against the backdrop of the small bridge and flowing water. After finishing one set of photos, they began taking off their clothes. It turned out they had another outfit underneath. This time, they changed into student uniforms in the style of the Republic of China era, which perfectly complemented the scenery. They were undoubtedly the most beautiful sight on the street, drawing crowds of onlookers to stop and watch. Su Yuwei felt a flutter in her heart and couldn't help but get lost in thought. It had been a month since reuniting with Chen Yu, and his behavior during this time had completely surpassed her expectations. He'd turned a perfect 100-point exam into a 200-point masterpiece. Her original plan was to get married once he passed the test. Both sets of parents had given their blessing, so they could get married anytime now. But Chen Yu didn't seem particularly in a hurry. He was softly coaxing Nuonyuo and Ruerue, his eyes brimming with patience and tenderness. He was undoubtedly a good father. Once they obtained the marriage certificate, they could give Nuonyuo and Wanwan a complete family. Since he won't say it, I'll say it then. Chen Yu. Let's go get married. Su Yuwei's voice trembled slightly, but she said it anyway. Chen Yu thought he'd misheard. Teacher Su, what did you say? Su Yuwei's face flushed red. Saying something like this once was embarrassing enough. Where would she find the courage to say it a second time? Never mind, I didn't hear anything. You didn't say anything. No, don't. Chen Yu quickly laughed. I heard you. Let's go get married right now. You heard it and you're asking? Asking that when he knew full well this guy was infuriating. I was just afraid I heard wrong. They switched seats, with Chen Yu taking the wheel. They hadn't made an appointment in advance. But today wasn't a special day, so there probably wouldn't be many people getting married. Mommy, are we going to see Grandpa and Grandma? Nuonyuo leaned against Su Yuwei's arm. Too shy to answer, Su Yuwei let Chen Yu speak for her. Are you happy that Mommy and Daddy are getting married, Nuonyuo? Yes. The little one didn't really understand what marriage meant. All she knew was that marriage was a wonderful thing. It made Mom and Dad love each other even more. Teacher Su, why did you suddenly decide to get married? Chen Yu asked tentatively. She glanced at him briefly before turning her gaze to the window. Well, it just felt like the right time. She paused before adding, after all, Nuonyuo and Ruoro need a complete family. The reason was perfectly reasonable, yet it felt rather hollow. Her slightly flushed ears and bashful expression already said it all. She just refused to admit it. Chen Yu smiled and didn't call her out on it. He loved Su Yuwei just the way she was, utterly adorable. The phone navigation led them to the nearest civil affairs bureau. A few cars were parked at the entrance, but not too many. Chen Yu parked the car and took Nono by the hand, while Su Yuwei held Wanwan's. The moment the two entered the lobby, they drew quite a few stares. Couples bringing children to register their marriage weren't unheard of, but they were certainly rare. They took a number and found a spot to wait for their turn. Young couples huddled together whispering secrets, occasionally bursting into laughter. With marriage certificates imminent, each couple radiated sweetness. Whatever the future held, at least in this moment, they were the happiest. Su Yuwei and Chen Yu, however, seemed somewhat out of place. Though seated together, they showed no signs of intimacy. They didn't look like a couple, but rather like ordinary friends. Come to think of it, they never really showed affection at home either. Chen Yu wanted to, but he feared Su Yuwei would get upset. When he tentatively reached out to rest his arm on her shoulder, Su Yuwei would nonchalantly pull away. She'd either pretend to brush her hair or help Nono softly tidy her clothes. Su Yuwei also felt quite uncomfortable. Surrounded by all the lovey-dovey couples, they stood out like sore thumbs. But acting like those girls being clingy or even cute was something she simply couldn't do. The two little ones, however, were full of energy. Nuonyuo was quite the social butterfly, striking up a conversation with the couple next to them. Miss, my parents are about to get married. Su Yuwei felt even more awkward upon hearing this. The girl, however, showed no sign of discomfort. She smiled and ruffled Nuonyuo's hair. Chapter 82, Returning to Dad's Hometown. Well, congratulations to your parents then. Su Yuwei exchanged a glance with the girl and nodded with a smile. The guy, however, was all about jokes. He whispered to the girl, this doesn't look like a wedding to me, more like a divorce, haha. Then he chuckled softly. The girl shot him a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Though the young man's words weren't very nice, he wasn't wrong. Look at the other couples, every pair was glued together, all lovey-dovey. The bolder ones were even kissing openly. Fortunately, Chen Yu quickly covered the two little ones' eyes. This scene was definitely not suitable for minors. It wouldn't be good for them to see. As for these two, they barely interacted at all, hardly like a couple here to register their marriage. Su Yuwei was pondering whether to take Chen Yu's hand. The very next second, Chen Yu's hand reached out and wrapped around her waist. Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly as she turned her head in surprise. Chen Yu, however, didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. He should thank that young man. If it weren't for that guy, he wouldn't have dared to make such a bold move. Su Yuwei didn't struggle, she just shyly turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. The young man smiled with satisfaction. Guess my reverse psychology worked after all. Cut it out. Their number was called at that moment. Following the procedure, they had to take photos first before collecting their certificate. The photo booth was right next to the office. They took a couple's photo, and the little guy could only watch from the side. Move closer together, please. You're practically sitting on the edge. The photographer sighed helplessly. He'd seen couples so close together they couldn't be pulled apart. But these two? Why stand so far apart? Chen Yu leaned towards Su Yuwei. Just as he reached out, Su Yuwei anticipated his move. No more hugging. Though she didn't mind, she still felt a bit shy in front of others. That's the spirit. Now smile, bring your heads closer together, 1, 2, 3, cheese. With a click, the group photo was taken. When Chen Yu received the photo, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Though both were smiling and looked quite sweet. Ah well, it's just for show. Daddy, let me see. Nuonyo stretched out her little hand to see the photo, so Chen Yu handed it over. The rest of the process was straightforward. After registering and answering a few questions, they received their little red book. Su Yuwei didn't feel particularly excited about getting the marriage certificate. Getting married had been an impulse decision for her. Seeing that sweet couple dressed in wedding attire, striking various poses with smiles beaming across their faces, she suddenly felt an urge to get married. She wanted to wear a wedding dress and have a grand ceremony. The only person she considered marriage material was Chen Yu, so she dragged him along to get the certificate. Chen Yu was quite pleased his plan to marry a rich woman had taken a huge step forward. After getting the marriage certificate, Chen Yu got in the car and drove toward his hometown. The expressway would take just over 3 hours, but the scenery was sparse, only mountains and green belts visible. To save time, Chen Yu decided to take the expressway anyway. He didn't call his grandmother. If he had called ahead, the old lady would have prepared a huge feast. Not only would they not finish it all, but he also worried about tiring her out. So there was no need to call. He'd just whip up a couple of dishes when he got back. The main focus was his cousin's wedding banquet. Daddy, are we going to the place where you lived when you were little? Nuwa gazed out the window, her little face brimming with anticipation. Yes, Daddy lived in the village for several years when he was little. Are there lots of different kinds of houses there? Asked Wan softly. I haven't been back in ages. Back then, the village was mostly single-story houses. There weren't many two-story ones. Things should be better now. Su Yuwei sat in the passenger seat, staring down at the gold-embossed booklet. Having second thoughts? Chen Yu glanced at her and teased with a smile. Of course not. Cough. Su Yuwei whispered, you need to keep your distance from other girls from now on. Those two girls had sparked a hint of unease in Su Yuwei. Though it was only a little, a sense of crisis was still a sense of crisis. Teacher Su, I promise I will. Joking aside, with such a stunning beauty at home, why would he need to look elsewhere? Stop calling me Teacher Su. It feels weird. They'd already gotten their marriage certificate, calling her Teacher Su now felt a bit off. Even if we're role-playing, we can't keep it up forever. Then what should I call you? What do you think? Chen Yu tentatively tried, Yuwei? Su Yuwei's expression shifted slightly. Yuwei? Yuwei? He called out several more times in succession. Frustrated, Su Yuwei pinched his waist hard. Once was enough. Did you really have to keep calling? I was just worried you weren't responding. Just focus on driving. Chen Yu and her parents always called her Yuwei too. Why did it sound so strange coming from Chen Yu's mouth? The city's clamor gradually faded behind them, replaced by expansive vistas. The straight asphalt road stretched ahead, flanked by neat anti-glare barriers and greenbelts. Occasionally, the distant, undulating mountain ranges came into view. So tall. Wan suddenly pointed out the window and exclaimed. Sweetie, those are wind turbines. They generate electricity. Several white windmills dotted the hillside, adding a touch of variety to the otherwise monotonous green landscape. Su Yuwei gazed out the window. These sights were novel to her as well. Small villages dotted the fields, their red-tiled roofs and white walls a stark contrast to the cityscape. Chen Yu, what's your hometown like? Su Yuwei asked softly. Just a typical little village, with mountains and rivers. The scenery is quite beautiful. Chen Yu's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. In winter, the little river in the village would freeze over. We'd go ice skating on it, and every time Grandpa would catch us and give us a spanking.
Childhood memories were always sweet, thinking about them now still brought him joy. I want to ice skate too. Nuonyuo exclaimed excitedly.
There's no ice this season, but there might be fireflies at night.
We could go see the fireflies. Let's go see the fireflies. Alright, we'll pick a night to go. After driving a bit further, the scenery changed again.
Vast fields of golden wheat swayed in the wind, and cornfields stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a few cows could be seen grazing, along with large flocks of sheep.
Daddy, are those little lambs?
Nuonyuo pointed at the tiny white dots in the distance.
Yeah, does Nuonyuo know how sheep make sounds? Bah! Right? You're so good at imitating it, sweetie. Su Yuwei asked, how long has it been since you went back? Chen Yu thought for a moment.
About 2 years, I guess.
You're the first woman I've ever brought home.
Su Yuwei felt her cheeks flush, but she quickly caught another piece of information.
How many others have you dated? Chen Yu froze for a moment. Just one. Really? Chapter 83, The Terrifying Village Entrance Intelligence Post. Of course it's true.
Su Yuwei's face flushed slightly. Though she wasn't that petty and didn't mind such things. But learning Chen Yu had never dated before still made her happy.
After exiting the highway, they entered a provincial road.
Further ahead, the road turned into concrete. The neat green belts on either side gave way to towering poplar trees and low-lying cottages. The difference between city and countryside became starkly apparent.
We're almost there. This was Chen Yu's first time driving back.
Soon they reached the village. Stepping out of the car, the air was filled with the distinctive scent of earth and fresh grass. It was a scent hard to describe. But anyone who'd lived in a village knew it was entirely different from the city. In the distance came the barking of dogs and the clucking of chickens and ducks. The road into the village was mostly paved, though some dirt paths remained, and the road conditions weren't great. Along both sides stood brick houses of varying heights, interspersed with newly built two-story structures. The village has been developing rapidly in recent years.
Some who've made money bring their parents to the city.
Others, however, prefer to stay behind, renovating their old family homes instead. They look quite impressive. Under the big tree at the village entrance, a group of elderly men and women sit, fanning themselves and chatting about this and that.
This is the scene found in every village, the village entrance intelligence station.
This formidable group of elders forms a veritable terrorist organization, scrutinizing every passerby. Young people who occasionally return to the village are especially targeted for their scrutiny. Every time Chen Yu rode past in his car, their eyes scanned him from head to toe, as if stripping him bare. It was unbearably uncomfortable. But now it's different, at least he's inside the car. Su Yuwei and their 2 daughters were right beside him. As the Mercedes rolled into the village, it instantly drew the stares of the old men and women. The dog sleeping nearby merely lifted its eyelids before burying its head again.
It's just a car, don't disturb my nap.
Over the years, cars had become more common in the village, no longer a rarity.
But most were minivans, Wuling Hongguang types. They're handy for hauling people and cargo. Sedans were truly rare.
A Mercedes like this one clearly cost a fortune. In a village, if someone buys a nice car, word spreads throughout the whole village the very next day. The elderly folks who sat here daily had never seen this Mercedes before, so naturally they were curious. A few of them even got up, grabbed their stools, and followed along. They just wanted to see whose it was. Old Chen's house was close to the village entrance, so they arrived in just a few steps. The 2 daughters looked left and right, everything in the village fascinating to them.
Many households in the village didn't lock their doors at noon, there was simply no need.
There were no thieves to begin with, and besides, there wasn't much worth stealing.
Chen Yu pushed open the gate. No one came out, they must have been sleeping.
The house had been renovated 2 years prior, though they hadn't added another story, just repainted it, so it looked quite new. Many households in the village had built 2-story houses, and the wealthier ones even had 3 stories. Compared to these, their house wasn't particularly grand. But the yard was quite large, and with the house, it covered over 150 square meters, more than enough for the elderly couple. A few years ago, Chen Zhishuan had suggested bringing them to the city, reasoning that with the elderly couple advancing in age, it would be easier to care for them. But Chen Bogwa glared at him. I can still work the fields. Why move to the city just to wait for death? The matter was dropped. They only gave the house a simple renovation. Most elderly people have a deep attachment to their homeland and are reluctant to leave the place where they grew up. This was especially true for the elders in the village. The bond with one's homeland is hard to break. Even if they're still in the city, living in a new house just doesn't compare to the old one. Chen Yu unloaded the nutritional supplements from the trunk and stacked them inside the gate. Several elderly men and women followed behind him.
Hey, isn't this little Chen? An eagle-eyed old man recognized him and called out from a distance. Uncle Zhang. Chen Yu hadn't expected these people to follow him. These folks were just too nosy. He dreaded dealing with situations like this. But what could he do? He couldn't just ignore them, could he? Fortunately, he knew all of them and greeted each one in turn. Of course, the elderly folks weren't after him. After the greetings, their attention turned to the car. Hey, Chen, this car must have cost you a pretty penny. Little Chen's really made something of himself driving a sedan now. I recognize that emblem. It's called, what's it called? Mercedes? So expensive. Chen Yu smiled. It is called Mercedes-Benz, but the price isn't that expensive. Su Yuwei was touching up her makeup inside the car when she turned and saw a circle of elderly folks gathered around the vehicle. She was startled. What on earth was going on? She bit her lip but still pushed open the door and got out. Oh my! An elderly woman standing close by gasped. There's someone else in the car. The exclamation drew the attention of all the elderly onlookers. With eyes scrutinizing and sizing her up, Su Yuwei didn't know where to put her hands. Though she never flinched in front of hundreds of students, that was in the classroom. She was the teacher. Now, facing these elderly folks, her identity was Chen Yu's young wife. Wow, this girl is really pretty. Look at that skin, whiter than milk. Young Chen, aren't you going to introduce her? Reminded by old Zhang, Chen Yu finally snapped out of it. Right. Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Su Yuwei. Hello, everyone. Su Yuwei greeted them with a smile. The elders responded with even greater warmth. The seniors weren't being nosy, they just loved a good commotion. Hello, grandpas and grandmas. Nua took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Her shout made the elderly folks burst into laughter. Hello there, little one. Come here, let grandma give you a hug. Chen Yufei stepped forward, blocking Grandma Sun's outstretched claws. He scooped up Nuonyuo in one arm and Wanwan in the other, gave Su Yuwei a meaningful glance, and dashed through the door in a few quick strides. Su Yuwei understood his meaning. She followed closely behind, slamming the door shut behind them. The elderly couple outside were left utterly bewildered. What just flashed by? The elderly couple exchanged glances. Who do you think those two young girls are? Could they be little Chen's daughters? Is little Chen that capable? That kid, I could tell he'd be capable from the start. Just like me when I was young. Grandpa Zhang beamed with pride. The ladies laughed and teased him, you old rascal. Phew. Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. If he stayed any longer, it would never end. The elders would have an endless stream of questions for him. Better to leave now. So, what if there really is a mysterious organization in the village? Chen Yu asked with a smile. What mysterious organization? The intelligence station at the village entrance. That's terrifying. Su Yuwei had to admit, the old folks were genuinely terrifying. When they surrounded her earlier, she felt like a little kid. Chapter 84. What a fine rooster. Daddy, do it again. Nuonyuo held her hands up toward him. What do you mean, one more time? Like just now. Nuonyuo wants to fly again. Chen Yu rubbed his temples. Kids these days no clue how dangerous the village information station is. Hearing the commotion, Chen Dashan emerged from the house. He froze upon seeing Chen Yu, then rubbed his eyes. You little rascal, why did you suddenly come back? Grandpa. Chen Yu walked over and introduced them with a smile. This is my girlfriend, Su Yuwei. And these are my daughters, Nuonyuo and Wanwan. What did you say? Chen Bagua cupped his hand to his ear, doubting he'd heard correctly. Bringing home a girlfriend was one thing, but two daughters? What was going on? Sun Hui heard the commotion and came out. Xiao Yu? Grandma. Quick, come inside. We'll talk inside. Chen Bagua snapped to attention, right. Inside first. Once seated inside, Chen Yu spent some time explaining until the two elders finally understood. Sun Hui hadn't listened at all. She was utterly charmed by Nua's soft, cuddly demeanor and started playing with them the moment they entered. It was Chen Bagua who pulled Chen Yu aside. You little rascal, tell me straight, is she really your daughter? Absolutely. Chen Yu assured him repeatedly. Do your parents know? They know. All right then. Chen Bagua finally smiled. As long as she's your daughter, that's all that matters. I knew two such adorable girls had to be from the Chen family. You can go now. Chen Bagua sat back on the sofa and took a satisfying sip of tea. Xiao Su, did you guys eat on the way here? Just as Su Yuwei was about to say no, she caught Chen Yu frantically blinking at her. She quickly replied that they had. Grandpa, we ate on the way. You don't need to worry about us. Some little one grumbled uncooperatively. Nua covered her stomach, feeling embarrassed. She could endure it, but her stomach wouldn't cooperate. Chen Bagua shot Chen Yu a glare, trying to signal me? I saw right through it. You're a veteran soldier, nothing escapes your keen eye. You know what you're doing, you little brat. In his youth, Chen Bagua had not only served in the military but was also a scout. Good eyesight was the first requirement. He even complained that the last line of the eye chart was too big. Wan, come here. The old man beckoned with a smile, and the two little girls scampered over. They had been a little afraid of Chen Bagua at first, after all, he was a stranger. After spending an hour here, it already felt like home. Grandpa and Grandma are so nice. The two little ones each leaned against one of his legs. Tell Grandpa, are you hungry? Nuonyuo glanced back at Chen Yu, unsure whether to speak up or not. This made the old man stare at him. Wan, however, simply said she was hungry. Chen Bagua ruffled her hair. Old woman, your great-granddaughter's hungry. Why aren't you getting her something to eat? Oh, my mind. Sunhui laughed as she stood up. What would Nuonyuo and Wan like to eat? I'll go prepare it for you. Grandma, just make something simple. After 3 hours on the road, we can't eat much anyway. Just something simple won't do. Nono and Ruei, wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Sunhui went to prepare the meal. Chen Yu pointed to the tea cakes. Grandpa, Yuwei, you like tea, so she specially bought these tea cakes. Just come over. No need to bring anything. Chen Bagua said this, but inside he was quite pleased. He was thoroughly pleased with his granddaughter-in-law, Su Yuwei. She looked just right with Chen Yu and was so sensible. Grandpa, would you like to try some? Why not? Chen Yu helped him break open the tea cake. The old man pinched a small amount into his teacup. The older generation didn't fuss over tea rituals, no washing the leaves, no discarding the first brew. Making tea into some kind of scholarly pursuit. Chen Bagua simply drank tea for the sake of drinking tea. He lifted the cup, blew on it to cool it, then sipped from the rim. Grandpa, is it good? Chen Bagua smacked his lips. This tea's no good, it's not bitter enough. Chen Yu suppressed a smile and winked at Su Yuwei, earning a pinch on his waist in return. They'd made a bet on the way whether Chen Bagua would like this tea. Chen Yu knew the old man too well to him, only bitter tea was good tea. Of course, Su Yuwei was wrong in the end. But if he told Chen Bagua the price, the old man would surely change his tune and declare it delicious. Sunhui emerged wielding a kitchen knife, startling Chen Yu. Grandma, are you going to slaughter a chicken? Kill a chicken to make soup for you all. Let my granddaughter-in-law nourish her body too. She found nothing about Su Yuwei unsatisfactory except that she was too thin. Let's slaughter a chicken to help her regain her strength and put on some weight. Su Yuwei felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Having never witnessed a chicken being slaughtered in her entire life, she hurriedly followed him into the courtyard. She wanted to see how it was done. Grandma, please don't kill it. It lays eggs. Just stir-fry a couple of dishes instead. Chen Yu didn't want the chicken killed just because he'd arrived. It wasn't necessary. Wouldn't it be better to keep the healthy hen for laying eggs? Sunhui waved the kitchen knife in her hand. Xiao Yu, mind your own business. We're killing a hen for chicken soup. In the corner of the yard stood a large cage holding 4 or 5 chickens. Though there was a weekly market where live chickens were sold, they still preferred raising a few chickens themselves. They kept them right in the yard, feeding them corn here and there. They'd slaughter one for festivals, while the rest laid eggs year-round, hardly any trouble at all. Sunhui opened the cage, but the chickens showed no interest in moving at midday. Each one just stared straight at her. Or perhaps they were too frightened by the cleaver to move. Sunhui grabbed a plump hen out of the cage. The hen flapped wildly, feathers flying everywhere. It seemed to know its fate. Sunhui lost her grip, and the hen seized the chance to break free, flapping its wings as it dashed across the yard. Its wings were too underdeveloped for actual flight, though it could glide for a second or two. Stop running. Sunhui was sturdy and capable, handling farm work and slaughtering chickens with ease. But running was beyond her. She could only anticipate the hen's path and intercept it head-on. Rooster. Nono had only seen chickens in picture books, never a real one. Excitedly, she chased after it. This only spurred the mother hen on further. She ran while clucking loudly. Chen Bagua heard the commotion and came out. His face showed disappointment. Old woman, why is it so hard to kill a chicken? And you, young man, don't you know to help your grandmother? Sunhui shot him a glare. All talk and no action. Haven't seen you lift a finger to help. Didn't you see me sipping my tea? Chen Bagua leaned against the doorframe, sipping from his teacup. He looked utterly at ease. Though the tea wasn't bitter, it was tea bought by his granddaughter-in-law. It tasted wonderful no matter what. Chen Yu truly couldn't bear to slaughter this chicken. So he brought Nono into the conversation. Grandma, please don't kill it. Look how much Nono loves it. The little girl was chasing after it, running faster the more she couldn't catch it. Chapter 85, My cousin already has a kid? Wan didn't join in. She thought it was all too childish. Are they still 3-year-olds? Chasing chickens all over the yard. Wan tugged at Su Yuwei's hand. Mom, can I be the big sister? No. Then when can I? Never. Su Yuwei couldn't understand why Wan kept pestering to be the big sister. Is being a big sister really that great? Wan didn't give up. She just couldn't understand why she couldn't be the older sister. Shouldn't sisters be more mature than their younger sisters? Sunhui watched Nua running and laughing, shaking her head. Fine then, I'll save this one for the little girl. I'll go hunt another one to kill. No, Grandma. Chen Yu hurriedly stopped her. Don't kill the chicken. Just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Su Yuwei also stepped forward. Grandma, don't trouble yourself. I don't feel like having chicken soup either. Sunhui finally put down the cleaver. Alright, I'll listen to you two young folks.
The hand seemed to understand her words and suddenly stopped moving. The next second, Nuonyuo scooped it into her arms.
Wow, a big rooster. Chicken, who's she talking about? I'm a big hen. Nua, chickens carry a lot of bacteria. Su Yuwei tried to intervene, but Chen Yu blocked her. Kids should be allowed to play freely.
Bacteria and such can be washed off with a bath later. These days, a lot of food isn't very clean anyway, so a little bacteria is normal.
Sunhui went into the kitchen to cook.
She worked swiftly, soon bringing out 3 dishes and a plate of fluffy white steamed buns. Scallion scrambled eggs, dried bamboo shoots with cured pork, stir-fried 3 fresh vegetables.
Grandma will make 1 more dish, 4 dishes total. Just wait a bit. Chen Yu quickly stopped her. No need, Grandma. We can't finish all that. Right, we can't finish that much.
Su Yuwei was stunned by the sheer volume of food. 1 large plate was piled high with food.
While the colors might not be the most appealing, the aroma was incredibly rich.
No exaggeration, it smelled even better than Chen Yu's cooking.
The intense heat from the cast iron stove was something you just couldn't replicate in the city.
The stir-fried dishes carried that distinctive wok aroma. Especially that plate of snow-white steamed buns, they were truly enormous.
Each one was bigger than Su Yuwei's face.
They were even dotted with a few red specks and adorned with tiny red blossoms.
Grandma, did you steam these buns yourself?
Chen Yu asked as he broke off a piece and handed it to Su Yuwei. He also gave a small piece to Nuonyuo and Ruan. Steaming hot from the pot, the buns gave off a cloud of steam. He had to switch hands several times before he could break one apart.
I steamed them a few days ago. Try them and see if they're soft enough.
Sunhui sat down on the sofa, wiping sweat from her forehead with the towel draped over her shoulder. Though the day wasn't particularly hot, cooking the meal had still made her sweat quite a bit.
Chen Yu couldn't wait to take a bite. Delicious.
Su Yuwei was puzzled.
How good could a steamed bun possibly be?
She blew on the steamed bun to cool it down, then took a tiny bite.
This steamed bun is actually delicious. Soft and fluffy, with a hint of sweetness.
The sweetness was subtle, just a hint, yet it made the steamed bun incredibly tasty.
It was completely different from the ones she'd eaten in the city. Grandma, this big steamed bun is delicious.
Sunhui smiled.
Take a few with you when you leave.
You won't find buns this big in the city.
Chen Bagua blew on his tea and took a sip. The old man didn't use a strainer for his tea, occasionally letting leaves fall into his bowl.
What's so great about the city?
Everything's full of additives.
I heard even these steamed buns are machine-made.
Machine-pressed steamed buns really aren't as tasty as handmade ones. They're simply not the same thing.
Don't just eat steamed buns, have some vegetables.
Okay.
Su Yuwei agreed, picking up a forkful of eggs and popping them into her mouth. The rich aroma of eggs mingled with the fragrance of scallions.
Her mouth was filled with deliciousness. Delicious. Even better than Chen Yu's cooking.
It's not my doing, Chen Yu quickly defended himself. These eggs came from the few old hens in the coop, no hormones whatsoever, pure and natural, free from pollution.
Naturally, the quality is superior.
Nothing like those hormone-fed chicken eggs. Come to think of it, even though the Lingtian space has been developed for so long, the pasture function still hasn't been unlocked. I wonder what the requirements are. If we could raise a few chickens on the pasture, that would be truly pollution-free.
The meat quality and nutritional value would be outstanding. Oh? So you're saying your cooking beats Grandma's?
Su Yuwei teased him with a playful smile.
Oh boy, she's setting me up. No way, Grandma's cooking is definitely better.
Though Chen Yu had mastered all 8 major Chinese culinary traditions and undoubtedly cooked far better than the old lady. But he'd never dare say that in front of Grandma. Chen Yu stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth and broke off another piece.
Grandma, my cousin's wedding is tomorrow, right?
His words came out muffled with food in his mouth. Sunhui poured him a glass of water. Slow down, you're just like when you were a kid, always eating so fast. Chen Yu took a sip of water before swallowing the steamed bun. He hadn't eaten Grandma's cooking in ages, which was why he was eating so hastily.
Yeah, the groom's supposed to be some old guy, what's his name again?
A civil servant.
How many times do I have to tell you before you remember? If I remembered, what did you be here for?
A civil servant. In the eyes of the older generation, it was indeed a secure job with steady income. The pay might not be sky high, but it's definitely above average.
Chen Yu used to think that way too, but now he couldn't care less. Working a day job? Nothing beats hooking up with a rich woman. Wow, the house is bustling. Cousin Chan Roji pushed open the door.
She wore a pink shirt with denim shorts, carrying 2 large bags. She wasn't exceptionally pretty, but she had a great personality. She was cheerful and generous. Sunhui gestured for her to sit down.
We were just talking about you when you walked in. What a coincidence. Is your name Coincidence, sister? Chen Roji paused, taken aback. Little one, how did you know? Because Grandma said it's perfect timing. Nuonyuo looked at her earnestly.
Everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Chen Roji laughed the hardest, bending over double with mirth. Whose kid is this? So adorable. Mine, Chen Yu replied casually, chewing on a steamed bun. Whose? Mine. Shen Roji stifled her laughter, glancing from Chen Yu to Su Yuwei. Her brow furrowed as her gaze shifted back and forth between the two. When she last saw Chen Yu a year ago, she'd asked if he had a girlfriend. Chen Yu had said no. But now, after just 1 year, not only did he have a girlfriend, but also 2 daughters this big? What the hell? Before Chen Yu could explain, Chen Roji instantly understood. I get it. Dry kindling and a fiery passion sparks flying. It's only human nature. What the hell? Chen Yu's face darkened. Su Yuwei flushed crimson. They really had sparked something. That's how Nuo and Ruan came to be. Ah, yesterday he was still a little kid, and today he's all grown up. Time sure flies. Chen Roji put on a deeply saddened expression. Chapter 86, Little Sister-in-Law as Bridesmaid. Sis, cut it out. Let's talk properly. Would you be interested in being my bridesmaid? Huh? The abrupt change of topic left Su Yuwei momentarily speechless. Why bring up bridesmaids all of a sudden? I just came to visit Grandpa and Grandma, why would I need to be a bridesmaid now? Me? Su Yuwei pointed at herself. Yes, you. Chen Roji grabbed her arm, acting like they'd known each other forever. Sis-in-law, do me a favor. Having a gorgeous girl like you as my bridesmaid would make me look so good. Chen Yu asked, Sis, what about your original bridesmaids? She had a last-minute conflict and couldn't make it. I was fretting about it. People usually pick less attractive bridesmaids so they don't steal the spotlight. Chen Yu was describing a common practice. Even if they do choose a pretty one, she won't wear heavy makeup on the wedding day. Otherwise, she'd steal the bride's thunder. Uninformed guests would naturally mistake the pretty one for the bride. Chen Roji curled her lip. That's just them being petty. Do you think I'm the petty type? That's true. Chen Roji has always been straightforward and easygoing. She wouldn't sweat the small stuff. So, sis-in-law, come help your big sister out. Chen Roji gently tugged at her arm, almost like a child begging. Su Yuwei felt torn. She'd never been a bridesmaid before and had no idea how the whole process worked. Just as Chen Yu was about to rescue her, Su Yuwei unexpectedly agreed. Alright, I'll give it a try. This caught Chen Yu off guard. Great news, sis-in-law. You're gonna dazzle them tomorrow. And so it was settled. Chen Roji opened the large bag, revealing 2 outfits inside. Grandpa and Grandma, I bought these clothes for you. Try them on and see if they fit? Why buy clothes? It's not like you don't have enough to wear. Chen Bagua grumbled, but his actions were quite cooperative. After putting them on, he showed off to Sunmmary, old lady, how do I look in this? Not bad, it fits you well. Pleased with the compliment, Chen Bagua beamed and then showed off Chen Yu's gift to Chen Roji. Look at this tee, that little rascal and my daughter-in-law gave it to me. What do you think? Chen Roji picked it up and was startled. This tea isn't cheap. She had specifically researched such items when giving gifts to elders recently. How much is this tea? Chen Roji had intended to quote the actual price. Chen Yu kept giving her meaningful glances, so she improvised. This cake is around 200, I think? That's not cheap. Chen Bagua frowned. What's that brat buying such expensive tea for? Chen Yu quickly explained, Grandpa, that's for you. How could I afford to buy it? Girl, Grandpa knows you're thoughtful, but next time don't buy such expensive stuff. Grandpa isn't used to drinking it. He usually drank loose-leaf tea, the very cheap kind. A cake costing over 200 yuan was indeed expensive. The true price was actually 10 times that amount. If he told Chen Bagua the true cost, the old man would never bring himself to drink it. He'd definitely hide it away, only bringing it out to entertain guests during holidays. Su Yuwei nodded. I understand, Grandpa. That night, Su Yuwei and Chen Yu slept in the same bed for the first time. Sunmmary even asked if she should take the 2 little ones. Su Yuwei naturally declined. Nono and Ruei could lie in the middle as a buffer. Without the 2 little ones, she and Chen Yu would be lying right next to each other. That was out of the question. Getting married was one thing, but sharing a bed was quite another. The little one peered left and right, giggling softly. No, what are you laughing at? Chen Yu asked with a smile. It'd be great if Mom and Dad could be like this from now on. What exactly do you mean? Sleeping together. You little smarty pants. Chen Yu pinched her little nose. He was certainly willing, but it depended on Su Yuwei's feelings. Her face flushed crimson at Nua's words, and she turned her head away to face the wall. Sharing a bed with him right now was still a bit too much for her. How about Daddy tells you a story? Yes. For the first time, Chen Yu began telling a story to 1 adult and 2 children. Though it was a fairy tale meant for children, Su Yuwei found it utterly captivating. The more she listened, the more alert she became, eager to know what happened next. Chen Yu's voice grew quieter and quieter. Then it faded away completely. She turned to look and saw that Chen Yu had actually fallen asleep. The ultimate storytelling failure: the listener is still awake, but the storyteller has fallen asleep first. Su Yuwei pouted. She wanted to hear more, but felt awkward waking Chen Yu.
No wonder Shook and Beta are such bestsellers. This story is truly captivating.
Su Yuwei could only silently count sheep.
She had no idea what time she finally drifted off.
At 5:30 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten.
Su Yuwei was startled awake by the crackling sound of firecrackers outside her window. She opened her eyes groggily and saw the faint glimmer of light filtering through the window.
She was instantly wide awake. Today was Chinroji's wedding day, and she had agreed to be the bridesmaid.
She had overslept. Chen Yu, who was sleeping on the other side, had just opened his eyes too, still groggy.
What's wrong? I think I overslept. Chen Yu glanced at his phone. No way, it's not even 6 yet. But I just heard firecrackers going off.
That's just our local custom. The groom won't come to pick up the bride until at least 7.
Su Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought I was late. Teacher Su, you're quite nervous, aren't you?
Of course.
This is a wedding, a once-in-a-lifetime event. I can't afford to mess it up.
She had even specifically asked Chenroji yesterday about the bridesmaid duties, reviewing them several times before bed. She was terrified of making even the slightest mistake. Since she'd agreed to it, she had to keep it in mind.
Just don't be late when we get married someday. Who's getting married to you anyway? Su Yuwei shot him a glare and got up to head outside. She bumped into Chen Bagua returning from setting off firecrackers. Awake, girl? Good morning, Grandpa.
Your grandmother's made breakfast.
Wash up and come eat.
After washing up, Su Yuwei sat down at the table, still feeling a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Grandma to have finished cooking so early, only to find herself just waking up. Sunmmary placed a bowl of millet congee in front of her.
The porridge is very hot. Blow on it before you eat. Thank you, Grandma.
On the table sat a small basket of pancakes, 7 or 8 boiled eggs, and 2 plates of pickled vegetables. It wasn't as elaborate as Chen Yu's, but it was a very common breakfast spread.
Chen Yu also left the room, leaving the 2 little ones to sleep on. Grandpa, why didn't you wait for me to get up to set off firecrackers?
Chen Bagua shot him a glance. You were sleeping like a log.
Waiting for you to wake up would take forever. Chen Yu smiled sheepishly. It didn't take forever. I'm up now, aren't I?
To make breakfast for the little one, he'd been getting up around 6 o'clock lately.
Chapter 87, Stealing the Bride's Spotlight.
But compared to the old man, that still wasn't early enough.
The old man rose at 4 o'clock every morning. How could he possibly compete?
He took a spoonful of millet porridge. It smelled delicious. Only a gentle simmer could achieve this texture.
Su Yuwei took a sip and found it quite good too.
Grandma had mentioned it was gentle on the stomach, so she thought about making some for Chen Yu when she got home. Then she remembered how she'd nearly burned the pot dry and promptly abandoned the idea. Maybe cooking just wasn't in her blood. The pickled vegetables were perfectly tangy and salty, with a hint of heat, making them an ideal pairing for the millet porridge.
After finishing one bowl, Su Yuwei couldn't resist serving herself another small bowl. Paired with a square of flatbread, she was thoroughly satisfied. Young lady, how could that little bit fill you up? Go get another bowl.
Sunmmary watched Su Yuwei with a look of concern. Such a fine young lady, but she's far too thin.
And when it came to eating, could such a small amount really fill her up? Su Yuwei quickly waved her hands. Grandma, I'm full.
She was already quite full from this meal. Another bowl would surely make her feel stuffed. She still had to be a bridesmaid later.
Really full? Don't be polite with Grandma. Grandma, I'm truly full. I can't eat another bite.
There's a kind of hunger that only parents can see, especially grandparents of this generation. They truly endured hunger in their youth and fear their children might go without.
Grandma, give her a break.
I'll take care of the leftovers. Chen Yu was already on his second bowl and still felt like he could eat more.
It's been ages since I last had Grandma's homemade porridge.
Even though his cooking skills are excellent now, he just can't seem to capture that flavor.
There's still a big pot in the kitchen, enough for everyone. Sunmmary watched with a warm smile.
Nothing made her happier than seeing her grandson devour his food with such gusto.
Su Yuwei managed to slip away to change clothes. Chenroji had prepared a bridesmaid dress for her yesterday.
It resembled the wedding dress in style, though nowhere near as elaborate. Just as Su Yuwei finished changing, the 2 little ones woke up. Still half asleep in their crib. Mommy? Nua rubbed her eyes.
My little one's awake.
Su Yuwei walked over and planted a kiss on each of their soft cheeks.
Mommy, this outfit is so pretty. Like a princess.
You two are so sweet. Su Yuwei gently tapped their foreheads. There was no mirror in the room, so she had no idea how she looked in it.
What do you mean, like a princess?
Chen Yu heard the voices and walked in, seeing Su Yuwei in a pure white dress. He froze for a moment.
Yuwei, you look absolutely stunning in that.
Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly.
Your cousin will regret choosing you as her bridesmaid.
Why? Because you're so stunning, you'll steal her thunder.
Ha ha.
Though Chenroji was quite pretty too, no one in the Chen family was ugly. But compared to Su Yuwei, there was still a noticeable gap. Fortunately, she rarely wore makeup. If she had applied a flawless look, she might have truly outshone Shinroji.
Smooth talker. Help me zip this up, I can't reach.
Chen Yu zipped her up, and the two walked out of the room together.
Su Yuwei, dressed in her bridesmaid gown, caught Grandpa and Grandma's attention.
Sunhui stood up and circled around her.
Girl, this dress fits you perfectly. Old woman, I think the girl looks prettier than you did in your youth.
Chen Bagua took a sip of kanji and chuckled.
You think I'm old now, huh? Hey, I didn't mean it that way. Old man, did you forget what I told you yesterday?
Chen Bagua froze for a moment before hurriedly pulling a red envelope from his pocket. Young lady, please take this red envelope for good luck. Su Yuwei waved her hands hurriedly.
Grandpa and Grandma, I can't accept this.
Chen Yu took the red envelope from his grandfather and explained with a smile, this money isn't for you, it's for the bridesmaid.
It's for good luck. Only then did Su Yuwei accept it. Her fingertips brushed Chen Yu's palm, and she snatched them back as if electrocuted. Old man, look at our granddaughter-in-law, she's still shy. She's already pregnant, what's there to be shy about? These city girls nowadays.
Su Yuwei and Chen Yu exchanged a glance, both feeling a little guilty. They did have a child, but the circumstances surrounding its conception were far from proper.
They had the marriage certificate, yet they hadn't even kissed yet. The clamor from the courtyard broke the awkward silence. Chen Yu took Su Yuwei by the hand and stepped outside. Shenroji led the way, followed by 8 or 9 helpers.
Men and women, old and young, all mingled together.
The small courtyard instantly came alive with activity. Sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit, like a fairy. Shenroji wrapped her arm around Su Yuwei's, examining her from head to toe. Sis, do you regret letting Yuwei be your bridesmaid? Chen Yu teased with a laugh. What nonsense! Do I look like the kind of person who would be that petty?
The woman behind her carried a large bag, clearly holding the wedding dress. With that, she headed into the room to change. The rest of them needed to prepare for the bride receiving ceremony. Though the courtyard now felt empty and devoid of festive cheer. It wouldn't stay that way for long. A plump woman stood in the center of the courtyard, hands on her hips.
Everyone helping out, put down what you're carrying and come over here for instructions.
Her voice boomed like a bell, resonating with such force it could likely be heard a mile away.
Chen Yu called her Auntie Plump.
In her youth, she was a renowned matchmaker throughout the surrounding villages. Though she'd retired from matchmaking in her old age, her warm-hearted nature remained unchanged. Whenever a family had a celebration or funeral, she was always eager to join the festivities and lend a hand. While Su Yuwei helped Shenroji change clothes, Chen Yu naturally joined the team of helpers. Fat Auntie organized everything efficiently, and everyone willingly followed her lead. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone quickly got busy. Some hung lanterns, others pasted double happiness characters, while others set up stoves or moved tables. What a lively scene. While village banquets weren't as convenient as hotel reservations, requiring many hands to bustle about. But it was far more lively. The very essence of that liveliness lay in this bustling activity. The helpers were all seasoned hands, moving with nimble efficiency. Chen Yu, however, was the one holding everyone back. He started by helping paste the double happiness characters, but after finishing just one, Auntie Pang shooed him off to stack bricks for the stove. At times like this, efficiency was paramount, no dawdling allowed. In the countryside, a temporary stove is always built for large banquets. The banquet chef cooked the dishes right before your eyes. With roaring flames and sizzling oil, dish after dish flowed onto the tables. What a bustling scene! This atmosphere is priceless, no amount of money could buy it. Freshly stir-fried dishes brim with wok hei, something pre-made meals simply can't match. Using pre-made dishes elsewhere is one thing, but Chen Yu noticed some banquet caterers using them too. That's just plain nonsense. How can you even call it a banquet if you're using pre-made dishes? I don't know about other places, but in their village, anyone daring to use pre-made dishes would get their nose rubbed in it. Building a stove was a skilled job, but luckily they had a professional master to guide them. All Chen Yu had to do was apply clay to the stove's edges. Chapter 88, I'll run the buffet. Anyone can do this. Soon, a makeshift stove was set up. The Chen family courtyard was decked out with festive decorations. Bright red double happiness characters plastered the doors and windows. Several tables were pushed together to form a long banquet table, set up right at the front gate. Passers-by were welcome to join the feast even without an invitation. No need to bring gifts, just offer a few words of blessing. That's how laid-back rural banquets are. People bustled in and out, busy with preparations. At this moment, the once spacious courtyard seemed surprisingly cramped. Chopping vegetables and prepping ingredients, these tasks fell entirely to the aunts and cousins. They prepare everything in advance, waiting only for the master chef to arrive. In rural areas, there are many chefs who specialize in preparing large banquets, and they work with remarkable speed. In no time, they can serve up over 10 dishes. As for the taste, well, it's decent. Expecting a large pot dish to match the flavor of something freshly stir-fried in a small wok? That's simply impossible. After finishing the stove, Chen Yu had nothing else to do, so he went back inside to find Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. They were sitting in the corner of the sofa, watching the uncles and aunts with curiosity.
Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why are there suddenly so many uncles and aunts here?
The two little ones' heads were filled with question marks. Seeing Chen Yu enter was like seeing a savior. They both ran toward him.
Daddy! Daddy, who are all these uncles and aunts?
Chen Yu scooped them into his arms and explained with a smile, they're all here to help with the wedding. The room was a bit cramped, so he took Nuonyuo and Wanwan out to the courtyard. In the corner stood a few pots of small flowers, not blooming very vigorously. One pot had a drooping bud that looked ready to fall off.
Daddy, what kind of flower is this? Nuonyuo asked from his arms. Probably a bougainvillea.
Chen Yu knew next to nothing about flowers, his scant knowledge coming from Fangyan. Based on his intuition, this should be a bougainvillea. Detected host accompanying daughter to admire potted plants. Rewarding horticultural expertise. Just spending a couple of minutes admiring flowers with his daughter triggered a system reward? Not bad, not bad. As the reward activated, Chen Yu's mind filled with a wealth of gardening knowledge. No, this bougainvillea is also called the leaf flower.
It belongs to the Nyctiginaceae family and is native to South America. It loves sunlight and needs at least 6 hours of sun daily. It's a flower that brings good luck.
Chen Yu showed off his newly acquired horticultural knowledge to his two daughters.
Nuonyuo, still a toddler, didn't quite grasp it all. She just thought Daddy looked so cool. Bougainvillea is also an excellent ornamental plant for beginners.
With ample sunlight, proper watering, and occasional pruning, it blooms continuously throughout the year. He considered getting a few pots for home, thinking he could gift one to Uncle Su if they thrived.
Wait, 6 hours of sunlight daily? Chen Yu glanced back. The sunlight was hitting just below the eaves. But this area of the bougainvillea would likely get little to no sunlight. So that's why it wasn't getting enough sun? He picked up the bougainvillea and moved it to a spot where it could get sunlight. This way it should thrive, right? As the father and daughters crouched examining the flowers, Auntie Puff suddenly stormed in, cursing under her breath. Her words were full of expletives, clearly furious. She'd gone out to make a phone call and returned like this. No one knew what had happened. Chen Yu walked over and asked, Auntie, what's wrong? Xiao Yu, Master Lu was so unreliable. He promised everything yesterday, then changed his mind today. Damn him.
Just as the plump aunt was about to let another curse slip out, Chen Yu quickly stopped her.
Auntie, my daughter is right here.
The plump aunt glanced at Nuonyuo, who was softly leaning against her, and slapped her own mouth.
Look at my mouth.
After a few more words, Chen Yu understood what had happened. Master Lu was renowned throughout the countryside as a banquet chef, famous for his delicious stir-fried dishes cooked in large pots. He had agreed to cook yesterday, but today he suddenly backed out. He claimed an urgent family matter required his immediate attention. Chen Yu suspected this was mostly an excuse. Someone had simply offered him a higher price to cater another banquet. Such behavior was generally considered disgraceful. But Master Lu's skills were truly exceptional. There were only 2 or 3 chefs in the area capable of handling large banquets. Auntie Pang hurriedly called the other 2 chefs, but none were available. The invitations had already been sent out. The villagers couldn't arrive to find no food waiting. The plump auntie paced frantically. She had personally guaranteed this wedding banquet. She couldn't afford to mess it up. Where would she hang her head in shame afterward? Chen Yu immediately realized this was serious business. He mentally cursed Master Lu several times. With no sense of contractual integrity, how could his business ever thrive? But the top priority was finding a master chef. The nearby chefs were all busy, and those farther away wouldn't make it in time. After all, his cousin Chen Roju's marriage was ultimately the Chen family's affair. Chen Yu tentatively asked, Auntie, how about I give it a shot? You? Auntie Fat gave him a puzzled look. Xiao Yu, it's not that I don't trust you, but catering a banquet is no small matter. It absolutely mustn't go wrong. We can't find a banquet chef anyway, so why not let me give it a shot? Auntie, my dad's cooking is amazing. Nuonyuo ran over to back him up. The plump aunt remained skeptical. After all, banquet catering was no easy task. It demanded immense skill, energy, and stamina. Otherwise, banquet chefs wouldn't be so scarce. A banquet table easily feeds 200 to 300 people. Chefs like Master Lu charge at least 500 per table. That income is quite substantial. But it's just too difficult, which is why there are so few chefs. The final compromise was for Chen Yu to first stir-fry one dish in a large wok so everyone could sample the flavor. The plump aunt supervised from among the relatives, and she even arranged for 2 people to assist him. Chen Yu smiled at them. Auntie, I'll be counting on you both shortly. He was one of the few college graduates in the village and had lived there for a while. The 2 aunts were very kind to him and nodded with smiles. Suddenly, Su Yuwei rushed out, grabbed his arm, and pulled him aside. Help me. Chen Yu paused, puzzled. Help you with what? The bridesmaid. What's wrong with being a bridesmaid? I didn't know there were so many procedures. I can't handle this. In Su Yuwei's mind, a bridesmaid simply stood behind the bride and handed her the bouquet. Now she realized it was nothing like that at all. Chen Yu instantly understood. Before the wedding procession, there was indeed a custom: the groom had to satisfy the bride's family before he could take her away.
This process was usually overseen by the bridesmaid.
Chen Yu placed his hand on her shoulder. Yuwei, I really want to help you, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
What do you mean? Su Yuwei blinked in confusion. Chen Yu pointed to the apron he'd just put on. I've just been assigned a major task preparing the banquet. Catering banquets? Su Yuwei exclaimed in surprise. Are you up for it? She knew Chen Yu was a good cook, but this was completely different from preparing a banquet. Chapter 89, Let Mom Taste It. Don't you think your boyfriend's got it in him?
Yuwei, a voice called from inside the house.
Su Yuwei sighed, resigned to her fate. She'd thought attending a wedding and meeting her grandparents would be a breeze. Now look at her, one was a bridesmaid, the other a chef. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Xiaoyu, are you sure you can handle this? Don't joke around with Auntie Fat. Fat Auntie, how about you pick a dish and I'll stir-fry it for you?
Chen Yu was quite confident in his cooking skills.
He's got the legacy of 8 major Chinese culinary traditions under his belt. Pulling off a banquet buffet should be a piece of cake, right? Physical stamina isn't an issue either.
He'd taken a stamina potion, so his endurance was stronger than most people's.
How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Auntie Fat ventured tentatively. She was grasping at straws. Anyway, they couldn't find a chef on short notice, so why not let Xiaoyu give it a shot? Tomatoes and scrambled eggs, right? Got it.
The two aunts were seasoned prep cooks. They'd worked as kitchen assistants in restaurants back in their youth, and their movements were lightning fast. Before Chen Yu could give instructions, they each started prepping ingredients. One was in charge of cracking eggs, working with both hands, 1 egg in each palm. The 2 eggs clinked together, then tapped against the rim of the bowl. The liquid slid through the crack and into the bowl. What efficiency! Within a minute, the bowl held the liquid from over 10 eggs.
The eggshells were tossed directly into the vegetable patch, perfect fertilizer.
Natural, pollution-free, and virtually odorless. Seeing the quantity was sufficient, the woman lifted the basin with one hand and grabbed chopsticks with the other, whisking the mixture vigorously. Her speed put even professional beaters to shame.
Chen Yu couldn't help but admire her skill. He certainly didn't possess such dexterity.
Another auntie was in charge of the tomatoes. Their tomatoes weren't like the ones sold outside. They were sweet and tangy, with a particularly appetizing sourness. The tomatoes sold elsewhere had no tang at all. They were simply unpalatable. She sliced the tomato into 4 wedges with lightning speed. A whole tomato quickly transforms into slices. The side dish was prepped and placed before Chen Yu. Thanks for your hard work.
Now watch me. He lifted a 20-pound barrel of peanut oil with minimal effort, finding it surprisingly light.
A roaring fire blazed in the stove. He reached out to test the temperature of the iron wok. He could feel the intense heat 3 inches away from his fingertips. Golden peanut oil poured in, spreading rapidly across the bottom of the wok with a sizzling sound. The heat from this large stove was truly intense. Chen Yu reached out, and the auntie promptly handed him the bowl of beaten eggs. He stirred it with chopsticks, ensuring the eggs were thoroughly beaten. With a flick of his wrist, he poured the mixture into the bowl, tracing a smooth, silk-like curve through the air. Once the eggs began to set, he flipped them with fluid, effortless motions.
Unfortunately, he couldn't flip it dramatically.
Instead, he scooped up the egg mass with a spatula and flipped it in the air. Then he scrambled the eggs and set them aside in a large bowl. The auntie promptly handed over the bowl of tomatoes, which sizzled as they hit the pan. The moment the tomatoes touched the pan, their aroma burst forth. Under the high heat, the tomatoes released their juices. After a few stirs, she added the eggs. Steam billowed up, making him cough a little. This big pot dish was trickier than he'd imagined. Seeing it was nearly done, he added various seasonings, sprinkled a handful of bright green scallions, and served it up. Since many of the banquet guests were elderly, Chen Yu omitted sugar.
He made a savory tomato and egg stir-fry.
But tomatoes themselves are naturally sweet and sour, with a hint of sweetness. He served the tomato and egg stir-fry onto a white porcelain plate. The vibrant red of the tomatoes, the golden hue of the eggs, and the emerald green of the scallions intertwined.
It looked incredibly appetizing.
The plump auntie watched in surprise. She truly hadn't expected Chen Yu's culinary skills to be this impressive. Even without tasting it, just watching the entire cooking process made her certain it would be delicious. "Auntie, give it a try and let me know what you think," Chen Yu said with a smile, wiping sweat from his brow. A towel draped over his shoulders served as his sweat rag. The area near the stove was scorching hot. Standing there for even a moment left him drenched in sweat.
"Oh, do I even need to taste it?"
Auntie Fat protested, but her hands were honest. They'd already picked up a piece of egg. She was genuinely hungry, having worked for an hour or two without eating anything. The tomato and egg stir-fry smelled so delicious and tempting that not taking a bite would be a shame. The moment the egg touched her tongue, her eyes widened in surprise. The rich egg flavor was fluffy and light, the sweet tart tomatoes cutting through the richness, while the fresh scallions added the perfect finishing touch.
"Xiaoyu, this tomato scrambled eggs is seriously good." Auntie Pang was thoroughly impressed.
Honestly, even Chef Lu might not make this dish as well as Chen Yu does.
The two ladies beside her took a bite and were instantly won over by the dish. "Auntie, now you believe in my skills, right?" Chen Yu said with a smile. I do. Your skills are incredible." The plump auntie gave him a thumbs up repeatedly. "Xiao Yu, today's feast is all on you." "No problem." Today was a joyous occasion for the Chen family, and Chen Yu felt it was his duty to step up. If it were anyone else's wedding, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Preparing such a lavish banquet demanded immense physical and mental energy. "Based on the standard we paid Chef Lu, 600 yuan, what do you think, Xiao Yu?" Just based on this tomato and egg dish alone, Auntie Fatty felt it was well worth the price. Sure, the price is negotiable. Chen Yu certainly wasn't short on 600 yuan, but he couldn't refuse it. On one hand, it was the fair compensation for his labor, on the other, it would put everyone else at ease. Once the payment was accepted, this banquet had to be executed flawlessly. "Xiao Yu, this is the menu I finalized with Chef Lu. Feel free to make changes if you wish." Every banquet chef had their own specialties and signature menus. These details had to be discussed in advance. Chen Yu took the menu and glanced at it. Wow, this is quite the spread. 8 hot dishes, 8 cold dishes, 2 soups, 2 desserts, a full 16 courses. That's quite a high standard for their establishment. Alright, I'll take it from here. The plump auntie gave further instructions to the other kitchen helpers, telling them to follow Chen Yu's lead. Then she went off to handle other tasks. Chen Yu served a small plate of tomato and egg stir-fry and handed it to the two little ones. "Nua and Ruan, take this over to mom for her to try." "Okay." Nono carried the plate halfway before giving in to temptation and popping a piece into her mouth. "Chen Nua, you're sneaking a bite." "Daddy made it so delicious, I couldn't resist," Nuonua said with a pout. "I'm telling Daddy." Ruan turned to leave. "Want a piece too?" The aroma of the tomato scrambled eggs was irresistible, and Ruan couldn't help but take a bite too. "I can't eat anymore, save the rest for mom." "How about just one last piece?" "Just one." The two little ones stood in the yard, taking turns taking bites. Chapter 90, Knife Skills That Shocked Everyone. Passers-by were too busy to pay them any mind. Nono and Ruerue took bites one after another, needing no utensils. By the time the two realized what was happening, only an empty plate remained. The two little ones looked at each other, unsure what to do next. "Ruan, did we eat a bit too much?" "I guess so." What else could they do? They had to go back and find Dad. It's all Dad's fault for making the food so delicious. "Dad." Chen Yu was busy cooking away when he suddenly heard a timid voice behind him. He turned to see the two little ones standing there, empty plates in hand. "Back already? How did Mom say the food tasted?" The moment the words left his mouth, Chen Yu sensed something was off. The kids' behavior clearly showed they'd done something wrong. What could they have done? He knew the answer immediately. Chen Yu chuckled. "You two little rascals, did you finish all the food on the way home?" Nua scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, Dad. Looks like my cooking was just too delicious." Chen Yu didn't blame them, it just proved his cooking was top-notch. How could he possibly scold them for showing their appreciation? Luckily, there was some tomato scrambled eggs left. Chen Yu refilled a plate. "This is all that's left, don't finish it all this time." "Don't worry, Dad, we'll make sure to finish it." The little one saluted with confidence, though it wasn't quite the standard salute. Kids have an amazing ability to mimic things. He saw Chen Bagua do it yesterday, and today he's already copying it. "You little rascal, hurry up and go." The bedroom was packed with aunts and cousins. The bed was covered with a bright red wedding quilt, scattered with red dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds, a symbol of wishing for children soon. Though Chen Roji was today's bride, many eyes were fixed on Su Yuwei. She was stunningly beautiful with an extraordinary presence, it was truly hard to look away. "I've never been a bridesmaid before. I don't know what to do." Su Yuwei whispered to Chen Roji. "Hey, it's simple." Chen Roji slipped her a red envelope. "When the groom's party arrives, you and the bridesmaids block the door and ask for red envelopes. Just remember one thing, don't let them take me away too easily." The younger girls looked at Su Yuwei with smiles. "Don't worry, Sister Yuwei. We'll block the door tight." "But won't that be too much trouble for the groom?" It sounded simple enough, but Su Yuwei still felt a bit uneasy. That's exactly the point, to give the groom a hard time. Chen Roji winked triumphantly. You wouldn't believe it, at the last village wedding, the groom smashed a raw egg on the door with his face. The yolk splattered all over him. It was hilarious. Su Yuwei pictured Chen Yu covered in egg yolk and couldn't help but shake her head. If they were to get married, they'd never put Chen Yu through something like that. Why should her husband be made a laughingstock for others? Of course, he wouldn't get to marry her that easily. Just then, two little girls entered, immediately drawing a chorus of compliments. What adorable little girls. Let Auntie hold them. Is this Xiao Yu's child? She looks just like him. Hey, isn't Su the girl Xiao Yu married? No wonder the little girl is so adorable, both her parents are so handsome. Su Yuwei said, Nuonuo, Ruerue, how did you get in here? Mommy, this is from Daddy.
Nuonuo held the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in both hands. Several little girls immediately gathered around.
Wow, this tomato and egg stir-fry looks so pretty.
And it smells so good. No, it smells amazing. Su Yuwei, your boyfriend is so thoughtful he still remembers you at a time like this. Su Yuwei quickly explained, no, he had to step in as the chef for a banquet last minute, so he made this dish.
He's busy with the banquet and still thinks of you? You two are so in love. Forget dinner, I'm stuffed from eating all this lovey-dovey stuff. Su Yuwei's remark not only failed to clarify things but sparked a wave of envy.
She decided not to explain further. Fortunately, their chatter was soon silenced as they all busied themselves eating the tomato and egg stir-fry.
Chen Roji, however, frowned. Chen Yu's going to be the head chef? Is that kid up to the task?
But the moment she tasted the tomato and egg stir-fry, she burst into laughter.
Hey, my cousin's got some serious skills in the kitchen.
Inside the house, preparations for welcoming the groom were underway, while the courtyard bustled with activity. At Auntie's command, several helpers responsible for preparing ingredients gathered around Chen Yu.
Everyone sprang into action.
Chen Yu quickly got into work mode, prepare the cold dishes: first shredded pork salad, braised beef and sauce, assorted cold cuts platter. He rattled off several dishes in one breath, and the women sprang into action. He didn't need to get too involved with the cold dishes, directing was enough. If any of the ladies made a mistake, he'd simply demonstrate the correct method. Take slicing the beef, for instance, it had to be cut crosswise, severing the meat fibers.
That way it's easier to chew. It's a simple thing, yet many people don't understand it. They still slice beef vertically.
That way, the fibers remain intact, making it impossible for those with poor teeth to chew. Many of our banquet guests are elderly, so we not only slice the beef against the grain but also stew it until tender.
Brother Chen, how should we prepare this fish? A young kitchen helper timidly asked. I'll demonstrate. Watch closely. Chen Yu walked over and took the knife.
Holding the fish head down with one hand, he brought the knife down with the back of the blade. The fish was stunned instantly. He slid the blade along the underside of the gills, then flicked it upward. The gills came out cleanly in one piece.
The women gasped in surprise. This knife work was far more impressive than the fishmonger's. Chen Yu didn't pause. He ran the tip of the knife horizontally along the fish's belly, gutting it completely. With a flick of his fingers, the innards slid out. Intestines, swim bladder, gallbladder.
Every single part was cleaned thoroughly.
Especially the gallbladder. If it ruptured, the fish would be ruined.
Water. The woman promptly handed him a basin of clean water. Chen Yu dipped the fish into the water, then gently scraped the inner lining of its belly with his finger.
The residual blood film and dark membrane were thoroughly washed away. Next came scaling.
He held the knife blade at an angle and swiftly scraped against the direction of the scales.
Scales fluttered down like snowflakes, not a single one sticking to his hands.
That knife work is incredible, another woman exclaimed, her jaw dropping. If they had been surprised before, now they were in awe. Several among them had spent years assisting at grand banquets, having seen countless master chefs. None possessed such knife skills.
Not even half the skill.
Finally, Chen Yu flipped his wrist, letting the blade glide along the fish's backbone with a light stroke. The entire fish was flawlessly sliced in two. The bones were completely removed, yet the flesh remained utterly undamaged.
Alright, you've all learned it now.
Chen Yu casually handed the knife back to the kitchen assistant. The young man watched in awe, still reeling from the display.
Eyes, I've got it. Hands, I haven't. Chapter 91, Your husband's food is getting cold. Seeing the young man's bewildered expression, Chen Yu knew he hadn't learned it. Well, there was nothing to be done about it.
He had to hurry and stir-fry the hot dishes, otherwise, it would be too late soon. Auntie, make sure you teach him properly.
Got it.
After assigning the young man to an auntie for guidance, Chen Yu went to stir-fry the dishes. The aunties and older women handled the prep work. His job was just to stir-fry. It looked easy, but this was actually the hardest part. Pour in the oil, then plop the vegetables into the sizzling pan. He gave them a quick stir, scooped them into a ladle, and did a little toss.
Done.
The earthen stove's heat is intense. Just a couple of tosses for greens, any longer and they're done.
In winter, wait until the groom's party arrives before cooking. Otherwise, everything would get cold.
In this weather, there's no need to worry, it won't cool down anytime soon. By the time one dish was done, Chen Yu was already drenched in sweat. His aunt, ever observant. She took advantage of his break after finishing a dish to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At least that way the sweat wouldn't drip into his eyes.
Thanks, auntie. It's nothing, Xiao Yu.
You're working hard, let me wipe your sweat. Chen Yu wasn't particularly close with these villagers, but at least he knew them all.
Working together felt surprisingly easy.
Another auntie was stationed nearby to pass plates. Each dish that came out of the kitchen had to be divided among at least 10 plates.
Here he comes. Here he comes. The groom is here. Someone shouted, and the entire courtyard erupted in excitement. Many rushed outside to see.
After all, curiosity is human nature.
Chen Yu wanted to go too, but the dish wasn't finished yet.
7 or 8 wedding cars arrived one after another outside the courtyard. The front car had a bright red flower hanging from its window. The groom stepped out of the car, a large red flower pinned to his chest and a huge bouquet in his hands. A crowd immediately swarmed around him, demanding good luck charms from the groom before letting him pass. The groom was well prepared. His attendants promptly pulled out wedding candies, cigarettes, and small red envelopes to distribute to everyone. After receiving their gifts, each person offered a blessing and made way. It wasn't about the value, it was just for good luck and to share in the joy. It also added to the festive atmosphere. A crowd of people surrounded the groom as he entered the courtyard. He didn't rush inside but instead handed out red envelopes to the banquet organizers. He certainly knew how to handle things. The quality of the banquet depended entirely on these people. While giving red envelopes wasn't strictly necessary, once you gave them, they'd feel obligated to put in their best effort. And the food would taste a bit better. Just as Chen Yu had served a plate of food, the groom walked up to him, smiling as he handed over a red envelope and cigarettes. As the steam cleared, the groom, Zhou Jun, froze upon recognizing his face. "Xiao Yu, why are you cooking here?" Chen Yu and Zhou Jun had met once before and were acquainted. Being 7 or 8 years older than Chen Yu, Zhou Jun treated him with courtesy due to Chen Roji's connection. Chen Yu wiped his brow. "Chef Lu had an emergency and couldn't find a replacement, so I stepped in at the last minute." Zhou Jun's gaze fell on the table, where the dishes were arranged neatly and looked incredibly appetizing. Only then did he relax. "Little Yu, you've really gone out of your way. Let's have a proper drink together later." "Sure thing. Come on in, your cousin's waiting for you." "Heh, I'll head in then." Zhou Jun chuckled softly. After taking a few steps, he turned back and took the cigarette tucked behind Chen Yu's ear. "No cigarettes for you. Smoking's bad for you." He noticed the soft little Nono nearby and crouched down to hand her some candy. Such adorable little girls. "Whose children are you?" Zhou Jun was a total daddy's girl himself. His biggest wish was to have a daughter someday he'd spoil her rotten like a little princess. "Thank you, uncle." Nuonyuo and Wanwan took the candy and pointed at Chen Yu. Zhou Jun turned to look. "Xiao Yu, is this your daughter?" "My daughters, Nuonyuo and Wanwan." What's going on here?" Zhou Jun was completely dumbfounded. He wasn't even married yet and his brother-in-law already had 2 daughters? Had he reached the pinnacle of life prematurely? Chen Yu kept working. "It's too complicated to explain. Just come inside first." "Uncle, my mom's inside as a bridesmaid." Spotting Zhou Jun through the window, Chen Roji sat up straight on the bed and excitedly smoothed her dress. She whispered to Su Yuwei and the other bridesmaids, "Girls, it's up to you. Don't let the groom walk in too easily." This was a local wedding custom, a way to bring good luck. It also tested the groom's resolve. How could he just casually take the bride away? "Don't worry, Sister Roji." Her cousins and distant sisters-in-law, eager to join in, immediately blocked the doorway tightly. It was Su Yuwei's first time experiencing this, and her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. As the maid of honor, she had to stand at the very center, ready to assign tasks to the groom. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed, accompanied by Zhou Jun's laughter. "Honey, I'm here to get you. Open up." Joyous occasions always lift one's spirits, especially the wedding night, one of life's 4 great celebrations. Zhou Jun couldn't stop grinning. The girls giggled softly. From inside the door came the bridesmaids' synchronized, playful shouts. "You think you can just take the bride away? Not so fast. Give us red envelopes first." "Exactly. You think you can take our sister Roji without giving us red envelopes?" One by one, red envelopes were slipped under the door. The amount inside didn't matter, it was all about the good luck symbolism. The young girls picked up the envelopes, grinning from ear to ear. "Can we open the door now?" Zhou Jun pressed his ear against the door, desperate to rush inside and see the bride he'd been longing for day and night. But he still had to follow tradition. This is nowhere near the beginning. Chen Roji looked at Su Yuwei. "Sis-in-law, it's your turn to speak." Su Yuwei finally snapped out of it and glanced at the paper in her hand. Feeling a bit shy about delivering such lines for the first time, she found her sisters nearby smiling encouragingly at her. Summoning her courage, Su Yuwei declared loudly, "Groom, sing us a love song first. If we're satisfied, you'll pass the test." "Alright, I'll sing one." Zhou Jun was tone deaf, but he was willing to give it his all to see his bride. Ahem. He cleared his throat and chose, "The moon represents my heart." The very first line drew laughter from several girls. His pitch was hopelessly off. But Zhou Jun didn't care, he only sang louder and louder. Finally, they shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" That was just too awful to listen to. Others charged for singing, but his singing is a death sentence. "Can I come in now?" Just as Su Yuwei reached for the door handle, Chen Roji stopped her. "No way. Next challenge." Seeing no sign of the door opening, Zhou Jun suddenly recalled Nuo's words. Su Yuwei was looking down to see what the next challenge was. Zhou Jun shouted loudly, "Hey, bridesmaid in there. Cut us some slack. Your chef husband's dishes are about to be served. If you don't hurry, the food will get cold." Chapter 92, Dad's cooking skills are superb. The girls teased her with laughter. "Sis Yuwei, you can't play favorites." Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly as she scolded playfully, "Stop talking nonsense. Quick, next challenge." The next challenge was to list 10 good qualities about Chen Yu. Jo Jun rattled them off effortlessly. After finishing, he finally earned his chance to enter. Chen Yu held a square wooden board, hollowed out in the middle and filled with plastic wrap. "My dear." Jo Jun knelt on one knee and presented the bouquet in his hands. Chen Yu didn't rush to accept them. "Don't rush. There's one more test." "What? Another one?" Jo Jun's face twisted in frustration. He couldn't wait to win her heart. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Chen Yu pouted. "Of course I want to. Of course I want to. My dear wife, just tell me already." He was so close he couldn't falter at the final hurdle. "It's simple. Use your face to break through this membrane." "My face?" Jo Jun seriously doubted he'd heard correctly. Though the film looked thin, it still had some resilience. How was he supposed to break it with his face? But he took it anyway, pressed his face against the plastic film, and pulled down hard with both hands on the wooden frame. Using the counterforce, his entire face pressed against the plastic film. His features contorted, giving him a somewhat grotesque appearance. This made the group of young girls burst into laughter. Su Yuwei couldn't help but laugh either. But her laughter wasn't directed at Jo Jun, it was because she pictured Chen Yu doing the same thing. Decided when she gets married, she'll arrange this part. Wait, no, she wasn't in any hurry to marry Chen Yu. Su Yuwei hadn't even noticed how relaxed she'd been these past 2 days in the countryside. In contrast, her former self had always been on edge. Even when she was with Chen Yu, that tension only eased slightly. Only these 2 days back in the village had she truly let go. Whether it was the kind smiles of her grandparents or the chirping of insects outside last night, everything felt so comforting. Here, she was nothing special, just one identity, Chen Yu's girlfriend. Wait, there was another identity, the mother of 2 little ones. With a sharp snap, Jo Jun finally broke through the plastic film. His entire face was framed by the wooden box, slightly flushed from the effort, looking genuinely comical. "Honey, is that okay now?" Jo Jun gasped for breath, feeling more exhausted than he ever had during his regular workouts. Though he was used to sitting in an office and hardly ever exercised. The most strenuous activity in a typical day might be walking to the cafeteria to get his meal. Still, a government job was the life of luxury. Time, 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Chen Yu glanced at her stopwatch. "A bit slow, but you pass." She cradled the bouquet in one hand and extended the other. Jo Jun took her hand and led her toward the exit. The groom's side had already laid out a red carpet, stretching all the way to the courtyard entrance. Though the wedding was held in the village, no detail was overlooked. Hand in hand, they stepped onto the red carpet as the classic wedding march played in the background. For a moment, Su Yuwei felt dazed, as if it were her and Chen Yu walking down that path. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was busy stir-frying the final dish. Braised pork knuckle, the most time-consuming dish of all. The pork knuckles were shaved, cleaned, blanched, and drained. Heat oil and caramelize sugar, then add the pork knuckles and stir-fry to coat them with the glaze. Add scallions, ginger, star anise, cinnamon bark, bay leaves, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and cooking wine. Pour in water until it covers the pork knuckles. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer for 1 hour. Once the sauce has thickened, remove the pork knuckles. The pork knuckles must be cooked in advance, otherwise there won't be enough time. Arrange the bright red pork knuckles on a white porcelain platter. The buffet spread is complete. Serving the dishes wasn't his responsibility, so Chen Yu could finally take a break. Cooking all these dishes had truly worn him out. The difficulty of stewing large pots of food versus stir-frying dishes was on a completely different level. Without the stamina potion, he wouldn't have made it through. The moment he sat down, sweat poured down his face. Nua stood on tiptoe, grabbing a towel to wipe his sweat. Ruan fanned him with her hand, puffing little puffs of air from her mouth. "Daddy, you've worked so hard." With both little ones being so well behaved, his fatigue vanished instantly. "Thank you, sweethearts." Chen Yu and Jo Jun had already stepped onto the stage, and the wedding host was ready. After the opening remarks came the moment when the couple exchanged vows. Then it was time to feast. "Thank you all for joining Roji and me on our wedding day. Enjoy the food and drinks." Truthfully, he didn't need to say it, everyone was already itching to dig in with their chopsticks. Let's be honest, besides family members, who really cared about his wedding? They were all here for the free feast. That's the whole story, isn't it? We all know it. The hosts put on the banquet to collect red envelopes, the guests came to eat their fill. No one's above the other. But when you host a banquet in the village, there are plenty of uncles and aunts who don't need to give red envelopes. There's a generational gap. Most likely, the hosts end up losing money. It's different at city hotels, at least $200 per person, right? They'd make a tidy profit each time. The first dish arrives at the table. Everyone's eyes gleamed like hungry wolves, fixated on the dish. Leaning forward, chopsticks flashed in their hands so fast they left afterimages. In a second, just 1 second. The entire dish vanished in an instant. Only a pitiful bit of broth remained in the dish.
Chen Yu was stunned. What kind of speed was that? He'd only ever seen such feats in short videos before, assuming they were just staged skits. Now he knew it was real. Is this a banquet? More like a battle. Nono and Wanwan were equally stunned. The two little ones couldn't figure out what was happening. Wasn't a big platter of food just served? How come the food's gone, leaving just the plate? Turns out they're all pros. Chen Yu admitted he'd underestimated them earlier. From now on, he had to stay completely focused. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. Chen Yu began observing the others at his table, mentally ranking their abilities. That old man stroking his beard with his ethereal, otherworldly demeanor looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The woman picking her teeth with her pinky finger, her movements were reminiscent of the fire cloud demon god. As for the guy with glasses? Combat power, 0. Not worth worrying about. Chen Yu quickly finished categorizing them. He decided to aim his chopsticks toward the bespectacled man next. He was sure he could get a bite. While he pondered, the second dish arrived: salt and pepper fried meatballs. The moment it hit the table, Chen Yu seized his chance and plucked one onto Nuonyua's plate. Just as he went for the second one, the plate was empty again. The two little ones had already gotten greedy. Nua picked one up, about to pop it into her mouth. She noticed Wanwan staring at her longingly. She changed her mind and placed the meatball on her plate instead. Wanwan, you eat first. I'm not hungry. A rumbling sound echoed. Softa said she wasn't hungry, but her stomach betrayed her. Chapter 93, Water Fight by the Little River. She picked up a meatball and popped it into her mouth. The meatballs were fried to perfection, crispy on the outside, tender and springy within. The base flavor blended pepper salt with cumin, creating one word: delicious. Dish after dish was brought to the table. Though the elders were quick with their chopsticks, their appetites were limited after all. After a few dishes, they were already half full, and their pace of serving slowed noticeably. Chen Yu and the two little ones no longer had to compete. Zhou Jun led Chen Roji around to toast each table, arriving at Chen Yu's group. Brother! Already a bit tipsy, he slapped Chen Yu on the shoulder. This feast wouldn't have happened without you. Your brother-in-law raises a toast to you. The two clinked glasses. He leaned close to Chen Yu's ear and whispered, "You're doing great, little brother. You're definitely a winner in life." Fresh out of college, he'd already snagged such a gorgeous girlfriend and two adorable daughters. What else could you call that but winning at life? Zhou Jun had always thought he was doing pretty well compared to his peers. But compared to Chen Yu, his government job didn't seem so appealing anymore. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. After making the rounds with drinks, Zhou Jun returned to his seat. The braised pork knuckle was just being served. Glossy and glistening, it looked incredibly appetizing. Pork knuckle is a dish that divides people. Those who love it are truly devoted, capable of devouring an entire one in a single meal. Those who dislike it avoid it at all costs. The biggest issue is the excessive fat, combined with thick pork skin, making it easy to overcook and become greasy. Zhou Jun happened to be among those less enthusiastic about it. But as the groom, everyone at the table was waiting for him to pick it up. Zhou Jun's chopsticks touched the pork skin, and the pork knuckle immediately began to wobble. With a slight tug, the soft, sticky skin split open effortlessly, revealing the tender, stringy red meat within. Even though he wasn't interested, he couldn't help but swallow hard. There was no helping it. Just looking at it like that, who wouldn't be tempted? The little boy at the same table was even more dramatic. Saliva dripped from his open mouth, trickling down his shirt. It dripped onto the table with a plop. At another table, Chen Yu was also tearing into his pork knuckle. A piece with skin and meat landed in Su Yuwei's bowl. The outermost layer was jiggly pork skin, followed by a small piece of fatty meat, and inside was a large chunk of red meat. One bite offered the perfect blend of crispy skin, rich fat, and tender lean meat. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Won't this be too rich? Su Yuwei poked the pork skin with her chopsticks. The skin and fat trembled slightly, making her feel inexplicably queasy. Many young girls are already quite slim, yet they constantly complain about dieting, refusing to eat this and that. Su Yuwei was different. She simply didn't like fatty meat. Don't you trust my cooking? But Su Yuwei trusted Chen Yu's cooking implicitly. Even Michelin-starred executive chefs couldn't match the deliciousness of his dishes. After hesitating, Su Yuwei picked up a small piece with her chopsticks. With a gentle pinch, the chopsticks split the small piece of pork hock clean in two. Breaking the skin and fatty layer was one thing, but the lean meat being this tender was absurd. As she popped the bite into her mouth, the aroma was so intoxicating that Su Yuwei couldn't help but close her eyes. It was that good. The flavor was rich and mellow. The lean meat wasn't dry, the fatty parts weren't greasy, and the skin was soft, chewy, and elastic. This pork hock could easily be vacuum-packed and sold. It would blow away any ready-to-eat brand on the market in seconds. Brands like Double S and Golden S? They wouldn't hold a candle to this. But they have no plans to enter the restaurant business yet. Dish after dish arrived, and the banquet guests couldn't stop raving. These fried meatballs are amazing, so fragrant and crispy.
The cold marinated pork head meat is fantastic too. The seasoning is perfect for pairing with drinks. But this braised fish is the best, not a hint of muddy taste. In the countryside, while other things may be scarce, grand banquets are truly abundant. Whether it's a wedding, a funeral, or even moving house or relocating graves, they'll always host a grand banquet. These elders may not boast about much, but when it comes to banquets, they're practically seasoned connoisseurs. Which chef's skills are top-notch, which ones are subpar? They know it like the back of their hand. Within 100 miles, only a handful can host grand banquets. Many diners can tell which master chef is in charge just by tasting the food. This is the direct factor determining the appearance fee for banquet chefs. Hiring an expensive chef signifies respect, while hiring a cheap one suggests indifference. And in their eyes, Chen Yu was already the most renowned of them all. Master Lu? Not familiar. As the grand banquet concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Yu didn't let Su Yuwei help. He assisted in putting away all the tables and chairs. Sunlight lazily spilled across the village square, the air still carrying the faint lingering aroma of the meal. Chen Yu stretched, turning to look at Su Yuwei and the two little ones beside him. Are you full? Want to go for a walk? Yes, the two little girls exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling brightly. They couldn't wait any longer. Although Chen Yu's cooking was delicious, sitting still for over an hour was quite a trial for the little ones. Su Yuwei smiled and nodded. Let's go. It'll help us digest. The four of them strolled slowly along the village path. Wildflowers bloomed profusely by the roadside, butterflies flitting gracefully among them. The two little ones skipped ahead, occasionally crouching to pluck wildflowers or chasing a dragonfly far down the path. Slow down, you'll fall. Chen Yu called from behind. Behind the village lay a small stream where many children were catching fish. Though playing near the water wasn't entirely safe, this was how rural children grew up. Here, 5 or 6-year-olds were already skilled swimmers. In the city, kids might not learn to swim until they're 20 or 30. Nono and Ruwe, wanna go play by the creek? The two little ones perked up at once, crowding around excitedly. Yes, let's go. Alright, let's head to the creek. Chen Yu ruffled their hair. The group walked along the field ridges toward the back of the village. The afternoon fields were exceptionally quiet, broken only by the occasional chirp of cicadas and the distant bleating of sheep and mooing of cattle. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the rice paddies to ripple softly, as if beckoning them. Upon reaching the stream, they indeed saw several village children playing barefoot in the water. Some held small nets to catch fish, others searched for tiny crabs in the crevices of rocks. Others tried grabbing them directly with their hands, though their success rate was much lower. Dad, can we go? Nuonuo turned to look at Chen Yu. The riverbank was filled with children of similar ages, both boys and girls. Seeing them having so much fun, the little one couldn't sit still. Go ahead, but stay near the shore. Don't wander too far. The water near the shore was very shallow and crystal clear, allowing even the fish beneath to be seen plainly. The river wasn't cold at this time of year, and he was watching nearby. It wouldn't hurt to let the little one play for a bit. Su Yuwei felt a little uneasy, but she listened to Chen Yu. The two little ones eagerly kicked off their shoes and socks, rolling up their pant legs. Children get along easily. One play session was enough to make them good friends. Soon, the children were splashing water at each other in the river. Chapter 94, Teacher Su's Pretty Feet. Su Yuwei stood on the riverbank, watching them play, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Chen Yu whispered softly in her ear, "Why don't you join them?" Me? Su Yuwei frowned. I'm practically an adult, yet I still act like a child. She did feel a bit tempted to take off her shoes and wade into the stream. Feeling the cool water against her bare feet would probably feel nice. But then she thought better of it. Playing in the river was too childish. Who says adults can't play in the water? Before Chen Yu could finish speaking, a handful of water splashed toward him. Caught completely off guard, he got drenched. Wiping his face, he turned to see it was Nuonuo who had splashed him. The little rascal was laughing so hard he was doubled over in the river, looking triumphant over his mischief. Daddy's got a big wet face now. Oh, you dare sneak attack Daddy. Chen Yu immediately scooped up a handful of water and flung it straight at Nuonuo. The little one ended up with water splashed all over her face. Why are you getting so worked up over a child? Su Yuwei pinched her in annoyance, wondering if Nuonuo was about to cry. Getting splashed like that wasn't pleasant. But the little one didn't cry at all. Wiping his face, he just smiled even more brightly. Daddy, watch this. Another handful of water came flying. This time, Chen Yu was ready. He sidestepped the attack and flung a handful of water right back. Seeing she couldn't win, Nuonuo called for backup. Ruan, help me. Water splashed over from the other direction. Facing attacks from two directions, Chen Yu found himself stretched thin. He could dodge one but not the other. The two little rascals worked together seamlessly, launching simultaneous attacks. Chen Yu could only block their blows, with no strength left to fight back. Such is the nature of twins. Even with differing personalities, their level of coordination far surpasses that of others. Some say twins can even share telepathic connections, sensing each other's thoughts.
Whether that's true or not, who knows? Hey, you two are ganging up on me.
Though Chen Yu's primary role was as a stay-at-home dad, he was also a college student. After all, he was barely in his early 20s, and his competitive spirit was still strong.
2 against 1 is unfair time to call for backup. You're bullying your own daughter and asking me for help? Su Yuwei chuckled, showing no intention of intervening.
Then the water splashed right onto her face.
Su Yuwei's eyebrows knitted together. Chen Yu. The tone carried the authority she commanded at school. She never took attendance in class. Students came and went as they pleased.
But once they were present, they had to pay attention. No phones allowed. Thanks to her reputation as the beautiful teacher, every class was packed to capacity, with many students from neighboring majors even auditing her lectures. Fashion design was a field dominated by women, with few male students. In the vast classroom, there were only a handful of male students. Squeezed into the back corner by the girls, they occupied a tiny space, like a few defeated roosters.
Yet as the semester progressed, more male students joined the class.
Their territory gradually expanded from that tiny corner. First, they took over the entire back row, then slowly moved forward until they occupied half the classroom, evenly matched with the girls. By the end of the semester, not a single one had managed to exchange more than 3 sentences with Su Yuwei.
Instead, several couples had formed in the class. The teacher leading the dating guidance class was stunned.
If they'd known Chen Yu had snagged the beautiful professor, he'd probably be on the hit list of countless guys.
Chen Yu paid the price of getting soaked from head to toe for Su Yuwei to come out, which wasn't too bad.
After the water fight, the children all went home. Only the 4 of them remained by the stream.
The countryside grew quiet in the afternoon.
Most villagers had the habit of taking afternoon naps, and even the cicadas, which had chirped relentlessly all morning, grew weary.
Their incessant buzzing transformed into drawn-out, lingering notes.
Finally, even that drawn-out sound faded away, leaving only the distant barking of a few dogs. By the stream lay several large, dark, shiny stones, warmed by the sun. Chen Yu led them to sit down, resting their damp feet on the stones to dry.
This is our sunshine spa.
As he said this, Chen Yu's gaze never left Su Yuwei's feet. Her feet were truly beautiful, white, delicate, and perfectly rounded. Especially when stretched out in her black high heels. Su Yuwei caught his gaze and quickly pulled her feet back. If she'd been wearing a skirt, she could have tucked her feet beneath it and kept them hidden from this jerk. Unfortunately, she was wearing pants.
What are you looking at? Su Yuwei extended her foot and gave him a gentle nudge.
Her tone was soft, almost like she was pouting. Perhaps because it was too quiet, even the 2 little ones sat still. Su Yuwei felt a bit embarrassed to scold him loudly. Chen Yu chuckled, withdrew his gaze, and lay back down, using the warmth of the rocks to dry his clothes. Despite the water fight, Su Yuwei and Nuonyuo were only damp in small patches. He, however, was soaked from head to toe.
Those 3 women really went all out.
Su Yuwei tucked her knees to her chest, burying her head so that most of her face was hidden in her arms, only her eyes and forehead visible. She turned her head to glance at Chen Yu, lounging leisurely on the rocks. Then she glanced at Nuonyuo and Ruanwan, who were swaying their little feet and humming a tune. This must be what happiness looks like, the life she longed for. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the fine hair by her ears and carrying the scent of distant wheat fields. She looked up to see a golden wheat field stretching into the distance, still unharvested, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Suddenly, inspiration struck Su Yuwei.
What if she incorporated elements of the pastoral countryside into her clothing designs?
Streams, wheat fields, cooking smoke, the chirping of cicadas near her ears, and the distant barking of dogs.
No one in the market had ever used rural elements in clothing design, not even abroad. Only someone with rural life experience could conceive of this idea. If certain elements could be incorporated, perhaps the effect would be quite good? Su Yuwei closed her eyes and began sketching designs.
Chen Bagwo lay on his bed fanning himself as the large ceiling fan whirred overhead. Sunmmary was rummaging through drawers and cabinets, occasionally making a clanging noise that jolted him awake from his half-closed eyes.
After the 5th clang, Chen Bagwo finally couldn't take it anymore. He tapped his fan twice. Hey, old lady, what are you doing up at noon instead of sleeping? Oh, just go back to sleep.
Why do you care whether I sleep or not? Sunmmary was sweating buckets from all the hustle and wasn't in the best mood either. I want to sleep, but you're making so much noise I can't rest.
I haven't said a word. How could I be disturbing you?
Pushing aside a pile of clothes, Sunmmary finally found what she was looking for. She held the small box in her hands, as if she'd found a treasure.
What is this thing you spent so much time looking for? Just go back to sleep.
Sunmmary ignored him and sat down by the bed.
Too eager to bother stuffing the pile of clothes back in, she hastily opened the box. This only piqued Chen Bagwo's curiosity. He gave up on sleeping, got up, and leaned in to take a look. Chapter 95. Su Yuwei was overwhelmed with emotion. Inside the small box lay several pieces of gold jewelry. A gold necklace, gold earrings, a gold bracelet.
Having endured untold years, their color had grown slightly dull. Small flakes of gold had chipped away, revealing the black, unidentified metal beneath. The saddest sight was the pair of gold earrings, only one remained. They were clearly fake, or at least not pure gold.
You spent all morning searching just for these? Chen Bagua asked in surprise.
Yep.
What are you going to do with these? For our granddaughter-in-law.
Chen Bagua looked utterly speechless.
This isn't even real gold, and you want to give it to our granddaughter-in-law? She wouldn't even look at it.
The tradition of giving 3 gold items at weddings has existed in China since ancient times, dating back to the Zhou dynasty. Back then, the 3 gold items were a gold ring, a gold bracelet, and a gold shawl. The concept of the 3 gold items was formally established during the Song dynasty, later expanded to include a ruler and a comb.
Nowadays, it typically refers to a gold ring, gold necklace, and gold earrings.
In Sun Yuwei's era, families could afford the 3 gold items only if they were fairly well off. Even if the gold was impure or merely gold-plated.
Gold was hard currency, something ordinary families simply couldn't obtain.
She had originally intended to give them to Fong Yan, but Fong Yan declined. It wasn't that Fong Yan looked down on them. She felt such a meaningful item should be kept and treasured by the elderly. This left Sun Hui somewhat dissatisfied with her daughter-in-law. However, through their interactions afterward, she came to accept and approve of this daughter-in-law. So the 3 gold pieces stayed behind. Since they weren't given to the daughter-in-law, they'd be given to the granddaughter-in-law instead. How could you not appreciate them? They cost a pretty penny. Even now, Sun Hui felt a pang of regret when she thought about it.
Times have changed. Our granddaughter-in-law comes from a well-off family, how could she possibly care for such things?
Chen Bagua prided himself on his ability to read people. After all, he was a veteran scout soldier.
The moment he first laid eyes on Su Yuwei, he sensed she possessed an extraordinary aura.
Her speech and demeanor carried the grace of a young lady from a distinguished family. Her parents were either in business or held official positions.
Not to mention those tea cakes and nutritional supplements, each one was worth a pretty penny.
Sun Hui pondered for a moment.
Old man, are you saying our grandson is marrying above his station? Their generation valued marriages between equals.
I'd say it's likely, but young people today prioritize love over social standing. It's not like our time.
Just then, the little one's voice echoed from the courtyard. Great-grandpa, great-grandma, we're back. Nono and Ruerue are back.
Chen Bagua rose and went out smiling to greet them. He adored these 2 little ones, so adorable and sensible. They were so much better behaved than Chen Yu had been at their age. Chen Yu had been such a handful as a child, still drawing maps on his bed at 3 years old.
You know what?
Those maps were surprisingly detailed. No wonder he was the son of a scout soldier. If Sun Hui hadn't stopped him, he would have shared all those embarrassing stories at the dinner table.
Let that brat be mischievous when he was young.
Sun Hui hesitated for a moment before pulling Su Yuwei into another room and leaving the door slightly ajar.
Su Yuwei smiled. Grandma, what's all this mystery about?
My dear, since you've married Xiaoyu, I don't have much to offer you. Take this set of jewelry. Su Yuwei knew exactly what the gold jewelry meant. It wasn't just a token of affection, it also signified the groom's recognition of the bride. She hadn't expected Grandma to give her this set of gold jewelry on their very first meeting. The jewelry was covered in rust, and only one earring remained, clearly an heirloom preserved for decades.
Su Yuwei sniffed back tears. Money meant nothing to her.
To her, no matter how expensive the jewelry, it couldn't compare to this tattered set of 3 gold pieces. This set was filled with love, something no amount of money could ever buy.
Grandma, are you really giving me something this precious?
Sun Hui chuckled softly. My dear, I know you have everything you need.
But this jewelry represents Grandpa and my heartfelt feelings. We've set our hearts on you.
If Xiaoyu ever dares to mistreat you, come tell Grandma, I'll teach him a lesson. Su Yuwei was overwhelmed with emotion and threw herself into Sun Hui's arms.
Grandma!
Sun Hui stroked Su Yuwei's hair with one hand while gently patting her back with the other.
Don't cry, don't cry. If you keep crying, Grandma's heart will ache.
The door suddenly swung open. Chen Yu stood at the entrance, looking utterly bewildered. He had come to ask Su Yuwei if she wanted some watermelon, but after searching every room, he couldn't find her.
What were these 2 doing? Teacher Su seemed to be crying? What's going on? Teacher Su is actually crying?
Chen Yu's mind was filled with question marks. He figured he'd only been inside for a minute or 2, yet it felt like he'd missed a lot. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew one thing for sure. He shouldn't have walked in at this moment. Sun Hui glared at him.
Aren't you going to get out? Oh. I'm leaving right now.
Chen Yu finally snapped out of it and hurriedly backed out of the room. He saw Su Yuwei crying. Given her temperament, he feared he might not even get a proper burial.
A few minutes later in the living room,
a large watermelon sat on the table, easily weighing over 10 pounds. This watermelon was grown right in their village. Despite its size, it was nothing extraordinary compared to others in the village.
Guanping Village's soil and climate made it ideal for watermelon cultivation. The land dedicated to watermelons and wheat was roughly split evenly. The watermelons grown here are large, juicy, and exceptionally sweet. Yet their prices remain consistently low. That's how agriculture works. Most crops don't fetch high prices. Only through secondary or even tertiary processing can agricultural products gain added value and command higher prices. With effective marketing, prices could even multiply several times over. Take sunlight rose grapes and cherries, for instance. Both were propelled by internet marketing. Once the consumer craze subsides, prices plummet to rock bottom. Cherries are still manageable, but sunshine grapes have become incredibly cheap. The two little ones stared longingly at the big watermelon. Chen Yu always bought small melons. When had they ever seen one this big? This one would be enough to eat their fill. Su Yuwei's eyes, still red from crying, lowered her lashes to deliberately avoid Chen Yu's gaze. He saw her crying. How utterly humiliating. She'd already decided if Chen Yu dared to laugh, she'd give him a good beating. Chen Yu was avoiding her too, pretending not to notice. That should be fine, right? This melon was too big for a fruit knife. Sunmmary grabbed a long kitchen knife from the kitchen and hacked away at the watermelon. The entire watermelon instantly transformed into over a dozen slices. Old lady, can you even finish all this? Sunmmary wiped the knife. Of course we can. With so many people at home, how could we not finish it all? She'd cut up the entire watermelon, afraid the children wouldn't have enough to eat. Chen Yu took a slice and bit into it, juice spilling everywhere. It must be said, this watermelon was incredibly sweet and seedless, a real treat. The family gathered in the living room to eat. The final tally: Chen Yu had 2 slices, Nuonyo and Ruoro each had 1 slice but didn't finish, and everyone else had 1 slice. Chapter 96, Making Watermelon Wine with Daddy. Chen Yu had only intended to eat 1 slice, but was practically forced to have 2. His stomach felt bloated, filled to the brim with watermelon juice. Nowadays, people eat too much good stuff. Watermelon is available anytime, anywhere, so it's lost its charm. With more than half the watermelon left, Chen Baoguo smugly lectured. See? I told you we couldn't finish it. Why did you cut so much? Sunmmary shot back with 1 sentence: if we can't finish it today, we'll eat it tomorrow or the day after. I can even make watermelon jam with it. Chen Yu had grown accustomed to the daily bickering between the elderly couple. Bumps and bruises, bickering and squabbling, that's the norm for married couples. The whole day sweetness and bliss? That's just the honeymoon phase. Grandma, why don't I turn it into watermelon wine? Watermelon wine? Sunmmary asked in surprise. Xiaoyu, you know how to do that? Learned it from my roommate. His grandma makes tons of watermelon fruit wine every year and stores it away. They just drink some whenever they feel like it. Of course, he hadn't learned it from his roommate, he'd acquired the skill through a system reward. All 3 roommates were hopeless in the kitchen, only the eldest, Yang Shu, could cook. Whether it was edible was another matter. Don't go wasting food, Sunmmary said, eyeing him skeptically. Grandma, you don't trust me? When you were 3, you tossed a slipper into the water barrel. I had to dump the whole thing. At 4, you helped me make dumplings and scattered flour all over the floor. At 5. Stop. Stop. Grandma, no more. Seeing Grandma about to list his misdeeds, Chen Yu quickly cut her off. If she kept going, she'd strip him down to his underwear. Su Yuwei was already doubled over laughing. She shot Chen Yu a triumphant glance. So that's how mischievous you were as a kid. Compared to these embarrassing stories, her 1 crying episode was nothing at all. No need to beat him anymore, just recounting these stories would suffice. Chen Yu kept reassuring her until Sunmmary finally believed him. No time to waste. Yeast is the most crucial ingredient in winemaking. Since there was no fruit wine yeast at home, red yeast, rice yeast was used as a substitute. It worked just as well. Watermelon rinds naturally harbor yeast on their surfaces. Add sugar and water, let it sit for 3 days, and once bubbles form, filter out the liquid that's your yeast source. He could easily make his own yeast, which would yield much better results. Chen Yu didn't want to wait, so he went straight for the red yeast rice. He peeled the watermelon rind, grabbed a cleaver, and swiftly chopped it up. Slice after slice of watermelon transformed into chunks of fruit flesh. Sunmmary watched his knife skills in stunned amazement. Daddy, I want to help too. Nono's soft little hands clung to the countertop as she looked up at him. Want to help, huh? Chen Yu scanned the room and spotted the yellow lemon in the corner. He cut it in half and handed 1 piece to Nuonyo and the other to Ruanwan. Here, squeeze the lemon juice into your bowls. The little one gripped the lemon with both hands and squeezed hard, dripping lemon juice into the bowl. Great job. Chen Yu stirred the juice thoroughly to prevent oxidation and discoloration. He poured it into a glass jar, added white sugar for sweetness, and stirred until it dissolved quickly. He activated the yeast with warm water, let it sit for 10 minutes, then poured it into the juice mixture. A bit of lemon juice remained on Nuonyo's hands. She couldn't resist licking it off, only to instantly grimace at the sourness. This fruit called lemon tastes awful. Next came the fermentation stage, which required 2 rounds of fermentation. Chen Yu covered the jar opening with cheesecloth and placed it in a dark environment for the first fermentation. Alright, wait 2 or 3 days, and we can start the second fermentation.
Chen Yu and Nuonyuo gave each other a soft high five.
This watermelon wine was the result of their joint effort. Daddy, can Nuonyuo try some when it's ready?
Nuonyuo gazed at the rose-pink juice with eager anticipation.
Sure, but just a tiny bit. Chen Yu gently poked Nono's nose.
Just dip your chopsticks in a tiny bit, that'll satisfy your little sweet tooth. The fermented wine had a very low alcohol content, around 5 to 8%.
But alcohol isn't good for little kids. Just a tiny taste is fine. What do you want to learn?
In the kitchen, Chen Yu stood with his hands on his hips, facing a cutting board laden with 5 or 6 kinds of vegetables. Su Yuwei's hair was pulled back into a ponytail, revealing her snow-white, delicate neck. She glanced around and pointed to the bright green round bell pepper.
Green peppers stir-fried with pork?
Even though having Chef Chen Yu around meant she could order whatever she wanted to eat, never having the same dish twice all year, and everything tasted amazing. But Su Yuwei still wanted to learn how to stir-fry a dish herself. She wanted to cook it herself for Chen Yu and the 2 little ones, even if it didn't turn out perfectly. Stir-fried green peppers with pork is pretty simple. You'll pick it up quickly. Chen Yu nodded, picking up the cleaver to start chopping vegetables. Hey! Su Yuwei murmured softly, you said you'd teach me, so why are you doing it yourself?
I'm just used to it. Chen Yu sheepishly set down the knife and stepped aside.
First, cut the green peppers in half lengthwise, remove the seeds, then slice them into thin strips.
Su Yuwei obediently followed the instructions.
Her knife work was a bit clumsy, but she managed to finish the task smoothly. When it came to slicing into thin strips, whether out of fear or some other reason, she held the pepper far from where she was cutting, resulting in thick strips.
They could still be stir-fried this way, throwing the whole peppers in would work just as well. But the result was far less satisfying.
Stir-fried green peppers with pork requires both the meat and peppers to be cut into thin strips to release their flavors.
Yuwei, move closer, those strips are too thick.
Oh, okay. Su Yuwei nodded obediently, but her knife work quickly reverted to its previous form.
Don't be afraid. Chen Yu stepped forward, standing right behind her.
He smoothly took hold of her hands, guiding hers as he taught her to slice.
Su Yuwei's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She hadn't expected Chen Yu to be so bold. See, keep your hands closer together. That's how you get a fine cut.
Chen Yu's warm breath brushed against her neck, sending a wave of panic through her.
Her ears flushed crimson. Her mind went completely blank, devoid of any thoughts.
Her hands moved mechanically, following Chen Yu's motions without her conscious control. Chen Yu, of course, noticed Su Yuwei's change, and a smile couldn't help but curve his lips.
Ms. Su really blushes easily.
That night too he'd barely touched her, and Su Yuwei had flushed bright red. Outside the room, 2 little girls were wrestling playfully on the bed. Chen Bogwa glanced toward the kitchen with a hint of worry.
Old lady, why don't you go check the kitchen?
Sunmmary stared intently at the TV. My partner's cooking in the kitchen.
Why should I go over there? But it's way too quiet in there for cooking. What noise do you need when cooking? Every time you cook, the chopping board clangs so loudly I can hear it from this room.
No sooner had Chen Bogwa finished speaking than Sunmmary turned her head.
Old Chen, you think my cooking's too loud, huh? Always complaining about this and that, cook for yourself from now on. No. I was just saying.
Chen Bogwa quickly offered a sheepish smile. Though he loved to complain, he knew exactly where to draw the line.
Chapter 97, Stealing a Kiss from Teacher Su. Su Yuwei finished slicing the green peppers and turned to grab the seasonings.
Chen Yu leaned forward and gave her a light, butterfly kiss on the cheek.
It landed precisely on her lips, barely touching before he pulled away.
Su Yuwei froze, her face flushing instantly. Her gaze toward Chen Yu immediately hardened with a hint of irritation. During their time together lately, setting aside his role as a dad, Chen Yu had seemed like a gentle, soft-spoken young man to her. She never expected him to make such a move. Perhaps he was far bolder than she'd imagined, though he'd never shown it before.
What are you doing?
Chen Yu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Teacher Su. I just acted on impulse and kissed you. He genuinely didn't know what had come over him. It felt like his brain had short-circuited for a moment. But then again, they were legally married. So what if he kissed her?
This is a one-time thing. Su Yuwei snorted and turned her head away.
But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. It was her first kiss, and the unexpected sensation felt surprisingly good.
Su Yuwei didn't dislike it, she actually kind of liked it.
Too bad it was over so quickly.
Asking her to initiate a kiss with Chen Yu? She'd never do such a thing. That jerk really was something.
If you're going to kiss, at least make it last a bit longer.
What was that supposed to be? Too bad Chen Yu couldn't read minds, otherwise he might have satisfied Su Yuwei.
He'd have embraced her and kissed her right then and there. Under Chen Yu's full guidance, Su Yuwei completed a dish entirely on her own for the first time.
Independently completed? Maybe.
Not counting Chen Yu cutting the green peppers and shredded pork right in front of her. Quickly swapping sugar for salt. And adding just a splash of water before it stuck to the pan. Beyond that, it was indeed done entirely on my own.
But that's not the point, it's a huge step forward. You didn't burn the bottom of the pan, did you? The remaining dishes were left to Chen Yu to prepare. He worked swiftly, bringing dish after dish to the table. After dinner, Sunmmary pulled out a small wooden box. Xiao Yu, take a look at these things. Do you still want them? If not, I'll give them to the neighbor's grandson. The neighbor's grandson was staying in the village for a few months and kept pestering for toys every day. What are they? Chen Yu walked over to take a look and was instantly flooded with memories. Inside the box were yo-yos, remote control cars, various trading cards, and other small toys. This wasn't just a wooden box, it was his entire childhood. Grandma, where did you find this? These were all things he played with as a child. Since moving to the city for school, he hadn't touched them in years. Kids these days don't play with these things anymore. I thought I'd never see them again. I never threw them away. They've been sitting in the cupboard all this time, just in case you ever wanted them back. Chen Yu felt both amused and exasperated. He was already a father of two, would he still play with this stuff? It had been over a decade, he never imagined Grandma would have kept them all this time. The toys were worn out, and the paint on the four-wheel drive car had mostly flaked off. Chen Yu reached out to touch it. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't covered in dust, instead, it was spotless. Each piece had been meticulously wiped clean. Grandma, you wiped all these down? Chen Yu asked in surprise. Sunmmary smiled warmly. I dust them every month. You know, these toys are surprisingly well made. A scene flashed through Chen Yu's mind. Grandma sat in the fading sunlight, pulling this wooden box from the cabinet. She'd take each item out, wipe it clean with care, then put it back. What was she thinking about while cleaning these toys? Probably about herself? Though he often called home and returned frequently during holidays. But it was never quite the same. Before he turned 6, he lived with his grandparents every day. Grandma would wake him up in the morning, breakfast already laid out on the table. Most days it was noodles, with a nest of egg and a bit of greens. It might sound plain, but he truly enjoyed it as a child. The essential touch was a dash of sesame oil. Just a few drops drizzled over the noodles instantly elevated the flavor. But never add too much, or it would become cloying. Other times it was congee with flatbread, made from either rice or millet. He still preferred millet porridge, cooked until thick and sticky, each spoonful warming his stomach. Occasionally, it steamed buns filled with radish, glass noodles, and pork. 3 seemingly ordinary ingredients combined to create a surprisingly delightful flavor. To this day, Chen Yu hasn't tasted better steamed buns. Of course, childhood nostalgia might be playing a part. After breakfast, it was time to head to the fields for work. He'd weave through the ridges. Sometimes he'd chase butterflies or catch grasshoppers. Or doing nothing at all, just running back and forth wildly. The sky was vast, the earth was wide, all that mattered was running. What could possibly stand in the way of a carefree boy? The only thing that bothered him was that every few minutes, Sunmmary would straighten up and call out his nickname loudly. At that moment, he had to appear before his grandmother as quickly as possible. Otherwise, she'd keep calling, as if he might be snatched by kidnappers any second. Seriously, who would go kidnap children in the fields? Seeing him, his grandmother would smile and ask if he wanted some water. Then she'd bend back down to continue planting. Sometimes neighbors would come by, smiling as they praised him to Grandma. Your grandson is so well behaved. He's grown taller and even more handsome. When he was little, it felt great to hear. But the neighbors stopped praising him later, probably because they'd grown tired of it. At 6, he moved to the city and made many new friends. They were all wonderful friends, but he never ran freely like that again. As he grew older, his visits home grew fewer and fewer. Surely Grandma would catch glimpses of his shadow while polishing these things? Chen Yu felt a pang in his nose, almost wanting to cry. A small hand tugged gently at his sleeve. Daddy, let me see. What's so interesting? They're just Dad's childhood toys. Chen Yu said, setting the box on the bed. No one played with these anymore, so Nuonyuo and Ruanyuan had never seen them before. Each was more curious than the other. Daddy, what's this round ball? Nuonyuo pointed at the yo-yo, her face full of wonder. Oh, this. Chen Yu picked up the ball. This is called a yo-yo. We used to love playing with them when we were kids. Unfortunately, he couldn't recall the exact name of the yo-yo, only that he'd bought it after watching an animated series. He did remember the name of that cartoon, though, Firepower Boy King. It featured tons of super cool moves. Watching it as a kid felt like seeing a sci-fi movie. Later he learned it wasn't exaggerated at all. The moves you could actually pull off in real life were even more insane. The cartoon actually toned them down. How do you play with this? The little guy was so curious that Chen Yu decided to demonstrate. He wrapped the string around his hand and flicked at the basic yo-yo move called sleep. The ball itself was fine, but the string was worn down pretty badly. Still, it could manage a few tricks. Chapter 98. Dad's childhood was so interesting. Stay away from Daddy, okay? No responsibility for accidental injuries. Su Yuwei hurriedly pulled Nuonyuo and Rueruei back. Even though she and Chen Yu were from the same generation, she'd never seen this thing before. Yo-yos, four-wheel drive cars. She didn't know how to play with any of them. She barely knew the toys little girls played with, let alone boys. Watching the women retreat to a safe distance, Chen Yu wound the string around his finger. Don't blink, everyone. Get ready to witness a miracle. Chen Yu blew a breath onto the yo-yo. Then he tossed it out horizontally, the string coiling around the fingers of his other hand. Clapping both hands together, the thin string snapped taut. The yo-yo sprang high into the air, landing steadily while maintaining its rapid spin, instantly captivating two little fans. Wow! Daddy's so awesome! Yo-yo god! The two little girls looked at him with admiration, and Chen Yu felt a surge of satisfaction inside. If girls had recognized his talent back then, he might have had his first crush in elementary school. Just kidding, early romance isn't good. Su Yuwei's eyes were also filled with astonishment. She almost let out a gasp of awe along with the kids, but managed to pull herself together just in time. Her cool, aloof image nearly went out the window. But let's be honest, this move is seriously awesome. This move is called Heavenly Silver Dragon. Pretty cool, huh? Silver Dragon from beyond the heavens is actually a very basic move, nothing too difficult. But in the eyes of the two little ones, he was now the yo-yo god. Dad, do it again. Nuonyuo wants to see more. You think your dad doesn't want to? Wrong, your dad only knows one trick. Well, not exactly. Back then, he was pretty good. But over a decade has passed, and he's forgotten most of it. That Heavenly Silver Dragon move was just a fluke anyway. But he couldn't admit his limitations in front of his daughter. Chen Yu lowered his voice mysteriously. Yo-yoing drains a lot of spiritual energy. The yo-yo god needs to rest. I'll demonstrate the second move tomorrow. Then rest well, daddy, and come back tomorrow. Nuwa, innocent and trusting, believed him instantly. Ruan was half convinced, while Su Yuwei struggled to stifle her laughter. That stinker Chen Yu was lying to his daughter. Where was his fatherly dignity? The little one turned her attention back to the remote control car. Daddy, does this car run? Probably not. Yo-yos can still be played with after decades because their structure is simple. But a four-wheel drive car is basically an electronic device. What kind of appliance lasts over a decade? That's some serious quality. Nuonyuo tugged at his arm, desperate to see the four-wheel drive car in action. Chen Yu had no choice but to give it a try. Dad, give it a shot. See if you can get it moving. He did remember the name of the four-wheel drive car, Triangle Arrow. The anime Four-Wheel Brothers had left a deep impression on him. Especially Triangle Arrow, even though it wasn't the protagonist's car. But the character Eagle Feather Dragon was just so cool. Chen Yu flipped open the back cover but didn't see any batteries. Grandma, do we have any batteries at home? What size? Let me see. A 3, no, a 4. Sunhui thought for a moment. I don't think we have any. Let me check Grandpa's radio. I think it uses size 4 batteries. Most of Chen Yu's childhood toys ran on batteries. Nowadays, most are rechargeable, so finding 2 batteries was surprisingly difficult. Sunhui returned quickly, holding 2 batteries in her hand. Hey, it really is size 4. This old man's junk radio still has some use. Although there was a TV at home, Chen Bagua rarely watched it. He preferred listening to the radio. After breakfast, he'd cradle the radio and sip his tea. When he had nothing else to do, he'd listen for at least 10 hours a day. He'd listen before bed too, often drifting off to sleep with the radio still on. It made Sun Hui's head buzz. She'd long wanted to sell the radio to the junk collector. But Chen Bagua always stopped her, refusing to let her do it. Well, now she'd taken care of it, she'd remove the batteries. Chen Yu took the batteries and inserted them into the battery compartment, aligning the positive and negative terminals. He placed the four-wheel drive car on the ground and pressed the start button. The 4 women watched the car with eager anticipation. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute, a full minute. The four-wheel drive car didn't budge an inch. Daddy, why isn't the little car moving? Nuonyuo crouched on the ground, tilting her little face up to ask him. Probably broken? Back when he played with it, the car was always bumping into things. Maybe some parts had already been damaged long ago. It was only natural it wouldn't work anymore. He tried pushing it anyway, and to his surprise, the little car shot forward with a whoosh. It accelerated like someone had flipped a switch, moving at breakneck speed. It's running! The four-wheel drive car raced down the steps, into the yard, and toward the gate. Chen Yu chased after it with the 2 little girls in tow. Just then, the gate swung open. Chen Bagua, having finished his game with his old buddy, strolled home leisurely. Fanning himself with a folding fan, squinting his eyes, he hummed a tune under his breath. The moment he pushed open the gate, a dark, blurry figure shot past. A rat? We just caught some last month. How could there still be one? Triangle Arrow didn't slow down, charging straight toward the small earthen slope. The slope was a bit steep. It lost momentum halfway up and slowly slid back down. Only then did it finally come to a stop. Chen Bagua stepped closer and realized it wasn't a rat at all. You little rascal, where did you dig this thing up? I thought it was a rat.
Chen Yu chuckled as he picked up the four-wheel drive car.
Grandma gave it to me.
I had no idea she'd kept it all this time. That old lady, she just loves collecting useless junk.
Daddy, this car is so cool. Nuwa beamed with admiration. Of course it's cool.
All my friends back then were jealous of Dad. Kids all have that hero complex, imagining themselves as world-saving heroes. Whether watching cartoons or playing games, they love stepping into the protagonist's shoes.
That's why most people's remote control cars are the same as the protagonist's.
That's why that model became so common, and honestly, the protagonist's car wasn't even that cool.
Chen Yu was different. He fell for the triangle arrow at first sight.
Only then did his friends realize the triangle arrow was actually the coolest. Unfortunately, their parents had already bought them cars, and it was too late for regrets. One by one, they came to borrow Chen Yu's car. Overnight, he became the king of the kids. Besides yo-yos and four-wheel drive cars, the box also contained a large stack of round cards.
Nuwa, this was Dad's favorite game when he was little. Seeing these instantly flooded Chen Yu with countless memories. Yo-yos and four-wheel drive cars were only popular during the anime craze.
These cards were different. He'd played with them for years, only stopping when he started middle school.
How do you play with these?
Compared to the others, Nuwa wasn't very interested in these round cards.
They're just a few cards with some pictures drawn on them.
These drawings are way uglier than Dad's.
Come on, Dad will show you how.
The cards were all old and slightly yellowed.
With just a little pressure, he actually crumpled one of them. Chapter 99, Dad's Love Letters Found.
Back when I bought them, they were 50 cents a pack. That works out to 10 cents a card.
At that price, what more could you ask for?
For 50 cents, you could enjoy an afternoon of fun, and if you were lucky, keep playing all day.
What a steal. Dad was a real pro at this back in the day.
He was the type who could play with one pack of cards all day long. Because when you play cards with others, you can win more and more from them, so you don't need to buy any at all. Chen Yu handed several cards to Nuwa and Wan, then placed another one on the floor.
Here, try flipping this card over. Watch me.
Nono perked up at the challenge. She grabbed the card and slammed it down with a sharp thud. The two cards stuck tightly together, not budging an inch. She tried several more times, but the result was always the same. This was indeed a bit challenging for a 3-year-old, mainly because she didn't know the trick.
Wan tilted her head, pondering for a moment.
Suddenly, she slid the card under the other one and gave it a gentle push. It flipped over.
Softy, you're amazing. Chen Yu hadn't expected Wan to come up with this trick.
This move was called Piglet Stir Fry. Once unleashed, it was unbeatable. All other techniques seemed clumsy by comparison. A light flick was all it took to flip it over. No technical skill required.
Whoever made the move first won.
That's why this move became a banned trick, a total cheat.
It's not allowed in many places.
Anyone daring to use it would be in for a beating from their friends. But it's really clever of Yuwei to come up with it.
Watch Daddy do it.
Chen Yu took the card and decided to demonstrate it himself.
With a light tap, barely any force at all. As if drawn by magnets, the two cards stuck together tightly.
An inexplicable force flipped them over together, making the two little ones' eyes sparkle.
Wow, Daddy's so amazing. They flipped over in one go.
Chen Yu beamed with pride. Back in elementary school, this trick had him dominating the playground, leaving the whole grade in awe. After playing with him, one by one they'd go home crying to their moms. Because they'd lost all the cards they'd saved up for an entire afternoon. And since Nuwa and Wan weren't even in elementary school yet, they were utterly stunned by this move. Su Yuwei was also astonished, never expecting it to involve principles of mechanics.
Chen Yu clearly hadn't exerted any force, yet the card flipped over as if by magic. Daddy, teach me. Sure, hold your hand like this.
Chen Yu taught patiently, and Nuwa learned earnestly, but after several attempts, it still didn't work. When she tapped her card down, it would flip the other card over.
But when Nuwa tapped hers down, it just stayed flat.
The two cards stuck together, not budging an inch. The little guy couldn't help but feel discouraged. Her lips puckered so high, you could hang a bottle of soy sauce on them.
Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle.
Back then, he'd practiced this move for at least a month. All for the sake of harvesting his classmates' cards.
For Nuwa to master it in such a short time? Impossible.
Where would his pride be? Watching Chen Yu teach the two little ones how to tap cards on the ground, Su Yuwei couldn't help but smile.
3 little rascals in one household, what to do? Waiting for advice. Wan never played these games before, but after Chen Yu taught her, she started playing too. Kids aren't like adults, their personalities are highly malleable.
They tend to mirror whoever they spend the most time with.
Now, they'd all picked up after Chen Yu. But she didn't dislike it. In fact, she felt a bit envious of Nuwa and Wan.
If Su Zhengshan had been like Chen Yu when he was young, perhaps she wouldn't have had to be so independent.
Su Yuwei glanced at the wooden box. Among the pile of small toys, an envelope stood out conspicuously. Did people still write letters these days?
No, this was written by Chen Yu when he was a child over a decade ago.
People still wrote letters back then, right?
She picked up the envelope, its number long since blurred beyond recognition. The first digit was a 2, followed by what she could barely make out as a 0. The rest was illegible. The envelope was covered in the traces of time. Opening the envelope revealed a yellowed sheet of stationery inside. The handwriting was crooked and messy, looking almost like a dog's scribbles. Looking at his handwriting now, it was hard to believe it came from the same person. What Su Yuwei cared about more than the handwriting was the content. It's rare for anyone to truly understand another's life journey. Through this letter, she could grasp just 1% of Chen Yu's childhood. Piece by piece, one day this 1% might become 100%. As she read on, Su Yuwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chen Yu looked up and saw the letter in Su Yuwei's hand. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he snatched the letter back. "What are you doing?" Su Yuwei was startled and a little annoyed. "You can look at everything else, but not this letter. Who hasn't done a few childish things as a kid?" But it still took courage to talk about them. It wouldn't matter if it were to a stranger, but Su Yuwei was his girlfriend. Su Yuwei glared at him, ready to grab him by the neck. Hesitating, she turned to Sun Hui for help. "Grandma, look at him." "Oh, Xiaoyu, what's the harm in letting Yuwei see it? Be a good boy." Sun Hui took the letter and handed it to Su Yuwei. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if the two women had always been family. Chen Yu was speechless. "Wait, does anyone in this family even care about me anymore? Mom, what does the letter say?" Nua wants to know too. The little one moved on quickly, her interest shifting to the letter in the blink of an eye. "Hold on a moment." Su Yuwei began reading the letter aloud. "Dear little dear sister." The entire letter was short, probably only about 100 words. The vocabulary was childish, and the grammar was full of mistakes. But you could still tell it was a love letter. Or at least, it looked very much like one. "So who is little dear sister? Your first love?" Su Yuwei set down the letter and smiled at Chen Yu. Her smile held a hint of smug satisfaction at knowing a secret. Chen Yu had claimed this was his first romance, so what was the story behind this love letter? "Daddy, who is Sister Xiaolu? Does Mom have a love rival now?" The two little ones nodded earnestly. 3 women stared at him, as if interrogating him. No, with Sun Hui included, that makes 4 women. Terrifying. Chen Yu did feel a moment of panic. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he hadn't lied. Su Yuwei really was his first love. Chen Yu sighed helplessly. "You've got it all wrong. This Sister Xiaolu isn't my first love, and this isn't a love letter either." "Then what is it? You don't even know who Sister Xiaolu is?" Su Yuwei asked in surprise. "Why would I know?" "Alright, I thought everyone from that generation knew her." Chen Yu cleared his throat. Sister Xiaolu was a TV host. She must be around 50 now, right? She's over 20 years older than him. Where's the first love in that? 50? Su Yuwei froze, genuinely taken aback. "So you wrote her a letter." Chapter 100, The Letter Sent in Childhood. What exactly were you trying to accomplish by writing her that letter? Chen Yu felt a bit embarrassed. But since everyone wanted to hear it, he began to explain. Who hasn't done a few childish things as a kid? Writing letters to Sister Little Dear was one of them. Sister Xiaolu was the host of the anime world, young, beautiful, and full of energy. She was the childhood idol of many kids. But Chen Yu wasn't one of them. He preferred the paper-thin characters, the female anime figures. Toho Tekken, Baiming Shui, Lan Ruobing, Sakura. Any one of them was prettier than Sister Dear. His fondness for Sister Xiaolu stems purely from his love for the anime world, which has created a filter through which he views her. Sister Xiaolu had a partner named Jumping Dragon, who was a virtual character. Every day before the anime aired, they'd read a few letters from viewers. Among them, many express affection for Sister Little Dear. Of course, it couldn't be called love. What could kids that young possibly understand? Chen Yu also wrote a letter and mailed it in, never expecting it to actually get read on air. He didn't write it to express affection for Sister Little Dear, he just thought it would be cool. Think about it, having your letter read on a TV show? How cool is that? It might not be quite the same as appearing on TV yourself, but it's pretty close, right? He still remembered the feeling when he wrote that letter. Over a decade ago, rural areas were still quite underdeveloped, lacking even a post office. Whether sending or receiving mail, the postman had to traverse mountains and valleys to deliver letters to every household in every village. There was only one mail carrier in their area, named Zhao Chang, who had been doing the job for 20 years. He must be around 60 now and has long since retired. It was an incredibly arduous job. A single delivery often meant crossing 2 or 3 mountains, taking 5 or 6 days to cover over a dozen villages. They ate cold rations they carried with them, sleeping under the open sky. If he happened upon a village at night, that was fortunate. People back then were simple and honest, and the postman was a respected profession, so they were always willing to let him stay the night. But if no village was found, that was bad luck. He had to find a place to sleep on his own. Caves were good spots, damp and dark, but they sheltered him from wind and rain. Under a tree was passable too, though one had to watch out for wolves. Lighting a campfire at night helped a bit, but you couldn't sleep too soundly. All this Chen Yu heard directly from Grandpa Zhao Chang. Despite the hardships, the pay wasn't high, and it was easy to develop a host of ailments.
After Zhao Chang, there were no more mail carriers.
Fortunately, a post office opened in the village not long after, eliminating the need to traverse mountains and deliver door to door.
Back then, Chen Yu truly longed for the mailman to arrive.
Only when he came could letters be sent out. On the day the mailman arrived, he ran all the way to greet him. After listening to Chen Yu's halting words, Zhao Chang smiled and tucked the letter into his chest. He ruffled the boy's hair.
"Don't worry, Xiao Yu. Uncle Zhao promises to deliver your letter." After Zhao Chang left, he waited day and night.
Every day, he sat glued to the TV, waiting for the cartoon segment to air. But what he waited for had changed. No longer the thrilling cartoons, but the viewer mail segment before the show. Sitting before the TV with eager anticipation, he heard nothing about his letter. His mood inevitably sank, and he lost all interest in even the best cartoons. This situation grew worse and worse, until eventually he stopped watching cartoons altogether.
After listening to the viewer mail segment, he would go straight to his room to do his homework.
This led to a dramatic improvement in the quality of his work, and he was often praised by his teachers. It was an unexpected bonus. Sunmmary suddenly spoke up. "Oh, I was wondering why you suddenly stopped watching TV for a few days." "So that's why."
"Yes, Grandma," Chen Yu nodded and continued.
Time and again, he'd get his hopes up, only to be disappointed.
Children aren't known for their patience, but Chen Yu was exceptionally patient. Half a month passed like this.
When Zhao Chang came for the second time, his letter still hadn't arrived.
Chen Yu ran over to confront Zhao Chang. "Uncle Zhao, you lied to me." Zhao Chang looked bewildered. "Xiao Yu, when did Uncle Zhao ever lie to you? Sister Xiao Lu didn't read my letter."
Zhao Chang couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. "Xiao Yu, thousands of people send letters to the TV station every day. They only read a few each day, so it's perfectly normal that yours wasn't selected."
"Thousands?"
Chen Yu froze. At 4 years old, his world was as small as the mountain village he lived in. One mountain, one river, 137 houses, 596 people. Nothing else existed beyond that.
France? Italy? The Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe? He knew nothing about them. Do people in other places send letters to the TV station too? Chen Yu looked up and asked. Yes. There are a million villages like this one.
If just one person from each village wrote a letter, that would be a million letters, and that's an understatement. Thousands upon thousands. That was the first time he learned the world was vast from Uncle Zhao's words.
He didn't even know exactly how many a million was.
He only knew it was a huge number, representing countless people and countless letters. From that day on, he threw himself into his studies, yet he always had to watch anime, waiting for the day he could send his own letter. Another half-month passed, and Chen Yu decided he couldn't wait any longer. During this time, he not only grasped the concept of a million but also learned multiplication and fractions. He'd seen a world map and grasped just how vast this world truly was, far larger than Zhao Chang had ever described.
1 million letters per day. Half a month meant 15 million letters.
The probability of his letter being read was roughly 1 in 15 million. If foreign friends were factored in, the odds of him being read would be even slimmer.
Would it ever be read? Chen Yu thought this over and decided to look one last time. From now on, he would never look again.
He needed to spend more time understanding this world. Unexpectedly, the very first letter was his. Sister Xiao Lu wore a pristine white skirt, revealing her slender calves beneath the hem, her voice sweet as heavenly music.
The first letter we'll read today is from little Chen Yu in Guanping village.
Chen Yu jolted awake, calling loudly for his grandmother cooking in the kitchen, then dashed out to find his grandfather. Based on his experience, Grandpa was surely chatting with neighbors under the big tree at the village entrance. He dashed straight to the village entrance and found him there. Chen Bagwo was fanning himself while bragging to a neighbor.
Not to brag, but a scout needs sharp eyes. Why pick me for scout duty? My eyesight's top-notch. I can spot an ant 10 meters away. Keep bragging, you. See that tiny ant? You're some kind of clairvoyant. Old Chen never keeps his mouth shut. The neighbors burst into laughter, filling the air with merriment.
Old Chen, your grandson's here, someone spotted. Chen Bagwo turned to see 4-year-old Chen Yu sprinting toward him.
Slow down, don't fall. Is dinner ready? Chen Yu didn't answer, just tugged at his arm. Grandpa, hurry home with me.
Chapter 101, A Rare Day Without an Early Start. Without another word, he tugged Grandpa toward home.
Xiao Yu, don't rush. I haven't grabbed the stool yet.
The neighbors watched the scene and burst into laughter.
Neighborly bonds were that simple back then.
Chen Yu dragged Chen Bagwo all the way home, not even giving him time to fetch the stool.
Xiao Yu, did something happen? Something huge.
Chen Bagwo panicked instantly and hurried home. Usually, Chen Yu calling him for meals never made him rush, and now he was talking about a super big deal.
Could it be that Sunmmary had fainted? Had someone broken into the house? Or had the house caught fire? Countless possibilities flooded his mind in an instant.
Chen Bagwo grew increasingly anxious as he pondered, unconsciously quickening his pace. From a jog to a sprint, then from a sprint to a frantic dash. Finally, he channeled the spirit of his days as a reconnaissance soldier, leaving Chen Yu far behind. Spotting his house from afar, he saw no smoke rising and felt a slight relief. At least the house hadn't been set on fire. He charged into the courtyard and headed straight for the kitchen. Sunmmary was just serving the stir-fried dishes when she turned to look at him. "You're back early today. I just finished stir-frying the dishes." Are you okay?" Chen Bagua gasped for breath, his forehead glistening with sweat. What could possibly be wrong? Sunmmary asked curiously. "By the way, didn't Xiao Yu go find you? Where is he?" "Well, it's like this." Chen Yu sighed. After waiting anxiously for a whole month, he never got to see the letter he'd written. For the child he was, it was quite a blow. Su Yuwei asked curiously, "Then why didn't you just listen to the whole thing? Why did you have to rush out to find Grandpa?" True, if he hadn't gone out, he could have heard the entire letter. But kids are kids. When something exciting happens, they want to share it with others right away. He wrote to Sister Xiao Lu precisely because he thought having his letter read on the show was incredibly cool. If only he knew about something this cool, it wouldn't be cool at all. "I didn't think that far ahead at the time. I just figured I ran fast enough and should make it in time." Chen Yu scratched his head. Sunmmary suddenly spoke up. "I remember that day. Xiao Yu looked really unhappy. He barely touched his dinner." At the dinner table that day, Chen Yu was listless. There was a whole table full of delicious food, including his favorite fried chicken strips. Usually, he'd devour an entire plate dipped in ketchup. But that day, he barely touched his chopsticks. No matter how much Sunmmary asked him, he wouldn't say anything. She thought he might be sick. So that was why. "Grandma, after all these years, you still remember?" Sunmmary smiled. "Of course I do. Grandma has a memory like a goldfish. They say elderly people have poor memories, but when it comes to their grandchildren, they remember every detail clearly." While they were chatting, Chen Bagua had already gone inside and sat on the bed fiddling with his radio. After fiddling with it for ages, not a single sound came out. Frustrated, Chen Bagua gave it a couple of hard slaps, but still nothing. "Weird, this old thing's acting up again? I'll have to get old Joe to take a look tomorrow." The others pretended not to hear him. Chen Yu glanced at Sunmmary with a smile, prompting her to give him a stern look. Su Yuwei fought back a laugh, barely managing to keep it in. Chen Bagua finally caught on to the problem and pried open the back cover of the radio. Then a deep voice boomed through the room. "Old lady, where are the batteries in the radio?" Exhausted from being the head chef the day before, Chen Yu slept until past 8 o'clock. He woke up feeling groggy, his eyelids heavy as lead. The three women were no longer in the room. Their voices drifting from the next room brought Chen Yu a sense of comfort. The soft murmurs of familiar voices were incredibly hypnotic, more effective than any lullaby. It was that kind of faint, indistinct chatter you could hear the voices but couldn't make out the words. Trying to listen only made him drift off more easily. Soon, drowsiness washed over him, and he closed his eyes once more. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chen Yu still felt a bit sleepy, but he knew he couldn't sleep anymore, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. He got up and went to the living room, yawning constantly. The TV was playing Bear out of nowhere, filled with the instantly recognizable voices of Bear Big and Bear Little. Nua sat glued to the screen, completely engrossed. "Good morning, sweethearts. Have you eaten yet?" The two little ones turned at the sound and flashed him a smile. That adorable smile, unique to the little girl, put him in a great mood first thing in the morning. "We ate already. Grandma made pancakes, they were delicious. Daddy, you lazybones. Why did you get up so late?" Dad is a bit lazy, I guess." Chen Yu felt a little embarrassed. Normally, he wouldn't be so leisurely. He'd have to get up early to make a nutritious breakfast for the two adults and one child. At Grandma and Grandpa's house, he didn't have to worry about any of that. No matter how late he woke up, he didn't have to worry. The old couple had already prepared breakfast for them. How could grandparents ever let their two little ones go hungry? Though they didn't know about the 6 major nutrients, let alone trace elements, the breakfasts they made were absolutely the most nutritious. Rolled pancakes, steamed buns, all made with their own hands. The eggs came from their own hens, and the wheat was grown in their own fields, truly green and pollution-free. Purely natural. Far superior to anything you'd buy outside. That day, Chen Yu slept in late, a rare treat. He couldn't do that at home. He was afraid Su Yuwei would actually set the kitchen on fire. Chen Bagua had already left. Su Yuwei and Sunmmary sat on the bed knitting clothes. Sunmmary sat cross-legged on the bed, while Su Yuwei wore her hair in a high ponytail, gently swinging her legs. Sunlight fell on her profile, making her look especially beautiful. "Xiao Yu, are you up? Your meal's in the pot, I'll go get it for you," Sunmmary said, about to rise. "No need, Grandma. I can get it myself." Chen Yu brushed his teeth and lifted the pot lid. Inside were 2 small rolled pancakes and a bowl of millet porridge. Still warm, just the right temperature for eating now. Placed on the dining table, it was served with pickled vegetables. It tasted like home cooking, yet Chen Yu found it exceptionally delicious. This must be the taste unique to home. No matter how exquisite the delicacies outside might be, they could never replace it.
Grandma, you're already knitting sweaters in August?
In his memory, Grandma always knitted sweaters, but she never started until October. By December, when the cold weather arrived, the sweater would be finished just in time to wear. Half the time, she knitted for him, because children's sweater sizes were so hard to find. Wearing Grandma's knitted sweaters in winter was incredibly warm.
Even down jackets couldn't compare.
Starting this early was quite unusual. Sunmmary kept her hands moving.
Getting older means knitting slower, so I have to start early.
Otherwise, I won't finish 2 sweaters.
2 sweaters? One for each of the little girls. I can't just knit for one of them, can I?
Chen Yu paused, then smiled silently.
Chapter 102, Accompanying Dad to Harvest Wheat.
Sunmmary finished knitting the sweater for him, then began knitting one for his child.
This too was a kind of happiness. Though it was entirely unnecessary.
This wasn't 20 years ago, back when clothes were hard to come by.
With the economy so developed now, what size couldn't you find? Not just for children, you could even buy sweaters for kittens and puppies.
There's absolutely no need to knit them yourself, it's exhausting and time-consuming.
Besides, Su Yuwei's family runs a clothing company, like they're short on clothes?
Come to think of it, he still didn't know what type of clothing her family specialized in.
Su Yuwei never mentioned it, and he never asked. Maybe he should find time to visit her company? But he didn't stop Sunmmary. If she wanted to knit, let her knit. If she finished it, he'd dress Nuonyuo and Ruoro in a sweater brimming with love. Su Yuwei didn't stop her either, she probably felt the same way. Yuwei, you knit sweaters too?
Chen Yu felt that these past 2 days since her return, she didn't seem like the aloof female professor he knew, but more like a devoted wife and mother.
Last night she just learned to cook, and now she was picking up knitting too. Truthfully, he didn't need Su Yuwei to be the perfect homemaker, he could handle these tasks easily himself. A bit aloof was actually quite nice.
Of course, that aloofness was for everyone else, she couldn't be aloof with him.
Su Yuwei shook her head.
No, I picked up a few tricks from Grandma. Earlier that morning, she'd watched Sunmmary knit for a while and noticed her technique was quite unique. 2 or 3 techniques were entirely new to her, and the patterns they created were exceptionally beautiful. She'd read several specialized books on the subject, but none of them mentioned these techniques.
This wasn't surprising. Many traditional crafts were passed down orally and never recorded in books.
That's why they gradually fade away over time. She jotted down these techniques, intending to study them thoroughly upon returning home to see if they could be incorporated into new clothing designs.
By the way, where's Grandpa? Did he go out for a walk?
Chen Yu wolfed down a wrap and a couple of bites and gulped down a large spoonful of kanji. No, he went to check on those 2 acres of land.
The family cultivated 2 acres of wheat, though it was entirely unnecessary.
It barely brought in any money all year round. Chen's parents had tried persuading them many times, but the old couple wouldn't listen. They claimed it wasn't about the money, but about staying active.
Truthfully, old habits die hard.
After tilling the land for decades, suddenly stopping felt hollow inside, like something was missing. Eventually, they persuaded them to reduce the plot to just 2 acres, treating it more like a hobby now. Chen Yu popped a few pickles into his mouth.
Haven't harvested yet? Shouldn't it be done by now, like every other year?
Their village had 2 wheat harvests a year, usually done by July. This year's low rainfall delayed the harvest.
Your grandfather went to harvest wheat today. Can he manage alone? I should go help him.
Don't worry about him, Sunmmary said, tying off a knot and biting through the thread. He made arrangements with old Zhang. They always used Zhang's truck to haul it back. The 2 fields, being close together, had seeds sown at the same time, so the crops ripened around the same time. The 2 families could team up to harvest the wheat together. After 2 pancakes and a bowl of porridge, Chen Yu felt full and warm inside.
Should I go check on Grandpa after all? Chen Yu brought out all the bowls to wash.
Sunmmary shook her head.
Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. I'll bring Nuonyuo and Wanwan to see the wheat. They've never seen what it looks like. What's so interesting about wheat? Nobody wants it even if you give it away for free.
Sunmmary glanced up at him. Nowadays, people talk about how low grain prices hurt farmers, using it as a slogan for their sales pitches. But farmers know all too well how cheap their crops are. They toil all year in the fields, only to earn less than 10,000 yuan in the end. A migrant worker in the city could save that much in just 3 months.
It's just helplessness. Nowadays, only the elderly farm the land. Who among the younger generation would choose to farm? They've all gone to work in the cities.
The few young people left are doing content creation.
The little ones should see it, after all. Chen Yu smiled and looked at Nuonyuo and Ruoro. Want to go see what wheat looks like with Daddy? The 2 little ones turned back together. What's wheat?
The steamed buns and dumplings you eat, and the pancakes you have for breakfast, they're all made from wheat. At that, the 2 little ones perked up with interest.
Let's go see. Let's go see the wheat. Let's go. Right now.
As the 3 prepared to leave, Su Yuwei suddenly announced she wanted to come too. She wanted to revisit the wheat field for inspiration. After pondering all night, only a rough outline had formed in her mind. She hoped that observing it up close might help refine that sketch. Before leaving, Chen Yu poured a large bottle of watermelon wine and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. He planned to taste it upon returning to see how the fermentation had progressed. If it was good, he could move on to the next stage. The wheat field was about a half-hour walk away, a bit of a distance. But walking there was actually quite quick. Chatting and taking in the rural scenery made the journey far from boring. Most of the elderly folks recognized Chen Yu, smiling and greeting him one by one. "Xiao Yu, is this your daughter? She's so adorable. Xiao Yu, this is your wife? She's so elegant, you two make such a perfect match. Where did you learn to cook, Xiao Yu? The dishes at yesterday's banquet were truly excellent." Chen Yu responded with a smile each time. The villagers were overly enthusiastic, and even though he often returned, it was a bit much to handle. Su Yuwei blushed slightly from all the compliments. One compliment was manageable, but so many at once would overwhelm anyone. The two little girls, however, felt no pressure at all. Children think little, so they have no worries. They waved cheerfully at the elderly folks, greeting them with "Hello, Grandpa," and "Hello, Grandma," making the seniors beam with delight. One elderly man, whose son and grandson rarely came home, reached into his pocket to give Nono and Ruoro red envelopes. Chen Yu managed to talk him out of it. What these elders lack most isn't money at their age. How much material wealth could they possibly need? What they crave most is companionship. But their children are too busy with work, and they don't feel comfortable leaving their grandchildren with them. This leaves the elders feeling terribly lonely. Whenever they see a child, they smile and ask whose little one it is. "Sweetie pie, do you want daddy to carry you?" "No." The little one was tired but insisted on walking ahead, huffing and puffing all the way. "Daddy, how much farther?" Chen Yu picked up Nuonyuo. "See that wheat field up ahead?" "I see it. That's where we're going. We're almost there. Keep going, keep going." Chen Bagwo wore a straw hat to shield himself from the sun as he bent over, cutting wheat in the field. He gathered a large sheaf of wheat, cradled it in his left arm, and with a swift stroke of his sickle, the stalks fell to the ground. His movements were remarkably skilled. In the adjacent field, old Zhang was also harvesting wheat. The wheat would later be bundled into sheaves, taken back to dry in the sun to prevent mold and pests. Despite technological advances, large-scale mechanical harvesting remained uncommon. Chapter 103, Driving a Mercedes to haul wheat? That's too extravagant. On one hand, there simply isn't enough land. 10 acres per household is considered generous. Most families only have a few acres. On the other hand, large machinery comes with significant costs. Farming is actually quite costly. Seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and so on all require money. Farmers don't earn much throughout the year, and after covering these expenses, there's even less left. How could they possibly afford to hire harvesting machinery? So most harvests are done by hand-tiring work, but what else can you do? Some farmers don't cultivate their land themselves but lease it to others, receiving a fixed annual payment. "Great-grandfather!" a voice called out from the distance. Chen Bagwa froze, wondering if he'd misheard. Both little ones were at home. How could they be out in the fields? He shook his head and bent back down to harvest the wheat. "Grandpa!" Another shout rang out, louder and clearer than before. Only then did Chen Bagwa lift his head. Turning, he saw Nuonyuo and Ruwerue sprinting toward him. Behind her, Chen Yu and Su Yuwei followed with smiles on their faces, urging the two little ones to slow down and not fall. Nono and Wanwan were barely taller than the ripe wheat stalks, making them hard to spot as they ran through the wheat field. "Nua Nua, Ruan." Chen Bagwa crouched down, arms wide open, to welcome the two little ones. "Great-grandpa." The two of them crashed into Chen Bagwa's arms with a thud. "Ouch. You two little rascals are going to break Grandpa's old back." Chen Bagwa said this with a smile that never faded, rubbing his stubble-covered face against Nuonyuo and Ruanwan. After all, he'd been a scout soldier in his youth. He'd been in peak physical condition. Even at this age, he remained remarkably sturdy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to farm. Don't underestimate farming. It's backbreaking work, no less demanding than any factory job. It demanded immense stamina, endurance, and strength. But if it were any other old man, getting bumped by two little kids like that would surely give him a bad back. "Great-grandpa, your beard is so prickly. It's pricking Nono's face and it hurts." "Ha ha ha." Chen Bagwa laughed heartily. "Grandpa will shave his beard when he gets home, so it can't prick anyone anymore." He felt a twinge of regret at the thought of cutting off his beard. But it was for Nuonyuo and Wanwan. He simply adored these two great-granddaughters. Whatever they wanted, he'd do it. Not just shave his beard, but pluck stars from the sky if they asked. "Really? Of course. Want to make a pinky promise?" As they spoke, Chen Yu and Su Yuwei had already approached them. "Grandpa, what were you talking about with them?" Chen Yu asked. Nua turned and smiled. "Grandpa said his beard pricks people, so he's going to trim it." "Huh?" Chen Yu looked surprised. "Grandpa, you'd really cut off your beard?" Chen Bagwa's beard wasn't particularly long, just a little stubble. It complemented his face shape and gave him a lively appearance.
He'd had it ever since Chen Yu could remember. To avoid pricking Nuonyua's soft skin, I'll just shave it off.
Truthfully, Chen Bagua felt a pang of regret, though he put on a nonchalant front.
Finished harvesting the wheat? Grandpa, take a break. I'll lend a hand.
Chen Yu took the sickle, gathered a large sheaf in his left hand, and with one swift stroke, the wheat fell flat to the ground.
Grandpa, does Chen Yu know how to harvest wheat? Su Yuwei couldn't help but ask.
Her boyfriend was just too versatile. She found herself increasingly unable to figure him out. He cooked delicious meals, sang beautifully, had a handsome face, 8-pack abs, mastered French, and now he could even harvest wheat.
What else was there that she didn't know about him?
She found herself growing more and more intrigued by Chen Yu.
Chen Bagua crouched nearby, rolling a cigarette and about to take a puff. Realizing Nuonyuo and Ruwerue were nearby, he couldn't let the two little ones breathe in secondhand smoke. He reluctantly stuffed the cigarette back into his pouch. Xiaoyu comes back every summer to help out. He's way more skilled at harvesting wheat than I am.
Chen Yu did come back for a while every summer break, and just watching could teach him a thing or two. But beyond harvesting wheat, he knew nothing about other farm work.
Chen Yu turned around. Nuonyuo and Ruan, wanna come help daddy? You little brat, just do it yourself. Why are you calling Nuonyuo and Ruan? Chen Bagua shot back. Chen Yu gave a helpless, wry smile.
He'd only wanted the two little ones to experience it. He'd never actually let them do any real work. After all, this was a rare experience.
How many kids these days have even been to the countryside, let alone experienced farm work?
They'd be bragging about it to their friends later. Compared to bragging about fancy cars, mansions, or parents' jobs, this was way cooler.
Dare anyone compare who's been to the countryside, cut wheat, or threshed grains? I'd blow all the other kids out of the water in a heartbeat. Of course, if it comes down to competing in those areas, Nuonyuo and Ruwerue wouldn't lose either.
Chen Yu certainly doesn't encourage competition, but if others want to pit their kids against his, he wants his daughter to hold her own.
If his old man doesn't want to talk about it, fine.
If he brought it up again, he'd just get snapped at.
Old Chen was clearly playing favorites.
He'd never been spoiled like this as a kid. Even the first time he held a sickle, it was Chen Bagua who placed it in his hands.
There wasn't much wheat left, and Chen Yu finished cutting it quickly. Surveying the neatly fallen stalks, Chen Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. She picked 2 wheat ears and handed them to Nuonyuo and Ruwerue. No and Ruwerue, these are wheat ears.
Remember what they look like? The steamed buns and flour rolls we eat every day are made from these. The two little ones looked at the wheat ears in their hands and nodded thoughtfully. Next, the wheat would be bundled, loaded onto carts, and hauled back to dry. Then came a series of steps before we could have our daily bread.
Grandpa, hasn't the truck arrived yet?
Chen Yu took a sip of water handed to him by Su Yuwei. In previous years when he helped with the wheat harvest, the truck was always waiting nearby.
It should be here by now. I'll go ask old Zhang.
Just as Chen Bagua stood up, he saw old Zhang from the neighboring field jogging over.
Old Zhang, what's going on? Where's the truck?
Old Zhang was the man who ran the village's information hub at the entrance. Wiping sweat from his brow, he waved dismissively.
Don't even mention it.
The guy suddenly said he had something urgent to do, had to help his own relatives harvest wheat. Youngsters these days have no sense of trust. Chen Bagua muttered under his breath.
Chen Yu and Su Yuwei, also considered youngsters, exchanged an awkward glance.
Yuwei, don't take it personally.
Grandpa wasn't talking about you.
Su Yuwei turned her head away, her cheeks flushing slightly.
Of course I know he wasn't talking about me. Old Zhang, what should we do? We can't possibly carry all this wheat back ourselves.
At least 200 pounds of wheat per moo relying solely on manpower would be incredibly taxing. I've made several calls already, but couldn't get a truck. The village chief has a van if it comes down to it. Should I borrow that?
A flatbed cart? Could you even pull that thing?
Even the young folks can barely pull it loaded with wheat, let alone an old man.
Chapter 104, Little Animals Drunk on Watermelon Wine. Chen Yu, does Grandpa need a vehicle?
Su Yuwei whispered.
Yeah, we can't haul all this wheat back otherwise. Don't we have one at home? Home? Chen Yu asked, puzzled.
The Mercedes, of course.
Su Yuwei rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking how could her boyfriend be so forgetful at such a young age? They had clearly driven back here. Had he forgotten already? Using a Mercedes to haul wheat, that seems unnecessary, doesn't it? Chen Yu hadn't even considered using the Mercedes for this. Selling hundreds of acres of wheat would barely cover the cost of one of its wheels. Using it for this was truly overkill. Besides, the wheat would get the car filthy. He hadn't expected Su Yuwei to bring it up herself. Wasn't she afraid of getting the car dirty? What do you mean it's unnecessary? Isn't a car meant for hauling things? But, then you stay here. I'll go back and get the car.
Su Yuwei didn't understand what he was hesitating about, her tone growing impatient. Her voice was a bit loud, and Chen Bagua heard it.
You brat, you've upset Su again? No, Grandpa.
Yuwei said she'd drive the Mercedes to pick up the wheat.
The Mercedes? The one you guys drove back in?
Chen Bagua didn't know much about car brands, but he knew it was a nice one.
Its imposing appearance was clearly a cut above old Yang's beat-up little jeep. Old Zhang overheard and felt a jolt of surprise. The day Chen Yu returned to the village, he had stood at the very front of the crowd, seeing it with his own eyes and touching it with his own hands. That car must be worth at least several 100,000 yuan, right? And he'd actually used such a fine vehicle to haul wheat? Little Yu must be rolling in it now. His family probably has several of those. No wonder he didn't seem to care at all. His impression of Su Yuwei changed too. He thought she was a delicate, pampered rich girl, but she didn't have a single trace of that spoiled brat attitude. She even volunteered to use that fancy car to haul wheat. No way. That's such a nice car, how could it be used for hauling wheat? Chen Bagua refused immediately. Grandpa, we can just wash it when we get back. It'll be fine. Su Yuwei persuaded Chen Bagua with just a few words, sending Chen Yu back to fetch the car. The Mercedes soon arrived, its gleaming chrome reflecting the sunlight with a faint shimmer, a stark incongruity against the pastoral landscape. It felt like forcing a relic of industrial civilization into an idyllic pastoral scene. Chen Bagua still felt reluctant. He felt using the Mercedes for hauling was a waste and insisted on borrowing a flatbed cart from the village chief. Finally persuaded by the two, he watched as bundle after bundle of wheat was tossed into the trunk. Old Zhang was utterly dumbfounded. He'd seen videos of people using fancy cars to haul corn. Apparently those vehicles cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. Back then, he'd been utterly envious. Little did he expect to witness it firsthand today. Old Chen's car was even pricier than that one. Grandpa Zhang edged closer, plastering on a smile. Old Chen, about my wheat, do you think it's? Chen Baoguai knew exactly what he meant, but he pretended not to. Old Zhang, just say what's on your mind. No beating around the bush. Grandpa Zhang took a deep breath and blurted it out. Could you haul my wheat with that truck of yours? He no longer cared whether the wheat could be transported back. If his wheat could get a ride in a Mercedes, that alone would be worth it. And if he could tag along for the ride, well, that would be even better. No way. Chen Bagua shook his head, hands clasped behind his back. Why not? Isn't it all the same it's transporting, right? Do you have any idea how much fuel it'll guzzle per trip? How much that fuel costs? What if your wheat damages my truck? Hey, you old Chen. Old Zhang was furious. All this talk is just excuses, isn't it? It's only a 10-minute drive. How much gas could it possibly use? And crushing the truck? Even toy cars aren't that fragile. Chen Bagua felt a secret thrill. He and these old buddies in the village had always competed fiercely during their daily bragging sessions. Today, he'd finally gotten his revenge. The trunk filled up quickly. With plenty of wheat left over, Chen Yu tried to load it into the back seat, but Chen Bagua quickly stopped him. He could barely tolerate it going in the trunk, but absolutely not inside the car. That's where people sit. What if a piece of straw gets stuck in the corner and pricks my granddaughter? Stuffing it in the car would be a real pain to clean up, so Chen Yu gave up. No big deal, just a couple extra trips. He added a few more bundles to the trunk, filling it completely. The lid wouldn't even close. Chen Yu drove down the village road, looking quite stylish, attracting countless stares along the way. Isn't that the car Xiao Yu drove back? Using such a nice car to haul wheat? Old Chen must have ancestors burning incense in heaven to have such a talented grandson. If my family had that car, I'd rather let the wheat rot in the field than use it for hauling. The trunk was only so big, so it took 3 trips to finish loading everything. Each trip drew countless stares. Villagers love a good spectacle. Word spread like wildfire, and soon everyone knew. Most people were green with envy over Chen Bagua, while others whispered less flattering remarks, pure jealousy. Chen Bagua didn't care. Who doesn't gossip behind others' backs? And who hasn't been gossiped about themselves? After hauling his own wheat, Chen Yu even helped haul Grandpa Zhang's back home. In exchange for 2 bottles of fine wine from old Zhang's treasured collection, he gave them to his own father. Though Grandpa Zhang felt a twinge of regret, he was mostly filled with satisfaction. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Mercedes, Grandpa Zhang found the leather upholstery beneath him exceptionally comfortable, more so than his own bed at home. It wasn't until late afternoon that Chen Yu finally pulled over and walked toward the courtyard. Yesterday he'd just finished hosting a big banquet, and today he'd hauled another load of wheat. These 2 days back in the village had been anything but idle. Except for breakfast, which he didn't have to prepare himself, he felt much more exhausted than usual. Fortunately, the fermented watermelon wine was waiting for him. He'd have a couple of sips back home to ease his fatigue. Chen Yu regretted not putting the watermelon wine in the refrigerator to chill. Left on the stone table, it must have warmed up, no longer that refreshing taste. He'd assumed he'd be back within an hour, so he didn't think it needed refrigeration. Who knew it would take this long? Chen Yu walked into the courtyard thinking about the taste of the watermelon wine, but Nuonyuo didn't come out to greet him. Strange. Was the little one watching TV? He took a few more steps inside before spotting the family gathered around the stone table. Sunmmary, Chen Bagua, Su Yuwei, Nuonyuo, Wan, everyone was there. Great, you guys started drinking watermelon wine without waiting for me. Chen Yu felt a bit annoyed. He'd worked so hard, yet these people hadn't even waited for him. Watermelon wine? What are you talking about, you little brat? Chen Bagua turned to face him. Through the gap in the door, Chen Yu caught sight of the scene at the stone table. The bottle of watermelon wine had tipped over, leaving a dark stain soaked with liquid. And a large, white, fluffy mass. Could it be a small animal? Chapter 105, still a female fox. What's going on? Nua ran over, exclaiming in surprise, Daddy, there's a puppy on the table. Chen Nua, have you no common sense? That's clearly a fox. Ruan immediately corrected her. Seriously, her own sister couldn't even tell a dog from a fox. What a silly sister. Chen Yu took a couple steps closer to examine it and quickly confirmed it was indeed a young fox. Puppies and fox cubs do look somewhat alike. Especially a breed called the white fox dog. It looks exactly like a fox. You can only tell them apart once they're fully grown. Is it asleep? Su Yuwei poked it curiously with her finger, then immediately pulled her hand back. She'd always wanted to keep a pet, a kitten or a puppy or something. But her parents wouldn't allow it when she was young, and later she was too busy with school and work. And after having no, it became even more impossible. She'd heard animal fur wasn't good for little kids. Seeing the wet stain on the table soaked with wine and smelling the faint aroma of alcohol in the air, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. This little guy wasn't asleep at all. It looked like he'd gotten greedy, drinking the watermelon wine, only to get drunk because he couldn't handle his liquor. He hadn't expected watermelon wine to be so potent. It had actually attracted a little fox. Foxes are notoriously wary of humans. Unless they couldn't find food, they wouldn't easily venture into human territory. That this one dared venture out for a drink shows just how irresistible watermelon wine is. But age plays a role too. This was clearly a young fox, playful and mischievous by nature, lacking the cunning of an older fox. This fox must have stolen a sip of watermelon wine and gotten drunk, right? The two youngsters couldn't help but ask, do little foxes drink watermelon wine too? Ha ha ha, what a weak drinker. Normally they wouldn't drink it, but this is Dad's homemade brew. It's nothing like the stuff sold in stores. Chen Yu laughed heartily. It wasn't that he was bragging. The store-bought stuff is loaded with additives. How could it compare to homemade brew? They're not even in the same league. What are those sellers really peddling? More often than not, it's just a brand name. The most famous example is Mao Tai. The raw material costs only a few hundred yuan, yet they dare to sell it for thousands or even tens of thousands. Isn't that just selling a brand name? If you really get down to the brewing process, they're all pretty much the same. The yeast and such are all the same. The flavors won't differ much. Chen Bagua and Su Yuwei both glanced at him simultaneously, though their gazes held entirely different meanings. Chen Bagua silently praised him. My grandson truly lives up to his name. This gift for exaggeration runs in the family. Su Yuwei, however, was thinking, how come I never noticed my boyfriend was such a smooth talker before? And it's actually a female fox. How did you know it was? The moment Su Yuwei uttered those words, she instantly regretted them. Wasn't that a pointless question? Without that thing, it was obviously a female fox. Because it doesn't have a bell. Chen Yu was cut off mid-sentence by Su Yuwei, her face flushing crimson. Alright, no need to explain. Chen Yu froze for a moment. Then do you know why? I know. No need to explain. Su Yuwei hadn't expected him to state it so bluntly, completely unconcerned that the two little ones were still present. Though the little ones probably couldn't understand the bell's meaning anyway, so there was no need to worry about that. But it still felt so embarrassing. Sure enough, Nua piped up softly, Daddy, do foxes still have bells on them? Where do they hang the bells? Ahem, Chen Yu cleared his throat twice. Sweetie, the bell Daddy was talking about isn't that kind of bell. This really wasn't something you could explain to a child. I wonder how little foxes drink alcohol. Su Yuwei sighed. She really wanted to see for herself how a fox drinks. It must be pretty adorable. We have surveillance cameras. We can just watch the footage. Chen Yu pointed to the surveillance camera on the eaves. Chen Bagua and Sun Hui didn't want to live in the city. Chen Zhishuan couldn't constantly look after them and worried about the elderly couple, so he installed a camera under the eaves to monitor the courtyard at all times. He learned this trick from short videos the camera connects to his phone. If anything really happened, he could rush back immediately. Chen Yu called Chen Zhishuan to request access permissions, while Chen Bagua entered the house. Sun Hui remained engrossed in knitting a sweater, unaware of his entry. Old lady, where did that white fox on the stone table in the yard come from? What fox? Sun Hui didn't even look up, completely uninterested in what he was saying. You don't know? I've been knitting this sweater the whole time and haven't left the house. How would I know? For her, finishing the soft sweater for Nuonuo was the most important thing right now. Everything else was trivial. Chen Yu's phone quickly connected to the camera feed. The family gathered around, eager to see what was happening. Since he'd been out all morning, he didn't know the exact time the fox appeared. He could only scroll past the fox's appearance and then slowly rewind from there. Daddy, it's a white fox. Noni pointed at the screen and exclaimed. The fox on the screen was already lying on the stone table. It was drunk. Then he slowly scrolled back.
Chen Yu's finger dragged across the screen as the timestamp in the bottom right corner kept changing.
Everyone keep an eye out. If you spot a fox, give me a heads up. Fox. It's a fox.
No sooner had Chen Yu finished speaking than he heard Nua's cry. He quickly released his fingers.
Sure enough, a fox appeared outside the courtyard. The gate was open.
Though it looked small from the distance, it was clearly a white fox. It stood there furtively, hesitating whether to come in. It paced back and forth outside the gate, appearing and disappearing from the camera view at least 3 times.
Who knew this little guy was so cautious? Chen Yu chuckled. It seemed its mother had warned it not to approach human territory lightly, hence its caution. But in the end, its playful curiosity won out. After much hesitation, the little fox decided to enter. First, it stepped inside with one paw, its eyes darting around. It peered forward, then backward, then into the house, making sure everything was quiet. Only then did it take another step inside. It paused, still hearing nothing. So it took 3 more steps forward, each one taken with extreme caution. Its entire body was tense, ready to bolt at the slightest disturbance. Yet there was no sound at all in eerie silence. Only the occasional chirp from a bird in the branches seemed to mock its timidity. It's just a place where humans live. What's so scary about that? Is all this caution really necessary? They perched on the courtyard walls singing every day, never once chased away. To the birds, foxes were far more terrifying than humans. Chapter 106, Can Daddy Get a Sheep? Foxes really do eat them, and they even climb trees to steal eggs. Humans wouldn't do such things. Compared to foxes, humans aren't scary at all. Seeing no signs of trouble, the fox grew bolder. Step by step, it ventured into the yard, even changing its gait. At first, its entire body was hunched, ready to bolt at any moment. At the slightest sound, it would spring into action. Now, however, it walked with head held high and chest puffed out, its gait remarkably graceful like a little princess of the fox clan. With each step, it surveyed the yard, its dark eyes brimming with curiosity. This was its first time stepping into human territory. Everything felt incredibly novel everywhere it looked. There were things it had never seen before. Is this where humans live? How fascinating. A staircase stood in the courtyard. The little fox leapt up the steps and approached the stone table. The sound of the television inside the house startled it. It quickly hid behind a huge cabbage in the vegetable patch. This cabbage was indeed huge, allowing the little fox to hide completely. If you ignored the tail sticking out, that is. The little fox trembled as it peered toward the house. If anyone came out, it would turn and run at once. As long as it ran fast enough, the humans wouldn't catch it. Daddy, that little fox is so adorable. Can we keep one? Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was no denying it, this fox was simply too adorable. She really wanted to keep one. Keeping a fox might not be feasible. Chen Yu shook his head with a smile. Not just Nono, he thought the little fox was super cute too and wanted one himself. But it just wasn't feasible. What if Nono's interest fizzled out after 3 minutes? Kids being kids, that'd be perfectly normal. The whole responsibility would still fall on him. Taking care of 2 little ones was already tough enough, adding a fox cub? He couldn't even imagine it. Besides, keeping foxes required a license, and most licenses in the country were issued to breeding farms. It's pretty difficult for individuals to obtain one. If Nuo wanted to keep something else, he might be open to it. Like a turtle or a few goldfish. These are low-maintenance pets that only need daily feeding. And they're aquatic creatures, not as rare as kittens or puppies, right? The little fox in the picture waited for a while, but no one came out. The sound kept going. Curious, it peeked out. Moving swiftly, it scrambled up the wall in a few quick steps. Peering inside with its little head. It saw Sunmmary knitting with her back to it, a television in front of her. The sound was coming from the TV. Wow, that little fox climbs so high. Nuo exclaimed in surprise. Of course. While foxes aren't great climbers, scaling a low wall like this is a breeze, Chen Yu chimed in with a bit of science. The little fox relaxed its guard and tiptoed down. It wandered around the yard. Its footsteps were faint to begin with, and the television drowned out any sound, so Sunmmary didn't hear a thing. A gentle breeze carried a faint, sweet fragrance. The little fox sniffed the air. What a wonderful scent! Foxes possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell, ranking among the top tier of mammals. Only search and rescue dogs surpass them, and they far exceed felines. So even though the scent of the watermelon wine was faint, it detected it with its keen sense of smell. The little fox pinpointed the source of the scent, the stone table right in the center of the courtyard. It approached the stone table, leaped forward, first onto the stool, then onto the table. The bottle of pale red watermelon wine was right before its eyes. Oh my, the little fox is going to drink. Several people stared intently at the screen, eager to see how the little fox would drink. The watermelon wine was bottled, so it must have knocked the bottle over just as it did in the scene. The little fox sniffed the air, confirming the aroma came from this very bottle of watermelon wine. It extended a paw and gave the bottle a gentle poke. The bottle shifted slightly.
Then it tried to reach inside the bottle opening with its paw, but the opening was too small, not even a single finger could fit through.
Come on, little fox. You've gotta get that drink. Nua clenched her little fist, cheering the fox on. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
This wine was the fruit of his labor. He hadn't even taken a sip yet, and now it was about to be drunk by the fox first. Not only was his child not upset, but she was determined to let the fox have it. This daughter was definitely his own flesh and blood. Seeing it was out of reach, the little fox retracted its paw and circled the bottle, seemingly pondering a solution. Foxes have intelligence comparable to dogs, far surpassing cats. After circling a few times, it stopped. It stretched both paws to cradle the bottle, tilting it slowly as its entire body leaned in. Almost there, almost there. Chen Yu's bottle was filled slowly, so even a slight tilt caused the liquid to flow.
The little fox's mouth drew near, almost reaching the liquid.
Chen Yu was a bit surprised it was using this method without knocking the bottle over. But the next second, the fox lost its grip, and the bottle clattered to the ground. Startled, the fox darted under the stone table at lightning speed. Fortunately, the bottle was plastic, not glass. The thud wasn't loud, but the pale red liquid spilled out, pooling on the stone table.
So that's how the bottle fell. What a shame about that whole bottle of watermelon wine.
Chen Yu felt a pang of regret, but thankfully, he had brewed quite a bit of watermelon wine. He could just pour out some more to taste. The little fox peeked out from under the stone table only after confirming no one else was coming out of the house. After scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no danger, it leapt back onto the table in a few quick bounds. A fair amount of watermelon wine had spilled, and the air now carried a faint, slightly stronger scent of watermelon and alcohol than before.
The little fox crouched down and began licking it up with its tiny tongue. Wonderful! The little fox finally got to drink some. Looks delicious. The two little ones were both delighted, not the least bit upset that the watermelon wine had been drunk. Su Yuwei watched with rapt attention. The little fox was so adorable. The only one feeling heartbroken was Chen Yu. That was the watermelon wine he'd spent the whole afternoon brewing. No, Chen Bagua was probably even more heartbroken. After all, he loved to take a sip whenever he could. Perhaps the watermelon wine was just too delicious. As the little fox licked away, it couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. Realizing the sound was too loud, it quickly stopped. Before long, it had licked the bottle of watermelon wine completely clean. This human stuff is so delicious. Truthfully, the little fox hadn't consumed much. Most of the wine had spilled onto the ground. After finishing, the little fox took a few steps and approached the edge of the stone table, preparing to jump down. Suddenly, drowsiness washed over it, and it couldn't help but yawn. It climbed down, curled up into a ball, and lay completely still. That's exactly how the fox lies on the table now. Chen Yu hadn't expected the watermelon wine to pack such a punch, knocking the little fox out cold immediately after just one drink. This little thing can't hold her liquor. Chapter 107, Nationwide Synchronized Moves? The surveillance footage showed the fox getting drunk. Let me tell you something, that little fox got drunk at my place. Tell 10 people about this, and not a single one would believe it. Blame it on his watermelon wine being too tempting. Even the little fox couldn't resist taking a sip. Sometimes being too skilled at brewing wine is a real headache. So what are we going to do with this fox? The family gathered around the stone table again, watching the little fox sleeping soundly. Foxes are protected animals, right? Should we contact the animal shelter? Su Yuwei asked tentatively. Let me look up the animal shelter's number, Chen Yu said, swiping through his screen. He'd just brushed up on fox-related knowledge. While silver fox dogs are white and resemble foxes in appearance, there's a common misconception that all silver foxes are white. The most common fox in China is the red fox, and silver foxes are a wild mutation of the red fox. Their fur comes in 3 colors: pure black, pure white, and black and white mottled. Pure white is extremely rare and is also called the albino red fox. This is a highly endangered species. It wouldn't be good if something happened to it while it was eating at home. Just as Chen Yu was about to call for help, the little fox slowly opened its eyes. Still groggy from sleep, it looked utterly bewildered, as if still hungover. 3 question marks swirled in its little head. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Why is a paw touching me? Wait, 1, 2, 3, for there are 4 paws. Get your paws off me, I said. Nono, who had been intently petting the fox, suddenly exclaimed, Dad, the little fox seems to be waking up. Really? Chen Yu leaned in to get a better look. Why, such a big human. What does he want? I'm still pure. If it comes to it, I'll just spit out the wine. Forget it, I'll just play dead. To the little fox, Chen Yu's stature was nearly that of a giant. Combined with his slow, deliberate approach, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. It was just like the terror humans felt when they saw the Titans in Attack on Titan. So the little fox immediately closed its eyes and chose to play dead. Nua, isn't it still asleep? Nua looked at the fox, her face filled with confusion. It definitely opened its eyes just now. Maybe you saw wrong. Chen Yu looked away and began dialing the shelter's number. The next second, the little fox darted out. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, startling everyone present. Wow, Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim. That was fast, even I didn't catch it. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This little creature was incredibly timid. Despite being so timid, it dared to sneak into the courtyard to steal sips of watermelon wine. Was it that his watermelon wine held such irresistible magic, even a fox couldn't resist? Perhaps because it was a bit far from the main gate, the little fox didn't run out the door. Instead, it hid beneath a vegetable patch, trembling. More than half of its tail was still sticking out. Chen Yu abandoned the idea of calling for help. Now that the little fox was awake, it could find its own way out. The watermelon wine wasn't very strong. Even though it was still drunk now, it would sober up soon enough. There was no need to make the shelter come for nothing. He couldn't just leave the little fox in the yard forever. Nuo, let's go inside, okay? But I want to watch the little fox some more. Nuo felt a bit reluctant to leave. Opportunities to observe a fox up close don't come around often. Chen Yu ruffled her hair. Little foxes are very timid. If we keep it here, it won't dare go home. Its mother will be heartbroken if she can't find it. Do you want to make the fox mother sad? Without hesitation, Nuo shook her head. No. I don't want the fox mom to lose it. Good girl. Let's go inside then, so the little fox can go home. Okay. Though it broke her heart, Nuo chose to obey. Not seeing the little fox anymore, but reuniting it with its mother, that seemed pretty good too. Just as they were about to enter the house, a sudden whimper came from behind. It wasn't coming from the little fox, but from outside the yard. Chen Yu instinctively sensed it was calling for the little fox. Looks like its family has come looking for it. Chen Yu took a couple of steps back with Nuo and Ruerue, making space for the little fox. The whimper sounded twice more before the little fox emerged from the vegetable patch. It glanced back at them. Seeing no movement, it relaxed and scampered out of the yard. The two foxes exchanged a few whimpers, as if the little fox was telling its mother what had happened. Then, a large fox and a small fox walked past the doorway. The little fox nuzzled close to the big fox and whispered, "Mom, I'll tell you a secret. I just drank some wine made by humans. It was delicious." He looked scary, but he's actually a good person. Let's come back during the new year, there'll be even more delicious treats then. It stole another glance at Chen Yu, flashing a sly, fox-like grin. If Chen Yu understood fox language, he'd have been furious enough to die on the spot. Stealing my watermelon wine was bad enough, but now it's stealing food too? Goodbye, little fox. Nuo waved at it and called out loudly. The little fox yelped twice at Nuo before trotting off with its mother. Dumplings for departure, noodles for arrival. Chen Yu and the others were heading back tomorrow, so according to custom, they'd have dumplings tonight. Chen Yu tucked his radio under his arm and went out to grind several pounds of meat filling. They planned to make cabbage and pork dumplings, with cabbage picked straight from their own garden, convenient, green, and pollution-free. Sunmmary was in charge of rolling out the wrappers, while the family of four handled the filling. Su Yuwei didn't want the old lady to think she couldn't even make dumplings, like she was some pampered princess who never lifted a finger. So she asked Chen Yu beforehand for the proper way to make dumplings. Since the wrappers weren't rolled out yet, he could only give a brief verbal explanation. Without a physical example, Su Yuwei only grasped bits and pieces. I don't think I quite got it. She looked up at Chen Yu, feeling a bit embarrassed. Though she'd been a top student since childhood, learning anything new with remarkable speed. Cooking was the one exception. She was a complete novice in the kitchen. Chen Yu found Su Yuwei utterly adorable at that moment. The usually aloof female professor now looked like a timid little bride, a striking contrast. It's okay, my grandmother won't say anything to you. But won't she think I'm spoiled? Not even knowing how to make dumplings? You are a spoiled princess. Actually, you're more like a wealthy woman. Living in a luxury apartment, driving $1 million Mercedes, and owning a major clothing company. What else could she be but a wealthy woman? What do you mean supposed to be? She is one. Ugh. Su Yuwei flushed and pinched his waist. Chen Yu yelped in pain. He really wanted to ask if this was a universal reaction among girls nationwide. Chapter 108, You're not as good at rapping as Little Su. Not only is it a national standard, but it seems to be universal across all age groups. He'd been pinched like this since kindergarten. Sunmmary worked with lightning speed, kneading dough, rolling out wrappers, and mixing fillings in one fluid motion. She wouldn't let Chen Yu help at all. She insisted she'd handle this batch of dumplings herself, leaving him to just wrap them later. Chen Yu didn't argue. Since the old lady insisted, he let her take charge. After returning home tomorrow, they wouldn't see each other for months. Only Sunmmary and Chen Yu would be left at home. This meal of dumplings was the old lady's heartfelt gesture. Grandma really is so capable. Standing at the doorway, Su Yuwei nudged Chen Yu and whispered, "That's nothing. When Grandma was young, she was a real powerhouse at farm work. She could lift over 100 pounds of wheat without breaking a sweat." Over 100 pounds? Su Yuwei gasped in surprise. That's incredible strength. That's equivalent to 2 or 3 of her. Her own strength barely managed to lift nuonyuo or wanwan, and even that was a struggle. Lifting 100 pounds? She couldn't even imagine it. Chen Yu smiled. It's not just my grandmother who's capable, everyone from her generation was like that. Back then, China was poor and backward. Building the nation required everyone to pitch in. Even women had to work the fields. If you weren't strong enough, you couldn't keep up. After finishing farm work, they'd still have to go home and cook. Their lives were far more grueling than today's overworked laborers. Su Yuwei sighed silently, feeling more and more like a useless little thing. Xiao Yu, clear off the coffee table. We'll wrap dumplings while watching TV. Got it. Chen Yu responded with a nod, laying a cloth over the coffee table and setting out a cutting board, kitchen knife, rolling pin, and steamer basket. Nuwa, come wash your hands, it's time to make dumplings. Coming. The two little ones answered in unison, ran off to wash their hands, and sat down on their little stools. Truthfully, he didn't expect them to make many. It was hard enough to keep them seated quietly. While Nuwa managed to make 1 dumpling, Chen Yu could probably make over 10 in the same time. It was mainly about letting them experience it. Sunmmary grabbed the rolling pin, pressing and flattening the dough with a few swift strokes until it was perfectly rolled out. No and Ruwei, watch how daddy does it. Chen Yu scooped a spoonful of filling into the center, pinched the edges together with both hands, first sealing the middle then the sides, and voila, a perfectly shaped dumpling resembling a gold ingot. Nuwa and Ruwei watched with wide-eyed admiration. Daddy's so amazing. It's a gold ingot. Su Yuwei's eyes sparkled with surprise, filling Chen Yu with a sense of accomplishment. The second wrapper was handed to Su Yuwei. Holding the dumpling wrapper, she felt a bit nervous. She recalled Chen Yu's technique and began wrapping. After a few pinches, she managed to shape it barely passable, though. Mommy's dumplings are so ugly. Nono's comment nearly made Chen Yu burst out laughing. Your technique is wrong. It should be like this. Chen Yu took Su Yuwei's hand and showed her the proper way to fold. Even though they'd held hands at school before, Su Yuwei still felt a little nervous. Last time, she had taken the initiative to hold his hand, and not even that tightly. This time, her entire hand was enveloped by Chen Yu's, and she realized how warm and strong his hands felt. His grip made her cheeks flush involuntarily. See, first pinch the middle, then pinch both sides. You can use a little less filling, it'll be easier that way. Su Yuwei kept her head down, and Chen Yu, unaware of her unease, continued teaching her patiently. Xiao Yu, just let the girl wrap them however she wants. As long as they're sealed, it's fine. I think she's doing a great job. Sunmmary chuckled and gave him a light pat on the back. Chen Yu looked aggrieved. Grandma, you didn't say that when I was bad at it. That's double standards. Your first attempts weren't nearly as good as this girl's. Sunmmary was clearly taking Su Yuwei's side, though Chen Yu had actually done quite well from the start. Su Yuwei couldn't help but laugh. She understood Grandma's meaning perfectly. She truly loved this family. Both Grandma and Grandpa treated her incredibly well. By imitating Chen Yu's technique, her own dumplings were getting better and better. The two little ones' dumplings were completely unrecognizable, but at least they managed to pinch them together. Just as Grandma said, dumplings were meant to be eaten in the end. As long as they didn't leak water after boiling, they were good enough. It's better to use less filling and wrap them neatly than to force them closed. If the filling leaks out, it's ruined. Then you'd not only get dumplings but also a whole pot of cabbage and pork soup. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? One by one, the dumplings were placed on the steamer basket. Once the tray was full, Chen Yu carried it to the kitchen and fetched a new one. 2 full bamboo steamers, enough for the whole family. Water boiled in a large pot, and once it reached a rolling boil, the dumplings were added. Sunmmary quickly stir-fried 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy sour shredded potatoes. It's mainly about eating dumplings, the side dishes are just extras. She tossed some tofu skin with shredded carrots, chopped cilantro, light soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, and a tiny splash of sesame oil. It smelled amazing. Sunmmary grabbed another small plate and filled it with her homemade pickled garlic. This garlic was tangy and sweet, absolutely delicious. She often pickles small side dishes, most frequently sweet garlic and cucumbers. The sweet garlic had a sweet and sour flavor with no spiciness at all. Compared to garlic itself, she preferred eating the garlic skins. They had a chewy, resilient texture, which was probably just a quirk of hers. The pickled cucumbers were tangy and spicy, with a satisfying crunch when bitten into. They're absolutely perfect paired with millet porridge. A bite of pickled cucumber followed by a spoonful of millet porridge, it easily makes you polish off half a bowl more. During the New Year celebrations, we also pickle laba garlic. Truthfully, you can do it anytime around laba, as the climate is right, then a few days difference doesn't matter. But Grandma stubbornly insisted on pickling them on laba day itself, claiming they wouldn't develop the right flavor otherwise. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but every batch she makes turns out exceptionally good. Lifting the lid to scoop out the laba garlic, each clove glistened a vibrant emerald green. Because the pickling time is short, the garlic retains some of its original spiciness. With each bite, the tangy, sweet, and spicy flavors dance across your tongue. It always made me want to eat a few more dumplings. Back in the day, laba garlic was a rare treat. Every household pickled their own, but only enough for one jar. Once it was gone, that was it. Around the Lunar New Year, we ate dumplings almost every day, so the laba garlic was consumed especially quickly. When the family gathers, it often disappears in just a few meals. Nowadays, it's easy to get laba garlic, it's sold year-round. But store-bought ones never quite capture that authentic flavor. Their family still eats the laba garlic pickled by grandma. Sunmmary would pickle extra jars, giving one to relatives or friends who asked. When the dumplings floated to the surface, Sunmmary stirred them twice with a large spoon and poured in a ladle of cold water. Pouring cold water on both sides ensures the meat filling is thoroughly cooked. The steaming dumplings were served, their aroma filling the air. A large plate of dumplings sat before each person, accompanied by a bowl of dumpling broth. This is called the original broth dissolves the original food. Chen Yu had intended for Nuonyuo and Wanwan to share a plate. But Wanwan refused, insisting on having her own plate. Sweetie, can you really finish a whole plate? That's a lot of dumplings. Chapter 109, Daddy's dumplings bit me. I can eat it all. The little one nodded earnestly. Could she be trying to compete with Nuonyuo over who could eat more? Chen Yu thought to himself, but still served her a plate. If Ruwei couldn't finish it, he could eat the rest. Besides, it had been ages since he'd had grandma's dumplings, one plate definitely wouldn't be enough. Clearing away his daughter's leftovers was part of his duties as a human, after all. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. Outside, the streets were nearly deserted, everyone had gone home for dinner. The countryside was swarming with all kinds of mosquitoes and bugs. Staying out after dark meant inviting bites. The dumplings and vegetables were served, but Chen Bagua had put down the meat filling and gone for a walk, still hadn't returned. That old man still hasn't come back. Should Xiao Yu go look for your grandfather? Did Grandpa not bring his phone? Sunmmary shook her head. He never carries the phone we bought him. Says that thing's useless. Many seniors struggle to embrace new technology. Those glued to their phones scrolling through Douyin are definitely the minority. Then I'll go look for him. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Bagua returned, hands clasped behind his back in a mysterious manner. Sunmmary shot him a look. Old Chen, have you had enough fun? I'm back now, aren't I? What's that in your hands? None of your business. He walked over to Nuonyuo, who was sitting softly, still keeping his hands behind his back. Chen Yu had already seen what it was. No wonder Chen Bagua hadn't returned until after dark. You really couldn't catch it at dawn. No and Ruwei, look what Grandpa caught for you. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a cicada nymph lying inside. A cicada baby. Nuonyuo reached out her little hand, letting Chen Bagua place the cicada nymph in her palm. The nymph took a moment to adjust before slowly climbing up her palm. The tender skin of her palm tickled as the nymph moved, making her giggle. Sunmmary arrived just then and saw the scene. Why didn't you catch a few more? You could have stir-fried some for Nuonyuo to eat soft and tender. You think they're that easy to catch? There aren't any cicada nymphs around this time of year. I spent nearly an hour finding this one. True. They've all turned into cicadas now. City folks catch cicada nymphs to sell them, each one fetches several yuan. Rural folks catch them to eat instead. No one's buying them. If you want to eat them, just go catch some yourself in the back hills. The best time to catch cicada nymphs is 30 minutes before or after sunset, especially on rainy evenings. Target trees like poplars and sycamores. Cicada nymphs love sucking sap from these trees. Grab a flashlight and go hunting. They won't make a sound when you catch them. You can catch enough in one night to fill a whole big plate. There's also a clever trick: wrap a strip of white duct tape around the tree trunk. When nymphs climb up to it, they'll slip and fall. After falling, they won't switch trees but keep climbing the same one. They'll keep falling until they're completely exhausted. Then you can just pick them up off the ground. But few people do this, it'll earn you scorn from the villagers. Catching them with a flashlight will never be enough. Many nymphs will still make it to the trees and molt into cicadas. Using sticky tape is a truly ingenious method. By this month, most nymphs have already emerged from the soil, so finding one is genuinely difficult. Nuonyuo, give the cicada nymph to Daddy. Let's eat first, okay? Okay. Nuonyuo nodded and let Chen Yu take the cicada nymph. At the dinner table, Chen Bagua was still fiddling with his radio. It just got fixed a few days ago and it's already broken? The quality is terrible. I'll go find him tomorrow. Sunmmary couldn't stand watching any longer. You've been fiddling with it all afternoon. Did you even check if it has batteries? Of course there are batteries. I just replaced them. Chen Bagua said as he popped off the back cover. Seeing it completely empty, he froze. Weird. Where did the batteries go? Chen Bagua was completely baffled. He was certain he'd put them in just days ago. The others stifled their laughter and stayed silent, but Nuonyuo opened her mouth to speak. Chen Yu quickly shoved a dumpling into her mouth. Nuonyuo spit it out with a wah and looked at him with a pouty expression. Daddy, the dumpling bit me. I'm sorry, sweetie. Was the dumpling too hot? Chen Yu wanted to slap himself. He'd been so focused on stopping Nuonyuo from speaking that he'd completely overlooked the dumpling's temperature.
Freshly served, they were bound to be hot. It wasn't winter, after all, so they cooled down quickly. But the little one didn't cry at all, which made him feel even more heartbroken. What kind of father are you, feeding such scalding dumplings to your child? Chen Bubwa glared at him and gave him a sharp look. My fault. Chen Yu blew on the dumplings to cool them down before handing them to Nuwa. Want to try again? Daddy blew on them this time, so they won't bite you. Having learned her lesson, Nuwa didn't rush to eat. She scooped a dumpling with her spoon, pressed it against her lips to gauge the temperature, and confirmed it had cooled completely. Only then did she take a small bite, letting the broth flow down the corner of her mouth. Chen Yu quickly wiped her clean with a napkin. Nuwa took another bite, finishing the dumpling in 4 bites total. Is it good? Yummy. The little one smiled sweetly. Grandma's dumplings are delicious. Chen Yu hadn't tasted his grandmother's cooking in ages and missed it dearly. Paired with candied garlic and pickled cucumbers, he dug in heartily. Soon, the entire large plate was finished. With these 2 pickled sides, the plate of rice vinegar drizzled with sesame oil became less essential. He hadn't expected Softa to polish off the entire plate. What an appetite! Nuwa only ate half the plate, so the remaining half was his. Finishing the dumplings and sipping the dumpling broth made the meal truly perfect. No matter how many gourmet meals I've had outside, I always end up missing this taste from home. It's not just about the food, it's about the atmosphere of sharing a meal with family. No amount of gourmet cuisine can replace it. As a child, I didn't appreciate it much and never ate properly. I'd often run out to play with friends halfway through a meal. Only as an adult did I realize how precious those moments were. Sadly, the time for family dinners at home grows ever shorter and will only diminish further. At night, when I went to sleep, the cicada nymph was placed inside the mosquito net. Watching it inch its way upward, Nuwa felt her eyelids grow heavy with sleepiness. She leaned against Chen Yu's arm. Daddy, tell me a story? Sure. Chen Yu thought for a moment. Then I'll tell you a story about cicada nymphs. Do you know how many years cicada nymphs spend underground? 1 year? Chen Yu shook his head. 2 years? 3 years? Nuwa guessed a few numbers, but Chen Yu shook his head each time. 5 years? Ruan whispered softly. Nope. Does teacher Su know? I really don't know. Though Su Yuwei was an academic star, she was genuinely unfamiliar with such trivia. It can't possibly take over 10 years, right? Can this little thing really live that long? Chen Yu chuckled. Correct. Cicada nymphs must spend a full 17 years underground. 17 years. The 2 little ones' expressions instantly turned astonished. Chapter 110, Back to Daddy. The 2 little ones looked utterly astonished at the number. Combined, they were barely old enough to grasp the magnitude of that number. They immediately began counting on their little fingers. 1, 2, 3. Chen Yu smiled and continued. After 17 years, the cicada nymphs will emerge from the ground in summer, often after it rains. Daddy, why do they crawl out? Asked Ruan curiously. Indeed, after staying underground for 17 years, why would they suddenly emerge? To climb trees and transform into cicadas, so the world can hear their song. Those first 17 years were spent gathering strength, all for this moment of breaking through the soil. 17 years of silence, all for this 1 month of midsummer. But after autumn comes death. Is it really worth it? To Chen Yu, it was undoubtedly worth it. At the very least, they had blossomed, burning brightly like fireworks. Even in death, there was nothing to regret. Some people live long lives, yet each day is spent like a walking corpse. The breadth and depth of their existence might not even match that of a tiny cicada. The cruelest part for cicada nymphs is that humans eat them. Surviving the emergence from the soil is merely the first step. Next, they must evade various predators and escape human capture before climbing trees to molt into adult cicadas. Though no precise statistics exist, at least half of these nymphs perish along the way. Chen Yu has tried them a few times for novelty. They don't have much meat, but when fried, they're delightfully crispy and tasty, a rare high-protein food. It's obvious that summer has been quiet these past few years. When he was a kid, the cicadas chirped relentlessly so loud at night it kept him awake. Nuwa tugged at Chen Yu's arm, looking pitifully at him. Daddy, the baby cicada looks so sad. Can we let it go? Chen Yu smiled. Wait until tomorrow morning. You'll see a baby cicada that's just shed its skin. We can release it then. Really? Of course it's true. Thinking about what the little cicada would look like the next morning, Nuwa found herself unusually unable to sleep. She didn't fall asleep until very late. Cicada baby. Early the next morning, Nuwa couldn't wait to open her eyes. Pointing at the mosquito net, she called out loudly. Chen Yu, who was already half asleep and half awake, was jolted awake by the sudden shout. He was actually a bit grouchy in the morning. When university first started, Wang Guangtao set an alarm, claiming he wanted to get up early every day to exercise. The result? The entire dorm woke up to the noise except him. This happened day after day. The others felt awkward about it, but Chen Yu couldn't care less. After some friendly discussion, they finally got Wang Guangtao to turn off the alarm. Chen Yu touched Nuonuo's forehead. Sweetie, you sure are an early bird. He looked up at the mosquito net and sure enough, there was a shed cicada nymph shell.
The dark cicada itself was hanging on the mesh. Thankfully, it hadn't started chirping yet. If it did, the whole family wouldn't get any sleep. Daddy, can we let the baby cicada go?
Sure. Chen Yu rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed. He took Nuonuo outside and placed the cicada on a tree beyond the courtyard. Though less agile than nymph cicadas, it still had some flying ability, so this spot would do. The moment it touched the tree trunk, the cicada began chirping loudly.
Chen Yu hurriedly brought Nuonuo back inside. So this little guy was actually playing dead? After breakfast, Chen Yu drove them back.
Sun Hui and Shan Baoguo clung to the car window, reluctant to part.
Xiao Yu, you're leaving after just 2 days? Can't you stay a few more?
Truthfully, Chen Yu wanted to stay longer too. After all, they only got to see each other a few times a year, but it couldn't be helped.
Grandma, Yuwei has work to attend to, and in a few days, Nuanua and Wan Wan will be starting kindergarten.
Sun Hui understood this, yet she still couldn't help but plead with him to stay. Chen Baoguo said nothing, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. Once they left, only the elderly couple would remain at home, and loneliness was inevitable. While there were other elderly neighbors in the village to chat with and pass the time, it just wasn't the same as being with family. The joy of family life is what every elderly person cherishes. Why don't you take some more of last year's dried sweet potatoes?
You can snack on them along the way.
No need, Grandma, we've got plenty already. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei both glanced at the back seat, which was piled high with all sorts of snacks. Apples, milk, bananas, rice crackers, snow cakes. They were practically piled up like a little mountain. The two little ones sat amidst the mountain, looking left and right, unsure what to eat first. Grandparents always worry about spoiling their grandchildren when they're in charge. They just can't help it. These snacks weren't just for the trip. They could easily last several days even if taken home. Really, we don't need any more. Your grandfather and I can't finish them all. No, really, Grandma. You two should save them for yourselves. Chen Yu was utterly speechless. With this feeding approach, not just the two little ones, even he and Su Yuwei would end up getting fat. Sun Hui went on to give them a whole list of instructions. Things like eating on time, going to bed early, and not working too hard. Su Yuwei listened with a smile, showing no sign of impatience. Chen Baoguo, however, frowned. Enough already. Are we ever going to leave? Are the kids going or not? Only then did Sun Hui realize she'd gone on a bit too long. She laughed and said, look at me, once I start talking, I can't stop. Xiao Yu, drive carefully on the way back. Safety first. Got it, Grandma. We're off now. Bye, Grandpa and Grandma. The two little girls waved out the car window. Even after the car had driven quite a distance away, Sun Hui and Chen Baoguo's figures remained visible in the rearview mirror. They probably wouldn't turn back until they were completely out of sight. Chen Yu sighed silently. The next time they'd return would be for the new year. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be long, just 3 or 4 months. Yuwei, do you think my grandmother was too chatty? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Of course not. Su Yuwei shook her head immediately. I love listening to Grandma's nagging. It's so warm and comforting. Due to family circumstances, she couldn't even hear her own grandmother's nagging if she wanted to. So she thought Chen Yu's grandmother was absolutely wonderful. She was so warm and kind, and she made the most delicious dumplings. She was exactly the kind of grandmother Su Yuwei had always imagined. Grandpa was great too. Though not as talkative, he'd buy Nono and Ruoro all sorts of treats and even spent over an hour just to catch a cicada nymph. She adored every member of Chen Yu's family. The car merged onto the highway, the scenery rushing by on either side. After gazing at the scenery for a while, Su Yuwei asked, her face flushing, when will we come back? Chen Yu paused, taken aback. Had she only just left and was already thinking of returning? We can come back for the new year. If Uncle Su and the others agree, we can come back for the holidays. Sounds great. Let's come back for the new year then. Don't we need to ask Uncle Su's opinion? Chapter 111, Bitter melon is too bitter, don't eat it. No need. My decision stands. In previous years, Su Zhengshan hadn't paid much attention to the matter of returning home for the new year. He was too busy with company affairs, often staying away from home himself, and his employees had to work until the 29th day of the 12th lunar month before getting time off. Of course, they received triple overtime pay, and the holiday benefits were fully maximized. This was infinitely better than those unscrupulous companies demanding unpaid overtime. That was one reason the company had grown so large. Since he himself rarely went home, he couldn't very well demand that Su Yuwei do so either. However, in recent years, Su Zhengshan had been spending less and less time at the company, delegating more responsibilities to Su Yuwei and her brother. Perhaps it was simply that as he grew older, he increasingly wanted to spend his time with family. He left early in the morning. With little traffic on the road, the journey was smooth sailing. He arrived back in Lincheng by a little past 10. Aunt Zhou had finally wrapped up her affairs back home. She explained the details to Su Yuwei and said she could return to work anytime. Truthfully, with Chen Yu around, Aunt Zhou wasn't really needed anymore. No matter how good a nanny is, they can never replace a child's own parents. So Su Yuwei sent her a message, saying she could come back when needed and take on other families' work in the meantime. Her wages would be paid in full regardless, if only out of gratitude for all these years of service. During the 2 years before and after giving birth to both children, Aunt Jo truly poured her heart and soul into caring for them. Otherwise, Su Yuwei wouldn't have known how she'd have managed. Hearing this, Aunt Jo was deeply moved and assured her she'd be at her beck and call. She'd eaten far too richly these past few days back home, and yesterday's lavish banquet had left her stomach feeling heavy with grease. Chen Yu prepared a light lunch. There was only one meat dish, sweet and sour shredded pork, a small meat option that was tangy and sweet, quite appetizing. The other 3 dishes were all vegetables, designed to help digest the rich food. Among them was a cold bitter melon salad. Though bitter to the taste, it's a powerful tool for clearing heat and cutting through grease. Many people actually love bitter melon, though most find it hard to stomach. Seeing the sliced bitter melon on the plate, Nuonyuo and Wanwan instantly wore horrified expressions. They'd tried Aunt Jo's version before. The bitterness. After that, the dish never graced their table again. Now their own dad had served it up. What a devil. Bitter melon. Don't eat it, it's super bitter. The 2 little ones shook their heads at the sight of the bitter melon. The painful memory from last time seemed etched into their minds. That bitter taste started at the tip of their tongues and spread throughout their entire mouths. Why does such a bitter thing exist? You don't know, these 2 never eat bitter melon. Su Yuwei hurriedly explained. She regretted not telling Chen Yu about this sooner. Now this was great, the bitter melon dish would either go to waste or be eaten by the 2 of them. But she didn't like eating something so bitter either. Chen Yu smiled. Why don't you like it? Is it because it's too bitter? Nuonyuo nodded vigorously. Super bitter. Why don't you try Dad's? I promise it won't be bitter. Nuonyuo eyed the bitter melon skeptically. Really? In the end, she chose to trust Chen Yu. She scooped a small piece with a spoon and brought it to her lips. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and took a tiny bite. Opening her eyes wide in surprise, she exclaimed, "It's delicious." Then she shoved the entire slice into her mouth, chewing it with a satisfying crunch. Su Yuwei had braced herself for Nono to spit it out, but Nono actually swallowed it and said it was delicious? Curiosity got the better of her, so she picked up a piece and tasted it carefully. There was only a faint hint of bitterness, barely noticeable unless you paid close attention. Instead, it was mostly fragrant and sweet, truly delicious. How was this possible? The yellow liquid in the dish must be honey, with some sugar added. But Aunt Jo had used the same ingredients last time, and the 2 little ones still said it was bitter. What's different about Chen Yu's? How did you prepare this bitter melon? The bitterness is really mild. Chen Yu smiled and said, the bitter melon is prepared using a special method that completely removes the bitterness. He even deliberately left a bit of bitterness intact, just so the little one would know they were eating bitter melon. As for the sweetness inside, it's not just honey and sugar, the key ingredient is osmanthus-infused sugar. Candied osmanthus? Su Yuwei noticed the pale yellow flower petals scattered across the plate. Each one was incredibly tiny. She picked one up and tasted it. It was indeed sweet. Chen Yu briefly explained how to make candied osmanthus. It wasn't complicated at all. Mix osmanthus flowers with salt, stir, then let sit to draw out moisture in bitterness. After squeezing out the moisture, they were placed in a jar. A layer of white sugar was spread at the bottom, followed by a layer of osmanthus flowers, repeating the process. Finally, drizzle honey over the top and let it sit for a few days. This flavor was far superior to plain honey and sugar. With the help of the sweet osmanthus syrup, the once bitter melon became refreshingly sweet. The 2 little ones were actually fighting over it. Su Yuwei couldn't help but admire her boyfriend. He truly possessed a magical charm. Summer was already drawing to a close, and autumn would soon arrive. Summer was hot, and the cicadas in the trees were annoying. It had one redeeming quality, the chance to enjoy all sorts of refreshing treats. Whether it was ice cream or other cold treats, they felt most satisfying on hot days. With the weather turning cooler in September bringing kindergarten, Chen Yu decided to make one more batch for the little one. After this, it would be time for hot drinks. Having made sour plum soup last time, this time he prepared water chestnut and sugarcane syrup, another traditional sweet soup. After prepping the sugarcane and water chestnuts, she sliced half a yellow fleshed carrot. The rest was Chen Yu's secret blend of ingredients. Everything simmered in a large pot. After straining the liquid and chilling it, she added a touch of sweet osmanthus to enhance the flavor. The 2 little ones loved it as soon as they tasted it. Jiyu Clothing has a branch office in Linshan, and Su Yuwei needed to handle some business there. Chen Yu wanted to tag along to check it out. He was quite curious about the Su family's clothing company. Su Yuwei initially hesitated to accept, since no one at the company knew about her relationship with Chen Yu. It wasn't that she feared going public, but rather she didn't know how to announce it. Then she reconsidered. Perhaps bringing him along was for the best. If the company saw them together, they'd naturally understand their relationship. Nuonyuo and Ruerue stayed home, temporarily looked after by Aunt Jo. Besides, the 2 little ones hadn't seen Aunt Jo in ages. The Mercedes glided into the CBD and pulled up outside Jiyu Apparel. Despite being prepared, Chen Yu was still somewhat stunned. The sign outside the tower bore the 4 characters Su Yuwei apparel in bold letters. The modern decor and sheer scale of the place were truly impressive. And this was just a branch office. How magnificent must the headquarters be? He really had hooked up with a rich woman. I need to tell you something first, Su Yuwei said as she parked the car. What is it? Chapter 112, no more kissing, not even holding hands. I won't have much time to look after you later. Don't mind me. What's the big deal? Just go about your business. Chen Yu shook his head with a smile. He was here to tour the company, not cause trouble. Besides, he wasn't a child anymore. Did he really need looking after? One more thing, Su Yuwei paused. Once we're inside, please refrain from overly intimate gestures. Her gaze drifted out the window, her cheeks flushing slightly as she avoided Chen Yu's eyes. Like what? Like holding hands, hugging, or kissing? Before she could finish, a figure leaned in close. Su Yuwei instinctively tried to push him away, but her hands couldn't budge him. She closed her eyes. A butterfly-like kiss brushed her lips, leaving her strangely unsatisfied. She had to admit, ever since that kiss with Chen Yu back home, she'd been secretly anticipating the next one. You're so bold, we're still out in public. She flushed and scolded him playfully. We're in the car anyway. No one else can see us. Chen Yu laughed indifferently, unconcerned by such things. After all, she was his wife. What was wrong with kissing her? Then from now on, no more kissing, not even holding hands. Su Yuwei's tone grew slightly sharper. Kissing in the car was one thing, she actually enjoyed it. But at the company? Absolutely not. What if someone saw them? Where would the director's dignity be then? At work, she always maintained a cool and aloof image. Partly because of her personality, partly because it was necessary for managing the company. Having risen to this position at such a young age, with her biological father as the chairman, anyone would question whether she was qualified. Although her capabilities during previous major events had won over many, there were still those who remained unconvinced. She absolutely had to maintain this image. Even being seen holding hands with Chen Yu would only fuel their resentment. Got it, I'll do whatever my dear wife says, Chen Yu agreed with a smile. What do you mean, my dear wife? Don't go calling me that. Su Yuwei feigned annoyance, but couldn't help smiling as she turned away. The title my lady actually sounded rather nice. And this scene was perfectly captured by Chen Yu. She clearly loved it, yet she still put on that disdainful act. His wife really was at Sundara, loving to say one thing and mean another. Su Yuwei studied her reflection in the mirror, touching up her makeup slightly to ensure her expression remained unchanged. Only then did she slip on her oversized sunglasses, step out of the car with a sachet, and in her high heels stand just a fraction shorter than Chen Yu. Chen Yu followed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. The censored door slid open automatically. Su Yuwei strode through with unwavering focus, her stride carrying an air of confidence reminiscent of the Queen in The Devil Wears Prada. Director Su. The receptionist spotted her from afar and greeted her with a smile. Su Yuwei gave a slight nod in response. The staff turned their curious eyes toward Chen Yu, intrigued by his identity. Having worked at the company for years, they were accustomed to seeing Director Su appear alone. The times she'd been seen with female companions could be counted on one hand, let alone male companions. Not even once. What was going on? A man was actually following her, and he was quite handsome too. The sun must be rising in the west. Chen Yu noticed their gazes and responded with a smile and a wave. One by one, the young girls flushed and lowered their heads to avoid his gaze. Did you see that? The guy behind Director Su is so handsome. He's got a great smile too, totally my type. Who is he anyway, showing up with Director Su like that? Wait, I remember now, could it be the one Su Lu mentioned? Prompted by one of them, the others recalled as well. Su Lu had only told one person, making her promise not to spread it around. That person was fairly obedient and didn't spread it around, telling only one other person. One told another, and soon half the company knew. Gossiping is simply human nature, especially in a stifling environment like the workplace. The daily grind of clocking in and out is just too stifling. Without a little excitement and fun, it'd be impossible to endure. And gossip is the easiest kind of fun to come by. At first, I was a bit hesitant, afraid to spread rumors carelessly. But then I realized everyone around me was talking about it. Could you really resist joining the gossip squad? Of course, there's always the possibility of a snitch. Tattling has been around since kindergarten. Some people just love being traitors, and you can't stop it. But giving up gossip out of fear? That's giving up the greatest fun. Gossip does have a shelf life, though it usually loses its appeal after a few days. Just as they were about to forget the whole thing, Chen Yu's appearance reignited their memories. The girls all sighed. All of them were single, and they'd genuinely been hoping for a chance to exchange contact info. They'd even thought of names for their future children. But now that he turned out to be Director Su's boyfriend, that was completely out of the question. Combined, they couldn't hold a candle to even 1/10 of Director Su's appeal. How could they dare compete for her man? The two entered the elevator. Someone nearby greeted them and pressed the button for their floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a bright and spacious interior. The first floor was merely the reception area, spacious yet sparsely decorated and furnished. The third floor was the real office area, a whole different world. The decor was modern and minimalist, yet far from simple. People moved constantly through the space, yet there was no noise whatsoever.
A young woman spotted Su Yuwei and hurried over. "Good afternoon, Director Su."
The woman appeared to be in her 20s, her voice brimming with energy.
"Ruotong, how has the company been lately?"
Su Yuwei, clearly familiar with her, asked casually.
"Everything's on track." The young woman led the way while updating her on the company's operations. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Yu. Like the other receptionists, she was equally curious about Chen Yu, though she didn't show it. Moreover, she vaguely guessed that Chen Yu was Su Yuwei's boyfriend. There was no other explanation. Director Su had only one older brother and no younger siblings. The office decor was simple, yet it offered excellent privacy and soundproofing. When not working, Su Yuwei could relax properly in her private office.
A mountain of documents sat neatly stacked on her desk. When Su Yuwei mentioned wanting to see one particular file, the assistant could retrieve it quickly. Their coordination was seamless. Just as Su Yuwei had said, once she entered the company, she had no time to look after him. She didn't speak to Chen Yu once throughout the entire journey, not even glancing back.
The moment she entered the office, she sat down and began reviewing documents. Chen Yu even wondered if she'd forgotten he was there.
But he said nothing.
He settled onto the sofa as quietly as possible, careful not to disturb Su Yuwei with any noise.
Chapter 113, The Little Starlet He Helped.
Instead, a young woman brought him a cup of coffee, winking playfully with a smile.
Even in her business attire, she was quite attractive. Especially the way she served him coffee, it was simply beautiful. Her figure, however, was rather flat, nowhere near as impressive as Su Yuwei's.
Chen Yu took a sip of coffee and set it down.
It wasn't that he was being rude, it was just too bitter. He considered asking her for sugar or milk, but she was already reviewing documents with Su Yuwei.
Chen Yu didn't want to interrupt, so he simply set it aside and didn't drink it. Do all working stiffs really like coffee this bitter? Life was already bitter enough, shouldn't they at least drink something sweet? Chen Yu couldn't help but feel grateful for his system.
Otherwise, with his 4 years of coasting through college, he'd likely end up as a drudge. He wouldn't have landed a job at a major company like Jiu Clothing.
This sofa was surprisingly comfortable.
Chen Yu leaned back against the armrest and was about to drift off. Su Yuwei suddenly lifted her head and saw his head bobbing up and down. She couldn't help but chuckle softly.
She said she wanted to come see the company, but ended up just sleeping here? How could her boyfriend be so adorable?
The girl froze for a moment, following Su Yuwei's gaze to see Chen Yu dozing off. Honestly, he still looked handsome like this. He and Director Su actually made quite the pair. Compared to those rich playboys who chased her before their families were loaded, but their looks couldn't hold a candle to Chen Yu's.
"Director Su," the girl began.
Su Yuwei shook her head, rose, and walked over to Chen Yu. She clapped her hands sharply, startling him awake.
"Ha? Time to go home?" Startled awake, Chen Yu was groggy and completely lost. The girl couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she'd seen Director Su display such a girlish side. Love really does change you beyond recognition. That saying couldn't be more true. "Sorry for leaving you hanging," Su Yuwei murmured softly, tinged with apology. Having served as Ruotong's secretary for several years, she no longer needed to maintain a cool, aloof image around her. This time, her words carried a hint of playful affection. "Ah, it's fine. Just focus on your work."
Chen Yu had no idea how he'd fallen asleep. Probably because he was too tired from driving back this morning, and this sofa was just too comfortable. He couldn't resist. "Alright, Ruotong, take him around for a tour."
"We don't need you here anymore." The girl nodded.
"Yes, Director Su." She smiled at Chen Yu.
"Please follow me. I'll give you a tour of the company."
"I'll wait for you outside later, and we'll head home together." "Got it," Su Yuwei replied sheepishly. The girl felt like she'd been fed a mouthful of dog food. She never imagined Director Su would ever be the one doling it out. She had always assumed a powerhouse like Director Su was destined to end up alone. After all, there were so few who could match her. Stepping outside, the girl smiled as she introduced herself.
"Hello, I'm Han Ruotong, Director Su's secretary. You can just call me Xiao Han." "Nice to meet you, Xiao Han. I'm Chen Yu, Yuwei's husband." Han Ruotong was taken aback.
She'd assumed he was just her boyfriend, but to find out he was already her husband was quite a surprise. So Director Su had already gotten married. Had they held a wedding ceremony? She'd really like to attend. Han Ruotong forced herself not to ask that question. As a secretary, she had to maintain basic professional decorum. Write down everything your boss tells you. What the boss doesn't tell you is precisely what they don't want you to know. Never ask about it. She didn't pry into Chen Yu and Su Yuwei's affairs, instead enthusiastically introducing the company's various departments. "This is the marketing department. They analyze market trends, identify the most popular clothing styles, and share insights with other departments. This is the design department.
This is the advertising department. As he looked through each department, Chen Yu realized this company was indeed large-scale, with a substantial number of employees. And this was just a branch office. The headquarters was even larger. Add in the affiliated garment factories, and Su Apparel was truly a formidable force. He had to hold on to this wealthy woman tightly. When they reached the advertising department, a meeting was in progress. A video playing on the screen caught his attention. It was an advertisement. In the video, a girl in a school uniform handed a chocolate bar to the boy sitting across from her, flashing him a gentle smile. It perfectly captured the beauty of campus romance and the innocence of student life. Her acting skills put all those young heartthrobs to shame. The acting skills of today's popular stars are truly abysmal. He'd even heard of a star who never memorized lines, just saying 1 2 3 4 5 while all dialogue was dubbed in post-production. With that kind of attitude, how could the entertainment industry not be in such a mess? Chen Yu felt this girl looked familiar, as if he'd seen her somewhere before. Han Ruotong, quick to read the room, smiled and introduced, "This is Bai Ying. She's a rising star with a lot of buzz lately. Have you seen her lead role in Floating Life Chronicles?" Bai Ying? Chen Yu remembered she was the young starlet he'd helped at the market. Back then she was barefaced, but in the video she wore light makeup. Honestly, the difference wasn't that noticeable. But since they'd only met once, and her outfit and hairstyle were so different now, he genuinely didn't recognize her. Someone at the conference table pressed pause, pointing the remote at the screen. Bai Ying has starred in 2 consecutive hit dramas. She perfectly embodies the design aesthetic of this clothing line. Having her as our spokesperson would be ideal. Another person frowned, but she's riding high right now with non-stop offers. She might not choose to work with us. Then throw money at it. It's just a matter of money, right? If the money's right, is there anyone we can't get? The others immediately shot him a look of contempt, thinking, is this the level of person who should be attending meetings? The leaders sighed with exasperation, we have to consider costs. If it doesn't work out, we'll find someone else. Bai Ying's popularity is simply too high right now. Most celebrities enjoy only fleeting fame. This is an era where traffic reigns supreme. One hit song or drama can catapult a star to instant nationwide fame. Many minor stars achieve this level of fame through their company's relentless promotion. But that heat rarely lasts long. 2 or 3 months is considered a long run. Conversely, veteran stars without breakthrough works over extended periods gradually fade from public memory. How many stars from 2 years ago can you still name? Beyond their die-hard fans, hardly anyone pays attention. Stars who truly endure for years consistently deliver hit after hit. The same applies to endorsements. Brands tend to choose stars who are currently trending, ideally riding the wave of their latest work's popularity. While some brands do hire veteran stars, it's often a budget-driven necessity. It all comes down to trade-offs. While several people were still arguing over Bai Ying's situation, Han Ruotong led Chen Yu out of the conference room. "Mr. Chen, let me continue showing you around." Chapter 114, "Honey, are you up for it?" After leaving the office, Han Ruotong continued showing him around for a while. Employees bustled about, yet Chen Yu detected no weariness or impatience on their faces. It was that recently popular term office vibe. This work vibe is something that inevitably develops after working for a while. Many people post side-by-side photos online comparing their fresh-out-of-college selves to their one-year-in versions, and the difference is truly striking. Fresh out of school, they were vibrant and full of life. Full of energy, brimming with hope for the future, and determined to make a big impact. After a year on the job, they look worn out, listless, and their eyes have lost their sparkle. They've been worn down into walking corpses. Only 2 types of people seem immune to the grind. One type does work they love, their career is their passion, so fatigue never sets in. The other type benefits from exceptional company perks so good they make the grind bearable, like those at JD. At the end of the day, working is just about making money. Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder about Su Apparel's benefits: daily working hours, overtime pay, and such. Han Ruotong smiled. Standard hours are 8 hours with weekends off. Overtime pays triple. The chairman's motto is, efficiency matters more than hours. Chen Yu felt a new wave of respect for Uncle Su. These benefits were already quite generous. Many people would rather take a lower salary for a 5-day workweek with weekends off. Working non-stop or with only 1 day off per week was truly unbearable. This was a perfectly reasonable expectation, yet many couldn't even find such a job. An employee hurried over, "Assistant Han." She glanced at Chen Yu. "Get to the point." "Well, we just got word from France that they're ready to hold an online meeting to discuss our collaboration." "Wonderful!" Han Ruotong exclaimed with delight. This was a particularly large French fashion design company, boasting numerous top-tier designers. They were regulars at Paris Fashion Week and held significant global influence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they set the trends for global fashion. Countless fashion companies sought collaborations with them annually, yet only a select few ever succeeded. JU Fashion had approached them several times before, only to be rejected each time. This time, they finally secured a collaboration opportunity. Then let's prepare for the meeting immediately.
I'll go fetch Director Su now. The person looked troubled.
Assistant Han, there might be some issues. What's the matter? Translator Yang is on leave, and the remaining translators may not be up to par. Han Ruotong frowned deeply. This was indeed a major problem. Of all times, Translator Yang had to take leave.
Ordinary translators were easy to find, but excellent ones were 1 in a million. The online meeting required simultaneous interpretation, translating the speaker's words in real time with no more than a 3-second delay. It was nothing short of an extreme sport in the translation world. Listening, interpreting, and speaking all happening simultaneously demanded sustained, high-intensity brain work. It's not even in the same league as regular translation, and calling it 1 in a million is actually an understatement. Finding someone who not only possesses simultaneous interpreting skills but also has a solid grasp of specialized terminology in the apparel industry is even more challenging.
Why don't we reach out to other fashion companies?
They should have their own simultaneous interpreters.
Han Ruotong shook her head. Setting aside whether they're qualified enough, even if they have one, would they lend them to us?
The business world is a battlefield, and commercial warfare is a fight to the death.
While collaborations between companies aren't unheard of, they're usually formed to gang up and take down a third party.
At its core, it's all about self-interest.
Setting traps for each other is the norm. Then what should we do? Have other translators give it a shot? That approach is definitely not viable either.
The reason simultaneous interpretation is so challenging is that it allows no margin for error. If a mistake occurs, not only would the collaboration fall through, but it would also offend the other party.
Han Ruotong really didn't want to give up this opportunity.
But for now, it seemed there was no other option.
I'll report the situation to Director Su first. Chen Yu suddenly spoke up. Why don't I give it a shot?
After all, it was his wife's company that made it his business.
You could even call it his own company.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the first place.
Both of them froze for a moment. Mr. Chen, are you joking?
Chen Yu immediately spoke a few sentences in French, instantly startling Han Ruotong. Her French was only passable, but she understood a bit.
Chen Yu's French was exceptionally fluent, matching the translator's proficiency.
Mr. Chen, your French is excellent, but simultaneous interpretation demands high proficiency, plus mastery of specialized terminology in the fashion industry.
She didn't believe Chen Yu was up to the task.
Because simultaneous interpretation and consecutive interpretation are completely different beasts. Anyone in the translation field knows that consecutive interpreting can be done by anyone, while simultaneous interpreting requires innate talent.
You might not even find one person in your entire age group who can handle simultaneous interpreting. Why not let Su Yuwei decide?
All right.
Han Ruotong nodded.
I'll go brief Director Su.
In the office, she gave Su Yuwei a detailed account of the situation and left the decision to her. Su Yuwei looked up at Chen Yu. Are you up for it? I can handle it. Chen Yu nodded.
His French proficiency was now at a master level, and the professional vocabulary he'd accumulated from online translation gigs made simultaneous interpretation completely feasible.
Then it's settled. Prepare for the meeting.
Han Ruotong was taken aback, completely unprepared for her agreement.
Collaborating with this client was no joke. Director Su, would you like to reconsider? No need. If my boyfriend says it's okay, then it's okay.
Su Yuwei's expression remained cold and detached, her words leaving no room for doubt. Chen Yu felt a surge of satisfaction at her words.
Su Yuwei trusted him unconditionally. Although he had helped translate a few papers before, those were relatively low in difficulty. Simultaneous interpretation was an entirely different level. Simply because he said he could do it, Su Yuwei believed him. This was quite a gamble. Understood.
I'll prepare the conference room immediately.
Mr. Chen, please follow me. Han Ruotong said no more.
She only needed to follow Director Su's lead.
Chen Yu. His footsteps halted. It's up to you now. Don't make me look bad. Su Yuwei had always relied on herself. When had she ever depended on others?
But now she wanted to lean on Chen Yu just a little.
Don't worry, honey. Chen Yu smiled and followed Assistant Han out. What do you mean, honey? Don't go calling me that. Han Ruotong led him to the simultaneous interpretation booth. Mr. Chen, this is the company's simultaneous interpretation booth. Is that okay? She couldn't help but ask. After all, this was a rare collaboration opportunity that couldn't afford any missteps. No problem. Chen Yu nodded and stepped inside. Simultaneous interpretation booths are essential facilities for international conferences and forums. Chapter 115, The Boyfriend with Maxed Out Cooking Skills. It provides interpreters with a soundproof environment to ensure translation quality. Its panoramic glass design allows interpreters to observe speakers and monitor conference hall dynamics. Independent soundproof ventilation systems minimize noise to the lowest possible level. Chen Yu checks the equipment to ensure everything is in order.
Closing his eyes, he waited quietly for the meeting to begin. Many noticed him entering the simultaneous interpretation booth and began whispering among themselves.
Isn't he the one who came with Director Su? Why is he in the booth?
The French side agreed to collaborate with us and called an urgent online meeting, but the interpreter with simultaneous translation skills, Yang, took leave.
Director Su's boyfriend has that kind of skill?
I heard simultaneous interpreting is incredibly difficult. Inside the conference room, Han Ruodong finished her preparations.
Director Su, the other party is online now. Su Yuwei nodded and put on her headphones. Chen Yu, are you ready? No problem.
Chen Yu's voice came through the headphones, making Su Yuwei feel a bit odd. She never imagined her boyfriend would end up acting as her interpreter. This whole situation felt downright surreal. Even more surreal was how she and Chen Yu had ended up together. On his very first day of freshman year, she'd gotten drunk and ended up in bed with him for no apparent reason.
And now they had two adorable kids, Nua and Ruan. The most absurd part? They were now married. It felt like a dream. If she hadn't lived through it herself, Su Yuwei would swear it was straight out of a novel. Xiao Han, bring them in. Yes, Director Su.
Han Ruodong acknowledged the order and connected the conference call.
Su Yuwei took a deep breath, and the lingering tension instantly vanished.
She presided over countless such meetings before there was no reason for her to be nervous.
Perhaps it was because the interpreter was Chen Yu?
But she chose to trust him unconditionally. If her boyfriend said it would be fine, then it would be.
Within a second, she transformed back into the highly competent Director Su.
A faint smile graced her face, and her every gesture radiated confidence. The conference call connected, revealing a white-haired grandmother on the other end. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet she radiated an air of grace. Her kind smile made her seem like a neighborly grandmother. Chen Yu, however, remained vigilant. It took real skill to reach that position. He had to translate carefully, not let teacher Su down. Chen Yu listened intently through his headphones while observing the speaker's facial expressions and lip movements on the screen. The challenge of simultaneous interpretation lies in the simultaneous part. You must begin translating the moment the speaker starts talking. This places immense demands on mental energy, making it easy to fall behind mid-translation.
Therefore, while the speaker is talking, you must observe their mouth movements and even anticipate what they'll say next.
Only then can you anticipate and deliver the translation in sync. The elderly woman spoke at a moderate pace, but her accent was quite thick.
Translating her was genuinely challenging.
If not for Chen Yu's mastery of French, he wouldn't have understood a word.
Fortunately, he managed to translate it without holding Su Yuwei back.
With his assistance, Su Yuwei argued her case effectively, securing the best possible outcome for the company. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, hardly resembling a first-time simultaneous interpretation pairing.
This must be what they call a telepathic connection?
After about 10 minutes, Chen Yu began to feel tired, his mind growing foggy.
Simultaneous interpretation demands intense mental concentration and is extremely taxing on one's energy.
Even the most skilled interpreters can maintain full concentration for only about half an hour. Therefore, large conferences typically assign 2 interpreters who take turns resting. But with time running out and no second interpreter available, Chen Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and push through. The first 20 minutes went smoothly, but as time passed, he began to struggle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Han Ruodong watched him through the screen, silently cheering him on. She hadn't anticipated the meeting would drag on this long.
After all, the other party was an international fashion giant, a leader in the entire apparel industry. The fact they were willing to invest so much time in their company was remarkable. If this partnership truly opened the international market, Su Fashion's influence would be unrecognizable. Chen Yu felt his brain turning to mush, barely holding on by sheer willpower.
A single translation error could jeopardize his company's interests. Absolutely no mistakes allowed.
Finally, the other party smiled and delivered the closing remarks, officially ending the meeting. Chen Yu wiped his brow and exhaled deeply. If it had gone on for another 2 or 3 minutes, he truly wouldn't have been able to hold on.
Mr. Chen, you've worked hard.
Han Ruodong hurriedly handed him water and a towel. She truly looked at Chen Yu with newfound respect.
Who said good looks meant no substance? With translation skills like that, even translator Yang couldn't hold a candle to him. Though perhaps Su Yuwei had something to do with it? The power of love enough to make single people green with envy. Chen Yu gulped down the water in one go, finally soothing his parched throat.
Xiao Han, tell Director Su I'll wait for her in the car.
We'll head back together once she's done. Brother Chen, how about I arrange a place for you to rest? No need. I could use some fresh air anyway. Chen Yu waved his hand and turned to leave.
Along the way, he spotted several posters advertising a fashion design competition. This competition seemed to have official backing and was quite large in scale. Winners would receive not only prize money but also massive promotional resources and connections to official channels. Su Fashion was determined to win this competition. Chen Yu silently took note before heading downstairs to his car. He closed the door, shut his eyes, and prepared to rest for a moment.
Director Su. Assistant Han entered with a smile.
Paris had just sent her confirmation the partnership was a done deal.
The next step was finalizing the specific details of the collaboration. How's it going?
Su Yuwei rubbed her temples. Though Chen Yu looked exhausted, her own energy was no less depleted. After all, she was the one directly facing the other company. That old lady looked kind-hearted, but she was actually smiling through gritted teeth. During the meeting, she dug several traps for Su Yuwei. Had she not caught them in time, she nearly fell into their trap.
It went smoothly.
They've confirmed they'll partner with us. Chen Yu was undoubtedly the driving force behind such a smooth collaboration.
Su Yuwei nodded.
Good work, Xiao Han. A bowl of water chestnut soup sat on the conference table, its translucent white broth holding several pieces of water chestnut. The ice cubes inside had melted, leaving a cool sensation to the touch.
She had brought it from home, intending to drink it during breaks. But once she got busy, she completely forgot about it.
She handed the cup to Han Ruotong. Chen Yu made this.
Here, Han, you have it. Assistant Han was surprised. Director Su, aren't you going to drink it?
Take it. It's still a bit chilled.
With a boyfriend whose culinary skills were maxed out at home, couldn't she have it whenever she wanted? Chapter 116, How will you thank me? Thank you, Director Su.
Han Ruotong held the cup, utterly touched. Though Su Yuwei had always been kind to her before, that kindness felt like it was separated by a thin membrane. Su Yuwei always carried herself with an imposing presence, rarely cracking a smile. But this afternoon, Han Ruotong had counted carefully. Su Yuwei had smiled at least 13 times. 8 of those smiles were directed at Chen Yu. The remaining 5 times, while handling documents, her lips would inexplicably curve upward.
Han Ruotong found it odd laughing while reading documents? What kind of joke was that?
And just now, while introducing the horsehoof soup, she smiled again. And this time, she couldn't even suppress the corners of her mouth. It sounded like she was genuinely proud of her boyfriend's water chestnut and sugarcane soup. There was no doubt that Brother Chen was the one who changed Director Su. Compared to before, she liked the current Su Yuwei much more.
How to put it?
She's gained so much more warmth and humanity. Hope Director Su stays just like this from now on.
By the way, is Chen Yu still in the office?
Han Ruotong shook her head.
Mr. Chen said he wanted to get some fresh air.
He's waiting in the car to go home with you.
Then I'll head out first. Leave the rest to you. Contact me if any issues arise. Su Yuwei rose and walked out without a moment's hesitation.
Han Ruotong was left speechless. Though Director Su was a professor at Lin University and had 2 kids to raise, she didn't come to the office every day.
But whenever she did come to the office, she always stayed late before heading home. But what was going on today? It was only 4 o'clock. Was this considered leaving early? Han Ruotong sighed. Before, her only job was to be Su Yuwei's personal assistant, fetching documents for her at a moment's notice.
Now she had to handle all those tasks herself. And she had a feeling this kind of situation would only become more frequent.
Women in love really do change. I've changed my mind. Maybe we should bring back the old Director Su.
She pulled out her phone and glanced at the date invitation her boyfriend had sent.
Candlelit dinner? Bye. Guess we weren't meant to be. Working late tonight, can't make it to dinner. Let's reschedule.
She set her phone down and took a sorrowful sip of water chestnut soup.
The faint bitterness instantly dissolved into sweetness. Wow, this water chestnut soup is so delicious. I'm super jealous of Director Su. Seeing Su Yuwei carrying her bag downstairs, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. She was always one of the last to leave the office. What was going on today? Has the sun risen in the west?
Su Yuwei stepped outside and entered the parking lot, locating her parking spot. She opened the door and got in, where Chen Yu was dozing off.
Ha! I thought you'd be working late.
From Xiao Han, Chen Yu had learned that Su Yuwei was a workaholic, the type who wouldn't leave until the office was empty. So he figured he could catch some sleep in the car and be refreshed by the time they arrived. After all, Aunt Zhou was taking care of Nuonyuo and Wanwan, so there was nothing to worry about.
Who knew Su Yuwei would come out so quickly?
She was practically right behind him.
Leave the rest to Xiao Han. Su Yuwei offered no further explanation.
Compared to work, she'd much rather spend more time with Chen Yu.
So, shall we head home now?
Yeah, I'll drive.
No need, I'll drive.
Chen Yu started the car and drove toward home. After gazing at the scenery for a moment, Su Yuwei suddenly spoke up. Thanks for today.
Chen Yu paused, taken aback. For what? For the translation. If it weren't for you, this collaboration would have been impossible. So how does Teacher Su plan to thank me? Chen Yu grinned cheekily. It was only because he'd just pulled off a major feat that Su Yuwei was paying him any attention at all. How do you want to be thanked? Chen Yu pointed to his cheek. A kiss. You little rascal.
Su Yuwei clenched the small hand resting on her knee into a fist. She'd noticed Chen Yu growing increasingly bold lately, ever since that kiss at home. It seemed like he was thinking about kissing her all the time, everywhere. She shouldn't have started this.
Tonight I'll reward you properly. Su Yuwei's tone was flat yet laced with hidden menace, though Chen Yu, of course, missed the subtext. Really? You better not be lying to me. What could be a better reward than kissing? Could it be? He began fantasizing about what reward he might receive, unable to suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? Su Yuwei glanced at him. Ahem, nothing. How embarrassing. Chen Yu suppressed his smile and focused on driving. Soon they arrived home, where Aunt Jo was playing with Nuonyuo and Ruan downstairs. Aunt Jo had been taking care of them for over 2 years, and they had always gotten along very well. After not seeing her for over a month, both little ones missed Aunt Jo a bit. Grandma Jo, this flower is for you. This blade of grass is for you. The little ones ran back and forth, picking flowers and grass to give to Auntie Jo. Little flowers and grass, did you ask how I feel about this? Answer me. Slow down, you too. Don't trip. Aunt Jo watched Nuonyuo and Ruerue with a cheerful smile, just as if they were her own granddaughters, her eyes brimming with affection. She was truly grateful to Chen Yu and Su Yuwei for giving her this job opportunity. For Aunt Jo, the most important thing wasn't the money, but being able to watch Nuonyuo and Ruan play in roughhouse together. Over 2 years, she'd watched them transform from crying little bundles into lively, giggling little princesses. 2 years not a short time, yet when she looked back, it felt like a blink of an eye. Nono and Ruan had grown so much already. During this past month back home, she had missed Nuonyuo and Ruan terribly. When she saw the Mercedes pull up, Aunt Jo hurried to greet them. Teacher Su and Mr. Chan are back. Aunt Jo. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. Aunt Jo, just call me Xiao Yu. No way. Aunt Jo shook her head hastily. Though the two of them treated her very well, she couldn't just use that nickname casually. After all, she was a nanny being paid to look after the child. Chen Yu didn't press the issue. After all, he'd only met Aunt Jo twice, they weren't exactly close. It was definitely better to stick with a more formal title. Daddy! Nuonyuo, who had been picking grass just a moment ago, suddenly threw herself into Chen Yu's arms. Good girl, Nono. Did you miss Daddy? I did. Chen Yu shot Su Yuwei a smug glance. Which parent the two little ones ran to first signaled who they were closest to. Now it was clear beyond doubt that they were closer to him. Su Yuwei understood the meaning behind that look perfectly well and gave a cold snort. You two go hug your mom. The moment the two little ones heard this, they immediately rushed into Su Yuwei's arms. Only then did Chen Yu notice several green marks on his waist. He pinched a bit and sniffed a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted up. Goodness gracious, those two little rascals had rubbed grass juice all over him. No wonder they didn't hug mom first. After arriving home, Chen Yu changed into a fresh set of clothes. Nono and Ruerue, what would you like for dinner tonight? Chapter 117, Pickled Vegetable Braised Pork, the Taste of Memories. Fish-flavored shredded pork. Braised pork belly. Both little ones were carnivores, immediately ordering meat dishes. This trait was probably inherited from Chen Yu. He was a carnivore himself, the kind who couldn't live without meat since childhood. If the table was filled with nothing but vegetables, he just couldn't enjoy his meal. But with just one meat dish, he could easily polish off an extra bowl of rice. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Since the little guy wanted it, he had to indulge him. The high protein content in meat is excellent for a child's growth and development. Not only does it help them grow tall and strong, but it also promotes brain development. Aunt Jo, sweeping nearby, spoke hesitantly, Mr. Chen, I brought quite a lot of preserved vegetables from my hometown. I was planning to make preserved vegetable braised pork for Nuonyuo and Ruoro. Should I make it next time instead? She asked not only because Chen Yu was her employer, but also because of his cooking skills. On his first day, Chen Yu had sampled her cooking, it was even better than her own. She certainly couldn't upstage the guest. Preserved vegetable braised pork? Chen Yu smiled. That's something new. Did you pickle it yourself? Of course. Every family back home pickles preserved mustard greens. Aunt Jo beamed with pride at the mention. Though their hometown wasn't wealthy and had no tourist attractions, their preserved mustard greens were renowned. Famous writers had even penned articles specifically praising their preserved mustard greens. Aunt Jo vaguely recalled the name Wang Xingqi. If you insist, how about dried pickled mustard greens with braised pork? Yes. The two little ones nodded in agreement. For meat lovers, meat is all that matters, no fuss. Though they'd rather have their dad's cooking, Aunt Jo's skills weren't half bad. Besides, they'd never tried braised pork with preserved vegetables before. The name alone sounded pretty good. Little ones are naturally curious and love trying new things. Aunt Jo, I'll take care of it. Thanks for letting me handle this. No need, Mr. Chen. I'll be done sweeping in no time. You really should go prepare dinner, don't let the little ones miss their supper. Chen Yu smiled as he took the broom. Aunt Jo hadn't expected someone so young to be willing to do such dirty work. Take her son's girlfriend, for instance. She never did any housework at home, wouldn't even sweep the floor. Dirty clothes were strewn everywhere, and getting him to tidy up was harder than climbing Mount Everest. Yet her son adored her. The more Aunt Jo observed her son and daughter-in-law, the less she could stand them. She barely kept in touch with either of them. Her younger daughter, however, was quite diligent and got along very well with her. Mr. Chen, I'll go prepare dinner now. Aunt Jo smiled, washed her hands, and headed into the kitchen. The key to braised pork with preserved vegetables lies in the preserved vegetables themselves. You could skimp on the pork, but never on the preserved vegetables. The dark, plump pickled mustard greens soaked up the rich pork fat, their savory saltiness tinged with a hint of sweetness, a taste that evoked childhood memories for so many Southerners. Chen Yu was exhausted after sweeping just 2 rooms, his back aching so badly he could barely stand straight. It wasn't that he lacked exercise, the rooms were simply too large. At times like this, a big house just became a burden. By the time he finished cleaning, the entire day had passed. He wondered if he should buy a robot vacuum. But he'd heard those things were all hype, they didn't actually work that well. They couldn't reach the corners and edges, so he'd end up having to do it himself anyway. After washing his hands, he entered the kitchen where Aunt Jo was preparing preserved mustard greens. Seeing the glossy, dark-colored preserved vegetables, Chen Yu couldn't help but praise, "Aunt Jo, these look absolutely gorgeous." "Of course. Our pickled mustard greens from back home are no joke." Aunt Jo beamed with pride and began explaining the pickling method. The pickling method for preserved mustard greens is a provincial intangible cultural heritage, and the Zhejiang cuisine has its own techniques. But as Aunt Jo explained, Chen Yu realized there were subtle differences between the two methods. Pickled mustard greens are typically made from local 9-headed mustard greens. Its thick leaves and coarse fibers make it ideal for pickling. Besides mustard greens, snow cabbage is also used as a raw material. Harvesting usually occurs around the Qingming festival, when the mustard greens are at their freshest and most tender. At this time of year in the water towns of Jiangnan, every household had a large pickling vat for preserved mustard greens in front of their door. When spring rain falls, it creates a uniquely charming scene. With the times, the technique for making pickled mustard greens has become quite sophisticated. Large machines handle the 3 washes and 3 sun-drying cycles, enabling fully mechanized production. They can be bought anywhere outside. Yet they never quite match the flavor of those hand-pickled at home. Therefore, those with the means still choose to make their own. The method itself isn't overly complicated. First, the mustard greens must be fresh and of good quality. Remove any tough or damaged leaves, keeping only the fresh stems and leaves. Spread them evenly on a bamboo mat and sun-dry for a day to evaporate moisture. Next comes the initial fermentation. The first step is to rub in salt. Spread the watercress in layers, sprinkling salt while kneading it in. Continue until the stems soften. Pack them tightly into a clay jar and weigh them down with a heavy stone. Over time, vegetable juices gradually seep out, forming a natural protective layer that prevents mold growth. Wait for bacterial fermentation to occur, which takes about 3 days. Choose a day with strong sunlight. Remove the shepherd's purse and spread it out to dry in direct sunlight for 3 days. Continue until they reach a semi-dry state. When you pinch the shepherd's purse into a ball and it naturally falls apart quickly, it's perfectly sun-dried. Steam for 15 minutes, then proceed to secondary fermentation. After the steamed greens have cooled, transfer them back into the pot and repeat the first step. After multiple rounds of fermentation and sun-drying, the moisture is completely dried out. When the stems snap easily with light pressure, they are ready for airtight storage. This is the traditional method, yielding the most authentic preserved mustard greens. The dried mustard greens made this way have the best flavor. Serve a small portion with plain rice porridge, it's incredibly delicious. Salty, savory, and slightly sweet, it'll make you want to polish off an extra half bowl. The secret to dried mustard greens lies in 3 rounds of steaming and sun-drying, trading time for flavor. Only through the passage of time can true deliciousness be achieved. But the entire process is quite tedious and troublesome. Just 1 round of sun-drying takes half a month. That's why mechanical mass production has replaced the handmade process. Of course, simpler methods exist, but the resulting flavor pales in comparison. To savor true culinary delight, one must cultivate patience. Soak the dried pickled mustard greens in cold water beforehand, squeeze out excess moisture, chop finely, then gently dry roast over low heat until fragrant. Cut the pork into cubes and blanch them in cold water. While we were talking, all the prep work was done, and it was time to start stir-frying. Aunt Jo added a little oil to the wok, then stir-fried rock sugar over low heat until it turned amber. The caramel sauce is now ready. Add the pork belly and stir-fry until the surface is slightly charred, rendering out excess fat. Add ginger slices, scallion knots, light soy sauce, Shaoxing wine, and other seasonings. The moment the seasonings hit the pan, the aroma filled the air. After stir-frying, add hot water to cover the pork belly and simmer on low heat. After about half an hour, Aunt Jo pierces the meat with chopsticks. It breaks apart effortlessly. It's become quite tender and soft. Next, it was time for the preserved mustard greens to make their appearance. The glossy black preserved vegetables carried a natural fresh fragrance, which deepened with a hint of smoky aroma after roasting. Chapter 118, is tonight's dinner a wild vegetable meeting? The focus of this dish wasn't the meat, but the preserved vegetables. Well-pickled preserved vegetables guarantee a delicious result. Aunt Jo spread the preserved vegetables over the meat and let it simmer a little longer, allowing the dried vegetables to soak up the pork belly's juices while also cutting through the slight greasiness. Aunt Jo, these preserved vegetables smell amazing. Chen Yu could smell the aroma from across the room. Eat plenty later and savor my cooking.
Aunt Jo smiled as she went to steam the buns. Without realizing it, she had grown less formal in her conversation with Chen Yu.
Chen Yu wasn't much younger than her son.
Aunt Jo could see glimpses of her own son in him, yet the gap between the two was simply too vast.
How could two young people be worlds apart?
Aunt Jo shook her head, refusing to dwell on her son's troubles. She washed her hands and prepared to knead dough for steamed buns. The vegetables were ready, but she still needed to make the main dish.
Chen Yu suddenly had an idea.
His homemade preserved mustard greens weren't exactly common.
Since he had some on hand, why not make something special? Aunt Jo, how about I handle the main dish?
No need. I'll handle the steamed buns, I'm a pro at that. I wasn't talking about steamed buns, I meant making pickled mustard greens pancakes. Aunt Jo froze at the suggestion.
Preserved vegetable pancakes? She'd never even heard of it.
She'd only eaten pot stickers once or twice herself.
They seemed similar to baked flatbreads, just a bit thinner.
It wasn't really her fault. Pot crust is a Northwest Chinese specialty, one of Shaanxi's famous 8 oddities. Dry, tough, and chewy, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, easy to carry, and incredibly filling.
Legend has it the Qin army invented it.
They mainly ate potcakes during campaigns. It was this portable, filling staple that fueled the Qin army's conquest of the 6 states. Originating in the Northwest, pot helmets embody a rugged and bold spirit.
Doesn't it seem a bit out of place with the gentle and reserved people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Pickled mustard greens pot bread? Can that even taste good? Aunt Jo hesitated.
Her hometown did have a similar dish, pickled mustard greens flatbread. Aunt Jo never made it herself, only buying it once from a shop. How to describe that taste? It was downright hard to swallow. The preserved vegetables had absolutely no flavor, and the pastry crust was incredibly tough to chew. It felt like eating rubber.
And this was from a pretty famous shop. How could they make something so awful? It was an absolute waste of preserved vegetables.
From then on, Aunt Jo steered clear of pickled mustard greens pancakes.
Her family only prepared preserved mustard greens 2 ways.
One was braised pork with preserved mustard greens. The meat juices soak into the vegetables, while the vegetables absorb the richness, a match made in heaven.
The second was to eat them with congee.
A bowl of plain congee, a plate of preserved mustard greens.
Nothing else is needed.
It's enough to make you sweat buckets and feel completely refreshed.
Let me try it, I guarantee it'll be delicious.
Since Chen Yu had said that, Aunt Jo couldn't really object. Though she trusted Chen Yu's cooking skills, she still harbored doubts.
Could pickled mustard greens and pot stickers really be a good pairing? No time to waste. Chen Yu put on his apron and rolled up his sleeves. The dough had already finished proofing.
A gentle poke revealed slow, springy rebound, soft yet resilient.
Perfectly proofed. Some leftover pork belly was just right for this.
The preserved mustard greens were also ready to use.
Chen Yu first soaked the preserved mustard greens in water to remove excess salt. After squeezing out the moisture, chop it finely. He stir-fried them over low heat until dry and fragrant. Next came the filling. Pork belly is chopped into small pieces, though grinding it into mince works well too.
But since we don't have that option now, we'll use small chunks instead. Add oil to the wok and stir-fry the pork belly until fragrant. Once it changes color, add minced ginger, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and 5 spice powder for seasoning. Add preserved mustard greens and drizzle with sesame oil for extra fragrance. Transfer the stir-fried filling to a bowl. The aroma is truly tempting. The crucial step, however, is making the wok crust. Aunt Jo leaned in, curious to see how the pot crust was made. The traditional tool for making potcakes is called an oz. The oz is a tool used for making many types of noodle dishes, capable of preparing potcakes and griddle cakes. It has a circular surface with a slight dome in the center, supported by 3 legs at the bottom. In some places, there's a saying that every household has an oz and makes pancakes. Don't be fooled by the fancy description, it's basically just a flat pan. Therefore, a regular frying pan can perfectly substitute for an oz pan.
Wrap the filling in the dough.
Chen Yu grabbed the rolling pin and rolled the dough into a round wrapper, thicker in the center and thinner at the edges. Brush the surface with water and sprinkle white sesame seeds for added flavor. The skillet is preheated. Brush a thin layer of oil on the bottom. Place the dough in the pan and cook over low heat until both sides turn golden brown. There's a saying about flipping the pancake 3 times and turning it 6 times, constantly moving it around the griddle to ensure even heat distribution.
When it puffs up slightly, it's done.
The finished pot sticker features a chrysanthemum-like pattern on the edges. That's for traditional griddles. You can't flip a skillet constantly. Nevertheless, the pan-fried bread turns out beautifully golden and crisp.
A faint wheat aroma wafts through the air.
The fresh fragrance of preserved mustard greens mingles with the savory aroma of pork belly. My, this preserved vegetable pot sticker looks truly splendid.
Aunt Jo couldn't help but exclaim.
Golden brown and slightly charred, it looked so tempting she wanted to take a bite right away. Still, she couldn't help but feel skeptical. The pickled mustard greens flatbread she bought before was also golden brown on the outside, yet the taste was so disappointing.
You really can't judge a dish by its appearance alone. Chen Yu quickly stir-fried some greens and made a soup. No, come eat.
Since making pot stickers takes time, dinner was a bit late today. The two little ones were already starving, their stomachs growling loudly. At Chen Yu's call, they immediately ran over, abandoning the cartoon that was still playing.
Go wash your hands first, you can't eat until they're clean. Chen Yu and Aunt Zhou carried the dishes upstairs. He went to call Su Yuwei to dinner. Ever since coming home, Su Yuwei had locked herself in the study, seemingly engrossed in something.
Chen Yu walked over and knocked on the door, but there was no response. He simply pushed the door open.
Su Yuwei was intently focused on her computer screen. Yuwei, dinner's ready. You guys go ahead and eat. I'll join you once I'm done. She didn't even turn around.
Chen Yu knew from Xiao Han that she was a workaholic. By the time she finished, the food would be cold.
Well, I'll be sure to finish everything. By the time you're ready to eat, all that'll be left is instant noodles.
Su Yuwei's lips curved upward, and she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle.
Fine. I'll come eat with you.
In the past, when she was busy, Aunt Zhou would also urge her to eat first. Su Yuwei would always brush it off. But Chen Yu managed to get her to eat obediently with just one sentence. This must be what they call one thing counteracting another.
She just can't resist Chen Yu.
She was a bit shameless, yet there was a hint of coquettishness in her manner.
As soon as she sat down at the table, Su Yuwei noticed something different from before.
Every dish contained a dark, leafy wild vegetable.
It was in the braised pork, in the soup. Could it possibly be in those flat, round cakes too?
She didn't recognize preserved vegetables, so she called them wild greens.
What's going on today? Are the wild greens having a meeting? This was not the kind of joke Su Yuwei would ever make before. Chapter 119, Little Angels are Little Devils too. She learned this from Chen Yu.
Chen Yu chuckled, these aren't wild greens, they're pickled mustard greens Aunt Zhou brought from home. But since the preserved vegetables were pickled from shepherd's purse, calling them wild greens wasn't entirely wrong. Mom, these pickled greens are so delicious.
Nuonuo couldn't resist sneaking a piece earlier.
The preserved vegetables had soaked up all the meat juices, tasting every bit as good as the meat itself.
Now she couldn't help but strongly recommend them to Su Yuwei. Let me try some.
Su Yuwei picked up a piece of preserved vegetable, then a slice of pork belly. She placed them in her mouth one after the other. The preserved vegetables carried the richness of the pork belly, while the pork belly held the subtle fragrance of the preserved vegetables. Both had perfectly absorbed the other's strengths, making the flavor even more delightful. This wild vegetable is quite tasty, isn't it?
It tastes great, Aunt Zhou. Did you make this dish?
Yes, I brought back quite a bit of preserved mustard greens from my hometown and made this braised pork with preserved mustard greens.
I'm glad you like it, Teacher Su.
Su Yuwei's appreciation made her feel quite proud. It wasn't just because she made the dish, but because she pickled the preserved vegetables herself. People back home take great pride in their homemade preserved vegetables.
By the way, what is this? Su Yuwei poked at the dried plum cake lying on the plate. You've never had pot stickers before? Su Yuwei shook her head. Should I have?
Chen Yu thought pot stickers weren't exactly exotic.
You could find them at any street food stall. But then it dawned on him. Su Yuwei didn't eat from street stalls.
And at the formal dinners she attended, pot stickers would never be served as the main dish. It wasn't that Chen Yu looked down on them.
Pot stickers simply weren't fit for refined dining. They're just meant to fill your stomach. Have you ever seen anyone serve a basket of pot stickers as the main course when hosting a dinner? The guests would probably turn green with disgust.
Of course, some people might have a peculiar obsession with pot stickers. Take that corrupt official who was all over the news even after getting busted, he still couldn't stop thinking about those chiefing double-layered buns. When I was a kid, my parents would occasionally give my brother and me 2 yuan to buy chiefeng double-layered pancakes a fan each. We'd eat them like it was New Year's. The old leader steps into the fray, making one final push for his hometown. Childhood memories are the most unforgettable, especially when it comes to food. What we love to eat as adults often bears the imprint of our childhood. Try some my special preserved vegetable pot stickers. It really is a gathering of wild greens.
Su Yuwei tore off a small piece, instantly catching the aroma of pork belly and preserved mustard greens.
Mixed with a faint wheat aroma, it made her anticipate the taste of the pot cake. Freshly baked pot stickers are truly the most delicious. Holding the piping hot pot cake, she switched it from her left hand to her right because it was too hot, yet she still couldn't bear to put it down. She bent down and blew on it twice. As the steam dissipated slightly, she eagerly took a bite. The crispy crust crumbled between her lips and teeth, sending crumbs scattering down. Now that's what I call truly delicious. This one wasn't fresh out of the oven, so it wasn't quite the same. But it was still delicious. Su Yuwei took a small bite and suddenly crunch. It's actually crispy? Su Yuwei exclaimed in surprise. The savory saltiness of preserved mustard greens mingled with the rich aroma of pork belly in her mouth. There was also a hint of wheat aroma. This preserved vegetable pot sticker was absolutely delicious. Delicious, salty, and savory. Chen Yu chuckled, that's because Aunt Joe's preserved vegetables are top-notch, they taste amazing no matter how you cook them. Aunt Joe hurriedly waved her hands.
No, no, no. It's Mr. Chen's excellent cooking skills. This wasn't just empty flattery. What good are preserved vegetables alone? It all comes down to the skill.
Watching the family devour their meal with such relish, Aunt Joe couldn't resist tearing off a piece herself. She took a bite and her eyes widened in surprise. No wonder Teacher Su was enjoying it so much, this was truly delicious. It was nothing like the pickled mustard greens cakes she had before. Strange that shop was huge and famous.
Shouldn't preserved vegetables taste the same everywhere? Could the difference really be that significant just by swapping the pancake for a crispy flatbread? Or perhaps it wasn't about the form of the pancake at all. Is it the skill of the chef?
Where on earth did Chen Yu learn such amazing cooking skills at such a young age?
Nuwa even invented a new way to eat it.
Tear off a small piece of pancake, top it with a few slices of pork belly, and add some glossy black preserved mustard greens.
Roll it into a small pancake before eating.
Soaked in the meat juices, the crispy crust softened into a tender texture. The flavor was equally fantastic.
The family had a proper pickled mustard greens feast.
Everyone ate until they were full, their little bellies slightly rounded. Aunt Joe took care of the cleanup, washing the dishes and tidying up. Just as Chen Yu was about to head to the study to check his computer, Nuwa called out to him mysteriously.
Daddy, come here. Chen Yu walked over.
What is it, sweetie? Nuwa motioned for him to bend down, wrapping her little arms around his neck.
Was this because the preserved vegetable pot stickers were so delicious that you wanted to reward him with a kiss? Chen Yu smiled and closed his eyes. He braced himself for Nono's kiss.
But instead of a kiss, he felt a gentle breeze. The breeze was warm, carrying a slightly peculiar scent.
He tried to identify it. Could it be the scent of preserved vegetables? Opening his eyes, he saw Nuwa blowing air at him. You little rascal, Nuwa. Nuwa giggled, wearing a look of triumph. Even little angels can turn into little devils sometimes. After all, she's just a child, playful at heart.
Chen Yu really wanted to spank this little rascal.
In the end, he gave up. What could he do when his own daughter was pulling pranks? He'd just have to put up with it.
While the two were playing around, Su Yuwei had already entered the study. She even closed the door, probably because she had important work to do.
This left Chen Yu without access to the computer. He found it odd. The house was so big, why not have more than one study and more than one computer? But then again, Su Yuwei was alone, what use would she have for so many computers?
He'd have to get a computer for her sometime when he had the chance. After all, he had the royalties from Shook and Beta.
The cost of a computer was peanuts.
The book had already been published in large quantities and was selling exceptionally well.
Every copy sold meant money in his pocket. It was practically money growing on trees. Chen Yu couldn't help but admire the website's money-making tactics.
This Shook and Beta book, even though it's the same content, they've managed to create several different versions.
The cheapest is one version.
Using better paper and a nicer cover makes it a hardcover edition. The most expensive version used the finest paper, a hardcover with gradient anti-counterfeiting features, included bonus material about the creation process, and came with small gifts like bookmarks.
This was called the collector's edition. It's the same thing, just repackaged. Yet the price can double, triple, or even increase tenfold. If this isn't profitable, what is?
It's just like many restaurants, they're not selling the food itself, but all the added value services bundled with it. Far more valuable than the ingredients or the cuisine itself. Chen Yu actually disdains this approach, as if it makes his content seem unimportant. But when it comes to making money, no one's too proud to try. Editor Xiao Yu always made sure he cooperated with whatever she asked him to write.
Chapter 120, What about the promised reward? Just as he was thinking about Xiao Yu, she sent him a message. Big shot, I've got some great news for you. What's the good news?
Xiao Yu paused on the other end of the screen. She sent a surprised cat emoji.
He actually replied instantly. What's going on? Could it be that my efforts finally moved you, God? Before, when she messaged him, Chen Yu would take forever to reply. Getting a reply within a day was already considered fast. It wasn't that Chen Yu was putting on airs.
Ever since having Nuonuo and Ruerue, his life revolved entirely around his two daughters. He was no longer the carefree college student he used to be. He even uninstalled his favorite games. This was completely unthinkable for the old Chen Yu. So Xiao Yu felt a bit unsettled by his sudden quick reply. Yet she felt a little touched.
Could it be that persistence really does wear away stone? Had she finally warmed the heart of this gaming legend? Overcome with emotion, Xiao Yu prepared to type out a little essay to express her current feelings.
Seeing just a few words appear on the screen after a long period of typing, Chen Yu decisively sent a message.
Cut the drama. Let's get down to business. What? The god actually anticipated my move.
Xiao Yu cursed inwardly. She'd already typed most of her little essay, how could he do this?
She really wanted to send it. But what could she do? The other side was the big shot. You gotta listen to the pro and keep him happy. Otherwise, what about her performance metrics? Wah?
Ji Xiaoyu reluctantly deleted every word she'd just typed. It felt like her heart was bleeding.
You ask why I didn't save it for later? Come on, essays like this require the right mood.
When the mood strikes, writing hundreds of words flows effortlessly. But once it's gone, no matter how hard you rack your brains to continue, it just won't have the same flavor. Alright, time for the real news. Shooken Beta's sales have hit 1 million copies.
Celebrate with confetti. Among countless published books, 1 million copies isn't that impressive. True bestsellers like Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings sell in the hundreds of millions. Even domestically, Yu Hua's To Live has sold tens of millions of copies. 1 million copies really isn't that impressive. But this is a children's storybook. And it's published in an era when print book sales are in serious decline. What can't you read on your phone? Who still buys physical books? Isn't it all about the fan effect? Because people have read it online and grown fond of Shooken Beta. That's why they buy it. The sentiment of collecting far outweighs practicality. They're basically die-hard fans.
Ji Xiaoyu sent several cat emoji stickers in a row. You could feel her joy even through the screen. It wasn't just about sales performance.
That's just a bonus. Talking about money is so tacky.
A rookie editor just started on the job, and already a top-tier author has emerged under her. That sense of accomplishment is hard to describe. It means so much more than any sales target ever could.
Naturally, her standing within the editorial department skyrocketed.
Seniority means little when compared to tangible results. With the hottest editor on the site under her wing, she's on track to become chief editor by year's end.
That's great, Chen Yu replied simply. Ji Xiaoyu froze. Pretty good? Such monumental news, and the big shot's response is just that's good? What's the difference between that and oh? Could you at least show some emotional value? God, I gotta call you out on this.
You should be showing some excitement right now, or else I'll feel awkward. They'd known each other for 2 months now, and their conversations had become much more casual.
They could even joke around occasionally.
I guess I've been acting a bit too reserved. Mainly because he hooked up with a rich woman. He really isn't short on cash.
Alright, let's just say it's for editor Xiaoyu's sake.
Chen Yu thought to himself as he sent a flurry of emojis.
Wow, we actually hit 1 million views. Never would have guessed.
Ji Xiaoyu snorted on the other end of the screen.
Fake, so fake, couldn't be more fake. Plus, those memes he sent were all stolen from me. Forget it, better let the big shot off the hook. And let go of yourself too.
Ji Xiaoyu shifted to another matter. Big shot, one more thing. Shooken Beta sold the animation rights, and the first episode is already done.
Oh? When will it air? Compared to the book's million copy sales, Chen Yu found this news far more intriguing.
Because Nuonyuo and Ruerue loved watching cartoons. Having his daughter watch an animated adaptation of his own books, few people in the world had that kind of experience.
Just thinking about it made him excited. It's still a ways off.
They've only finished the first episode.
The animation studio wants to invite you to watch it and give some feedback.
Plus, they'd like the 2 little ones to do a cameo voice acting role.
That sounds interesting. You have to admit, this company is clever. They say they want my input, but really they're after my name.
If he actually offered suggestions, they'd immediately pin a co-writer title on him.
Having the author personally involved in production would surely attract more fans, wouldn't it? Then have Nuonyuo and Ruoro each voice a character. Just minor roles.
The kind that exits after 1 episode with barely any lines. The original author's daughter participating in the voice acting. What a great marketing angle.
Promoted well, and who'd worry about viewership?
But Chen Yu really wanted to bring his daughter along.
This is such an incredibly novel experience. 99% of kids in the world never get this chance. So, are you in, big shot? Yeah, when are we going? Not sure yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I do.
Ji Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, surprised the collaboration had been finalized so smoothly. She'd assumed someone as free-spirited as Chen Yu would surely refuse.
Putting down his phone, Chen Yu knocked on the study door. Come in. Chen Yu pushed the door open.
Su Yuwei turned her head, her face framed by black-rimmed glasses. It gave her a different kind of charm.
What's up? Chen Yu seemed a bit awkward. Didn't you say there'd be a reward tonight?
Su Yuwei paused, then smiled softly.
Though Chen Yu was dependable.
Whether as a boyfriend or a dad, he handled both roles perfectly.
He often acted like a child. Spending the whole day obsessing over rewards, how was that any different from a child fixated on toys?
Then again, he was just a recent college graduate. It was only natural for him to retain some childish traits.
Ironically, that's exactly what Su Yuwei finds endearing about him. That contrast is absolutely adorable. Do you really want it that badly? Su Yuwei's lips curved into a smile.
Her mysterious expression felt a bit mischievous.
It reminded Chen Yu of Nua's earlier prank. Parents are a child's best teachers. Could Nono have learned her mischief from Su Yuwei? Could she actually have a hidden, scheming side? I don't think so. Then do you want it or not? I'll count to 3. 3, 2. Chen Yu hurriedly replied, yes, I'll take it. If I don't take it now, I'll miss my chance. Chapter 121, Sparring with Teacher Su. What if their relationship could take a step forward? Like, sparring in bed. See who's stronger in a fight. Just thinking about it gets me a little excited. Then go ahead to the bedroom. I'll get ready. Whose bedroom? Mine, of course. Having not seen Aunt Jo for 2 months, the two little ones missed her terribly. For the first time, they didn't ask Chen Yu to tell them a story. Instead, they eagerly asked to sleep with Aunt Jo. This gave him and Su Yuwei a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had to seize it. Aunt Jo had already taken Nuonuo and Wanwan to bed, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. This was incredibly thoughtful. Now, this space held only him and Su Yuwei. Time for some grown-up business. Chen Yu first washed his face and brushed his teeth. He blew on the back of his hand and sniffed. Still a bit of a smell. Damn it! If only I hadn't eaten those preserved vegetables. It's all Aunt Jo's fault. Brush again. After the second round, the smell was finally gone. Should I take a shower first? That's how they do it in the movies. Better ask Su Yuwei first. Chen Yu reached the study door and saw Su Yuwei still buried in her drawings. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Didn't she say she needed to get ready? Yuwei, are you going to take a shower? If not, I'll go first. Why suddenly take a shower? I saw it done that way in movies. Su Yuwei paused, seemingly pondering the connection between bathing and movies. Then she shook her head, maybe we shouldn't shower. It'll be a hassle to get dressed afterward. Getting dressed? Why would you need clothes to get into bed? Could it be? Chen Yu's mind raced, conjuring hundreds of possibilities within seconds. Finally, he settled on one. Could it be that Su Yuwei wanted to undress him herself? That's why she wants him to stay dressed? It must be. Another hidden trait of my wife uncovered. I get it. I'll head to the bedroom and wait for you. Su Yuwei watched Chen Yu's retreating figure, feeling certain he'd misunderstood something. Chen Yu felt unexpectedly nervous once he entered the bedroom. Though he and Su Yuwei had already been intimate once before. It had happened while they were both drunk, and everything had been hazy. He was quite sober now. Soon another question popped into his head. There didn't seem to be any small balloons at home. What if it hit the mark on the first try? Though the odds were incredibly low, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, he was in pretty good shape. Nuwa is so tiny and delicate. Wouldn't that be a bit too soon? We'd be completely overwhelmed then. No way, I need to go buy one right away. Luckily, there's one downstairs in the vending machine. Just as Chen Yu was about to head downstairs to buy one, Su Yuwei walked in holding several books. She closed the door behind her. This was clearly the rhythm of getting ready to practice. Yuwei, wait for me, I'll go downstairs to buy it. You're not going anywhere. Right now. Su Yuwei shoved him down hard, startling Chen Yu. Wow, she's really hungry for it. She's got hidden depths. Well, the odds of getting lucky on the first try are pretty low. It probably won't be that lucky. At this point, might as well enjoy it. Chen Yu was ready. But Su Yuwei sat down beside him and opened one of the books. What are you lying around for? Get up and teach me French. Teach me French? Those 4 words echoed in Chen Yu's mind, and he seriously doubted he'd heard correctly. This plot development was all wrong. Everything was set, all that was missing was the wind. And now you tell me the wind's gone? Chen Yu sat up awkwardly. Yuwei, you mean the reward is for me to teach you French? Yes, what did you think it was? I thought it was. Chen Yu shut his mouth halfway through, feeling guilty. He couldn't possibly voice his true thoughts. That would make him look like a pervert. Even though they were legally married, this sort of thing was perfectly normal. But he couldn't force her, could he? Chen Yu's expression was downright peculiar, and Su Yuwei began to catch on. Combined with his earlier mention of showering and shopping, Su Yuwei instantly guessed what he meant. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. What are you thinking? Nuonuo and Ruerue are still at home. Chen Yu scratched his head awkwardly, his words stumbling out. Just close the door. If you just control yourself a little, they shouldn't hear anything. Su Yuwei's flushed cheeks deepened with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She truly hadn't expected Chen Yu to say something like that. What did he mean by just control yourself a little? Was that something you could just control at will? Besides, wasn't the volume of her voice entirely dependent on how intense Chen Yu was? Honestly. She couldn't go on. It was mortifying. You shameless. Su Yuwei pointed her little finger at him, finally managing to squeeze out those words after a long pause. Chen Yu felt wrong too. This was a normal human physiological need, especially for someone young and full of vigor like him. Besides, he hadn't exactly forced the issue. Hadn't they managed just fine for 2 whole months? It was Su Yuwei who said she'd reward him. Earlier, she'd said to wait in the bedroom and prepare properly. Who could have guessed she was preparing French study materials? What a misunderstanding. The two fell into an awkward silence. Not speaking felt awkward, but speaking felt even more awkward. Just as Chen Yu was about to get up and leave, Su Yuwei called out to him. So, are you still going to teach me French? Teaching French was inevitable, wasn't it? Yes. Chen Yu sighed. Who could blame him? She was his wife. If he didn't spoil her, who would? In the other bedroom, Aunt Cho, the nanny, was fast asleep with her two daughters. But this bedroom was brightly lit. A couple sat on the bed, studying French. The scene was both bizarre and harmonious. What does this mean? Su Yuwei pointed at a word. Didn't I just explain it? Why can't you remember? Truthfully, Su Yuwei was learning quite quickly. Most words only needed to be taught 2 or 3 times. But Chen Yu's French came from a system reward he hadn't put in any real effort. So to him, her pace still seemed slow. I forgot. You're so clueless. Who do you think you're calling stupid? I'm dumb. Seeing Su Yuwei about to lose her temper, Chen Yu quickly backed down. He'd already gotten a handle on Su Yuwei's temper. You could tell her she was slow to learn, call her stupid. She'd humbly accept the criticism. Her tone softened, tinged with a hint of petulance. Chen Yu found it quite enjoyable to listen to. But you absolutely must know where to draw the line. If you press your advantage relentlessly after she's shown weakness, that would show you're clueless. The next moment, her eyes would flash with menace, like a little tiger baring its claws. Then you'd better be ready to back down. Want to learn some obscure fashion industry terms? Sure. Su Yuwei nodded, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She looked at Chen Yu intently, like a studious girl sitting in the front row of a classroom. Chapter 122, A Fight Over Kindergarten. Jet aimerai jusqu'à la fin de temps. Chen Yu cleared his throat and uttered the French phrase. Su Yuwei froze. That French phrase was way too long. This is clearly a sentence, not some technical term. But she still tried to learn it. But she couldn't get past the halfway point. This sentence is really quite long. Well, maybe you could repeat it? Chen Yu smiled. Sure, but you have to watch me and mimic my mouth movements. Their eyes met as Chen Yu repeated the sentence. This time, Su Yuwei managed to say it all the way through. It was still stumbling and her pronunciation was far from standard. Chen Yu patiently corrected her pronunciation over and over. A smile never left his face. Su Yuwei vaguely guessed that these weren't professional terms, but rather carried other meanings. Still, she obediently repeated after Chen Yu. Her speech grew increasingly fluent, her pronunciation steadily more precise. After she finished the sentence without any hesitation, Chen Yu smiled and praised her. Excellent. You've mastered it. Su Yuwei couldn't help but ask, does this phrase have anything to do with clothing? What does it actually mean? Chen Yu paused to gather his thoughts. Looking into her eyes with earnestness, he said, I will love you until the end of the world. Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly, and she shyly lowered her head. She dug her nails into his arm, making Chen Yu instantly contort his face in pain. Though the line was cheesy, almost like a French version of corny sweet talk. But cheesy lines depend on who says them. When spoken by someone who likes you, even the cheesiest words can make her happy. But if it comes from someone who doesn't like you, even the most flowery words won't make a difference. Truthfully, Su Yuwei had a vague idea what those words meant. It probably meant something like I love you, otherwise why insist she look into his eyes? Su Yuwei knew it was a ploy, yet she willingly played along with Chen Yu. Otherwise, she'd be too embarrassed to express her feelings. Late into the night, the two lay side by side on the same bed. Even without Nuonyuo and Ruerue present, they instinctively kept their distance. Like elementary school deskmates, they'd always draw an invisible line down the center of the desk. Crossing that line would inevitably earn a withering glare from the other. The more serious offenders might even get whispered about behind their backs by all the girls in class. The line was clearly drawn, yet they dared to cross it so brazenly? What on earth were they thinking? Chen Yu desperately wanted to hold Su Yuwei while they slept. Even if they did nothing, just holding each other. That feeling alone was comforting and soothing. But he had no idea what Su Yuwei was thinking. After hesitating repeatedly, he tentatively reached out, intending to wrap his arms around her. Just as his hand was about to touch her, she suddenly rolled over, turning her face toward the window. Chen Yu awkwardly withdrew his hand and scratched his head. Ah well, plenty of time ahead. Better to leave it for another day. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Su Yuwei suddenly spoke. Chen Yu, I want to send Nuonyuo and Ruoro to a prestigious kindergarten. September was approaching, and it was time to choose a kindergarten for the two little ones. This was no small matter. In some ways, it was even more important than choosing which elementary school to send them to. While kindergarten doesn't teach much academically, it plays a huge role in shaping a child's character. The little ones spend at least half their time there. Choosing the right kindergarten directly affects whether their childhood is happy or not. Of course, they could skip kindergarten altogether, but that would mean missing out on opportunities to make friends. For the little one, that might not be the best choice. First, both parents ruled out public kindergartens. Public kindergartens are government programs, with the advantage of being affordable. Beyond that, they seem to have mostly drawbacks. The curriculum uses standardized national textbooks that are monotonous and outdated. Teachers typically hold associate or bachelor's degrees and are fairly standard. The biggest drawback is the severe teacher shortage relative to enrollment numbers. Children instinctively feel a sense of fear toward teachers, even in kindergarten. Some children are too embarrassed to even ask to use the restroom. They'd rather wet their pants. Although Nono isn't usually this shy, this kind of situation does happen. This requires teachers to proactively get to know each child, to understand their personalities, interests, and all aspects of their lives. This is challenging enough on its own, but when there are many children, it becomes overwhelming. Kindergarten teaching may sound leisurely, but it's actually incredibly exhausting. It's not just physically demanding, it's mentally draining too. It's not a job just anyone can handle. Public kindergartens pay such low wages, yet they have to care for so many children they simply can't be as attentive. It's better to choose a good private kindergarten. Though the fees are higher, the teachers earn better salaries, and with fewer children per class, they naturally give each child more individual attention. Good private kindergartens select their own teaching materials, often choosing newer ones. They also offer specialized programs. Is that really necessary? Just pick a good private kindergarten, why go for an elite one? Elite preschools have better teachers, and their overall facilities are undoubtedly superior. Su Yuwei believed in the principle that you get what you pay for. If elite preschools charge exorbitant tuition, they must back it up with corresponding teaching resources and facilities. Chen Yu didn't deny this point. What worried him was something else entirely. The children at elite preschools were either wealthy or well-connected, and once inside, comparisons were inevitable. My dad drives an Audi. My dad drives a Maserati. My dad flies a private jet. All sorts of nonsense like that. While their family circumstances were decent, the little one wasn't exactly top tier once enrolled, but certainly not the worst either. At the very least, he'd be in the middle tier. But Chen Yu didn't want to instill that kind of attitude in the little one. It wouldn't do them any good at all. He voiced his concerns, but Su Yuwei dismissed them. She even thought he was overreacting. Neither could persuade the other, and their argument only grew more heated. This was their first argument. In the past, whenever Su Yuwei showed signs of anger, Chen Yu would immediately back down. But not this time. When it came to Nono's upbringing, he couldn't just cave in without a fight. Su Yuwei, furious, hurled a pillow at him. Get out. Fine, I'll leave. Chen Yu snapped back, scrambling to his feet and marching toward the door. So what if I have to sleep on the couch? If this home won't have me, so be it, I'll sleep on the streets, on park benches, under bridges. Wait. Su Yuwei called out to him as he reached the door. Come back. Didn't you tell me to leave? Chen Yu stubbornly stuck out his neck, still sulking. Su Yuwei took a deep breath. I apologize. Don't go out. She didn't know why she'd gotten so angry earlier. It wasn't even that time of the month. Perhaps it was precisely because she truly regarded Chen Yu as her closest confidant that she could vent her frustration so unrestrainedly. Chapter 123, Accustomed to his presence. People instinctively vent their anger on those closest to them. It's called the audacity born of being cherished. Because you know no matter how you lash out, that person won't walk away, they'll always forgive you. With strangers, you can actually hold back your anger. If you snap at a stranger, they'll just snap back at you. People are just that inexplicable. Only then did Chen Yu calm down and obediently lie back down. The conversation that followed was much calmer, with neither of them losing their temper. They finally reached an agreement. First, the two little ones would attend the elite kindergarten for a while. If that didn't work out, they'd follow Chen Yu's suggestion and transfer them to a better private kindergarten. Since it was private, there was no need for advance registration. They could transfer in or out at any time. Chen Yu felt there was absolutely no need for the elite school, but this was the best compromise he could achieve. Then let's shake hands to celebrate our agreement. Childish. Su Yuwei rolled her eyes at the remark but still extended her hand. Chen Yu took it and didn't let go. Su Yuwei made a token struggle before letting him keep holding her hand. The next morning, Chen Yu woke up with a tingling numbness in his arm. It felt as though the entire limb no longer belonged to him. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Yuwei's sleeping face. Her long hair fell loosely across her face, and even without makeup, she remained captivating. At some point during the night, Su Yuwei had curled up in his arms and fallen asleep leaning against his shoulder. No wonder it had gone numb. He tried to pull his arm out, moving as gently as possible to avoid making a sound. But Su Yuwei stirred awake nonetheless, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing that she was lying on top of Chen Yu's arm, she felt a little embarrassed. How about I give you a massage? Go ahead then. Chen Yu immediately closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the relief. Su Yuwei froze. She wished she hadn't offered. She knelt on the bed and obediently massaged Chen Yu's arm. Her long hair fell down, tickling his face. All he could see were a pair of white legs, truly a sight to behold. Noticing his gaze, Su Yuwei angrily flung her arm away. I'm not massaging anymore. I can tell you're not in any pain at all. Ouch, my arm.
Chen Yu had suffered a work injury, so Aunt Jo made breakfast.
There were some leftover preserved vegetable pancakes from yesterday.
It wasn't that Chen Yu's cooking was bad, but the portions were simply too large. Even with 5 people eating as fast as they could, there were still leftovers. Aunt Jo brushed a little oil in the pan and fried the leftover pancakes again. Golden and crispy, they looked incredibly appetizing when lifted out. She simmered a large pot of plain congee, fried a few eggs and some ham sausages, and drizzled a bit of waidami sauce over everything. A delicious breakfast was ready in no time. Everyone sat down at the dining table. Taking a bite of the fried bread crust, it was even crispier after the second fry, with a delightful hint of charred aroma. The eggs and ham were fried to perfection, with the waidami sauce adding the perfect finishing touch. The plain congee paired perfectly with the pickled vegetables, and I slurped down a big bowl. Chen Yu patted his belly contentedly.
Ah, I'm stuffed. Nua poked his belly and giggled. Daddy has a little belly now. Yep, Daddy's got a little belly now. Chen Yu laughed and poked her back. Having someone make breakfast for you is truly blissful. He'd slept in until he woke up naturally, and there was a hearty breakfast waiting the moment he opened his eyes. Come to think of it, he hadn't gotten up early in 3 days. If this kept up, he'd become lazy sooner or later. Chen Yu resolved to get up early tomorrow and make breakfast for the little ones. Aunt Jo stepped away to take a call midway through, talking for several minutes. When she returned, she looked troubled. Chen Yu noticed this and asked if something was wrong. Aunt Jo just smiled and shook her head, saying it was nothing. Chen Yu didn't press further. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. If Aunt Jo wanted to talk about it, she would naturally bring it up. There was no need to pry if she didn't. With the start of the school term approaching, Su Yuwei was particularly busy with a mountain of tasks at school. After finishing her meal, she prepared to head out. She washed her face thoroughly and combed her hair neatly. As she put on her shoes by the door, something occurred to her. She seemed to have forgotten something. After a moment, she realized she hadn't packed her lunch container today. Ever since she brought vegetable beef patties to school, she'd gotten into the habit of packing a little snack every day. Sometimes it was egg tarts, sometimes pan-fried dumplings, sometimes pastries. No matter what it was always super delicious. She'd never had a bad one. Though Chen Yu always came over to scrounge, eating at least half each time, making her want to strangle the girl. But at least she still had the other half, right? But today Aunt Jo was in charge of breakfast and all the crispy bread was gone. Naturally, there was nothing left for her to take to school. Su Yuwei sighed, feeling a little sad. Habit really is a terrifying thing. Once you get used to someone, if they suddenly disappear one day, you'll genuinely cry your eyes out. Su Yuwei had already experienced the pain of having her habits forcibly disrupted. Fortunately, Chen Yu wasn't going to leave her. Oh well, it's just one day without eating. I'll treat it as a diet. Su Yuwei reassured herself as she prepared to head out. Wait! Chen Yu suddenly called out from behind her, holding a plastic container filled with several small rolls. Take these with you. Su Yuwei froze for a moment. You made it? Aunt Jo did it. But? Chen Yu had already anticipated this possibility and had discussed it with Aunt Jo before going to bed last night. When Aunt Jo heard, she was quite surprised, thinking to herself, when did teacher Su start bringing lunch to school? She had prepared lunch for Su Yuwei once or twice before, but the girl never brought it. After that, she stopped preparing them altogether. So what was going on now? That morning, Aunt Jo followed Chen Yu's instructions and made these potato shredded pancakes. Even though Aunt Jo made it, she followed my instructions for the steps and ingredients, so the taste shouldn't be too different. Su Yuwei picked up the food container and couldn't help but laugh. You're so full of yourself. Aunt Jo's cooking is way better than yours. Really? Then let her cook from now on. No way. Chen Yu feigned surprise. Why not? Didn't you just say she's a better cook? If Aunt Jo cooks, what would you do? I can't let you sit around doing nothing. Still so stubbornly proud. She clearly just wants to eat Chen Yu's cooking but won't admit it outright, insisting on making up excuses instead. Chen Yu was about to say something else when Su Yuwei suddenly grew flustered. We can't talk anymore, I'm really going to be late. Drive carefully. Stepping outside, Su Yuwei sniffed back tears. Since Chen Yu entered her life, she'd become so sentimental. But then she smiled again, looking at the food container in her hand. Even these ordinary days, she wished could last just a little longer, just a little longer. If only they could last forever. Birds chirped cheerfully on the branches, and the freshly mowed lawn, piled high with cut grass, gave off a faint, pleasant scent. Su Yuwei lifted her steps and walked toward the sunlight. Chapter 124, set her sights on this brother-in-law. Aunt Jo, I have some work to attend to. I'll leave the 2 little ones in your care. Chen Yu said before entering the study and locking the door behind him. Though neither child was particularly mischievous, they were still young. Getting kids to sit quietly without making a sound was incredibly difficult. Probably only cartoons could manage that. So Aunt Jo's return was truly timely. With her taking care of Nuonyu and Wanwan, they wouldn't come bother him.
Aunt Jo still didn't know about Chen Yu's fairy tale bestseller, so she was curious about what kind of work it was.
But she wouldn't ask about it either. Her current mission was to keep the little ones from making too much noise and disturbing Mr. Chen. Nono and Ruei, shall we go to the room to draw?
Okay. Chen Yu opened his computer and logged onto the website to look up information about the fashion design competition. This competition was officially organized by Linqing City with the theme Harvest.
Registration lasted for a month, with about half a month left until the deadline.
Golden autumn is naturally the season when many crops are harvested, so the meaning was self-evident. Being an official event, the prizes were naturally substantial. The prize money was secondary, the resources available to winners were the most crucial aspect. In Huaxia, having official backing is crucial for business.
It's always good to have a big tree to lean on. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and quickly thought of wheat. Back then, harvesting wheat had left his hands sore. Who would have thought that his experience harvesting wheat back home would actually provide him with inspiration for clothing design?
It was a case of one thing gained, another lost.
The elements he could incorporate were the wheat waves and ears of wheat.
He possessed master-level fashion design skills, and after a moment's conception, a rough outline formed in his mind. He spent the remaining half-month refining the design before submitting it to the competition. He entered the competition not just for the prize money, but more for the sense of accomplishment. Possessing master-level skills with nowhere to apply them was making his hands itch. Nono and Ruei were remarkably quiet under Aunt Jo's guidance. They must have been learning to draw or write, which is why he hadn't heard a single sound. Chen Yu was deep in design work when his phone rang, startling him. He saw it was his cousin's husband, Zhou Jun, initiating a video call. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. Although Chen Roji had brought him home for the first time and they had exchanged contact information, they hardly ever chatted. What could two grown men possibly talk about? It was perfectly normal for two girls to chat daily besties, right? But when it came to two guys, it felt a bit odd. No, it's really weird. It always feels like there's some tension there. That's why they barely exchanged 3 words all year. Chen Yu's impression of him was limited to, he's decent looking, has a good temperament, and has a stable civil servant job. That was all. But last year's incident changed his perspective. It was precisely that incident that made Chen Yu agree to be the head chef for their wedding banquet. Otherwise, he might not have agreed. After stir-frying all morning, his arms still ached and felt swollen. It was last Chinese New Year. Chen Yu got stuck in traffic on his way home, arriving a full 2 hours late. By the time he got off the bus, night had fallen, and heavy snow was drifting down. The bitter cold was bone-chilling, and not a single car was visible on the road. Even with the ride-hailing app charging an extra 100 yuan, no one was accepting the fare. Chen Yu dragged a large suitcase and carried a big backpack as he wandered aimlessly down the road. Looking around, the scene was utterly bleak and desolate. The wind stung his face like a knife, and soon snowflakes blanketed him. Shaking it off, it fell with a soft rustle. Behind him, a snowman seemed to have come to life. Chen Yu was bundled up tightly, yet he still felt bitterly cold. After walking for just a short while, his legs felt stiff and frozen, as if they weren't his own. He decided to find a small inn to crash for the night and head home tomorrow morning. Better than freezing to death out here. A text message arrived. It was from Zhou Jun. Xiao Yu, your sister asked where you are. Chen Yu clutched it like a lifeline, rubbing his hands together to warm them. His numb fingers eased slightly as he sent a shivering reply. Still in town. No rides left. I'll find a hotel for the night. Zhou Jun replied quickly, send me the address. I'll come pick you up right now. Chen Yu felt a lump in his throat, almost moved to tears. This feeling was hard for most people to understand. Only those who'd been in that situation knew how precious it was to have someone brave the wind and snow to pick you up late at night. Too bad Zhou Jun was a man. Otherwise, he might have fallen for him. No need, brother-in-law. It's snowing like crazy out there. I'll just crash here for the night. The moment he sent that message, Chen Yu regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. Why was he saying such polite things at a time like this? Several minutes passed without a reply. Chen Yu couldn't help but worry, had Zhou Jun taken his polite refusal seriously? But then he thought, his cousin's husband was a civil servant after all. If he couldn't grasp that, wouldn't he be constantly offending his superiors at work? A few more minutes passed before he initiated a video call. Chen Yu answered the call, and it was Chen Roji on the other end. Xiao Yu, don't worry. Your brother-in-law is getting dressed and will pick you up soon. The camera shifted to Zhou Jun, who was getting dressed while saying, I'm already warming up the car. Send me the address. Behind him stood Sun Hui and Chen Baohua, both looking worried. Chen Yu found a spot to shelter from the snow and waited for Zhou Jun's arrival. When the black Santana cut through the blizzard under its headlights and appeared before Chen Yu, he was genuinely moved. This brother-in-law? He's the real deal. From that moment on, he considered Zhou Jun his brother-in-law. Even if Shinroji tried to replace him, he'd still stick with Zhou Jun. Xiao Yu, I'm here. Who says heroes must ride on rainbow clouds?
Heroes can drive Santanas too.
Too bad he wasn't Zixia and Zhou Jun wasn't Jinju Bao. He got out of the car and, before Chen Yu could finish his rescue speech, dragged him back inside.
He patted his shoulders and back, sending large flakes of snow swirling down.
Then he draped a coat over him and stuffed a large loaf of bread and a ham sausage into his hands. The car's interior was spotless, clearly freshly washed. He could have easily brushed the snow off outside. But he didn't care about dirtying the freshly washed car, just so Chen Yu wouldn't have to endure the cold outside for even 2 more seconds. The heater was cranked up high, and warmth soon began to seep through.
Chen Yu was genuinely hungry. He tore open the bag and took a bite.
The bread, warmed by the heater, wasn't cold at all, it was still slightly warm.
Take your time, Zhou Jun said as he turned the steering wheel.
I wanted to bring you something hot, but the stove isn't on yet at home.
This will tide you over. We'll have dumplings when we get there. So Grandpa and Grandma hadn't started cooking yet, waiting for him.
Chen Yu took big bites of the bread to hide his emotions. Brother-in-law, as long as you don't make any major mistakes, you'll always be my brother-in-law.
Hey, you little brat.
With no traffic on the road, Zhou Jun found a free hand to smack him on the back of the head.
Do I look like the type to make fundamental mistakes? The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 125, Xiao Yu, your brother-in-law is so eager to improve.
A man's joy is that simple. It took over half an hour to drive from town to the village. There were no cars on the road, but he dared not drive fast in the slippery snow.
The swirling snow further reduced visibility. It took Zhou Jun over an hour to finally reach home. Driving at night in a blizzard was extremely dangerous.
Zhou Jun kept his eyes wide open the entire journey, not daring to relax for a moment.
This made Chen Yu feel even more embarrassed. He could have been sitting in a warm room, waiting to eat steaming hot dumplings.
But because of his one phone call, he was forced to come out and endure the cold and hardship.
Brother-in-law, should I take the wheel for a bit?
Chen Yu suggested.
Do you have a driver's license?
Sure, passed on the first try.
I'll handle it. Driving in this weather isn't like normal conditions. Zhou Jun genuinely didn't feel comfortable. Even an experienced driver like him needed to stay fully alert. Let alone a novice like Chen Yu.
By the time they got home, he was completely exhausted. He leaned back in his seat and let out a sigh of relief.
Xiao Yu, you go inside first.
I'll park the car.
Chen Yu nodded and got out. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Chen Roji came out wearing a sweater.
She took his hand and led him inside.
Xiao Yu, you're finally back. Grandpa and Grandma were worried sick waiting for you. Auntie, aren't you cold?
Chen Yu was freezing even in his thick-down jacket, yet Chen Roji seemed perfectly at ease in just a sweater.
He couldn't help but admire her. What a tough girl. Not cold at all.
Chen Roji sneezed the moment she finished speaking. It felt like all the warmth in her body had been sucked out by that sneeze, leaving her instantly frozen to the bone.
Inside, the heating kept you warm, but outside?
It was freezing cold.
No way, I'm heading back inside. Xiao Yu, hurry up.
Chen Roji started jogging along the path, letting out another loud sneeze. Chen Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Though his cousin's actions seemed a bit silly, it was clear she cared about him. Chen Bagua sat on a chair by the door, glaring at him.
What took you so long, you little brat? Traffic was terrible. Too many people rushing back today. Then why didn't you buy tickets earlier? The whole family's been waiting just for you.
Chen Yu sighed helplessly. If the school hadn't suddenly assigned him a task out of the blue, he definitely wouldn't have come back this late.
He's home now. Why are you scolding Xiao Yu?
Sunmmary shot him a reproachful glance and brushed the snow off his coat.
It's freezing out there. Don't let my precious grandson catch a chill. It's fine, Grandma.
I'm not cold, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Even if it was freezing outside, the warmth came flooding back the moment he stepped inside. It wasn't just physical warmth, but warmth for the soul.
Nothing warms the heart like the care of family. Sit down and rest for a bit. Have some hot water. I'll boil water and make dumplings right away. Chen Bagua said nothing more, just silently grabbed a mop and began clearing the snow. That night's dumplings were especially delicious, leaving a lasting impression on Chen Yu. The price they paid was that both Chen Roji and Zhou Jun caught colds. Chen Yu snapped back to reality and answered the video call. Brother-in-law, what's up? Oh, my cousin's here too. On the other end of the call were Zhou Jun and Chen Roji. Judging by the background, they were at Grandpa and Grandma's house, calling him from the courtyard. All right, according to local custom, today was the day for the return visit. That meant the daughter-in-law brings her husband back to her parents' home. That's why they were at Grandpa and Grandma's house. Zhou Jun looked genuinely excited. Xiao Yu, did you brew this watermelon wine? As the camera panned, the cup revealed some watermelon wine. Crystal clear, a delicate pink hue, with tiny bubbles gently rising to the surface. Oh, brother-in-law, sneaking a sip of my watermelon wine. He tasted a bit before leaving. Finding the first stage of fermentation satisfactory, he proceeded to the second stage. This process takes about 7 days, aiming to impart a richer flavor to the watermelon wine. Though it was quite drinkable now, the flavor still felt a bit thin. He had planned to inform Chen Babua when the time came, so Chen could taste it. But Zhou Jun had already dug it out. Zhou Jun scratched his head awkwardly. Hey, it's just a glass of wine. Come on, Xiao Yu, we're close friends, right? Chen Yu wasn't that petty, of course he was just joking. So how does this wine taste? Delicious. Zhou Jun took a sip and smacked his lips. Light and sweet, but the flavor could be richer. Where'd you pick up this skill? Zhou Jun wasn't really a heavy drinker and rarely drank in private. But due to the nature of his work, he couldn't avoid social engagements. He hadn't tasted the most expensive wines, but he knew a thing or two about them. In his opinion, this tasted better than those 1,000 yuan a bottle wines. That's because you took it out too early, it didn't get to ferment fully. Chen Yu's single remark left Zhou Jun flustered. He quickly changed the subject. Xiao Yu, your brother-in-law wants to discuss something with you. Go ahead. How about we team up? You share your brewing recipe, and I'll give you a cut of the profits. This caught Chen Yu off guard. He knew Zhou Jun had serious business to discuss, but hadn't expected this. Brother-in-law, can you even do business with your position? For someone in the system to want to do business? That's pure and simple, he doesn't want to keep doing it. Of course I can't. Zhou Jun hurriedly added, don't jump to conclusions, Xiao Yu. Let me explain. After his explanation, Chen Yu grasped the general situation. The watermelons from their area were exceptionally sweet, famous throughout the surrounding villages. Each bite was bursting with juice, and the seeds were few and far between. On a hot summer day, one was far more refreshing than air conditioning or ice cream. As the saying goes, make the most of what you have. With such a great resource, they should use it to help the villagers prosper. Yet the villagers' lives over the years could only be described as mediocre. They're not struggling to make ends meet, but they're still far from a comfortable life. Two main issues persist. First, the product lacks sufficient recognition, with sales limited to nearby areas. This issue is relatively easy to solve, just spend money on advertising. The real problem lies in the second issue. The profit margin is far too low. There's a common understanding in agriculture that grain farming has the lowest profit margins. Land rent, seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, labor costs, and mechanical harvesting all add up to expenses. Yet grain prices remain stubbornly low. After a year of hard work, farmers are grateful if they can earn a few thousand yuan. If natural disasters strike, droughts, floods, or the like, the entire year's work goes to waste, and farmers might even end up losing money. That's why younger folks avoid farming altogether, choosing instead to seek work elsewhere. Growing fruit is slightly better than growing grain, but only marginally so. Mainly because watermelons sell for rock-bottom prices. To make money from agriculture, you have to engage in deep processing of agricultural products. The government is well aware of this. They've explored various ways to process local watermelons. First, they developed a watermelon juice, but due to inadequate technology, it tasted awful. Zhou Jun took one sip and nearly threw up. The project was stillborn before it could be promoted. Later, they tried fruit drying. This involved turning watermelon into candied fruit, marketed as Su Yuwei candied fruit. Chapter 126, Daddy Doesn't Love Me Anymore. The taste was merely passable. Watermelon just isn't suited for candied fruit. They couldn't hold a candle to apricot or peach preserves. Plus, the preserved fruit market is pretty niche to begin with, so sales ended up being pretty mediocre. After that, they gave up on it. But when Zhou Jun tried it today, he found the watermelon wine quite impressive. If we could get the recipe and mass produce it, sales would surely be quite impressive. And liquor has such high profit margins. No matter how expensive the liquor is, it's just yeast and the recipe that matter. Yet the price can vary by tens or even hundreds of times. Once watermelon wine gains popularity, it'll be far more profitable than selling watermelons themselves. I'll just act as a bridge connecting you, the government, and businesses to promote our locally brewed watermelon wine. Chen Yu understood Zhou Jun's meaning immediately. He wouldn't dare pocket any money himself, but he could certainly profit from it. Solving the long-standing watermelon product issue for you. What do you call that? A political achievement. Though the biggest beneficiary was Zhou Jun's direct superior. But as the formula provider, how could he be overlooked in the rewards? He'll be a guest of honor at the banquet. Moreover, this watermelon wine can genuinely benefit the villagers. To brew watermelon wine, a distillery must be built. That inevitably requires labor. While machinery can replace many tasks, it isn't a panacea. Ultimately, it will create numerous job opportunities. Not only will watermelon prices rise, but many people will gain employment. This is a win-win-win situation for the government, businesses, and the people. If you factor in Zhou Jun and Chen Yu, who knows how many more wins there are. Zhou Jun spoke eloquently, detailing the benefits this initiative would bring. True to his years of experience in writing, he had Chen Yu completely flustered. But upon closer reflection, what he said made perfect sense. Every party stood to gain. If it were solely for Zhou Jun's promotion, Chen Yu might still hesitate. But now that he looked at it this way, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Xiao Yu, do it for your sister's sake. Give your brother-in-law a hand. Jo Jun wasn't foolish enough to resort to moral appeals at every turn. Slogans are for shouting. Anyone who believed them had serious issues. So he brought up Chen Roji, who had always been on good terms with Chen Yu. Seeing his brother-in-law's anxious expression, Chen Yu chuckled. For my cousin's sake? Fine, but she bullied me a lot when we were kids. Hey! You better clarify that. When did I ever bully you? Chen Roji slammed her hand on the table in anger only to realize it was made of stone. She clutched her hand, wincing in pain. Jo Jun covered his face, unable to bear witness to her scatterbrained antics. Xiao Yu, your brother-in-law isn't even 30 yet, and I'm so eager to improve. Her words were earnest and heartfelt. Her words overflowed with a longing for progress. How could anyone not be moved? Chen Yu nodded. Alright, I can give you the recipe. Let me organize it, and I'll text it to your phone later. Really? When you get back, my brother-in-law will treat you to a feast. Jo Jun was overjoyed, never expecting it to be settled so easily. He could almost see a path to promotion unfolding before him. Of course Chen Yu would help Jo Jun. The formula was useless to him anyway. For the sake of the favor he'd done by braving the wind and snow to pick him up, he owed him this. He thought his brother-in-law was a decent guy. He had a few minor flaws, but no major ones. His cousin would surely be happy with him in the future. Before he knew it, they'd been talking for over half an hour. By the time he put down his phone, it was already lunchtime. Aunt Jo knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, lunch is ready. I'll be right there. Chen Yu replied, saving the design proposal. He was relieved to see no preserved vegetables on the table. Preserved vegetables were tasty, but 3 meals in a row was really too much to handle. After lunch, he wrote down the detailed recipe for making wine. After double-checking for errors, he sent it to Jo Jun. Jo Jun replied instantly, Xiao Yu, you're quite efficient. Didn't want to keep you waiting too long, he added, noting a few important precautions. Jo Jun had indeed been waiting the whole time, not even putting his phone down during meals. Relieved to have the recipe, he planned to report the matter to his supervisor as soon as he got to work that afternoon. As for the specific amount, that would be negotiated once everything was finalized. Compared to a one-time buyout, Chen Yu preferred the equity sharing model. Long-term, this approach would undoubtedly yield better returns. He shared this idea with Jo Jun, who agreed. Chen Yu remained optimistic about the prospects. There are several fruit wines available domestically, but they lack recognition and have mediocre sales. Who knows? His wine might just leapfrog to become the industry leader. The system was simply too powerful. The fruit wines it produced were all exceptionally delicious. Over the next few days, Chen Yu focused all his energy on designing clothing. After meals, he would retreat to his study. When Su Yuwei needed something, he would sketch designs on his phone. Aunt Jo handled all 3 meals and looked after Nuonyuo and Wanwan. This saved him a considerable amount of time. The 2 little ones hadn't seen Aunt Jo in a long time, so they clung to her constantly at first, unaware that Chen Yu was growing increasingly busy. It took them several more days to notice that Chen Yu was appearing less and less. He'd often disappear right after dinner. It's been so long since Dad told us a story. That day, Nuonyuo expressed her desire to hear a story. Before, Chen Yu would smile as he tucked her and Wanwan into bed, covering them with their little blankets. Then they could close their eyes and enjoy over an hour of storytelling. That hour was far more joyful than watching cartoons. But this time, Chen Yu just ruffled her hair. Want a story? Why don't you ask Mom or Aunt Jo? Daddy's been a bit busy lately. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Nuonyuo standing there with a bewildered look on her face. Her nose stung, and she almost burst into tears. Oh no, Daddy doesn't love me anymore. Her voice thick with childish innocence, Su Yuwei asked, Mommy, does Daddy not love me anymore? Why do you say that? Daddy hasn't told me a story in days. Children are like that. Their thoughts are incredibly sensitive and delicate. What seems ordinary to adults feels like the end of the world to them. Even if Chen Yu hadn't done anything wrong, just not telling stories like usual. In their eyes, it was a sign of not loving them. It's like the sky has fallen. So parents must be extra patient with little ones. Stop saying they're just being unreasonable. There's always a reason behind it. Children like Nuonyuo who express themselves are still okay. Most won't show it, only silently harboring it inside. Over time, this can lead to psychological issues. Many people today struggle with psychological issues, largely stemming from insufficient care during childhood. Care isn't just about having enough to eat, and where the emotional aspect is equally vital. Yet very few parents notice this aspect. Because becoming a parent requires no exam, and no one teaches them these things. Chapter 127, Dad's away, and even the food tastes bland. Though most parents deeply love their children, their methods are often terribly misguided. Guilt-based parenting, authoritarian discipline. These approaches inflict significant harm on children. But it's hard to blame them too much. After all, it's their first time being parents, and they've done their utmost to love you. Su Yuwei suddenly laughed and pulled Nuonyuo into her arms. Of course not. Would you like me to tell you a story? Even after hearing Mom's story, Nuonyuo still felt a little unhappy. She wanted to hear Dad's story instead. Ruanwan didn't say it, but she felt much the same way. Her appetite had noticeably decreased. Where she'd usually polish off a large bowl of rice, this time she'd only eaten a little before declaring she was full. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Aunt Jo's cooking wasn't as good as Chen Yu's. But her unhappiness was plain to see on her face. Su Yuwei could only keep serving her more food, hoping Ruanwan would eat more. At the same time, she wondered what Chen Yu was up to and hesitated about whether to talk to him. In the end, she decided against it. Chen Yu never asked about her work, only quietly supporting her in daily life. No matter how late she worked, there was always a hot meal waiting for her. The meals were quite substantial, always meeting the standard of at least one meat dish and one vegetable. Sometimes there was even soup. And everything tasted delicious. Every time she came home from overtime, there was a late-night snack waiting for her, and she felt she'd gained quite a bit of weight. She shouldn't have bothered Chen Yu. He should just do whatever he wanted. Chen Yu didn't actually want to push himself this hard, sacrificing even story time with his daughter. The main issue was the tight deadline looming over him. Even with his masterful skills, designing an entire outfit in just 2 weeks was still a challenge. He simply had to dedicate more time to it. He'd just have to make the two little ones wait a bit longer. He'd make it up to them later. In the study, Chen Yu stared intently at the computer. Time ticked away, and the deadline was fast approaching. With just 1 minute left, Chen Yu clicked the submit button. Seeing the submission successful message on the screen, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he made it just in time. He could have rushed it a bit and submitted earlier. But that wasn't Chen Yu's style. If he was going to do it, he wanted to do it right or not do it at all. After 3 straight hours of work, his neck felt stiff. His posture now resembled a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. He stood up to stretch, shut down his computer, and left the room. The family was gathered around the dining table, surrounded by steaming hot dishes. But everyone's expression was a bit off. Even though Aunt Jo was trying her best to lighten the mood and encourage them to eat more, the 3 of them still looked utterly dejected. Their chopsticks barely touched the food. Ruanwan, this sweet and sour pork is delicious. Try some. Instead of picking up a piece of pork, Ruanwan picked up a peanut and slowly put it in her mouth. Halfway there, the peanut clattered to the table. Ruanwan's expression didn't flicker at all, as if she couldn't care less whether she ate that peanut or not. She looked utterly miserable. It's hard to pick up with chopsticks. Give me the bowl, Ruanwan, and I'll scoop some for you. Aunt Jo scooped up a spoonful of sweet and sour pork. The tenderloin dripping with sauce looked incredibly tempting. But Ruanyan didn't hand over the bowl, looking utterly listless. Su Yuwei and Nuonyuo wore similar expressions. Aunt Jo sighed and gave up. She'd tried her best. She really wasn't good at livening up the mood. She was just a housekeeper, not a comedian. She hadn't realized how much of an impact Mr. Chen's absence would have. Not only were the 2 little ones losing their appetite, but even teacher Su's smile had faded. At first, she'd worried whether Chen Yu, being so young, could take good care of the little ones. What's going on? Everyone seems a bit down. As soon as Chen Yu spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Daddy! Nuonyuo leapt off her chair and scampered toward him on her little legs. Ruanwan followed close behind. The 2 little ones threw themselves into his arms, one after the other. Su Yuwei's face also broke into a smile. You 2 little rascals can't even eat properly when Daddy's not around? Chen Yu let Nuonyuo and Ruanwan sit on his lap, one on each side. Daddy's not here, so the food doesn't taste good. Nuonyuo lifted her little face. Well, now Daddy's here. Shouldn't you eat properly? The 2 little ones nodded, then began eating heartily. Truthfully, Chen Yu hadn't done anything special, just sitting there made the 2 little ones willing to eat. That's what you call personal charm. Su Yuwei no longer looked as listless as before. She hadn't even realized how important Chen Yu was to her without him around. She couldn't even enjoy her meals. The moment she saw him, her mood lifted and her smile grew brighter. She was acting like a love-struck teenager through and through. That night, Chen Yu told stories for over 2 hours straight, talking until his throat was parched. Nuonyuo, soft and cuddly, blinked her big eyes and urged him to tell one more story. She showed absolutely no intention of sleeping. Sweetie, can you fall asleep with your eyes open? The little ones shook their heads in perfect unison. Then why don't you close your eyes? The 2 exchanged a glance. Nuonyuo murmured softly, if I close my eyes, I'll fall asleep too quickly. I want to hear one more. Her reasoning was so sound he didn't know how to argue back. The problem was, he told stories precisely to lull them to sleep. Now look at this, he was parched and hoarse, yet the little one showed no sign of sleepiness. Chen Yu collapsed onto the bed, feeling every ounce of strength drained from his body. The 2 little ones jumped in surprise. Daddy, what's wrong? Your daddy's just tired. Su Yuwei's voice chimed in, you've heard enough stories. Let your dad rest for a bit. Before Nuonyuo could respond, she grabbed Chen Yu and pulled him out the door without another word. Yuwei, I'm so touched, you're my lifesaver. Come on, it's just storytelling, is it really that exaggerated? Try telling stories for 2 straight hours yourself. My lips would be worn raw.
It was no trouble at all, Su Yuwei replied with a smile.
For some reason, Chen Yu found that smile eerie.
It carried a hint of danger.
Sure enough, the next second, a French textbook appeared before him. What does this mean?
A sliver of hope lingered in Chen Yu's heart.
What do you mean? Of course it means continuing to teach me French.
His illusions shattered. He'd just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair.
Can we do this another day?
Chen Yu pointed to his dry, chapped lips.
Did these 3 women really have no intention of letting him rest?
Su Yuwei nodded understandingly and turned to leave the room.
Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Teachers really are understanding. Good teacher.
Soon, Su Yuwei returned, holding a full glass of water.
Finish the water. Wait, you mean I should finish drinking before teaching? Aren't you thirsty? Drink up.
Chapter 128. If you're sleeping, just sleep. Why stretch your legs out like that? Su Yuwei's tone brooked no argument as she forced the cup into his hands.
Can't I just not drink it?
Chen Yu held the cup, feeling utterly helpless.
You can. Great. Then let's get started right away. I'll drink it after all.
Chen Yu was genuinely parched, gulping down the entire cup of water in one go. His throat felt much better, no longer burning like it had been on fire.
Another glass? Su Yuwei raised an eyebrow. No, I'm full.
It's already so late, another drink would mean he'd have to get up to use the bathroom.
Then let's get started.
She opened the book and found where they'd left off yesterday.
Chen Yu hesitated, reluctant to sit down. Su Yuwei glanced at him. Or should I go tell our daughter right now that daddy's rested up and can read for another hour? Chen Yu shot into his seat, moving with lightning speed.
He'd much rather teach Su Yuwei French than tell stories to the little one. Storytelling required him to chatter non-stop, his mouth never stopping.
Whenever he tried to take a break, Nuonyua would open her eyes and ask, "Daddy, why aren't you telling the story anymore?" Teaching French was different. Most of the time, Su Yuwei was self-studying.
When she encountered something she didn't understand, she'd rather keep her head down and ponder it than ask for help. Often, Chen Yu couldn't stand watching and would tell her himself, only to be scolded by Su Yuwei. She'd been like this since her student days. When someone kindly offered a hint on a problem she'd been stuck on for ages,
instead of gratitude, they'd roll their eyes in return.
But Su Yuwei's attitude somehow made him find her endearing. Though she claimed to be learning French, it was really just an excuse to have him keep her company. Su Yuwei spent most of her time self-studying.
It saved Chen Yu the trouble of talking.
Today was no different. She opened the French textbook and began reading to herself. The reader stumbled, she'd hit a passage she didn't understand. She instinctively clenched the pen, her small hand turning white. Chen Yu worried about that pen, it might snap in her grip any day now. Gazing at Su Yuwei's delicate, pale neck and inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, his mind began to wander. In a daze, it felt like he'd returned to elementary school, that most innocent and pure age. He'd been quite handsome as a child, and with his excellent grades, he naturally attracted a crowd of young girls. Back then, he didn't understand love or affection. His feelings were vague and indistinct, he could only say he had a fondness for someone. Back then, the TV show Firepower Boy King was all the rage, and the way the characters played with yo-yos was incredibly cool. They weren't just idols for most boys, many girls adored them too. One day after class, a little girl pulled him to a deserted corner of the playground. She used a twig to write the words Firepower Boy King on the ground. Then she told Chen Yu, "I think you're really handsome, just like the characters in the show." Looking back, it seems childish, but at the time, it genuinely made my heart flutter. It made him flush bright red. When Chen Yu snapped back to reality, Su Yuwei was still pondering the word. He couldn't bear to see her confused, so he explained the meaning of the word.
"Did I ask you to say that? I already knew."
Su Yuwei shot him a look, pure stubbornness.
"Come on, if you knew, why did you stare for so long?" "I was just..." Su Yuwei pondered for a while but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. She gave up, reaching out to pinch his thigh. "Mind your own business." It was late at night, and Su Yuwei had finally finished her studies. She closed the French textbook. Chen Yu yawned, he'd been exhausted for ages. Though his role here was negligible. But since Su Yuwei hadn't spoken up, he dared not go straight to bed. Great. Finally, I can sleep. Good night, good night. Chen Yu felt as if he'd been granted a pardon and rose to leave. Where are you going? Su Yuwei called out to him. To sleep, of course. Aunt Jo had gone home after dinner, so he could go sleep with Nuonyuo and Wanwan. The girls are already asleep. You're going to wake them up? Then I'll sleep on the couch. How am I supposed to sleep alone on such a big bed? Chen Yu froze for a moment. So that's what Su Yuwei meant. Yuwei, if you want to sleep with me, just say so. No need to beat around the bush with hints. Then go sleep on the couch. No way. The couch isn't nearly as comfy as the bed. Chen Yu immediately leaned in with a smile. Su Yuwei crossed her arms. You can sleep here, but no touching me. No way, no way. I sleep like a log. Though as a kid, he was anything but still in bed, often rolling around all over the place. The next morning, the quilt would either be in a ball or on the floor. But that was when he was a kid. Now that he was all grown up, he slept perfectly still. After brushing their teeth and washing up, the two climbed into bed, consciously keeping their distance. Designing clothing had drained a ton of brainpower these past few days, and staying up so late again tonight had Chen Yu utterly exhausted. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Listening to the steady breathing beside her, Su Yuwei couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He fell asleep that fast? Sleepy head. Even though she told him not to get handsy, she still harbored a faint hope for that kind of thing. After all, that experience had been unforgettable. She'd gotten a taste for it. She was still wondering if she should resist if Chen Yu made a move. But he fell asleep so quickly? What a waste of emotion. Su Yuwei sighed and rolled over to face Chen Yu. She gazed at him in the faint moonlight. Her little husband was actually quite handsome. His face shape was lovely, and his eyelashes were so long. I really want to kiss him. The thought startled Su Yuwei herself. Could she really be falling in love? After all, she and Chen Yu had gotten married and met each other's parents. They had never exchanged words like I love you. Not only had she never said it, but Chen Yu had never said it to her either. So what exactly was the nature of their bond? Had she married Chen Yu because she liked him, or because she wanted to give their two daughters a complete family? She knew both motivations were present. But Su Yuwei wanted to know which one was stronger. No, she had to seek Chen Yu's advice tomorrow. Though she dated a few guys, blowing through them one after another, none lasting long. But when it came to dating experience, she still had far more than Su Yuwei. She could almost be considered a half-baked love mentor. Lost in thought, she drifted off to sleep. Chen Yu usually slept like a log, waking up only at dawn. But tonight, he woke up in the middle of the night. He felt suffocated, as if something heavy was pressing down on him. Blinking dazedly, he opened his eyes to find a long, white leg stretched across his chest. The moon was full, the leg smooth and luminous. Not looking would make him seem unromantic. Su Yuwei's legs were indeed beautiful, plump and smooth. Not skinny like a stick, but the exact shape he loved most. Chen Yu couldn't help but stare a little longer. Then he frowned in annoyance. This girl really didn't sleep still. He'd been sleeping soundly until this leg rolled over and pressed down on him. Chapter 129, Going to Kindergarten with Daddy. Chen Yu gently grasped Su Yuwei's ankle and lowered it carefully, afraid of waking her. He had to admit, girls' ankles were so slender he could easily wrap his hand around it. If he weren't so exhausted, he'd give her a good scolding. Sleep on, sleep on. The next morning, he deliberately got up early. Not only because Aunt Jo was away, and he needed to prepare breakfast for the family, but also because today was the first day of kindergarten. The two little ones were starting preschool. Another entry added to his dad of two resume. Watching his daughter grow up bit by bit, starting kindergarten, going to school. Experiencing every major milestone in her life is truly incredibly moving. Would they both cry? Chen Yu decided to treat them to an extra snack, making 2 extra delicious treats. He'll also pack some for kindergarten so they can snack on it whenever they feel like crying. After all, good food lifts the spirits. Don't be fooled, even though it's the daughter starting kindergarten, the parents are the ones feeling the most excitement. Chen Yu had become quite skilled at making breakfast. He could toast bread, fry eggs, and still have hands free to cook porridge, chop vegetables, and prepare salad. He multitasks effortlessly. Soon, a large table was filled with delicious food. The vibrant colors made it look incredibly appetizing. Nuo came out rubbing her sleepy eyes and was instantly drawn in. She scampered over to the table. Wow, Daddy's food smells so good. Go wash your hands, make sure they're clean for inspection later. Chen Yu ruffled both little ones' heads. Nothing made him happier than hearing his daughter's praise. He felt all the effort of preparing this feast was worth it. Not a trace of fatigue remained. Su Yuwei looked at the table and asked curiously, breakfast is especially lavish today? Chen Yu varied the menu daily, but never prepared too much. Usually it was the standard combination, a staple like congee or rice porridge, small snacks, salad, and fried eggs. Today, he'd made 2 extra snacks for them to take to kindergarten. The girls are starting kindergarten, so I'm packing these for them to take. Oh right, it's the first day of school. You didn't forget, did you? Of course not. Su Yuwei stammered, school's been hectic lately, I've been so busy, so. You really did forget, didn't you? Alright, Su Yuwei had to admit she really had forgotten. Schoolwork was only a minor reason. The main reason was Chen Yu. He always managed to arrange everything so smoothly that Su Yuwei had grown accustomed to relying on him. The family sat down at the dining table. The 2 little ones ate heartily as usual, enjoying every bite. Kids, kindergarten starts soon. Are you scared? Will you cry? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Su Yuwei pinched him. Asking that, you're just afraid they won't cry, aren't you? Nuo's mouth was stuffed full of fried eggs. We won't cry at all. Ruan took a sip of porridge. Why would we cry? Chen Yu just smiled at that.
As someone who'd graduated kindergarten over a decade ago, he understood all too well. For some reason, people always remember childhood things vividly, while recent events fade from memory.
He still remembered his first day of kindergarten. He'd waved goodbye to his grandmother happily, holding the teacher's hand as they walked inside.
Leaning against the windowsill, he watched his grandmother turn and walk away, slowly disappearing from view. His emotions suddenly overwhelmed him, and he burst into tears.
The teacher quickly crouched down to comfort him.
She was a young woman who had just graduated, with a sweet voice and gentle tone. But Chen Yu couldn't stop crying, he only cried harder and harder. Now that was something, one cry led to another, and soon all the children passing by were crying too. It was like a competition, each cry louder than the last. The teachers were overwhelmed by the crying. So telling them to stop crying now is useless. Only when the parents turned and walked away after dropping them off at kindergarten could you tell.
You didn't cry when you were little, did you? Su Yuwei asked with a smile. Didn't you cry? Of course I didn't cry. You've just forgotten. Chen Yu didn't buy it.
He was sure at least 90% of kids cried. He'd ask Uncle Su about it next time he got the chance just to see if she'd still be so stubborn.
After breakfast, Chen Yu packed a box of snacks for each of the little ones. Su Yuwei looked apologetic. Sorry, school's just too hectic right now. Why don't you take our daughter first? I'll rush over as soon as I finish up.
It was back to school season at the university, so as a teacher, she must be swamped.
Chen Yu nodded understandingly. Go ahead and take care of things. I'll take my daughter to kindergarten. I might need to use the car later to haul some stuff. No problem, I'll just take a taxi. The more understanding Chen Yu was, the more awkward she felt.
Taking her daughter to kindergarten was clearly more important, yet she still had to drive to school.
Nuonuo, are you ready? Chen Yu had even bought them 2 little backpacks. They were tiny and couldn't hold many books. The blue one was for Wanwan, the pink one for Nuonuo.
He'd bought them before holding out to design clothes, and today he could finally bring them out.
Little backpacks. Nuonuo was thrilled when she saw the bags and hugged them tightly to her chest. Do you like it, sweetie? Yes. Shall we put the lunchbox in the little backpack? Sure.
The 2 little ones packed the lunchbox inside, slung the little backpack over their shoulders, and looked quite the part.
Daddy, does Nuonuo look cute with her little backpack? He looks great. Su Yuwei watched the scene unfold, feeling like a failure as a parent.
As a mother, she actually forgot her daughter was starting kindergarten.
Chen Yu not only remembered, but had even bought the little one a backpack. Just as she was doubting herself, Chen Yu smiled and asked what was wrong. Su Yuwei shook her head. Nothing. Should I drop you off at kindergarten first? No need. It's easy to grab a cab. You just go to school without worry. Chen Yu said, leading the 2 little ones out the door. How about we take a taxi today? Have you ever ridden in one? No, we haven't. Taxis are really fun. Dad will tell you all about it. Truthfully, he'd rather ride his electric scooter. It was rush hour now, and traffic jams were common on the roads. But riding an electric scooter with 2 kids wasn't safe, so he decided against it. Su Yuwei sighed with a smile. Her husband really was something. He'd managed to get their daughter so excited about riding in a taxi. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei had agreed to try the elite kindergarten for a day first. If it didn't work out, they'd move on to a private kindergarten. So they were heading to the elite kindergarten first. Driver, take us to the Florence Children's Academy. Florence was the name Su Jima had given to the city of Firenze. Just the name alone sounded high-end, grand, and upscale. It's a very prestigious elite kindergarten in Lincheng, frequented by parents who are either wealthy or influential. Rumor had it they even required financial verification. Of course, that was just hearsay. Chen Yu suspected it couldn't be that outrageous. It's just a private kindergarten, not a private high school. Chapter 130, Young man, you're a rich kid. But this kindergarten is pretty outrageous. Their slogan goes, we don't teach 1 + 1 = 2. We teach children how to explain in Latin why my family has a private jet runway. Just the slogan alone is hilarious. You'd think everyone enrolling here actually owns a private jet. According to Chen Yu's understanding, there are only a few hundred private jets in the country. Even if that's a conservative estimate, a couple thousand is probably closer to the mark. Surely they can't all be enrolled in your kindergarten? This bragging really knows no bounds. Chen Yu never wanted to bring his daughter here in the first place. The kindergarten's motto alone sounded shady. It was bound to be a place where status consciousness ran rampant, staffed by teachers who were all snobs. But Su Yuwei insisted, demanding he bring their daughter. You can't really blame her, she just wants the best education for the little one. Just the annual tuition alone was 500,000 yuan. You get what you pay for, and in most cases, that holds true. Chen Yu trusted the kindergarten's teaching standards, but he questioned its culture. This age is crucial for shaping a child's values and worldview. Providing them with a wholesome environment was far more important than cramming them with knowledge. Driver, take me to Florence Children's Academy. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was startled by the name. Young man, are you talking about that elite kindergarten with tuition costing hundreds of thousands a year? Chen Yu nodded. That's the one.
The driver observed him through the rearview mirror, trying to guess his profession. He quickly made his judgment.
So young and already has 2 kids, must be a rich kid. Young man, what's the difference between that elite kindergarten and regular ones? Why are the fees so exorbitant?
Chen Yu suddenly felt like teasing him and started making things up.
Well, you just don't get it, sir.
It's called elite for a reason. They raised the kids like royalty. In ancient times, becoming nobility required family pedigree.
Nowadays, all you need is enough tuition money. What a bargain.
We grown-ups don't have that chance anymore, but we can't let our kids miss out. His deadpan delivery left the driver utterly dumbfounded.
After dropping off Chen Yu's family, he watched their retreating figures and sighed.
Staring at his reflection in the rearview mirror, he clenched his fists in determination, seemingly resolved to make a major decision.
The driver pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and took a deep breath. Honey, get our grandson into that elite kindergarten Florence Children's Academy.
His wife's furious curses blared from the other end, so loud he had to hold the phone away from his ear.
Did you forget to take your meds today? Who can afford hundreds of thousands in tuition fees a year?
The uncle mustered his courage. We'll sell everything we own to scrape together the money.
We can't deprive our grandson of his chance to be a noble. Florence Children's Academy.
A grand red carpet stretched across the center, flanked by bouquets of flowers on either side.
Teachers in matching uniforms bowed to parents arriving for enrollment. To the uninitiated, it looked like a high-level inspection rather than a kindergarten opening ceremony.
All that was missing was them lining up to shout, "A warm welcome." The next moment, they lined up in a row at the front.
Their chant changed to "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome.
This kindergarten is ridiculous."
Chen Yu wanted to turn and leave.
But he had promised Su Yuwei he'd let the little one attend for one day. He had to follow through on his word.
Chen Yu sighed and led Nuonyuo inside.
A male teacher stepped forward to stop him.
Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to register?
Yes.
Chen Yu nodded. Please take your child and sit over there for a moment.
The male teacher wore a professional smile as he gestured to the side. He appeared to be in his 40s, already balding, with a round face and a slightly protruding belly.
He must be the deputy principal or someone of that rank.
Only then did Chen Yu notice a dozen chairs where several parents sat with their children.
Shouldn't parents be invited to the office for registration? Perhaps space was limited, he could understand that. Sweetie, the teacher is a bit busy right now.
Let's wait here for a moment. The 2 little ones nodded and obediently sat down beside him, not running off anywhere. Chen Yu observed that not everyone had to wait. A balding man was warmly ushered inside. He sported a thick gold chain, a gold watch, a beer belly paired with a thick neck, and carried a hard crocodile skin briefcase. He practically had "I'm a nouveau riche" written all over his face. As for the chubby kid trailing behind him, they were practically cut from the same mold. He was essentially a scaled-down version. He didn't have quite as many flashy accessories. But he had every reason to believe this little chubby kid would grow up to be his father's exact replica. It didn't take a genius to figure out why he skipped the line. It was simply that his outfit was so tacky it fell apart, and the Porsche Macan he drove. $1 million plus after taxes. On the very first day of reporting, it was a perfect display of snobbery.
$1 million car meant nothing online, where the average annual income was tens of millions and people drove Maseratis and Lamborghinis.
Guess I need to work on my bragging skills. But in reality, $1 million car is already considered a luxury vehicle.
Even in a new first-tier city like Lincheng, they're not exactly common. Even if you're worth millions, would you splurge on a car costing hundreds of thousands?
Add in maintenance costs, gas, and all sorts of other expenses, the annual outlay isn't exactly pocket change. That's why that male teacher would go out of his way to suck up to him.
Several more people were invited in one after another.
Even those who arrived after him saw several others taken in. The reason was obvious. Among all the parents present, he was the only one who had taken a taxi. All the other parents had driven their own cars. Regardless of the car's condition, at least they had one. He saw a guy driving a Wuling Hongguang with his family of 3 holding hands as they walked into the kindergarten.
And now, here he was, sitting right next to him.
He hadn't gone in for quite a while either. Chen Yu couldn't help but strike up a conversation. Bro, I heard tuition at this elite kindergarten is crazy expensive.
Is that true? You bet. 300,000 or 400,000 a year, it's killing me.
The man slapped his thigh, his contorted expression betraying his financial pain.
If I may ask, what line of work are you in? I just repair appliances for people. Actually, he didn't need to say it, his uniform gave it away. It's either appliance repair or air conditioning installation.
These jobs pay pretty well in first-tier cities. With some hard work, earning over 10,000 a month isn't a problem.
But how could he afford to enroll his child in an elite kindergarten? Where did he get the 340,000 yuan tuition for a year? Bro, about that tuition.
Chen Yu hinted delicately. The man didn't beat around the bush, waving his hand dismissively. Just tightening our belts and asking parents for a little help.
It's all for the kid's education. He really went all out for this elite kindergarten.
Chen Yu forced a smile, but his heart felt heavy. They say buying a house for your child drains 6 wallets, but at least you end up with a home.
Chapter 131, Don't Let Good Cabbage Go to Waste. Big Brother's family takes the cake. They started emptying their wallets the moment kindergarten began. Sure, it's for the child's education, but this is completely unnecessary. What could kindergarten possibly teach them?
Of course, he wouldn't criticize others.
Young man, you look so young, and you already have 2 daughters?
Twins, Chen Yu chuckled.
They really are. They look exactly alike. Hello, uncle. Nuonyuo waved cheerfully, showing no fear at all. Ruan, however, showed no intention of greeting anyone.
While most twins share similar personalities, even mirroring each other's fashion sense and hobbies,
these two were completely different. Ruan deliberately did the opposite of everything Nuonyuo did, determined to be different. Oh my, little girl, hello. How adorable.
Big Brother had always wanted a son to carry on the family line, traditional values. But after seeing Nuonyuo, he changed his mind.
Why not have another little girl with his wife?
After seeing Chen Yu's handsome face, he gave up on that idea too.
Forget it, he just didn't have the genes for it.
Young man, raising 2 daughters is going to cost you a fortune.
Just the tuition alone is nearly $1 million a year.
Well, I didn't want to send them to a private kindergarten in the first place. A decent private school would be just as good, but their mother insisted on this one.
That's not right.
Elite schools are definitely better than private ones. The tuition alone proves it. Big Brother firmly believed in the adage, you get what you pay for. If it feels good, it must be expensive. If it's expensive, it must be good. In fact, many people share this mindset. That rule might hold true in other fields, but it doesn't apply to education.
He really wanted to ask Chen Yu where he got all that money. Tuition for 2 daughters alone was 700,000 or 800,000 yuan.
Add in daily expenses, and it easily topped $1 million.
That's more than most people earn in a lifetime. The young man looked so young, just out of college, maybe?
But he held back from asking. The world was never short of wealthy people. He'd repaired appliances in several upscale neighborhoods before. The residents were all young, dressed casually in baggy shorts and flip-flops, clearly not the business type. Yet they could afford to live in these upscale neighborhoods. Maybe this young man was just like them, a second-generation rich kid.
Earlier, he'd mentioned his wife sent him. Perhaps he was a freeloader who married into wealth? Big Brother sighed silently. Didn't he wish he could be a second-generation rich kid too?
But birth couldn't be chosen. He could only rely on his own hands to give his son the best life possible.
Chen Yu smiled and didn't bother to argue. Changing someone's mindset was no easy feat. Hey, young man, you look familiar to me.
The older woman suddenly remarked. She felt like she'd seen Chen Yu on some magazine cover, but couldn't quite place it.
Wang Xiaoming. Stop dawdling and hurry up. A thunderous roar echoed.
Bai Ting strode ahead in her high heels, her son Wang Xiaoming trailing behind.
Wang Xiaoming looked left and right, still munching on his snacks.
The snobbish male teacher stepped forward to greet them.
You must be Ms. Bai?
The older sister of superstar Bai Ying.
Please come in, the dean is waiting in his office.
Bai Ying was only a third-tier celebrity. Someone who didn't follow the entertainment industry wouldn't even recognize her. But after starring in 2 hit dramas that broke out of niche popularity, her fame skyrocketed.
Even many who didn't follow the entertainment world now knew her.
Ultimately, celebrities must prove themselves through their work. It's not about how good their work is, but rather needing a breakout hit to gain public visibility. After all, the turnover rate for celebrities is incredibly fast these days. It's like chives cut one batch, and another grows wildly in its place. Bai Ting glanced to the side and suddenly spotted Chen Yu and Nuonyuo Ruan.
Chen Yu, what are you doing here?
Bai Ting regretted the words the moment they left her mouth.
Wasn't that obvious? He was here to enroll his daughter, obviously. What else would he be doing here? Hi, Auntie. Daddy brought us to sign up. Nuonyuo's sweet voice eased her awkwardness.
Bai Ting had been over for dinner before, so Nuonyuo was naturally very friendly toward her. Ruan also wanted to greet her, but upon seeing Wang Xiaoming, she held back her hello, Auntie.
Hi, Wang Xiaoming. Nuonyuo waved her little hand. Hello.
Wang Xiaoming stammered, his eyes lingering on Ruan.
After hesitating, he walked up to Ruan. Chen Ruan, do you want some snacks?
As he spoke, snot dripped from his nose, which he quickly sniffed back. This made Ruan frown deeply. She raised her little fist threateningly. Wang Xiaoming, stay away from me.
Terrified, Wang Xiaoming quickly hid behind Bai Ting.
The adults all burst into laughter.
Chen Yu, however, noticed something. That Wang Xiaoming boy seems to have a thing for his little softie. As an old father, I can't let this happen. Honestly, Wang Xiaoming's image just isn't up to par.
One hand clutching snacks, the other still picking his nose. His clothes are slightly stretched out, making him look like a little chubby ball.
His image management is seriously lacking. With Bai Ying, a little star in the family, and Bai Ting being quite the looker herself, couldn't they at least tidy up this little chubby one? Or are they just going with the free-range approach? Fortunately, Wanwan shows little interest in him, waving her fists to scare him whenever they meet. And this little chubby one is actually quite afraid of his own Wanwan. No need to worry about the good cabbage being trampled by pigs. Ah, wait, they're just kids. They probably don't even think that way. Still, it's better to be vigilant and prevent trouble before it happens. Where's Teacher Su? Didn't she come with you? Bai Ting and Su Yuwei had clashed at first, but after that meal, their relationship had warmed considerably. She knew Su Yuwei's family ran a clothing company. Whether for herself or her younger sister, she wanted to build a better relationship. It's back to school season. She's busy with school matters. Oh right, college is starting too. Bai Ying changed the subject, so have you guys finished registering? Chen Yu shook his head helplessly. We got here ages ago and we're still waiting in line. Huh, didn't you guys drive here? Bai Ting knew full well the requirements of this kindergarten enrollment involved background checks. In her view, this was actually a positive feature. This was an elite kindergarten, how could they let just anyone enroll? But wasn't Su Yuwei's family driving a Mercedes? Driving that kind of car shouldn't get them snubbed. They took a taxi. Bai Ting smiled. That explained it. Everyone else drives Mercedes or Porsches, and you take a cab? No wonder you got overlooked. Mr. Chen lives in the same neighborhood as me. Let's go in together. While they spoke, the male teacher listened quietly nearby, trying to piece together Chen Yu's background from their conversation. So his family does have luxury cars, but he just didn't bring one? He'd misjudged the situation. Upon hearing Bai Ting mention they lived in the same complex, he quickly nodded. Of course. Please come in, both of you. He dared not offend wealthy people. Chapter 132, He's my husband now. Even in this society governed by law, if someone took offense, they could still get him fired. Linchun University. Several guys unloaded one large box after another and set them on the ground. Professor Su, anything else you need moved? We'll get it all done in one trip. The leader of the group said with a smile. Today was the first day of school, and not only teachers but students were busy too. Registration, airing out bedding, picking up textbooks, topping up water and meal cards. A mountain of tasks awaited them. But when Su Yuwei simply asked in the class group chat, 7 or 8 boys immediately volunteered. No matter how busy they were, helping the beautiful teacher was a priority. No strings attached, just hearing her say thank you is emotional value in itself. It's certainly better than helping out a male teacher, right? In no time, several boys arrived, competing to carry things with surprising efficiency. That's all. Thank you, everyone. Su Yuwei pointed to the large bag on the table. Thanks for your hard work. I bought a few bottles of drinks, please share them among yourselves. She never used to buy drinks like this. Maybe being with Chen Yu had made her more considerate? Thanks, Teacher Su. The boys grabbed the bag and left the office. After moving all the stuff, they were drenched in sweat. It was scorching hot and their throats were parched. Each grabbed a bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. The cool liquid slid down their throats. Ah, bliss. Miss Su's really nice, buying us drinks so we don't go to all this trouble for nothing. I helped Miss Su last year too, but she didn't buy us drinks then. With looks like hers, I'd help even without drinks. Too bad you're late, Miss Su's already taken. When did that happen? Is the guy also a teacher at our school? Does he even measure up to Miss Su? You don't know? I've got a video on my phone. A guy pulled out his phone and played this year's recruitment video for Linchun University. He dragged the progress bar, and one by one, handsome men and beautiful women flashed by. Stop, stop, stop. Right here. In the video, Su Yuwei bit her hair tie as she hastily pulled her hair into a high ponytail. The sight of her tying her hair was utterly captivating, leaving the boys mesmerized. They were all single, naturally filled with every imaginable fantasy about girlfriends. Those with girlfriends wouldn't be here helping anyway. Holy crap, Teacher Su is way too beautiful. I envy her boyfriend. Yeah, where's her boyfriend? He's too busy staring at Ms. Su. The group rewound to watch it again. The focus of this clip was clearly on Su Yuwei. Chen Yu only got 3 seconds of screen time. He does seem pretty handsome. Yeah, he's barely good enough for Teacher Su. Wait a minute, isn't that senior Chen Yu? Although Chen Yu was pretty much a homebody during his 4 years of college and rarely participated in club activities, that doesn't mean he never joined any. Because he was a skilled Honor of Kings player, he joined the esports club. At a tournament hosted by Lin University, he dominated the competition with Zhuge Liang, leading his team to victory. He even represented Lin University in provincial intercollegiate competitions, though they were unfortunately eliminated in the first round. So many Honor of Kings players knew him. Xin Yu hummed a tune as she pushed open the office door. Hey, I'm here. The moment she stepped inside, she was stunned. The floor was completely covered in large boxes, leaving no space to stand. Are you moving? What are you talking about? These are all teaching materials. Su Yuwei pulled out a chair for her to sit down. Aren't you busy? How come you have time to drop by? Busy as hell. Shen Yu plopped down. No matter how busy, I had to come see my bestie.
She claimed to be visiting her best friend, but her eyes kept darting toward her bag.
Su Yuwei got it instantly. She wasn't here to see her, she was here to scrounge for snacks. You're hopeless. Su Yuwei opened her bag and placed a food container in front of her. Carrot rolls. You really do have something different every day. Chen Yu took a big bite without hesitation, stuffing her mouth full.
She realized her standards for boyfriends had changed without her noticing. She used to like guys who were handsome and had great bodies.
What good is being handsome now? You can't eat good looks. She'd rather find someone as gentle and considerate as Chen Yu. Someone who could prepare her a delicious breakfast every day, that's all she needed. A lower salary wouldn't matter, she could save enough from her earnings to barely cover both of them. Just look at that guy the family introduced, he's full of hot air. He's decent looking and makes good money, but he can't cook. Her standards had been completely skewed by Chen Yu. Your boyfriend's skills have dipped a bit, but it's still delicious. You have to admit Chen Yu has a discerning palate, a true foodie. The carrot rolls were made by Aunt Jo, but the ingredients and method were all provided by Chen Yu. Even such a minor difference could be detected by her. She'd be wasting her talent not becoming a food critic. He's not my boyfriend anymore. Not my boyfriend anymore. Chen Yu took 2 seconds to process. WH what? You broke up. No wonder these rolls didn't taste as good as before. So they broke up? This wasn't even made by Chen Yu. We didn't break up. Su Yuwei watched the stream of new students arriving outside the window, her cheeks flushing slightly. He's my husband now. Phew. Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness gracious, that gasp nearly gave me a heart attack. She really had been startled. If they really broke up, she'd never get to enjoy Chen Yu's cooking again. That was out of the question. Wait, you said husband? So you two are already married? Su Yuwei nodded. That was fast. Why didn't you post it on your social media? Have you ever seen me post anything? Su Yuwei shot her a look. That was true, Su Yuwei rarely posted, or rather, almost never did. The last time she posted was to collect likes for herself, all to get into that new hotpot place. Not exactly the typical girl's style. Especially for a girl who was so beautiful and accomplished in every way. Come clean, what else did you two get up to? Did you do anything naughty? Chen Yu's gossip-loving spirit was burning fiercely, so much so she stopped eating her wrap. Given Su Yuwei's personality, she assumed nothing much had happened in the past month. But they'd already gotten their marriage certificate. That kid Chen Yu had some moves. Now that they were legally married, it was only natural for things to progress. Of course not. But I did go to his place and meet his grandparents. Su Yuwei recounted a few things that had happened. Chen Yu and Su Jingshan had a drinking contest. Helped book a hotel for Chen Yu's parents. Returning to his hometown with him. Chen Yu listened, sometimes bursting into uncontrollable laughter, sometimes filled with envy, and at other moments her face grew so sorrowful it seemed she might cry. Her facial expressions were incredibly varied. Finally, she exclaimed, things progressed so fast in just 1 month. Give them another month, and they'd probably have a baby already. Su Yuwei looked utterly confused. What are you talking about? Work hard, follow the national policy, and have a third child, preferably a boy. Chapter 133, How do you know you're in love? Get lost. Su Yuwei pinched her thigh. Her bestie was great in every way except she loved to spout nonsense. Chen Yu chuckled, swallowing the bite of rolled pancake in her mouth. How's it going with your little hubby? No fights? Nope. Their only disagreement was about their daughter starting kindergarten, which hardly counted as an argument. Want some relationship advice from the love guru? Though Chen Yu had a track record of breaking up with every boyfriend she dated, she was actually quite experienced when it came to romance. Give it a rest, you. Just as Su Yuwei was about to refuse, something suddenly occurred to her. Chen Yu leaned in, patting his meager chest. You really do have something to share? Spill it, let this master solve your problems. Su Yuwei hesitated. Well, how do you know when you've fallen for someone? Chen Yu chewed on the words, suddenly sensing something was off. You mean, you're not sure if you like Chen Yu? Su Yuwei remained silent. Then why did you get married to him? Well, you know, it just happened. She couldn't quite explain why either. She'd just seen that couple on the street, and on a whim, she'd gone ahead and gotten married. Never mind why I got the certificate. Just tell me. Well. Chen Yu's mind suddenly froze, unsure how to respond. Recalling her past boyfriends, the one who stood out the most was her first. Not because he was particularly wonderful. A young girl's first love is always unforgettable. They become a couple during their senior year of high school. Perhaps the strict surveillance from teachers and parents only fueled their rebellious streak, or maybe they simply needed some comfort and warmth under such intense pressure. Either way, they ended up together. And it wasn't just them. Chen Yu alone knew of 5 other couples who'd only gotten together in their senior year. Even in sophomore year, when supervision was relatively lax, there weren't this many. Their feelings back then were pure and simple, without any complicated thoughts. They'd sneakily hold hands, whisper sweet nothings in each other's ears. They'd complain about that weirdo teacher, plan where to hang out after exams. Even that felt sweet enough. Chen Yu commuted from home, bringing 10 yuan daily for breakfast. She'd take that money to KFC and buy 2 egg tarts, one each, which they'd sneakily finish in the little grove before heading to class. Since the tarts cost 9 yuan, she had to skip breakfast for a whole day to afford them. Even so, she never grew tired of it, feeling the sweetness of the egg tarts seep deep into her heart. Day after day passed, until finally the day of the college entrance exam arrived. After the final exam ended, Chen Yu rushed to the boys' testing hall to find him. Hand in hand, they walked toward the exit. With the exams over, the teachers saw no need to enforce rules and turned a blind eye. Tutorial materials and exam papers fluttered about like a heavy snowfall. Amidst the swirling snow, they embraced and kissed, releasing 3 years of pent-up hormones. As they reached the school gate, the boy suddenly let go of her hand. Following his gaze, a middle-aged woman approached them, her face flushed with anger. "Who is she?" The boy fell silent, lowering his head, unable to meet his gaze. "I asked who she is." "A classmate." The words cut off everything Chen Yu had been about to say. She stared at the boy in disbelief. The woman smiled at her, her tone still stern. "Such a pretty girl. Why not focus on your studies instead of getting involved in early romance?" Chen Yu looked at the boy, hoping he could help her out of the awkward situation. But he hid behind the woman, lacking even the courage to lift his gaze. Chen Yu understood instantly. His so-called affection was as fragile as glass, unable to withstand even the slightest test. "Auntie, I'm already an adult, so this isn't early romance. Besides, my grades are in the top 5 of the class. It's your son who scored near the bottom in the last diagnostic test." The woman's lips trembled with anger, unable to utter a word. She grabbed the boy and turned to leave. The boy kept glancing back, gesturing for her to call him. In that moment, Chen Yu felt utterly disgusted. She went home and blocked him immediately. A weak mama's boy, unworthy of being her boyfriend. Asleep? Su Yuwei nudged Chen Yu. She'd been zoning out earlier, her gaze unfocused as if lost in thought. "Ha? No, I was just thinking." "So do you have an answer or not?" Chen Yu took a deep breath, her tone more serious than usual. When you support someone unconditionally, defending them in front of others, that's probably what it means to fall in love with them. Su Yuwei didn't grasp it immediately and actually began to ponder. Chen Yu seemed to realize she'd sounded too serious and quickly returned to her cheerful self. "Oh, love is a feeling it's hard to explain. Anyway, you're married now and have 2 daughters. You must love him." "Daughters?" "Oh right, she still had to pick them up from kindergarten." Su Yuwei grabbed her handbag and got up to leave. "Where are you going?" "Kindergarten." Chen Yu pursed her lips and popped the last bite of her wrap into her mouth. "What? I'm still hungry. I'll find an excuse to crash at my bestie's place for a proper meal another day." As Su Yuwei descended the stairs, she brushed past a girl. The girl paused, then turned to watch Su Yuwei's retreating figure. "Sister Shi, all the stamps are done. Just get the director's signature." The girl handed over several forms, her smile tinged with flattery. You couldn't really blame her. Anyone would instinctively look up to such a young lady. Especially since the young lady had just bestowed a generous gift upon her. "Thanks a lot." She smiled sweetly as she took the forms. Usually, her butler handled these minor tasks, but with him absent, she didn't want to run around herself. So she bribed her roommate with a few high-end cosmetics. The girl's eyes lit up at the brand names. Normally, they'd scrimp and save for months just to afford a single tube of lipstick. Now, suddenly, they'd gotten a whole set for free. One by one, they pledged their allegiance to Sister Wei Shishi, even electing her as the dorm leader. Her phone rang. It was her dad calling. Seeing his name, she hung up impatiently. She turned down prestigious foreign universities to insist on attending Lincheng University, earning her a thorough scolding from her dad. This call couldn't be anything good. She decided not to answer. Out of sight, out of mind. Her reason for choosing Lincheng University was equally ridiculous. It was all because of their promotional video. In it, she recognized 2 people she'd met once before. Florence Children's Academy. The group made their way toward the principal's office. The male teacher leaned close to Chen Yu and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry, but the kindergarten is extremely busy today. I hope you understand." Chen Yu nodded without a word. "Like hell, I believe you." They clearly saw him take a taxi and assumed he was poor. If Bai Ting hadn't shown up, he might have waited until the cows come home. He'd already made up his mind there was no way his child was staying at this kindergarten. Chapter 134, Switching Kindergartens. Who knows what crazy nonsense they'd feed the little guy. Not even for a single day. The principal was a man in his 50s, looking quite amiable. He smiled as he invited them to sit down and served each a cup of tea. "Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. My apologies for the inconvenience." The principal chuckled and handed each of them a form. "Please fill these out. It will help our teachers quickly understand your family backgrounds and tailor their teaching accordingly." Bai Ting lowered her head to fill it out. Chen Yu glanced at his form. Not a single question about the child. It was purely a family background survey. This so-called elite kindergarten really wore its snobbery on its sleeve. We look down on those without money, so what?
That made it even more imperative not to send his daughter to such a kindergarten. Forget whether she'd learn anything if she's constantly fed completely wrong values, the poor kid will be ruined. He made up his mind no way was she going here. So he started scribbling nonsense.
How many cars does your family own and what are their models? 2 cars, a small electric scooter and a Wuling Hongguang top-of-the-line model. What are both parents' occupations? Mom's a janitor at Lincheng University. Dad's unemployed just lying around at home.
A long string of absurd questions followed, and Chen Yu filled them all with even more outrageous answers.
He wrote it all out in one fluid motion and handed it in.
Bai Ting had finished long ago and had been watching Chen Yu the whole time.
A small electric scooter and a Wuling Hongguang? What the hell? Isn't your family's car a Mercedes-Benz GLS? It cost over $1,000,000 yuan. She couldn't figure out what Chen Yu was up to. The dean took the forms and looked at Bai Ting's first.
A smile never left his face, and the more he read, the more satisfied he became. This was exactly the kind of high-quality parent their kindergarten needed.
Ms. Bai Ting, your family background perfectly meets our requirements. Congratulations on your son joining the Florence Children's Academy. Thank you, Principal. The two shook hands.
The principal then extended his hand toward Wang Xiaoming.
Young man, care to shake hands? Wang Xiaoming was engrossed in eating his snacks and only came over after being called twice.
He extended his hand toward the principal. The dean noticed the crumbs on his hand and frowned slightly.
He extended his other hand. Let's shake this one.
Wang Xiaoming paused, then switched hands.
Little one, welcome to our kindergarten.
The moment their hands touched, the principal felt something sticky on his palm and quickly withdrew his hand. This little rascal, he'd been wiping his nose with that hand. He forced himself to stay calm and picked up Chen Yu's form again. His expression grew increasingly grim, his entire face stiffening.
Are these even Chinese characters? Why can't I make sense of this? Electric scooters, Wuling Hongguang minivans, street sweepers? How did these words end up on the interview form for our elite kindergarten? With these credentials, they want to enroll in an elite kindergarten? They'd struggle to even get on a heated bed. What's even stranger is how this guy got in here. The guy who brought him in must have taken a bribe.
If Bai Ting hadn't been there, he would have blown his top.
He shot another glance at Chen Yu. So young, clearly not wealthy either. He forced a smile. Sir, I'm afraid your child isn't a good fit for our kindergarten. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. Chen Yu hadn't intended to choose this place anyway.
Hearing this, he stood up and started to leave. Bai Ting hurried after him. Why did you fill it out so carelessly?
Where did I fill it out carelessly? I'm unemployed anyway.
Wait, he should call himself a freelancer.
Then isn't Teacher Su just a janitor? Doesn't sweeping the office floor count as sweeping? Chen Yu retorted, righteous indignation in his voice.
Bai Ting rolled her eyes.
Then your family car isn't a Wuling Hongguang either. Well, that's true. I messed up there. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Isn't this prestigious kindergarten good enough? Bai Ting couldn't fathom what he was thinking. So many people would kill to get in. Chen Yu shook his head. I won't send Nuonyuo and Ruoruo to a kindergarten like this. It'll only instill the wrong values in them. Nono and Wanwan were switching kindergartens. Okay.
The two little ones perked up at the news. They hadn't liked this kindergarten anyway.
Nuonyuo thought the other kids here weren't fun at all.
She just tried talking to a boy wearing a little suit, but he completely ignored her.
Nono was upset and couldn't understand why.
Chen Yu was about to leave, holding the little one's hand, when he spotted Su Yuwei getting out of her Mercedes from afar. The wind was quite strong today, so she wore a trench coat. The wind lifted it high, and with her sunglasses on, she looked fierce. Chen Yu pondered how to explain things to her. After all, they had agreed to try the elite kindergarten for one day first, and only switch to another if they weren't satisfied. Now he was about to take his daughter away immediately.
Mommy! Nua spotted Su Yuwei and ran toward her from afar.
The male teacher stared in surprise.
This family clearly owned a Mercedes-Benz fully loaded. It was worth nearly 2 million yuan.
What the heck were those little electric scooters and Wuling Hongguang cars?
Were they just making stuff up? He almost kicked Chen Yu's family out, but thankfully didn't rush to call security.
A car worth nearly 2 million yuan might not be the most expensive, but it certainly ranked among the top few among all the parents present. It was called an elite kindergarten, but it wasn't truly elite, just a gathering of wealthy families.
The real elite are on a level ordinary people can't even reach.
That's why he had to keep the Chen Yu family here.
Finished with the registration?
Su Yuwei asked.
Chen Yu shook his head.
I don't want my daughter to attend here.
Why? Didn't we agree on this? Look.
Su Yuwei frowned as she looked at the form Chen Yu handed her.
The survey asked all sorts of questions about occupation and income. The intent was obvious.
Based on these answers, the children would be divided into tiers, whether it was teaching or meals. Everything would likely be determined by this.
Seeing Chen Yu had written electric scooter under his vehicle section, she couldn't help but chuckle.
He really had no sense of propriety, even filling out the registration form haphazardly.
Su Yuwei realized there would be issues of differential treatment.
Absolute fairness doesn't exist in this world, some degree of it is inevitable. But she hadn't expected it to be this severe. It was like they'd written snobbery right on the application form. If you're broke, they look down on you. Su Yuwei found this practice deeply distasteful, so she crumpled the form in frustration.
Let's go. We'll find another kindergarten. Didn't you say that one called Spring Sprout was pretty good?
Chen Yu had been researching private kindergartens across Lincheng these past few days and discovered one called Spring Sprout that seemed excellent.
Its teaching staff, student care, and reputation were all commendable.
Of course, it wasn't entirely free of criticism. After Chen Yu's exhaustive search, he did find a few negative comments on a niche platform.
This actually put his mind at ease. After all, nothing in this world is perfect. Chapter 135, that's how protective they are. Negative reviews are the real deal, all positive ratings are the problem.
Hiring paid reviewers has become a standard tactic, whether for movies, TV shows, or online stores.
They hire people to inflate ratings and churn out formulaic positive reviews.
While it won't lead to repeat purchases, and negative reviews will inevitably drag the score down, it successfully reaps a wave of unsuspecting customers. But when Chen Yu clicked on those negative reviews, he was stunned to discover they weren't negative at all, they were clearly positive. The food at Sunmmary Kindergarten is so delicious, my son gained 10 pounds in 2 months. My son says I'm too strict, but the kindergarten teachers are so much gentler. Ever since my daughter started at Spring Sprout Kindergarten, she insists I drop her off at 5 a.m. every day. Now I'm seriously sleep deprived.
Are these really negative reviews? More like reverse marketing, right? So Chen Yu went to check it out himself and concluded Sunmmary Kindergarten is genuinely excellent. He came back and told Su Yuwei it was their top choice among private kindergartens. Just as the two were about to leave,
the male teacher stepped in front of them, his face plastered with a fawning smile.
Would you two like to reconsider? Why not come to the principal's office for a cup of tea first?
His bowing and scraping perfectly embodied the phrase, first hostile, then obsequious.
Step aside. Su Yuwei's tone was icy.
The bald man tried to say something, but Su Yuwei's imposing presence silenced him completely. The principal emerged just in time to witness the scene. He had spotted the Mercedes from afar and approached to investigate, only to overhear the words Sunmmary Kindergarten. He had initially dismissed it with disdain. After all, it was just a private kindergarten. How could it compare to the prestigious Florence Children's Academy? Let them go if they want. They'll surely regret it someday. After all, Mercedes driving parents were a dime a dozen at the kindergarten. But Su Yuwei looked vaguely familiar, so he came over to confirm. After a few more glances, he recognized her. This was the daughter of CEO Su. They'd collaborated with Yu Apparel several times, so naturally they knew Su Yuwei. This connection was partly why Su Yuwei chose this kindergarten. Having worked together before, they had a good sense of each other's capabilities. At the very least, their resources were top-notch. That's precisely why Su Yuwei wanted to send her little one here. The principal began to consider ways to retain them. Yu clothing holds significant influence not only in Lincheng but throughout the entire province. If Su Yuwei's daughter could attend school here, it would be a fantastic publicity stunt. The daughter of Yu Apparel's heiress, that's something we could really capitalize on and promote extensively. Not all wealthy individuals are alike. Some amass their fortunes through questionable means, keeping their wealth hidden from public view or operating under the radar. But someone like Su Yuwei, a wealthy figure with some renown, is exactly the kind of person their kindergarten would be eager to court. The wealthy always gravitate toward each other, no matter what they're doing. Take celebrity neighborhoods and elite kindergartens, aren't they all clustered together? The principal hurried over, a smile plastered on his face. Why, isn't this Miss Su? Do you remember me? Su Yuwei glanced at him. Principal Yang. They'd met a few times before, so she remembered his surname. Why the sudden desire to switch kindergartens? Is there some misunderstanding? Come to my office for a cup of tea and we can discuss it properly. No, thank you. Su Yuwei's face was tense, practically screaming, "Don't mess with me." The director probably guessed the reason, but he still pretended to be clueless. He turned and snapped at his assistant, "Miss Su is my honored guest. How dare you offend her?" The bald guy, experienced in such situations, immediately bowed his head in apology. "My apologies, Miss Su. It was my fault for not attending to you properly." The two immediately put on a show for her. Having attended numerous important events, Su Yuwei could easily see through such an obvious charade. Her expression turned icy. "That's not how you treated my husband earlier." "What? It was all a misunderstanding. Apologize to Mr. Chen right now." The bald man bowed to Chen Yu again. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my poor hospitality earlier." Chen Yu didn't even bother to glance at him. "Miss Su, he's apologized. Why don't we?" The principal offered another invitation with a forced smile. "No need. Your kindergarten isn't suitable for my daughter." Su Yuwei turned and walked away without giving him another chance to speak. Although the kindergarten had been the client and their Yu clothing the contractor in their previous collaborations,
Su Yuwei wasn't the least bit afraid of offending him.
protecting her own came first above all else. Even if old Su found out about this, he would agree with her approach.
Yu Fashion really didn't care about working with such a kindergarten. The guy driving the Wuling Hongguan looked utterly confused. Wait, this pretty girl is the heiress of a clothing company? Then this guy really is a freeloader? Ha! I guessed right. But why did they suddenly leave? Why did they stop sending their daughter to the elite kindergarten?
His wife slapped her forehead in surprise.
I remember now. Her husband jumped in fright. What's with all the startling? What did you remember?
That young man is the author of Shook and Beta.
Shook and Beta? What's that?
Her husband, who only knew fishing and work, was completely baffled. Anyway, it's a super popular children's story. He got over $1,000,000 in royalties. So he wasn't a freeloader after all.
So young, and already a best-selling author? And his income was probably dozens of times higher than his?
Those who sell their labor just can't compete with those who wield the pen. The older brother couldn't help but sigh.
If even the wealthy choose private kindergartens, maybe private schools aren't so bad after all? Honey, maybe we should switch our kid to a different kindergarten?
Bai Ting wasn't sure what Su Yuwei was thinking, but she wanted to try persuading her. After all, Su Yuwei was the heiress of Yu Fashion, and Bai Ying was in the entertainment industry. As her older sister, it couldn't hurt to maintain good relations. But Su Yuwei walked away too quickly, not giving her a chance to speak. Of course, she had no intention of sending Wang Xiaoming to some spring sapling kindergarten. Why would she send him to an ordinary private kindergarten when there were elite options available? It wasn't like they couldn't afford the tuition. She really couldn't fathom Su Yuwei's reasoning. In her view, education started right from kindergarten. Even though Wang Xiaoming was only 3, she insisted on giving him the best education possible. Wang Xiaoming, since mom spent so much money on this, you'd better study hard at the very least. You have to outperform those 2 girls of Chen Yu's.
Meanwhile, what was Wang Xiaoming, the one whose parents had shelled out over 300,000 yuan, doing?
He was picking his nose and staring off into space. Nono and Ruerue in the car were thrilled, of course.
They absolutely hated the Florence Children's Academy.
Every kid inside wore a sour expression, like someone had just snatched their candy.
The teachers' faces were even stiffer, as if they'd just snatched candy from the children.
Nono felt that if she stayed any longer, she'd soon forget how to smile.
Yuwei, why don't we check out some other private kindergartens first?
Chapter 136, The Child Who Watched Ants Move House.
No, let's go straight to Chuanmiao Kindergarten.
Su Yuwei shook her head. She realized she should have listened to Chen Yu earlier, then none of this would have happened.
Just the enrollment process had been such a hassle. Who knew what would happen when classes actually started? Calmly reflecting, she realized there was no need to get angry. She could just walk away. But the way those people treated Chen Yu really rubbed her the wrong way. Su Yuwei took a deep breath. I'm sorry.
I should have listened to you from the start.
It's no big deal. Guess I got to see some diversity out there.
He genuinely didn't think much of it, just a difference of opinion between the two of them on child rearing. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong.
Su Yuwei couldn't help but laugh.
The term species diversity was rather amusing.
But the way you say husband sounds pretty nice. Say it again for me? Did I call you that?
Su Yuwei had spoken impulsively earlier, without much thought. Now that she thought about it, she really had called him that.
Of course you did. Say it again for me. No way.
Su Yuwei refused decisively. Those words had slipped out unconsciously. She couldn't bring herself to say them now.
Shouldn't such terms of endearment wait until after the wedding ceremony?
They'd already obtained their marriage certificate, legally husband and wife.
But they hadn't held the wedding ceremony yet. Fine, don't call me that then.
A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Chen Yu's face. Anyway, they were legally married now.
It was only a matter of time.
Su Yuwei, however, was preoccupied with something else.
Had she just offended Chen Yu in front of others? Did that meet Chen Yu's standards? Wasn't that proof of her love for him?
The morning rush hour had passed and the drive was smooth sailing.
Soon they arrived at the gate of Chuanmiao Kindergarten. Today was an open enrollment day, not limited to specific hours. Teachers were stationed at the entrance to greet visitors.
The setup was quite impressive, with a banner stretched across the entrance bearing large characters.
Welcome, little friends and big friends, to visit Chuanmiao Kindergarten.
Compared to the welcome to visit and guide us banners at elite kindergartens, this one felt much more down to earth.
Someone who didn't know might think it was a leadership inspection.
This one is different. The phrase big friends and little friends instantly feels warm and welcoming.
No flashy red carpets or bouquets of flowers.
Teachers wore no red flowers pinned to their chests, dressed simply and casually.
The teachers' demeanor was also completely different. Teachers at elite kindergarten smile too, but their smiles feel fake. Simply put, they're fake smiles. From head to toe, they radiated the helplessness of wage earners. It reminded Chen Yu of a certain hotpot chain's policy forcing employees to dance.
In the video, employees were forced to perform a dance routine for the camera, a clear case of being made to work against their will. It wasn't just fake smiles, it was outright forced smiles. Can this truly provide emotional value to customers? The same principle applies to that elite kindergarten. Children have the sharpest observational skills, they instantly know whether a smile is genuine or not.
But the teachers at Chunmiao Kindergarten smile genuinely. They enthusiastically interact with the children, greeting them warmly. Su Yuwei's impression of this kindergarten instantly improved.
A female teacher approached with a smile, but instead of greeting them,
she crouched down to greet the two little ones first. "Good morning, little ones. My name is Ren Shui. What are your names?" This small detail left a favorable impression on Su Yuwei.
It showed they were genuinely attentive to the children, not just going through the motions. Ren Shui wasn't conventionally stunning, but her smile was infectious, like a warm spring breeze. The two little ones scrambled to greet her.
"Hi Sister Ren Shui, I'm Chen Yu. I'm Chen Wan. You're twins. How adorable."
After greeting the children, Ren Shui stood up.
"Good morning, both of you. Would you like me to show you around, or shall we go see our principal right away?"
"No need, we'll just look around ourselves," Su Yuwei replied.
"Alright, feel free to reach out if you need anything." Ren Shui smiled and didn't disturb them further. "Daddy, can we go play?"
Nua tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, pointing toward the nearby playground where 7 or 8 children were already playing.
"Sure, but be careful." "Yay!" Nua took off running toward it, with Rui trailing behind.
She hadn't seen any of this at her fancy kindergarten, not even a slide.
Could a kindergarten without even a slide really be called a kindergarten? If given the choice, she'd pick Chunmiao Kindergarten without hesitation.
Leaving Nuonuo and Wanwan to play on their own, he and Su Yuwei strolled leisurely through the kindergarten grounds. The facilities here certainly couldn't match those of the elite kindergarten, but they weren't far off. Certain architectural designs were uniquely charming. Take those two eaves corners, for instance, they were cleverly shaped like elephant trunks. To adults, it might seem insignificant, even a bit childish. But to the little ones, these designs were absolutely adorable. Their perspective differs from adults, they notice these little details first. It's not just the eaves, everywhere you look, there are designs brimming with childlike wonder. Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder what kind of person built this kindergarten. They clearly didn't approach it from an adult's perspective, but rather observed the world through a child's eyes.
"Yuwei, what do you think?" "Pretty great." Su Yuwei nodded.
This kindergarten truly exceeded her expectations.
"You have good taste. I think we can choose this one." "Of course. How could your husband's taste be anything but excellent?"
Chen Yu had visited over 10 kindergartens before settling on Spring Sprout. Su Yuwei stumbled, almost tripping over something. Looking down, she saw a little girl. She was tiny, hugging herself and curled up in a ball. From a distance, she looked just like a little dumpling. Luckily, she stopped just in time, otherwise she might have stepped on the little one. The other children were scattered in small groups, running and playing throughout the kindergarten. Others hid behind their parents, timidly peeking out with half their heads. Only this little one was here all alone, seemingly lost in her own world. Clearly, she had been enrolled, but her parents had left. With her head buried so deeply, she couldn't be crying, could she? Chen Yu recalled his own kindergarten experience and was about to go comfort her. But then a rather pretty female teacher walked over and crouched beside the little one. The little one remained utterly transfixed, staring at the ground. Chen Yu leaned down to look and saw a line of ants moving house. So this little one was watching the ants move house. Yen, how about we each tell an ant story and then see whose is better? What do you say? Yen was, of course, the little girl's name. She shook her head almost imperceptibly, still watching the ants. It seemed the little one was somewhat shy or reserved. The female teacher didn't lose heart. Then I'll tell one first. Chapter 137, Private Nono reporting for duty. When the rainy season arrived, a golden river appeared in the forest. The ants saw it and believed it to be a divine gift, a river of honey. The ant queen commanded all ants to transport the river water day and night, filling the granaries to capacity. Led by one ant, the entire colony plunged into the golden river, hoping to carry away more honey with their bodies. Until the first ant's legs became stuck. It cried out for help, but no ant paid attention, they were too busy coating their entire bodies in honey. Finally, every single one was covered in honey. The little one kept staring at the ants, but her ears were listening to the story. Intrigued, she turned and asked, "Then what happened?" "Then all the ants drowned." Chen Yu looked utterly bewildered. Was this supposed to be a fairy tale? What kind of dark fairy tale is this? The little one's face twitched slightly, startled by the story too. Wasn't this story good? Why did the little one look like that? Failure. Total failure. Gu Yao forced a smile. Alright, now it's your turn to tell a story. The little one kept her head down, slowly uttering a few words. Ants, dewdrops, magnifying glass, petals, crispy. These words were so disjointed that even Gu Yao, who prided herself as the fairy tale queen, couldn't make sense of them. She was completely baffled.
Chen Yu pondered for a moment and understood. Ants mistook dewdrops for magnifying glasses, baked petals into crispy chips, and thus invented the ant oven? The little girl turned back in surprise. Someone actually understood the story she was telling? She was so touched. You, aren't you that guy? Gu Yao pointed at him, her words stumbling out in her excitement. She grabbed his hand and held it tightly. It looked just like a fan bumping into a celebrity on the street. As if she feared the superstar would slip away the moment she let go. The problem is, this fan doesn't even know his name? How unprofessional. Let me think. Don't prompt me, I'll remember in a second. Just think then, why are you grabbing my hand? Su Yuwei said as she pulled their hands apart. Just grabbing her husband's hand like that as if she didn't exist. Sorry. Gu Yao scratched her head sheepishly, then suddenly had a flash of insight. I remember now, you're the author of Shook and Beta. Ah, that's me. At first, Chen Yu thought she'd mistaken him for someone else, but it turned out she really was a fan. Looks like Shook and Beta have quite the influence. My daughter absolutely loves your fairy tales. Your daughter is. Chen Yu cautiously took a step back, keeping a safe distance from her. This teacher was simply too enthusiastic. If Su Yuwei hadn't been standing beside him, she might have practically thrown herself at him. My daughter. Oh, she was just here a moment ago. Where did she run off to now? So you're not a teacher here after all, you're a parent. Gu Yao smiled. I'm both a teacher and a parent. Su Yuwei asked, so you send your daughter to your own kindergarten? Exactly. That way I can keep an eye on her. You wouldn't believe how mischievous this little one is. If I'm not around, she's bound to get into trouble. Su Yuwei felt much more at ease about Chuanmiao Kindergarten. Sending your own daughter here means this kindergarten must be pretty good. It was just like dining out. If the owner eats the food they cook, it means the ingredients are pretty clean. No one would risk their own health. Gu Yao scanned the area and finally spotted her daughter, waving at her. Xinshin, come here. A little girl was seen running wildly around the playground, her ha-ha-ha laughter echoing through half the kindergarten, sounding strangely infectious. The one chasing after her was Nuonyuo. They've hit it off so quickly. Gu Yao called out several times before the little girl named Xinshin finally heard her. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted from a distance, "What is it, Mom?" Her voice carried with remarkable clarity, drawing the attention of parents arriving to register their children. She thought to herself, it'd be a shame if this kid didn't join the army to shout battle cries. Gu Yao couldn't help but cover her face. Wherever her child was, she always became the center of attention. She covered her face with one hand and waved the other, signaling for her to hurry over. Xiao Xinshin understood the gesture and dashed over. Even Nuonyuo couldn't keep up behind her. Xiao Xinshin dashed to her side, stood with feet together for a standing long jump, and saluted with her right hand. Private Second Class Xiao Xinshin reporting for duty, loyal. Nuonyuo mimicked her salute, loyalty. But she clearly didn't understand what it meant. The moment she extended her hand, she started giggling. Private Third Class Chen Nuo, show some respect. Nono stifled her laughter, understood. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei both turned to look at Gu Yao. What was going on? Her little Nuo had only played with her for 5 minutes before getting led astray? Gu Yao looked utterly embarrassed. Sorry about that. The kid's dad has been watching all sorts of nonsense videos lately, and Xinshin just picked up what she saw in them. She quickly pulled the little girl's hand away. Xiao Xinshin, behave yourself. Aye, Commander Mom. Gu Yao quickly changed the subject. She couldn't have her daughter scare them off. So, what do you two think of our Spring Sprout Kindergarten? Chen Yu smiled and nodded. It's pretty good. At least 100 times better than that fancy private kindergarten. Su Yuwei felt the same way. From the smiles on the teachers' faces to the thoughtful details in the building's design, everything made her feel at ease. This was a kindergarten that genuinely prioritized the children's needs. That was incredibly rare. Many people assume young children are too immature to understand, so they instinctively overlook their feelings. This is a very mistaken approach. Children may be young, but that doesn't mean they're unaware. On the contrary, their perception is far stronger than that of adults. In other words, they are more sensitive. Details matter a lot to children. Moreover, she thinks the teachers here are quite good. They proactively attend to the children's emotions and use approaches that don't make the kids feel uncomfortable. Except for that not-so-funny dark fairy tale. She nodded to Chen Yu, asked the girls what they think. Nuonyuo, do you want to go to school here? Nuonyuo was playfully wrestling with Xiao Xinshin, giggling away. Hearing the question, she nodded vigorously, I want to. Chen Yu then asked Wan, who also expressed her willingness. Teacher Gu, then we'll enroll here. Alright, I'll take you to register. Gu Yao smiled as she led the way ahead. She let out a long sigh of relief. Earlier, a parent had been scared off on the spot because her daughter was too rowdy. Thankfully, this one hadn't been scared off, otherwise, the principal would have docked her pay. Her own daughter was a bit of a handful. She loved imitating whatever she saw on TV. Chapter 138, Daddy's fried fresh milk is so delicious. Could she have a knack for acting?
The thing is, neither her nor her husband's jobs have anything to do with acting.
Wonder who she takes after.
Lost in thought, she arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. The principal rose to greet them, smiling as she shook their hands. She appeared to be in her 50s, with a touch of gray in her hair and a kind smile.
She gave off a refreshingly warm vibe.
In contrast, the director of the elite kindergarten radiated artificiality from head to toe.
The office was simply decorated, with paintings dominating the walls.
All the photos displayed were from kindergarten activities, with every child in them beaming with joy.
You could tell they were genuinely happy.
After all, the most important thing for a kindergarten is to make children happy. Then comes shaping a sound worldview. Learning academic knowledge isn't really that important.
How much can a 3-year-old really learn?
Some parents even send their children to all sorts of tutoring classes, which is even more unnecessary. Not only do they learn little, but they're also deprived of a happy childhood.
While a few people discussed registration in the office, chaos erupted outside.
A little girl watched her parents walk away, pouted, and burst into tears. Ren Shui hurried over to comfort her. But under her lead, one child after another began to cry.
Crying is contagious.
Those with parents nearby were manageable, a little coaxing stopped their tears. But the ones whose parents had left were a different story, they all started wailing loudly.
It was as if they'd been abandoned.
Ren Shui felt utterly helpless.
One child was manageable, but how could she possibly comfort so many?
Just as she calmed one with a few words, another started wailing louder. Just when she calmed one, another started up.
She couldn't keep up with them all.
Ren Shui wished she could split herself into multiple copies to care for all the children.
Guya joined in, but even with 2 of them, it was nowhere near enough. The good news was that Nua Nua and Xin weren't crying.
Not only did Xiao Xinshan not cry, she even picked her nose.
She couldn't understand why these kids were crying. Without mom and dad watching over them, shouldn't they be having even more fun?
She wished her mom wasn't here, then no one would boss her around. Nono got tired from running and pulled out the food container Chen Yu had prepared, waving to Xiao Xinshan.
Xinshan, come quick. What's up? Nuonyuo pulled out the fried fresh milk from the container and the aroma instantly filled the air. The milky sweetness mingled with the savory oiliness, tantalizing her taste buds.
This sweet and oily combination was bound to be delicious, especially when made by Chen Yu.
Xiao Xinshan couldn't help but swallow hard. Chen Nua, doesn't this look absolutely delicious? Here, have some.
Nua Nua handed her a piece directly.
Holding it in her hand, the aroma seemed even more intense. She couldn't wait to take a bite.
A crispy crust cracked with a satisfying crunch.
Crispy like crunching autumn leaves underfoot.
The milk filling inside was perfectly warm, a semi-liquid state. It carried the pure richness of milk, slowly flowing across her palate. To enhance the texture, Chen Yu had added a touch of granulated sugar inside. Occasionally biting into a sugar crystal brings a sweet surprise and unexpected delight. The fried milk puffs were small, deliberately sized by Chen Yu for easy eating by children. Xiao Xinshan devoured a piece in just a few bites, then reluctantly licked her fingers clean, savoring every last trace of the milky aroma.
This is so delicious.
Nua Nua had half of her first piece left, savoring it slowly and carefully. Even though she had a chef dad at home who could whip up anything she desired with a single request. As long as it wasn't something as elusive as the moon in the sky, Chen Yu could make it happen. But Nua Nua still wanted to eat slowly, savoring every bite of this delicious treat.
My dad made it.
The little one never missed a chance to show off her dad. They compared their parents too, but not by whose dad was richer. Instead, it was about whose dad was the most handsome, whose dad cooked the best, and whose dad loved them the most.
Wow, your dad is so awesome. I'm jealous.
Xiao Xinshan was genuinely envious, because her dad's cooking was absolutely terrible. Even worse than her mom's cooking, it was downright dark cuisine. Nua Nua finally finished her first piece of fried milk, licked her fingers, and reached for the second piece. A little kid nearby suddenly stopped crying. Staring at the fried milk in her hand, his nose twitched. But there was a hint of longing in its eyes. Ren Shui instantly guessed what he was thinking, he was craving fried milk. No wonder the little boy was craving it, she'd caught that aroma herself just moments ago. She'd eaten fried fresh milk a few times before, but never smelled anything this fragrant. If she hadn't heard it was made by Chen Yu's dad, she'd have suspected some artificial flavoring was added. After all, many businesses these days have no conscience. Some even add poppy shells to hot pot broth.
As long as it doesn't kill anyone, they couldn't care less about health. Little one, your name is Nuonyuo, right?
Yes, sister. Could you give your sister a piece of fried fresh milk?
This little boy wants some too.
Nuonyuo glanced at the little boy whose nose was twitching. Without hesitation, he pulled out a piece. Here you go, sister.
Nono is such a good kid, so generous.
Ren Shui was a bit surprised, she hadn't expected it to go so smoothly.
Most kids this age aren't that generous.
They treat their belongings like treasures and wouldn't give them away easily.
It was clear Chen Yu had raised Nuonyuo well.
When Ren Shui received the fried fresh milk, she couldn't help but swallow hard.
It smelled so good. If not for her role as a teacher, she'd have torn off a piece to taste it herself. In the end, she resisted the urge and handed the fried milk to the little boy. Don't cry, don't cry. Try this and see if it's good? Watching the fried milk being taken away, Ren Shui felt a sharp pang of heartache. She licked her finger where a faint trace of milky sweetness lingered. She was instantly won over. The milky aroma was incredibly rich. And it wasn't overpowering, it was just right, making her feel so comfortable. It was nothing like the artificial flavorings used in imitations. Even without tasting it, she knew the flavor had to be spot on. The little boy soon proved her right. The moment he took his first bite of the fried milk, his eyes lit up and his crying stopped instantly. Sweet treats have the power to heal the heart. No matter how sad or even depressed one feels, a little something sweet can lift the spirits considerably. This isn't just psychological, it's backed by science. After consuming sweets, the rise in blood sugar triggers the brain to release dopamine. Nowadays, many people fear dopamine like the plague, avoiding it at all costs. But dopamine truly is the source of human happiness. When you're feeling down, eating something sweet genuinely lifts your spirits. The little boy's reaction was right there for all to see. As the second bite of fried fresh milk melted in his mouth, the sweetness spreading across his lips and teeth instantly brought a smile to his face. Mom and Dad were completely forgotten fried milk was the most important thing in the world right now. Chapter 139, Fried Milk Conquers Half the Kindergarten. Ren Shui watched with satisfaction, suddenly struck by an idea. The other children were still crying one after another, and it seemed they wouldn't be easily comforted. Since fried milk worked on the little boy, did that mean? But the fried milk wasn't made by the kindergarten chef, it was brought by the little guy himself. Her parents made it for their own child, so asking her to share it with others seems a bit awkward. But I couldn't just let the little girl keep crying like this. This was really tough. After hesitating for a long time, Ren Shui faced Nuanua with her hands pressed together. Before she could even ask, Nuanua spoke up first. Ren Shui, do you want some of Dad's fried fresh milk? Ren Shui froze. Had she been guessed? This little one wasn't just generous, she was sharp too. Little no, it's not that your sister is greedy. You see how sad those little girls are crying. If we give them a little, maybe they'll stop crying. Ren Shui was actually curious about the taste herself. But as a teacher, she had enough self-control to resist. Nuanua tilted her head and thought for a moment. Alright then, give it all to Sister Ren Shui. Saying this, he pushed the container forward and handed it to Ren Shui. Are you sure? This was prepared for you by your dad. Ren Shui nearly cried with emotion as she took the container. What a little angel. This was a huge help. Sure. Sister Ren Shui can share it with everyone. Nuanua still felt a bit reluctant after all, her dad's fried fresh milk was just too delicious. But to cheer up the other kids, she held back. She'd just eat more of Dad's cooking when she got home tonight. Such a good girl. Ren Shui gave Nono a light kiss on the forehead. If only the little red flower badge were nearby, she'd have given her one right away. Ruan Xian gaped at the sky, struggling for ages to squeeze out a single tear. She didn't want to cry at all, nor did she understand why she should. She just found the whole thing rather amusing. Yan, stop crying. Try this fried fresh milk, it's delicious. She lowered her head and saw the fried fresh milk in front of her. The rich, milky aroma wafting out made her sniffle involuntarily. It smelled so good, and it looked delicious too. Thank you, teacher. She reached out to take it, popped a piece into her mouth, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she crouched in the corner to continue watching the ants. Ren Shui paused in surprise. This little one didn't seem to be crying? Not only were there no tears, but not even a trace of tear stains. I should have known better than to give it to her. So many other children still needed comforting. After eating the fried fresh milk, the little one's crying really quieted down a lot and eventually stopped altogether. Licking their fingers with lingering satisfaction, they wanted just one more piece. But then the problem arose: the portion of fried fresh milk was simply too small. It was meant for just one person to begin with, so dividing it into so many portions naturally wasn't enough. Even if Ren Shui broke one piece into 3, it still wouldn't be nearly enough. Forget about a second piece, many kids didn't even get there first. Those who got a piece quieted down, but what about those who didn't? They started crying even harder. And the quiet ones, influenced by the others, pouted their lips on the verge of tears again. Ren Shui felt like crying herself. This group of kids was impossible to placate. Chen Yu had already enrolled both women, placing them in the same class. The principal smiled as she escorted them out. The group happened to witness this scene. Chen Yu was utterly baffled. How could nearly half the kindergarten be in tears just minutes after they'd left? What on earth was going on? The principal's brow furrowed too. Ren Shui gave the principal a helpless smile. Principal, I really did my best. There are just too many children to comfort all at once. Having cared for so many children, the principal understood perfectly well. You simply couldn't placate them all. Just as you calmed one down, another would start crying. Once you've calmed one, another one starts acting up. The best approach was to let them cry. Eventually, they'd tire themselves out and settle down. Children's emotions come and go quickly. They'll be fine soon. But keep an eye on them. If any child is crying especially hard, go comfort them right away. These kids have quite the temper, they won't stop easily. Su Yuwei immediately looked for Nuonuo and Wanwan. Only after confirming neither of the little ones was crying did she relax. Not only was Nuonuo not crying, but she even waved at her with a smile. Of course, that was because their parents were still there. If they had already left, the little one might have started crying too. But given Nono's personality, it was more likely she wouldn't cry. Chen Yu didn't want to let the little ones cry like this, it sounded truly heartbreaking. They might even start crying along with Nuonuo and Wanwan. But he couldn't think of how to comfort these little ones right away. Suddenly, Chen Yu remembered a game he used to play with Nuonuo. He placed one hand on his head as if holding a hat, while the other hand mimicked a gun pointed at Nuonuo. They'd played this during the food festival when they had their stall. Nono understood instantly. She mimicked him, pressing one hand to her head and raising the other as a gun. They looked just like cowboys facing off in a Western movie. When the time came, they drew their guns and fired at each other. Only the bravest could win this duel. Time seemed to stand still, the air thick with tension as they focused entirely on the game. Xiao Xinxin was digging in the dirt when she suddenly sensed something was off. She looked up and saw Nuonuo like this. With her dramatic flair, how could she miss this? She immediately mimicked her, drawing her gun and aiming it at Chen Yu. Instantly, it became a 2-against-1 situation. Though taken aback, Chen Yu played along, raising his other hand and mimicking a gun pointed at Xiao Xinxin. 3 seconds later, they fired simultaneously. Chen Yu acted as if he'd been hit, letting out a loud cry of ah. This startled Su Yuwei and the principal beside him, who were completely baffled by the situation. Xiao Xinxin was even more dramatic, flopping flat on the ground and twitching her body. If she were acting in a movie, all the young heartthrobs would be out of work. The next second, she scrambled back up, pointing both hands at Chen Yu. Bang! 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 She even added sound effects with her mouth, channeling a gun-toting granny. Chen Yu played along, backing up repeatedly while his body kept twitching. The children around them stopped crying and turned to watch, joining in one by one. One by one, they aimed their guns at Chen Yu. In an instant, the entire kindergarten echoed with the sound of bang! 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 Then Chen Yu's body began convulsing wildly, as if he touched a live wire. He was totally winning big time. He was quite the pro at this performance. After all, back in elementary school, he and his classmates used to play zombie shooting games. Back then, a certain gunfight game was wildly popular, featuring a biohazard mode. After class, they'd rush to the playground to play a real-life version of the mode. One person was randomly chosen as the zombie, while the rest played as humans. The rules were identical to the game, except they used mouth sounds for dialogue. Chapter 140, please stop changing the group name. The faster the rapid fire clatter, the quicker the bullets fly. Spittle flies everywhere, and by the end of a game, you're parched. It's genuinely super fun to play. But the most thrilling part isn't the game itself, it's the real-life brawl afterward. Since it's a real-life version, someone's bound to cheat. The most classic example was the zombie refusing to back off after getting hit, standing its ground while taking hits from over a dozen people and infecting the ones in front. No health bars or stun mechanics, just charge forward mindlessly. Humans don't need to reload either, bullets are infinite, and getting grabbed 2 or 3 times won't infect you. By the end, no rules were followed, it was purely a contest of who could be the biggest cheater. It often devolves into a massive free-for-all. Even after all this time, he still plays the zombie role exceptionally well. Su Yuwei and the principal finally understood they were playing a shooting game. Both of them burst out laughing. Su Yuwei knew her husband was childish, but she hadn't expected him to be this childish. He was utterly childish, a complete little brat. But this trick really worked. The little ones were all calmed down. Their attention was now focused on the gunfight, and they naturally forgot about crying. Xiao Chen, you're quite the talent. Why don't you come teach at our kindergarten? The principal offered the invitation with a smile. I don't have any plans for that right now. Chen Yu declined immediately. He had no desire to entertain such a large group of children. Besides, while the job of kindergarten teacher sounded appealing, the pay was actually quite low. Private kindergartens paid slightly better, but public ones were ridiculously low. Having to deal with so many noisy little kids every day? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. You really couldn't do this job without a lot of patience. What could be more comfortable than staying home and writing a couple pages of his novel? Plus, the physical books of Shuk and Beta have always sold well. Even if he stops writing, he'll still be raking in the cash. The principal didn't press the matter. She just smiled and said, no worries. Whenever you're ready to come back, you're always welcome here. Thank you for your kindness, principal. Chen Yu shook her hand. Would you like to stay for lunch? Our chef is quite skilled. The food is both delicious and healthy. Chen Yu did want to stay, though not for the food. With his current culinary skills, even Michelin-starred restaurants couldn't match him. Only state banquet chefs could truly match his skills. He wanted to experience the kindergarten's meals. After all, the two little ones would be eating lunch here from now on. The taste was secondary, the key was that it had to be healthy. The food should be natural, free from any unnecessary additives. Pre-packaged meals were absolutely out of the question. No matter how much others rave about them, he felt it was irresponsible to feed them to children. Adults have stronger immune systems, so they can get away with eating them. Feeding them to children is downright irresponsible. But Su Yuwei still had many things to attend to at school. Chen Yu dropped her off at school first, then headed home alone. The kitchen tour would have to wait for another time, preferably when they were preparing lunch. Log into Longmao novel website. 2 new chapters are up. Shook and Beta have truly become the site's flagship treasures. Opening the page immediately displays their large banner ads. He'd been too busy visiting his hometown recently to update much. The comments were flooded with requests for new chapters. Thankfully, no one asked for my address to send razor blades. Everyone was kindly urging me to update. All sorts of gifts, flowers, and recommendation votes, just hoping he'd update more often. It made Chen Yu feel a bit embarrassed. So he spent 2 hours and posted 10,000 words in one go. Ji Xiaoyu, who was checking the back end, got a huge shock. Holy cow, the sun's rising in the west? The big shot actually did a massive update. Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, I've been slacking off lately. Starting today, I'll get back on track with regular updates. A barrage of emojis flew back at him. So touched. Finally get why I nag you for updates every day? All my heartfelt efforts weren't wasted. Though how much he updated didn't really affect Ji Xiaoyu. She still hoped Chen Yu would post more, ideally 30,000 words daily. Finish this book quickly and start another one while the iron's hot. That's the only way to solidify her status. Then she could just sit back and count her money, raking in sales like crazy. Actually, I saw the gifts readers sent and felt guilty not updating for them. As for Ji Xiaoyu, she'd long been silenced in his notifications. A relentless robot that only nagged for updates every day. Wasn't that just the most annoying thing ever? Imagine opening her messages every day only to be bombarded with demands for updates. Better to just ignore it and save myself the headache. Ouch. I've sent gifts worth a penny too, okay? Don't even bring up a penny. For someone who's my editor, you should send me a plain gift right now. I'm broke. Let's get down to business, big shot. What business? The voice acting gig for that animated series we discussed last time. By the time they finished discussing business, it was already noon. Su Yuwei and their 2 daughters were out, and Aunt Jo hadn't come over either. For the first time in 2 months, he ate alone. He quickly stir-fried some vegetables and steamed some rice. While waiting for the food to cool, he scrolled through his phone. The kindergarten class group chat had accumulated quite a few new messages. It started with greetings from the parents. Hello everyone, I'm Yang Shi's dad. Flowers, flowers. Welcome, Dad Yang. Clapping, clapping. My kid's a handful. Thanks for your patience, teachers. Smile, smile. All these emojis favored by middle-aged folks made Chen Yu feel like a fish out of water. Nowadays, people generally marry and have children later in life. At his age, he was indeed quite young, so a small generation gap was normal. Then Ren Shui spoke up. Welcome, parents. Please change your names to your child's name followed by dad or mom for easier communication. Then Yang Shi's dad pulled off a cheeky move. While everyone else changed their names to their own, he changed the group name instead. When Ren Shui noticed, she changed it back and tagged him. Yang Shi's dad, you changed the wrong thing. You're supposed to change your own name. Then the group name got changed again, only to be changed back. This back and forth happened several times. Chen Yu saw a string of name change notifications. After each change, Ren Shui tagged Yang Shi's dad again, but he just couldn't grasp it. Yang Shi's dad, please, just stop changing the group name. Ren Shui was on the verge of breaking down, thinking to herself, this isn't some retirement home chat group. How could changing her own name be so difficult? Finally, the other parents couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to teach him how to change the name. After over 10 minutes, he finally changed his name to Yang Shi's dad. Then a red envelope popped up. Sorry, I just couldn't figure this out and wasted everyone's time. Bow, bow. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. This Yang Shi dad sure was a gentleman. Chapter 141, the kindergarten food's pretty good. Yang Shi's dad sure is a classy guy. The red envelope was pretty hefty too, a full 1,000 yuan. Chen Yu casually tapped it and received 7 yuan. He grew curious about Yang Shi's dad. He looked like just another middle-aged guy who couldn't figure out the internet. Below were a string of thank yous to Yang Shi's dad. In reality, each person only got a few bucks, with the most being a few dozen. 1,000 yuan was no small sum, but when divided among everyone, it wasn't much. The main thing was that everyone found it incredibly amusing. Who would send red envelopes over such a trivial matter? Could Yang Shi's dad be a tycoon? Chen Yu scrolled down further, and next came Ren Shui's photos. The classroom setup, the kitchen setup, all the ingredients needed. It all looked pretty good, even with the filter effects. The last few photos showed the finished lunch dishes and the little ones eating. There were just too many kids. It would have been impossible to take individual photos of each one. But he still spotted his daughter. Nuonuo flashed a sweet smile and made a peace sign at the camera. Ruanruan, meanwhile, raised her tiny fist at the girl beside her. He recognized the girl as Xiao Xinxin, who was reaching into Ruanruan's plate to grab some fried meatballs. Chen Yu smiled helplessly. This girl Xiao Xinxin was such a little troublemaker she couldn't even sit still during a meal. But she'd picked the wrong person to mess with by going after Ruanruan. Ruanruan might not be the leader, but she definitely wouldn't let anyone bully her. If it were Nuonuo, she'd not only give her the meatballs but also ask if she didn't have enough to eat. That's just how warm little Sun was. Still, he worried that Nuonuo's kindness might be mistaken for weakness. He hoped that wouldn't be the case. That girl named Ruan Xiaoyan, though, she hadn't been found. Given her personality, she probably wasn't hiding in some corner eating, was she? These two little girls left the deepest impression on him. He also noticed that Yangxi's dad seemed interested in Yangxi, wondered what the little boy looked like. Then there were the dishes Rin Shuefei had sent over, they all looked pretty good. The photos were clear enough to make out what each dish was. One was a chicken roll with green spinach wrappers. Inside were pan-fried chicken breast, cucumber, carrots, and various other vegetables. They're simple to make, with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables for nutrition. The key is to marinate the chicken breast beforehand so it doesn't turn out dry when pan-fried. The other dish is shrimp and egg custard. The shrimp are marinated beforehand with lemon juice and cornstarch to remove any fishy taste and maintain a springy texture. The plump, white shrimp nestled within the golden steamed egg custard resemble jade. Drizzle with a bit of Worcestershire sauce and a few drops of sesame oil. This completely solves the problem of kids not liking eggs. Another dish resembles sweet and sour eggplant. But with a twist, the eggplant is pressed into star shapes using a mold. Steamed first, then pan-fried to prevent excessive oil absorption. Mix ketchup, honey, and vinegar to make a sweet and sour sauce. Of course, store-bought sauce works just as well. The glaze should be thick and glossy, making the eggplant look beautiful. The final dish is a soup, resembling a seafood tofu casserole. Tender tofu, shrimp, clams, fish tofu, squid flowers, and broth. Just imagining the flavors coming together in one pot is mouth-watering. Alongside were a few fruits, an apple, half a banana, and a small bowl of cherry tomatoes. Chen Yu was quite satisfied with this spread. It balanced meat and vegetables, was nutritious and healthy, and looked quite appealing. The taste couldn't be too bad either. If this were the standard every day, he'd be more than happy to let his daughter stay for meals. His only concern was that the kindergarten might be putting on a show. After all, today was registration day, and some parents chose to stay for lunch. The kindergarten would certainly want to serve better meals. But who could guarantee they wouldn't cut corners as time went on? If Rin Shui posted the lunch menu in the group chat every day, there'd be no need for concern. Most parents were quite satisfied with this meal. Wow, 3 dishes and a soup, plus fruit for dessert, that's fantastic. Big thanks to the chef. The dishes look fantastic, I'm drooling just looking at the screen. My lunchbox suddenly lost its appeal. Ha, I got to see my son, thanks for the photo, teacher Rin Shui. Yangxi's dad didn't say a word, he just flicked out another red envelope. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Yangxi can be a handful, please keep a close eye on him. Ren Shui was startled on the other end of the screen. Giving her a red envelope in front of the whole class, Yangxi's dad was trying to embarrass her. Even if he dared to send it, she wouldn't dare accept it. Mr. Yang, this is simply our duty. Whenever possible, I'll share photos in the group chat to keep everyone updated on the children's progress. Red envelopes are unnecessary, I don't wish to receive gifts from anyone, myself or other parents included. Her words were delivered with righteous indignation, earning her even more respect from the parents. In today's society, everything revolves around money. Not giving gifts doesn't mean you can't get anything done, but you'll likely be treated differently. How could anyone treat those who give money the same as those who don't? Some may refuse cash, but accept alcohol, cigarettes, or tea. Doesn't that still count as accepting gifts? To speak such words already sets her apart from many teachers and doctors. Yangxi's father realized his rashness and quickly apologized. My apologies, I was thoughtless. Bow, bow. Then he added, may I ask everyone, how do I recall the red envelopes? Covering face, covering face. Chen Yu chuckled. This Yangxi's dad was quite an interesting character. He must be in business to think of gifts as a way to pave the way. But that didn't make sense either. What businessman would send red envelopes directly in a group chat? At the very least, they'd send them privately. This was just too naive. Chen Yu had no intention of giving gifts himself, though their family circumstances meant it wouldn't be a burden. But we can't encourage this kind of corrupt practice. Teaching children well is fundamentally a teacher's job. Now it's become a situation where they won't even bother unless you give gifts. He couldn't change society, but he could stand by his principles. That's why he'd been observing for so long. If they ever hinted he should give gifts, he'd switch kindergartens. He absolutely refuses to give bribes. The rest of the chat was just parents chatting idly, so Chen Yu stopped paying attention to the group. Scrolling through his Moments feed, he found exactly what he expected, a mix of everything.
There were second-generation kids from well-off families whose posts were all about traveling the world, visiting new countries, or getting fancy new cars. Others landed internships at big tech firms thanks to their impressive resumes, working 10-plus-hour days daily, the perk being a high salary once they got hired full-time. Most were striving to find a 5-day workweek with 8-hour days and weekends off. Others had given up the rat race altogether, returning to their small hometown counties. The first watershed moment in life is the amniotic fluid. There is some truth to that saying. Chapter 142, Autumn Winds Rise. Time to pack on the autumn fat. Chen Yu couldn't help but wonder what his life would be like without the system. He checked in with his roommates in the dorm group chat about their recent situations. Overall, things weren't going particularly smoothly for anyone. This was only to be expected. Without family connections, everyone hit some walls sooner or later. Fortunately, the guys remained optimistic, refusing to be easily defeated by reality. Though it could also be that they hadn't been beaten down enough yet. Who knew what would happen in the future? Chen Yu put down his phone and ate lunch alone. It had been ages since he'd eaten alone, and he found it rather unnerving. After lunch, he took a rare nap. Waking up, he glanced at the group chat. Ren Shui had actually posted photos of the little ones sleeping in her moments. Each lay peacefully in their little cribs, fast asleep. The caption read, "Welcome the new batch of babies to kindergarten. Everyone's been so well behaved." Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. Earlier that morning, when the children were crying and fussing, he had seen Ren Shui's utterly desperate expression. She looked utterly defeated. Now, after just one morning, she was calling them babies again. That's just how little ones are. Angelic when they're good, little devils when they're naughty. Raising a child is like constantly switching between angels and demons, painful yet joyful. Below are a bunch of parents' comments. From Ren Shui's reply, it's clear that right now, the little ones are angels in her eyes. Once they're asleep, they stop fussing and are all so well behaved. Chen Yu gave it a thumbs up, then got up to tidy the house. He's become quite adept at these tasks now, looking every bit the full-time dad. After cleaning, he stepped out onto the balcony to gaze into the distance and take a breather. A sudden gust of wind blew across his face, carrying a hint of coolness. Watching the autumn wind carry leaves far away, he suddenly realized something. Autumn had turned cool. August marked the start of autumn, yet temperatures remained shockingly high, often soaring past 30 degrees Celsius. But come September, it was as if the heavens had changed their face. Temperatures plummeted instantly. After an autumn rain, temperatures could drop to the low teens, marking a clear separation from summer. It was time to switch to autumn recipes. Chen Yu dressed and prepared to go grocery shopping. Nono and Ruei, come with daddy to buy groceries. Chen Yu instinctively called out to his two little treasures, only realizing a second later that they were both at kindergarten. The first day without his daughters felt a bit strange. He drove his Mercedes to the market, planning to buy extra groceries. On one hand, it was to celebrate his daughter's first day of kindergarten. At least they hadn't cried while he was there, so it was a reward for their bravery. On the other hand, autumn had arrived, bringing noticeably cooler temperatures. It was time to put on some autumn weight. The division of the year into 4 seasons makes perfect sense. Ancient people long ago summarized what to eat according to the seasons. Summer is hot, not just the heat outside, but also the heat within people's bodies. This calls for foods that cool and refresh the body. It's also wise to moderate food intake, as the body doesn't require as much energy. Even without conscious effort, the human body adapts naturally. People generally eat less in summer, which is the body adapting to the environment. When autumn arrives and temperatures drop, it's time to start putting on weight. This saying has been around for ages, and it holds true from ancient times to the present. After autumn comes the cold winter, and having some body fat is essential. Nowadays, people have down jackets and heating. At worst, they can just stay indoors. But ancient times offered none of these conveniences. Without building up some fat reserves in autumn, there was a real risk of freezing to death in the depths of winter. When the autumn wind blows, it's time to start putting on weight. This isn't just about eating a few extra bites to regain lost weight. There's a lot of wisdom behind it. In the farming era, a bountiful autumn harvest meant treating oneself to a few good meals, a well-deserved reward for a year's hard work. Pigs and sheep were fattened up just in time. Slaughtering one meant making up for the summer's losses. Back when conditions were harsher, people weren't picky about what they ate. The more fat, the better. The fattier the meat, the better. Many people dislike fatty meat, finding it greasy, but it truly provides essential calories. However, in recent years, the tradition of gaining weight in autumn has become more health conscious. It's not enough to just eat meat. Nourishing and moisturizing the lungs is also important. This approach makes sense. The key is to choose foods rich in fats that are fatty yet not greasy. They should also be high in protein and less likely to cause weight gain. For instance, braised lamb, braised beef in sauce, or chicken stewed with mushrooms are all excellent choices. Back when hot pot was all the rage, lamb hot pot restaurants were everywhere. Walk into any one of them, and you'd find business booming around autumn. Families gathered around a pot of lamb hot pot. Steam billowed and aromas filled the air, obscuring even the faces across the table. Even before the food arrived, the atmosphere was already electric. Coats were shed and hung up, sleeves rolled up in anticipation of a hearty feast.
Lamb takes center stage, with a few other ingredients added to the pot.
Frozen tofu, wood ear mushrooms, lamb neck, napa cabbage, fresh tofu skin. Finally, dip some fresh noodles or sweet potato starch noodles into the lamb broth. Scoop it into a bowl, ladle on a spoonful of broth, then dump all the dipped ingredients from the plate in at once. Slurping it all down, piping hot, utter bliss.
It'll keep you warm all winter long. But come the dead of winter, business isn't actually at its peak. Why? It's cold. Who'd bother going out to eat in the dead of winter when it's freezing?
Just grab a few hot pot ingredients from the supermarket, buy a chunk of lamb and have it sliced, then set up a stove at home.
You can whip up a budget-friendly hot pot anytime, anywhere. Why go out and suffer?
Besides, restaurants have adapted to the times. All kinds of hot pot places offer delivery now, right to your door. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He pulled over and quickened his pace. Chen Yu was set on having a lamb spine hot pot to help his family pack on some autumn weight. A gust of wind made him pull his coat tighter. A single yellowing leaf hung from the tree before him.
Chen Yu reached up and plucked it. Autumn arrived so silently, catching everyone off guard.
The market remained bustling, filled with the constant clamor of vendors' cries. It was a bit noisy, but this was the true essence of life. That was precisely why Chen Yu loved coming to the market. He selected a stall with fresh lamb.
"What did you like, young man?" the vendor asked with a smile. Chen Yu scanned the selection, satisfied that the ingredients looked fresh. "Hey, boss, give me some lamb ribs, enough for a family of 4. How about some lamb ribs? Look at these, fresh as can be."
The vendor picked up a piece to show him, enthusiastically recommending it.
Chen Yu smiled. "They look great. Maybe next time I'll get some ribs."
He came specifically for the lamb scorpion bones. No matter how good the lamb ribs are, he won't have them. Yang ziezi refers to lamb spine bones with tenderloin and marrow attached, named for their cross-section resembling a scorpion's tail.
Chapter 143, Daddy's picking me up after school.
In terms of sheer meat quantity, lamb ribs have more, but lamb scorpion bones are more flavorful and absorb seasoning better.
Plus, lamb scorpion bones aren't greasy.
The bone marrow is rich in phospholipids, which emulsify the fats in the broth, creating a rich yet surprisingly light taste.
Would you like more meat or less?
I'll take the meat scorpion. Spine meat is a technical term referring specifically to the section near the lamb ribs.
This section contains more meat. When eating alone, he prefers bone marrow scorpion.
The joints are thick, the marrow is plump, and the focus is on sucking out the marrow. But the little guy is a carnivore after all. He prefers the satisfying feeling of tearing into big chunks of meat.
So buying the meat scorpion is still the better choice.
Another type is the whole lamb spine, referring to the entire spinal column of a sheep, which contains substantial lamb meat. When stewed, it yields a rich, aromatic broth. It can be a bit greasy in comparison. Some seasoned gourmands with bold palates love this variety, but many find it too rich. The moment the term meat scorpion was uttered, the shop owner knew he was a connoisseur. Naturally, they wouldn't dare rip him off, cutting the best parts and generously weighing it. It's not that all merchants want to rip off customers. Most are actually quite honest. But if you show some expertise, even those who intended to rip you off lose their nerve.
Oh, a connoisseur.
The vendor picked out a large piece of spine, held it up for comparison. "How about this one?"
"Fine, cut it up. Make the pieces smaller. I've got 2 little girls at home." "2 girls? Lucky you. My son's a handful. I'd love another kid, but I'm afraid it'd be another boy."
The boss leaned in and whispered, "Bro, share some wisdom. How do you make sure it's a girl?"
"I don't really have any experience with that." Chen Yu smiled helplessly. "If you insist, I'd say read more books, keep up with the news, eat fewer snacks, and get plenty of sleep." He rattled off a few random suggestions, but the boss took them seriously. He silently repeated them a few times, then grinned. "All right, I'll remember that." The boss worked swiftly, soon slicing the lamb ribs exactly as requested. Chen Yu paid, bought some hot pot accompaniments, and then drove home. The meat was fresh, so there was no need to bleed it. A quick blanch in boiling water would suffice. Add cooking wine and ginger slices, bring to a boil over high heat, skim off the scum, and that's it. There wasn't much scum. Fresh meat is clean. Chen Yu also asked the shop owner for some lamb tail fat. It makes the soup incredibly aromatic.
Add the lamb tail fat to the pot and stir fry over low heat until melted.
The aroma bursts out instantly. Add scallion segments, ginger slices, and garlic cloves to saute until fragrant. Stir fry with dobanjiang and soybean paste until the oil turns red.
He added various spices and stir-fried them until fragrant. Since his 2 daughters were present, he skipped the dried chili peppers, opting instead for a savory sauce-based lamb spine stew. Truthfully, he prefers spicy flavors. A bowl of fiery soup that makes you sweat buckets is pure bliss. Of course, the sauce-flavored version is also quite good. The entire kitchen was filled with the aroma of spices. The space alone could make even choux sauce taste delicious. Add the lamb ribs and stir-fry until lightly browned, then pour in boiling water to cover. Bring to a boil over high heat, then add light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and sugar. Then transfer everything to the pressure cooker. Set the timer, and when it's done, you'll have a huge pot of lamb spine. This pot is all about the ribs, a meat-centric feast. Once most of the meat is eaten, suck out the marrow from the bones. Then add various side dishes for another round.
Finally, use the broth to cook some noodles. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chen Yu couldn't resist scooping out a piece to taste.
But he managed to hold back. Such a delicious meal deserves to be shared with the whole family.
It wasn't just about the lamb ribs, it was about the atmosphere.
After checking the reservation time, Chen Yu headed out to pick up his daughter from school. He could have waited until the lamb ribs were ready before heading out. Kindergarten dismissal was early, perfectly avoiding the evening rush hour, so traffic wouldn't be bad. But he still left a little early. He wanted his daughter to see him the moment she stepped out of the gate. One of the most common mistakes adults make is projecting their own thoughts onto children.
In reality, adults and children think completely differently.
Take the matter of parents picking up children from school, for instance.
Do you think the child cares about how you pick her up? Wrong.
Whether you walk, bike, or drive, whether you're in a Mercedes or a Shiali, it makes no difference to the little one. In fact, she might even prefer you to walk. That way, on the walk home, she can watch the fiery sunset clouds, grab some fried chicken strips from a street vendor, and stop by KFC for an ice cream cone. Plus, she can hold your hand the whole way and tell you all about what she learned at kindergarten today.
Taking the car means missing out on all that fun.
What matters most to the little one is which one you are to pick her up.
Are you the first one? Or somewhere in the middle? Or the last one? They'll compare whose parents arrive first. The first one to arrive becomes the envy of all the children.
As for the last child to be picked up, she'll feel sad all on her own. No one needs to say a word.
Why did my parents come last to pick me up? They must not love me. With such vivid imagination, she might even burst into tears. That's why Chen Yu has to arrive a little early, not necessarily to be first, but definitely not to be last. He couldn't let other parents outdo him on this point.
Traffic was light, so he picked up the pace. He rolled down the window, letting the cool breeze caress his face. When he arrived at the kindergarten, they hadn't finished classes yet. Chen Yu was surprised to find he was the first one there. He was only 10 minutes early. The parents this year were just too unmotivated. But then he understood. He had his system and didn't need to work, but the other parents had jobs to attend to. Some bosses were easygoing, just a quick call and you could come. Others didn't care about your reasons. Leaving early meant docked pay. So of course they have to rush over after work. So being a parent is no easy task. They have to work to earn money while also picking up their kids from school. They wish they could clone themselves.
Young man, who are you looking for?
The security guard stepped out. Despite his slightly hunched back, he looked quite the part in his uniform.
Chen Yu smiled. Sir, I'm a parent picking up my daughter from school. You're early. Class hasn't ended yet. Come in and wait.
The old man looked visibly surprised, clearly thinking he was too young. After Chen Yu went inside, he waited a little longer before finally hearing the bustling sounds. His daughter was getting out of school. Several other parents arrived and were parking their cars. Chen Yu positioned himself in the most conspicuous spot, ensuring his daughter could spot him at a glance. This was a great chance to make his daughter proud. The children emerged in orderly lines led by their teachers. The first group was Nono's class, led by Ren Shui, who held a small red flag in her hand.
Hold hands, children, and don't wander off, okay? He quickly spotted Nono and Ruwei. Chapter 144, Daddy's the first to pick me up.
The two little ones were holding hands. Nuanyua loved holding hands with her little sister, but Wan seemed reluctant.
Forced to play alone.
Truthfully, the kids didn't understand much, but Ren Shui still tried to have the girls hold hands with girls and the boys with boys. Of course, if boys and girls wanted to hold hands, they could. This was their chance to charm each other.
Kids judge by looks too. The cuter ones get the girls' attention. Those who aren't so fortunate in the looks department just have to accept their fate.
He noticed several boys at the back of the line standing alone, with no girls willing to hold their hands. A few of them held hands, their eyes filled with mutual disgust. It was as awkward as could be.
Chen Yu waved his hand.
Before he could call out, he was spotted by Nono, who was looking around restlessly.
Daddy!
She raised her little hand and waved vigorously, then turned to look at Ren Shui.
Teacher, my daddy's here.
Her little face was filled with excitement. Ren Shui smiled gently. Then go on over, but take it slow. She was quite pleased with these twins. Though their personalities differed, one was like a little son, while the other was more reserved. They both shared one common trait: they were never noisy or disruptive. When told to read, they obediently read. When told to sleep, they lay quietly in bed. Even if they didn't feel sleepy, they wouldn't fuss or disturb others. As a teacher, she absolutely adored children like these. Kindergarten teaching is incredibly challenging precisely because such well-behaved children are so rare.
Just having them sit quietly is a blessing.
Nuanyua and Wan broke away from the group and ran toward Chen Yu. The other children watched them with envious glances.
Wow, their dad came so early. I'm so jealous. Why isn't my mom here yet?
My dad just got stuck in traffic, otherwise he'd have been the first one here. They were all discussing which parents arrived first. As for the luxury car Chen Yu drove, no one paid it any mind.
Kids don't know what brand of car you drive, let alone its price. Daddy!
His two daughters threw themselves into his arms. Chen Yu scooped one up in each arm, twirling them in the air until they giggled with delight.
Did you have fun at kindergarten today? Yes. Were the teachers nice? Yes. Daddy Chen, you're here so early. Ren Shui walked over.
By habit, she should have called him Chen Nua's dad or Chen Ruan's dad. But since they were twins, she didn't want to show favoritism, so she simply called him Dad Chen.
I didn't have much to do this afternoon, so I came straight over after buying groceries. Oh, you don't have to go to work? Chen Yu shook his head. The kid's mom works, so I don't have to.
So he was a freeloader. Ren Shui didn't look down on such people, if anything, she envied him.
Living off someone else is a skill in itself.
There are so many people working in the world, but very few freeloaders. That just proves living off someone else is way harder than working.
If she had the means, she'd definitely do it too. The problem is finding someone willing to support her. That's why she has to grind away at a job every day. Oh, I see. Well then, no, see you tomorrow. Bye, Ren Shui. Nuon Yu and Ruan each took one of Chen Yu's hands, skipping along as they chattered about their day at kindergarten.
Bathed in the setting sun, they formed a heartwarming scene. Ren Shui watched, her heart stirred.
What a happy family.
She turned to the children, everyone line up nicely and wait for your parents to come. For safety reasons, Chuanmiao Kindergarten required parents to pick up their children in person. If parents couldn't make it, someone else could pick up the child, but they had to prove their identity. Parents arrived one by one, each child being picked up. Finally, only Ruan Xiaoyan remained, standing there all alone. The sun was gradually sinking in the west, nearly disappearing below the horizon.
Xiaoyan, did something happen to your parents? Ren Shui asked with a smile.
She was in charge of picking up the little ones today, and as long as one child hadn't been picked up, she couldn't leave. She didn't mind leaving early or late, she was used to it anyway. School let out at 4:30 p.m., and getting home by 6 p.m. was considered early. After all, most parents had to work, not everyone could afford to live off someone else like Chen Yu. The most absurd instance involved a parent who suddenly claimed to have urgent business, asking the child to sleep over at her place for the night. So she actually took the child home with her, then brought them back to kindergarten the next morning. The pay wasn't exactly high, and she honestly didn't know how she managed to stick it out.
Out of love for the little ones?
No, it was more about the tough circumstances. At least the pay was somewhat decent. Ruan Xiaoyan ignored her, shaking her head with her head bowed. She looked visibly upset.
It made sense, really.
One by one, the children had been picked up, leaving only her behind.
How could she not be sad? Oh no, she's going to cry, isn't she?
Ren Shui softened her tone as much as possible. Xiaoyan, how about I call your mom and ask what time she'll pick you up?
I'm used to it. She's very busy. Ruan Xiaoyan lifted her head and sniffed back tears, holding them back.
She walked over to the railing and sat down by herself. Ren Shui felt awkward, unsure whether to make the call. After hesitating, she decided to make the call. She couldn't just wait here. Just as she found the contact information, a car pulled up outside the kindergarten gate. A woman rushed over in a hurry.
Xiaoyan's mom, you finally made it. Xiaoyan's been waiting impatiently. I'm so sorry, teacher. I've been swamped.
Ruan Jia apologized repeatedly, and Ren Shui couldn't muster any anger. She wasn't angry for herself, but for Ruan Xiaoyan. Being busy at work was understandable, but arriving this late on the very first day of school was simply unacceptable.
Teacher, where's our Xiaoyan?
Ren Shui pointed, and only then did Ruan Jia notice her daughter leaning against the wall, not even looking up at her. She hurried over.
I'm so sorry, Xiaoyan. Mommy's late. Let's go home.
Ruan Xiaoyan pouted, on the verge of tears, but managed to hold them back. She took her mother's hand. Watching them disappear from sight, Ren Shui finally climbed onto her electric scooter. On the ride home, Ruan Jia chattered nonstop.
Xiaoyan, I've already bought dinner. You can just eat it when we get home. Mom has work tonight, so I won't be able to tuck you in. If I can't make it back tomorrow morning, ask Uncle Lee to take you to kindergarten. Remember Uncle Lee? He gave you a ride last time. Ruan Xiaoyan could no longer hold back her emotions.
Staring at the neon lights of the skyscrapers outside the window, a single tear silently rolled down her cheek. She wiped it away with her small hand and sniffed. Ruan Jia, oblivious to her daughter's distress, connected her phone's Bluetooth while waiting at the traffic light.
Ingzi, I'm rushing over tonight and should arrive before midnight.
On the other end was none other than the star Bai Ying, and she was Bai Ying's agent.
Chapter 145, the associate professor wants to join too? If you suddenly sneeze. Achoo!
As soon as Chen Yu finished singing that line, Nua playfully mimicked the action of sneezing.
Then it must be me thinking of you.
The two of them burst into laughter. Though Ruan hadn't joined in the game, she couldn't hide the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chen Yu sang songs all the way, some native to this world, others rewards from the system originating in parallel universes. After receiving these rewards, he had become quite the expert in the realm of music. In his opinion, songs from parallel worlds were clearly a cut above those in this one. Of course, this world also had its share of excellent works. But in terms of overall strength, they fell far short.
He could effortlessly dominate this world's music scene with just a few randomly selected tracks.
But Chen Yu had no intention of becoming a singer. The entertainment industry was too treacherous, and stardom demanded constant public exposure. He has no desire for fame. Being a lazybones suits him just fine. He'd rather stay by his daughter's side as she grows up, witnessing every major milestone in her life.
A quiet life is the real deal.
He didn't care at all about making big money.
How much is enough? Just enough to get by.
But it felt wasteful to ignore this treasure trove of songs. So a few days ago, he registered an account on a copyright website and uploaded a song. Once copyrighted, the song belongs to him. Others will contact him for licensing deals. Many singer teams used to scour copyright platforms for songs, often discovering niche gems they could acquire cheaply.
After release, these songs would go viral across the internet.
It was like Taobao for music. But now it's a mixed bag. Anyone can upload songs.
Finding a good song is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Many teams have stopped searching there and instead commissioned songs from familiar producers.
Chen Yu didn't hold out much hope.
He adopted a laid-back attitude, indifferent to whether his song got selected. After all, his income from writing fairy tales was more than enough to get by.
Chen Yu got off the bus with his daughter. Nuonyuo chattered away about kindergarten, filling the hallway with laughter.
They bumped right into Bai Ting, who was holding Wang Xiaoming's hand. "Oh, Nono seems to be having a great time at kindergarten."
"Hello, Auntie," Nuonyuo called out sweetly.
"Hello, hello," Bai Ting replied with a smile, nudging Wang Xiaoming, who was munching on snacks nearby, forward.
"Say hello to Uncle." "Hello, Uncle." Chen Yu thought to himself, that's not quite right. Should he call him brother? "Where are you taking Xiaoming?"
"Ah." Bai Ting waved her hand dismissively.
"Don't even ask.
The kindergarten is holding an enrollment celebration, and they've asked parents to prepare things.
I need to hurry and get ready." "Well then, go ahead. I won't keep you." Chen Yu couldn't help but feel relieved he hadn't chosen an elite kindergarten. This was truly outrageous. He could easily guess the kindergarten's motive. Did they really need all that stuff for the enrollment ceremony? No.
They wanted to use this opportunity to gauge the parents' resources so they could better differentiate their treatment.
This wasn't a joke, it was real.
He'd heard of schools holding enrollment ceremonies where parents were expected to sponsor the entire event. On the day of the ceremony, the school gates were lined with nothing but luxury cars.
Such kindergartens offer no real benefit to the children. But since Bai Ting was willing, he couldn't really say anything.
They weren't exactly close, so he'd just focus on his own daughter. "You two go wash your hands first.
Don't eat too many snacks, dinner will be ready soon."
"Okay."
Chen Yu washed his hands.
After releasing the pressure from the pot, he lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. On the cross-section of the largest piece, the bone marrow had transformed into a semi-liquid, pale golden paste. A flipped lamb rib revealed tenderloin meat stained red by bean paste, looking incredibly tempting.
"Smells so good." Chen Yu turned to see the two little ones peering through the door crack. No wonder the aroma filled half the room. "Did you wash your hands?"
"Wash them before eating."
"We did."
Chen Yu grabbed two bowls and portioned out a piece for each of them. He let the two little girls satisfy their cravings first, saving the rest for when Su Yuwei returned. The boss cut the portion small so they wouldn't be too full after eating and could save room for later. The two little ones each clutched a bowl and dug in.
Chen Yu began preparing the side dishes.
After finishing this pot of lamb ribs, they could still dip some side dishes in the broth for a different flavor. At the school gate, Chen Yu and Su Yuwei walked home together for a change. Since their homes weren't in the same direction, they usually parted ways at the school gate.
But today was an exception.
Her family had arranged another blind date for her. They claimed the man had excellent credentials, so she decided to meet him. Chen Yu was growing increasingly disillusioned with these so-called highly qualified returnee men. Each one was polished and well-dressed, looking every bit the part. But the moment they opened their mouths, they did give themselves away, sprinkling their speech with a word or two of English just to flaunt their overseas credentials.
When it came to talking about foreign food, drinks, and entertainment, each one outdid the last. Asked about future plans, they either said they'd see how things go or that they'd follow their parents' wishes. Not a shred of independent thought between them. She felt like she was dealing with a bunch of mama's boys who hadn't even weaned yet. Chen Yu forced a smile each time, inwardly wishing the conversation would end quickly. Though she was just an ordinary university lecturer, her annual income was nothing to sneeze at. She couldn't understand what these mama's boys had to brag about spending their parents' money to study abroad, then returning to party without earning a penny. Now she thought someone like Chen Yu was just fine. Down to earth and a great cook. Too bad her best friend snagged him, otherwise she would have made her move. Though she did get him a bit early, freshman year, no less. At this thought, Chen Yu couldn't help but ask, "Yuwei, did you know back in Chen Yu's freshman year that he'd make such a great dad?" "No way." Su Yuwei shot her a look, genuinely puzzled by what was going through her mind. Then why did you? I told you I blacked out. I don't remember a thing.
Su Yuwei promptly covered her mouth to stop her from talking nonsense.
Hey, ask your husband if he has any brothers who cook as well as he does. Introduce me to one.
Su Yuwei ignored her and changed the subject.
That welcome party, do they really expect everyone to perform?
She had no idea what the school was thinking, suddenly adding this rule this year.
Every young teacher had to perform at the welcome party.
Whether it's singing, dancing, stand-up comedy, or any other talent. In short, everyone had to perform something. And she had been absurdly lumped into the category of young teachers.
Su Yuwei froze when she received the form, then looked up at the teacher delivering the notice and asked, "Do associate professors have to participate too?" "How old are you, Su?" 25. "Everyone under 40 must participate."
Su Yuwei was about to confront them on the spot when Chen Yu stopped her.
Chapter 146, Dad's lamb ribs are super delicious. I haven't decided yet. I'll just wing something to get by. Didn't they say recitations or anything like that would work? Chen Yu didn't seem to think much of it.
It was only a few minutes, she could muddle through it somehow. Though university was an ivory tower, free from many corporate rules. But it wasn't entirely free either.
Tasks assigned by superiors still had to be done.
The senior faculty members, with their long tenure and pride, couldn't risk embarrassing themselves on stage.
So the task naturally fell to the junior faculty, younger teachers with less seniority.
It was just the way things were. Truthfully, the better the school, the fewer these petty formalities exist. Second-tier universities or vocational colleges tend to have more pointless rules.
For instance, attendance at morning and evening study sessions is mandatory, but sleeping or playing with phones is permitted. During dorm inspections, trash cans must be empty and no one can be lying on the beds. Dorm electricity and internet get cut off promptly at night.
Takeout delivery is banned on campus, yet the cafeteria food is both expensive and terrible.
Graduation requires signing a tripartite agreement, otherwise, your diploma gets withheld.
There are far too many ridiculous rules like these. Compared to that, Lin University is downright humane.
So what about you? What are you going to perform? Su Yuwei sighed. I don't know.
Due to her childhood experiences, she actually felt quite resistant to this sort of thing. She could speak eloquently before shareholders worth tens of millions, or address hundreds at an employee meeting.
But she absolutely hated performing. Certain childhood experiences often shape a person's entire life. Why not just take the day off? No way. You're taking the day off of all days that day? Doesn't that make it obvious why? So what? Aren't you up for full, professor? If you don't give those old guys face, do you expect them to give you face?
Hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Yuwei realized the gravity of the situation.
Professor titles in China are implemented by universities within the framework of national policies.
Key universities like 985 institutions possess the authority to evaluate professors, conducting their own internal assessments before submitting candidates for external expert review. Therefore, passing the university's review was non-negotiable. In reality, there aren't that many noble souls out there. If you don't give them face, they won't let you pass.
Damn it! Su Yuwei was beyond annoyed and couldn't help but let out a curse.
Chen Yu, who knew about that childhood incident, smiled and reassured her, just improvise something.
If all else fails, you've always got your husband. Him? Exactly.
Have your hubby sing a love song with you? You two make such a perfect couple, it'll make all the single folks green with envy. Only after saying that did Chen Yu realize she was single too. She just cursed herself.
Cut it out. Su Yuwei laughed and gave her a playful shove. What? Does Chen Yu sing that badly? No, he's actually pretty good.
Su Yuwei recalled the song Chen Yu had hummed at home. It really had been quite nice. But the idea of them singing together on stage, especially love songs, made her blush just thinking about it.
Maybe it was better to just forget it? How about I go with you? What would we perform together? A comedy routine? I'd be embarrassed to be seen with you. Chen Yu.
Su Yuwei pinched her, and the two girls started playfully wrestling.
Hearing footsteps in the hallway, Nuon scampered to open the door. Mom! Nuon.
Nothing made her happier than coming home after a hard day's work to be greeted by her daughter. Su Yuwei smiled and ruffled her hair.
You're back? Wash your hands and come eat. Chen Yu was carrying a large bowl of lamb ribs out from the kitchen. Su Yuwei could smell the aroma from across the room. She couldn't help but inhale deeply. What did you make that smells so good? Come see for yourself, Chen Yu said, bringing over several plates of side dishes.
Frozen tofu, baby bok choy, chrysanthemum greens, glass noodles, tofu skin, dried bean curd sticks, fresh noodles. All ingredients that soak up broth perfectly, ideal for hot pot. Su Yuwei changed her shoes and walked over to see a large bowl brimming with lamb ribs, looking incredibly appetizing.
Lamb ribs. More accurately, lamb scorpion bones. You can suck the marrow out.
Su Yuwei forgot all about singing. All she wanted now was to enjoy a good meal.
Try some. Is it tender enough?
Chen Yu scooped a large piece into each bowl.
The lamb spine looked especially tempting under the light.
When lifted, it jiggled slightly, causing the meat to tremble. When Chen Yu returned, he'd stopped by the mutton restaurant to grab a few pairs of gloves so everyone could hold their lamb ribs and gnaw away. These things weren't expensive anyway, a simple business booming usually got them from the owner. He helped the two little ones put theirs on, then reached for Su Yuwei's. She shook her head, picking up a lamb spine from her bowl with her chopsticks. She blew gently on the steam, then carefully bit into a tender, blue-tinged piece of lamb. The rich, savory aroma instantly filled her mouth. The stewed meat was so tender it practically melted with a gentle bite, mingling with the savory sweetness of spices and bone broth. Her eyes lit up as she looked up at Chen Yu. Delicious. It's stewed to perfection. Chen Yu smiled and tapped the lamb bone with his chopstick tip. The marrow is the real treasure. Save that for later. Nua ditched the chopsticks, cupping the lamb spine in her small hands and taking a big bite, leaving a shiny ring of grease around her little mouth. Cheeks puffed out, she mumbled, "Daddy, this tastes way better than the meat at kindergarten." "Doesn't the kindergarten cook make tasty food?" Chen Yu asked, puzzled. At the very least, he thought the dishes looked quite appealing. "They're okay, but not as good as Dad's cooking. That's for sure. No bragging, but if you want to keep up with me, your kindergarten teacher needs more practice. You're always joking around," Su Yuwei teased him with a laugh. The family of four focused on picking the meat off the bones until piles of bare knuckles formed before each of them. Since they'd bought meat scorpions, the portions were generous, just 2 or 3 pieces were enough to feel half full. "We'll save the rest for tomorrow. Let me show you how to suck out the marrow." Chen Yu picked up a straw and demonstrated by inserting it into the marrow cavity. "Watch closely, Nono and Ruwerue. There's marrow inside this bone crevice. Now, suck hard like this." Chen Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he let out a satisfied sigh. Nua and Wan watched in astonishment. Nono copied him, inserting the straw into the bone. She sucked hard, her little face turning red, but nothing came out. The little girl looked dejected. "Daddy, why can't I suck it out?" Just as Chen Yu was about to teach her, a loud slurp sounded beside them. Wan had sucked up the marrow. "Wan, does the marrow taste good?" Wan stuck out her little tongue. "It's oily and gross. Seems like you can't handle this flavor." Indeed, not everyone could handle the taste and texture of bone marrow. Nuonuo, watch Daddy. You have to suck the marrow out with one strong pull, the faster, the better. Nuonuo tried again. With a firm suck, the warm marrow slid down her throat like cream, carrying the rich, fatty aroma unique to bone marrow. Chapter 147, One Autumn Rain, One Chill. Su Yuwei chuckled at her daughter's antics and picked up a lamb rib. She'd slipped on gloves earlier, abandoning all pretense of restraint. When delicious food was before her, she ate however felt most satisfying. She inserted the straw and sucked hard. The rich marrow blended with the broth spices, creating a wonderfully satisfying sensation. The little one sucked hard twice, draining the marrow from an entire lamb spine, then reached for a second piece. Chen Yu chuckled, "Don't overdo the marrow, it'll get too rich. Dip some veggies instead." Bone marrow was inherently high in fat, even when simply simmered. He scooped the remaining lamb ribs onto an empty plate and picked up the prepared vegetable platter. "Come help Daddy put the vegetables in. Use your chopsticks and be careful not to burn yourself." "Okay." The little one used chopsticks to push the vegetables into the pot, a bit clumsily. First went in the frozen tofu. This stuff is absolutely perfect for hot pot. Freezing enlarges its pores, allowing it to soak up the rich, red broth more easily. With each bite, the juices burst out. The thick-cut chunks had a satisfying texture that regular tofu couldn't compare to. In any case, the Chen Yu family always orders frozen tofu whenever they have hot pot. Frozen tofu won't fall apart, so you can cook it longer. When you lift it out, it's soaked through with broth. Just a slight squeeze with your chopsticks sends juices gushing out. Blowing on it to cool it down before taking a bite is pure bliss. Next up is baby bok choy. These don't need much cooking, just a quick dip before scooping them out. It retains its natural sweetness while gaining a hint of savory flavor, making it perfect for cutting through richness. It has to be baby bok choy. Substituting napa cabbage, spinach, or mustard greens just doesn't deliver the same effect. With these two dishes setting the stage, the wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu skin, and fried tofu skins that follow seem rather ordinary. No comparison, no disappointment. The last ingredient to go in is fresh noodles. With several lamb ribs and a mountain of sides, the two little ones were already stuffed. Chen Yu sent them off to wash their hands and play. He hadn't prepared much. Fresh noodles, about 2 ounces. Nuonuo and Ruwerue were already full, and they were nearly done too. 1 ounce each was plenty. Fresh noodles are made by mixing wheat flour with water and lie on the spot, containing significantly more moisture than regular dried noodles. Their starch structure remained intact, giving them exceptional ability to absorb broth. They only needed a quick dip in the pot before being scooped out, each strand coated in rich broth. Chen Yu blew on the noodles to cool them slightly, then slurped a mouthful. One word, delicious. Paired with the unique chewy texture of fresh noodles, it was even more delicious than lamb ribs. The couple dug right in, slurping noodles together. Who says slurping noodles is the only way to find joy? These noodles tasted every bit as good as noodles. Chen Yu suddenly reached out and wiped a small piece of vegetable leaf from the corner of Su Yuwei's mouth.
Look at you, you've got it all over your face. Su Yuwei smiled. Who's to blame for making it so delicious? So it's my fault I cook well?
Chen Yu looked genuinely aggrieved.
Yes, it's your fault. Su Yuwei playfully kicked him with her leg.
In the 2 months she'd been with Chen Yu, she'd gained several pounds.
Why hadn't she gained weight when Aunt Joe cooked? If it wasn't his fault, then whose was it?
Suddenly, a thunderclap cracked outside the window, and a torrential downpour poured down in an instant. The rain fell in sheets, washing away the summer heat completely.
Autumn rain is like that, it comes on suddenly.
It came swiftly and fiercely, with no regard for reason. A cold wind began to blow simultaneously. Passers-by on the street wrapped their coats tightly around themselves, heads down, hurrying along. This downpour came far too suddenly. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned it at all. But that's only natural. Forecasts are notoriously unreliable.
Trusting them blindly would lead you astray year after year. As a result, most people were completely unprepared. One by one, they frantically waved for taxis, scrambling to slip inside. Those who managed to hail one were lucky.
Those who couldn't get one, or couldn't be bothered to spend the money, were headed home soaked to the bone. Those on electric scooters and bicycles didn't want to get soaked either, so they pedaled like mad. Drivers, eager to get home, ignored proper driving etiquette, cutting into any available space. Now was the moment to prove their skills.
The skilled and bold spot an opening and dive right in.
The cars behind them seethed with anger but dare not speak up. A rear-end collision would be entirely their fault. One after another, they honked furiously to vent their rage, mentally cursing the driver countless times. Some hotheads rolled down their windows to yell curses, only to be instantly drowned out by the cacophony of horns. As vehicles continued to encroach on each other's lanes, the flow of traffic slowed to a crawl.
Finally, it came to a complete standstill. The traffic was utterly gridlocked.
No matter how frantically they honked, the cars wouldn't budge an inch. Already in a foul mood, people's frustration reached a boiling point and complaints erupted.
Can we hurry up? I've got a dinner meeting after dropping off my kid. Like I want to? What can I do if the cars ahead aren't moving? Cutting in line? Have some manners. The little ones in the car didn't care about any of this.
They watched the rain hitting the window and thought it looked pretty.
That's the difference between how adults and children see things. Children always manage to find the little joys in life. Peach blossoms budding on roadside trees, ants marching in droves before the rain, clusters of white mushrooms sprouting beneath trees after the downpour. Even the rain pelting the car window held fascination for them. But adults, entangled in life's daily chores, gradually lose the ability to notice beauty. Their lives are filled with nothing but busyness, rushing about to provide for their families. This is, of course, very hard work. Sometimes slowing down to admire the flowers blooming by the roadside might help you get back on track more effectively. Traffic police were temporarily deployed at every intersection, and only then did the situation ease somewhat. They stepped out of their patrol cars and walked through the rain to their posts. They raised their arms to direct traffic, paying no heed to the rain pelting their bodies. A young woman was directing traffic at this intersection, her movements precise and professional, occasionally sounding her whistle. Vehicles slowly began moving forward in response to her commands. The flow of traffic finally began moving again. Bai Ting was sheltering from the rain under an eave with Wang Xiaoming. They had just finished purchasing all the materials their teacher had requested when the downpour hit suddenly, leaving them no time to prepare. Bai Ting hurriedly pulled Wang Xiaoming along to find shelter. Fortunately, there were several shops nearby, though much of their materials had already gotten soaked. She pulled out her phone to hail a cab, but waited a full 5 minutes without a single driver accepting the request. Strange, usually, a ride would be accepted within a minute. Glancing at the surcharge button on the ride-hailing app, she hesitated before biting the bullet and selecting the 5 yuan surcharge. She thought, surely someone will take the ride now? But after another 5 minutes of waiting, the status still showed no drivers accepting the ride. Bai Ting suddenly wished there were more ride-hailing drivers out there. Even on a rainy day, it shouldn't be this crazy hard to get a ride. She looked up at the sky. The rain showed no sign of letting up. Chapter 148, Mom and daughter started fighting over it. The rain grew heavier and heavier, showing no signs of letting up. Bai Ting gritted her teeth and added another 5 yuan to the reward. After waiting a few minutes, someone finally accepted the fare. She didn't care about the 10 yuan taxi fare at all. Her hesitation stemmed from a peculiar mindset. It was like many young people today. They'd spend thousands on travel or things they love, yet hesitate to pay $10 for a membership. Bro, do you have an XXX membership? Let me borrow it. After lending it, you'd get called Godfather as a thank you. Bai Ting felt utterly unlucky. The kindergarten organizing an event and asking parents to sponsor it already annoyed her. It was the kindergarten that proposed the event in the first place, so why did the parents end up footing the bill? If she hadn't been afraid her son would be looked down upon, she absolutely wouldn't have paid this money. That alone would have been bearable. After all, 1,000+ yuan wasn't much to her. But then it started pouring rain. Talk about bad luck. She couldn't help but recall running into Chen Yu in the hallway. His family must have finished their dinner by now. Snug in their warm home, sheltered from wind and rain, enjoying a lovely dinner. Wonder what delicious meal Chen Yu had prepared. After eating, they could crawl into bed early, lulled to sleep by the sound of rain outside. How wonderfully comfortable that must be. Meanwhile, she was stuck under the eaves with her son, miserable and soaked. Today was relatively warm, so she'd worn short sleeves when she left. The cold wind made her shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming beside her, also in short sleeves, didn't seem cold at all. He was even reaching out to catch the falling raindrops. It was good to be a little chubby. Extra fat helped ward off the cold. Bai Ting wrapped her arms around Wang Xiaoming, instantly feeling much warmer. She wondered if she shouldn't have enrolled him in that expensive private kindergarten. If he'd gone to a different kindergarten, maybe none of this nonsense would have happened. But she shrugged it off. After all, elite kindergartens are better than ordinary ones. The price tag speaks for itself. Besides, they don't hold opening ceremonies every day. This time, it's for my own son. It's a good chance to say hello to the teacher and ask her to keep an extra eye on Wang Xiaoming. Bai Ting sighed, settling for this self-reassurance. She couldn't very well admit on the first day that she'd chosen the wrong kindergarten. Unlike Bai Ting's current predicament, the Chen Yu family had already eaten their fill. But instead of crawling into bed as she'd expected, Chen Yu was telling stories to Nuonyuo and Ruoro. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. He'd been teaching Su Yuwei French for days and hadn't told the little one a story in ages. When Aunt Jo was around, it was fine, but today she wasn't there. The two little ones were clamoring for a story. Su Yuwei was actually quite reluctant. She was at a crucial stage in learning French. How could she give up halfway? But as a mother, she couldn't compete with her daughter. In the end, she could only nod and let Chen Yu tell her daughter a story. The three women managed quite harmoniously, taking turns day by day, having all agreed among themselves. But Chen Yu really wanted to ask, had anyone considered his feelings? He too longed for a day off to tend to his own affairs. No wonder middle-aged men like to find a place to be alone after work. Some would park their cars in the underground garage, sit inside silently lighting a cigarette. They didn't turn on the lights, just sat in the darkness until the cigarette was finished before getting out and heading upstairs. Others would turn on the radio to any station, not caring what was playing, just to have some background noise. Others secretly rent a small room outside, spending half a day each week to unwind. Of course, it's proper relaxation. Order a bunch of their favorite food, bring a bottle of wine, and savor the rare quiet time. Getting yelled at by the boss at work is one thing. You endure it since you're getting paid, and later you can secretly curse him under your breath. But coming home brings no peace either. My wife might complain about how so-and-so got another promotion and raise, asking if I could try harder. She might even nag you to fulfill your marital duties at night. The kids are in elementary school now, bombarding you daily with ridiculously difficult homework problems. The homework for elementary schoolers these days is ridiculous. Not only is there a lot of it, but each problem is like a brain teaser. It's not like they're preparing for a competition. If your child is a bit mischievous, you might even get called to parent-teacher conferences. This is the tragedy of countless middle-aged men. Chen Yu is still better off than most, but signs of this are already emerging. You could say that once you become a dad, every day is a mix of pain and sweetness. It all comes down to whether you're willing to endure the pain for that sweetness. Fortunately, the two little ones were exceptionally well behaved today, falling asleep in less than half an hour. Perhaps it was because the days were getting longer after the seasonal change. They say spring brings drowsiness, autumn brings lethargy, and summer brings naps, so feeling sleepy in autumn is perfectly normal. So winter is the only season without drowsiness, right? True enough, we just hibernate in winter. Every season is a good time to catch up on sleep. Chen Yu tucked the two little ones in under their blankets. Kicking off the covers in summer is no big deal, it's not cold at all. But kicking off the covers on a day like this? That would definitely make them catch a cold. With Aunt Jo away these past few days, Chen Yu would sneak out of bed in the middle of the night to check if they were properly covered. Unsurprisingly, not once had they kept them covered. The better ones still had their feet covered, while the worst ones had their blankets completely on the floor. At first, getting up in the middle of the night was pretty tough. But Chen Yu discovered that as long as he gave himself a mental cue before bed, he could wake up in the middle of the night. This trick never failed. After typing for a while, Chen Yu grew drowsy. He yawned and went back to sleep. "Daddy, I want to do that braid, the one from last time." Nuonyuo reached up to her head, mimicking the shape of two buns. Chen Yu understood instantly it was the same bun hairstyle he'd done for Nuonyuo before. "Alright, sit still. Daddy will braid it for you right now." Truth be told, Chen Yu's hairstyling skills were pretty terrible at first. After all, the system hadn't granted him master-level braiding skills. He'd taught himself entirely by watching videos. He actually considered this a blessing in disguise. If the system rewarded him for everything, he'd lose all motivation to strive. At least with braiding, he relied entirely on his own skills. His early attempts were truly awful, but luckily Nuonyuo was incredibly forgiving. No matter how messy the style turned out, she'd examine it in the mirror from every angle, then turn back to him with a smile. Daddy's hair is so pretty. Even though he'd caught her pouting and on the verge of tears a few times. But now, his hair tying skills had become quite impressive. Whatever style the little one wanted, he could tie it up quickly and perfectly. He had Nuonyo sit in front of the mirror and finished braiding her hair in no time. Nono looked at her reflection and was genuinely pleased this time. Even Su Yuwei was a bit surprised. Her own braiding skills were just average, she only knew how to do a few basic styles. After all, she herself didn't pay much attention to such things. She even considered asking Chen Yu to help her, but quickly dismissed the idea. Chapter 149, Hiring a Chef. Do you think I'm up for it? The thought of having her husband style her hair felt downright embarrassing. Wan, what kind of hairstyle do you want? Chen Yu asked with a smile, his hands wrapped in rubber bands. A ponytail. Wan's answer was exactly what he expected. Every single time he asked her, the answer was always a ponytail. She was a loyal little thing. Or perhaps, like Su Yuwei, she just didn't care much about such things. Chen Yu always felt that Softy would grow up to be a little academic star. After all, girls spend a lot of time on their hair every day, at least half an hour, minimum. Especially those with long hair, whether tying it up or washing it, it's a real hassle. Those who don't fuss over their hair have more time to focus on studying. But that was just his own speculation. School still wouldn't start for another 2 or 3 years. Chen Yu had mastered tying a ponytail with ease. To exaggerate a bit, he could probably do it with his eyes closed. Su Yuwei, who was already getting ready to leave, paused to watch him finish braiding Wan's hair. Chen Yu combed all the little girl's hair forward to her forehead, then backcombed the roots with the comb to create more volume. He measured the ideal placement with his index finger, first securing the core section with a thin hair tie. The remaining hair was wrapped around the outer layer and fastened with a thicker tie. He took a small strand from the ponytail and wrapped it around the elastic band 3 times. A hair clip was inserted diagonally from below to secure it, and a flat iron was quickly run over the ends. Just like that, a high ponytail was complete. No matter how much she jumps or runs, it won't come undone. Of course, Softy isn't the kind of kid who's a handful, so there's absolutely no need to worry. How does it look? Are you satisfied? Wan gave it a quick glance and nodded. But the slight upturn of her lips gave her away. After all, little girls do love looking pretty, she just didn't want to show it. Su Yuwei couldn't help but admire how perfectly the ponytail was tied. She occasionally opted for a high ponytail herself, but it always ended up looking awkward. Today, she'd finally learned the right technique. She really wondered where Chen Yu had picked it up. I'm heading to school. Please take care of our daughter. Drive safely. Su Yuwei changed her shoes and stepped out the door. The start of the school year had been so hectic she hadn't even had time to take her daughter to kindergarten, which made her feel guilty. Once this busy period passed, she'd let Chen Yu take a proper break. Only then did she remember she hadn't told Chen Yu about the performance. It was all because last night's lamb ribs were so delicious she'd completely forgotten about it. Oh well, time to head to work. She'd find a chance to tell him later. Chen Yu left the house with the 2 little ones in tow. He'd thought the autumn rain would come and go quickly, but it lingered all night. The sound of the rain actually made her sleep soundly. The rain-washed grass glowed a deeper green, releasing a pleasant, fresh scent. Stepping out after the rain always lifted his spirits. Even the dark clouds gathering before a downpour can lift one's spirits. This touches on the science of melatonin. Chen Yu got in the car and quickly drove the little one to kindergarten. Numerous traffic police officers were still directing traffic along the way. The drainage system in Linchang was quite efficient despite the rain falling all night. There wasn't a trace of flooding, and the streets remained clean and dry. After all, it's a first-tier city, this aspect is well handled. Smaller counties, however, were a different story. A single downpour could flush all the filth out of the sewers. Sewage flows everywhere, making the entire street surface utterly unsightly. In the end, it's the sanitation workers who bear the brunt of the hardship. Ren Shui and Gu Yao were greeting the children at the kindergarten entrance. Standing left and right, they resembled a pair of door gods. Dressed casually, their smiles radiated warmth. Far better than those in uniform whose smiles felt fake. Children's observational skills are far sharper than adults. They can tell at a glance whether your smile is genuine or not. Good morning, Nuonyo and Wan. Ren Shui bent down to greet the little ones before looking up at Chen Yu. Kindergarten teachers are human too, they have emotions. Well-behaved little ones like Nuonyo and Wan are every teacher's favorite. Good morning, Chen Dad. Good morning, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Look, sister. Daddy braided my hair. Nuonyo lifted her little face, proudly showing off her buns. Oh, Daddy did your hair? It looks so cute. Ren Shui was taken aback. Could this hair really be styled by Chen Yu? A man could style hair this beautifully. Gu Yao was welcoming students while still listening to their conversation. She now joined them, pinching the little bun on Nuonyo's head. Then she looked at Wan's soft high ponytail. Wan, did your dad style your hair too? Wan nodded. In Gu Yao's eyes, Chen Yu instantly seemed a few inches taller. Though he was already over 1.8 meters tall, which was quite tall to begin with. One bun, one high ponytail, two completely different hairstyles, yet both styled so perfectly. She was almost tempted to ask Chen Yu to teach her the art of styling hair. But then she thought better of it. With Xiao Xinxin's hyperactive personality and her daily high-energy activities, no matter how perfectly styled her hair was, it would come undone after a few jumps. Might as well just tie it up casually, it saves time too. Besides, Xiao Xinxin didn't care about it anyway. Last time, she actually volunteered to get a buzz cut. Can you imagine? A young girl asking for a buzz cut. Who knows if she got influenced by all those war movies her dad watches, or if she just thinks her hair slows her down when she's running wild. Gu Yao wasn't particularly surprised. It was already a relief she hadn't suggested shaving her head bald. Couldn't they just treat this little troublemaker like a girl? Of course, she rejected the suggestion. Xiao Xinxin didn't care, but she certainly did. What would people think if they saw him like that? They might assume she was abusing him. Speaking of which, why is the kindergarten suddenly hiring a chef? Chen Yu asked. He'd spotted the job posting at the kindergarten entrance. He thought to himself, the kindergarten just started the new semester yesterday, and they're already hiring a chef? What was going on here? You mean this matter? Ren Shui hesitated before explaining the whole story to him. As a new teacher, Gu Yao clearly hadn't heard about it. Curious as a spectator, she listened intently. Chef Xia had been working at a restaurant that had just earned its first Michelin star, where he served as executive chef. After a disagreement with the owner, he'd stormed out in a huff. Ren Shui didn't elaborate on the nature of the conflict. But Chen Yu could guess with his toes it was probably just about the pay. With the restaurant newly awarded a star, it was obvious that demand would skyrocket. Chef Xia seized the opportunity to increase his value. This was actually a very normal move. Getting a Michelin star was like a company going public. The owner was bound to rake in a fortune. So it only made sense to improve employee compensation accordingly. The problem is the owner actually let their own executive chef walk away? Chapter 150, Boss, where did you get this lamb? If it were just any ordinary employee, that'd be one thing. But this is the executive chef we're talking about. It's no exaggeration to say at least half the patrons dining at Michelin-starred restaurants come specifically for the head chef's reputation. Whether it was the owner being too stingy or Chef Xia demanding too high a price, Chen Yu couldn't wrap his head around it. At his level, he should be in high demand anywhere. Even if he wanted to work at a kindergarten, it would have to be an elite one like Fiorentina. After all, those places pay top dollar. How much could a private kindergarten like this possibly offer? Only after Rin Shui explained did Chen Yu understand. It turned out the principal and Chef Xia were old acquaintances, which was why he agreed to take the job. Then why did he leave after just one day? Ren Shui whispered, Chef Xia left about 2 weeks ago. Word is that restaurant sales plummeted, so the owner had no choice but to pay a hefty sum to get him back. Chen Yu wasn't surprised by this outcome. Even if they really wanted to fire the chef, they'd have to find a replacement beforehand, right? That owner clearly acted on impulse. It just goes to show that talented people are always in demand. So what about lunch today? Chef Xia is a decent guy. He agreed to finish today's shift before leaving. He also said if the kindergarten can't find a chef right away, they can order meals from his restaurant at a special rate. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. Chef Xia certainly knew how to do his math. His willingness to finish today's shift was purely out of friendship with the principal. But there wasn't much to say about it. The annual salary for an executive chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant starts at a minimum of 1 million yuan. A private kindergarten like this simply couldn't afford that. Judging by the photos of yesterday's dishes, Chef Xia's skills seemed quite solid. He seriously doubted whether the new chef could match his skill level. Especially with that recent kindergarten news story making him a bit anxious. Meals for little ones weren't something to take lightly. Watching Nono's soft, delicate frame, Chen Yu suddenly had an idea. What do you think about me? What? Ren Shui and Gu Yao both gasped in unison, seriously doubting their own ears. Because he didn't trust the kindergarten cook, he decided to become the kindergarten cook himself? Daddy's cooking is delicious. Nua shook her little buns, chiming in at just the right moment to back her up. This? Ren Shui looked troubled. Yesterday she was just a parent, and today she's going to be my colleague? She hadn't considered this possibility at all. The principal could observe my skills, or I could cook a meal for the little ones as a trial. Chen Yu was confident in his culinary skills. He'd hoped Nua would praise him, but when he looked down, the little one had been dragged off to play by Xiao Xinxin. As for Wan, she was nowhere to be seen. She was huddled close to Xiao Xinxin, whispering about who knows what. Seeing both daughters make friends on their first day of kindergarten brought him genuine comfort. Just as Rin Shui was about to speak, her gaze was involuntarily drawn elsewhere. A jet-black Bentley pulled up at the kindergarten entrance, and out stepped a burly man. Big head, thick neck, either a big shot or a cook. He wore oversized dark sunglasses, a thick gold chain, and carried a black leather briefcase, the unmistakable look of a nouveau riche. Two burly men in all black attire and sunglasses emerged from the car, looking every bit the bodyguards. They opened the trunk and lifted out a sheep. A dead sheep, its hide already skinned off. It had been processed, so it didn't look bloody. Instead of being scared, the kids stared curiously, guessing what it could be. The sunglasses-wearing guy slung a leather bag over his shoulder, swaying his beer belly as he walked with a rather swaggering gait. Two bodyguards followed behind, carrying the sheep. The sheep was quite heavy, and the two men struggled to carry it, swaying unsteadily. Then Chen Yu watched as the big guy approached them, flashing a smile. "Good morning, Ms. Renxue, Ms. Guyao." Renxue felt a twinge of unease at the scene but forced a smile. "Mr. Yang Shi, what brings you here?" Mr. Yang scratched his nearly bald head. "Well, autumn's here, isn't it? I saw on Douyin yesterday that autumn is the season to gain weight. They call it gaining autumn fat, so I had this sheep airship from Inner Mongolia overnight to help the kids build up their strength." He noticed Chen Yu observing him and gave him a nod with a smile. He radiated a kindness that seemed out of character. All three of them looked utterly stunned. Listen to this, does this even make sense? Because he saw a TikTok video about gaining weight for autumn, he bought a sheep from Inner Mongolia overnight, slaughtered it immediately, air freighted here, and insisted on nourishing the kids. That kind of wealth, that level of execution, that degree of thoughtfulness, could the average person pull that off? No wonder the boss drives a Bentley. Of course, Chen Yu could pull this off too. A sheep costs 2 or 3,000 yuan, and with slaughtering and airfare included, 5,000 yuan would be more than enough. For him, this price isn't high, but he wouldn't go to such lengths. How should I put it? This move is so nouveau riche. But you can't fault the big guy for this move. He wasn't trying to show off, he genuinely wanted to help the kids gain some weight for the autumn. Considering his actions in the group chat yesterday, Chen Yu thought he was a pretty decent guy. Just gotta keep your guard up, otherwise, you'll end up getting scammed into buying health supplements when you're older. Ah, Mr. Yang, you're too kind. Renxue was momentarily at a loss for words, completely speechless. Yang Shi's dad was indeed impressive. Most people couldn't pull something like this off. Gu Yao, however, snapped out of her shock first. "Mr. Yang, let me take you to see the principal. We should tell her about this." "No need, really. I just wanted to help the kids gain some weight for autumn. I didn't expect the principal to praise me." Renxue and Gu Yao exchanged a glance, nearly bursting out laughing. "So we should prepare a banner for you? With a message like, 'Thank you, big brother, for delivering a plump lamb.'" Yang Shi's dad is genuinely adorable. "Mr. Yang, it's just that we've never seen this before. If you come in with us, it'll be easier to explain things to the principal." "Alright then." Not wanting to put them in a difficult position, Yang Shi's dad followed Renxue inside. Gu Yao and Chen Yu exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Yang Shi's dad is just too funny. Yeah, he actually brought a whole sheep over. But Chen Yu was already thinking about how to prepare the lamb. Since it was a whole animal, roasting it whole would be perfect. Scraping off some meat would also make a pot of delicious mutton soup. Enough to give the little ones a thick layer of autumn fat, so they wouldn't fear the cold winter. "Teacher! Teacher!" A chubby little boy came running over, tears streaming down his face. For some reason, seeing him reminded Chen Yu of Wang Xiaoming. Wondered how he was doing at that fancy kindergarten. "What's wrong?" Gu Yao smiled and ruffled his hair. Wah. The little chubby boy stammered incoherently, his words indistinct. Gu Yao decided to follow him to see what was going on. Chen Yu watched as she crouched down beside the drainage ditch, seemingly reaching in to retrieve something. Chapter 151, Daddy's cooking is so delicious. After struggling for a while without success, she waved for Chen Yu. "Daddy Chen, come help me." Chen Yu approached and saw a toy car lying in the drain pipe. For him, retrieving it was easy, but not for Gu Yao. After all, her height was a factor. She was just over 5 feet tall, so her arms were naturally much shorter. Seeing the little chubby girl crying her eyes out, he couldn't very well refuse to help. So what if his clothes got dirty? Chen Yu crouched down and reached for the toy car. His long arm stretched out and reached it effortlessly, handing it back to the little boy. The boy instantly broke into a smile. "Thank you, uncle." He turned and ran off to play. Chen Yu's smile froze on his face. He was only 22. What the hell was this uncle nonsense? He should never have helped him. Now his clothes were ruined. Gu Yao also thought Chen Yu looked young, but she didn't know his exact age. So she didn't think calling him uncle was inappropriate. She just felt embarrassed. "Sorry, Uncle Chen, I got your clothes dirty." She reached out to brush the dust off his clothes. Chen Yu quickly stepped back. "I can handle it myself." Only then did Gu Yao realize her gesture was slightly inappropriate. Even though it was just dust, they both had their own families, and besides, they weren't exactly close friends. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen." It's fine. Gu Yao suddenly felt the kindergarten really needed a male teacher. Otherwise, there were many tasks she and Renxue simply couldn't handle. Like fixing light bulbs, unclogging drains, moving heavy objects, and such. If Mr. Chen could come work as a chef, that would be perfect. He was still known as gentle dad. Asking him to do chores would feel even less awkward. But she had no idea what the principal would think. Renxue led Yang Shi's dad to the office door and knocked. "Come in."
Seeing Yang Shi's dad, the principal immediately stood up to greet him and the two shook hands. Ren Shui said, "Principal, Mr. Yang brought his sheep over.
He said it's for the little ones to gain weight for autumn."
The principal was startled.
"Teacher Ren Shui, did you say a sheep? Brought a sheep? What an obscure term."
She seriously suspected her aging ears had misheard her. But the next moment proved she hadn't misheard. With a wave of Yang Shi's father's right hand, two bodyguards strode in, carrying the skinned, plump sheep. The kindergarten director froze in shock.
"Mr. Yang, this is too brutal." Yang Shi's father waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me, principal. This is all for the children. I'll be on my way now. I'll leave this lamb in your capable hands." Though he was gone, the shockwaves lingered.
It took the principal a long moment to recover.
Teacher Ren Shui, please take them to put the sheep in the kitchen." Perhaps worried they wouldn't know how to handle the sheep, Yang Shi's father left behind two bodyguards.
"Principal, one more thing, isn't Chef Xia leaving soon?" Ren Shui repeated Chen Yu's request to become a chef.
The principal frowned slightly. "Mr. Chen wants to be the chef? I wonder how his cooking skills are."
"Mr. Chen said we can test him out."
"Test him?" The principal quickly had an idea. "Then let's use this sheep. Since old Xia hasn't left yet, having him around should prevent any mishaps." She certainly wouldn't feel at ease handing the little one's lunch over to Chen Yu to cook. But with Chef Xia present, it would be fine. It was the perfect chance to see what Chen Yu could do. "Alright, I'll tell Chen Yu that. Go ahead."
After stepping out, Ren Shui relayed the matter to Chen Yu, who nodded in agreement.
Cooking a lamb meal was child's play for him. He already had the recipe figured out. With a whole lamb at his disposal, he'd roast it whole. He'd set aside a few cuts for a pot of mutton soup. He could also slice some choice cuts for a big pot of lamb braised rice. That way, they'd have a main dish, a feast, and soup all covered. If he wanted, he could whip up a few more dishes, though he worried the little ones might not be able to finish it all. Chen Yu first sought out Nuonyo and Ruerue to tell them he'd be staying on as their chef. Nono was overjoyed at the news. She had been feeling down because she was spending less time with her dad. Now dad can stay with her at kindergarten. She immediately turned to brag to Xiao Xinxin, "Xinxin, my dad's cooking is absolutely delicious." Xiao Xinxin looked utterly skeptical. "No way. Why not?" "It's true. Parents' cooking is always terrible, and they deliberately make things kids don't like. If you don't eat it, they'll scold you." Xiao Xinxin crossed her arms, looking dead serious. Her words were dripping with resentment. It was clear she was often forced to eat things she disliked at home. And to make matters worse, her parents' cooking skills were terrible, turning already unappealing foods into something even harder to swallow. This must be quite painful for the little one. After all, not everyone is Chen Yu, who can make food taste exceptionally delicious, making even the things they originally disliked something they'd happily eat. Nua was about to say something else in a hurry. She really didn't like it when people spoke ill of her dad. Besides, dad's cooking was absolutely delicious. She could never get tired of it. Chen Yu wrapped his arms around her, smiling as he said, "You're little Xiao Xinxin, right? So what if I am? What are you going to do about it?" Xiao Xinxin took 2 cautious steps back. "Just because I said your cooking isn't good, you're going to kill me to silence me? No, please don't." Chen Yu was utterly speechless. This kid not only watches a lot of funny videos but also plenty of cop shows. Her imagination was way too vivid. He was genuinely curious what kind of person Xiao Xinxin's father was. "Wait until lunchtime when you taste my cooking, then you'll know if my little Nono was lying or not." He pinched Nua's soft little cheeks before heading to the kitchen with Ren Shui. Xiao Xinxin still looked skeptical. It's definitely not going to be good." Ruan Xiaoyan, who was with Wan, looked somewhat hopeful. She kept staring at Chen Yu's retreating figure until he disappeared around the corner. Ren Shui led Chen Yu into the kitchen, where bodyguards carried in a lamb. Chef Xia, clad in his chef's uniform, leaned against the stove scrolling through his phone, occasionally letting out a chuckle. That laughter sounded downright creepy. Xuanmiao Kindergarten wasn't a boarding school. The little ones all went home at night. Therefore, they only had lunch at the kindergarten. The chef's job was relatively easy, but it required no less thought and care. Meals for children demand far higher standards than those for adults. Hearing footsteps approach, Chef Xia turned to look. Ren Shui smiled and greeted him. Chef Xia's gaze swept over her and Chen Yu, then raised an eyebrow at the sight of the plump lamb. Chapter 152, I'll assist you. He patted the cutting board behind him. "Come on, put the lamb rack up here." The 2 bodyguards glanced at Ren Shui first. After all, Yang Shi had instructed them to follow her lead before leaving. Ren Shui nodded. The 2 bodyguards exerted their strength together, flinging the sheep forcefully onto the cutting board. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, the lamb was a heavy lift even for burly men. Master Xia gave it a quick glance. "This lamb is top-notch. Where'd you get it?" Ren Shui explained the entire situation, including Chen Yu's desire to become the head chef at the kindergarten. Chef Xia nodded and turned to Chen Yu. "Where did you learn to cook?" "Self-taught." Chef Xia couldn't help but look down on this kind of self-taught approach. Cooking at home was one thing, but applying for a professional chef position was another matter entirely. After all, his own training had been grueling. Just practicing slicing potatoes into thin strips required him to cut at least 20 pounds of potatoes daily. By the end of the day, his hands would be cramping. And that was just the beginner's exercise. The real hardship came later when learning to stir fry. Holding a wok steady for an hour without moving was just part of the daily grind. It took 3 grueling years just to barely pass his apprenticeship. Now look at chefs today, it's practically child's play. Sign up for any training school and you'll graduate in 3 months flat, no year required. Classes packed with 40 or 50 students, it's like wholesale cabbage. They teach nothing but basic home-style dishes: sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, the absolute fundamentals. Ask them, and they probably don't even know what the 8 great cuisines are, let alone their origins and traditions. Chef Su has always looked down on such people. And he despises so-called self-taught amateurs even more, those who watch a few videos and call themselves chefs. He turned to Ren Shui. What does your principal mean? The principal said to let Mr. Chen give it a try. This lunch will serve as his assessment. Chef Su narrowed his eyes in thought. Young man, how do you plan to prepare this lamb? He was in his early 40s, so calling him young man was perfectly appropriate. Chen Yu smiled. Of course, I'll roast the whole lamb. Then I'll cut some meat for lamb soup and make lamb braised rice. Alright, I'll assist you then. Chef Su was doing this as a favor to the principal. Otherwise, why would an executive chef of a restaurant assist someone else? He had over a dozen assistants under him. Anyway, he was about to head back soon. He might as well use this chance to assess Chen Yu. If the guy was actually up to par, he could have him take over. At least he wouldn't be leaving a mess behind. Then we'll trouble Chef Su. The group sprang into action. Chen Yu and Chef Su handled the meat cutting, while the 2 bodyguards took care of moving the meat and other odd jobs. If it were just the 2 of them, they'd be sore and aching after one trip. Several kitchen assistants bustled about, lending a hand wherever needed. Since preparing an entire lamb was such a massive undertaking, Ren Shui and Gu Yao stayed behind to help. The children were temporarily entrusted to teachers from other classes. Chef Su watched Chen Yu's meat cutting technique with some surprise, thinking to himself, that's some skill with a knife. Knife skills are notoriously easy to learn but difficult to master, requiring extensive, repetitive practice to truly wield a knife with precision. How could a chef with no professional training put so much effort into knife skills? Though called a whole roasted lamb, only about half would be used. The remainder would be frozen for later use, while another portion would be prepared into other dishes. Besides, the little one might be scared by a whole lamb, so they just keep half. Chen Yu brought his knife down hard on the lamb's head, then delivered a few more swift cuts to sever it cleanly before freezing it in the refrigerator. That was a quick cut. Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel. Ordinary knives wouldn't sever a sheep's head so cleanly. Chef Su smiled without comment. This set of knives was brought from his restaurant, of course they were sharp. Ren Shui shuddered at the sight. Goodness gracious, that was terrifying. Being a chef is no ordinary job. She quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. Mr. Chen, does gaining autumn weight mean we have to eat meat? Chen Yu kept working. The custom of gaining weight for autumn comes from agrarian society. Farming in summer is exhausting, so after the autumn harvest, people eat meat to store fat for the cold winter. I see, Ren Shui nodded thoughtfully. So do different regions have different foods for this? Back in the south, she'd never heard of such a tradition. Autumn meals never seemed particularly special to her. Perhaps it was because northern regions were colder, making northerners more focused on building up their autumn reserves? Or maybe younger people just didn't care about such traditions after all. They didn't even watch the Spring Festival Gala, so why bother with autumn fattening? Truthfully, it was because modern life offered meat anytime, anywhere, making special days for meat consumption unnecessary. Besides, city dwellers don't farm the land, they don't need to follow the solar terms. Even if you really want to gain weight in autumn, it should lean toward healthy, nutritious, and refined approaches, not just eating meat to supplement fat. Chen Yu smiled and said, in the north, it's mainly beef and mutton. Take Beijing's hot pot lamb, for instance. Or the northern province's pork slaughter feast and chicken stewed with mushrooms. In the south, it's mostly seafood and mutton, like Nanjing's salted duck and Buddha jumps over the wall. Seafood aligns well with modern dietary preferences: high protein, low fat, and rich in trace minerals. Traditional beef and mutton aren't as popular anymore. But if you asked Chen Yu to choose, he'd definitely prefer beef and mutton. One word: delicious. Gu Yao, bored while washing vegetables, leaned in to hear Chen Yu's explanation. Do other countries have the custom of putting on weight in autumn? I guess it's only in our country, right? Ren Shui exclaimed that she'd learned something new and asked another question. Actually, no. Many places have the custom of putting on weight in autumn. Korea has a holiday called Chuseok, also known as the Harvest Festival, which evolved from China's Mid-Autumn Festival. They believe this festival is for thanking the earth god, so they prepare grilled meat, kimchi, and other foods for a family gathering. This is essentially replenishing the energy lost during summer, essentially the same as putting on autumn weight. They also drink red bean porridge.
A bowl of steaming hot red bean porridge warms you up, making winter feel less cold. Like China, Japan also has the custom of moon viewing. During moon viewing, they eat seasonal foods like chestnuts, pumpkins, and sweet potatoes. India takes it to another level. Ancient Indian tradition referred to autumn as the season of rising energy, associated with ascension and spiritual elevation. During autumn, they would prepare radishes, potatoes, beans, and similar ingredients into a thick paste. Though they do eat these foods regularly anyway. When there's nothing else to eat, what else can you have? In the Middle East, especially Persia, they celebrate this day by staying up all night. They feast on pomegranates, nuts, sweets, and hot tea. Europe also has similar harvest festivals, signaling the approach of winter. Chapter 153, Dad knows way too much. The food selection was rather unimpressive, since aside from French cuisine, other cuisines just don't measure up. It was mostly potatoes, flatbreads, roasted meats, things that stored energy. In Spain, they'd light bonfires to roast chestnuts and sausages, washing it down with wine. They'd keep the hearth burning all night, placing food around it to welcome departed loved ones. They call it the Day of the Dead, and it's quite a famous holiday. Probably thanks to the movie Coco, the Day of the Dead became known worldwide. Every ghost you fear is someone else's cherished memory. It's truly moving. In North America, it's Thanksgiving, where the main dish is a roasted turkey, accompanied by a variety of side dishes. Though the origin of the name Thanksgiving is somewhat ironic. A story of gratitude that actually marked the beginning of centuries of bloodshed and tears for Native Americans. But the custom of putting on weight in autumn is universal. It's not so much a shared cultural trait as it is a response to climate. When it gets cold, don't you just have to eat some high-calorie foods? Chen Yu spoke eloquently about the global custom of putting on weight in autumn. Ren Shui and Gu Yao grew increasingly astonished. Chen Yu knew so much. Compared to him, they felt utterly ignorant. Chef Xia, who had initially dismissed it, began to admire Chen Yu as the story unfolded. As someone in the culinary industry who frequently traveled the world to learn new techniques, he didn't know all this stuff. If Chen Yu was just a hobbyist who studied cooking on his own, then his level of dedication was pretty intense. The conversation kept things interesting, and before long, they had the lamb cut up. The lower half of the lamb was reserved for roasting whole. Some ribs and spine were reserved for making lamb broth. The front leg meat was reserved for lamb pilaf. The offal would be stir-fried into a savory dish, while the remaining scraps would be skewered for grilling. Chef Xia silently nodded as he observed the distribution of cuts. The distribution was quite reasonable, essentially selecting the best cuts for cooking. These dishes were all quite time-consuming, with the whole roasted lamb being the most troublesome. But there was still plenty of time. Ms. Ren Shui, does the kindergarten have a grill rack suitable for roasting a whole lamb? Yes, we do. She smiled at the bodyguards. Gentlemen, could you please help me carry it over? The rack was brought over quickly, along with some accompanying items. Wiping her brow, she said, we used it for a parent-child barbecue day last year, but this is our first time roasting a whole lamb. Should be fine, right? Chen Yu nodded after inspecting it. Half a lamb should be fine. Chef Xia, could you lend a hand? Chef Xia hadn't done this kind of work in years, but he cooperated readily. Together, they skewered the large half-sheep onto the rack. The most troublesome part was bleeding it out. After slitting the carotid artery, it took nearly 4 hours. Next came deherring, either manually scraping the skin after scalding it, or using a blowtorch to singe it off. Both methods were quite tedious. However, with the first 2 steps already completed, the rest was relatively straightforward. Once all the entrails were removed, they could begin roasting. The lamb was coated inside and out with marinade, paying special attention to the joints and chest cavity. The marinade, of course, was Chen Yu's exclusive secret recipe. Chef Xia couldn't resist dipping his finger in and tasting a bit. The next second, his eyes widened in surprise. This marinade tasted amazing, better than any other marinade he'd ever tasted. Yet he hadn't added anything particularly unusual. There was only one explanation: he had mastered the precise ratios of every seasoning. Otherwise, this flavor wouldn't be possible. This self-taught young man was quite something. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had already started brushing the marinade onto the lamb with Ren Shui and Gu Yao. The 2 female teachers looked a bit nervous at the uncooked lamb, so Chen Yu handed each of them a bowl of marinade and a brush to apply it themselves. As for himself, he didn't bother with such niceties. He slipped on a pair of gloves and slathered the marinade on directly, naturally working much faster. Originally, they'd agreed to split the task evenly, but by the time he finished his half, the 2 female teachers hadn't even managed a quarter of theirs. Chen Yu frowned slightly. Alright, you 2 go handle the side dishes. Daddy Chen, you're looking down on us. Gu Yao teased. I'm not looking down on you, I'm worried that at this pace, this lamb will be roasting until afternoon. That single sentence left Gu Yao speechless, for it reminded her of her own daughter. Xiao Xinxin had said something similar to her before. Was her cooking really that bad? Even brushing on sauce could get her criticized. Ren Shui chuckled and tugged her arm. Leave the professional stuff to the pros. Stop holding Dad back. The 2 headed to the kitchen to prepare the side dishes. The family day had left behind plenty of charcoal, so Chen Yu decided to grill directly over it. Charcoal grilling might not be as hygienic as electric grilling, but it smelled truly delicious. Ever since electric grilling gradually replaced charcoal grilling, he and his roommates hadn't gone out for barbecue again. It just never quite hit the spot.
Actually, adding some applewood chips could enhance the smoky aroma of the whole roasted lamb.
But since he couldn't find any on the spot, he had to give up on that idea. Let the lamb roast for a while first, then come back later to brush on the marinade. Chen Yu smiled at the bodyguards. Guys, I need to trouble you with something.
What is it?
Flip it every 10 minutes or so. When the skin turns golden brown, give me a shout. You can also massage the lamb to help the marinade soak in better. The two bodyguards exchanged glances. They'd never done anything like massaging before. It's not even massaging people, it's massaging sheep. Unbelievable. Chen Yu headed back to the kitchen to start simmering the lamb broth. Then he spotted a table full of side ingredients: carrots, onions, shiitake mushrooms, potatoes, you name it. Ren Shui and Gu Yao were still slicing with the ants. Why are you chopping so much? Weren't we supposed to prepare the side dishes? The two female teachers looked utterly bewildered. We are supposed to prepare side dishes, but this is way too much.
Never mind, just stop cutting for now.
People who don't cook regularly really have no idea how much to cut.
Chen Yu didn't say much more.
He just tried to use it all. It was good for the little ones to eat more vegetables. He had previously chopped the lamb bones into large chunks and soaked them in cold water to draw out the blood. They were now almost ready. Place the lamb bones and meat into cold water, add scallions, ginger, and white wine to remove the gamey smell. Once it comes to a boil, skim off the scum, then rinse with warm water.
The best choice for broth was the front leg meat in bones.
The front leg meat was tender, while the bones added depth of flavor.
Add a little oil to the pot, then add the ginger slices and lamb. Stir-fry the lamb until it turns slightly golden brown.
Add boiling water to cover the meat and bring to a vigorous boil for about 10 minutes.
High heat accelerates fat emulsification and protein precipitation.
This is the key to achieving a white broth. Then reduce to low heat and begin simmering. Next, prepare the lamb braised rice. Cut the lamb into small pieces and render the fat over low heat in a cold pan.
Chapter 154, Roast Whole Lamb Perfect. Thanks for the hard work, bodyguard. Remove and set aside. Next, stir-fry the lamb using the freshly rendered lamb fat.
Heat the lamb fat until fragrant, then add chopped scallions and stir-fry until they turn slightly golden. Add the lamb and stir-fry over high heat until it changes color, that is, until the surface is slightly charred, then add the carrots. The main accompaniments for lamb braised rice are onions and yellow carrots.
Yellow carrots are quite different from regular carrots, they're sweeter and more aromatic. But the kindergarten didn't have yellow carrots in stock, so regular carrots had to suffice.
Ren Shui and Gu Yao had prepared so many different vegetables that he had no choice but to add several more kinds. Potatoes, shiitake mushrooms, tomatoes. It didn't look like lamb rice stew anymore, more like a big pot of hodgepodge.
But what does it matter? As long as it tastes good, right?
These days, many chefs get things backward, obsessing over authenticity.
But does authenticity really matter that much?
At least not for Chen Yu. He doesn't sweat the small stuff. Besides, more ingredients mean more nutrients. The little one should eat plenty of vegetables. And Chen Yu was confident he could make any vegetable taste delicious. No matter how much the little ones dislike them before, they'll fall in love after this meal. Watching the lamb change color, he sprinkled in cumin and salt, then drizzled a spoonful of light soy sauce along the edge of the pot. He spread the rice evenly over the meat, then added water until it reached about halfway up the rice. Cover with a damp cloth, then the pot lid, and let it steam. Just sprinkle some raisins on top later. Chefs watching nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Young man, this is how you make Xinjiang-style braised rice, right?"
Chen Yu smiled and nodded.
"Yes. I tried it once and liked it, so I figured it out on my own." If asked where the best lamb pilaf in the country comes from, he'd definitely vote for Xinjiang. Not only because the lamb there is exceptional, each bite bursts with rich, savory flavor. The yellow carrots and raisins inside were the perfect finishing touch. Sweet and tender, they perfectly balance any hint of richness. Having absorbed the lamb's savory aroma, they elevated the entire dish to another level. Even if you don't eat lamb, enjoying just these two ingredients with rice is perfectly satisfying. Braised lamb rice is also one of Xinjiang's most iconic dishes, blending Persian, Arabic and Central Plains culinary traditions with a history spanning over 2 millennia. Originally, the meat used was poultry, and the recipe included saffron and raisins. Saffron is considered a nutritional supplement, known for its blood-nourishing properties, and it's quite pricey. Later, mutton replaced poultry, and carrots and onions were added, bringing it closer to the modern version. As for the yellow carrots, they are actually a Xinjiang specialty. During the time of Genghis Khan, the cooking method changed to braising in iron pots, replacing the original clay pots. During the Qing dynasty, the rice was replaced with long-grain fragrant rice. Even within Xinjiang, lamb pilaf varies across different regions. Some include yellow carrots and raisins, others add dried apricots and figs, while some even incorporate tomato sauce. So there's no need to strictly adhere to tradition. Moderate adaptations are perfectly acceptable.
Finally, stir-fry the mutton offal.
The main ingredients are lamb tripe, liver, heart, and lungs. The key to stir-frying mutton offal lies in treating each part differently to highlight their distinct textures. For instance, the tripe should be scrubbed 3 times with baking soda, then cut into strips as thick as chopsticks to achieve a crispy, springy texture.
For the liver, soak it in water and slice thinly to achieve tenderness and smoothness.
Remove the membrane from the lamb heart and cut it into coin-sized pieces to enhance chewiness.
Lamb lungs should be filled with water and squeezed 3 times before cutting into small pieces.
This allows them to better absorb the broth. Chen Yu explained each step as he worked.
With swift, precise cuts, each offal piece took shape.
Ren Shui and Gu Yao watched with admiration, learning intently. Though they usually had a kitchen helper who handled these tasks, learning more never hurt. Especially Gu Yao. Both she and her husband were hopeless cooks, the kind who couldn't even follow a recipe properly. Xiao Xinxin had complained more than once about their terrible cooking.
At first, she thought her daughter was just being picky. How bad could it really be?
But after actually tasting their cooking once, she nearly threw up on the spot.
Okay, it really was super awful.
After that, she stopped forcing Xiao Xinxin to eat her cooking.
If she couldn't stand it herself, how could she possibly expect her daughter to eat it?
Learning a few tricks from Chef Chen might just help her improve her cooking skills when she got back.
Chef Xie stood nearby supervising, nodding approvingly as he watched.
Knowing that each part of the mutton offal requires different preparation methods was already quite impressive. And her knife skills were flawless. This hobbyist skill level was surprisingly high at the very least, far superior to what culinary schools churn out in bulk.
Of course, he still couldn't compare to those of us with formal training.
Chef Xie's mentor had once cooked for a state banquet, a fact the old man often boasted about. When he first apprenticed, he performed the traditional 3 kneels and 9 bows ritual to formally request the master's guidance. Not only did the master not charge him, but he also provided him with food and lodging. There was only one requirement: diligent daily practice.
Slacking off was strictly forbidden.
He spent 3 years mastering the fundamentals alone, a level of skill no mere hobbyist could match. Still, he held Chen Yu's culinary skills in high regard. He was returning to the restaurant tomorrow and felt confident leaving the kitchen in Chen Yu's capable hands. The ingredients for stir-fried mutton offal were dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, broad bean paste, and garlic shoots. Considering the young diners, he significantly reduced the amounts of dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to avoid excessive heat.
Just enough to give it a hint of flavor.
He placed the mutton offal into cold water, adding ginger slices and cooking wine to remove any gamey odor.
After boiling, drain and plunge into ice water to ensure crispness and tenderness.
Heat a wok until smoke rises, then add oil and reduce to medium-low heat. First add Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, and bean paste, stir-frying until the oil turns red.
Then add the mutton offal and stir-fry over high heat. Add the ingredients, then sprinkle with scallions and sesame oil before serving.
The lamb rice and lamb soup were both ready, leaving only the whole roasted lamb outside.
Come on, let's go check on the roast lamb.
At Chen Yu's command, the group swarmed outside.
Not everyone had tasted whole roasted lamb, let alone witnessed its preparation. Everyone was curious except Chef Xie. The most excited were Ren Shui and Gu Yao. But their curiosity wasn't about the final dish, they simply wanted to eat. Arriving at the square, they spotted the lamb from afar, its skin crisp and golden brown, dripping fat that sizzled into wisps of smoke upon hitting the coals. It looked utterly mouth-watering. Just one bite would be pure bliss. Carnivores rejoiced. Chen Yu knew at a glance that the lamb was roasting perfectly, it wouldn't have reached this state otherwise. Chapter 155. The kid couldn't wait any longer and dived right in. It seemed both bodyguards had strictly followed his instructions, whether flipping the meat or basting it with water, everything was done just right. You two did a great job, guys. This lamb is perfectly roasted. Chen Yu smiled and patted one of the bodyguards on the shoulder. But when he turned back, his face looked unusually haggard, dotted with tiny dark spots, startling everyone. Chen Yu scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry about that, forgot to get you guys masks. Standing guard in this smoky, fiery heat was truly torturous, and they had to keep fanning the flames, which only made the smoke worse. Those two guys should have known better. Why didn't they stand farther back to fan? Now they've even got their faces blackened. They really were dedicated to their duty. Wow, that looks so delicious. Gu Yao couldn't wait to try it. Forget that she's a foodie, even if she weren't interested in eating, seeing that golden crust wouldn't make anyone feel the slightest urge to eat? Impossible. Ren Shui couldn't help but swallow hard. It wasn't that she was greedy, the food before them was simply too tempting. Guys, could you please carry this to the kitchen? As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, he turned around and witnessed a scene that was both amusing and exasperating. A crowd of children were pressed against the glass bed, staring at the golden, crispy roast lamb. They were packed so tightly together, it felt like there were hundreds of them. Their faces pressed so hard against the glass that they resembled little pig snouts. Their mouths were wide open, as if drool might spill out at any moment. The teacher stood behind the children, smiling helplessly. The class had been going smoothly, with the children well behaved and quiet. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted in from somewhere. At first it was faint, noticed by only one or two. That was manageable, the lesson could still continue. But then the scent grew stronger and stronger, and more people caught it. By the end, most of the class could smell it. At that point, the lesson couldn't go on. The little ones craned their necks, sniffing the air as they searched for the source of the scent. Sniffing here and there, they soon found it. A little boy pointed outside and exclaimed, "Look!" The children all turned to look outside, most of them unsure what it was. It wasn't that they didn't recognize sheep, it was just that Chen Yu had removed the sheep's head and only roasted the lower half, so it was unrecognizable. Ah, they're barbecuing. Are we having barbecue for lunch today? I love it. What is that thing? It looks so scary. A monster. It must be a monster. The little ones all shared the same fear of monsters, and one by one, they grew frightened. Several little girls even sniffled, on the verge of tears. The teacher had no choice but to explain it was a whole roasted lamb, which they'd be eating for lunch. If she'd said it was roasted rabbit, the little girls might have burst into tears right then and there. Rabbits are so cute, how could anyone eat them? But lamb was a bit more acceptable. After all, many children had never seen a real sheep and didn't feel particularly attached to them. But this piqued their curiosity, and one by one they ran out into the hallway to look. That's how Chen Yu ended up witnessing this scene. Ren Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. These little ones are just too adorable. They could have come out to see, but they insisted on pressing their faces against the wall. Look what they've done to their cheeks. Gu Yao had been laughing happily too, but her smile quickly faded when she spotted Xiao Xinxin among them. Sure enough, Xiao Xinxin was the most conspicuous one again. While the others simply pressed their faces against the wall, their little hands neatly at their sides. But she, oh no, both hands and arms pressed flat against the wall, looking like she was clawing at it. Gu Yao was certain that if given the chance, Xiao Xinxin wouldn't hesitate to press her legs against the wall too. "Teachers, what time is it?" Chen Yu asked with a smile. Ren Shui glanced at her watch. 11 o'clock. Time to eat, then. The little one looked starving. Hungry? More like greedy, Ren Shui chuckled. As long as you're ready, Chen Dad, we can start eating. Alright, I'll hurry up. Even though it was a whole roasted lamb, you couldn't just bring the entire thing to the table. Only when serving tour groups would restaurants bring out the whole lamb and ask someone to symbolically make the first cut, slicing off a piece of meat to eat. Then the restaurant takes the lamb back, slices it into smaller pieces, and brings it back out. It's fine for people to grill and eat with small knives, but that definitely wouldn't work at a kindergarten. The bodyguards carried the lamb to the kitchen. Chen Yu couldn't manage alone, so he asked Chef Xia to help. The two men swiftly carved the lamb into portions and arranged them on small plates, quickly filling all the serving dishes. The rest was set aside for later, more than enough to go around. There was also mutton soup, mutton rice stew, and stir-fried mutton offal, far too much for the little ones to finish. The rest of the dishes would be distributed in the classrooms later. Several people carried large bowls out of the kitchen. Chen Yu tried to serve himself but was stopped by Gu Yao, who told him he'd worked hard enough and should rest while she and Ren Shui handled it. Ren Shui stood up front maintaining order. "Kids, line up neatly. Dinner's almost ready." The little ones in the classroom had been drooling over the aroma for ages. Yet they formed an orderly line under the teacher's guidance, with no scrambling for food. Soon, each child received their lunch. A separate platter held a whole roasted lamb, golden brown and crispy, its savory aroma filling the air. Alongside it were several dipping sauces: cumin, pepper salt, tomato ketchup, and chive blossom sauce. The chive blossom paste deserves special mention. It's the perfect accompaniment to lamb. Many people have never even heard of chive blossom sauce, let alone tasted it. But in Inner Mongolia, it's the standard accompaniment for mutton. Walk into any restaurant, and they'll serve it to you if you ask. Made from unopened chive buds, the sauce is fresh, slightly salty, and excellent for cutting through richness. Worried the little ones might not like it, Chen Yu diluted the sauce a bit, adding just a touch of sesame paste but skipping the fermented bean curd. As for ketchup, it's simply something all kids love, though who knows what roasted whole lamb dipped in ketchup would taste like. The serving tray held several other dishes: lamb braised rice, stir-fried lamb offal, a bowl of lamb soup, and a bowl of seasonal vegetables and fruit. Did everyone get their lunch? Yes. Have you all washed your hands properly? Hold them out for the teacher to check. They're clean. The little ones eagerly held out their hands to show off. Ren Shui scanned the group with a smile and said, "Teacher has checked, all your hands are clean. Let's start eating." The little ones had been waiting for this moment. One by one, they dug in with their hands, ignoring the spoons and chopsticks nearby. This was precisely why Ren Shui insisted on having them wash their hands thoroughly before lunch every day. They really didn't need utensils. Why bother with utensils when you can dig right in? That's just too much trouble. Most kids' first target was the golden roast lamb, grabbing a piece and dipping it in their favorite sauce. Chapter 156, Just Swap with Uncle Chen. Most kids' first target was the golden roast lamb. They'd grab a piece, dip it in their favorite sauce, and pop it into their mouths to savor the lamb's delicious flavor. The whole roasted lamb on the platter gave off an enticing aroma. Beneath its golden, crispy skin lay tender, juicy lamb meat, glistening with an alluring sheen under the lights. Nua picked up a piece of lamb, hesitated for a while between several dipping sauces, and finally chose ketchup. Though lamb and ketchup seemed an unlikely pairing, Nono's eyes lit up after taking a bite. The lamb was roasted to perfection, crispy and golden brown on the outside, yet tender and juicy within, its rich flavor bursting on the palate. The real skill lay in achieving that crisp exterior while preserving the meat's tenderness and juiciness, a true test of culinary mastery. "Wow, this is so good!" Nono exclaimed with a smile, her delight in the roast lamb unmistakable. The other children, already bursting with excitement, erupted into cheers the moment they heard they could dig in. One by one, they reached out with their clean little hands, eagerly grabbing the roast lamb in front of them. Even though cutlery was within reach, for these eager children, diving in with their hands seemed more convenient and tasted better. Though eager, Nuonyu still ate with relative restraint. Xiao Xinxin, sitting next to her, was much more unrestrained. She picked up a piece of roasted lamb, didn't dip it in anything, and popped it straight into her mouth. She ate it plain, savoring its natural flavor. She closed her eyes to savor it, then nodded in satisfaction. "I love whole roasted lamb." Before anyone could ask, Xiao Xinxin declared loudly, oblivious to others. Then she attacked with both hands, one holding a spoon to scoop up raised rice, the other grabbing chunks of lamb to pop into her mouth. She didn't just dip it in one sauce, but several. Grasping a piece of lamb with her small hand, she swirled it through the ketchup until the meat was coated in a layer of red sauce. Her movements were a bit clumsy, and sauce accidentally splattered onto her sleeve. But she didn't care, focused only on shoving the lamb into her mouth. Then she dipped it in pepper, salt, cumin, and finally, she skipped the green chive flour sauce. The color looked strange enough, and she'd sniffed it earlier, it didn't smell great either. She decided to skip it altogether. She alternated bites of rice with chunks of lamb, her hands working tirelessly. Occasionally, she'd lift the small bowl to take a sip of soup. It really felt like the heroes of Mount Liang chomping on meat and guzzling wine. Heroes of Mount Liang, but the kindergarten version. Naturally, her mouth ended up dotted with rice grains. The little one was so engrossed in eating she didn't even notice, and even if she had, she wouldn't have had time to wipe it off. Both hands were occupied. Gu Yao watched the scene with utter helplessness. "Sweetie, could you please show a little restraint and mind your manners? Even if you don't care about your own image, spare your mother some dignity. Look at all these over 100 kids, boys and girls alike, and Xiao Xinxin's eating manners are the most unrestrained." Sitting relatively close to Xiao Xinxin, she couldn't help but call out softly. "Xinxin, Xinxin." She called out several times, but Xiao Xinxin didn't hear a thing. She didn't even lift her head, completely absorbed in devouring the roasted whole lamb. What could possibly be more important than stuffing your face? Not only did she not slow down, she actually picked up the pace. Before she could even swallow what was in her mouth, she stuffed another piece of lamb in. Eating too hastily, she finally choked. She patted her small chest twice, then picked up her bowl and gulped down the soup. Half a bowl of mutton soup down her throat finally loosened the lump in her throat. Ah, saved. Then, as if nothing had happened, she went back to stuffing her face. Gu Yao had wanted to help her daughter clear her throat when she saw her choking, but now realized it was completely unnecessary. She couldn't help but smile. Though Xiao Xinxin was exceptionally mischievous, this trait was actually quite admirable. She never whined or cried over minor setbacks. Even if she fell down, she'd just dust off her knees and keep running. Whereas most other kids would have burst into tears. But she showed no sign of crying at all. Gu Yao felt both love and exasperation toward her daughter. Ren Shui, sitting beside her, couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. "What's the matter? Do you think your daughter eats unpleasantly? Isn't that just how little kids are supposed to be? As long as she's enjoying her food, who cares about manners? But look around, which of these kids eats like her?" Gu Yao scanned the group again, confirming that Xiao Xinxin truly had the most unrestrained eating style here. That much was true, but Ren Shui found it rather adorable. Every child is unique. Take your Xixin, for instance. Yesterday, so many kids cried, but she and the two daughters from Chen Dad's family didn't shed a tear. Ren Shui took a bite of the lamb braised rice, its aroma making her eyes close in delight. This dish was absolutely amazing. The star ingredient, lamb, was needless to say richly fragrant and perfectly tender. The carrots offered a subtle sweetness that cut through the richness perfectly. But the absolute best part was the rice. It had perfectly absorbed the flavors of the lamb, carrots, and onions. Now that was a proper braised rice dish. Look at the stuff sold outside. The rice is just rice, the veggies are just veggies. The flavors never blend together at all. Chen Dad's daughter. Gu Yao spotted Nuonyu sitting with Xinxin and found Ruoruo. Not looking was bearable, but seeing it only made the pain worse. Nuonua's eating manners weren't exactly refined, but they were far better than Xixin's. At least she still maintained a semblance of ladylike decorum. Now look at Ruonua's eating manners, utterly elegant. She thought that if cutlery were provided, Ruonuan would definitely use it. She was so graceful, she looked like a little princess. Then she looked at her own daughter and couldn't help but sigh. If only she could be like the two daughters from Chen Dad's family. Gu Yao sighed. Ren Shui felt a bit awkward.
She'd intended for Gu Yao to see her daughter's strengths, but instead, she'd only made her feel more disheartened. Girls change a lot as they grow up. She'll be fine when she's older. Let's hope so. Gu Yao even began to doubt whether she'd ever find a husband, though it was far too early to be thinking about that now. She changed the subject. Ms. Renshue, if you have a baby, would you want a boy or a girl? Renshue's hand holding the chopsticks froze mid-air. She paused, taken aback. I'm not even sure if I'll have children at all. Gu Yao exclaimed in surprise, you're planning to be child-free? Of course not. It's just that I'm not sure. Not sure about what? Not sure if I can be a good enough mom. Renshue stole a glance at Chen Yu. I don't expect to be as good as Chen Dad, just half as good would be great. This resonated deeply with Gu Yao. Chen Yu truly was the best parent she'd ever met. No need to say more, just look at those two little ones, Nuonyuo and Wanwan. Chapter 157, impressed by Chef Xie and the principal. It was undoubtedly tied to Chen Yu's nurturing. Yeah, I'm nowhere near as good as Chen Dad either. Gu Yao had to admit she still had a lot to learn when it came to parenting. Though she and Xiao Xixin seemed quite harmonious now, they still argued quite often. Sometimes when she scolded her too harshly, Xiao Xixin would call her a mean mom and refuse to speak to her. Gu Yao felt like she was failing as a parent. If parenting required an exam, she felt she'd barely scrape by with a passing grade. She'd have to ask Mr. Chen for some parenting advice sometime. Just hypothetically, Gu Yao asked, if we had a child, would you prefer a boy or a girl? Renshue thought carefully for a moment. Probably a girl? Then what kind of personality would you want? Like my Xixin? Renshue gave an awkward laugh. Let's not go there. Your Xixin is great, but I'd be hopelessly smitten. Gu Yao had expected this answer and wasn't particularly disappointed. Then what kind would you want? If I could choose, someone like Nuonyuo or Wanwan. Sure enough, her own daughter had been rejected once again. Noticing Gu Yao's disappointment, Renshue smiled reassuringly. Actually, your Xixin is great too, so cheerful, lively, and energetic. Ms. Renshue, that sounds so fake. The subject of the conversation, Xiao Xixin, remained oblivious to the exchange, focused solely on devouring her meal. Before long, the small plate of grilled lamb was completely gone. Her eating speed put many boys to shame. Xiao Xixin licked her fingers, looking as though she still hadn't had her fill. Glancing sideways, she noticed Nuonyuo still had half a plate left untouched. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Nuonyuo, could I have a piece of that grilled lamb? Sure thing. Nuonyuo generously handed her a piece. The lamb shot into her mouth and vanished in seconds. Could I have another piece? Sure thing. This time, Nuonyuo didn't hand it to her. Instead, she placed the plate between them. Let's share. Compared to Xiao Xixin, Rowan's eating manners were far more elegant. It was like night and day. Unlike the other kids who slumped over the table, her upper body was perfectly straight. She picked up a piece of grilled lamb, dipped it in cumin just the right amount, not too much or too little, then placed it in her mouth. She chewed with her mouth closed, making no sound. Only after finishing one piece did she pick up the next. Unhurried and composed, she embodied grace, standing in stark contrast to the other children. Ruan Xiaoyan seemed a bit timid. After receiving her grilled lamb, she didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she watched Softy take a bite first, then mimicked her and ate one herself. Her expression instantly lit up with delight. This was truly delicious. Chen Yu also didn't rush to eat, instead observing the children as they ate. He noticed the little ones all loved the grilled lamb. But there was one problem, none of them were dipping it in the chai blossom sauce. He watched for a long time, and not a single one dipped it. Was the garlic flower sauce really that intimidating? He was quite eager for the kids to try it. It was the perfect pairing for lamb. He stood up and announced loudly, kids, this green stuff is chai blossom sauce. It tastes amazing with lamb. I'll try some first so you can see. He picked up a piece of lamb, dipped it in the sauce, and popped it into his mouth. He made a big noise on purpose, his expression clearly showing how much he was enjoying it. So delicious. Kids are natural mimics, and seeing him like that only piqued their curiosity. Soon, several children dipped their lamb slices in the sauce too. But they hesitated at the last moment. After all, the flavor was a bit strange. After a moment of internal struggle, they finally put the lamb in their mouths. One by one, they chewed with eyes closed and furrowed brows, as if ready to spit it out at any moment. But soon their frowns turned to smiles. This is so delicious. Way better than ketchup. I want some of that green sauce. Renshue and Gu Yao exchanged glances. They had been wondering what the green stuff was. Turns out it was chai blossom sauce. Neither had tried it, not knowing what it was. Teacher Renshue, won't you try this chai blossom sauce? Sure, I'll try it. Renshue smiled as she took a bite. Wow, this actually tastes pretty good. She had thought the kids' reactions were a bit over the top, but now she saw they weren't at all. The chai blossom sauce was the perfect match for lamb. Teeth pierced the crispy crust, releasing a burst of savory juices mingled with the smoky aroma of nature and charcoal. The lamb's richness was tamed by the bold, spicy kick of the chai blossoms, creating a playful tug-of-war in her mouth between the meat's hearty presence and the sauce's lively spirit. The savory, wild tang of the chai blossoms exploded at the corners of her mouth, delivering an unprecedented sensory thrill. Her expression was so exaggerated that Gu Yao was half skeptical, yet she still picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. The next second, she wore the same look of pure delight. This is seriously amazing. Chef Xia had intended to leave after preparing lunch, but curiosity kept him lingering to sample Chen Yu's cooking. Several dishes were laid out before him, and he had sampled each one in turn. It was nothing short of astonishing. What began as mild surprise turned into genuine amazement, and finally, profound admiration. He wasn't one to praise others lightly. But now he had to admit that, judging these dishes alone, he absolutely couldn't replicate Chen Yu's flavors. Of course, he didn't believe Chen Yu's culinary skills surpassed his own. A few dishes proved nothing. Besides, his specialty lay in Western cuisine, particularly French cooking. Chinese cuisine was merely his foundation. Yet this experience had earned Chen Yu his respect. He saw no issue with Chen Yu taking over as the kindergarten chef. In fact, it felt like Chen Yu was being underutilized. He even considered bringing Chen Yu on as his assistant. But upon learning Chen Yu had joined the kindergarten solely for his daughter, he abandoned the idea. What surprised him most was this chai blossom sauce. It was completely different from anything he'd ever used. Chen Yu hadn't just diluted it, he must have added something else. He planned to ask Chen Yu about it later and incorporate it into his own Western cuisine. The fusion of Western cuisine and chai blossom sauce, East meets West. Just thinking about it sounded fascinating. The principal had just finished her work and come to eat. With so much to handle at the start of the school year, she was starving. Ren Shui saw her arrive and stood up to serve her food, but the principal waved her off. She served herself a plateful and found a corner to eat quietly. The very first bite stunned her. Could this really be made by Chen Yu's parents? She began to suspect Chef Xia had actually prepared it. Could it be that Mr. Chen wasn't much of a cook, so Chef Xia stepped in instead? Chapter 158, The Kids Don't Like Nap Time. She'd have to ask Chef Xia about it later. Truthfully, she'd already braced herself. Even if Chen Yu's cooking turned out mediocre, it wouldn't matter. After all, the previous chef was an executive chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant. But Chen Yu's cooking was every bit as good as Chef Xia's, maybe even better. This left the principal utterly astonished. Watching the children eat with relish, Chen Yu decided to check on his own daughter. He walked over to Nua Nua and asked with a smile, "Nua Nua, is it tasty?" Nono looked up, her face beaming with joy, her lips still glistening with grease. She nodded vigorously. "Delicious. Daddy's lamb is so fragrant." Xiao Xinxin didn't hide her delight at all, her mouth stuffed full and her words muffled. Daddy Chen, this is so yummy." Hey, this little one was mimicking the two female teachers by calling him Dad Chen too. "You little rascal." Chen Yu ruffled her hair before turning back to look for Wan Wan. "Delicious," Wan Wan nodded, then elegantly took a bite of lamb. Beside them, Wan Xiaoyan looked a bit timid. Did you make all this?" Chen Yu smiled. "Yep. What do you think, little one?" The little one thought for a moment, then held up her small bowl timidly and asked, "Can I have another bowl?" Chen Yu hadn't expected her to be so quiet, but she was drinking the soup at a surprisingly fast pace. While Wan Wan had only taken a few spoonfuls from her bowl, the little girl had finished her entire small bowl. "Alright, I'll get you another bowl. But no more than 2 bowls anymore and your tummy will get too full." Chen Yu brought her another bowl, and the little one scooped it up and gulped it down. The little ones were all grabbing food with their hands, inevitably leaving some grease stains. But no one cared about that now. They were all immersed in the joy brought by the delicious food. "Daddy Chen, what is this stir-fried lamb offal?" Ruan Xiaoyan asked curiously, eyeing another dish on the tray. Chen Yu explained with a smile, "It's lamb offal, stir-fried until fragrant and delicious. You should try it." At the mention of lamb offal, Ruan Xiaoyan felt a little uneasy, glancing timidly at Ruan Wan. She'd never eaten anything like this before. Ruan Xiaoyan caught her gaze, picked up a piece, and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. This seemed to give Ruan Xiaoyan the courage she needed, and she cautiously took a bite. Surprisingly, though the stir-fried mutton offal had a unique texture, the seasoning was superb. The rich, spicy flavor made her appetite soar. "Wow," she exclaimed in delight. "This is delicious too." Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Yu couldn't shake the feeling that Wan Wan was going out of her way to look after Ruan Xiaoyan. Could it be that he was experiencing the joy of being an older sister through her? Chen Yu took this opportunity to observe all the children closely. If he became a kindergarten chef, he'd inevitably interact with the children. Each child had a different personality, so it would be good to understand them in advance. He thought most of them were quite well behaved, with no particularly mischievous types. Even Xiao Xinxin was quite pleasant. The truly unruly ones couldn't even eat properly. They wander around with their bowls, even snatching food from other children. But Chen Yu hadn't seen that kind of behavior yet. He also found the little boy he'd been curious about, Yang Shi. Unlike his father's nouveau riche appearance, the child was fair-skinned, delicate-featured, and somewhat shy. The thought of such a delicate little boy growing up to be as burly and rough as his father was hard for Chen Yu to fathom.
Speaking of which, Nono Wan is so adorable now. Will she turn ugly when she grows up?
After all, there are plenty of child stars who end up looking awkward as they grow up. The most familiar example to most people is probably Xiao Yu from Home with Kids. As a child, he was a cute little chubby kid, all plump and adorable. He turned out okay as an adult, but he wasn't cute anymore. He had a completely different style. The children had nearly finished their meals.
Ren Shui stood up and smiled at the children. Kids, this whole roasted lamb was made by Uncle Chen Yu Chen Nua and Chen Ruan's dad. Isn't he amazing?
Awesome, the children answered in unison, lavishing praise on Chen Yu without hesitation.
So how should we thank Uncle Chen Yu?
Ren Shui guided them at just the right moment.
The children thought for a moment, then shouted in unison, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, you're the best."
Hearing the children's gratitude, Chen Yu felt a surge of pride. Looking at this group of innocent children, he felt all his hard work had been worth it.
"I'm glad you enjoyed it," Chen Yu said with a smile.
It wasn't just me, the two teachers and the kitchen staff worked hard too. At the same time, he felt a bit embarrassed, being showered with such effusive praise from so many little ones all at once. Chef Xia felt a bit sour hearing this.
Hey, why aren't they thanking me? After lunch came nap time.
But today was different.
Ren Shui decided to add an impromptu activity, a walk.
The little ones had eaten far too much, and going straight to sleep now would likely give them stomachaches. So she decided to take them for a walk first. It had rained last night, and today the skies had cleared, making for lovely weather. Kids, how about I take you all for a walk?
Ren Shui asked with a smile.
Yes, the children agreed immediately. It wasn't so much that they wanted to go for a walk, but rather that they wanted to avoid napping. The little ones were full of energy and hated sleeping the most.
For them, any activity that meant avoiding sleep was a good activity. Yesterday's downpour not only cooled the air considerably but also brought in a fresh breeze.
After a downpour, the weather is always beautiful, and today was no exception. Sunlight streamed unobstructed through the clouds, warming everyone's skin and making the little ones feel cozy. The rain-washed sky stretched out in brilliant blue.
Large puffs of clouds resembled cotton candy, dotted across the sky.
A faint rainbow could be glimpsed on the horizon, hiding behind the clouds. What beautiful weather! Behind the kindergarten was a small playground, complete with a synthetic track and artificial turf. Ren Shui and Gu Yao led the way, with the little ones trailing behind as they strolled around the playground. What frustrated the two women was that even though they were leading the group, the little ones refused to follow them.
Instead, they all gathered around Chen Yu, chattering away non-stop.
This left Chen Yu scrambling to answer each of their questions one by one, and he was really struggling to keep up. At this age, many children still spoke unclearly, making it even harder to understand them. Not wanting to ignore any child, he could only guess and bluff his way through. The two female teachers exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. What could they do? His cooking was simply irresistible. One meal had won over the stomachs of all the little ones. Before long, they grew tired from walking and simply lay down on the lawn, rolling around.
Chapter 159, The Sous Chef Spots Reserved for You.
The world of children is so joyful, every day is carefree.
Xiao Xinxin was undoubtedly having the most fun.
She treated the lawn like her bed, rolling back and forth across it. Watching her, Gu Yao couldn't help but want to pull her up.
Rolling around on the ground like that, does she even care about her clothes anymore?
Xiao Xinxin didn't seem to care, but it was always Gu Yao who ended up doing the laundry. Often the washing machine couldn't get them clean, forcing her to scrub them by hand, a real pain to wash. And now she's gone and turned this into her bed.
Ren Shui quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Let the little one play. But she's getting all the clothes dirty. Getting clothes dirty is perfectly normal for kids. We'll just wash them when we get home. Look how happy she is. Seeing Xiao Xinxin's smiling face, Gu Yao said no more. She had to admit, the little one really was beaming with joy. Wait, when was this girl ever unhappy?
Only when she scolded her would she maintain a sad expression for a moment. Then she'd forget all about it and run off somewhere to play like crazy. The words sadness and grief simply didn't apply to her little girl.
Ren Shui clapped her hands with a smile. Kids, it's time for bed. Line up nicely.
At the mention of nap time, many of the little ones looked reluctant. They were bursting with energy and didn't want to sleep at all. But under Ren Shui's guidance, they obediently formed a line and headed toward the nap room. Compared to the harmony during lunch, nap time was the real challenge.
Children are naturally energetic. Getting them to eat in half an hour was no problem, but getting them to lie down quietly with their eyes closed for half an hour? That was another story. Ren Shui and Gu Yao quickly began their nap supervision duties.
This was a warm battlefield where the teacher's patient guidance was indispensable.
Chen Yu joined them to check on the little one's nap environment.
Dozens of lemon-yellow wooden cribs were packed tightly together, like a fleet of plump moon boats, each carrying a fluffy quilt printed with cartoon patterns.
Light blue curtains filtered sunlight, casting wavy patterns across the floor. The overall atmosphere was quite cozy.
Little ones, lie down on your beds and close your eyes. Nuanhua and Ruanhuan required no prompting, both settled onto their beds in no time. Ren Shui walked over to Nuonhuo and gently tucked the corner of her blanket in. After a delicious lunch, Nuonhuo's sun-like energy seemed to have faded considerably. She gave a small yawn and laid down obediently. Ruanhuan, however, adopted a completely different approach to nap time. She climbed into bed early, lying down elegantly like a little adult, tucked in under the covers with her hands at her sides. As for little Xiao Xinxin, she remained the energetic little troublemaker. She tossed and turned on the bed, kicking off her blanket one moment, then trying to climb up to talk to her little friends beside her the next. Ren Shui walked over, both amused and exasperated. She gently pressed down on her shoulders and said softly, "Xinxin, sleep well now. Otherwise, you won't feel refreshed when you wake up, and you won't be able to play properly this afternoon." Xiao Xinxin stuck out her tongue but obediently closed her eyes. As for little Ruan Xiaoyan, being timid, she always felt a bit uneasy during nap time. She clutched her little blanket tightly, as if worried some monster might crawl out. Gu Yao walked over to tuck her in and noticed her little hands clutching tightly. She crouched down and said gently, "Xiaoyan, you're holding on too tightly to your blanket. I can't tuck you in like this." Ruan Xiaoyan hesitated before finally releasing her grip, allowing Gu Yao to tuck her in properly. Only after getting all the children settled in bed did Ren Shui and Gu Yao straighten up, feeling utterly exhausted. Phew, finally got all the little ones settled. That was exhausting. Gu Yao patted her waist. It was exhausting, but it feels rewarding, doesn't it? Ren Shui smiled. Looking at the room full of children sleeping peacefully, it did feel incredibly rewarding. But the exhaustion was real. "You two teachers have worked so hard," Chen Yu said with a smile. Having experienced it firsthand, he now understood just how challenging kindergarten teaching truly was. Take putting them to sleep, for instance. Most people couldn't handle it. Most children are well behaved, but encountering one or two troublemakers makes it incredibly difficult. Some kids would fuss about not wanting to sleep, running around the room and disturbing others. Others might close their eyes now, but the moment the teacher leaves, they start chatting with others. So during the half-hour nap time, they have to make multiple rounds to check on the children. Not at all. If we're talking about hard work, it's Mr. Chen who has it the toughest, Ren Shui said. Yeah, I'd much rather put them to sleep than cook lunch for all these little ones. They all hoped Chen Yu would stay, because his cooking was truly delicious. But there was another reason too. Compared to Chef Xia's stern demeanor, Chen Yu had a much more easygoing personality. Of course, they preferred working with someone so easygoing and handsome to boot. But that decision rested with the principal. Chen Yu was soon invited to the principal's office. The principal first offered him a cup of tea, thanking him for preparing lunch for the children. "Mr. Chen, this roast lamb is truly exceptional, even better than what Chef Xia makes." Chen Yu smiled. "Not at all. It's all thanks to Chef Xia helping me out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to manage. I spoke with old Xia earlier, and he also praised your culinary skills. Our Spring Sprout Kindergarten would like to formally invite you to join us as a chef. What do you think?" The subsequent discussion covered specific details. This included working hours, salary, vacation time, benefits, and so on. Chen Yu wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. He wasn't taking the job for the money, but to cook for his daughters himself. Plus, he could see his two daughters all the time. How wonderful. He felt cheerful and full of energy at work. So he agreed without much hesitation. The two signed the contract on the spot. "Mr. Chen, welcome to Spring Sprout Kindergarten," the principal smiled, extending her hand. Since the chef only needed to prepare lunch, the children all went home for dinner. So there was nothing more for Chen Yu to do. He bid farewell to the principal and prepared to head home. Unexpectedly, Chef Xia was waiting for him at the entrance. Spotting him, Chef Xia stepped forward. "Staying on as chef?" "Yes. Honestly, with your skills, you could easily land a job as an executive chef at a high-end restaurant. Working at a kindergarten feels like a waste of your talent." Chen Yu smiled. "This is perfect. I get to be with my daughter. A restaurant wouldn't offer that kind of flexibility." True. Since he made up his mind, Chef Xia didn't press the issue. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Chen Yu. "If you ever change your mind, give me a call. The sous chef position is yours if you want it." Chapter 160, Sneaking the Offal Back. "Chef Xia, I'll give it serious thought." Chen Yu smiled as he accepted the card. Though he had no intention of going, he still had to save face. Besides, Chef Xia was an executive chef, yet he was so courteous. "Then I won't keep you any longer. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out anytime." After bidding Chef Xia farewell, Chen Yu headed home for a nap. When he woke up, it was already past 3 o'clock. He updated another chapter of Shuken Beta, then headed to the kindergarten early to pick up his daughter. Unsurprisingly, he was first again. Ren Shui even snapped a photo and shared it in the parent group chat. "Daddy Chen Yu has been first for 2 days straight. I wonder if any parent will beat him tomorrow?" Her purpose in posting this wasn't to spark a race among parents to see who could arrive earliest. Rather, she wanted to remind parents to prioritize their children. After all, parenting doesn't require any exams, and not everyone is qualified.
Working is certainly understandable.
But some parents think leaving their child at kindergarten is no big deal, and picking them up late is fine.
They don't realize this repeatedly disappoints their child.
Why do other kids' parents arrive so early, while mine are always the last to show up?
Over time, this can foster feelings of inferiority in children. She'd seen parents like this before.
With Mr. Chen being so proactive, he's the perfect role model to showcase.
The moment Chen Yu appeared today, he was greeted by a chorus of Daddy Chen. The children waved their little hands in greeting when they saw him.
Gaining children's friendship was easy, all it took was playing with them for a while or making a delicious lunch.
Nuonyuo and Wanwan naturally drew envious glances from many children. Mr. Chen, first place again today?
Ren Shui greeted him with a smile.
Hey, I'm just an unemployed bum. I don't have a job like the other parents. How can you be unemployed? Aren't you coming to work as a chef at the kindergarten?
Chen Yu tapped his head.
Right, look at my memory, I almost forgot. In the span of a lunch break, he'd become the kindergarten's cook.
The shift in roles happened so abruptly he hadn't quite adjusted yet.
Teacher Rin Shui, we'll be heading out now. Be careful on your way home. Bye, Teacher Rin Shui. See you tomorrow, Nua and Wan.
After bidding farewell to Rin Shui, Chen Yu got into the car with his two daughters. On the way, he bought a cotton candy that looked as beautiful as big, fluffy clouds. Since Chen Yu rarely let them have sweets, the two little ones were thrilled to get the cotton candy and couldn't wait to take a bite. With a gentle nibble, the gauzy cotton candy melted in their mouths, coating their entire palates with sweet syrup that warmed their hearts.
So sweet. Delicious. It tastes like strawberry.
Watching the little girl in the backseat with a blissful expression, Chen Yu felt this was the true meaning of life. He'd often heard people say that once you have a daughter, your whole life revolves around her.
At first, he hadn't quite believed it.
But once he actually had a daughter, he realized it was absolutely true. These past 2 months, his life had truly revolved entirely around his two daughters. He hadn't even had time to hang out with his roommates. He vowed to catch up with them properly soon, to see how everyone was doing. After getting home, he busied himself making dinner while letting the two little ones play on their own.
Gu Yao also brought her daughter home early.
Originally, she was responsible for picking up the kids from school today, and she had to wait until the last child was picked up by their parents before she could go home. She pleaded with Rin Shui to switch shifts with her. Because she'd suddenly decided to tackle a major project, recreating braised lamb rice and stir-fried lamb offal. She had watched Chen Yu cook carefully while he was preparing the meal.
Gu Yao was now quite confident she could whip up a delicious dinner. While she couldn't guarantee a perfect replica, achieving half the original flavor should be a breeze.
That girl Xiao Xinxin kept saying her cooking was terrible. Today was her chance to prove herself. Gu Yao felt a blazing fire ignite atop her head, setting her entire being ablaze. But the next second, she froze.
What was the first step again?
Xiao Xinxin, peering through the door crack, shook her head in disappointment at the sight. A culinary disaster is a culinary disaster.
Looks like today's meal is going to be super gross again. Thankfully, she'd secretly stashed a few pieces of lamb offal that Uncle Chen had prepared.
Though her pockets were now greasy, she knew she'd get scolded again. But it was worth it all for the sake of delicious food.
Gu Yao pulled out her little notebook and studied it carefully.
Thankfully, she'd jotted down the basic steps that morning, otherwise, she'd have forgotten most of it already. Her handwriting was messy from writing too quickly, but she could still make it out.
Alright, I'll follow this.
Just as she was about to start, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Bing was back.
Honey, Xinxin, Daddy's home. Daddy!
Xiao Xinxin heard the voice and ran out, throwing herself into Xiao Bing's arms.
You're home so early today? Gu Yao was a bit surprised and set down the lamb to greet him.
I learned a new trick from a colleague today, so I took the day off specially to make some lamb soup for you all to taste my cooking. Xiao Bing lifted the large chunks of lamb in the bag, smiling broadly. He was a programmer whose daily life revolved around tedious coding. His income was decent, but overtime was a daily occurrence, and the grueling 9 to 9, 6 to 6 schedule was the norm.
His unusually early return today naturally surprised Gu Yao. Gu Yao's expression froze, slowly turning grim.
Father and daughter followed her gaze to see a plate of stir-fried mutton offal that had appeared on the floor at some point.
Time seemed to freeze in that instant.
The silence was broken by another piece of offal tumbling out of Xiao Xinxin's pocket.
To Gu Yao, it seemed to fall in slow motion, landing gently on the floor.
Xiao Bing immediately released his daughter and covered her ears. His movements were fluid and practiced. Then a thunderous roar echoed through the room.
Xiao Xinxin!
Gu Yao sat on the sofa with her arms crossed. Xiao Xinxin stood before her with her head bowed, pulling pieces of mutton offal out of her pockets one by one.
5 or 6 pieces lay scattered on the table. Any more? None left. Really? Really?
Xiao Xinxin nodded vigorously.
Gu Yao frowned, ready to toss the offal, but reconsidered. They could still be eaten after reheating. It wouldn't be right to waste food. What's this?
Xiao Bing picked up a piece curiously and gave it a sniff. The aroma hit him like a wave, and before he knew it, his mouth started watering.
This stuff looks pretty tasty. Leftovers from lunch, she actually stuffed them in her pocket and brought them home. Gu Yao said with a sigh. Her cooking might be a tad off, but this was taking it too far. Would she rather eat cold offal than her freshly cooked meal? Chapter 161, Cooking Skills Learned from Dad Chen. Xiao Bing burst out laughing upon hearing this.
He knew Gu Yao's cooking skills all too well, they were truly dreadful.
Luckily, he had to work overtime and ate out almost every day. His daughter, however, suffered daily from those culinary disasters, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Though his own cooking was pretty awful too, to be fair. Gu Yao shot him a withering glare, instantly wiping the smirk off his face. He adopted a stern, serious expression. Xin, I'm not trying to lecture you, but cold food can easily upset your stomach. Please don't do this anymore.
That said, he couldn't resist the aroma himself and popped a piece of mutton offal into his mouth.
The next second, his eyes lit up in utter astonishment. These mutton offal were incredibly delicious. He was eating the stomach part. Even cold, it remained crispy, and the seasoning didn't mask the meat's natural flavor, it actually enhanced it. The only downside was that it wasn't spicy enough, just a faint hint of heat. It could have used a bit more heat. He reached for a second piece but retracted his hand at Gu Yao's glare. He scratched his head. Who made these mutton offal? They're pretty good. The new chef at the kindergarten, a parent of one of the students. A parent with cooking skills like this? Impressive. That's not the point. Gu Yao glared at him. Can you please keep your daughter in check? Xiao Bing quickly tried to smooth things over. I already talked to her. Tonight I'll show off my skills, you'll get to taste my cooking. Gu Yao felt a bit awkward. I've been learning from the kindergarten chef too. I was planning to make braised lamb rice and stir-fried lamb offal. Xiao Bing chuckled at the idea. No problem. I'll make lamb soup while you handle the rice and offal. That way we'll have soup, rice, and dishes all covered. No sooner said than done, the two headed straight into the kitchen to get busy. She also warned Xiao Xinshan not to eat any snacks, or she wouldn't have room for their big meal later. Xiao Xinshan nodded silently, but inside she felt deeply disheartened. She certainly wasn't looking forward to her parents' so-called feast. They'd said this before, and every time the result was, well, let's just say it was hard to describe. The real pity was Mr. Chen's mutton offal stew. She'd endured the entire afternoon, only giving in to a single piece just before school let out. In the past, she'd devour anything tasty immediately she'd made real progress. But then it was snatched away without mercy. Bad dad, bad mom. With two stovetops, each person had their own, so neither was held up. Gu Yao and Xiao Bing were brimming with competitive spirit, as if they were in a contest. Both had been personally labeled by their daughter as culinary disasters, but now that they'd each learned a new trick, they naturally wanted to prove their cooking skills. Each harbored a stubborn determination. I'm using the sink. I'm using it first. Ha! One look from Gu Yao, and Xiao Bing instantly backed down, obediently giving up the sink. As for being afraid of his wife? He'd never admit it, not even if his life depended on it. He always claimed publicly that he doted on his wife, not that he was afraid of her. There was an essential difference between the two. He could fool his buddies, but he couldn't fool himself. Gu Yao began following the instructions in her notebook. Xiao Bing also had a notebook, but its contents were far more detailed than Gu Yao's. As a programmer, he was exceptionally meticulous. Every ingredient in his notebook was followed by a number accurate down to the gram. Gu Yao stole a glance and felt a twinge of unease. Oh no, her husband really came prepared this time. Mistake, she should have asked Chen Dad for the exact quantities. So she made an excuse to go to the bathroom and secretly sent a message to Chen Yu, asking for the exact quantities and ratios. She waited for a long time but received no reply. Chen Yu was busy cooking dinner for his family, how could he possibly reply to her message? Gu Yao had no choice but to rely on her own experience. When she came out, she saw Xiao Bing still mixing the seasonings, muttering to himself as he worked. 1 star anise, 2 cloves, 3 pieces of cinnamon bark, 3 grams of angelica root, 50 grams of lamb tail fat, 30 milliliters of white wine. He repeatedly measured with his hands, afraid of even the slightest deviation. She regretted not buying a small kitchen scale for experiments on the way, estimating by hand was just too inaccurate. Watching him, Gu Yao inwardly rolled her eyes. Did he have to be so old-fashioned? What the heck is white wine doing in lamb soup for my daughter? Ah, right. Xiao Bing slapped his forehead. I won't add the white wine then. But if I don't follow the recipe, won't the flavor be way off? Xiao Bing finally measured out all the ingredients and began simmering the lamb soup. To her astonishment, he even produced a stopwatch from somewhere. Bro, you're making soup. That takes at least an hour. What the heck is that stopwatch for? Facing Gu Yao's questioning look, Xiao Bing gave her a look that said, you just don't get it. Blanching takes 5 minutes. After 20 minutes on high heat, switch to low. Add white radish 30 minutes before serving, then salt in the final 10 minutes. It's all planned down to the second, not a moment more or less. Gu Yao's lips twitched slightly at the explanation.
She finally understood Xiao Bing was determined to prove his culinary skills and challenge her head-to-head. It seemed this wasn't just a cooking contest, the outcome might very well affect their standing in the household. That thought made losing even more unthinkable. But Chen Dad still hadn't replied to her message. What on earth was he doing? Gu Yao never got a message from Chen Yu, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and keep cooking. Following the steps in the little notebook, she started with the lamb braised rice. This part was relatively straightforward. She stir-fried the lamb over high heat, added carrots until tender, then spread the rice evenly over the meat. Now it was just a matter of waiting for time to turn it into a delicious meal. Then she'd have to wait a while. There were only 2 stovetops, and Xiao Bing was occupying the other one. Once Xiao Bing transferred the lamb to the pressure cooker, she could finally start stir-frying her vegetables. Hey! I need that pot later. We agreed 1 per person. Xiao Bing immediately protested. What's the rush? I'll have the lamb awful stir-fried in no time. Gu Yao stared blankly at the densely packed cleaning instructions in the notebook. This is way too complicated. So she decisively pared down the 4 required offal types to just 1 lamb tripe. Stir-frying tripe should be pretty much the same as stir-frying offal, right? Then she began cleaning the tripe. Cleaning sheep stomach involves 4 steps. The first step is the initial rinse. Gu Yao picked out the tripe, rinsed it thoroughly under running water, and cut it into large pieces. She sprinkled coarse salt and flour over it, then began kneading to remove the surface mucus. She turned the tripe inside out and tore off the yellow membrane lining, the key to eliminating the gamey smell. The pungent, gamey smell nearly made Gu Yao gag. She thought to herself, Dad Chen didn't seem to have such a strong odor when he washed it. Chen Yu used freshly slaughtered lamb, air-freighted after being flash-frozen. The lamb meat was also of exceptionally high quality. But she had bought the offal from the supermarket. The two were simply incomparable. Chapter 162, Is Mr. Chen free? Need help ASAP. Gu Yao fought back the urge to vomit and finally managed to remove all the membranes. She sealed the trash bag tightly, and the smell did indeed lessen considerably. She then scrubbed the creases with a toothbrush dipped in white vinegar. Placing the offal in cold water with ginger slices and cooking wine, she brought it to a boil before removing it. She added oil to the pan, ready to stir-fry. Xiao Bing asked curiously, Aren't we stir-frying mutton offal? Why is there only tripe? Gu Yao shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Tripe is awful too. 5 minutes later, she ended up with a plate of stir-fried tripe that looked absolutely terrible. It bore a suspicious grayish-brown hue, with charred patches clinging to the edges. Clearly the heat was too high. Disaster. The knife work was disastrous, a chaotic jumble of hair-thin shreds and finger-thick strips, with ginger pieces varying wildly in size. Fail. This dish should have been finished with a light starch slurry, but the thick sauce revealed starch overload at least double the proper amount. Fail. In short, this stir-fried lamb tripe was a failure among failures. Gu Yao watched, feeling like crying. Wait, I made stir-fried lamb tripe, right? What the hell is this blackened mess? Could you please get off my plate? This is what you learned from the kindergarten cook? Xiao Bing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. He'd actually felt a bit queasy after eating that piece of mutton offal. No exaggeration, it was the best mutton offal he'd ever tasted in his life. Even though it had gone cold, it didn't diminish its status in his mind one bit. If Gu Yao could perform at even 50% of her potential, he'd be certain to lose. And Gu Yao didn't disappoint him. 50%? Not even 10%. Laugh? Laugh my ass. Gu Yao, furious, shoved a charred piece of sheep's stomach into his mouth. Then she stuffed it in his mouth. Try this piece of tripe and tell me how it tastes. As for why she didn't eat it herself? Well, she certainly wouldn't dare. This tripe was practically charcoal black, no sane person would dare eat it. Xiao Bing frantically blinked his eyes in protest, his mouth already filled with a smoky flavor. The problem was this wasn't smoked ham, it was stir-fried mutton offal. This wasn't how it was supposed to taste. But Gu Yao wouldn't let it go, insisting he try it. Xiao Bing had no choice but to close his eyes and chew, his face contorted in agony. After dozens of chews, he finally swallowed the lamb stomach. Did he not want to swallow it sooner? It was simply impossible to swallow. It was rock hard and incredibly tough to chew. And this particular piece was especially large, it took several attempts to swallow it. Only then did Gu Yao release her grip. Tell me how it tastes. How to put it? It has this unique smoky flavor, really chewy. Great for practicing your teeth. Gu Yao understood exactly what he meant and hung her head in disappointment. She'd followed the recipe in the little notebook exactly. How did it turn into something completely different? Xiao Bing chuckled reassuringly, You just didn't get the heat control right. If I'd known, I would have lent you my stopwatch. What are you bloating about? My lamb rice stew isn't even done yet. It'll definitely beat your lamb soup. Gu Yao wasn't about to concede defeat so easily. Stir-frying mutton offal demanded precise timing, but braised lamb rice surely didn't, right? Ding ding ding. As the timer chimed, Xiao Bing flung the lid off the pot. Thick white steam billowed up, filling the air with an enticing aroma.
Xiaobing took a deep breath. Ha, my lamb soup is finally done. Gu Yao deliberately held her breath to avoid inhaling the scent, but the aroma stubbornly crept into her nostrils. It smells so good. I really want to have some. Gu Yao, caught in this thought, quickly shook her head. No, what's so great about that lousy mutton soup? Could anything made by that jerk Xiaobing possibly taste good? Just then, the lamb rice stew was ready. She confidently lifted the lid. Then she was shocked to discover too much water. The lamb rice stew had turned into lamb porridge. Since it had been covered with a damp cloth earlier, she hadn't been able to see the actual situation. It was too late to fix it now. She could continue simmering it for a while longer until all the liquid evaporated. But doing that would definitely ruin the flavor of the lamb rice stew. Either way, both dishes she made were now declared failures. Xiaobing couldn't suppress the smirk on his face when he saw that huge pot of watery porridge. What's there to compare? Regardless of the taste, his dish was at least a pot of mutton soup. Now look at these two things Gu Yao made. That so-called stir-fried mutton offal somehow shrank down to just stir-fried mutton tripe. Stir-fried lamb tripe would have been bad enough, but it ended up looking like a lump of charcoal. And that lamb rice stew? Well, it did stew, but it turned into lamb porridge. Is the kindergarten chef really that bad? He felt he could handle it too. Ms. Gu Yao, what did I tell you? Cooking is like writing code, it requires precision. Your attitude just won't cut it. There was no measuring cup at home, but he'd precisely calculated that one bowl held 340 milliliters. Even when adding water to the pot just now, he strictly followed the milliliter measurements. With precision like this, how could you possibly compare to me? Just as defeat seemed inevitable, Chen Yu suddenly replied. Gu Yao clutched at this lifeline and hurriedly sent a message. Dad Chen, are you free? I really need your help. Chen Yu actually wanted to pretend he was busy. Requests for help usually meant trouble. But he still replied, just about to cook the second dish. What's up? Can we video call? I want to learn from you. Chen Yu typed 3 question marks in a row. What kind of move is this, teaching cooking over video? Gu Yao briefly explained the situation. Please, Chen Dad. I can't lose to Xixin's dad. Though he found it odd, Chen Yu hesitated briefly before agreeing. After all, Gu Yao was a kindergarten teacher, it couldn't hurt to maintain good relations. Besides, he needed to cook anyway, a quick video call wouldn't affect him. Soon the video connected, and Chen Yu's face appeared on the screen. Mr. Chen, please help me. No problem. You should have these ingredients at home, right? Chen Yu gestured toward the cutting board beside him. Potatoes, carrots, baby bok choy, shiitake mushrooms. I should have them all. I'll go find them. Gu Yao secured her phone before rummaging through the ingredients. Xiaobing glanced over curiously. Is this the kindergarten chef? He's kind of handsome. Xiaobing was actually quite handsome himself, but he couldn't compare to Chen Yu. Plus, due to the nature of his programmer job, he was already showing signs of balding at such a young age. Chen Yu on the other end of the screen spotted him too and greeted him with a smile. You must be Xinxin's dad. My name is Chen Yu. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Xinxin's dad, Xiaobing. Just then, Gu Yao returned with the ingredients she'd found. Mr. Chen, I found most of them, but I couldn't find those little white mushrooms. Chapter 163, I could never master that plating skill. Those are crab mushrooms. No big deal if we don't have them. He was preparing a mixed vegetable dish anyway, one more or less wouldn't make much difference. Yesterday he'd stewed a huge pot of lamb ribs, and today they'd had a whole lamb feast for lunch. The amount of meat they'd eaten these past 2 days was indeed a bit much. Sure, it was time to put on some autumn weight, but this wasn't the way to do it. So Chen Yu planned to make extra veggies to help the little ones trim down. A mixed vegetable dish was a perfect choice. It included all kinds of vegetables, and the vibrant colors would make the finished dish look appealing. Alright, I'm starting now. Follow along with me. Okay. Gu Yao nodded vigorously. Following the notes alone, she'd struggle with timing the cooking, measuring seasonings, and other issues. But following along face to face, she should be able to get it right? Gu Yao felt quite confident. Xiaobing also leaned in, wanting to see how Chen Yu cooked. After all, someone who could make such delicious mutton offal couldn't possibly be a bad cook. It was just that his wife hadn't quite mastered the art yet. Starting with prep work, Chen Yu sliced ingredients while guiding the camera. He deliberately slowed down to ensure Gu Yao could follow along. Asparagus was cut diagonally into segments, reserving the tender tips. Cut 5 or 6 small tomatoes in half. Cut green, red, and yellow bell peppers into thin diamond-shaped slices. Shred the purple cabbage into thin strips. By this point, Gu Yao had completed everything smoothly. It didn't require any advanced knife skills. Even if she chopped a bit slower, it wasn't difficult at all. Next came the stir-frying. Just as Chen Yu was about to add the vegetables to the pan, Gu Yao suddenly interrupted him. Wait a moment, Dad Chen. First tell me how high to set the heat, 1/4, 1/3, or full blast. Unconsciously, she had picked up Xiaobing's habit. What could she do? That plate of charred, rock-hard stir-fried sheep stomach was staring right back at her. She was terrified of messing up the heat again, that would mean losing to Xiao Bing completely. Chen Yu felt both amused and exasperated. Who needs precision? Just crank it up to high heat. If all else fails, watch the color. Stir-frying vegetables generally requires high heat and quick cooking. This maximizes moisture retention, keeps leaves vibrant, promotes the Maillard reaction, and enhances aroma. The few exceptions were root vegetables and beans, which required prolonged cooking to ensure thorough doneness. Some of these were blanched in boiling water for just half a minute before being removed. Then sauté garlic slices until fragrant before adding the vegetables and stir-frying over high heat. Just before serving, add seasonings like salt and black pepper, then drizzle with lemon juice. Midway through, she executed a dramatic watos for show. The entire process took just a minute and a half, a remarkably swift performance. Gu Yao hadn't even registered what was happening before the dish was done. Wait. Shin Dad, that was way too fast, I didn't even register what happened. Gu Yao exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yu and Xiao Bing both felt their eyes twitch slightly. Why did that sound so strange? Despite being accused of being too fast, Chen Yu patiently guided her. Finally, she successfully stir-fried a plate of mixed vegetables. And it looked pretty good, too bright and fresh, with barely any liquid in the pan. The entire stir-fry process used not a single drop of water, only a minimal amount of light soy sauce. The minimal sauce meant the juices were locked in, barely spilling over. Gu Yao looked at the dish with satisfaction. At the very least, in terms of presentation, it blew her plate of mutton offal out of the water. Dad Chen, how do you think I did? Pretty good. Chen Yu nodded. Xiao Bing wasn't panicking yet. This mixed vegetable dish looked pretty good, but it was still just a plate of greens. Xiao Xinxin didn't like greens anyway, how could it possibly compete with his mutton soup? Gu Yao was all set to post a joyful update on her social feed when she saw Chen Yu holding a knife in one hand and a piece of carrot in the other. Within seconds, a small flower blossomed in his hand. The presentation needs to be more appealing, kids are all visual creatures. Chen Yu picked up his chopsticks and worked swiftly. The once piled vegetables quickly transformed. Purple cabbage formed the base, laid out in a winding S-shaped path. Asparagus spears were arranged side by side like a fence to divide the sections. He used only half the bell peppers for the stir-fry, the remaining half had been pureed and now came in handy. The tiny caps of the king oyster mushrooms faced upward, planted into the bell pepper puree. Combined with bell pepper slices and tomato wedges, they unexpectedly formed the shape of a house. 3 differently colored sauces were piped alongside, not only visually appealing, but also perfect for dipping to add flavor variations. A blooming carrot flower stood beside it. Even Michelin-starred restaurants would be envious of this plating. Is this even food? It's clearly a work of art. Gu Yao stared in astonishment, finally realizing just how far she had to go. This level of plating skill was beyond her reach. She glanced at the masterpiece on the screen, then back at the vegetable pile on her own plate. Gu Yao instantly lost her appetite. Xiao Bing, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this plating technique was a bit tricky. Gu Yao wouldn't be able to master it. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble. Forget kids, even he was about to be blown away by Chen Yu's plating. This level of skill was too good to be wasted on a kindergarten chef. Daddy Chen, isn't this arrangement way too difficult? Gu Yao fiddled with her chopsticks for a moment before giving up immediately. This was genuinely impossible to replicate. Even if your eyes and mind say you can do it, your hands just won't cooperate. Chen Yu smiled reassuringly, it's okay. Taste is what matters most, presentation is just the icing on the cake. He then guided Gu Yao in preparing the main dish, omelette rice. The ingredients needed were eggs, steamed rice, chopped onions, diced carrots, corn kernels, diced ham, and nori sheets. Day-old rice is ideal for achieving that distinct, separate grain texture when stir-fried. But freshly steamed rice works too. He heated oil in a pan, then added the vegetables and ham cubes once hot. Add the rice and stir-fry everything together. Spray oil in a skillet. Once hot, pour in the beaten eggs and cook until partially set. Place the stir-fried rice on top, then fold the omelette over once it sets. A simple omelette rice dish is ready. Draw lines with ketchup and salad dressing, then sprinkle with shredded nori. Gu Yao had been doing well up until this point, but she misjudged the heat while frying the egg. Still, she managed to get the omelette rice to hold its shape. This omelette rice actually looked pretty good. Xiao Bing was already feeling pretty unconfident. The other team called in reinforcements at the last minute, and not just any reinforcements, but a big shot. This competition isn't fair. Seeing the mixed vegetables and omelette rice, Gu Yao's confidence soared. Now what could Xiao Bing's lamb soup possibly do to win? Xinxin, come taste mom's cooking, she called to her daughter eagerly. Xiao Xinxin was engrossed in playing with her toys and responded reluctantly. She knew her parents' cooking skills all too well. If Gu Yao hadn't said that, it would have been fine. It meant she was making something she'd done countless times before. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be that terrible. But the moment she uttered those words, Xinxuan knew it was time to be on guard. Chapter 164, Why is mine so ugly? It meant she'd watched another cooking tutorial and was now rushing to try it out. And the results are usually super gross. Mom, can I skip eating it?
Xiao Xinxin lifted her little face reluctantly.
What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? Go wash your hands and try it, I promise it's delicious. Gu Yao was confident.
Not so much in herself, but in Chen Dad. Once Xiao Xinxin washed her hands and entered the kitchen, she sniffed the air and was surprised to detect a pleasant aroma. Then she saw the assorted vegetables, omelette rice, and lamb soup laid out on the table.
The presentation was surprisingly appealing. She couldn't help but swallow hard.
Her parents' cooking had never made her feel hungry before.
What was going on today? Xinxin, try them and pick your favorite. Gu Yao handed her a spoon. Both parents watched their daughter expectantly, curious which dish she would choose. Just as Xiao Xinxin took the spoon to taste, Nua appeared on the screen.
Drawn by the aroma, she wandered into the kitchen and accidentally stepped into the camera frame.
Nua.
Xiao Xinxin waved her little hand.
Xinxin? Nua spotted her too. I was just about to eat the meal Mom and Dad made. Me too. Chen Yu was making 2 more omelette rice dishes, so this one was for Nua.
Both little ones noticed at that moment that the dishes in front of each other were exactly the same as their own. The only difference was that Xiao Xinxin's plate included a bowl of mutton soup.
Another difference was that Nuonuo's dish looked much more appealing.
Hey, our dishes are the same.
Seems like it. Both of them were baffled, unable to figure out what was going on. But that didn't matter. Wow, a little house. And a little sheep. Nuonuo exclaimed in surprise at the mixed vegetable display.
Chen Yu had just assembled a little lamb using several vegetables, placing it beside the asparagus railing. He looked at it and thought it was still rather abstract, mainly because he didn't have the right vegetable for the head. He hadn't expected the little one to recognize it. His daughter's imagination was something else. Probably because of the lamb she ate for lunch, a case of preconceived notions. Xiao Xinxin looked at her own mixed vegetable creation, feeling a bit disappointed.
Why don't I have one? And mine looks so ugly.
At first, Gu Yao felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Xinxin. Clearly both plates contained mixed vegetables, but Nuonuo's arrangement was so elegant.
In comparison, hers looked like a complete mess.
She felt a pang of guilt toward her daughter.
Xinxin, it's because mommy's so clumsy, I just can't make it look that pretty.
But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her pity instantly turned to anger.
What the hell was ugly supposed to mean?
Sure, her stall wasn't as pretty as Chen Yu's, but it definitely didn't deserve to be called ugly.
Not everyone could be a master like Chen Yu. She knew feeling sorry for Xiao Xinxin was pointless. This girl's next words would absolutely infuriate you.
Xiao Bing beside her struggled to stifle his laughter, feeling terribly uncomfortable. Thankfully, he was selling mutton soup. Let's see how this little brat finds fault with that.
Soup doesn't need fancy plating, does it?
Xiao Xinxin sighed but still scooped a spoonful to taste. Though she thought the mixed vegetables looked ugly, it was a huge improvement over before. At least the colors were vibrant now, not just a dull, grayish mess. To be fair, Gu Yao's plating was decent. But as the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Compared to Chen Yu's presentation, hers looked rather ordinary. The spoon hovered near her lips before she hesitated and finally took a bite. Too many disastrous experiences had left her a bit apprehensive. Chewing slowly, the little one's eyes lit up.
It's so good. Just a tiny bit bitter. Though Xiao Xinxin disliked bitterness intensely, she felt thoroughly satisfied.
If Mom had cooked like this before, she would have eaten at least half a bowl more at every meal. On the other end of the screen, Nua also took a bite of the mixed vegetables.
Nono's doesn't taste bitter at all. Gu Yao found this odd. They'd clearly cooked together via video call. Plating couldn't be replicated, so how could the taste differ?
Chen Yu had been listening to their conversation the whole time, finding the two little ones utterly adorable. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "You probably didn't trim the ends of the asparagus, or maybe you bought the wrong variety."
Huh? You have to remove the ends of asparagus?
Gu Yao had no idea about this step. She hadn't seen Chen Yu do it either.
My bad.
My fault, I snapped off the ends of the asparagus stems already.
Oh, so that's why. Gu Yao sighed. She blamed herself for not paying closer attention. She hadn't even noticed whether Chen Dad's asparagus had roots or not.
Still, she was genuinely pleased by her daughter's praise.
The last time she'd been praised like that seemed to be back when Xinxin was just learning to talk.
Back then, she'd followed an online recipe and confidently steamed a bowl of shrimp and egg custard. After letting it cool, she brought it to Xinxin and fed her a spoonful.
Does it taste good, sweetie? Xinxin babbled incoherently. Yum, yum. Gu Yao beamed. It's delicious, right? Mommy will feed you another piece.
It's so gross. Oh, so she was just taking a big breath because she couldn't speak clearly yet.
Come to think of it, was that when I became a culinary disaster? How terrifying. Try Mom's omelette rice again. Gu Yao eagerly pitched another dish.
Xiao Bing started to feel nervous. His daughter had already praised the mixed vegetables, and if she praised the omelette rice too, he'd be in trouble.
It looks so beautiful. The egg wrapper shimmered like silk, lying plump and round on the plate. Its edges curled slightly, revealing lace-like edges in caramel brown. A tomato sauce smile adorned the top, dotted with bits of nori.
Even little girls can get all giddy over pretty things. She almost didn't want to dig in.
Shinshin, let's eat together.
Together.
The two little ones ate together while video chatting. Nuonyuo wasn't nearly as reluctant. After all, she gets to eat meals like this every single day.
Whatever she wanted to eat, Daddy would make it for her.
This omelet rice didn't even make it into her top 5 favorite dishes. Xiao Xinshin picked up her spoon and invited, let's eat together.
Sure. The two little girls exchanged a glance, then simultaneously dipped their spoons into the dish, splitting the omelet rice in half. With a splash, the semi-set egg flowed to both sides, revealing the rich filling within. The fried rice grains were perfectly separated, mixed with diced onions, carrots, and ham.
Steam rose, carrying a tantalizing aroma.
Xiao Xinshin scooped up a spoonful, blew on it twice, and hurriedly popped it into her mouth. Even though it was a bit hot, she couldn't bear to spit it out. In her mouth, it felt as light as a cloud. Just as her tongue touched the tender smoothness of the egg, her teeth met the slightly chewy rice grains.
Chapter 165, just say half the words.
So delicious. Just as Gu Yao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the second half of Xiao Xinshin's sentence.
It's just a bit hard. Daughter, just say half of what you mean from now on. Chen Yu chimed in with a smile, the rice is hard?
That probably means it wasn't stirred properly during stir-frying, causing uneven heating.
It's a common issue that requires some skill.
Hearing Chen Yu's words, Gu Yao felt a flicker of comfort.
Daddy Chen really knows how to comfort people. Meanwhile, Nua didn't find the rice hard at all.
On the contrary, she thought it was perfectly tender and quite delicious. The gap between apprentice and master was indeed significant.
Sweetheart, the rice is too hard, huh? Try Daddy's lamb soup.
Xiao Bing seized the chance to promote his dish. Thanks to Xinshin's 2 negative reviews, he still had a shred of confidence left. Thank goodness his wife was a culinary disaster. Even with expert video tutorials, she couldn't cook anything tasty. If it were him, he could whip up something amazing in minutes. Xinshin tiptoed to take a look. A layer of golden yellow oil floated on the surface of the lamb soup. He frowned, instinctively thinking it wouldn't taste good. But she couldn't resist her dad's enthusiasm and picked up the spoon to take a sip. Her little face instantly scrunched up like a bitter melon. Daddy, this soup is so greasy.
Ha!
Xiao Bing had been waiting expectantly for praise, only to get a direct hit to the face.
Seriously, couldn't you at least mirror how you praised Mom? Start with a compliment before pointing out my flaws? Why skip that first step when it comes to me? At least give me one compliment. Xiao Bing persisted. Well, aside from that flaw, does it at least taste decent? It's not good. Seriously? Think again.
Xiao Xinshin tilted her head, thinking it over seriously. Then she shook her head.
It really isn't good. To be fair, Xiao Bing's soup wasn't bad, just a bit greasy. After all, he'd measured the proportions so precisely. How bad could it be?
But the little one had just had Chen Yu's mutton soup for lunch, giving her a point of comparison. With Chen Yu's masterpiece setting the bar so high, his own bowl naturally paled in comparison.
Gu Yao couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into a maniacal laugh. No need for the daughter to vote, the outcome was already obvious. That's not fair. You brought in outside help. Xiao Bing stubbornly protested. Bringing in reinforcements is a skill in itself. You can find some too. Gu Yao rolled her eyes and smiled at the camera. Thanks so much, Chen Dad. No need to thank me. I'll hang up now, my wife just got back.
Gu Yao placed her hands on her hips and glared at Xiao Bing.
You lost, didn't you?
You're doing the dishes later and you're cleaning the whole house.
A loser must pay up.
Wait, hold on, we never agreed to a bet, let alone what the stakes would be. Xiao Bing suddenly realized the issue.
Gu Yao froze for a moment.
It seemed they really hadn't discussed it. But the tense atmosphere in the kitchen had already pushed them both into a competitive mindset. Whatever. You lost, so you should set a good example for our daughter. Xiao Bing glanced at Xiao Xinshin, who was buried in her food. She wasn't even listening, so where did this talk of setting an example come from? Still, he nodded. Fine. But I'd actually like to meet Chen Dad and pick up a few tricks from him. After all, getting a single compliment from his own daughter was incredibly difficult. You need to have something impressive to earn that little one's admiration. He could write code pretty fast, but what good was that? He couldn't exactly point at a pile of code and say to the kid, look, this is the code your dad just wrote. Pretty impressive, huh? That scene alone was absurd to imagine. Besides that, he had nothing else to impress the little one with. If only he could pick up a few tricks from Mr. Chen. His daughter happens to be a foodie, so getting her to praise him would be a piece of cake, right? Mr. Chen will be cooking lunch at the kindergarten, but with your busy schedule, how could you possibly make it? True, Xiao Bing nodded. Overtime is the norm for programmers. 996 is an understatement, even 007 isn't exaggerated. Still, he was satisfied with his salary, otherwise he would have quit long ago. Let's wait for Parents' Day. See if you can take time off then. As Chen Yu ended the video call, Su Yuwei had already entered the kitchen, catching a fleeting glimpse of Gu Yao. "You're back?" Without washing her hands, Su Yuwei picked up a piece of yellow bell pepper and popped it into her mouth. Since being with Chen Yu, she had relaxed considerably. Unlike before, when she was always on edge. Hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that the kindergarten teacher?" "Yeah. Then why did you two video chat?" "She asked me to teach her how to cook." Chen Yu smiled, lifting the plate. "Wash your hands and come eat. I've got everything ready." Su Yuwei frowned. "A kindergarten teacher asking you to teach her how to cook over video? That just sounds so fake." But she didn't say anything more. At the dinner table, Su Yuwei seemed distracted. Partly because seeing Gu Yao earlier had made her nervous. Even though Gu Yao had a daughter now, Chen Yu had recently told her so many melodramatic stories that she couldn't help but think along those lines. On the other hand, the welcome party had her feeling flustered. All the other teachers had submitted their performances, but she was the only one who hadn't. The higher-ups were already pushing her, insisting she submit something tonight. Su Yuwei had considered just giving up. At worst, she'd get a scolding from the principal and dean. The real issue was her bid for full professorship. Those old-timers held significant sway in the process. This made things quite difficult. So no matter what, she had to go up and perform something. She couldn't very well perform two tigers with Chen Yu, could she? The very thought of that scene was cringe-worthy. She'd never have the face to teach her students again. Who knows what Chen Yu was thinking? She actually submitted two tigers for the performance. And the school actually approved it. She certainly didn't have Chen Yu's thick skin. Her distracted state meant she kept stirring her spoon through the omelette rice without taking a single bite. When she finally snapped out of it, she realized all three of them, one adult and two children, were staring at her. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yu asked. "No, I'm fine," Su Yuwei replied, momentarily flustered. Ruanwan placed her small hand on Su Yuwei's forehead, then compared it to her own. "You're not hot." Nuonyuo piped up in a babyish voice, "Mommy, you haven't eaten a single bite." Su Yuwei looked down and realized it was true. The omelette rice bore 7 or 8 spoon marks, yet not a single bite had been taken. Chen Yu smiled as he cut through the egg shell for her. "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" "No, nothing." Feeling a little guilty, Su Yuwei quickly took a bite of the omelette rice to cover up. She hadn't decided whether to go with Chen Yu nor how to bring it up. Chapter 166, Join Me on Stage. The egg fried rice brought her attention back a little. This omelette rice was truly delicious. The semi-runny egg yolk enveloped the rice, the outer layer lightly caramelized while the inside remained surprisingly tender. Her mouth was filled with the rich aroma of eggs, blending with the distinct flavors of ketchup and salad dressing. The fried onion and ham bits were especially fragrant, adding a pleasantly chewy texture. Each grain of rice stood out distinctly, saturated with the savory saltiness of ham and the crisp sweetness of onions, layered and enhanced by the enveloping egg aroma. "This is delicious," Su Yuwei declared. "If you like it, eat more," Chen Yu chuckled. "By the way, starting tomorrow, I'll be working as a chef at the kindergarten." "Huh?" Su Yuwei froze for a moment. "Why?" "Anyway, you won't be back for lunch, and both girls will be at kindergarten. It'll be perfect for me to be there with them." If it meant cooking 3 meals a day, he absolutely wouldn't do it. That would take away from cooking for his wife. But just lunch was no big deal. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the little one eating unhealthy stuff. "No, what I mean is you absolutely don't have to go." Su Yuwei carefully chose her words. "I can support you. You don't have to work a day in your life. How about I give you a monthly salary? Would 30,000 a month be enough?" She felt that whatever salary a kindergarten cook offered was unnecessary for Chen Yu. All he needed to do was take care of their 2 daughters. Her income alone was more than enough to cover their daily expenses. "My silly wife." Chen Yu couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "It's not about the pay. I'm the only one home for lunch anyway. Working at the kindergarten lets me cook and look after the girls at the same time." Being called wife and having her head stroked made Su Yuwei blush instantly. Plus, Chen Yu had a point. She stopped arguing and buried her head in her meal. "Alright, I'll listen to you then." By evening, Su Yuwei couldn't resist seeking out Chen Yu. She absolutely refused to go up on stage alone to perform. This was different from speaking confidently at a shareholders meeting. Facing shareholders worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, she could calmly present her proposals. She could defuse even the most demanding questions and challenges with her eloquence. Such tasks came easily to her. But performing in a grand auditorium, facing students listening to her lecture? Su Yuwei simply couldn't do it. She always felt like a clown. If Chen Yu had chosen a more conventional performance like a poetry recitation, she could have just gone through the motions with her. But for some reason, she picked something called 2 Tigers, apparently a children's song? She really wasn't afraid of social embarrassment. Then again, Chen Yu had always been thick-skinned since childhood. As for the others, she barely knew them at all, let alone considered them partners. After mulling it over, the person she knew best was actually her own husband, even though they'd only been officially dating for a little over 2 months. Another both infuriating and amusing incident came to mind. Chen Yu once told her a joke about how the saddest thing in life is not having enough guests to fill a table at your own wedding. She'd laughed heartily at the time. Now that she thought about it, the joke was on her. When she and Chen Yu held their wedding, her side definitely wouldn't fill a table. It all depended on whether Chen Yu's side had more people. Otherwise, holding this wedding would feel pretty awkward. As she pondered this, a sudden sense of crisis washed over her. It was all Chen Yu's fault. She'd been telling her too many sensational stories lately. Things like kindergarten teachers having affairs with students' fathers, the original wife holding banners outside the school gates. There were far too many of these kinds of tales. She had no idea where Chen Yu found all this stuff. Su Yuwei had always treated them as mere jokes, never taking them seriously. But now that she was in this situation, she found herself inexplicably anxious, filled with fear and doubt. She feared Chen Yu might actually end up like the male leads in those melodramas, lured away by some attractive female kindergarten teacher. Gu Yao had a daughter, so she didn't need to worry, but Chunmiao Kindergarten had several female teachers. That Ren Shui was quite pretty, apparently still single, and taught in Nuonyuo and Ruoro's class. Su Yuwei finally managed to push the thought aside. Standing at the door with a flutter of nerves, she raised her hand and knocked. "I need to talk to you about something." Chen Yu was typing away when he turned and asked with a smile. "What is it?" "Well, there's this welcome party at school. The dean must have lost his mind. He's requiring all the young teachers to perform. I can't find anyone to go with me, so..." Before Su Yuwei could finish her sentence, her face flushed bright red. The thought of performing with her husband felt utterly embarrassing. But rather than making a fool of herself alone, she'd much rather share the embarrassment with Chen Yu. Having someone to share the embarrassment with was better than facing it alone. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. He found Su Yuwei utterly adorable like this. To him, the aloof female professor others perceived was nothing more than an adorable girl. "What about Chen Yu? Isn't she performing with you?" "Don't even mention her," Su Yuwei shook her head. "She's performing the Two Tigers nursery rhyme. No way am I joining her." Two Little Tigers? Chen Yu had heard that song before. Come to think of it, his repertoire included quite a few nursery rhymes. Wonder if randomly picking one might go viral. Performing a nursery rhyme? Chen Yu sure is interesting. "So, are you going to help me or not?" Chen Yu chuckled. "Your business is my business. Of course I'll help. It's just a performance, right? So what should we perform?" After hearing his agreement, Su Yuwei let out a sigh of relief. She was growing more and more accustomed to relying on Chen Yu, as if he were all-powerful, capable of handling anything with ease. This welcome performance was no exception. As for her, she just needed to follow his lead. It's for the welcome party. How about singing? Making clothes on the spot would be way too weird, right? Get lost. Su Yuwei scolded him playfully, pinching him hard. So what song should we sing? Truthfully, Su Yuwei preferred something like poetry recitation, ideally with more male voices than female, so she could hide behind Chen Yu and coast through it. But singing was fine too. She wasn't opposed to it, as long as it wasn't something like Two Tigers. "Is there anything you really want to sing?" "No. That makes it easy," Chen Yu chuckled. "Come to think of it, I wrote a song recently." Half an hour later, Su Yuwei sat down in front of Nuonyuo, holding a strawberry-flavored lollipop the little one loved. "Nuwa, mommy just bought this downstairs. Go ahead and eat it." The little one stared at the lollipop, her eyes brimming with longing, but she didn't reach out to take it. "It's almost bedtime in half an hour. Daddy said you can't eat anything an hour before sleep." "It's okay, mommy says you can have it." Su Yuwei's face darkened. Chapter 167, Singing Your Song on the Roof. Chen Yu really knew how to handle kids. Why hadn't his two daughters ever been this obedient before? Nuwa reached out to grab it, but pulled her hand back halfway. She glanced back to make sure Chen Yu wasn't watching. "Mom, you're not here to test me for Dad, are you?" "Nuonyuo won't eat it." "What the heck?" Su Yuwei couldn't help but marvel at her daughter's vivid imagination. Testing? Was she playing some kind of spy game? "Mommy promises not to tell Daddy. I swear." Su Yuwei solemnly held up 4 fingers. This tactic clearly worked better. The little one was easily swayed by Pinky swears and promises. She picked up the lollipop, peeled off the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth, her little cheeks puffing out slightly. "Is the lollipop tasty?" "Mmm." The little one nodded vigorously. "Well then, while you enjoy your lollipop, Mommy has something to tell you." "Mmm." Su Yuwei carefully chose her words. "How is your daddy's relationship with the kindergarten teacher?" "Relationship?" The little one thought for a moment. "It's pretty good. Sister Gu Yao even asked Dad to teach her how to cook. Mommy knows that. What I'm asking is, do you think Mommy is prettier than those female teachers?" This time, the little one blurted out, "Of course Mom is prettier." Su Yuwei smiled, then stopped herself just as the words were about to leave her mouth. "Never mind, it's fine. Just remember to brush your teeth properly before bed, or else."
Otherwise, little bugs will eat your teeth. Nuonnuo chimed in with a laugh. Su Yuwei sighed silently. She'd originally wanted Nuonnuo to keep an eye on Chen Yu, to see if he was getting too cozy with the female teacher. But after a moment's thought, she decided against it. It just didn't feel right. Besides, she trusted Chen Yu. There was nothing to worry about anyway. She'd just been influenced by Chen Yu's melodramatic stories. She really shouldn't listen to her ramble about nonsense like that anymore. She picked up her phone, where Chen Yu had sent her some lyrics. Can't sleep in the dead of night, humming my feelings into a song, so I head to the rooftop to find another dream. This song, Roof, was a love ballad in the system's music library. To help her learn it quickly, Chen Yu had even hummed the entire tune for her. Listening to Chen Yu's voice on her phone, Su Yuwei couldn't hide the smile spreading across her face. Though he sang beautifully in her eyes, every bit as good as those so-called pop stars. She couldn't help but laugh. At first, she could listen properly, but by the end, she completely lost it. Perhaps it was because they were so familiar with each other, but this feeling was truly strange. If Chen Yuefa had sent a singing clip, she might have laughed even harder. Su Yuwei took several deep breaths, forcing herself to hold back the laughter. Singing your song on the rooftop, with the one I love on the rooftop, offering this yellowed night to the loneliest moon. Su Yuwei listened to another part and realized the song was genuinely beautiful, with well-crafted lyrics. Though it was a duet love song, it didn't dwell excessively on romantic sentimentality. In other words, it wasn't cheesy. If it was the kind that constantly went on about you love me, I love you, Su Yuwei would absolutely refuse to sing it. Unfortunately, all the love songs she'd heard before were like that. Just thinking about it made her cringe. Having to sing it in front of the entire school? That would be an instant social death. Su Yuwei hummed softly along with the melody, picturing the two of them singing together, and couldn't help but blush. She thought this song, The Roof, was pretty good. Though it was a love song, it wasn't overly sweet or cloying, it struck just the right balance. It told a simple story. A boy couldn't sleep one night, so he hummed a tune and climbed onto the rooftop. The girl wakes upon hearing it and searches for the source of the melody drifting from the rooftop across the way. They discovered they had both appeared in each other's dreams. Then they sing the same song together on the rooftop. Simple yet romantic, the tale carries a touch of dreamlike magic. The protagonists sing together on the rooftop, their voices weaving a moving melody as stars adorn the romantic night, creating a scene that feels like a dream. There was no embrace, no kiss, nothing more. Yet the small sweetness and romance felt just right to Su Yuwei. Compared to fiery, passionate love, this was exactly what she desired. She didn't need overly romantic words or vows of eternal love. All she needed was for that person to be by her side. What she craved was companionship as enduring as water, the longest, most enduring kind. This song, The Roof, gave her exactly that feeling. Though the chorus was a bit cheesy, especially that back and forth between the man and woman at the end. If only they could cut that part out. That's precisely why Chen Yu chose this song. The system library had plenty of love songs like Little Dimple and A Bit Sweet, all super sugary ballads. Chen Yu guessed Su Yuwei wouldn't like them, so he didn't choose any. In the end, he chose Roof over because of love. Su Yuwei hummed it several times in a row, feeling she was almost ready to sing it. Of course, she was nowhere near the level of a professional singer, but she didn't need to be that good. She just needed to sound decent enough not to embarrass herself. Her singing skills were actually pretty good. Chen Yu had complimented her several times when they went out for karaoke. Sleepiness washed over her, and Su Yuwei kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed. She slipped on her headphones, which were playing Chen Yu's song. Chen Yu uploaded 2 new chapters, then rubbed his stiff neck. Shook and Beta remained the crown jewels of the Totoro fairy tale network. After 3 months of serialization, excluding the initial launch period, they'd held the top spot for over 2 months straight. Being unbeatable was such a lonely place. Subscription numbers remained remarkably stable and steadily climbed, clearly on track to shatter every record on the site. Physical book sales were also strong. Ji Xiaoyu informed him they'd reprinted multiple times yet still couldn't keep up with demand. In today's world bombarded by web novels and short videos, physical books have become yesterday's relics, with publishing houses closing down by the dozen every day. His book's success owed as much to sheer luck as to its quality. Thanks to the strong sales, his royalty rate kept climbing and was now at 20%. Consider that the standard royalty rate for most authors hovers between 8% and 10%, with even well-known names rarely exceeding 15%. 20% is an exceptionally rare figure. This indicates the website holds great confidence in his potential. Offering this rate is a gesture of goodwill, signaling their desire for continued collaboration in the future. Chen Yu, who writes fairy tales, naturally has little choice. The largest domestic website was the Totoro Fairy Tale Network. But Shook and Beta only have a little over 1 million words combined, so there aren't many stories left to tell. Other fairy tales were relatively short, so long-term income would inevitably be insufficient. So Chen Yu was seriously considering copying novels. News reports frequently highlighted young authors earning tens of millions annually, far more lucrative than writing fairy tales. Chapter 168, No Way I'd Let the Little One Go Hungry.
It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Of course, success comes at the cost of countless failures. Only a handful reach the pinnacle of the pyramid, while most struggle just to make ends meet. But he had the system. If the fairy tales the system rewards can go viral, then the novels it rewards can too. The problem was, he still hadn't received any rewards. Based on past experience, maybe the trigger condition is telling his daughter a novel? He'd buy a novel to try it out someday. Chen Yu rubbed his eyes and opened the group chat, only to find it had exploded. It all started because Ruan Jia, who rarely had a day off from overtime, bought a bunch of delicious food to make up for it with Ruan Shayan. Mother and daughter sat at the dining table, and Ruan Shayan was in high spirits, chatting about amusing incidents from kindergarten. She mentioned having roast whole lamb for lunch, made by Daddy Chen, which was incredibly delicious. She'd made a new best friend named Chen Ruan, who treated her like a big sister. Ruan Jia listened happily. It had been ages since her daughter shared so much with her. But then she added, "I didn't get enough to eat at lunch." This sobered her up instantly. Though Chuanmiao kindergarten wasn't as expensive as elite preschools, she had still paid a considerable sum. Regardless of anything else, how could she let her own daughter go hungry? This was outrageous. She double-checked if her daughter was genuinely still hungry. Ruan Shayan nodded earnestly. Then she flew into a rage, tagging several teachers in the group chat one after another, demanding to know why her daughter hadn't been fed properly. She tagged Chen Yu in the message too. The group instantly erupted. Many parents chimed in, saying their children also claimed they hadn't eaten enough. But no one stepped forward to explain right away. This was understandable. No one could respond instantly 24/7. Everyone had their own responsibilities. But the parents needed an outlet for their frustration, so they started discussing it in the group chat. What's going on? They won't let the kids eat their fill after just the second day? I think it must be a misunderstanding. Something like this shouldn't happen at Chuanmiao kindergarten. You never know these days, kindergartens are all about the money. Finally, Yang Shi's father stepped forward and calmed everyone down with a few words. He suggested the teachers might be busy and asked everyone to wait patiently for their explanation. Most parents actually listened to him. Partly because his reasoning made sense, but also because he'd sent red envelopes in the group chat. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. A few minutes later, Ren Shui sent a message first. Dear parents, how could this be possible? Chuanmiao kindergarten would never let the children go hungry. Then came Gu Yao. Parents, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I want to apologize to everyone first. Immediately after came a series of photos and videos. The raw ingredients for lunch, the preparation process, the finished meals, and the children eating it was all there. These materials, carefully curated and organized, should have been shared earlier. But she'd been so preoccupied with her cooking competition against Xiaoning that she'd completely forgotten about it. That's why she started by apologizing to the parents. After seeing the photos and videos, the parents' anger instantly cooled. Wow, that's one huge lamb. Easily over 2,000 yuan. Chuanmiao kindergarten really spared no expense. With a table this full of food, how could anyone possibly go hungry? Ha ha ha, whose chubby little one is this? Such an adorable eater, clearly blessed with good fortune. Damn it, that little rascal lied to me. I'm going to give him a good scolding. Once the parents had calmed down, Ren Shui continued her explanation. We were concerned that the children might feel uncomfortable if they ate too much, so we didn't keep serving food. It seems we may have been misunderstood as not providing enough. 3-year-olds can barely speak clearly, let alone express themselves well. Plus, some parents just lack patience. The moment they heard their child hadn't eaten enough, they panicked. Without letting the little one finish explaining, they rushed into the group chat to demand answers, which led to this misunderstanding. The group chat fell silent for 2 or 3 minutes before a new message appeared. I just asked my child, and it's exactly as Ms. Ren Shui described. It's all my fault. I got so worked up I didn't give my child a chance to speak. No wonder my child kept saying they weren't full but barely touched their food. This explains it. I'm so sorry, teachers and Chen Yu's dad. I acted too impulsively. Parents do tend to be impatient, but when it comes to their child's eating habits, their concern is understandable. Besides, Gu Yao was also at fault. She should have sent the photos and videos long ago. Having taught for several years, Ren Shui handled this with ease. It barely registered as an emotional blip for her. Gu Yao, being new this year, felt a bit wronged at first. She thought to herself, the kindergarten serves whole roasted lamb for lunch. What other kindergarten feeds kids whole roasted lamb? And now parents were accusing them of not feeding the children enough? But she quickly adjusted her mindset. At the end of the day, she was the one who messed up. If she'd posted the photos earlier, none of this would have happened. Gu Yao took a deep breath and walked over to Xiao Bing, who was typing away. Honey. What is it? Xiao Bing asked, puzzled. Being a kindergarten teacher isn't as easy as I thought. Wait, why are you crying? Ren Shui took the opportunity to introduce Chen Yu to everyone. Parents, our previous chef has left. Chen Yu's dad will be our new kindergarten chef. He prepared today's lamb feast for lunch. The parents were skeptical at first. Could a parent really be a reliable chef? But after asking their children, their doubts vanished.
My son said the lamb lunch was the best he's ever had. Ha, my kid said the same thing. No wonder he didn't touch a bite of the lamb stew I made for dinner. If that's the case, I'm all for Dad Chen Yu becoming a chef. By the way, when's the parent-child open house? I want to try the kindergarten food too. Several parents tagged Chen Yu to show their support. Compared to others, they actually preferred a parent to be the chef. When it comes to food for their own kids, they wouldn't dare cut corners. At the very least, food safety would be guaranteed. At that moment, Chen Yu was furiously typing away. It wasn't until over an hour later that he saw these messages. Ha, I just saw the messages. Thanks for your support. I'll do my best to make sure the little ones get healthy, safe, and delicious lunches. He assumed parents would be asleep at this hour, but several replies came in immediately. Seems like everyone here is a night owl. Chen Yu chatted with them for a bit before preparing for bed. He had to get up early tomorrow. Then he noticed a friend request. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Ruan Jia, Ruan Xiaoyan's mother. Could you please accept my request? Chen Yu was a bit puzzled, but he accepted the request anyway. To his surprise, she immediately started apologizing. Chapter 169, You little brat, mom's running late. Sorry, Mr. Chen. Xiaoyan said she wasn't full, and I jumped to conclusions without checking before stirring things up in the group chat. Her explanation left Chen Yu utterly baffled. He thought it was no big deal at all. In fact, it was a good thing. Parents worrying about their little ones and asking a few questions in the group chat was perfectly normal. At the very least, it showed they cared about their children. It would be strange if they didn't care at all. Of course, it would be even better if they could be a bit more patient and let the kids finish speaking. After all, most parents really don't have much patience with their children. They won't even spare half an hour each day to chat with their kids. Then when the kid grows up, they complain that their child never talks to them. Come on, you were absent during their formative years. How dare you blame the child? Besides, this isn't exactly stirring up trouble. It's okay, Xiaoyan's mom. I completely understand how you feel. Chen Yu exchanged a few polite words with her before getting up to wash up. Tomorrow, he'd have to go get the necessary permits sorted out. First was the health certificate, followed by the food safety training qualification certificate. Both were mandatory. As for the chef's license, that was out of the question. He simply didn't have time to actually go get certified. Fortunately, it wasn't an absolute necessity. Having it would be ideal, but not having it wasn't a big deal. His current skills far surpassed most chefs anyway, something a certificate couldn't truly reflect. The next morning, Chen Yu rose early and prepared breakfast for the family. The couple brushed their teeth together in front of the mirror. You really don't have to be a chef, Su Yuwei said while brushing her hair. I can support you. Chen Yu smiled. We agreed yesterday. I'm just sitting around at home anyway. At least I can cook for our daughter when I'm there. Su Yuwei nodded and said no more. Soap opera plots are just that, soap operas. They don't happen in real life, right? She dabbed some foundation onto her face. Compared to other girls who spend hours on their makeup, her daily routine was surprisingly simple. A swipe of lipstick and a dab of foundation were usually all she needed. At most, she'd lightly fill in her brows. When you're naturally beautiful, even without makeup you look good. It's just icing on the cake. Some girls look so different without makeup that even their own moms wouldn't recognize them. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Su Yuwei changed the subject. About that song Roof, could we cut out the last few lines? They're a bit cheesy. Chen Yu froze for a moment before laughing. Of course not. Cutting those lines would ruin the song. It'd go from a perfect 10 to a measly 3, and the performance would lose all its impact. I almost bought that. Su Yuwei shot him a glance. Fine, no deleting then. A song is only 5 minutes long. The last few lines take maybe 30 seconds. She could sing through them no matter what. After breakfast, Su Yuwei headed to school while Chen Yu took their 2 daughters to kindergarten. He'd also baked some crispy cookies, packing a box for Su Yuwei and half a box each for the 2 little ones. Uncle, did you know my mom is a kindergarten teacher? I have a good friend named Nuonyuo, and her dad cooks super delicious food. Uncle Chen is coming to cook at kindergarten. Do you want to come taste it? Xiao Xinxin chatted happily with the driver, tilting her little head. Gu Yao scooped her out of the car. Xinxin, hurry up. Mommy's going to be late. The mother and daughter had originally planned to ride their electric scooter to kindergarten. But she woke up late today, so riding the scooter wasn't an option. She ended up hailing a cab instead. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xinxin opened up like a floodgate, chatting nonstop with the driver throughout the ride. She even asked the driver if he was married and whether his wife had ever cheated on him. Gu Yao hurriedly explained the situation to the driver. She swore never to let this little girl watch romance dramas again. Later, she rambled on about random things, spouting whatever came to mind. If she hadn't forcibly dragged her daughter away, she might have kept chatting with the driver for another 5 yuan. The driver wiped sweat from his brow as he watched their retreating figures. This little girl is terrifying. She even figured out about his wife's affair. Does she have mind-reading powers or something? He opened the storage box, where a small red notebook lay inside. If you don't cut ties decisively, chaos will ensue. No matter what she says today, I'm getting divorced. 1 minute left, sweetheart, let's hurry. The kindergarten required teachers to arrive by 7. Being late on her second day of work was simply unacceptable. Hearing there was only 1 minute left, Xiao Xinxin perked up instantly, her expression brightening like a wound-up toy. Mommy, put me down. Ha! Gu Yao froze. Put me down. Though puzzled, Gu Yao set her down. After all, the rule was meant for teachers, not for the little ones. As long as she wasn't late. Xiao Xinxin crouched on the ground, striking a perfectly standard starting position. Hands braced against the ground, eyes fixed straight ahead. Before her eyes, a clock seemed to appear, its second hand spinning rapidly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. No one gave the command, so she'd do it herself. Competitor number 1, Xiao Xinxin, ready. Requesting start. Request granted. Proceed to the designated location within 1 minute, or the mission will fail. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. Then Xiao Xinxin sprang to her feet, kicked off, and dashed out with a whoosh. Her speed was truly impressive, drawing the attention of many parents and children. Whose little girl is that? She's going to be a sprinter someday. Gu Yao saw a tiny figure dart past her. She looked closer, it was Xiao Xinxin. As she reached the gate, Xiao Xinxin suddenly leaped into the air and landed with a big jump inside the kindergarten. At that very moment, the clock in front of her stopped just seconds before the time limit expired. Xiao Xinxin let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I almost got late. You don't even have to be there by 7, you know. Gu Yao covered her face, unable to resist the sarcastic remark. But that very delay meant she was now late. Damn it! Just a few seconds. If Xiao Xinxin hadn't dawdled so much getting up, if she hadn't sung during breakfast, if she hadn't chatted so much with the driver. Ugh, it's all that brat's fault. Gu Yao suddenly felt an urge to strangle Xiao Xinxin. By the time she panted her way into the kindergarten, Ren Shui had already arrived. She greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Gu Yao. Morning. Gu Yao replied weakly. Ms. Ren Shui, I was only a few seconds late. Please don't dock my pay, okay? Deduct your pay? Ren Shui paused for a moment, then laughed. Our kindergarten has never docked anyone's pay. Besides, it was only a few seconds late. Even being 10 minutes late is no big deal. Gu Yao was instantly touched. After all, companies these days are ruthless, squeezing every last drop out of their employees. A few minutes late could cost you half a day's pay, or even a full day's wages. Some even stationed people at the entrance to catch employees arriving late. Gu Yao's previous company was that disgusting, which was precisely why she chose to resign. Chapter 170, Daddy's fortune cookie tastes great. Those people are nothing but capitalists. Xuanmiao Kindergarten was so different that she felt a bit out of place at first. She immediately pledged her loyalty. As long as this kindergarten doesn't fire me, I'll work here until retirement. Ren Shui smiled. I've been here for 3 years and haven't seen the principal fire anyone. She hardly ever gets angry. Ha! The principal is that nice? During her interview, Gu Yao had thought the principal was a kind little old lady, but she hadn't expected her temperament to be so pleasant. Wait, calling her a little old lady was an exaggeration. The principal wasn't that old. The principal. Ren Shui hesitated, which only piqued Gu Yao's curiosity. What about the principal? Ren Shui shook her head with a smile, refusing to elaborate no matter how Gu Yao pressed. Teacher Gu Yao, while being a few minutes late isn't a big deal, you did make a mistake yesterday. Hearing this, Gu Yao immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I was delayed by something yesterday and completely forgot about it afterward. It won't happen again. Misham, just make sure you don't do it again next time. Ren Shui hadn't intended to bring this up in the first place. Everyone makes mistakes, after all. Just be more careful next time. But Gu Yao kept pestering her relentlessly, so she finally used this as a way to change the subject. Though she knew about the principal's situation, she couldn't just blab about it everywhere. As they chatted, Chen Yu arrived with his 2 daughters. Good morning, Nuonyuo. Xiao Xinxin waved at her from afar. The little one spotted her, let go of Chen Yu's hand, and scampered over. Alone, Ruan Xiaoyan timidly waved her little hand at Ruan. Chen Yu walked toward Ren Shui and Gu Yao. Morning. Good morning, Daddy Chen. Gu Yao opened her mouth to apologize. Sorry, Dad Chen. It was my fault yesterday for holding you up, and now you've been scolded by the other parents too. It's no big deal, Chen Yu smiled. Everyone was quite polite. No one said anything harsh. Oh, and I should thank you. Xinxin's dad finally got his act together this time. He even said he'd like to meet you sometime and pick up a few tricks from you. You're always welcome. Not only did Xiao Bing want to meet him, but he wanted to meet Xiao Bing too. Ren Shui looked puzzled. What's going on between you two? Gu Yao recounted yesterday's events, emphasizing how thoroughly Xiao Bing had been put in his place. Ren Shui couldn't help but laugh. You two are such a funny couple. Ms. Ren Shui, do you have a boyfriend? Me? I'm not in a hurry to find one. Ren Shui wasn't keen on discussing the topic. Gu Yao realized her question had overstepped.
Though Ren Shui had a gentle temperament, they'd only known each other for a few days, barely even friends.
Asking such personal questions was indeed presumptuous.
So she cheerfully steered the conversation elsewhere, and a smile returned to Ren Shui's face. Parents gradually arrived to drop off their children, some stopping for brief chats. Ren Shui took the opportunity to introduce Chen Yu to them. The parents all said they would definitely try his cooking during the parent-child open house. Most, however, simply dropped off their children and left. They had to go back to working like oxen and mules to earn money, otherwise, how would their little ones eat and drink? People like Chen Yu, with all that free time, were few and far between. And places like Spring Sprout Kindergarten, where human warmth still mattered, were even rarer.
Most places squeeze every last drop out of their employees, not daring to be a second late. So few parents knew Chen Yu.
The children, however, greeted him with smiles one after another, clearly showing more enthusiasm toward Chen Yu than toward the two female teachers. Even though Ren Shui and Gu Yao were both pretty sisters, it didn't matter. There's a saying, win a man's heart through his stomach.
This saying applies to children too.
Win over a child's stomach, and you win over their heart.
Ren Shui teased with a smile, Mr. Chen, you've only just started working here, and you're already the most popular guy in our kindergarten. Well, that puts a lot of pressure on me. Gu Yao looked puzzled. What do you mean? Why the pressure? What if I don't cook well enough and it doesn't suit the little one's tastes? Haha, there's absolutely no need to worry about that. Both female teachers burst into laughter. Based on yesterday's whole lamb feast alone, his cooking skills couldn't be anything but top-notch. Besides, Chef Xia had personally vouched for it. Otherwise, given his relationship with the principal, he wouldn't have trusted Chen Yu to take his place. Two little ones skipped over Chen Nua and Xiao Xinxin. Nua had already pulled out the crispy cookies and was sharing them with her little friend. The cookies were tiny, and the little one finished one in 2 or 3 bites, crunching away. A faint aroma of butter and milk wafted through the air, straight up your nose. Foodie Gu Yao instantly felt a pang of hunger. Those little crispy cookies looked so fragrant and golden. They must taste absolutely delicious. If only she could have a bite. She wanted to ask Nua for one, but hesitated and couldn't bring herself to speak. Taking food from a little kid's mouth, that felt a bit awkward. After all, she was an adult. Then she noticed the 3 or 4 crispy cakes clutched in Xiao Xinxin's hand. Xiao Xinxin had just finished breakfast, a whole pancake and a large bowl of porridge. She must be full already, there's no way she could finish all those crispy cakes at once. Never mind, she'd ask her daughter for one later. Ren Shui had no such qualms. She smiled at the little ones and said, you two cuties, who can give one to the teacher? Hearing this, both little ones pulled out a crispy biscuit each. Sister Ren Shui, have one. Oh my, how sweet. Ren Shui ruffled the little one's hair, took the cracker, and popped it into her mouth. With a light bite, the cracker snapped into several pieces, filling her mouth with fragrance. Gu Yao heard the sound and felt a pang of heartache. Ms. Ren Shui, you could have at least shared one with me. Watching Xiao Xinxin pop another cracker into her mouth, only 2 remained in her small hand. Gu Yao almost blurted out in protest. But when she saw Xiao Xinxin tuck the last 2 crackers into her pocket, she swallowed her words. Thank goodness, there are still 2 left. Daddy Chan, these cookies are so delicious. What are they called? Can I buy them at a bakery? Ren Shui asked. These are actually called fortune cookies. The 2 female teachers froze upon hearing this. Does eating these cookies really bring good luck? Seeing their puzzled expressions, Chen Yu explained the origin of fortune cookies. Fortune cookies are an American-style Asian-flavored cookie. Several Chinese dishes are quite popular abroad, such as General Tso's chicken, stir-fried offal, and these fortune cookies. Their common trait is that Chinese people would be utterly baffled upon hearing their names, having no idea what they are. There are many theories about their origin, but foreigners firmly believe they are Chinese food, even though you can't find them in China at all. They have a golden brown shell like egg rolls, hollow inside, and when opened, reveal a small paper slip with writing. It contains fortune predictions, auspicious sayings, or proverbs and inspirational quotes. Chapter 171, My luck is really bad. Foreigners call these fortune cookies. As for whether it actually brings luck, that's probably unlikely. Just think of it as a way to wish for good fortune. Otherwise, everyone would be scrambling to eat cookies. Only after finishing his explanation did Chen Yu notice the 2 female teachers staring at him with admiration, convinced he knew an incredible amount. Before he knew it, a circle of children had gathered around him. Even the usually shy Ruan Xiaoyan was standing beside him. While everyone's attention was on Chen Yu, Gu Yao pulled Xiao Xinxin aside. Why, Mom? I want to listen to Uncle Chen's lesson. Xiao Xinxin frowned, clearly reluctant. Gu Yao crouched down, using the gentlest tone she could manage. Xinxin, where's the fortune cookie Nuo gave you? This one? Xiao Xinxin pulled one out of her pocket and popped it into her mouth. Gu Yao watched her finish with a smile. Where's the other one? Xiao Xinxin looked puzzled. Where's the other one? Didn't you just put 2 in your pocket? Where's the other one? I ate it while listening to Mr. Chen's lecture. Gu Yao took a deep breath.
Don't get angry, anger ruins your health, and no one can take your place.
But she couldn't help ranting inwardly, Xiao Xinxin, are you a pig? She ate a whole pancake and a big bowl of porridge this morning and still had room for all those cookies? I wonder who she takes after. Too bad she really wanted to try those little crispy cookies. They looked so delicious. As for the superstition that cookies bring good luck, she didn't buy it for a second. Finally, the last child arrived and class officially began. The first class was art, taught by Gu Yao. Chen Yu, meanwhile, went with the principal to the office to handle the onboarding paperwork and sign the contract. As for the health certificate and such, he'll go for the physical this afternoon and should have it within 3 days at most. Even without one currently, the principal trusted him. Cooking for his own daughter, Chen Yu would certainly prioritize food safety. There's absolutely no need to worry about that. The contract was signed quickly. The principal smiled and shook his hand. Mr. Chen, welcome to Spring Sprout Kindergarten. Thank you, principal.
I'll do my best to prepare delicious meals for the children. And not just the children, I and several teachers will be enjoying the benefits too.
That's absolutely no problem.
Chen Yu felt more and more certain that choosing Spring Sprout Kindergarten was the right decision. Not only was there no unhealthy culture of comparison here, but the place gave him a very comfortable feeling. From the principal to the teachers to the other staff members, everyone was like this. You could tell they genuinely loved the children. It wasn't just a job they were doing to collect a paycheck. He just wondered how Wang Xiaoming was doing at that fancy kindergarten. Seeing Bai Ting's state that day was truly a headache. Well, this is all yours now. The principal smiled as she handed over a set of keys. What are these? The kitchen, the storage room, and, well, they're all labeled. You can figure it out yourself. Chen Yu looked down and saw that each key indeed had a label attached, indicating its corresponding location. I wonder if Chef Xie did this. If so, he was quite meticulous. Principal, you're just handing this over to me like this? Usually there's a procurement position, someone in charge of logistics, responsible for buying the kindergarten's daily necessities. And it's usually filled by someone the principal trusts implicitly. Because this position is the easiest to pocket money, just tweak the purchase prices a bit and the cash starts flowing in. And now you're handing it over to him outright? That's a bit reckless. Of course, Chunmiao Kindergarten has been operating for so many years because the principal is no slacker. She can entrust you with full authority, but she also has ways to check if you're taking kickbacks. The principal smiled. Rest assured, your compensation won't be shortchanged. If you feel overwhelmed, I can hire someone else specifically for procurement. The salary she offered was indeed generous, 20,000 yuan a month, not counting various other benefits. He was puzzled why she was willing to pay such a high salary. Turns out it was because she wanted him to handle procurement duties as well. This actually worked out quite conveniently for Chen Yu. He could decide for himself what to buy. He had complete freedom to decide what to make for the little ones. If someone else handled logistics, he'd have to consult them for every decision, a real hassle. The principal's arrangement was actually considerate, allowing him to act freely. Chen Yu understood the principal's intentions perfectly. I'll give it a shot then. I'll do my best. Mr. Chen, I have complete faith in your abilities. The principal smiled as he saw him out. The two passed by classroom after classroom as they walked toward the exit. Gu Yao was fretting inside the classroom. Because some little rascal had smeared paint all over the wall. The once pristine white wall now bore a stark red stain, as eye-catching as could be. Earlier, the kindergarten security guard had come to find her to discuss some important matters. She had let the little ones study on their own for a bit while she stepped out to talk with him. The whole thing took about 5 minutes. Wait, maybe just 3 minutes. When she returned, this was the scene that greeted her. She'd actually felt quite relieved when she returned, since the whole class was quiet and no one was making a fuss. She was thinking, these kids are so easy to manage, they don't cause trouble even when the teacher isn't around. Then she spotted that splash of red on the white wall at the back of the classroom. Oh boy, so they'd been up to no good and were all quiet because they were scared of getting scolded by the teacher. Furious, Gu Yao shouted, "Who did this?" The little one immediately stood up. Though he was trembling all over, clearly terrified by her outburst. Only then did Gu Yao realize she'd been far too harsh. Compared to the messes Xiao Xinxin had made, drawing a line on the wall was nothing. The red smudge wasn't large, it had been accidentally smeared during play, not done on purpose. But it stood out starkly against the white wall. The little girl hung her head, looking as if she might cry. "I'm sorry, Teacher Gu Yao. I didn't mean to." Gu Yao couldn't muster any anger as long as he sat back down. She'd rather it had been Xiao Xinxin who did this than she could scold her and vent her frustration. But this was someone else's child, she genuinely couldn't bring herself to do it. Her gaze happened to fall on Xiao Xinxin. She was picking her nose, rolling the boogers into a little ball. Gu Yao shot her a fierce glare, but Xiao Xinxin just grinned back. She did it on purpose. That brat absolutely did it on purpose. She knew full well I wouldn't scold her in front of everyone, yet she was grinning like that. She clearly wanted to see me humiliated. Gu Yao covered her face, feeling utterly helpless.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. She was late this morning and was about to get docked pay, but the kindergarten's leniency saved her. Now this happened. They just have to make sure I get docked pay, don't they? Chapter 172, the classroom is yours. Getting docked pay is the least of my worries, they might just fire me outright. No way. Just then, the principal and Chen Yu appeared at the classroom door. Oh no, there's no escaping this. Gu Yao composed herself and steeled her nerves to walk over. Principal, you're here. The principal smiled. I just finished signing the contract with Mr. Chen. Since I was passing by, I thought I'd drop in. Are the children behaving themselves? They're all being good. Except for that little rascal who smeared paint all over the wall. Shall we go inside and see how the children's paintings turned out? Wait. Gu Yao's sudden outburst startled the principal. She asked in surprise, what's wrong? Why the sudden loudness? Gu Yao sighed and bowed her head. Principal, I admit my mistake. The paint got on the wall. Deduct it from my pay. Just don't fire me. The principal froze for a moment, then stepped into the classroom. The splash of red immediately caught her eye. It certainly stood out against the stark white wall. But instead of criticism, Gu Yao heard the principal's laughter. Is that all? I'll have Shaoli come by later to get some paint and touch it up. It really wasn't a big deal. Including labor costs, 100 yuan would cover it. The issue is that freshly applied paint may contain harmful gases like formaldehyde, requiring windows to be opened for ventilation. Of course she'd choose the best paint, even if it cost more. Ha! Gu Yao froze, thinking she'd misheard. Principal, you won't dock my pay? Didn't teacher Rin Shui tell you? I've never docked an employee's pay. Gu Yao was so touched she almost hugged the principal but managed to hold back. Principal, thank you so much. Chen Yu gazed thoughtfully at that splash of red, then glanced around at the stark white walls. He smiled and said, Principal, don't you think the classroom feels a bit empty? The principal listened to his words and scanned the classroom once more. All 4 walls were painted stark white, with pink trim at the base. A few landscape paintings hung on the walls, but there was little else in the way of decoration. It had remained this way for 2 years, unchanged. She hadn't noticed before, but now that Chen Yu mentioned it, it did seem a bit bare. Mr. Chen, what do you suggest? How about letting the little ones draw something up there? Draw something? Everyone turned to look at Chen Yu, wondering what he was up to. Chen Yu said nothing, walking over to Nuonyua's desk and picking up her paint palette. He stared at the splash of red for a moment, then applied a few simple strokes. The glaring red instantly transformed into a small flower, blooming stubbornly yet beautifully. Gu Yao and Rin Shui stared in astonishment, especially Gu Yao, who had artistic training. How could Chen Yu have thought to paint a little flower? It hadn't even crossed her mind. The little ones craned their necks to look over. Wow, it's a flower. Daddy Chen is so amazing. Ren Shui finally understood his meaning. Shen Dad, you wanted the kids to draw on the wall, didn't you? Yes, isn't that the best kind of decoration? Since it's the children's own classroom, they should decorate it themselves. What could be better than painting it themselves? Exactly. Letting the kids paint themselves, that's so meaningful. But as soon as Rin Shui finished speaking, a concern crossed her mind, but with their drawing skills, won't it just end up a mess? After all, they're only 3 years old, how beautiful could their drawings possibly be? This concern was entirely justified. What if the finished product looks terrible? The whole classroom would be unbearable to look at. Don't worry about that, Chen Yu smiled. No matter what the little ones draw, I can fix it. Just look at that little flower, right? The 3 of them looked at the little flower on the wall. True, it had started as a jarring splash of red, but with just a few strokes, Chen Yu had transformed it into a lovely little flower. Unfortunately, it looked rather monotonous amidst the vast expanse of white wall. It would be perfect if it had a few companions. Both female teachers felt a flicker of interest and turned to look at the principal in unison. This matter definitely required the principal's decision. The principal pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. All right, let's give the children some creative freedom. I'm curious to see how the classroom will transform. Don't worry, principal. You'll see the finished product soon enough, Chen Yu said confidently. He had suggested this precisely because he sensed the principal's childlike spirit. He wouldn't have suggested it to anyone else. I'll help too. Gu Yao chimed in cheerfully. After all, she had some artistic skills, and today they would finally come in handy. Besides, something this fun was definitely worth joining in on. Then I'm really looking forward to it. The principal smiled as she left them with those words, then stepped out of the classroom. Ren Shui followed behind her. Principal, are we really letting the kids paint freely? Ren Shui had already been teaching when this classroom was renovated. She knew the principal had used the highest quality paint, which was quite expensive. And now she was entrusting it to the little ones? The principal chuckled. It's fine. Worst case, we'll just repaint it. I'll cover the cost of the paint. She felt more and more certain that hiring Chen Yu had been the right decision. Why hadn't she thought of letting the children decorate their own classroom before?
Regardless of the final result, she was already looking forward to it.
Alright, kids, let's get painting.
Inside the classroom, Gu Yao clapped her hands. The children looked at each other, but none of them picked up a brush. They were fine doodling around casually, but when asked to actually draw something, they suddenly felt a bit hesitant.
It was like two students fighting. The teacher pulls them aside one by one, telling one to punch the other and the other to kick him. Hit him hard. See who can beat who. The result is often that neither dares to strike and it ends peacefully. Gu Yao wondered, why isn't anyone drawing? The principal said we could draw, she won't get angry. Still, none of the children picked up their pencils. Chen Yu knew this situation all too well. Talking wouldn't work, action was needed. He picked up a small bucket of paint nearby and dipped his brush deep into it. With a splash, speckles of blue appeared on the wall. The area was much larger than that streak of red. The blue splatter was still dripping down when he flicked another stroke, adding another streak to the wall. Gu Yao was stunned at first, wondering what Chen Dad was doing. The principal may have given you permission to paint, but you can't just go wild like this. He's doing some splatter painting here. But seeing the eager looks on the children's faces, she instantly understood. You need a ringleader for mischief. Daddy Chen was the ringleader. She copied Chen Yu's actions, dipped her brush in paint, and splashed a streak too. Haha, this is so much fun. This time, it was Chen Yu who froze in surprise. I chose blue paint because I had a plan. I can fix this. Chapter 173. Do you think the principal will be satisfied? And you go and mess up my entire plan. Chen Yu smiled at Gu Yao. Thank you, Teacher Gu Yao. Gu Yao, completely oblivious to the murderous intent in his eyes, returned an even brighter smile. You're welcome, Mr. Chen. I understand exactly what you mean. Like hell you do. Chen Yu forced himself to keep quiet, maintaining his smile. Inspired by the two adults, the children grew eager to join in. Xiao Xinxin and Chen Nua picked up their paintbrushes first and began scribbling on the wall. One by one, the children joined in. The last one was Ruan Xiaoyan. Unlike the others who gathered in groups to discuss, she quietly found a corner and began drawing. Seeing Gu Yao getting carried away with splashing paint, Chen Yu quickly pulled her back. That's enough, Teacher Gu Yao. He could still salvage things now. If she added a few more strokes, it would be truly hopeless. What's up, Dad? Aren't we supposed to be drawing? Gu Yao was clearly getting a little carried away. The adult world is always full of too many rules. For various reasons, people have no choice but to follow them. The carefree joy of childhood is gone forever, so many people actually feel quite stifled. Some people enjoy gaming, cycling, karaoke, fishing. Whatever their passion, it's all a way to unwind. Stealing moments of leisure from a busy life. And graffiti on walls is clearly a super satisfying way to unwind. Just look at Gu Yao. We're not the ones drawing, we're letting the little one draw, and we're just cleaning up afterward. Oh right. I almost forgot. Gu Yao slapped her forehead, realizing she'd gotten a bit too carried away earlier. Kids, draw freely. No matter how ugly or abstract it looks, the teacher can make it beautiful. Chen Yu was a bit speechless. Was it really wise to make such bold promises? So the little ones began freely expressing themselves. Chen Yu watched the entire process and had to admit most of the drawings were quite abstract. Not that they were ugly, but you simply couldn't tell what they were supposed to be. But that was perfectly normal. After all, these were just 3-year-olds with no formal training. What could they possibly create? Besides, if everyone drew perfectly, what would be the point of him and Gu Yao being here? Of course, there were some decent ones, like Ruan Xiaoyan's. Chen Yu could not only recognize what she drew, but also thought it was genuinely good. It looked like she'd studied it professionally. But he didn't disturb her, just watched quietly from behind. Seeing that Ruan Xiaoyan had deliberately chosen a corner, he knew she was a rather introverted child. Approaching her abruptly might make her wary. Just like a kitten. The best way to coax a kitten out from under the bed isn't to lure it with treats, but to pretend it isn't there. Once it grew accustomed to its surroundings, it wouldn't take long for it to emerge on its own. All he needed to do was wait for the little one to approach him. Nuonua's drawings were quite good after all, he'd taught her personally, but compared to Ruan Xiaoyan's, they lacked a certain spark. How to put it? The difference between a genius and an ordinary person often lies in that very spark of creativity. With his master-level painting skills, he could instantly recognize Ruan Xiaoyan's potential to become an artist. If she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to this path, becoming a master wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Nuonua Ruan didn't possess that potential. But Chen Yu didn't mind. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. He didn't demand his daughter become some great figure. A simple, happy life was enough. The path to becoming a master was too long, too arduous, and too fraught with hardship. He didn't want his daughter to choose that path. Of course, if they were determined to pursue it, Chen Yu would support them wholeheartedly. The most excited one was Xiao Xinxin. She treated the whole thing like a game, giggling non-stop. Mother and daughter were truly identical, capable of getting wildly excited at any moment. He took a special look at Yang Xi's painting, it was quite good too. But the best of all was still Ruan Xiaoyan's.
The little ones started out full of energy, but gradually began to tire. Kids are naturally short-lived in their enthusiasm. Even something like doodling quickly loses its appeal. By now, the wall was covered in a riot of colors, no longer the plain white surface it had been just moments ago. Gu Yao felt a pang of guilt. This is just too ugly. She was sure the principal hadn't envisioned this outcome. The children's skills were limited to begin with, and since they were just playing around, the results were practically unbearable to look at.
Daddy Chen, do you think the principal will be satisfied? Gu Yao asked the question, though she already knew the answer in her heart. There's no way she'll be satisfied with this. Unless the principal just happens to love abstract art. Come to think of it, that could be a possibility. After all, so many masterpieces throughout history look pretty abstract. It definitely won't work now. Let's wait until we've finished renovating.
Chen Yu spoke as he picked up his brush, adding 2 horizontal strokes to a black outline, then dotting on eyes and tail feathers with white paint.
A simple sketch of a swallow appeared on the wall. The little ones watched in amazement. Wow, it's a swallow. Daddy Chen is so talented. Daddy Chen, fix mine too. Gu Yao hadn't recognized it at first, only thinking it resembled a bird. When the kid said it was a swallow, she looked again and realized they were right. The lines were so simple it really took some imagination to figure it out. She was confident her drawing skills were better than Chen Yu's, but when it came to imagination, she just couldn't compete. With the same subject, Chen Yu only needed a glance and a few strokes to make a little flower or animal appear on the wall. But staring at the wall covered in doodles, she felt no inspiration. She stared for a long time before finally picking up her brush. Moreover, she used an excessive amount of ink and brushwork, which slowed her progress considerably. They'd agreed to split the work evenly, but by the time Chen Yu finished his entire wall, she'd only completed a small section. Help me out, Chen Dad. Can you take over some of this? Gu Yao begged with a grin, amazed at her own shamelessness. Chen Yu was clearly here to be a chef, yet now he had to take on the task of teaching a child. The problem was, she was a professional, yet she was being outdone by an amateur? How embarrassing. You're moving too slowly. Forget it, I'll help you. Fixing the kids' drawings required not only solid drawing skills but also a strong imagination. Since these concepts are abstract, you have to use your brain to guess what the child originally intended to draw, then figure out how to fix it. And to some extent, drawing is a projection of the inner self, even reflecting different aspects of a child's personality. It felt like solving a puzzle, and Chen Yu was actually enjoying it. Hee, thanks, Dad Chen. Gu Yao straightened up and stretched her aching back. Seeing the wall covered in Chen Yu's artwork, she couldn't help but feel a bit inadequate. Was this really the same messy scribbles from before? How had it transformed into such exquisite line drawings in the blink of an eye? Chapter 174, The Classroom Decorated by Hand. What was even more remarkable was that each piece had its own distinct style, carefully evolving from the original sketches. Looking at her own drawings, they all seemed identical. The style is consistent, but it's just too monotonous. Sigh, is the gap really that wide? It wasn't just Gu Yao who was surprised. The little ones were equally astonished when they saw their drawings after being modified. Some were practically scribbles, they couldn't even describe what they were. But after Chen Yu's skillful touch, they instantly became beautiful. A few didn't need his touch, like Nuonyu was soft, delicate drawings. The two had studied at home, so their skill level was clearly higher than the other little ones. Then there was Ruan Xiaoyan's drawing. She drew a little girl sitting sideways, her hands wrapped around her knees, her head bowed low. Though her expression was hidden, Chen Yu sensed a deep sadness emanating from her. There were no flowers or plants around her, nor any small animals. She was drawing alone in the corner again, her figure seeming even lonelier against the vast, blank white wall. This hinted at her rather introverted and shy nature. Of course, it must be acknowledged that this drawing is truly excellent. There were a few minor flaws, but overall it was very pleasing to the eye. It's hard to believe it was created by a 3-year-old. It could easily pass for the work of a 7 or 8-year-old. Chen Yu felt that with professional training, she could become an excellent artist. Since the little girl's work was already quite polished, he didn't make many changes. He simply added a light yellow hat and a small pink butterfly to it. It added a splash of color and made the figure seem less lonely. Chen Yu thought about it and still felt it wasn't quite right. So he drew a large tree beside her, with its leaves and branches leaning toward the girl, and added a smiling face on the tree. Then he drew a chirping little bird. Finally, he added a few slanting raindrops. The whole picture transformed into a scene of the little girl sheltering from the rain under the tree. The tree bent its branches to shield her from the wind and rain, while the bird sang to her from a branch. The entire mood of the scene changed instantly. While Chen Yu was drawing, Ruan Xiaoyan kept watching from a distance. Watching Chen Yu refine his work bit by bit, her expression grew increasingly astonished. Finally, she couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up, clearly delighted with the revised version. The little girl in Ruan Xiaoyan's painting was unmistakably herself. Because her mother was often away on business trips, she spent many nights sleeping alone. Though not afraid of the dark, Ruan Xiaoyan dreaded loneliness. Whenever she couldn't sleep, she would pull back the curtains, glance at the starry sky outside, then hug her knees and bury her head low. How she wished her mom would suddenly appear and surprise her, but it never happened that way. She also wished for a chirping little bird and a big tree to shelter her from wind and rain. Unexpectedly, Father Chen used his paintbrush to make all of it come true for her. As for Xiao Xinxin's drawing, Chen Yu couldn't make heads or tails of it. It seemed his imagination simply couldn't keep up with the little one's boundless creativity. He decided to call over Teacher Gu Yao. Teacher Gu Yao, I think it'd be better if you handled Xinxuan's drawing, right? Mom helping her daughter revise it perfectly reasonable. Gu Yao stared at the chaotic lines on the wall and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Mr. Chen, if even you don't know how to fix it, I'm even more at a loss. Other kids' drawings might be messy, but at least they were drawing earnestly. There was some method to their chaos. But Xiao Xinxin was just playing around. While drawing earlier, she held 2 brushes in each hand, 4 brushes of different colors. Then she just scribbled all over the white wall. Her smile never left her face the entire time. Who drew the best? No one knows. But she was definitely having the most fun. The white wall was now a tangled web of colorful lines, a veritable paint party. Chen Yu chuckled, I think the little one's painting has a distinct Fauvist style. Fierce? Gu Yao rolled her eyes. More like savage. Xiao Xinxin immediately protested, Mom, you just don't appreciate art. Daddy Chen is right, this is totally Fauvist. Do you even know how to write the word beast? Gu Yao asked, exasperated. The little one really knew how to take advantage of the situation. One compliment and she was already puffing herself up. The question left Xiao Xinxin stumped. How could she possibly write such a difficult character? She could barely write her own name without stumbling, let alone mastering such complex characters. After discussing it, Chen Yu and Gu Yao decided not to alter her work. They'd leave it as is. The whole point was to let the kids express their own styles. How boring would it be if they all looked the same? Even if it was messy and chaotic, it was still Xiao Xinxin's style, right? The blue splashed from the brush earlier wasn't wasted either. Chen Yu tweaked it slightly, transforming it into a deep blue night sky. Gu Yao's splashed yellow was transformed into a falling meteor. It didn't feel out of place at all. In fact, it added more texture to the piece. Nua drew a puppy. Chen Yu added a few strokes to its tail and used ink to depict the fur, making it look more lifelike. Ruan drew a woman's full face. He recognized it as Su Yuwei at a glance and carefully refined the portrait. The little one really adores her mother. She drew her mother last time too. After finishing the last touch-up, Chen Yu straightened his back and stretched his body. The classroom walls were now covered with all kinds of drawings, no longer the monotonous expanse of bare white that they had been. The drawings, now refined by Chen Yu, were naturally beautiful. What was even more remarkable was that they still retained each child's unique style. Chen Yu had merely built upon their original foundations, enhancing them to look even better. He hadn't forced them into a uniform style. Of course, the overall consistency isn't as high. But doesn't that make them more interesting? If they all look the same, how would you tell they were drawn by children? That's precisely the charm of diversity. Kids, look at our classroom now, isn't it beautiful? This is the result of everyone's hard work. Gu Yao smiled. She had originally approached this as an experiment, but the final result far exceeded her expectations. Of course, most of the credit went to Chen Yu. If she had made the changes herself, it might have looked even better, but the style would have been uniform. It wouldn't have reflected the collective creativity of all the children. She couldn't resist pulling out her phone and snapping several photos in quick succession. After selecting and editing them, she'd share the photos in the group chat. She couldn't wait to see the parents' reactions. The children were all amazed too. They couldn't believe their own doodles had transformed into something so beautiful in the blink of an eye. Decorating the classroom together gave them a great sense of accomplishment and pride. One little one immediately said, everyone has to take good care of the classroom. Right. We can't mess up our own artwork. Chapter 175, Mr. Chen is the hero. Letting the little ones paint had another benefit, they would naturally take care of it. With 4 blank walls, even if they don't get dirty today, they might get dirty someday. But once they're painted, it's different. These are their own creations, how could they bear to mess them up? If anyone tried to vandalize it, the little ones would be the first to protest. Just as the children were admiring the artwork, the principal and Rin Shui arrived. Wow! The principal couldn't help but gasp as soon as she stepped into the classroom. Kids, you've painted so beautifully. She had been prepared to repaint the entire wall white, but the children had truly given her a wonderful surprise. These paintings were truly beautiful, far exceeding her expectations. Ren Shui looked equally astonished and smiled, saying, I bet Chen Dad and teacher Gu Yao had their hands full. It was impossible for 3-year-olds to draw this well. So it must be all thanks to Chen Yu and Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly shook her head. I didn't help much at all. Dad Shin did most of the corrections, he's the real hero here. That was the honest truth. Because she drew so slowly, she only managed to complete a small portion by the end. The bulk of the rest was essentially completed by Chen Yu. You two have worked hard. The principal chuckled softly as he began to examine the paintings closely. A vast expanse of deep blue night sky dotted with shooting stars, each trailing long, glowing streaks. A girl sat beneath a tree, a cute bow on her hat, with birds chirping nearby. A chubby little bear hugged a honeycomb, scooping out honey to eat. No matter the subject, each piece struck her as truly beautiful. Moreover, these drawings clearly showed distinct differences rather than being cookie-cutter copies churned out on an assembly line. It was clear that Chen Yu had deliberately preserved the original style when he modified the drawings. That is, the unique style belonging to each child. Building upon that foundation, he made them even more appealing. This perfectly aligned with the principal's educational philosophy. Every child should be unique, possessing their own personality, interests, and growth trajectory. Their educational approaches should be tailored accordingly. Yet current education tends toward conformity. It seeks to erase all traces of a child's natural instincts, molding them into obedient, well-behaved little ones as if cast from the same mold. But people aren't products on an assembly line. How could they ever be completely identical? The principal strongly disapproves of this approach. That's why she deeply admires Chen Yu. Even in something as simple as drawing, she could see he shared her educational philosophy. The children were also scrambling to show off their drawings, eager to earn the principal's praise. "Headmistress, this is my drawing." "This one's mine." "Look at mine too." Some children tugged at the principal's sleeve to start explaining. Their language skills weren't quite developed yet, so their explanations were stumbling and sometimes incoherent. Sometimes it was impossible to understand what the little ones were saying. But the principal showed no impatience whatsoever. She simply listened quietly. A smile never left her face as she tried her best to guess what the little one was trying to say. She was gentler and more patient than most parents. Chen Yu felt even more certain that choosing Chuanmiao Kindergarten was the right decision. Parents who spoil their children with treats and indulge every whim were not uncommon. What was rare was someone willing to calmly and earnestly listen to what he had to say. Often they were distracted or interrupted before the child could finish speaking. They think they understand children, but they have no idea how rich their inner worlds truly are. Even vast enough to hold an entire universe. Then the principal found herself surrounded by a crowd of little ones, each eager to show off their drawing. They formed 2 or 3 tight circles around her. Seeing they couldn't squeeze in, the other children shifted their attention to the other 3. The most popular was Chen Yu, of course. His space quickly filled with children, each eager to share their praise. Next came Gu Yao and Ren Shui. Neither could escape the attention either. The two exchanged a glance, smiling with a hint of resignation. Working at a kindergarten was like this. You could be surrounded by little ones at any moment. The bell rang, saving them. As the bell rang, the children scattered in a rush, all running out to play. Gu Yao chuckled, "Guess our charm just isn't strong enough, ha ha ha." Ren Shui replied, "Well, obviously going outside to play is way more fun." The principal looked at Chen Yu. "Chen Dad, you and teacher Gu Yao have really worked hard this time. I believe our kindergarten classrooms are absolutely one of a kind." Chen Yu paused, taken aback. "Principal, why are you calling me Dad Chen? We're not even close enough for that." Ren Shui and Gu Yao both burst out laughing, then realized it wasn't appropriate and quickly stopped. The principal, however, didn't seem to mind at all. "You're a parent here. Calling you Daddy Chen just feels more friendly." Since the principal didn't mind, Chen Yu cared even less. It was just a title. Calling him anything was fine. The next class belonged to Ren Shui, so Gu Yao took the opportunity to select photos and upload them to the parent group. Decorating their own classroom with their own hands, the little ones did a fantastic job. The photos were posted, and replies came flooding in almost immediately. "Oh my, these are all drawn by the little ones? So beautiful. The principal is so bold, she actually let them use the whole classroom. It reminds me of my kindergarten days. If we'd done something like this back then, we'd have definitely gotten our bottoms spanked. Ha, times have changed. Little kids probably couldn't draw this well. Did the teachers touch them up?" one parent guessed. Gu Yao posted a reply, "The kids drew first, then Chen Dad and I made some adjustments." Immediately, she and Chen Yu were showered with praise from the parents, who marveled at how wonderful the artwork was. Times may have changed, but it's rare to find such an open-minded principal. Yeah, a colleague's daughter attends Florence Noble Academy, and the teachers there actually still punish children physically. Oh my, that's outrageous. To be honest, I chose this kindergarten specifically because of the principal. For some reason, the conversation suddenly shifted back to Florence Noble Academy. It seemed many parents had attended that school but were dissatisfied, which is why they sent their children here instead. Chen Yu was in charge of cooking lunch, preparing something relatively light. Yesterday's whole roasted lamb had been rather greasy, so today the little ones needed something lighter. Of course, he couldn't leave out meat entirely, so he also made a meat broth. The ingredients included tenderloin, eggs, wood ear mushrooms, soft tofu, and daylily buds. Wood ear mushrooms clear the lungs, and autumn is the perfect season to enjoy them. Daylily buds were the soul of the dish. Not only did they carry a wild, mountainous fragrance, but their texture was also quite pleasant, offering a satisfying chewiness. Chapter 176, What if you eat a fortune cookie? But be sure to cook them thoroughly, they're poisonous otherwise. Slice the pork tenderloin into thin strips, then marinate with cooking wine and cornstarch. Beat the eggs and set aside. Soak the wood ear mushrooms until softened, then slice into thin strips. Cut the soft tofu into small cubes. Finally, prepare some daylily buds. Heat oil in a wok and stir-fry the pork strips until they change color. Add the wood ear mushrooms and daylily buds, stir-frying until fragrant. Add the hot broth to infuse flavor, bringing it to a boil. Then drizzle in the cornstarch slurry, stirring until it thickens into a translucent paste. Turn off the heat and slowly pour in the beaten egg mixture in a circular motion. This allows the residual heat to form delicate egg flowers, absolutely beautiful. He learned another trick. Gu Yao had appeared behind Chen Yu at some point, jotting down a note in her little notebook. Normally, with the side dish auntie around, she wouldn't need to help. But after Chen Yu gave her a little guidance yesterday, Xiao Xinxin had praised her lavishly. She wanted to learn more so she could cook for her daughter at home. Then her status in her daughter's eyes would far surpass Xiao Bing's. You scared me. How come you walk without making a sound? Chen Yu sprinkled pepper into the pot, drizzled aromatic vinegar along the edge, and finished with a drop of sesame oil to seal the flavors. You're just too focused on cooking. Ask the other ladies, they all heard you. Chen Yu turned to see the vegetable prep aunties all smiling at him. Alright, so he really was too absorbed. The ladies had been a bit puzzled at first, why would the principal hire such a young guy? And they heard he was a parent too. Could he even cook? But yesterday's whole roasted lamb feast completely won over the ants. Everyone who'd ever tasted roast whole lamb raved about how delicious it was. Lunch was ready in no time, and the little ones lined up obediently. Nua, what did your dad make? One child asked. Nua shook her head. No idea. Within moments, several other children had come to ask her the same question. In just one day, she had become the kindergarten's little star. On one hand, she was adorable and had a great personality. On the other hand, it was because of Chen Yu. The children who received their lunches couldn't wait to dig in. Just as Chen Yu had anticipated, the soup bowl proved the most popular item. Xiao Xinxin took a small sip first, nodded with satisfaction. Then she picked up the bowl and gulped it down in big mouthfuls. The little one finished the entire bowl in one go, wiped her mouth, and carried the bowl over to Rinxue. Teacher Rinxue, I want another bowl. Xinxin drank that fast? Rinxue was a bit surprised. She had only taken 2 bites of her meal herself. Take it slow with this bowl, or you'll fill up on water and won't have room for your meal. Though she said that, she still filled Xiao Xinxin's bowl to the brim. At the same time, she felt a bit curious. Was the soup really that delicious? She lifted the bowl and took a tiny sip. Then she couldn't stop. She lifted the bowl and gulped it all down. Gu Yao chuckled, and you were telling Xixin off? Look at you, you're stuffed with soup too. Rinxue shook her head while ladling more soup. This soup really is delicious. Try it yourself if you don't believe me. Gu Yao took a skeptical sip and was instantly blown away by the flavor. This soup was absolutely incredible. Savory and refreshing, tangy and spicy, it was incredibly appetizing. The daylily buds had a delightful texture too, no wonder Xiao Xinxin could polish it off in one go. That's just how her daughter was. She ate incredibly fast when she found something delicious. Then Gu Yao tilted her head back and polished off her bowl of soup as well. The two women looked at each other's empty bowls and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yu hadn't expected this soup to become the most popular dish. Just half an hour after the meal began, it was completely gone. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Well, guess I can't make the soup this delicious anymore. Otherwise, the little ones would fill up on soup and leave no room for the other dishes. After lunch came nap time. Gu Yao and Rinxue worked together to get the little ones settled. Then they could rest a bit in the lounge before getting out to make their rounds. I'm exhausted. Gu Yao flopped onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. After 2 days on the job, she felt this work was actually quite nice. The little ones were all quite adorable, and she hadn't encountered any particularly mischievous ones yet. Of course, that might be because she had a little troublemaker at home, raising her tolerance level. Now, when she saw kids who were just a little mischievous, she actually thought they were pretty well behaved. But this job was genuinely exhausting. Rinxue looked at her curiously. Hey, what's that red mark on your clothes? Is that part of the design? Ha! Gu Yao quickly took off her jacket and was startled to find a long streak of paint had somehow stained it. No doubt it happened while painting. Damn it. Gu Yao couldn't help but lament how utterly unlucky today had been. She'd been a few seconds late this morning. The little one had dirted the wall during her class, and now her clothes had another stain. She thought back to the fortune cookie Chen Yu had brought. It was all that girl Xiao Xinxin's fault. If she'd saved one for her mom, maybe she wouldn't be having such a terrible day. Gu Yao felt a fresh wave of resentment toward Xiao Xinxin. She'd pinch her cheeks good later. The warm afternoon sun streamed into the room. The little ones rubbed their eyes awake, full of energy. Gu Yao stared at the conspicuous red paint stain on her jacket, still grumbling about her bad luck.
Xiao Xinxin was walking toward her, still rubbing her eyes, clearly half asleep. Then Gu Yao reached out and pinched her own daughter's cheek.
Xiao Xinxin jolted awake. Mom, what are you doing? And you have the nerve to ask. Besides their lunch at kindergarten, the little ones also had a snack around 1 p.m. It was usually fruit or snacks.
The portion was actually quite small, but the children looked forward to it eagerly. Because no matter how delicious the main meals are, snacks are always the tastiest treats to them.
The principal looked at Chen Yu with some embarrassment. Sorry, Chen Dad, I forgot to mention it. Could you maybe bake something? We have an oven and everything.
To ensure freshness, both the fruit and pastries are purchased fresh daily. But Chen Yu had just started his job that morning and had no idea about this arrangement.
Going out to buy things now would definitely be too late. The principal suggested he make some snacks himself for the children's afternoon treat. Chen Yu didn't mind at all.
As long as the ingredients were available, he could whip something up quickly. The principal led him to the kitchen, where they found all the necessary ingredients readily available.
Since he had to make snacks anyway, why not bring the little ones along for a special baking class? Chen Yu shared this idea with the principal.
The principal smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking, but I was afraid it might be a bother for you, Mr. Chen."
Chen Yu chuckled, "What trouble? The kids are all well behaved anyway."
He understood exactly what the principal was worried about.
Surely there wouldn't be scenes of flour flying everywhere? Chapter 177, Baking Cookies with Daddy.
Since Chen Yu said it was fine, the principal didn't press the matter further. She was actually quite interested in the idea herself, letting the children experience the joy of cooking firsthand.
Then I'll inform Ms. Ren Shui and Ms. Gu Yao to gather the children, wash their hands, and meet either in the activity room or the kitchen. Chen Yu thought for a moment. Let's stick with the activity room.
After all, the kitchen was a bit cramped and didn't have enough tables and chairs. If they had to stand, the little ones would probably start complaining about being tired soon.
No problem, I'll get right on it.
The principal readily agreed, filled with anticipation for the idea. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Yu arrived at the kitchen early. Unfamiliar with the layout, it took him a while to locate the ingredients. He finally located the low-gluten flour, powdered sugar, eggs, vegetable oil, and other ingredients. Considering it was for the children, he deliberately reduced the sugar content. He also gathered some clean strips of paper and colored markers. These slips were made of food-grade wax paper. When folded, the writing was enclosed inside, preventing contact with the edible portion. There was no need to worry about hygiene. Then, together with the kindergarten staff, he moved all these items to the activity room. All the materials were portioned into small bowls, with one set placed on each table. This way, every little one could participate. Chen Yu was still in charge of the actual making, they were just experiencing the process.
Ren Shui and Gu Yao were already organizing the little ones. Kids, in a bit, Mr. Chen is going to teach you a special lesson how to bake cookies. Excited?
We can't wait, the children shouted in unison. The loudest voices came from the little ones who had tasted the cookies. Xiao Xinxin especially, cupping her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, afraid no one would hear her. As for those who hadn't tasted them that morning, their voices weren't nearly as loud.
For them, making the cookies wasn't nearly as fun as eating them.
It was only because Mr. Chen was teaching the class that they were looking forward to making cookies.
Some children were still drowsy, not fully awake yet.
Alright, let's line up and head to the activity room together.
Remember to be quiet, okay? Because only our class gets this chance. If the kids from other classes hear us, we won't be able to go.
Ren Shui said with a smile. Hearing this, the little ones pressed their hands tightly over their mouths, afraid to make a sound. This made both Gu Yao and Ren Shui laugh. With so many children in kindergarten, it was impossible to teach them all.
Chen Yu naturally chose his daughter's class, a small act of favoritism, perhaps. Led by their teacher, the little ones crossed the hallway to the activity room.
Only then did they lower their hands from their mouths and exhale long sighs of relief.
Wow, I was suffocating. Can't you breathe through your nose? Ha, I totally forgot.
The children's conversation truly made Ren Shui and Gu Yao chuckle.
Covering your mouth made you forget to breathe through your nose? Luckily the hallway wasn't too long, otherwise, what a mess that would have been.
The little ones started chattering away, filling the activity room with lively noise.
Nuo, soft and plump, spotted Chen Yu wearing an apron and immediately ran over. Daddy! Daddy's going to make cookies.
That's right, Chen Yu said with a smile.
You two can try making some too later.
Xiao Xinxin squeezed her way over too.
Daddy Chen, are we making those crispy cookies from this morning?
That's right, those fortune cookies.
Chen Yu ruffled her hair. We'll all make them together later, okay?
Yes, the little ones shouted in unison. Looking at the prepared ingredients, Gu Yao could almost smell the aroma of the cookies already.
Daddy Chen, do you need help from me and teacher Ren Shui?
Of course.
You just want to eat without lifting a finger? Gu Yao felt a little embarrassed. Of course not. It's just that you know my skills aren't the best. No worries, this is simple and easy to make.
Ren Shui joined them, then we'll follow Dad Chen's lead. Her cooking skills were far better than Gu Yao's, and she'd baked a few times at home, so she was quite interested in this. Chen Yu smiled as he began assigning tasks. Could you please have the kids wash their hands first, then help me distribute these slips of paper two per person? Gu Yao took a slip and examined it. What's this for? Have the kids draw pictures or write a few words on the slips, fold them up, and put them inside the cookies. Then we'll see who gets whose message. Fortune cookies were meant to hold slips of paper inside for fortune telling or blessings. He decided to recreate the experience with the kids. It sounded like fun. Draw pictures? Write wishes? That sounds fun. Gu Yao perked up immediately, grabbing a stack of slips and colored pens. Come on, little ones, line up and wash your hands. After washing, come get your paper and pens. We're going to make the prettiest fortune slips. The children sprang into action, washing their hands and collecting their slips and markers. Ren Shui and Gu Yao guided them through the process. At this age, many children couldn't articulate their thoughts clearly, and even fewer could write. So the two teachers stepped in, writing their ideas down on paper for them. Of course, the children could also draw whatever they wanted. The activity room instantly transformed into a little workshop. Nuonuo carefully drew a big sun and a small flower with her colored pencils, then scribbled happy every day beside them. Ruanwan drew a tiny house with several little people inside. Xiao Xinxin quickly filled a whole sheet of paper and raised her hand to ask Ren Shui, Teacher Ren Shui, can I have another sheet of paper? Ruan Xiaoyan was a bit shy, but she still wrote something with her head down. Others drew flowers and plants, some sketched little animals, and others scribbled words in crooked handwriting. While helping fold the paper strips, Ren Shui marveled, oh my, these little ones are so earnest. Suddenly, she thought having such adorable children might be quite nice. But she quickly shook her head. She didn't even have a boyfriend yet. Thinking about this was way too premature. With the notes nearly ready, Chen Yu began demonstrating how to make cookie dough. He cracked eggs into a large bowl, added powdered sugar, and whisked everything together until smooth. Just mix until combined. Overbeating is counterproductive. He then poured in vegetable oil and continued mixing until fully incorporated. Finally, he sifted in the cake flour and gently folded it in with a spatula until a smooth, fine batter formed. Wow, it smells so good. The sweet aroma of the batter filled the air, drawing the children closer as they sniffed the air. Now, we'll pipe the batter onto the baking sheet. Chen Yu took out a piping bag, fitted it with a round tip, and filled it with batter. There weren't enough piping bags, so he gave one each to Gu Yao and Ren Shui. First, he taught them how to use them. Chapter 178, How about switching to your dad? He then had the little ones line up in 3 rows, each coming to one of the 3 adults to try. He demonstrated first, piping a thin, round pancake about 5 centimeters in diameter onto a baking sheet lined with parchment paper. Like this, pipe it into a round pancake. Don't make it too thick, or it won't crisp up nicely when baked. Daddy Chen, let me try. Let me try. Xiao Xinxin was the first to raise her hand. Alright, Xixin goes first. Chen Yu handed her the piping bag, carefully guiding her hand. Squeeze gently, slowly. That's it. Perfect. Xiao Xinxin successfully piped a wobbly but recognizable round pancake, her little face flushed with excitement. The other children were eager to try too. No rush, no rush. Everyone line up, one at a time, Teacher Ren Shui kept order. So the little ones lined up and took turns. The activity room filled with laughter. The principal arrived then, but instead of interrupting them, she stood quietly at the classroom door. Watching the lively scene through the window and listening to the children's laughter, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. She felt more and more certain that hiring Chen Yu as the chef had been the right decision. Oh no! Mine got squished. Mine's so big. Teacher Gu, look, is mine round? Mr. Chen, the batter got on my hand. The activity room became quite chaotic for a moment. Flour inevitably splattered onto the little ones' clothes and faces. It even got on the clothes of 2 teachers. Ren Shui borrowed 2 aprons from the auntie, but Gu Yao didn't seem to mind at all. Haha, it's okay. This is what making cookies is all about. Truthfully, she simply didn't care. The red stain on her clothes probably wouldn't wash out anyway, so what if there was a little more flour? Since she was already unlucky, she might as well lighten up. Ren Shui paused, then tossed her apron aside too. Teacher Gu Yao, you're right. I won't wear mine either. Under the guidance of the 3 adults, the little ones soon managed to squeeze out small round cakes. Though they varied in size and shape, they were at least roughly round. Not perfect, but they were the little ones' own hard work. Chen Yu made a few minor adjustments to ensure the thickness was as uniform as possible. Otherwise, the baked cookies wouldn't be uniformly crispy, and that just wouldn't taste good. Alright. Now it's time to pop them in the oven and turn them into delicious, fragrant cookies. Chen Yu slid the baking sheet into the preheated oven. They'll need about 10 minutes to bake, so we'll have to wait patiently. While waiting, Gu Yao and Ren Shui organized the little ones to sing songs. The children's chorus sounded especially sweet to Chen Yu's ears, reminding him of the duet he'd sing with his wife in a few days. His singing skills now easily outshone many professional singers, no worries there. But this was a love song after all, and they hadn't practiced together. Should he find an opportunity to rehearse?
Even though the rules required it, he still wanted to sing it as well as possible. After all, it was his first time singing a love song with his wife. Given Su Yuwei's personality, she'd never sing a love song with him if this chance didn't come along. So Chen Yu cherished this moment deeply. An enticing sweet aroma gradually wafted from the oven, mingling with faint notes of egg and butter, making the kids swallow hard. Even Ren Shui and Gu Yao couldn't resist taking deep breaths. Ding! The oven timer chimed. Chen Yu slipped on oven mitts and carefully pulled out the baking tray. The batter on the tray had transformed into a beautiful golden brown, its edges slightly curled, radiating an enticing sheen and rich aroma. Wow! It smells amazing. They're cookies now. Golden brown. The children cheered. Hold on, they're still piping hot. Chen Yu quickly reminded them. And we haven't done the most important step yet. While the cookies were still warm, they swiftly inserted slips of paper, folding each cookie in half to form a crescent shape. Then pinched the ends together and gently curved them toward the center. A lucky fortune cookie with a puffed up center was formed. Then they waited for it to cool and set. See? This is a fortune cookie, and the paper inside is the fortune slip. Chen Yu explained, his hands moving non-stop. It had to be folded while the cookie was still warm, requiring lightning fast speed. He couldn't manage alone, so he asked Gu Yao and Ren Shui to help. Otherwise, once the cookies cooled, they'd become brittle and break easily. The two teachers rolled up their sleeves and joined in with smiles. With 3 people working together, the pace of shaping the cookies picked up considerably. The little ones watched intently, waiting for their turn. Mine. The one with the sun is mine. That little cake is mine. Daddy Chen, be careful. Don't break it. Soon, all the fortune cookies were finished. They were neatly arranged on several large platters, golden and gleaming like little crescent moons. Dad Chen, is this good enough? Ren Shui asked. After ensuring the cookies had set properly, Chen Yu nodded. Yes, that's fine. Ren Shui clapped her hands. Everyone line up. You can each take 2, one for yourself and 1 to bring home for your parents, or to give to a friend. The little ones lined up and took their 2 fortune cookies one by one. Gu Yao watched Xiao Xinxin with anticipation this time. Her well-behaved daughter would surely save one for her. With a snap, Xiao Xinxin eagerly broke open her fortune cookie, pulled out the slip of paper inside, and stuffed the cookie into her mouth. As for the slip of paper? She didn't even glance at it. The cookies are so delicious. What did the slip say? Who cares? Just as she was about to break open another cookie, she suddenly froze. Could it be, my dear daughter finally remembered her mom? Gu Yao screamed inwardly, hurry over, Xixin, sweetie. Give this cookie to mommy. As Xiao Xinxin drew nearer, Gu Yao could barely contain the smile spreading across her face. Her daughter did remember her after all. She knew to save one for her. That fortune cookie this morning was just a fluke. But then Xiao Xinxin suddenly turned midway and walked straight toward Nua. She just walked away? Wasn't it meant for me? Gu Yao felt like she'd gotten her hopes up for nothing. Ren Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Ms. Gu Yao, looks like Nua holds a higher place in Xin's heart. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up, Gu Yao sighed. Never mind. If it's for Nuo, then so be it. She accepted losing to Nua after all. She adored the little one too. The little one really was so well behaved and adorable. Xiao Xinxin held up the cookie in front of Nuo. Nuo, how about I trade this for Daddy Chen? Ah, Teacher Gu Yao, looks like you didn't lose to Nuo, you lost to Chen Dad. Ren Shui teased. Chapter 179, Brewery Partnership. Your brother-in-law is a twin? Gu Yao clutched her chest, looking heartbroken. This little girl. If Xiao Bing weren't here, she'd drive me crazy. They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets, but Xiao Xinxin's little jacket was full of holes. I won't trade. Nuo naturally refused decisively. Expecting to trade her dad for a single cookie? What was she thinking? With Daddy around, she could eat these cookies every day, as many as she wanted. But after the trade, she'd only have this one. Wasn't that math obvious? Nono carefully broke open the cookie and pulled out the note, happy every day. I wrote this. She felt a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up. But happy every day is nice too. Though she really wanted to get one written by someone else. Ruan, what did you get? She peered over to see. Ruan quickly tucked her note away. Secret. The other kids had all gotten their notes too, and even if what was written wasn't what they wanted, they weren't too disappointed. After all, it was like opening a blind box. The excitement lay in the process of unwrapping it. What was inside, well, that wasn't really the point. The activity room was filled with surprised gasps and laughter. Gu Yao picked up a cookie, broke it open, and pulled out a slip of paper. It had a little star drawn on it and read, Teacher Gu is the prettiest. She paused for a moment, and the slight unease she'd felt earlier vanished instantly. Which little one wrote this? Sweet talker, but I like it. So not all the kids adore Daddy Chen after all, some still like me. Nuo even walked over and handed her a small cookie, leaving Gu Yao deeply touched. This little one is so well behaved, much better than her own Cici. After eating this fortune cookie, her luck should finally improve, right?
Ren Shui drew a note that read, "Thank you for your hard work, teacher," and felt a warm glow in her heart. After the afternoon snack, there were still 2 more classes left, so Chen Yu wouldn't be involved anymore. He could have left after making lunch, but today was an exception. If she bought pastries and fruit every morning, she wouldn't have to make them from scratch. Then Chen Yu headed to the hospital to get his health certificate for work. Since it was a weekday, the place was surprisingly quiet, and he didn't have to wait in line. The disinfectant smell in the medical center was so strong it made people dizzy. Just as Chen Yu sat down, pressing the cotton swab after his blood draw, his brother-in-law called.
"Hello, brother-in-law."
Zhou Jun's voice sounded quite agitated on the other end.
"Xiao Yu, are you free right now? The distillery owner and I are heading straight to Lincheng to discuss a partnership with you." Chen Yu paused in surprise. "Why the rush? Couldn't you have called ahead? Isn't this early enough? Are you free? Calling 2 hours in advance notice is a stretch, isn't it?"
"I'm free, but I need to pick up my daughter from school first.
Probably around 5 o'clock.
I'll send you the address shortly." After his physical exam, Chen Yu headed to the kindergarten and was surprised to find he wasn't the first one there. There were already 5 or 6 parents waiting at the gate for their children to be dismissed. They smiled and greeted him when they saw him.
This came as quite a surprise to Chen Yu.
It seemed that under his influence, parents were increasingly valuing their children. After picking up Nuonyuo and Ruerue, he drove straight to Peninsula Cafe.
Zhou Jun and the winery executives had been waiting for half an hour. They could have easily greeted him today and returned tomorrow.
But the wine made with Chen Yu's recipe had just been bottled.
After tasting it, they couldn't wait to come over. Zhou Jun was completely caught off guard when he got the call.
He had planned to clock out on time and have a candlelit dinner with Chen Roji.
A glass of red wine, a steak, wouldn't that set the mood? After dinner, they could focus on their baby-making plans. Both sets of parents were eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Chen Roji was approaching 30, they couldn't delay any longer. So having his plans disrupted was a bit of a bummer.
But he said nothing, just got in the car and sped straight for Lincheng. This could be a major achievement. If he could truly seize this opportunity to resolve the local watermelon sales issue, it would be a major feather in his cap. Once the higher-ups moved up, he could advance further.
He might even get his hands on the deputy township chief position.
Some people take the civil service exam for stability, but Zhou Jun wasn't one of them. At just 30, this is the prime time to strive.
At this age, how could he possibly settle for mediocrity?
Zhou Jun smiled and said, "Mr. Xiao needs to pick up his daughter, so he should be here soon." Mr. Zhao looked remarkably young, only 26 or 27. The distillery was his family business.
Last year, the old man suffered a cerebral thrombosis. After narrowly escaping death, he stepped down. Since then, the distillery has been under his management.
Originally producing traditional baijiu, it had reached a certain scale but was far from being the local industry leader. Zhao Guan was determined to take it further, constantly pondering ways to break through the bottleneck.
This watermelon liquor presented him with an opportunity. The region boasts abundant watermelon resources, offering both affordability and decent quality.
Frankly, the traditional baijiu industry was already struggling to move its products. Baijiu either relies on high volume with low margins or pursues premium pricing through brand prestige, like Matai.
But neither path was particularly viable now. The first path offers little room for substantial profit, as baijiu enthusiasts are aging and becoming more cautious about heavy drinking. The second path is a dead end. Young people aren't buying into it, they don't recognize the brand. Who are you going to sell at a premium to? Even Matai has launched small tasting cups and collaborated with other brands to create Matai ice cream and coffee. Aren't these all tactics to attract younger consumers? Unfortunately, the results have been negligible. Why would I buy your overpriced, awful hybrid instead of just getting ice cream and coffee? Zhao Guang believes the time for transformation has come. Whoever captures the youth will capture half the liquor industry for the next 2 decades. So fruit wines low in alcohol, great tasting, and visually appealing are clearly a better fit. Let's be honest, beyond a few old-school enthusiasts who genuinely love it, baijiu is mostly just a social lubricant at banquets. Young people don't participate in these banquets. They're not playing along anymore, so why bother with social drinking? They have their own ways of doing business. Fruit wine is different, it can be enjoyed anytime. So when the first batch was ready, he couldn't wait to contact Zhou Jun to formalize the contract. Zhao Guang chuckled, "No rush, brother Zhou. I heard your brother-in-law had twins, so envious." His father kept nagging him, but Zhao Guang felt no urgency. He needed to establish himself first before discussing marriage. "Yeah, don't even get me started, I'm green with envy too." Zhou Jun had always considered himself a golden boy. After all, among his classmates, he was among the most successful. Though he was just a township civil servant with a modest salary for now. Chapter 180, Great Collaboration. You're a marketing genius. But he was still young. Solving the watermelon sales problem was imminent, and a clear path to promotion lay ahead. Reaching the level of deputy town mayor would be a whole different ballgame. But when he saw Chen Yu at his wedding last time, he realized this brother-in-law was the real winner in life. He quietly brought back 2 daughters, both well-behaved and sensible. Most crucially, he'd snagged a wealthy woman. That BMW worth over $1 million? He couldn't afford it even with 20 years' salary. She's young, beautiful, a university professor, and he didn't even have to marry into her family. He even wondered if Xiao Yu had saved the world in a past life. Just then, Chen Yu arrived with his daughters. Zhou Jun spotted him immediately and waved him over. Xiao Yu, over here. Zhao Guang stood up and shook hands with Chen Yu. Sorry I'm late, picking up my daughter took a bit longer than expected. No problem, no problem. We just got here ourselves. Zhao Guang's attention shifted to Nuonyuo and Ruerue, and he realized these 2 little girls were truly adorable. No wonder Zhou Jun envied his brother-in-law. If only his own daughters were this adorable, maybe he should start looking for someone to marry right now. Hello, little princesses. Zhao Guang glanced back, and his assistant promptly presented gifts, a doll for each girl. Nuonyuo and Ruanwan first looked at Chen Yu. He nodded, and only then did the little girls take them. Thank you, big brother. That single word brother made Zhao Guang's heart soar with joy, solidifying his resolve to have a daughter someday. Mr. Zhao, you've been too generous. It's nothing, just a little welcome gift for the little ones. Zhou Jun also adored the 2 little girls and ordered them cake and milk tea. Then the group formally began discussing business. Instead of rushing to pull out the contract, Zhao Guang first had his assistant retrieve 2 bottles of wine from his bag. The transparent glass bottles featured an elegant, petite design, holding a pale pink liquid inside. Chen Yu was instantly captivated by the appearance. It perfectly matched his imagination. Watermelon wine was a fruit wine, destined to appeal to young people. Don't even think about using ugly, tacky bottles, young people won't buy that. This transparent glass bottle design is spot on. Mr. Zhao across the table was also young, which gave Chen Yu even more confidence in their collaboration. Mr. Zhao, this bottle design is really impressive. Zhao Guang chuckled, glad you like it, Mr. Chen. I believe fruit wine should appeal to the younger crowd, so I picked this one from all the options. Exactly. Those true old-school drinkers wouldn't touch a bottle of fruit wine. Chen Yu and Zhao Guang shared a knowing smile. People on the same wavelength find collaboration smooth and almost obstacle-free. The final agreement settled on a revenue-sharing plus buyout model. Zhao Guang would first pay Chen Yu an upfront sum, and thereafter, Chen Yu would receive a commission for every bottle sold. Chen Yu wasn't overly concerned about the exact percentage, and since Zhao Guang offered a generous share, they encountered no major disagreements. After reviewing the contract details, they signed it. Zhao Guang smiled and shook hands with Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, here's to a successful partnership. Pleasure doing business. As Chen Yu rose to leave, something suddenly occurred to him. Mr. Zhao, regarding marketing, what are your plans? Zhao Guang paused, then replied instinctively, nothing more than splashing cash on ads, hiring celebrity endorsers, and collaborating with other brands. He hadn't given it a second thought, surely that was the advertising department's job. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized the problem. Watermelon wine already existed on the market. Though it tasted awful, they were the pioneers. This meant they weren't the only players in the fruit wine market, nor were they the pioneers. Even if their product tasted truly exceptional, they'd still need to spend a fortune on promotion. The problem is everyone's playing the same game. What makes you stand out? Even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Zhao Guang laughed. Mr. Chen, since you ask, I assume you have some brilliant insights. I'd love to hear them. Watermelon wine sales directly impact commission income, influence my brother-in-law's performance evaluations, indirectly affect his standing and harmony within the family, and that family harmony in turn affects. In short, fruit wine sales affected their entire extended family. So Chen Yu didn't hold back. He sat down and spoke at length. Throwing money at advertising campaigns, hiring celebrity endorsers, and collaborating with other brands, these methods certainly work. But they were costly, inefficient, and overused advertising tactics. To break through quickly, we need differentiation and a distinct brand positioning. If our wine can resonate emotionally with young people. In a parallel universe, there's a wine called Jiang Xiaoxiao Obai. It tastes awful, yet through emotional slogans, it transformed from an obscure small brand into a 30 billion yuan a year enterprise. The secret is simple: turn the liquor into a cultural phenomenon to win young people's emotional allegiance. Just write a few emotional quotes? Zhou Jun frowned. He thought to himself, what's the difference between this and toxic motivational quotes? I don't see how it could possibly work. Brother-in-law, you're not exactly young anymore. It's normal you don't get it. Damn, that stings, Xiao Yu. Zhao Guang, however, perked up. He leaned forward eagerly. Mr. Chen, please continue. I want to know exactly how to do this. First, assign a unique QR code to each bottle of wine. This QR code establishes a connection between the user and the brand. By scanning the QR code inside the bottle cap, users could jump directly to the brand's exclusive mini program.
Not only can they access product details, but they can also claim red envelopes, earn points, and even view the production process of that bottle. We also gain user insights to launch targeted promotions and campaigns later.
Directing users to the mini program is just the first step. The real key lies in emotional marketing. Products fulfill functional needs, while brands satisfy spiritual ones. Functional needs are temporary, but spiritual needs endure.
Users upload text and images within the mini program, share their stories, and generate a personalized wine bottle.
We periodically select users whose content is mass-produced and launched nationwide.
The advantage of this model is that we never have to worry about lacking copy, while also breaking down the disconnect between manufacturers and users. Users also spontaneously become brand ambassadors, sharing the product across social media platforms, creating organic word-of-mouth momentum. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun recognized the power of this marketing approach. While Zhao Guang's eyes lit up, he could already envision the liquor's explosive popularity. Chen Yu smiled. We could also shoot a series of short videos featuring scenes relatable to young people, like a dorm group grabbing late-night snacks, helping a buddy chase his crush, or graduation season moments. In short, we must use every possible method to resonate emotionally with young people.
Chapter 181, Xiao Yu, teach your sister how to have twins.
There were actually a few more marketing strategies, but they weren't needed just yet. For instance, segmenting consumption scenarios, marketing a distinct wine for each setting to create strong associations. When young people find themselves in that specific situation, the first thing they think of is that particular liquor. Of course, you'd need multiple products to execute this effectively. For instance, position the watermelon wine as refreshing and grease-cutting, specifically for hot pot gatherings with friends. Then position plum wine as a young person's everyday dining companion, perfect for enjoying a bottle with regular meals.
Currently, having only one watermelon wine clearly won't work. Multi-channel distribution and building a product matrix are strategies for after the product goes viral.
As Zhao Guang heard this, a voice inside him shouted,
"This guy is a marketing genius." Compared to him, the advertising department staff are just dead weight. "Mr. Chen, how about joining our advertising department? We'll pay whatever salary you name." Chen Yu smiled and shook his head. "I already have a job. I'm a chef at a kindergarten." Not only Zhao Guang, but even Zhou Jun was taken aback. A kindergarten chef? How much could a kindergarten possibly pay? It's not about the pay.
I just want the chance to watch my daughter grow up.
Chen Yu wiped the cream from Nuonyuo's mouth.
The little girl ate her cake with a spoon. She didn't understand what the adults were saying, only thinking this cake was nowhere near as good as the ones her dad made. She nudged Chen Yu's hand with her head.
"Daddy, this cake isn't good. Just eat it for now. I'll make you a real one when we get home."
Zhou Jun felt a sharp pang of pain hearing this. This Peninsula Cafe was quite pricey. A tiny slice of tiramisu cost a whopping 158 yuan. He'd never even tasted a cake slice over 20 yuan in his life. He'd reluctantly ordered 2 slices, only for the little one to complain it wasn't tasty. Zhao Guang felt it was a waste, but he didn't try to persuade her further. Because he saw tenderness in Chen Yu's eyes. He understood that for Chen Yu, spending time with his daughter mattered far more than working to earn money. If it weren't for needing to earn money for formula, he might never have shared the watermelon wine recipe.
"Mr. Chen, we won't disturb you any longer. Should you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime."
Zhao Guang rose tactfully.
"Alright, I'll walk you out." "Ha, no need. Go take care of the little ones."
"Oh, and here, take these 2 bottles of watermelon wine.
See how you like the flavor." Zhou Jun walked them to the door before turning back. "Xiao Yu, your brother-in-law's promotion is looking up."
He excitedly hugged Chen Yu, patting his shoulder. "Brother-in-law, men shouldn't touch each other like that."
Chen Yu quickly pushed him away. He and Su Yuwei hadn't even hugged each other that tightly.
Realizing he'd gotten a bit too carried away, Zhou Jun scratched his head sheepishly.
"Xiao Yu, today your brother-in-law is treating. Let's have a proper meal for the whole family."
Since the candlelit dinner was ruined anyway, he might as well treat his brother-in-law to a meal right here. This favor would have to be repaid sooner or later, better sooner than later. As for Chen Roji's side, having solved the long-standing problem of watermelon sales, promotion was now within reach.
How dare Chen Roji get angry at him? She'd be more likely to treat him with utmost respect. The power dynamic at home had flipped completely. Chen Yu chuckled. "Dinner's out of the question.
I still need to go home and cook for my wife. I know, that's why I said I'd treat your whole family. She's not big on social engagements, you know how it is."
Zhou Jun recalled their wedding day.
Though Su Yuwei had smiled alongside Chen Roji as her bridesmaid, there had always been a sense of distance about her. Only when she was alone with him, her brother-in-law, did she reveal that adorable, girlish smile. That's when he realized his sister-in-law was the aloof type, not someone to mess with. After all these years in the system, I may not have learned much else, but my ability to read people's expressions is top-notch. Let me put it this way, a single glance from the boss tells him exactly what's on their mind. Those who just want stability don't need to learn this, but if you want to advance, you absolutely must. Jo Jun didn't think much of it, at least he never made things difficult for those coming to him for help. If someone had all the required documents, he'd process it on the spot without putting on airs. For those with incomplete paperwork, he patiently explained the requirements, even leaving his phone number in case they needed further clarification at home. He believed he served as a civil servant with a clear conscience. Speaking of university professors young, beautiful, aloof, and wealthy, these labels could actually all apply to one person. Jo Jun was genuinely curious how on earth had Su Yuwei managed to win her over? But he didn't ask that question. Instead, he posed another one. That's fine. Opportunities are plentiful anyway. I'll treat you next time. Su Yuwei, my brother-in-law has something else to ask you. Pulling Chen Yu aside, he whispered, I want to ask my sister-in-law how she had twins. Maybe she can share some tips with my wife. Chen Yu had assumed it was about the distillery business. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What? Is your cousin trying to conceive? Planning to have kids with her? Both sets of parents are pressuring us. Besides, your cousin is approaching 30, she's practically past her prime childbearing years. We have no choice. Most older generations believe life should follow a set path. Once you're married, you should have children, they're waiting to hold their grandchildren. Chen Yu certainly didn't believe everyone should follow this path, but he respected the older generation's perspective. Come on, if I knew how to make twins, tomorrow's Nobel Prize in medicine would be mine. He couldn't exactly say it happened after a drunken one-night stand, right? Jo Jun chuckled. He knew the question was a bit out there. But he genuinely wanted twins. Chen Yu's 2 daughters were truly delightful. Of course, it would be even better if Chen Roji could give birth to a boy and a girl. The whole family would have to worship her like a goddess, showering her with all kinds of tonics during her confinement period. You must have some experience, right? Just tell your brother-in-law, Jo Jun pleaded. Chen Yu thought for a moment. I'll ask Su Yuwei about it later. If I really have any, I'll send them to my cousin. Thanks so much, Su Yuwei. You're a huge help to your brother-in-law. You need to be careful too though. Having a baby is a big deal for both partners, neither one can slack off. Jo Jun froze. He was practically clueless about this stuff. He only knew the first step of the process. Huh? This involves me too? Of course. Chen Yu replied with deadpan seriousness. What is a child? It's the union of both partners. If one side fails, it just won't work. Jo Jun thought about it and realized he was right. Alright then, tell me what I need to watch out for. First off, no alcohol. Not a drop for 6 months. 10 minutes later, Jo Jun emerged from the cafe, armed with the wisdom he'd gleaned from Chen Yu. He hadn't touched a drop, yet he walked with a slight sway and even started humming a tune. He couldn't have been happier. Chapter 182, Kids Shouldn't Drink. Today's trip to Lincheng brought double good fortune. First, he'd secured a partnership, solving the sales issue for the watermelons. He'd tasted that watermelon wine, though he found it a bit weak, the flavor was quite pleasant. At the very least, it was 100 times better than any watermelon wine he'd tasted before. Add to that Su Yuwei's marketing strategy, it's bound to be a hit. Jo Jun felt a bright path unfolding before him, his career prospects looking smooth sailing. Next was the matter of having children. He jotted down all the points Chen Yu mentioned and planned to have his wife seek advice from her younger sister later. Having twins should be a piece of cake, right? He was quite confident in his physical stamina. Honestly, most of the other points were manageable except for the first one, quitting alcohol. Jo Jun himself had no interest in alcohol, but drinking was unavoidable during social engagements. Well, he'd just have to try to avoid it as much as possible. If I can manage the rest, I should be pretty much set. Now, about that 8th rule: lying flat on your back, lifting your legs, moving your waist up and down 100 times a day. And it claims it'll make old A8 unable to resist, forcing him to surrender. Why does this sound so unscrupulous? Could Su Yuwei have subdued his younger sister-in-law like this? Jo Jun suddenly felt like he'd been exposed. After pondering, he called Chen Roji. Honey, I'm heading back now. Whip up a few dishes and grab a bottle of wine. Wait, make it juice instead. Tonight, we're starting our baby-making project. Chen Yu drove home with his daughter, the 2 bottles of fruit wine sitting in the passenger seat. Honestly, the fruit wine looked pretty. He wanted to try it too. After all, it was brewed according to his own recipe. He just wondered if the manufacturer had made any unauthorized changes. Daddy, I want juice. Nuonuo beamed at him. Didn't you just have bubble tea? That wasn't good. It was too rich and cloying. Seems like fancy coffee shop's milk tea isn't all that great either, full of additives. Chen Yu chuckled. This isn't juice, it's alcohol. Kids can't drink that. Oh, okay. Nuonuo obediently sat back down, though she looked a little disappointed. Daddy will make you something much tastier when we get home, okay? Yes, please. Like dark clouds parting under the sun, the little one's frown vanished instantly. I love Daddy the most. Chen Yu never disappointed his daughter, not even in such small matters. Today, Renshui was in charge of picking up the kids after school, so Guyao took Xiao Xinxin home early. Mommy, doesn't that cloud look just like Kong Rong the dinosaur?
Mom, what's that flower over there? Look at me, look at me. I'm going to fly. Still sulking because her daughter hadn't given her a fortune cookie, Gu Yao answered Xiao Xinxin's questions half-heartedly. Her responses were always vague. It looks like, I don't know, oh, okay, and her voice was flat and unenthusiastic. Xiao Xinxin didn't seem to notice at all. She was perfectly content entertaining herself, skipping and jumping ahead. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Yao sighed inwardly. Was she being too petty? After all, her daughter was just a 3-year-old girl who did things purely based on her whims. Expecting a 3-year-old to consider her feelings was perhaps a bit much. She was just a little jealous. The little one had only known Chen Yu for a few days, yet she was already so close to him. It made all the effort she and Xiao Bing had put in feel like it had gone down the drain. Why couldn't she be as well-behaved and sensible as Nua? Just then, Xiao Xinxin stopped, no longer skipping along. Instead, she lowered her head and walked slowly, her small figure looking a bit forlorn, completely lacking the carefree spirit she'd had moments before. Oh no. Could my answer earlier have upset my daughter? Gu Yao, you deserve to die for getting angry with a 3-year-old child. How dare you call yourself her mother? Gu Yao realized her mistake and wished she could slap herself. She approached cautiously and spoke softly, Xinxin, Mommy was wrong earlier. Please don't be sad anymore, okay? Mommy will take you to buy egg tarts. Xiao Xinxin turned her head, her little face filled with confusion. I'm not sad, am I? Well, then what were you doing? Gu Yao gestured. You were bouncing around just now. Why did you suddenly? Because I was trying to walk in a straight line. Only then did Gu Yao notice her posture. Her right foot was positioned in front of her left, both feet perfectly aligned in a straight line. I should have realized this sooner. This little one feeling sad? It's just a different way of playing. Mom, you said we could buy egg tarts? Can we get a whole box? Xiao Xinxin lifted her little face. Gu Yao could have slapped herself again. No, just one. The little one pouted, Mommy, you're so stingy. At the bakery, Xiao Xinxin smiled as she took the bag. Thanks, sister. At her insistence, the number of egg tarts was eventually increased from 1 to 2. 1 blueberry, 1 strawberry. Ma'am, your daughter is so adorable. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Gu Yao thought to herself, that's because you haven't seen her when she's being mischievous. As she paid, her phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was Xiao Bing. What's up? Honey, I'll be working late tonight. Could you grab a lottery ticket for me? I'll text you the numbers. No way. Gu Yao refused decisively. She wasn't the type of woman who demanded her husband hand over his salary. There was no real financial hierarchy at home either. They each managed their own finances. Spending on their daughter wasn't strictly accounted for either. Mainly, Gu Yao was just lazy. She found managing 2 paychecks too exhausting. Keeping track of her own was good enough. Xiao Bing didn't smoke, rarely drank, and had no other vices, just the occasional lottery ticket. Gu Yao usually supported him in this. The problem was that despite buying so many tickets, the biggest prize he ever won was 5 yuan. Frankly, it was pure money down the drain. What drove Gu Yao crazy was that every time, he'd insist his computer program had calculated it perfectly, and this time he was definitely going to hit the jackpot. He gets her all excited, only for her to realize it was all for nothing after the draw. Afterwards, Xiao Bing would just smile apologetically and say they were supporting China's charitable causes. In the past, Gu Yao would just tease him a bit and let it go. But she'd just been upset by Xiao Xinxin again and was still in a foul mood. Xiao Bing bringing up lottery tickets again was like rubbing salt in the wound. He paused on the other end of the line, then sweet-talked her, Honey, just buy it for me. I'll transfer the money to you right now, and when I get my bonus at the end of the month, I'll buy you a new outfit. With your money? Why didn't you say so earlier? Since it was Xiao Bing's money, she didn't mind. She never kept track of his spending anyway. Oh, and I saw this outfit the other day. You promised to buy it for me, remember? Chapter 183, Your husband can write songs? Xiao Bing felt his heart bleeding. Look at me, why bring up buying clothes out of nowhere? Gu Yao could already picture Xiao Bing's expression and couldn't help but giggle. The daughter's loss is the father's gain. Nothing wrong with that, right? Too late for regrets. So, how many tickets? Let's go with 5 tickets, no, 10. I'm feeling really confident this time. 2 yuan per ticket, 10 tickets for 20 yuan. Yeah, that really is splurging. Back in the day, he'd agonize over buying just 5 tickets. Are you sure? With 20 bucks, you could play 5 tickets and have enough left over for another day. I'm sure. I ran 2 million simulations using the Monte Carlo method, combined with a Poisson distribution model based on historical draw data, eliminating all frequencies below. Gu Yao stifled her anger, speak plainly. Ahem. Xiao Bing cleared his throat twice. Basically, I used a program to filter out numbers that appeared less than 10 times in a year, then applied prime number patterns and the Fibonacci sequence. Gu Yao slammed the phone down. What a load of gibberish. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Let's go, Xinxin. We'll be home soon. Xiao Xinshan pulled out an egg tart and eagerly began eating. Her little mouth stuffed full, she mumbled, where are we going? To buy your dad a lottery ticket. At the main gate of Lin University, Su Yuwei and Chen Yu walked side by side. Hey, what song are you and your guy gonna sing? Roof. I've never heard of it? It's not some old song, is it? Chen Yu considered herself quite knowledgeable about music. At the very least, she'd heard every viral hit on short video platforms. She pulled out her phone to search. Nothing? Did you get the name wrong? Su Yuwei ran her fingers through her hair. He wrote it himself. Ha! 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 Chen Yu stared at her best friend's flawless face, certain she hadn't misheard or misunderstood. Your husband writes songs? At least that's what he said. Is it any good? A faint blush spread across Su Yuwei's cheeks, though it wasn't entirely visible in the glow of the setting sun. It's okay, I guess. She'd only intended to listen for a bit before bed last night, but ended up falling asleep while listening. There was no doubt the song was beautiful. She'd fallen asleep because it was sung by Chen Yu. His voice made her feel safe. So it's good, then. Chen Yu grinned. Who knew your little husband could write songs too? He's a real jack of all trades. Enough about him. Su Yuwei changed the subject. Are you really going to sing Two Little Tigers? In her eyes, it was practically asking for an instant social death. Of course, Chen Yu's thick skin was legendary. What else? Chen Yu's tone was laced with bitterness. No one's singing with me, and I don't have a handsome husband who wrote me a song. What else am I supposed to sing? Chen Yu. Su Yuwei reached out her claws. Stop, stop, stop. I'm sorry. Your skills have really improved lately. Did you practice by choking your husband? Su Yuwei froze mid-motion. Maybe that was it. But sometimes Chen Yu really got on her nerves, deliberately saying things to embarrass her. So annoying. As she parted ways with Chen Yu, Su Yuwei didn't forget to remind her to vote for her. Her design had made it into the top 10 of the competition, and now it was time for the voting phase. The final rankings would be determined by professional judges after considering the vote counts. All top 10 designers received prize money, but only the first-place winner earned the opportunity to collaborate with the government. With Su Yuwei's aloof personality, Chen Yu was her only connection. Of course, the company employees would vote for her unless they were planning to quit. The good news was that Chen Yu knew quite a few people. Su Yuwei wasn't sure how much the votes actually influenced the rankings, but it was better to have as many as possible. Got it, got it. You're buying me dinner later. Chen Yu picked up some pears on his way back, planning to make pear and white fungus soup for the little one. Eating pears in autumn offers many benefits. The weather is dry at this time of year, making it easy for throats to feel uncomfortable. Children, being particularly sensitive and vulnerable, are often the first to feel the effects of even slight changes in the weather. The abundant juice in pears helps moisten dryness and promote saliva production. Combined with silver ear fungus, which clears the lungs and protects the throat, it's highly effective against dry weather. The ingredients are autumn moon pears, dried white fungus, red dates, and rock sugar. First, soak the wood ear mushrooms in cold water until softened, trim off the stems, and tear them into small pieces. Peel and dice the autumn moon pears. While the skin contains nutrients, it's removed for texture. Chen Yu called over Nuonyuo and Ruoruo, feeding each a piece of pear. Is it sweet? Sweet, the little ones chimed in unison. Chen Yu tasted a piece himself. The pears were truly excellent. Sweet and juicy. Wash the red dates, remove the pits, and cut them in half. Set aside. Place the silver ear fungus and pear chunks into cold water. Bring to a boil over high heat, then skim off any foam. Add the red dates and simmer over low heat for half an hour. The silver ear mushrooms released a honey-like gelatinous substance, and the pear pieces were tender but not mushy, just about perfect. Add rock sugar during the final 10 minutes of cooking. Be sure to use rock sugar instead of granulated sugar. It tastes better and is healthier. Set aside after serving. It's too hot now, let it cool before drinking. Okay. The two little ones agreed obediently, though they were already bursting with anticipation. A delicate fragrance filled the air, not overpowering but faint and subtle. It was the natural scent of the autumn moon pears. These pears were truly excellent. When Su Yuwei came home and saw the large pile of autumn moon pears on the table, she looked surprised. Why buy so many pears? The sheer quantity reminded her of wintering as a child, when her parents would stockpile Chinese cabbage. Basket after basket, as if they were practically free. But times are better now, there's absolutely no need for that. Chen Yu smiled. There was an old lady selling pears by the roadside. Seeing how advanced in years she was, I felt for her and bought all her pears. Eating more pears in autumn is actually quite good for you. That old lady's hair is all white. She kept saying thank you to Dad. His two daughters chimed in to explain. Su Yuwei smiled, but you didn't have to buy so many. When will you ever finish them all? Though she said this, she didn't mean to blame Chen Yu. One reason Su Yuwei loved him was his kindness. They say college students possess a kind of pure innocence, easily deceived by the worldly wise veterans of society. But isn't that kind of innocence a good thing? If everyone were like Chen Yu, society would undoubtedly be a much better place. Take your time eating. Try my pear and white fungus soup. The bowl of soup that arrived was a pristine white, dotted with wood ear mushrooms, pear chunks, and red dates. Su Yuwei's appetite was instantly piqued. She took a spoonful. The pear juices had fully infused into the broth, blending with melted rock sugar to create a delicate, refreshing sweetness. Delicious. Then have some more. I'll go cook dinner. As soon as Ruan Jia settled Wan Xiaoyan, she rushed off to meet Bai Ying. Chapter 184. The kindergarten choice was spot on. After repeated hints from a senior executive at Bai Ying's former company, she and Ruan Jia decided to terminate her contract. Since the company was in the wrong, they didn't dare to make things difficult for her contractually and opted for a mutual termination. The entertainment industry truly was a melting pot, tempting many to pursue overnight fame and take the wrong path. But there are also those like Bai Ying who stay true to their principles. You can't condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few. Her former company was quite powerful. While they didn't dare openly blacklist her, they certainly spread rumors that impacted her career trajectory. Fortunately, she starred in 2 consecutive hit dramas, Floating Life Chronicles and Brocade Zither, and even sang the theme song for one of them. Her recent popularity remains high, and she has a dedicated fan base who call themselves Sakura. Consequently, other agencies were willing to sign her, and Ruan Jia selected one with a relatively good reputation. Of course, it's impossible to say she's completely free of scandals. These so-called companies are ruthless entities that devour people whole, squeezing every last drop of blood and sweat from their artists before they're satisfied. Otherwise, why would stars establish their own companies and pursue becoming investors after achieving fame? Take everyone's goddess, Yang Mi, for example. That's precisely why. Bai Ying certainly doesn't have that kind of clout. At best, she's a third-tier star, popular mainly among younger audiences. Joining a new company requires demonstrating your worth to show others you're not someone to be trifled with. If you want the company to give you resources, you have to demonstrate your worth. Ruan Jia has been fretting over this very issue lately. Running around handling her affairs day in and day out, she could only apologize to Ruan Xiaoyan for the inconvenience. The good news was she'd chosen the right kindergarten. Judging by the photos in the group chat, Chuanmiao Kindergarten is truly excellent, and Xiaoyan absolutely loves it there. She almost chose the Florence Noble Academy at first, but after asking around, she found out that this prestigious kindergarten didn't have a very good reputation. Once this busy period is over, she'll definitely make time to properly spend with her daughter. That said, while Bai Ying is undeniably beautiful, for an artist, looks are the least important thing. Look at all those popular stars, aren't they all gorgeous? Even if they weren't born that way, a little work can make them look pretty much the same. So she needed to shift her perspective and focus on what she excelled at, either acting or singing. She's just joined the company and hasn't established herself yet. Lead roles are definitely out of her reach. Playing a supporting role? That's a tough path to stardom. Who pays attention to a supporting role with barely any lines? So singing is still the best route. If she can make a song go viral, she could skyrocket to fame in no time. Bai Ying's singing skills were indeed decent, but that was only when compared to popular idols. When pitted against true vocal powerhouses, she simply doesn't measure up. She needs someone to write her a high-quality song with a style that suits her. Only then could it potentially go viral through Bai Ying's performance. Ruan Jia has some connections, but not many. Otherwise, she wouldn't be trying to promote a third-tier star. Composing lyrics and music is notoriously difficult. She'd asked around but couldn't find anyone suitable, worrying about it for ages. Sis, we're at the recording studio. Thanks so much. You've really gone out of your way for me these past few days. No problem, it's all part of my job. Ruan Jia got out of the car and arrived at the studio entrance just as Bai Ying was coming out. They exchanged a smile and found a place to sit. How did the recording go? Pretty good first take. About finding songs for you, it might take a little longer. Ruan Jia hesitated before speaking. Bai Ying smiled. It's fine. Thanks for all your trouble, Sister Ruan Jia. Regarding that unspoken rule matter, Ruan Jia had gone above and beyond to help her. Any other agent might have turned a blind eye or even pressured the artist to accept it. So what if you get screwed over? It's not like you lose anything. Then the money and resources just pour in. How many people would kill for a chance like that? Fortunately, Ruan Jia wasn't that kind of person. She knew writing songs was incredibly difficult, far harder than singing. Even if the live performance isn't great, after pitch correction and mixing, the quality usually turns out decent. But failing at songwriting? That's a different story. She never pursued viral fame with any particular urgency. For her, having a dedicated group of loyal fans and being a minor celebrity was enough. That way, fewer people would criticize her. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment, so Bai Ying pulled out her phone. Sis Ruan Jia, I remember Yen Yen was at Chuanmiao Kindergarten? Ruan Jia nodded. Yes. Look at this video, is this your Chuanmiao Kindergarten? Ruan Jia leaned in to watch. The video showed a kindergarten classroom where children were drawing on the wall. Teacher Gu Yao had shared it in the group chat, but someone had reposted it to short video platforms. It seemed pretty popular, with over 100,000 likes. Which kindergarten is this? They're spoiling the kids. I think it's great. It lets the kids' imaginations run wild. It's a good thing just some old fogies can't wrap their heads around it. But to be fair, these drawings are really beautiful. Did the little ones really create them all by themselves? The comments below had all sorts of opinions, but most were complimentary. That's only natural, there are as many opinions as there are people. Online comments tend to be even more unrestrained. They did it for the child, not for the netizens. Yes, Wanja smiled. I was surprised when I first saw them too, but then I realized it's actually a wonderful thing. The principal of this kindergarten really has a childlike spirit. You bet. They just let the kids paint on the white walls without worrying about ruining them. The elite kindergarten my sister chose is nothing like that. Yours, Zhuanmiao Kindergarten, is far better. She had tried to dissuade Bai Ting, but she wouldn't listen, insisting on sending Wang Xiaoming to Florence. She claimed you get what you pay for, and an elite kindergarten must be superior. But these first few days have been a nightmare. They made parents pay for the new student ceremony, asked for support to renovate classrooms, even wanted parent recommendations for hiring a chef. They say it's all for the children, but parents have to be involved in everything. Then what's the point of sending my kid to your kindergarten? Just like many schools, they insist parents monitor homework completion and post updates in group chats. Parents are already exhausted from a full day at work, and now they have to do this too. Is it the students who are supposed to be going to school, or the parents? Bai Ting had complained about this to Bai Ying several times. Every time, Bai Ying wanted to say, if only you'd listened to me back then. But remembering she was her sister, she held back. Bai Ying vented all this to Ruan Jia, who couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I made the right choice picking Zhuanmiao Kindergarten. Yeah, I think my sister wants to switch kindergartens too, but she can't bring herself to do it. Bai Ying pointed at the man on the screen and asked, Sis Ruan Jia, is he a kindergarten teacher too? Chapter 185, Mr. Chen's cookies really work. You mean Chen Yu? He's the kindergarten chef. On the first day of enrollment, he made roast whole lamb. Xiaoyan said it was incredibly delicious. The painting activity seems to have been his idea too. Oh, I see. Bai Ying never imagined the world could be so small. The man who helped her catch the thief back then was now working as a chef at Zhuanmiao Kindergarten. You haven't fallen for him, have you? Well, too late, he's got two incredibly adorable daughters. No way. Of course not. Bai Ying had no intention of dating, much less meddling in someone else's family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so resistant to the unspoken rules. She just found Chen Yu rather interesting. He was different from any man she'd ever met. Mom, it's time to add salt. That's too much. The book says to add half a spoonful. Add water, add half. How do you pronounce this character? This time, Gu Yao had Xiao Xinxin follow the recipe while she handled the cooking. Then they ended up with a huge pot of blackened goo. Gu Yao covered her face. She now truly believed she had no talent for this. Xinxin, wanna try it? It might not look great, but who knows, it could taste good. Gu Yao asked tentatively. No way. The little one flatly refused, turning her back and heading off to snack instead. Whoever wants this big black blob can have it. Xiao Bing finally wrapped up his work, declined his colleague's dinner invitation, and hailed a cab to rush home. He was confident in his lottery numbers this time. He'd spent a whole month during work breaks tinkering with various algorithms guaranteed to win. If it didn't win, he'd do a headstand and wash his hair on the spot. Opening the door, he found his wife and daughter sitting across from each other, each with a steaming bowl of instant noodles in front of them. What's going on? Xiao Bing exclaimed in shock. Are we so broke we can't even afford a proper meal? Gu Yao flung a bucket of instant noodles at him. I messed up dinner again. Just make do with this. Didn't you learn a few tricks from Chen Dad? How could you still mess it up? Xiao Bing was still bitter about losing the cooking contest to her yesterday. If it weren't for Chen Yu's video coaching, how could he have lost? No way. Gu Yao sighed. I can do it if I follow his steps exactly, but on my own? Forget it. Seriously? Does that mean Chen Yu has to live stream lessons for you every single day? Does he have nothing better to do? Xiao Bing looked down at the instant noodle cup raised beef flavor. This? I want the aged pickled mustard greens flavor. Gu Yao shot him a withering look. Old style pickled cabbage? Haven't you seen the news? That stuff is made by people stomping on it with their feet. I know, but it's young girls doing the stomping. So what? Young girls? They're all women in their 50s and 60s. Soon, the family of three gathered around the table to eat their instant noodles. Xiao Bing slurped up a big mouthful of noodles. Honey, did you buy my lottery tickets? Gu Yao didn't even look up. I bought it. 10 tickets, just like you said. Then you and Xinxin can start looking for a bigger place guaranteed jackpot. Gu Yao had heard this line too many times to feel anything. Finishing her last bite, she stood up. Remember to clean up later. Xiao Bing, feeling rejected, turned to Xiao Xinxin. Sweetie, do you believe Daddy?
Xiao Xinxin was so engrossed in eating her noodles that when she looked up, a strand of instant noodles still clung to the corner of her mouth.
Ha? Believe what? Do you believe Daddy can win the lottery? I don't know. The little girl smiled. If Daddy wins the jackpot, I can buy you lots of snacks and toys. Xiao Xinxin nodded immediately. I believe.
Xiao Bing finished his noodles in 2 bites, then gulped down the spicy soup.
A warm wave washed over his stomach. This braised beef noodle soup was actually pretty tasty. Honey, where's the lottery ticket you bought? It's on the shoe cabinet.
Xiao Bing hummed a tune as he happily went to retrieve the lottery ticket. His expression changed as he looked at it. Surprised, he realized something was off. The numbers didn't match what he'd said.
He pulled out his phone to double check and realized one digit was indeed wrong. Gu Yao, come here right now. What's the fuss? I'm busy, Gu Yao grumbled, but still came over. What's wrong with you? You can't even buy the right thing when you're following instructions? Wrong size?
Gu Yao leaned in to look and realized it was indeed incorrect.
This shouldn't happen. Did the cashier ring up the wrong number?
Xiao Bing felt his anger rising. I calculated this number perfectly. Do you know how many times I checked it, how many theorems I used?
Stop. Gu Yao cut him off. It's not like we'd win anyway. 1 digit off is no big deal. What? How can you say that?
Xiao Bing felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. This wasn't about winning or losing anymore, it was about his wife not believing in him.
What if the winning numbers are the ones I gave you? What then? If that really happens, I'll give you the money. Fine, I'll be waiting for my money.
With that, even Xiao Bing couldn't muster any more anger.
Gu Yao had her reasons for speaking so boldly.
Experience had taught her that Xiao Bing absolutely could not win. Even if he did, it'd only be $5 or $10, she'd just give it to him. Besides, this was truly her mistake. She was sure she hadn't entered the numbers wrong. Finally, the draw time arrived, and the family of 3 sat down in front of the TV.
Since getting cell phones, they'd been watching TV less and less.
Xiao Xinxin only used it to watch cartoons. And she wouldn't sit on the couch to watch, she insisted on sitting on the floor.
Every time Gu Yao mopped the floor, that spot always seemed spotless. She didn't even need to mop it.
But the seat of her daughter's pants was always dark and dirty. Xiao Bing was already seated in front of the TV.
Gu Yao was dragged over by him, while Xiao Xinxin was waiting to buy snacks and toys. 3 minds, 1 family.
At 9 o'clock sharp, the welfare lottery drew its winning numbers. Xiao Bing clutched his lottery ticket, his heart pounding as he stared intently at the TV screen.
Alright, the draw is about to begin. Today's first winning number is... The first one matched.
Xiao Bing felt a flicker of excitement, though he remained mostly composed. Hitting 1 or 2 numbers wasn't anything special, he needed at least half of them to win. As more numbers were drawn and the number of matches grew, Xiao Bing could barely contain the smile spreading across his face.
Gu Yao was also surprised. Was her husband on fire today, actually hitting so many? But the next one was wrong.
This brought Xiao Bing back down to earth somewhat, though he remained confident. Then another one missed. Well, the 100,000 yuan jackpot was out of reach now. Still, if he got the rest right, he could still win 3,000 yuan. That was nearly a third of his monthly salary, no small sum.
All red balls have been drawn. Now we'll draw the blue ball. The winning number is... Xiao Bing's heart was in his throat as he stared intently at the spinning blue ball. Gu Yao grew tense too. Was she really going to put up the money?
As the blue ball gradually came to a stop, the host announced the number.
Chapter 186, Novel Writing Skills, Fox Spirit Matchmaker.
Xiao Bing nearly jumped up in excitement.
He won 3,000 yuan.
This was the biggest prize he'd ever won in all his years of buying lottery tickets. His previous record was 5 yuan. This time, he not only broke that record but also increased it by a whopping 600 times.
Congratulations!
But he quickly realized the problem. The winning numbers belonged to Gu Yao's ticket, differing by 1 digit from the ones he had originally provided.
And that 1 digit happened to be correct.
Meaning that if he had bought the original numbers, he would have only won 200 yuan. It still broke the record, but not by much. Xiao Bing was now plunged into deep self-doubt.
Had my Monte Carlo method and Poisson distribution failed? How could it be worse than a number my wife randomly guessed? Mathematics doesn't exist anymore.
Gu Yao, however, was thinking about something else entirely.
Could it be that Mr. Chen's fortune cookie actually worked? After eating the fortune cookie Nono gave her, did her luck really turn around like that?
Xiao Xinxin kept glancing from her mom to her dad.
She desperately wanted to ask, was 3,000 yuan a big win? Did that mean she could still have her snacks and toys? To me, this is the most beautiful yet saddest sight in the world.
The previous page showed the same scene as the one before it.
I drew it again to catch your attention.
This is where the little prince appeared on Earth and then vanished. Chen Yu looked up and saw the little one had already fallen asleep. It was a novel he'd bought on the way back, The Little Prince. This book was a global bestseller, said to be a classic every child should know. He had never read it before, and only now realized the ending was tragic. The little prince was actually bitten to death by a poisonous snake, collapsing like a fallen tree. Was this really suitable for children? If he had written it, he would have given the little prince a happy ending. Even if it wasn't realistic. Fortunately, the two little ones fell asleep before he finished reading the ending. A child's world should remain as sweet as possible. After all, once they grow up, such pure joy will be gone forever. Why rush them into adulthood? Congratulations, host, on acquiring the master-level novel writing skill and the literary work from a parallel world, Fox Spirit Matchmaker. In the parallel world, Fox Spirit Matchmaker is a manga series, but he obtained the novel version. It finally arrived. Chen Yu bought that copy of The Little Prince precisely to test it out. The result matched his expectations, accompanying the little one in certain activities granted corresponding rewards. After reading The Little Prince to Nuonyuo and Ruerue, he gained the ability to write novels. As for Fox Spirit Matchmaker, he immediately closed his eyes and replayed the entire story in his mind. Then he felt only one word: heartbreak. In Fox Spirit Matchmaker, that word permeated every single page from beginning to end. If tragedy is about tearing beautiful things apart for people to witness, then this work undoubtedly achieved that and did so exceptionally well. Even Chen Yu, a grown man, found himself on the verge of tears multiple times. This heartbreak is primarily conveyed through several couples. Wang Xuanfu and Xing Tong, one a prodigy from a prestigious Taoist clan, the other a lowly spider spirit. Under his father's demands, Wang Xuanfu dedicates his life solely to cultivation, striving to become an emotionless weapon. Xing Tong, determined to be his eyes, weaves a beautiful world with her silk threads, revealing the wonders beyond his realm. Wang Xuanfu betrayed his clan for her, willing to defy the entire Dao alliance just to accompany her across mountains and rivers. Yet their love ultimately ended in tragedy, and even reincarnation failed to bring them a truly happy ending. The second pair is Ping Qiuyuechu and Huan Du Luolan. Their love began with a chance encounter. Ping Qiuyuechu was one of Dongfang Yuechu's reincarnations, yet he refused to be merely a reincarnation and strove to find his own purpose. When he was at his most helpless, Huan Du Luolan offered warmth and support. In turn, Ping Qiuyuechu sacrificed himself to protect Huan Du Luolan. To revive him, Huan Du Luolan willingly became a black fox puppet, persecuting the fox demons of Tushan Mountain, a sacrifice she made without regret, no matter the cost. In Fox Spirit Matchmaker, there are many couples enduring such heart-wrenching trials. What's remarkable is that it's not just the main characters, even the minor characters' romances are equally heart-wrenching and deeply moving. Fox Spirit Matchmaker doesn't follow the traditional web novel narrative structure. Instead, it's divided into distinct chapters, similar to Japanese manga. Its world building is vast, and its timeline spans an immense period. Therefore, Chen Yu decided to first adapt the Huai River Bamboo Pavilion arc, using the One Breath Dao Alliance as the entry point. The Bamboo Pavilion by the Huai River, also known as the Bamboo Industry Arc, tells the story of Dongfang Huizhu and his quest for imperial power. It's a classic hero rescues the damsel tale, yet it's crafted with remarkable romance. Most stories in Fox Spirit Matchmaker involve human-demon romance, often incorporating reincarnation to rekindle past bonds. The Bamboo Pavilion by the Huai River stands out as one of the few tales featuring human-human romance without any past life connections, making it uniquely distinct. When they first meet, Wang Quan Bai is a masked hero with questionable taste, staging a classic hero rescues the damsel in distress scene. To save her sister, Dongfang Huizhu followed Baioi, and they established 3 ground rules, the beginning of their romance. Later, when Baioi fought the demon king of the southern kingdom and pierced the clouds with a single sword strike, Huizhu was captivated by his courage. They made a promise to meet on the 7th day of the 7th month at the Bamboo Pavilion by the Huai River. The Huai River in July rippled with emerald waves. The July sky was clear and azure. Under this beautiful scene, the spirited swordsman and the radiant maiden pledged their lives to each other. Alas, the world is unpredictable, and upheaval arrived in an instant. Beiji, the young swordsman of royal ambition, believing himself peerless under heaven, wished to venture beyond the circle with his brothers from the masked band. That day, I saw the mightiest swordsman under heaven wield the most formidable blade, yet his heart for the sword had long since perished. His brothers beyond the circle met tragic ends, and the once fierce swordsman became the disillusioned head of the Wangquan clan. Within the circle, the Huizhu family faced upheaval as Jin Runfeng seized power, separating his sister Tianya from him. In the darkest hour, Dongfang Huizhu finally awaited Wang Quan Baioi's return, though not as she had imagined. Though Huizhu was his concubine, the conqueror never took a wife. The Bamboo Pavilion replaced the courtyard, but though you were present, your heart was absent. And my heart, too, was not here. Sisters torn apart, family shattered, fueled by seething hatred, Huizhu struck alone against Jin Runfeng. Yet she could not overcome Jin Runfeng, who had secretly swapped the divine blood. At the critical moment, Wang Quan Beiji arrived in time. Yet the swordsman had long lost his conviction. Even wielding the mightiest blade, he remained no match for Jin Runfeng. He saved Huizhu at the cost of severe injury. Unable to bear seeing him sink further into despair, Huizhu initiated the Taoist plan to bear Wang Quan Fugue. With the birth came death, the flute fell, and the man perished. In youthful recklessness, one always believes nothing is beyond one's reach.
Yet as years slip away, one finally realizes that for all under heaven, strength has its limits.
Chen Yu sighed deeply as he wrote these words. This story is truly heartbreaking in the end, the two never truly ended up together.
Chapter 187, Master, don't be so despondent. He could have rewritten it, giving them a happy ending.
But in the end, he didn't.
He only planted a hint at the conclusion. Both Wangquan Beiji and Dongfang Huizhu were human, fated to never reincarnate like demons.
Forcing a change to the setting would have undermined the very foundation of this work. So he merely planted a hint, leaving readers with a sliver of hope. Part of his reluctance to alter the ending stemmed from personal sentiment.
Throughout history, what truly resonates deeply and is remembered by countless people is never comedy, but tragedy.
People might laugh at a comedy and move on, soon forgetting it. Tragedies, however, are etched into memory. They are the lingering pain in the heart. Even if he were to consider sales figures, he couldn't alter the core direction of his work.
After all, this novel isn't meant for children. Adults possess a certain psychological resilience. Letting them endure a bit of heartache is no bad thing.
Besides, this version isn't pure heartbreak, it still leaves a glimmer of hope. Compared to the original, it's already quite merciful. While Chen Yu was considering which website to submit to, he saw Ji Xiaoyu's message.
What's going on, big shot? Why suddenly end it? Don't even think about it. If you're unhappy with the terms, we can talk, we can negotiate everything.
The screen was filled with exclamation marks, clearly showing how anxious she was. She even called him twice, but he had his phone on silent while writing and didn't hear it.
Ji Xiaoyu was so frantic because he just announced that Shuken Beta were about to wrap up.
The original story had only so much content, and he'd already copied most of it.
While he could continue writing with his current skills, there was little point.
The fairy tale market was ultimately too small, hitting the ceiling was as far as it could go.
Besides, human energy is finite.
It was better to wrap up Shuken Beta and pour all his efforts into writing Fox Spirit Matchmaker.
Ji Xiaoyu grew anxious upon hearing this. Shuken Beta were already the absolute crown jewels of the Totoro fairy tale network. How could he just end them like that? They brought in at least 500,000 yuan a month. Who in their right mind would turn down that kind of money?
If anyone else had said that, Ji Xiaoyu would have dismissed it as a joke. But when Chen Yu said it, she believed him. After spending time with him, she had long noticed that money wasn't Chen Yu's top priority. Or rather, compared to making big money, there were things he valued more.
Like his wife and daughter.
So panic immediately seized her, and she hurriedly contacted Chen Yu. There's nothing left to write in this fairy tale, and I'm planning to start a novel soon anyway.
Might as well wrap it up. A novel? What kind of novel? Submit it to our website. Chen Yu asked in surprise. Isn't Dragon Cat a fairy tale website? I was just about to tell you that.
Ji Xiaoyu paused. It was a fairy tale site, but yesterday's meeting announced the site is expanding its business.
After her explanation, Chen Yu understood.
Turns out this development had something to do with him. With the massive popularity of Shuken Beta, the website had raked in huge profits and significantly boosted its reputation. In other words, it had broken out of its niche. Combined with the fact that the website's higher-ups had their own ambitions, they decided to seize this opportunity to expand their business and get a piece of the pie in the novel market. This kind of move was quite common, especially when funds and resources were limited. First establish a foothold in a niche area, secure the foundation, then expand into other domains.
Is your site even viable? Forget competing with the industry leaders. Aren't you afraid you can't even match other websites? Chen Yu typed. Compared to fairy tales, the novel market is significantly larger.
But a larger market also means fiercer competition. The novel website landscape can be described as one dominant player and several strong contenders. The site is the undisputed leader and the top choice for authors seeking recognition. Many authors who achieve success on other platforms will launch a book on this site to prove themselves. Calling it the Jerusalem of the industry might be an exaggeration, but its status in authors' hearts is undeniably elevated. Beyond that, there are numerous other formidable platforms. For instance, Tomato, Ximiao, Shuqi, and others. As for smaller platforms, they're too numerous to mention. Chen Yu genuinely doubted Longmao Network's capabilities. Forcing himself to join felt like he might end up with a bloody nose. On the other side of the screen, Ji Xiaoyu's small chest puffed out, her lips puckering like a little bun. She could practically picture Chen Yu's dismissive expression. It was downright infuriating. What do you mean, big shot? Look down on our Longmao Novel Network? Our site just secured funding, a whopping 30 million yuan. Chen Yu sat up from his slumped position and checked the news on his phone. He found it matched Ji Xiaoyu's claim. Dragon Cat had indeed secured 30 million in funding. And this was just the first round. If subsequent performance was strong, a second round of funding, also in the tens of millions, would follow. With this 30 million in funding, everything changed. Rapidly scaling the website would be a breeze. Just throw money at user acquisition. Moreover, Longmao Network itself is already quite well known, and its momentum has been surging lately. It's not impossible for it to rise and carve out a niche in the novel sphere. If he were to launch a book on the site now, he'd undoubtedly receive the strongest support possible.
So you weren't just bragging? When have I ever bragged?
Ji Xiaoyu pursed her lips, taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions. So, master, please consider submitting to our site.
I'll fight tooth and nail to secure every resource for you. Trust me, it'll go viral.
Thanks to Chen Yu, Ji Xiaoyu had recently been promoted to editor-in-chief. It must be said, she now managed 4 or 5 editors under her, giving her a bit of authority. Her tone now carried a certain assertiveness. Gone was the timid, cautious demeanor she once displayed, constantly afraid of offending Chen Yu.
So, regarding the specific perks, no problem at all. As long as you're willing to stay, everything else is negotiable. Ji Xiaoyu quickly assured him.
Such a lucrative cash cow, she couldn't afford to let him slip away.
Chen Yu pondered briefly before forming an idea. He had great confidence in the story of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. But there was one problem: Fox Spirit Matchmaker had a very different pacing from traditional web novels, and some readers might drop out after finishing the first chapter.
What kind of nonsense is this? Is this even web fiction? What editor was blind enough to sign you? This would lead to extremely poor initial performance, resulting in no promotional resources. Without promotion resources, it'll negatively impact clicks and bookmarks. It becomes a vicious cycle. It's just like the old saying about good wine needing no bush, even the finest wine struggles if hidden away. Take the wildly popular Mortal Cultivation Chronicles. It was a complete flop back in the day, struggling even to get signed.
Without promotional resources, Fox Spirit Matchmaker could very well flop too. Chapter 188, Having a Drink with the Wife. But if it stays on Longmao Novel Network, that worry disappears. Even if the higher-ups weren't optimistic about his work, they'd still pour money into promoting it. The mere title of being the author of Shook and Beta alone would draw a significant audience. Besides, he could negotiate terms with the site, just get those stipulations written into the contract up front. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't rashly switch platforms. At the very least, he should wait until Fox Spirit Matchmaker becomes a hit. Alright then. Mainly, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Chen Yu achieved his goal and didn't forget to compliment Ji Xiaoyu.
The sun's risen in the west? I actually got complimented by a big shot. Ji Xiaoyu on the other end of the screen was genuinely flattered.
Being both beautiful and an editor, she was constantly pestered by other authors with trivial chatter, which grated on Ji Xiaoyu's nerves. Chen Yu was the only one who required her to chase him just to get a few words in. Suddenly receiving praise from someone like him made her genuinely happy.
Master, could you tell me what genre you're writing in? Or do you have any drafts I could admire? Getting too big for your britches, huh? Of course not.
I just can't wait to read your new work. Chen Yu thought for a moment, then sent over a document he'd written called Bamboo Pavilion by the Huai River.
Just started the opening. Take a look.
Then he began writing the plot about royal power and wealth. But after finishing a section, he hadn't received a reply yet, which struck him as odd. The story of Huai River Bamboo Pavilion wasn't particularly long, and he'd even omitted many side plots.
Did it really take that long to read? So he sent a message, what do you think? It took another few minutes before he got a reply. I hate you. Chen Yu stared blankly. Just moments ago she was calling him a god, so why the sudden hatred?
Ji Xiaoyu wiped away tears, a large pile of tissues scattered before her computer, evidence of her recent crying.
Why did you have to kill off Dongfang Huizhu? Why make her a concubine? Why not give her a happy ending? Chen Yu didn't know how to respond. That's just how the story was written. It's just plot necessity. You didn't actually get emotionally invested, did you? I cried multiple times just now. It's infuriating. Change the ending for me.
Well, if Ji Xiaoyu cried multiple times, it meant the story was quite successful.
This was the pinnacle of tragedy, exactly the effect he'd aimed for. Come on, it's just a novel. Besides, I planted a hint at the end. Ji Xiaoyu finally calmed down a bit.
She realized she'd overreacted earlier. Chen Yu had sent her the manuscript hoping she'd offer feedback after reading it.
That she cried while reading it was one thing, but to demand the author change the ending over that? That was just unreasonable. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen. I got a little carried away just now. I really can't get over what happened to Dongfang Huizhu. It's fine, it shows you're reading it seriously. So, what do you think of this opening?
Ji Xiaoyu forced herself to step back and view it from an editor's perspective. She realized this story was the perfect fit. If the ending were changed, if Wang Quan Baiyi and Dongfang Huizhu lived happily ever after, the impact on readers would be nowhere near as powerful.
Tragedy ultimately resonates deeper than comedy.
Besides, Chen Yu left a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Huizhu and Baiyi could reunite in another way.
It's very good. I can't find any flaws.
Ji Xiaoyu really wanted to crack open Chen Yu's skull to see how it was built. How could he craft fairy tales with such warmth and charm, yet pen tragedies that cut so deeply?
This guy must be cheating. Does he have a golden finger like the protagonists in novels? So should I keep writing in this style? Sure, but maybe not so heartbreaking? Of course, that's just my personal opinion. You can take it or leave it, master. Ji Xiaoyu paused. As for the contract details, I'll need to consult the editor-in-chief. But rest assured, the website will definitely promote your book heavily. By the way, what's this book called? Have you decided on a title yet? Fox Spirit Matchmaker. After finishing the chapter on royal power and wealth, Chen Yu opened the fashion design competition website again. His entry had unsurprisingly passed the selection round and was now in the voting phase. 6th place? Not bad. He hadn't campaigned for votes and didn't plan to. He was leaving it entirely up to fate. Whatever place he got was fine. He'd entered the competition on a whim in the first place. Having mastered master-level costume design techniques, not putting them to use felt unbearably frustrating. It's like gaming. If you get great gear but don't equip it, it'll eat away at you inside. So he just designed a garment and entered it in the competition. He saw the information at Su Yuwei's family company, so Su Yu clothing must have entered too. I wonder if the dress my wife designed made it into the rankings. He didn't plan to ask. Bringing it up now would seem odd. If his presence ended up costing his wife the top prize, that would be a bit ironic. Chen Yu shut down his computer and stood up to stretch his legs. Stepping out of the study, he saw Su Yuwei sitting on the sofa, staring at the 2 bottles of watermelon wine. It was less about looking and more about zoning out. Because she didn't even blink. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Su Yuwei snapped back to reality at the sound of the voice. She shook her head. No, it's just... I'm a little nervous. Nervous? Could it be because of the welcome party? Yeah. Chen Yu leaned against her and sat down, their bodies touching. What's the big deal? Just sing along with me. Su Yuwei tried to shift aside, but she was already sitting at the very edge. Any further and she'd be perched on the armrest. To make matters worse, Chen Yu kept leaning toward her, whether intentionally or not, making Su Yuwei seriously want to pinch him. Couldn't he even sit properly? I'm just nervous. She couldn't quite pinpoint whether it was nerves about performing on stage or nerves about singing with Chen Yu. So, should we practice tonight? Practice? Nua and Wan are both asleep. Let's just go downstairs to practice. We'll be back up in no time. Su Yuwei nodded in agreement. She didn't have much confidence to begin with, so practicing would be good. Let's go then. Not so fast. Chen Yu smiled. Have some fruit wine first. This is brewed to my own recipe. Perhaps to steal her nerves, Su Yuwei found herself agreeing without thinking. The color of this wine is so beautiful. Because it's aimed at young people, it has to look appealing. Then go get 2 glasses. We'll have just a little. Su Yuwei recalled how she and Chen Yu had met drinking together, then inexplicably ending up in bed. Who would have thought that one night would lead to everything, giving birth to soft, cuddly Nuonuo and shaping their current life? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice took on a peculiar tone. Chapter 189. After the drinks, practice singing downstairs. Alright, I'll go get them. Soon, 2 glasses were brought over. The pale pink liquor poured into the crystal clear glasses, glowing beautifully under the lights. But more beautiful than the wine was the person sitting beside her. I'll drink mine in one go. You take your time. Chen Yu said, downing his drink in one gulp. Su Yuwei smiled and took a small sip. She found the alcohol content surprisingly low, and the flavor wasn't overpowering. It carried a refreshing fragrance and a subtle hint of watermelon, truly quite delicious. So she tilted her head back and drained her glass as well. The sight of her snow-white, smooth neck stirred something in Chen Yu. He quickly lowered his gaze and poured another small cup for both of them. How does it taste? Not bad, quite tasty. Su Yuwei didn't hesitate, taking the cup and downing it in one gulp. Her tolerance was actually quite average, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten drunk, let alone ended up in bed with Chen Yu. But this liquor was low proof, and 2 cups left her completely unaffected. Plus, it tasted good, so she kept drinking. The 2 of them drank more than half the bottle, yet Su Yuwei remained perfectly sober. She felt she could finish the entire bottle without issue, but she knew she couldn't drink anymore. What if she really got drunk? Who knows what might happen then? Where should we go to practice singing? Downstairs. Downstairs? Su Yuwei paused, confused. Aren't we going to a KTV? Chen Yu smiled. These are songs I wrote myself. They wouldn't be in a KTV. Forgot? Oh, right. Su Yuwei tapped her head, cursing herself for being so silly. They put on their coats, locked the door, and headed out. Chen Yu had originally planned to sing downstairs. But at this hour, the streetlights were still on, and a few people were still strolling around the neighborhood. Every time Su Yuwei tried to sing, someone would walk by, so she never managed to start. Chen Yu noticed her shyness and led her to the underground garage. Besides drivers, only the 2 of them would be down there. No one would bother coming to the underground garage. Drivers entering the garage would have their headlights on, so there was no need to worry. The problem was the biting chill underground. The autumn wind had crept in from somewhere, making it quite cold. Seeing Su Yuwei hugging her arms, Chen Yu took off his coat and draped it over her. Feeling the chill, Su Yuwei accepted it without protest. Aren't you cold? Not at all. I'm actually sweltering. With that, he let out a loud, forceful sneeze. Su Yuwei chuckled, then draped the coat back over him. If you catch a cold from the chill, who's going to cook for our daughter? Then let's hug. That way, neither of us will be cold. No way. Su Yuwei shook her head and quickened her pace. Chen Yu hurried to catch up. They chose a corner to practice. Though she'd refused the hug, Su Yuwei now pressed herself tightly against Chen Yu. Because it really was a bit cold. Chen Yu played the backing track, which was actually quite soft. But echoing through the empty underground garage, it seemed much louder. I'll start, and you follow along. Chen Yu took a few deep breaths before singing the first line. Can't sleep in the middle of the night, so I hum my feelings into a song. So I head to the rooftop in search of another dream. Chen Yu looked at Su Yuwei, but she opened her mouth and couldn't make a sound. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's try again. Su Yuwei struggled to keep her voice steady. Alright, one more time. Get ready. Chen Yu sang the opening again, but when it came to Su Yuwei's part, she still couldn't bring herself to sing. I'm a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? No one's going to come into the garage. Su Yuwei knew her nerves weren't about that, they were about singing with Chen Yu. It made her feel inexplicably embarrassed. Sorry, let's try again. Su Yuwei felt a twinge of guilt, regretting not drinking more earlier. If she were half drunk, she might actually be able to sing, right? Chen Yu saw how shy she was and figured another try would yield the same result. So he sang it again, this time deliberately off-key, completely out of tune, like he was singing a million miles away. Su Yuwei burst out laughing. What are you doing? Chen Yu ignored her, continuing to sing to himself. He sang even more off-key, making it sound worse and worse. He even adopted a deliberately goofy tone, as if being tone deaf were some kind of compliment. Finally, Su Yuwei couldn't resist and pinched him, which made him stop. What are you doing? Chen Yu chuckled. See? Even if I sing this badly, no one's going to burst in and beat me up. What's there to be nervous about? Though Su Yuwei's anxiety stemmed from something else entirely, she still felt a warm glow inside. She knew Chen Yu was deliberately singing badly just to comfort her. So, feeling better now? She nodded softly. Yeah, let's try again. As the accompaniment began, Chen Yu finished his part and looked at Su Yuwei. Since her nerves stemmed from him, she simply closed her eyes. Her throat moved once, and finally, the words came out. Woken by a knock in my sleep, I still can't be sure. How could such a moving melody be on the roof across the way? The sound that emerged startled even Su Yuwei. How could it sound so awful? It wasn't her usual voice at all. Though she hadn't gone too far off key, it still sounded off. After finishing, she cautiously opened her eyes to gauge Chen Yu's reaction. She was terrified he'd laugh at her. Truthfully, from the very first note, Chen Yu couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. He was faking being off-key, but Su Yuwei was genuinely off-key. But he quickly suppressed his smile. In such an intensely tense situation, laughter was absolutely forbidden. If he laughed, Su Yuwei would absolutely refuse to sing another note. Then, after Su Yuwei finished singing, he naturally took the next line. I quietly closed the door, carrying hope with me. The one who often appears in my dreams. His expression was utterly absorbed, seemingly oblivious to any off-key notes. Seeing Chen Yu's expression unchanged, Su Yuwei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Otherwise, I'd be mortified. After finishing the song, Chen Yu smiled at Su Yuwei. Her throat felt dry, and she swallowed hard. That person is the blurry one in my dreams, we share the same unspoken understanding. This line sounded much better, perfectly hitting the right note. Paired with Su Yuwei's cool, crisp voice, it had a unique charm. The next line was a duet. Su Yuwei instinctively looked away, but a hand cupped her chin, forcing her gaze back to meet his. She froze, her mind going blank, even the thought of resisting vanished. She just stared blankly at Chen Yu, locked in his gaze. Her voice emerged almost unconsciously. Use the antenna, form the shape of I love you. Their voices echoed through the underground garage. At that moment, the entire space belonged only to them, nothing else existed. Then a voice shattered the sweetness. Hey, you too. What are you doing? Chapter 190, I just want to run, is that so wrong? Then a flashlight beam swept over them. It was a night security guard on patrol who'd heard the noise. The wailing and howling made him think ghosts were involved at first, scaring him too much to come closer. Later, the sounds became more normal, and he realized it was just a man and a woman singing. He thought to himself, what kind of weird hobby do these two have? Why skip the nice KTV and come sing in the garage in the middle of the night? People who live in this neighborhood are all well off, they wouldn't be stingy over a few dozen bucks. His first thought was that intruders had broken in. Chen Yu, however, remained unfazed. After all, he rented a place here, making him practically a resident. Can't sleep in the middle of the night, so you head to the garage to belt out a few songs, perfectly reasonable, right? But suddenly, Su Yuwei grabbed his wrist, run. And then, inexplicably, he found himself running. Fortunately, Su Yuwei wasn't wearing high-heeled boots, she had flat shoes on. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to keep up.
The security guard either couldn't catch up or didn't want to. Either way, he gave a token chase before stopping.
With a monthly salary of 3,000, why bother taking it seriously?
Security guard, just keep the main gate secure and don't lose it.
That's all you need to worry about.
The two of them sprinted out of the underground garage and only stopped once they reached a shadowy spot.
Chen Yu gasped for breath. Why did you run? We didn't do anything wrong.
Only then did Su Yuwei realize there'd been no need to run at all. As for why she had run, it was probably because she didn't want the security guard to see her and Chen Yu practicing singing in the middle of the night. She felt a bit embarrassed about it. But she refused to admit it.
So she forced a smile and said, I just felt like running. Is that a problem? There were no streetlights here, only the moon. With the 15th day of the 8th lunar month approaching, the moonlight was bright enough.
It cast a particularly enchanting glow on Su Yuwei's face, especially her doe-like eyes, which shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Chen Yu's heart stirred, and he slowly leaned toward her.
You, what are you doing?
Watching the tall figure gradually close in, Su Yuwei felt a helplessness akin to a little white rabbit. It was as if the man before her were a big bad wolf once caught, she would be devoured whole.
Yet, strangely, she felt no urge to flee.
In that moment of hesitation, a warm, strong hand wrapped around her, pulling her into his embrace. Then came a commanding kiss, leaving her no room to resist. Su Yuwei felt her ears burn and her face flush crimson. As if all her strength had been drained, her hands pressed against his chest held no power at all.
Since resistance was futile, she might as well surrender to the moment.
Su Yuwei closed her eyes and returned the kiss with even greater passion.
After a long while, they reluctantly pulled apart.
Gasping for air, Su Yuwei's face was flushed bright red. She puffed out her cheeks, wanting to get angry, yet finding no reason to do so.
Sure, Chen Yu had initiated the kiss, but hadn't she kissed him back?
And she kissed him back even more passionately, leaving no space at all, until she couldn't catch her breath. Finding no excuse to be angry, she simply stomped hard on Chen Yu's foot.
Then she turned and walked home. As for singing practice? That was completely forgotten. She certainly wasn't in the mood for that now.
The pain made Chen Yu suck in a sharp breath, yet he felt a tinge of relief.
Thank goodness she was wearing flats today. High heels would have hurt like hell.
In a moment of reckless passion, he'd simply kissed her forcefully.
Though he could tell Su Yuwei was enjoying it and had kissed him back.
He wasn't sure if his wife was genuinely upset. Either way, that kick to his foot was real. So he simply walked slowly behind her, keeping a distance. Bai Ting went out to the balcony to hang laundry and happened to glance down, catching the entire scene.
Those two looked like Chen Yu and Su Yuwei, didn't they? What were these two doing downstairs in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?
She almost called out, but in the end, she held back. Afraid of disturbing the neighbors. Seeing Wang Xiaoming munching on potato chips, she sighed. I really shouldn't have chosen this so-called elite kindergarten.
Is this really for the kids?
It's pure torture for the parents. The problem was that the parents here were either wealthy or influential, and compared to them, she felt downright ordinary. At the last parent gathering, she hadn't dared to speak, afraid of looking foolish. She glanced again at the video Bai Ying had sent on her phone, feeling even more certain she'd made the wrong choice.
The kids at Chunmiao Kindergarten looked so happy. The principal even let them draw on the walls.
If only she'd listened to Bai Ying and chosen Chunmiao Kindergarten.
Then maybe she wouldn't be feeling this intense pressure to keep up with others?
And the parents wouldn't be put through such a hassle.
Maybe she should ask Chen Yu about it sometime?
But she felt reluctant to do so. It would make her look like she had poor judgment.
Maybe I'll wait a while longer. After all, it's a prestigious kindergarten. The teaching quality should be guaranteed definitely better than Chunmiao Kindergarten.
For Xiaoming's future, she'd just have to endure it a little longer.
You can't have everything.
Hey! After walking a while, he looked up at the sound. There stood Su Yuwei, one hand braced against the hallway door, the other tucked into her sleeve, her body shivering slightly from the cold.
How much longer do you expect me to hold this? Chen Yu grinned as he stepped forward to brace the door. I knew you wouldn't get mad, honey. Hearing that nickname made Su Yuwei blush fiercely. Though they were legally married after obtaining their certificate, hearing it from Chen Yu's mouth felt entirely different. I am angry, very angry.
She reached out from under her sleeve and pinched him before turning to head upstairs. Chen Yu felt both amused and exasperated. He loved his wife's tsundere attitude. Back home, neither of them spoke. Chen Yu changed clothes as usual, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared for bed. When Su Yuwei approached, he silently moved aside to make room. Su Yuwei said nothing either, not even glancing at him through the mirror. After finishing her routine, she climbed into bed and turned off the light. This left Chen Yu feeling uneasy. Was she really upset? He didn't turn on the bedroom light either, carefully climbing into bed and deliberately lying in the corner to keep his distance from her. Exhausted after a long day, he felt sleepy and closed his eyes, drifting off quickly. But as he drifted into a hazy sleep, a burning body pressed against him, wrapping around him like an octopus. Hot! Su Yuwei breathed softly into his ear, her warm breath tickling his earlobe. The next second, warm lips pressed against his.
Unlike the forceful kisses before, this one was light, like a dragonfly skimming water.
Yet it was enough to ignite his desire.
Chen Yu cradled Su Yuwei's head, rolling over to take control as their position shifted in an instant.
They kissed passionately, their lips locked in an intense embrace. Just as Chen Yu was about to take things further, a cry suddenly pierced through from the next room.
Su Yuwei regained some clarity. Our daughter's crying. Go check on her.
She had been completely drunk earlier, otherwise, she would never have been so forward. She hadn't expected 2 glasses of wine to knock her out like that. Compared to 3 years ago, her tolerance had actually declined.
Chapter 191, is Nuonyuo getting a little brother? We'll talk about it later. Chen Yu inwardly marveled at the perfect timing of the crying.
She hadn't cried in over 2 months, but the moment Dad needed to get down to business, she had to start?
You really are Daddy's little cotton jacket. Go check on her. No way. Chen Yu lost his temper too, holding Su Yuwei tightly without letting go.
He was about to get down to business, and being interrupted like this was really annoying. Let the poor girl cry for a bit. Nothing serious could happen at home anyway. Even when she pinched him, he didn't let go. Su Yuwei reached out to pinch him again, hesitated, then withdrew her hand. Switching to a soothing tone, she said, "Go see what's wrong with our daughter first.
I'll wait for you." Really? MHM.
Chen Yu relented, fumbling in the dark to get dressed. Though they'd been sharing a bed lately, their relationship remained strictly platonic, no boundaries crossed. Today, when he suggested hugging Su Yuwei, she had refused. This was a rare chance she'd finally taken the initiative after drinking. Truthfully, he was also worried about his daughter.
Her sudden crying in the middle of the night, could she have a fever?
Now that Su Yuwei said she'd wait for him, he stopped agonizing and headed to check on his daughter first.
He dressed and went to the next room, flipping on the bedside lamp.
In the light, he saw Nuonyuo sitting at the bedside, the little one crying her heart out.
What's wrong, Nuonyuo?
The little one saw him coming and reached out tearfully. "Daddy, hold me." Okay, Daddy will hold you." Chen Yu scooped her into his arms.
Tell Daddy why you're crying. Does anything hurt? Daddy, I had a dream. Was it a nightmare? Don't be afraid, dreams aren't real. He picked up the glass from the nightstand and took a sip of water. I dreamt that Nuonyuo is going to have a little brother.
Chen Yu nearly spit out the water he'd just swallowed. He thought to himself, does this little girl have psychic powers?
He'd just been planning to get intimate with Su Yuwei, and now she dreams of having a little brother? That's way too fast.
But it did remind him he hadn't brought the little balloon earlier.
Nuonyuo tilted her little face up, timidly asking, dreams aren't real, right? Nuonyuo won't have a little brother, will she? Nuonyuo, don't you want a little brother?
Chen Yu seized the moment to gauge his daughter's feelings. He was actually pretty laid back about such things. Having one would be nice, but he wouldn't push for it if it didn't happen. Having 2 such adorable daughters was more than enough.
I don't know. The little one thought for a moment before giving that answer. The topic was indeed too early for her, and she couldn't articulate much about it. He looked at Nuonyuo earnestly and said, Daddy promises you, if we ever have a little brother, I'll ask your opinion first, okay? Really? Let's make a pinky promise. He held out his little finger.
Nono hesitated for a moment, then extended her pinky finger too. Cross my heart and hope to die, I swear it'll never change.
Father and daughter hooked their fingers tightly together. Now stamp it. That makes it permanent. The little one finally broke into a smile. There you go. Now go to sleep. Nuonyuo nodded vigorously before obediently settling back into bed. Good night, Daddy. Good night.
Chen Yu tucked her in, then tucked Softy in as well, before returning to his own room. Su Yuwei had already sat up, leaning against the headboard, wearing only her nightgown.
Honey, I'm here.
Chen Yu climbed into bed, shedding his clothes, and reached out to embrace her. But Su Yuwei pressed his arm against her forehead.
What's wrong with our daughter? Chen Yu told her the truth, it's Nuonyuo.
She had a dream that she was going to have a little brother. Su Yuwei flushed upon hearing this.
What did you say?
I told her we'd definitely discuss it with her before having a little brother.
Su Yuwei nodded, satisfied with his response. So can we continue now? No way.
Su Yuwei was now completely sober. Thinking back to her earlier actions, her cheeks burned fiercely. It seemed like she was the one who had clung to Chen Yu, stripped off her clothes, and kept complaining about the heat.
How utterly humiliating.
She never expected that wine to be so deceptively potent.
She'd never drink with Chen Yu again.
The first time they drank, they ended up in bed together and had 2 daughters.
The second time, I nearly did it again. If it weren't for Nuonyuo crying, we might have had a little brother. This stuff is pure poison. You agreed to it just now. I changed my mind. Chen Yu was furious, and you call yourself a professor? Are you trying to deceive me? No matter what he said, Su Yuwei refused to budge. He gave up arguing, flopped onto the bed, and turned his back to Su Yuwei. Su Yuwei didn't sleep either, she just sat there quietly. After a long while, she asked, Are you asleep? No. Are you mad at me? Yes. Hearing the resentment in his tone, Su Yuwei couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Her sulking little husband was actually kind of adorable. Watching Chen Yu's retreating back, she felt a pang of guilt. After all, she was the one who had made the mistake this time. She had promised to wait for Chen Yu to return, only to refuse him when he finally came back. Please, don't be angry anymore, okay? Having never tried to comfort anyone before, her attempts felt painfully awkward. Her words sounded less like soothing and more like a flat statement, devoid of any emotional nuance. But for Su Yuwei, this was already a huge breakthrough. They say daughters are their father's little cotton jackets, but she'd never been one for soft words. Both she and Su Zhengshan were stubborn souls who refused to back down. After every argument, they'd fall into a cold war. In the end, it was always Kai Qin who had to mediate between them. Chen Yu grunted in response, though secretly feeling a twinge of delight. Was his wife trying to placate him? But expecting one sentence to smooth things over? That was absolutely impossible. Su Yuwei bit her lip, fighting the urge to kick Chen Yu off the bed. Because she was a reasonable person, and in this matter, she was the one in the wrong. Suddenly, Su Yuwei thought of Chen Yu. Chen Yu claimed to be experienced in romance, though none of her relationships had ever blossomed into something lasting. She herself had found a partner, yet her dating experience was practically non-existent. To the point where she didn't even know how to comfort someone. She also didn't know if her best friend was asleep at this hour. Urgent. How do you comfort a guy? Chen Yu sprawled on her bed binge-watching shows, a bubble tea in one hand and potato chips in the other, thoroughly enjoying herself. Her phone lit up a message from Su Yuwei. She almost pretended not to see it, even best friends couldn't interrupt binge-watching. But the content perked her right up. Su the man? Did you upset your little hubby? Spill the beans. Binge-watching was great, but nothing beat the thrill of gossip. Of course Su Yuwei wouldn't tell the truth if Chen Yu found out, she'd be teasing him non-stop. So she made up a story on the spot, only to have it exposed instantly. You ask for my help but won't tell me the truth? That can't be the real reason. Chapter 192, Need a hand? How did you figure it out? What guy would get upset over something this trivial? Besides, it's bedtime, you two weren't up to no good, were you? Su Yuwei's face flushed instantly. She should never have asked Chen Yu, it was so easy to figure out. Spill the beans already, so I can prescribe the right remedy, teach you how to coax your little husband. Su Yuwei glanced at Chen Yu. Judging by how upset he was, she doubted she could handle it alone. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to tell Chen Yu. After all, ever since moving in with Chen Yu hadn't stopped teasing her. One more time wouldn't hurt. The key was to appease Chen Yu quickly, otherwise, she wouldn't get a decent breakfast tomorrow. No, it wasn't about breakfast at all. It was just that seeing Chen Yu like this made her feel a little sorry for him. So she told Chen Yu the truth, omitting all the details, of course. She simply described the sequence of events. Before Chen Yu even finished listening, she was already rolling around on the bed laughing. Gossip is just so satisfying, especially when it's about your bestie. You're done? Now tell me how to cheer him up. Hold on, let me laugh it off first, haha. Chen Yu knew all about Su Yuwei's drinking habits. Last time they went out for barbecue, Su Yuwei got completely wasted after just 2 bottles of beer. At checkout, she insisted on picking up the tab for everyone. Every table raised their glasses in cheers, thanking this seemingly amazing girl. Though covering a few tables worth of drinks was no big deal for her, Chen Yu quickly dragged her away. It was all because Su Yuwei was so stunningly beautiful. When she got drunk, the flush on her cheeks made her even more captivating. Some clueless guy might just come over to hit on her. Hurry up! Su Yuwei urged. Chen Yu forced a smile. To placate someone, you have to address the root cause. Since he's upset about this matter, that's where we need to start. Chen Yu launched into a lengthy speech, but her core message was simple: she'd help him resolve it. As an academic star, Su Yuwei naturally grasped her core point. But I was drunk just now. Now that I'm sober, I can't do it. The memory of her actions made Su Yuwei's cheeks flush hot. Clinging to him like that and then complaining about the heat. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Then go drink some more. To Chen Yu, the solution seemed obvious. He seems to have put the alcohol away. If all else fails, just use your hands. Su Yuwei fired off a string of question marks. What kind of lewd talk is that? Chen Yu, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. If you don't want to do that, but still want to appease him, you'll just have to use your hands. Do I really have to help him finish? Thankfully it was through the screen. If they were face to face, Su Yuwei wouldn't have been able to ask. Her face was already flushed crimson, and her ears burned hot. Of course. Holding it in all the time is really bad for your health, it can even make you sick. On the other end of the screen, Chen Yu was laughing so hard she was rolling around on her bed. Well, she wasn't exactly lying, was she? There really was some scientific research saying holding it in was bad for you. Su Yuwei didn't believe it at first. But Chen Yu was so adamant, even betting her ex-boyfriend's 10 years of life on it. She started to waver. With such a huge stake, it must be true, right?
Compared to that, her little husband's health was obviously more important. After wrestling with the decision, she leaned down and whispered softly into Chen Yu's ear, Should I use my hands to help you? She didn't even know how she'd managed to say those words. In that moment, it felt like her brain and mouth had ceased to belong to her. Even her own voice sounded strange. After uttering those words, she gasped for air. Only then did her foggy mind begin to clear a little. The darkness served as a protective cloak, granting her the utmost courage. If they'd been face to face with the lights on, she never could have uttered those words. What I mean is, if you need it, don't overthink it. The moment the words left her mouth, Su Yuwei regretted them and scrambled to explain. She shouldn't have listened to Chen Yu. How could she have said something like that? But Chen Yu didn't react the way she'd imagined. Or rather, he showed no reaction at all. Chen Yu, she called tentatively, this time a bit louder. Still no response. Summoning her courage, she propped herself up and leaned closer to look. In the faint moonlight filtering through, she finally realized Chen Yu was asleep. She'd only spent 10 minutes preparing herself mentally before falling asleep? That was way too fast. Su Yuwei suddenly realized something. After living together for over 2 months, she realized she had never truly looked at Chen Yu. Whether it was because she was afraid of embarrassing herself or for some other reason, she simply hadn't. Instead, she had consciously or unconsciously avoided his gaze. Yet during those 4 years at university, she had often caught herself stealing glances at him. Watching him play basketball, watching him run, watching him play with his phone in class, watching him talk to girls. Each time, an inexplicable feeling stirred within Su Yuwei. She'd never admit to feeling jealous. But she felt a sour, uncomfortable pang. Several times she'd wanted to reveal herself, but ultimately held back. Now, she could finally observe Chen Yu properly. No one would disturb them, and she didn't have to worry about being discovered. Su Yuwei propped her chin on her right hand, studying her husband intently. Suddenly, she thought he was quite handsome. Perhaps it was the feeling that beauty lies in the beholder's eyes? Anyway, she'd never found any man attractive before. When Chen Yu swooned over celebrities or internet stars, Su Yuwei remained completely unfazed. Chen Yu even teased her about being too picky, warning she'd end up alone forever. Yet here she was, with 2 kids, while Chen Yu hadn't even found a partner yet. Love really is a mystery. Su Yuwei suddenly felt the urge to touch Chen Yu. So she reached out and gently stroked his cheek. Although she had agreed to give it a try on graduation photo day, she never imagined he could handle it so well. After all, he was just a recent college graduate. Su Yuwei had once felt uncertain about the future, but now she found courage. This courage came from Chen Yu. Thinking of this, Su Yuwei's lips curved upward. She wrapped her arms around Chen Yu from behind and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. Thank you for everything these past days. Husband, good night. Even in the darkness, with the person before her fast asleep, Su Yuwei still felt herself blushing at her own words. She turned away to lie down, no longer daring to look at him. But her phone screen lit up at the worst possible moment. Chen Yu on the other end was practically freaking out. Where the hell have you been? Answer me. Did you really go help him out? With your hands or the real thing? Go live stream it for us. If all else fails, I'll push you from behind. Chapter 193, Regretting Eating This Gossip. She wanted to call Su Yuwei but feared interrupting her important business. Chen Yu regretted getting involved in this drama. Her heart was pounding like a kitten scratching at it, and she couldn't even watch the show anymore. Chen Yu couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. Though it was a bit uncomfortable to hold back, getting a kiss from his wife seemed pretty decent, right? There was plenty of time ahead, so he wasn't in a rush. He believed that one day, Su Yuwei would be the one begging him. The next morning, Chen Yu rose early as usual and prepared breakfast for the family. Su Yuwei, however, rose unusually late. Just as Chen Yu was about to go wake her, she finally climbed out of bed. Standing before the dressing mirror, she bore large dark circles under her eyes, her hair disheveled and falling over her shoulders. Chen Yu was startled. Didn't sleep well last night? MHM. Su Yuwei hummed in response, squinting her eyes, unwilling to elaborate. The reason she hadn't slept well was, of course, Chen Yu. He didn't press her, just smiled. Come eat breakfast. I put it in the pot for you, it's still warm. The 2 little ones had already finished breakfast and were waiting for Chen Yu to take them to kindergarten. Why did Mom sleep in so late? Mommy's a big lazybones. Yes, Mom's a big lazybones. Su Yuwei flashed a smile as she sat at the dining table waiting for Chen Yu to bring the food over. Though when Aunt Jo was around, she never had to worry about these things. But Chen Yu was even more attentive than Aunt Jo. Not only did he prepare all 3 meals, but he also served her food, peeled shrimp for her. He practically treated her like the 3rd child in the family. Sometimes she feels it's unnecessary, yet she doesn't find it bothersome. Instead, she actually enjoyed this feeling. Su Yuwei felt that if this continued, she'd soon be turned into a useless person. In truth, she was already half a useless person. But Chen Yu didn't mind. After Su Yuwei finished eating, Chen Yu dressed and prepared to take Nuonuo and Wanwan to kindergarten. Both daughters had gotten dressed early, eagerly anticipating kindergarten. They were nothing like certain little ones who wailed their hearts out at the mere mention of kindergarten, as if they were crying out all the tears they'd ever shed in their lives.
First, Chen Yu would accompany them, meaning they could see their dad even at kindergarten. Second, they'd both made good friends and couldn't wait to play. "Mommy, give me a kiss." Nuonuo ran back halfway through walking. "Kiss."
Su Yuwei set down her spoon, picked up Nuonuo, and planted a kiss on her cheek.
Ruanwan didn't say anything, but standing beside them, her meaning was clear. Su Yuwei understood perfectly, lifting Ruanwan for a kiss too.
Chen Yu followed behind them. "You kissed both daughters, so what about me?"
Before he could finish, Su Yuwei cut him off. "What about you?
Hurry up and take the girls to kindergarten."
Oh, right, there's a rehearsal this afternoon. Do you have time? No problem. I'll be free after lunch at the kindergarten.
I'll call you then.
Aren't you really going to give me a kiss? No kiss. Watching Chen Yu leave with his two daughters looking a bit disappointed, Su Yuwei couldn't help but smile. He'd only kissed her once yesterday, and already he was hooked? She couldn't handle him wanting kisses every day. Moderation was key. On her way downstairs, she ran into Bai Ting and Wang Xiaoming. "Morning. Morning."
The two nodded with smiles, exchanging greetings.
"Taking your daughter to kindergarten?" Chen Yu smiled. "Yep. Good morning, Xiaoming." "Good morning, big brother."
The little guy was quite the sweet talker, though he always seemed to be snacking whenever they met.
"Are those snacks really that good?"
"No wonder he's such a little chubby."
"Hey, did you become a chef at Chunmiao Kindergarten?"
Bai Ting suddenly asked. She'd seen the video Bai Ying sent yesterday, a class of kids drawing on the wall, claiming they were decorating the classroom themselves.
At first, Bai Ting thought it was hilarious. How could little kids possibly draw? And letting them draw on the walls? Like the walls were too clean or something?
Just waiting for them to repaint the whole thing. But when she saw the finished product, she was pleasantly surprised. It actually looked pretty good. Of course, the teacher must have touched it up. If kids could actually draw like that, they'd have been recruited to study art ages ago. But then she thought about it and decided it was actually a good idea. Letting the little ones paint themselves would surely make them feel more connected to the classroom. They'd naturally take better care of it and be reluctant to mess it up.
She really admired the principal for this bold move.
Something like this would never happen at Xiaoming's kindergarten. On opening day, a child had dirted the wall and their parents were summoned immediately.
They ended up having to pay compensation to settle the matter. Allow children to draw on the walls? No way. Chen Yu asked curiously, "How do you know that?" "My sister told me." Bai Ying. After all, he had helped her catch a thief once, so Chen Yu did have a faint memory of her. As for the two dramas she starred in, he hadn't seen either. By the way, do kindergarten cooks make good money? It's okay, I guess.
Chen Yu's salary was relatively high, mainly because the principal was quite generous. Plus, he also served as the logistics manager, so getting double pay was only fair, right?
Bai Ting chuckled. The pay must be decent. Otherwise, why would you need to work as a cook when Yuwei is so well off? Chen Yu didn't elaborate further. He wanted to be a chef purely to be there as Nono and Wan grew up.
As for how much he earned, he genuinely didn't care.
But many people simply couldn't understand. What else could you work so hard for if not money? To serve the people?
That's the adult world for you. Everything is weighed against its worth. So if you talk about dreams with adults, they'll find it laughable and ask you how much your dreams are worth. But children don't think about such things. They do things for one reason only, because they simply want to. After saying goodbye to Chen Yu, Bai Ting sighed. Truthfully, she wanted to ask about Chunmiao Kindergarten, whether Wang Xiaoming could transfer there too. This so-called elite kindergarten had really put her through the ringer. It was nothing but trouble, and she hadn't seen any benefits. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Bringing it up now would only make her earlier decision seem ridiculous. Why hadn't she listened to Bai Ying? Never mind. She'd bring it up next time if she got the chance. Just bear with it a little longer. With tuition like this, there must be something good about the elite kindergarten, right? Chen Yu arrived at the kindergarten with his daughter, where Gu Yao and Ren Shui were still greeting the students. Ren Shui was carrying a large bag, its contents unknown. Gu Yao greeted him from afar. "Good morning, Chen Dad." "Good morning, Nua and Wan." "Morning." Gu Yao patted him on the shoulder. "Your fortune cookie really worked. I won the lottery yesterday." "Huh?" Of course it was just a coincidence, but Gu Yao still credited it to the fortune cookie. As the old saying goes, if you believe in it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. It was really just a psychological comfort. Chapter 194. Where did this sausage come from? I won a whole 3,000 yuan. Xiaobing's been buying tickets for years and never hit such a big prize. Ren Shui laughed. If I'd known, I would have bought a ticket yesterday too. Maybe I could have won something. Chen Yu teased, then you'd better share some with me and give some to Nuonuo and Wan too. Sure thing. Gu Yao patted her chest. I'll buy each of the little ones a toy. You can forget about it. Yesterday, she and Xiao Bing had agreed to split it evenly.
Fair enough. Neither of them would ask where the other spent their money.
As for the money spent on toys and snacks for Xiao Xinxin, they would share the cost.
You're so generous. Oh, so you think I'm stingy, huh? Amidst laughter and cheer, the little ones gradually arrived.
Yesterday, quite a few children had cried, clinging to their parents' sleeves and refusing to let go. Today, Ren Shui's class had noticeably fewer tears, only 3 or 4 children were crying.
The little ones all adore Chuan now kindergarten, not even feeling scared when temporarily separated from their parents. Daddy Chen, can you cook this sausage for lunch? Ren Shui asked.
She opened the bag, revealing a generous amount of cured sausage inside. They had a rosy hue and looked quite appetizing. Where did you get these sausages?
My family sent them.
They sent way too much, and I can't finish it all by myself, so I brought some to kindergarten, Ren Shui explained.
The cured sausages sent from her hometown were of exceptional quality.
Had she not trusted Chen Yu's cooking skills, she wouldn't have parted with them.
Chen Yu thought for a moment. How about we make claypot rice? Sounds great. I really love claypot rice.
As someone from the south, Ren Shui had eaten her fair share of claypot rice growing up.
Guya suggested, why don't we make a menu listing daily lunches and afternoon snacks? Ren Shui replied, we do have a menu.
We can plan a week's worth in advance.
Chen Yu shook his head.
Then we're scrapping the menu from now on.
Ha, the 2 female teachers exclaimed in unison, why? If it's written in advance, there's no sense of anticipation. Isn't it more exciting to find out what we're eating at the last minute? That makes sense.
There was another reason: he cooked different dishes every day, and writing down so many options was too much trouble.
Unlike other kindergartens with their never-changing menus, those would be easy to write. Kids have picky tastes, even the tastiest dishes get old if served repeatedly. Then it's settled claypot rice. But do we even have enough claypots for the whole kindergarten?
If it's claypot rice, it has to be made in claypots to be authentic.
Ren Shui chuckled, of course not. Would rice cookers work? We can easily find a dozen large ones. That'll work. The flavor won't be too different. No clay pots?
A rice cooker will do in a pinch. After dropping off his daughter, Chen Yu headed to the market to shop.
As the acting logistics director, he didn't need to consult anyone. He could buy whatever he wanted. He just needed to submit the shopping list to the principal upon his return. No, sweetie, see you at lunchtime. Bye, daddy. Even after all this time, the Lingtian space still hadn't unlocked the ranch feature. It could only be used for growing vegetables and medicinal herbs. However, every time he planted or harvested, he gained experience points, and the upgrade progress bar was nearly full. Reaching level 2 should unlock the ranch. Then he wouldn't even need to buy meat outside. He could achieve complete self-sufficiency. The meat at this stall is quite fresh, and Chen Yu always buys it here. Over time, the owner had come to recognize him. From a distance, the owner would call out to him, "Hey, didn't bring your daughter along today?" Truthfully, Chen Yu had only brought Nuonyuo and Ruoro a few times. Perhaps because the 2 little ones were so adorable, he always remembered them. Kindergarten started, so even if I wanted to bring them, I couldn't get them out, Chen Yu chuckled. I'd forgotten until you mentioned it. Kids are so much fun when they're little. Once they grow up, all they do is talk back to you. It's enough to drive someone crazy. The shopkeeper's words were thick with exasperation. It was clear he'd had his share of arguments with the child at home. Right, what did you like to buy today? Look at these, they're all super fresh. For a knowledgeable regular like him, the boss naturally brought out the best cuts. They are nice, but I need quite a lot this time. After hearing the quantity he wanted, the shopkeeper was taken aback. Why so much? I'm working as a chef at a kindergarten. Making claypot rice for lunch. The owner nodded, asking no further questions. Working swiftly, he quickly prepared all the meat Chen Yu needed. He even arranged for 2 assistants to help load it into the car, leaving Chen Yu happy to keep his hands free. Thanks a lot, boss. You're such a good customer, it's the least I can do. He even offered a cigarette, subtly holding out one finger. Chen Yu accepted the cigarette without lighting it, smiling as he waved it away. The boss thought he was unhappy with the deal. Bro, we can work something out. No need. Your meat is fresh and high quality, of course I'll buy it. If it's not fresh, it's useless anyway. The boss was taken aback. This was the first time he'd encountered someone refusing kickbacks. In the procurement business, aside from extreme cases, only 2 types of people refuse kickbacks. One type is the greenhorn fresh out of school, completely clueless about how to take them. The other is seasoned veterans who just want to coast along on a steady salary. Beyond these 2 types, almost everyone takes them. It's practically an open secret, and the boss knows it well. As long as you don't take too much, most people turn a blind eye. Even if the person in that position is the boss's relative, they still take kickbacks, often even more aggressively. They act with impunity, relying on their connection to the boss. How could you possibly stop outsiders from doing the same? The most common way to pocket kickbacks is through rebates. They tweak the purchase orders a bit, and the suppliers give rebates to the buyers. Their income often far exceeds their salary. Of course, this is illegal, and some timid souls dare not engage in such practices.
But there's another method, one that's not illegal and carries much less risk. Suppliers treating procurement staff to meals, drinks, foot massages, and karaoke. Isn't that just kickbacks in disguise? It's just friends hanging out together, hardly anything to question, right? Once the buyer accepts favors, doesn't he still call the shots on which supplier gets the contract? But seeing how serious Chen Yu looked, the boss didn't press the matter further. Chen Yu bought the remaining ingredients before driving back to the kindergarten. Upon returning, he dove straight into the kitchen. He planned to prepare several types of clay pot rice, and time was tight. Clay pot rice, also known as wapea rice, is a Cantonese dish originating from Guangdong. The most authentic and delicious version, of course, is cooked in a clay pot. The clay pot is called a clay pot rice cooker, which is how the dish got its name. Historically, its origins can be traced back to the Central Plains region over 2,000 years ago. The commentary on the Book of Rites records the 8 delicacies of the Zhou dynasty, with the first delicacy prepared in a manner identical to clay pot rice. Chapter 195, Preparing 3 types of clay pot rice. The difference lies in using yellow millet as the main ingredient. This was highly prized at the time, essentially reserved for imperial consumption. A Tang dynasty cookbook also mentions it, calling it imperial yellow rice of the Queen Mother. Thus, clay pot rice was quite precious in ancient times, but in modern times, it has become affordable for ordinary people, truly flying into the homes of common folk. The key difference between clay pot rice and other steamed rice dishes lies in that layer of crispy rice crust. Clay pots are ideal for this purpose, as they facilitate the formation of crispy rice crusts. But where would ordinary people get so many clay pots? Fortunately, using a large pot works just as well, though the resulting crispy rice layer may not be as perfect. It's still perfectly edible and just as delicious. Another advantage of clay pot rice is its versatility in pairing ingredients. By thoughtfully combining different ingredients, you can create entirely new flavors. Chen Yu bought so many ingredients that he planned to make 3 types of clay pot rice. The first was the classic preserved meat clay pot rice. The main ingredient was Cantonese-style sausage, which had a sweeter flavor perfect for children who tend to prefer sweeter tastes. Since the kitchen helpers were all quite elderly, Chen Yu referred to them as Aunt Wang and Aunt Li. Hearing that Chen Yu would prepare clay pot rice for lunch, both women were quite pleased. Mainly because the previous chefs had never made it, and since Chen Yu was a good cook, they naturally looked forward to it. With such a large amount of rice to use, washing it was a major undertaking. After they rinsed it once and soaked it for half an hour, Chen Yu finally got started. Making clay pot rice is actually quite simple. The key lies in how to form that crispy layer at the bottom. The 2 aunts watched with keen interest, eager to see how this clay pot rice was made. He started with the most classic version, preserved meat clay pot rice. The heartbreaking rice from Stephen Chow's movie was essentially a bowl of preserved meat clay pot rice. Slice the Chinese sausage and blanch the greens. Brush oil on the bottom of the rice cooker, add the rinsed rice, and pour in water until it covers the rice. He steamed the rice first, then layered the preserved sausages on top. He drizzled oil around the edges of the pot. This was key to forming the crispy rice crust. At a glance, he knew Ren Shui's cured sausage was top-notch. The lean meat was a fresh pink, while the fatty parts were milky white and translucent, with a distinct, glossy contrast between red and white. A subtle, distinctive aroma wafted up, not the scent of artificial flavorings. It was clearly made using authentic traditional methods. The best cuts came from the hind legs, with a 70-30 fat to lean ratio. Natural pork casings were used for wrapping, and the sausage underwent multiple steps: curing, stuffing, air drying, and oven drying before it was ready. A pound costs at least 30 yuan. Anything cheaper is likely adulterated. Ren Shui was incredibly generous to donate all these sausages. It's clear she cares deeply for the little ones at the kindergarten. Crack in the eggs, then simmer for another 5 minutes. Finally, add greens, drizzle with sauce, sprinkle scallions, turn off the heat, and let it sit for a bit. While this claypot rice might not be as tear-jerkingly delicious as the legendary heartbreaking rice, it was certainly enough to make the kids drool. Chen Yu certainly has his confidence. Next, he made a claypot rice with mushrooms and tender chicken. Ren Shui brought a decent amount of Cantonese-style sausage, but it wouldn't be nearly enough to share with all the kindergarten kids. Not to mention the big eaters among them, whose appetites far exceeded those of the little ones. One person could easily eat as much as 10 little ones. This amount of Cantonese sausage definitely wouldn't be enough. So we'll just prepare a few more dishes. That way there'll be enough, and the little ones will have more choices. That's the beauty of claypot rice, it's incredibly versatile. Any combination of ingredients can be turned into a delicious claypot rice dish. Of course, some might argue it's not authentic, a departure from tradition. Chen Yu, however, couldn't care less. Why elevate food to such lofty heights? Isn't it enough if it tastes good? He's not planning to enter any competitions. Cut the chicken thigh meat into chunks, add the marinade and rehydrated shiitake mushroom slices, and let it marinate for 20 minutes. Once the chicken thighs were fully thawed, it was time for him to showcase his knife skills. Chen Yu picked up the cleaver, placed the tip at the joint of the drumstick, and slid it along the bone seam. The tip glided along the leg bone like disassembling a precision instrument. Pressing the back of the blade against the meat, he twisted the cutting edge inward.
The entire leg meat separated cleanly from the bone.
Even the connective tissue was cleanly severed. The two aunts watched in stunned silence. They'd been kitchen helpers for over a decade and had rarely seen a chef with such skill. Chef Xia could do it too, but he was always so serious and unapproachable, making everyone feel stiff around him. In comparison, Chen Yu was much more approachable and far more handsome than Chef Xia. Add to that his roast lamb yesterday being so delicious, and the two aunts were reluctant to see him go.
The principal asked them what they thought of Chen Yu.
The two aunts naturally showered him with praise. The principal even wondered if they'd taken a fancy to the young man. They admitted they did admire him, but not for themselves. Their daughters were already in their late 20s, and still no sign of marriage. These days, handsome young men who can cook are a rare find. They knew full well it was hopeless. He already had daughters, two adorable little girls, no less.
First, cook the rice until done. Then add chicken and rehydrated shiitake mushrooms. After steaming for a few minutes, sprinkle with chopped scallions.
The last variety is seafood claypot rice, which has the most abundant ingredients. It calls for shrimp, squid rings, crab sticks, fish tofu, eggs. The only difference lies in how the ingredients are prepared. The rest of the steps are pretty much the same. The key is to create that fragrant, crispy layer of rice crust at the bottom. As for seafood allergies, there's absolutely no need to worry.
First, seafood allergies are extremely rare among Chinese people. The top 3 allergens are eggs, milk, and peanuts. Second, on the day of the report, every parent received a form. Beyond routine data like height and weight, it detailed each child's hobbies, dietary restrictions, allergens, and personality traits. Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel at how meticulous this kindergarten was. This was one of the reasons he chose Chuanmiao Kindergarten. At Florence Children's Academy, however, there was no such questionnaire at all. This meant there was little need to worry about allergens. If there were 1 or 2 children with allergies, they could be accommodated individually. Unless the parents themselves are unaware of their child's allergies. Surely no parent would be that irresponsible? Right? Meanwhile, for the little ones, the 4th period ended, and it was almost noon. During the break, the little ones swarmed Gu Yao. Though Gu Yao wasn't as patient as Rin Shui, she was undeniably beautiful. In this world, those blessed with good looks always receive some form of preferential treatment. Whether hidden or blatant. Even if some people refuse to admit it, that's just how it is. Even the little kids preferred the pretty teacher's sister. Chapter 196, A Meal Made by Little Kids? Sister Gu Yao, what's for lunch? I'm hungry. When can we eat? Are we still having roast lamb? Mom told me to bring her a piece. Yeah. My dad wants some too.
For some reason, the conversation took a bizarre turn. From discussing lunch plans, it had shifted to bringing home a piece of roasted lamb for mom and dad.
Gu Yao inwardly rolled her eyes. Are your parents that greedy? Grilled lamb is everywhere, it has to be Chen Yu's, right?
Although she hadn't skimped on eating that day when they roasted the whole lamb, and she and Xiao Bing had even split the lamb offal Xiao Xinxin brought home. But this was different. She was doing it to avoid wasting food. Even so, she kept a smile on her face.
Teacher can't tell you this, you know. Dad Chen said it's to keep the mystery alive.
Though she was skeptical of Chen Yu's blind box theory, she decided to go along with it.
Ha! The little ones instantly looked disappointed. Delayed gratification simply doesn't work with young children. When they want something, they want it right away.
Otherwise, they'll cry, throw tantrums, and express their frustration in every way possible. If you promise to buy them a toy in a week, chances are they'll have completely forgotten about it by then and moved on to something else. Xiao Xinxin crossed her arms in front of her chest.
What's that supposed to mean? Mom doesn't even know, yet she lies. Gu Yao.
If the other kids hadn't been standing nearby, she would have definitely given Xiao Xinxin a smack on the butt.
How dare you call your mom a liar? How dare you call your mom a liar? Got anything else to say?
Because of her lively and cheerful personality, Xiao Xinxin was very popular among the kids. After spending a few days with them, she was starting to show signs of becoming the leader of the pack. Compared to Gu Yao, they preferred listening to Xiao Xinxin. Now, one by one, they looked at Gu Yao with suspicious eyes.
She was actually being questioned by a bunch of little kids? Gu Yao couldn't stand it. Ignoring Rin Shui's frantic signals from the side, she declared loudly, "Who said I don't know?
What Chen Dad is making for lunch is claypot rice." But instead of the expected excitement, the kids just looked at each other, completely clueless about what she was talking about.
Nuon Yuo and Wan Nuan were equally baffled. Chen Yu had never made it for them before.
For northerners, claypot rice was indeed less well known.
And for kids? Never heard of it? Totally normal.
Only Xiao Xinxin wore a look of terror. Run. Then she grabbed a few kids and bolted out the door.
Gu Yao looked utterly bewildered. Hey, what are you running for? Slow down, don't trip. Ms. Rin Shui, what's going on?
Ren Shui shook her head.
No idea, but I think your little girl is up to something. She dares? Just wait till I get my hands on her.
Despite her words, Gu Yao had never actually hit Xiao Xinxin.
The last time she'd been so furious she'd actually raised her hand. Her hand flew up high, but when it came down, she couldn't bring herself to hit her hard. The result? Xiao Xinxin burst out laughing. Mom, put some muscle into it. And that was the end of it. Unable to bring herself to strike her daughter, only to be mocked in return, who among her family could possibly understand? The little ones ran outside. Nuonuo stopped and couldn't help asking. Xinxin, why are you running? No, didn't you hear my mom? Claypot rice. What's claypot rice? Is it tasty? Before Xiao Xinxin could answer, she continued on her own. Dad's cooking is always delicious. Claypot rice? It's when they put little kids in the pot to cook. The little ones instantly looked terrified. Being young and trusting, they took her words at face value. Ruan Xiaoyan nearly burst into tears. Please, don't turn Yan Yan into claypot rice. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Wan immediately comforted her. Yan, don't cry. Claypot rice definitely isn't made like that. Nuo also sided with Chen Yu. Exactly. Daddy doesn't use kids to make claypot rice. Xiao Xinxin's little face tightened into a serious expression. Don't worry, guys. The kids in claypot rice are all the really naughty, disobedient ones. If Gu Yao had been there, she would have retorted, oh really? Then I'll be the first one you turn into claypot rice. Only Ruan Xiaoyan believed it wholeheartedly, while the other kids remained skeptical. So Xiao Xinxin declared, if you don't believe me, let's go check the kitchen. Who's coming with me? She was the first to raise her little hand, scanning her friends. Ruan Xiaoyan's hand trembled as she raised it. I'll go. She didn't believe Mr. Chen would use children to make claypot rice. He was so handsome and kind, how could that be possible? Then came Nuo and Wan, and soon all the children had raised their hands. Clam Rice Exploration Squad, let's go. At Xiao Xinxin's command, the little girls marched triumphantly toward the kitchen. Following behind them was a little boy named Yang Shi, looking a bit timid. I want to come with you too. Xiao Xinxin thought for a moment. You can, but you have to listen to us. Okay. At the kitchen door, Xiao Xinxin turned back and made a shushing gesture to the little ones. Shoo, don't make a sound. The claypot rice was steaming away in the pots. Chen Yu noticed his knife had lost its edge, so he fetched a whetstone. The whetstone soaked in water for half an hour to absorb moisture fully. A damp towel was placed underneath to prevent slipping, and water was continuously poured over it during the process to avoid overheating. Aunt Wang and Aunt Li shared jokes, mostly stories they'd heard half true, half fabricated. Chen Yu didn't call them out, happily listening along. He hadn't noticed at all that a few little ones had gathered outside the kitchen door. Aunt Wang suddenly adopted a mysterious tone. Old Li, little Chen, have you ever eaten monkey brains? Aunt Li shot her a look. No, have you? Of course I haven't either, but someone in our village has. Then she began recounting the experience in vivid detail. Let me tell you, you have to pick an auspicious day, bathe and change clothes, choose the most well-behaved one among the little ones, secure its head, crack open the skull, pour in hot oil, and scoop it out spoonful by spoonful. Aunt Wang asked curiously, why pick the quietest one? Shouldn't you choose the most unruly? Aunt Li beamed with satisfaction. You just don't get it, do you? The little ones struggle, you see. Pick one that's quiet and doesn't fight back too hard. The naughty ones? Just raise them a bit and they'll calm down. The little ones at the door overheard every word and witnessed Chen Yu sharpening his knife. The children instantly turned pale with terror. The most terrified of all was Ruan Xiaoyan, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Pick the most well-behaved one, and it has to be quiet. That would be her, wouldn't it? Oh no, she was going to be turned into claypot rice by Daddy Chen. A sniffle escaped her nose. Run! Xiao Xinxin led the way, and the little ones dashed out. Chapter 197, High and Low, I'll seal you as a rice immortal. Chen Yu heard the commotion and came out. Strange. There's no one outside. Aunt Li, you left your kitchen door open. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I closed it properly. Nuo and Ruan had genuinely been scared earlier, but upon calming down, they realized how could Dad possibly use little kids to make claypot rice? Impossible. But Ruan Xiaoyan was naturally timid, and by now she was absolutely terrified. What should we do, Xinxin? Am I going to get eaten? Xiao Xinxin had now firmly made up her mind. Why else would Chen Dad suddenly start sharpening knives? He was clearly preparing to act. And what about that little one struggling? Wasn't he talking about them? So that's why Mr. Chen's cooking was so delicious, he actually used children as ingredients. She thought carefully. Yan, don't be scared. Lunch is definitely ready. You just don't have to come tomorrow. Lunch is ready? Ruan Xiaoyan timidly asked. Then, does that mean a little kid got? Xiao Xinxin looked solemnly sad and nodded solemnly. Looks like one little one has already made the ultimate sacrifice. Ruan Xiaoyan immediately burst into tears. Ruan wiped her tears and glared at Xiao Xinxin. Stop saying things like that. You scared Xiao Yan to tears. Nuo put her hands on her hips. Exactly. I believe Daddy he wouldn't eat children. Xiao Xinxin had already solidified her conviction. What she saw and heard with her own eyes and ears, could it possibly be false? Fine, don't believe me. I'm not eating Mr. Chen's food anymore anyway, no matter how delicious it is. Just then, the class bell rang. Ren Shui came out to call them back. You girls, it's time to get back to class. The little ones couldn't agree on what to do, so none of them spoke as they filed back into the classroom. Xiao Xinxin couldn't wait to share her discovery with the others. Each of them looked utterly horrified upon hearing it. One little girl nearly screamed, but Xiao Xinxin quickly covered her mouth. By the end of the class period, most of the class knew about it. It was almost lunchtime. After class, Ren Shui smiled and asked the little ones, Daddy Chen is making lunch again today. Are you all excited? The children who had heard about the clay pot rice hesitated to cheer, but the rest shouted loudly. But overall, the volume was noticeably lower than usual. Ren Shui was puzzled. What was going on? Were the little ones no longer looking forward to Chen Yu's cooking? She didn't dwell on it, though, and headed to the kitchen with Gu Yao to help serve the meal. The moment they stepped into the kitchen, the rich aroma of rice filled their senses. Nothing overly complex, just the pure, unadulterated aroma of rice. This claypot rice smells amazing. Really? I've eaten plenty of it since I was a kid, but none of them smelled this good. In Japan, there's this legendary rice master who's been steaming a single pot of plain rice for decades. That rice is hyped up as being incredibly delicious. If Chen Yu went to Japan, he'd easily earn the title of rice sage himself. You two are really putting on a show. You haven't even lifted the lid yet. Ren Shui and Gu Yao looked dead serious. We're not acting, it really does smell amazing. As Chen Yu lifted each lid one by one, the two girls stared at the rich contents, their mouths practically watering. It looks absolutely delicious. The key to a good clay pot rice is the crispy rice crust at the bottom. Chen Yu smiled as he scooped out the rice with a large spoon, revealing a layer of golden brown, translucent crispy rice at the bottom of each pot. And it wasn't just one pot, every single one had such beautiful crispy rice. Looks like your first attempt at clay pot rice was a success. Ren Shui smiled and said, it's more than just successful, this crust is prettier than any clay pot rice I've ever had. Eating clay pot rice is all about savoring that fragrant, crispy crust. Otherwise, what's the difference from regular steamed rice? Traditional clay pot rice mainly includes dishes like spare ribs, cured meats, eel, and frog rice. The authentic version uses sameo fragrant rice. It has a great texture, rich flavor, and easily absorbs the broth. Chen Yu filled 3 large bowls for each class, preserved sausage rice, chicken and mushroom rice, and seafood rice. For soup, he served a kelp and tofu broth. Dried kelp was soaked in water, scrubbed to remove surface salt and impurities, then cut into diamond-shaped pieces. 2 types of tofu were used, soft tofu and firm tofu. The soft tofu was cubed and soaked in lightly salted water to remove any bean odor. The firm tofu was cut into chunks and blanched to set its shape. Heat oil in a pot until moderately hot, then add ginger slices and chopped scallions to sauté until fragrant. Add a pinch of dried shrimp and stir-fry until fragrant. Pour in the broth and bring to a rolling boil over high heat. Add the kelp first, then reduce heat to low and simmer for 10 minutes. Then add the tofu, being careful not to stir it, or the soft tofu will break apart. Finally, season to taste and serve. This soup has a very light and delicate flavor overall. The claypot rice itself has a salty and savory flavor, so pairing it with a light tofu soup is perfect. Several people pushed the small food cart into the classroom. Ren Shui and Gu Yao were in charge of serving the rice and soup. Everyone line up nicely. We have 3 types of claypot rice to choose from today. Ren Shui said with a smile. At the mention of claypot rice, the children's faces lit up with excitement. During the past few moments, Xiao Xinxin had been frantically spreading her major discovery. Now the entire class knew about it. If only there had been more time, she would have made sure the other classes knew too. So they hesitated a bit. But the moment the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of rice filled the entire classroom. The little ones instantly forgot all about Xiao Xinxin's words. What about the kid in the claypot rice? Who cares about that? All they knew was that the claypot rice smelled so incredibly delicious they just had to have a bite. Soon they were lining up one by one with their little rice bowls. What's gotten into you all? There's a child in the claypot rice. No one listened to her at all, and Xiao Xinxin was furious. I'm not eating it, so it's okay if I just scoop some, right? After hesitating, Xiao Xinxin grabbed her rice bowl and joined the line. Nua spotted her and waved from afar. Xinxin, you're lining up too? Xiao Xinxin turned her head away, refusing to look at her. I'm just getting a little bit, I definitely won't eat it. The other kids queued up hesitantly, wondering if there really was a child in the claypot rice. But once they got their rice, even that hesitation vanished. Because this rice was seriously delicious. Who cares about kids or not? Eat first. Under Chen Yu's watchful eye, each little one got a spoonful of rice in their bowl, plus a small piece of crispy rice crust. The rice crust looked hard, but it was actually fragrant and crispy, not too tough. But considering the kids' stomachs, Chen Yu only gave each child a little bit. They were meant as a little after-dinner treat, with the rice being the main course. The children who received their rice immediately grabbed their spoons and began eating eagerly.
Since the rice had been cooled beforehand, there was no risk of scalding.
Each grain stood out distinctly, stained amber by the sauce.
Across the top lay several glossy slices of Cantonese sausage, their edges slightly curled, oozing glistening fat that quietly seeped into the rice.
Chapter 198, Mom, don't take it away, I'm eating.
The first bite, rice and toppings together, was incredibly fragrant. The flavors of the silky chicken with mushrooms and the seafood were distinct, yet each was delicious.
The little ones ate with great satisfaction.
Some eyes, however, were drawn first to the crispy rice crust at the bottom. The true test of a good claypot rice lies in that layer of crispy rice at the bottom.
Spoons were cast aside as little hands reached straight for the rice.
Ren Shui made sure they washed their hands thoroughly. It was perfectly fine to eat with bare hands. As it entered their mouths, a satisfying crunch echoed the golden crust cracking open. The fat from the cured sausage and the broth from the claypot rice had long seeped into the crust, making it incredibly flavorful. The sweetness of the sausage, the chewiness of the rice, and the crispiness of the crust unfolded layer by layer on their tongues. If it felt too rich, they could sip some kelp and tofu soup. It was wonderfully refreshing and cut through the richness.
Though Chen Yu's clay pot rice isn't greasy at all.
The little ones were eating with gusto, long having forgotten about the child and the clay pot rice. Like locals, eating clay pot rice requires patience.
Don't rush to eat once it's placed before you.
Wait for the steam to rise from the surface before drizzling on soy sauce or other seasonings, then start eating from the center. The rice near the pot's edge continues to heat, slowly forming the crispy rice crust, the true essence of clay pot rice. But the kids have no patience. Especially when they encounter something delicious, they'd devour it all in one go if they could.
Chen Yu let the rice cool down a bit first, without even adding any sauce. Xiao Xinxin watched them wolfing it down, feeling utterly frustrated.
Yet seeing the steaming hot clay pot rice before her, she found herself craving it too.
This is really agonizing. Nua was happily munching on her clay pot rice. Xinxin, aren't you going to eat? It'll get cold if you don't hurry. No, I'm not eating.
Xiao Xinxin was actually starving, but she stubbornly refused to admit it for the sake of appearances. Ren Shui noticed her unusual behavior and walked over. Based on past experience, Xiao Xinxin should have finished her large bowl long ago and be holding it up for seconds. But today, she hadn't taken a single bite? How strange.
Xinxin, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?
Xiao Xinxin shook her head without answering.
Gu Yao started to worry too. She knew her little girl's foodie nature all too well. Such unusual behavior today meant something was definitely wrong. Sweetie, where does it hurt? Don't scare your mom.
Both teachers' eyes fixed on her, making Xiao Xinxin's face flush red. Then she blurted out loudly, I won't eat claypot rice.
There's a baby in the claypot rice. Her loud outburst drew the attention of all the children nearby. Ren Shui and Gu Yao looked utterly shocked, then burst into laughter once they caught on.
Ms. Gu Yao, I told you Xinxin's always up to something.
Gu Yao couldn't resist giving Xiao Xinxin a light tap on the head. Nonsense.
Where would a baby come from in claypot rice? Ren Shui turned and called out to Chen Yu, Chen Dad, come over here quickly.
Chen Yu was wolfing down his food. After hearing their explanation, he finally understood what had happened and couldn't help but laugh too. It reminded him of a joke he'd seen online about a kindergarten hiring a cook. The first requirement was to love children and be patient with them. The second requirement was being skilled at cooking, specifically preparing the children. The accompanying illustration showed two little kids sitting in a large pot filled with water. Another joke involved a Fujianese person asking in the comments, is there really a child in claypot rice? A Guangdong native replied, there used to be, but now they've switched to eating Fujian people instead. As everyone knows, there are no children in claypot rice. Just like how wife cakes contain no wives, pineapple buns contain no pineapple, airplane olives contain no airplanes, chicken biscuits contain no chickens, fried ghosts contain no ghosts, and mandarin duck milk tea contains no mandarin ducks. Many of these are misunderstandings stemming from dialects, which get distorted and exaggerated over time. While most adults know the truth, young children might genuinely believe these tales.
Fortunately, Chen Yu's food smelled so delicious that the little ones couldn't resist.
The aroma made them forget all about it.
Gu Yao was nearly driven mad by her own daughter.
Why was Xiao Xinxin so mischievous when other kids were perfectly well behaved? Xiao Xinxin, eat it or leave it. If you don't eat it, I'm taking it away. No need for the ants to wash your bowl separately. As Gu Yao reached to take the bowl away, Xiao Xinxin's little hands quickly pressed down on it. Don't take it away, mommy. I'll eat it. Then eat it quickly. And stop saying there's a little kid in the claypot rice.
Xiao Xinxin did feel a twinge of hesitation, but with the delicious food right in front of her, she was already drooling with anticipation. There was no way she'd let her mom take it away. She hadn't even started eating yet. So she scooped a tiny bit of rice into her mouth with a spoon.
The aroma instantly filled her mouth.
Before she could swallow that mouthful, she eagerly scooped up another large spoonful. The scoop held rice, chicken thigh, greens, and a bit of thick sauce. She opened her mouth wide and stuffed it all in at once. She felt layer upon layer of deliciousness, utterly satisfied. Xiao Xinxin was now completely convinced there were no children in the claypot rice.
Even if there were, who cares? It's just too delicious. So fragrant. After several big spoonfuls, only a small portion of rice remained. Her eyes drifted back to that small patch of crispy rice. To ensure each child got an equal share, the crispy rice was served separately in a small bowl. Golden brown and translucent, she couldn't resist picking it up and taking a bite. With a satisfying crunch so crisp, fragrant and delicious. Xiao Xinxin gobbled them up like a big mouse, crunching away until they were all gone. Then she scooped up several large spoonfuls and polished off all the rice. The bowl of kelp and tofu soup beside it remained untouched. She picked it up, gulped down the soup in one go, then ate all the kelp and tofu. Holding the bowl high, she shouted, "Mommy, I want more." Ren Shui and Gu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Now that's your daughter's true fighting spirit. Well, I suppose having a hearty appetite is a blessing in itself. That's how I console myself. Besides Xiao Xinxin, Wan Xiaoyan hadn't touched a single bite either. Chen Yu walked over and crouched down. "Little Ruan Xiaoyan, did my claypot rice not suit your taste?" Ruan Xiaoyan timidly looked up to see Chen Yu's smiling face. Her nervousness eased considerably. "Daddy Chen, is there really a little kid in the claypot rice?" Chen Yu paused, then laughed, "Of course not. Don't you trust me? I'll show you by eating it myself." He scooped some rice with Ruan Xiaoyan's spoon, then used his own spoon to put it in his mouth. Closing his eyes, he exaggerated a look of pure delight. "Wow, this claypot rice is amazing. Even better than roast lamb." Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyan instantly visualized it in her mind. If roast whole lamb was that delicious, how amazing must this claypot rice be? She scooped a small portion and cautiously put it in her mouth. So good. Chapter 199, How did you resist showing off your love? See? I didn't lie to you, did I? Super delicious. Ruan Xiaoyan felt much more relaxed. I knew it. How could Chin Dad possibly use a child to cook? No way. Never listening to Xinxin again. The meal had a few hiccups, but the little ones still ate happily. 3 large pots of clay pot rice were polished off completely. The kids could have more rice if they wanted, but each could only have one piece of crispy rice. After all, the crispy rice is quite hard, and we were worried it might be too much for their little stomachs. The remaining bits of crispy rice were scraped out with spoons and given to the kitchen helpers to take home. Not a single scrap went to waste. When buying groceries that morning, he picked up some pastries. For the kids' afternoon snack, pastries and fruit will suffice. As for him, he was off to rehearse with his wife. Dad Chen, what are you making this afternoon, mini pancakes or cupcakes? Ren Shui asked, leaning in. I'm afraid not today, I've got plans this afternoon. Oh, I see. Well, okay then. Ren Shui felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped to learn more cooking from Chen Yu. Chen Yu went home for a short nap, then drove to the school after receiving a message from Su Yuwei. On the way, he also got a call from his mom, Fang Yan. She and her father, Chen Zhishuan, had actually been back in the country for some time, but with so many things going on, they hadn't formally met their daughter-in-law yet. She planned to use the Mid-Autumn Festival as an opportunity for the family to gather properly and see her 2 adorable granddaughters. Mom, I need to ask Yuwei what she thinks. Maybe her parents feel the same way. But they've already met you. Your dad and I haven't even met our daughter-in-law yet. Fang Yan clearly disagreed with his reasoning. Chen Zhishuan's voice faintly came through the phone. Xiaoyu's right. We should ask the in-laws. His words trailed off mid-sentence. Needless to say, Fang Yan must have shot him a look that made him swallow the rest of his words. Respecting one's wife was a tradition passed down through generations in the Chen family. This wasn't out of fear, at least not for Chen Yu. He and Su Yuwei were equals in every way. Mom, you're stopping Dad from speaking again, aren't you? Everything he says is unpleasant to hear. Better he doesn't speak at all. Despite Fang Yan's repeated insistence, Chen Yu insisted on consulting Su Yuwei's opinion. With both sets of grandparents present, deciding where to celebrate the holidays should be a joint decision. This holiday at my place, that holiday at yours, neither side would have any objections. Conflicts between families usually stem from either a lack of communication or one side being overly assertive. Arguing over such matters is truly unnecessary. A harmonious environment is essential for our daughter's healthy development. Faculty license plates are registered in the system, so security let him in directly. Returning to campus after more than 2 months away, my mood felt completely different. Watching the students come and go, I couldn't help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. College truly is the happiest time of life, carefree and unburdened. Once you enter society, the grueling grind of corporate life begins. That is, if you can find a job. In today's tough economic climate, landing a decent paying job with weekends off and an 8-hour workday seems like a luxury. Of course, if you happen to marry a professor's wife whose family runs a company and you end up with 2 super adorable daughters, then never mind what I said. Your days ahead will still be joyful. Otherwise, just be a workhorse for a few years. After parking, I arrived at the auditorium to find quite a crowd already gathered. Besides the students, teachers, and officials attending rehearsals, there were also some who came just for the spectacle. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei stood together, waving at Chen Yu from a distance. Chen Yu walked over and greeted them.
Su Yuwei merely nodded, her expression slightly awkward. The thought of singing a love song with Chen Yu still made her feel nervous and shy.
If she felt this way during rehearsal, how would she manage during the actual performance?
Maybe she should just perform Two Tigers with Chen Yu instead. Chen Yu's gaze drifted between the two of them before she suddenly laughed.
Wait, do you two communicate with nods at home too? What's wrong with nodding? Don't underestimate that simple gesture, it can convey so much.
Before Chen Yu could finish, Su Yuwei pinched him.
Wait, she's the one stirring trouble, why pinch me?
This orientation ceremony was a bit unusual. It required every new teacher to perform a skit. Some students saw this as an opportunity to watch the teachers embarrass themselves. Especially those strict teachers like the psychopath who'd deliberately give you a 59 instead of a 61 on an exam just to make you retake it.
Teachers like that had especially large crowds of students in attendance. You make me fail, I make fun of you, fair game, right?
But those coming to see Su Yuwei were an exception. Most of the boys were there to see the beautiful teacher.
Su Yuwei always wore the same outfit at the lectern, a business suit with high heels, never cracking a smile.
Even when they tried to add her as a friend, she rejected them. She was widely regarded as the most beautiful female teacher at Lin University, so naturally, the guys wanted to see her other side. Even those who knew she had 2 daughters. It was simply about appreciating beauty, no ulterior motives involved.
Is there anything wrong with appreciating beauty? As for the female students, most were there to ship the couple. Because Su Yuwei and Chen Yu appeared in the university's admissions video, attracting many applicants to apply to Lin University. Even if it was just one brief shot, a mere 3 seconds long. But thanks to their striking looks and the perfectly sweet chemistry between them, many couldn't help but ship them.
Unlike her aloofness toward guys, she'd agreed to exchange contact info with female friends. But after adding him, they discovered his already sparse social media feed contained not a single post related to Chen Yu.
Hey, gorgeous, are you living 10 years in the past? Who doesn't post on social media these days? How do you resist showing off your love with your husband? If you don't show off, what are we supposed to ship? Fortunately, the welcome party arrived just in time, requiring every young teacher to perform. They managed to get their hands on the program. When they saw teacher Su's act, roof. Performers Su Yuwei and Chen Yu.
A group of girls immediately cheered and ran off to spread the news. Having a romance of your own is certainly thrilling, but watching handsome guys and beautiful girls fall in love is also a treat. Especially when the beauty was their own teacher. Not only does it feel sweet, but you don't have to provide emotional support to a significant other. How perfect. So a large group of girls rushed toward the auditorium, at least 30 or 40 of them.
By the time the official performance rolled around, there would be even more.
In theory, rehearsals weren't supposed to allow so many spectators. But since the student council president was pursuing a certain girl, the matter was easily resolved. Though university student councils can feel like a bit of a playgroup, they still wield authority in many matters.
CC, want some more bubble tea? How about some snacks? Chapter 200, something funny just popped into my head. Should I go give them a nudge? Why haven't they started yet? Exactly. How could they keep Sister Shi waiting?
Surrounded by several girls, Lin Cece shook her head.
Let's wait a bit longer.
They need time to prepare. Since receiving high-end cosmetics on the first day of school and being treated to several meals, the entire dorm had transformed into Lin Cece's devoted followers. It was like how guys might call their roommate godfather to get free meals. One side provided benefits, the other emotional support.
Fair enough.
And though Lin Cece was wealthy, she never acted like a snob or bragged about her family background. In short, she was a well-mannered rich kid. People dislike rich kids not because they're wealthy, but because of their terrible attitudes. That's why Lin Cece was actually quite popular among the girls. Those who have issues with her only dare to gossip privately, lest they face a mob attack.
Sis Cece bought us makeup, did you get yours? If you didn't, just shut up.
Meanwhile, the performances on stage continued.
Next up was Chen Yu, followed by Chen Yu and Su Yuwei.
A row of judges sat below, responsible for scoring the performances, a mix of students and administrators. Rehearsals weren't just about running through the process to avoid mistakes later, but also to evaluate the quality of each act, ensuring proper ranking during the official performance. The opening and closing acts were always the best, while weaker performances were scheduled in the middle. This ranking was especially crucial when the teachers' skill levels varied widely. The administrators intended to project an approachable image, but the performances couldn't be too poor, lest it backfire.
Nervous? Chen Yu asked with a smile.
Since it was a rehearsal, neither of them had changed into costumes or applied makeup. Su Yuwei still wore her black top and pants, which contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin. To him, she was already stunningly beautiful.
How breathtaking would she be once she donned her performance attire and applied subtle makeup?
Chen Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Su Yuwei shook her head, though her heart was pounding wildly. She hadn't felt this nervous even at a shareholders' meeting. After all, she was about to sing a love song with Chen Yu in front of her own students.
Saying she wasn't nervous would be a lie.
After the previous male teacher finished his performance, it was Chen Yu's turn to take the stage.
She winked at Su Yuwei. Hey, let me show you how it's done.
She showed no sign of nervousness whatsoever, looking more like she was here to have fun.
Of course, she hadn't practiced specifically like Su Yuwei had. Some people were just naturally laid back.
Chen Yu took the microphone and walked confidently onto the stage.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and fellow students. My performance today is called Two Tigers.
The leaders in the front row exchanged puzzled glances. Most of them had children at home and had heard of Two Little Tigers. It seemed to be a children's song. Then the music began, and Su Yuwei started singing loudly. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. As she sang, she mimicked tiger movements as if the audience below were kindergartners and she were a preschool teacher entertaining them. The students in the back rows burst into laughter, while the expressions of the leaders in the front rows turned distinctly sour.
What on earth was this? Singing a nursery rhyme at a welcome party? They couldn't really say much. No one said you couldn't sing nursery rhymes. At least she performed the requested act. The students laughed louder and louder, while Chen Yu's voice grew fainter and fainter until it finally stopped. Holding the microphone, she asked, "What are you all laughing at?" A boy shouted, "I suddenly remembered something funny." "Hold it in. Control yourself." Chen Yu's voice amplified through the microphone, startling awake a dozing official in the front row. "Ha? Is it time for lunch already?"
The students dared not laugh aloud anymore, merely covering their mouths as their bodies twitched uncontrollably. You had to admit Chen Yu was pretty bold. She didn't care that a leader was sitting in the front row.
Chen Yu and Su Yuwei leaned together, whispering, "Your bestie's pretty fierce, huh? Scared? Watch out, she might catch you doing something bad." "What mischief could I possibly get into?" "Hopefully nothing."
Su Yuwei murmured softly. How strange, how strange." Chen Yu finished her final line, then turned and stepped off the stage. Though the leaders dared not laugh at her, their scoring showed no mercy.
Singing a children's song on stage and expecting the leaders to hold back their laughter? She really came up with that.
One by one, they gave her relatively low scores. Unsurprisingly, her performance would likely be scheduled in the middle of the show.
By then, everyone would be nodding off. Suddenly having someone sing a children's song might just perk them up. Next up were Chen Yu and Su Yuwei.
One elderly leader raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing Chen Yu. Since the rooftop segment featured original songs with live accompaniment,
the main instrument was a piano. Additional instruments would only be added during the official performance. This involved the challenge of live arrangement.
As the music flowed gently, Chen Yu began singing, "Can't sleep in the dead of night," humming my feelings into a song, "I can only head to the rooftop to find another dream." With his masterful vocals, his voice was exceptionally captivating. From the very first note, it captured the ears of the young girls. Gazing at Chen Yu's handsome face, they were practically swooning. "Wait, we're here to ship the CP. No matter how handsome he is, he's still Teacher Su's husband." Fortunately, the beautiful teacher was also on stage, allowing them to maintain their composure.
Otherwise, they might have mistaken this rehearsal for Chen Yu's solo concert.
Among the judges were 2 or 3 with music backgrounds, and they were immediately stunned by Chen Yu. While calling him national team caliber might be an exaggeration, his vocal prowess was undeniably that of a true powerhouse. Whether it was pitch, rhythm, tone control, or stage presence, there was nothing to fault. Talents like this were truly rare gems. One professor's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise today and was itching to accept this student on the spot. After Chen Yu finished his part, it was Su Yuwei's turn. But the piano accompaniment suddenly hit a glaring wrong note. The 2 professors with musical backgrounds frowned, and even those less knowledgeable could detect the discord in the melody. The elderly professor stood up. "Sheng, what's going on?" He was the dean of the music academy at Lin University, specializing in piano, and had mentored numerous national-level performers. Xiao Zhang was one of his students, using the welcome gala as an opportunity to gain experience. He hurriedly rose. "My apologies, Professor. I just received this sheet music and am still unfamiliar with it." Some people mistakenly believe that performers can play a piece perfectly the moment they receive the sheet music. Being able to play a piece upon first sight of the sheet music is a skill called sight reading. Chapter 201, Your husband sings so well. It demands considerable proficiency in reading music, finger technique, and rhythm. Simple pieces are manageable, but even experienced players need time to become familiar with slightly more complex ones. As the great Mozart once said, the art of sight reading lies in performing at normal tempo while conveying the piece's emotional expression as if the composer himself were playing. Not everyone can master this skill. "Xiao Shang, you can step down. I'll take over." Hearing this, not only Xiao Zhang but many others were taken aback. Xiao Mu had retired several years ago but was later rehired by the university as an honorary professor. But since retiring, he had declined all commercial performances and had not played in public at all. Only a handful of students and his family had ever heard him play. Now he was actually stepping back onto the stage and to accompany someone else? He hadn't played accompaniment for at least 20 years since achieving fame.
What's going on today? Old Xiao Yu, another professor, couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Mu waved his hand dismissively and walked toward the stage on his own.
Xiao Zhang hurried down to offer his support. Only then did Chen Yu recognize the old man, the one he'd seen at the amusement park when he took his daughter there. The grandfather of that little girl, Mumu.
It really was a small world. Hello again, old man, Chen Yu greeted him. Xiao Mu smiled.
To be honest, that little girl Mumu raved about your sandwiches and kept pestering me for one. But I bought her so many, and she wasn't satisfied with any of them.
Chen Yu hadn't expected a sandwich to make the little girl pine for it so much. He chuckled awkwardly. It's just a sandwich. I'll whip up some for you, old man, later. Ha, well then, I'll thank you in advance. Su Yuwei looked at Chen Yu strangely, as if his acquaintance with Xiao Mu were something peculiar.
Well, it was indeed rather strange. Like all masters, Xiao Mu had his own temperament. He only accepted students he deemed talented, often ignoring the teaching assignments the school assigned him. But given his status, the school couldn't do anything about it. Chen Yu wasn't even a music major. How could he possibly know old Master Xiao? Xiao Mu sat down at the piano and glanced at the sheet music hanging from the ceiling.
This piece is a bit challenging.
Xiao Zhang had barely caught his breath when he heard the instructor change his tone, but you can't afford to make mistakes either.
Go to the practice room and work on it.
If you dare mess up again tonight, you'll be in for it. Hearing this, Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. This welcome gala was a crucial opportunity for him.
A strong performance would surely earn Xiao Mu's trust.
He simply couldn't afford to let it slip away. Old Master Qiao had only punished him with extra practice, not replaced him, proof that he still had faith in him.
How could Xiao Zhang not be thrilled? Yes, master. I'll start practicing right away.
He immediately grabbed his coat and prepared to leave, but Xiao Mu called him back.
Hold on, the rehearsal isn't over yet. What's the rush?
He had only accompanied Chen Yu because of that chance encounter.
Asking him to accompany anyone else? Not a chance.
Xiao Zhang paused for just a moment before snapping out of it, slapping his forehead.
Sorry, teacher, I was half asleep. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Yu again. He wondered who this guy was, someone the teacher would personally accompany? Should he bring him a gift or something later?
Xiao Zhang stood obediently to the side, ready to watch the teacher's performance.
The students below began whispering among themselves. The school leaders in the front row sat stiffly upright. This was a rare opportunity to witness a piano master performing live. Old Xiao, shall we begin? Xiao Mu nodded, his slender fingers touching the keys as a melody as smooth as flowing water filled the air.
Chen Yu's voice was clear and resonant, tinged with a lazy tenderness that instantly captured everyone's attention. Can't sleep in the dead of night, humming my feelings into a song, so I head to the rooftop to find another dream.
Su Yuwei, no longer nervous, sang the next line under Chen Yu's gaze.
Woken from sleep by the sound, I still can't believe it. How could such a moving melody come from the rooftop across the way? Their voices blended together as softly as moonlight, without a single discordant note.
Their voices flowed like a stream, winding through the entire auditorium.
The girls had long forgotten they'd come to ship the couple, now utterly absorbed in their singing. Someone let out a gasp, followed by a wave of hushed murmurs. Lin Cece forgot to drink her milk tea, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the stage.
Singing your song on the rooftop. On the rooftop with the one I love. Dedicating this yellowed night to the loneliest moon.
For the final harmony section, the two were supposed to gaze into each other's eyes, but Su Yuwei, overcome with shyness, couldn't bring herself to look at Chen Yu. She just stared straight ahead at the floor, her eyes unfocused. This caused a slight flaw. But their voices were so flawless, combined with Xiao Mu's fluid accompaniment in this classic original composition, that it completely masked any imperfections. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Even the stern-faced leaders couldn't help but smile. After watching all afternoon, they finally got to see a performance worth watching. One by one, they awarded high scores, even perfect scores. Without a doubt, this act would be scheduled as the finale.
Honey, we work together pretty well, don't we? Su Yuwei flushed at the affectionate nickname.
Truthfully, she'd been incredibly nervous while singing earlier. So much so that during the final duet, she hadn't dared to look Chen Yu in the eye. Even so, her voice inevitably trembled slightly. Fortunately, Chen Yu's singing was so powerful that it drew most of the attention. Besides, most people weren't there to listen to the singing anyway, so this minor flaw went completely unnoticed. In front of all the leaders, Su Yuwei didn't pinch him but only whispered a quiet thank you. While hard metrics are the primary focus for professor evaluations, the impression you leave on leaders matters too.
When the hard metrics are comparable, don't they look at other factors?
Since you didn't embarrass the leaders at the welcome party, they certainly won't give you a hard time.
Chen Yu whispered back, how should I thank them? How about?
Su Yuwei shot him a glare and turned to walk away. Chen Yu rushed up from backstage, girl, your husband's got real talent.
He sang amazingly. Was it really that good?
Su Yuwei hummed softly.
Of course he was. Way better than those celebrities. Wait, look at you blushing, you're just being stubborn, aren't you? No way.
Though she denied it with her words, that was exactly what she was thinking. Back on stage, she genuinely felt her heart skip a beat, which was why she hadn't dared look at Chen Yu. Chen Yu knew that if she kept talking, she'd be in for a beating from her bestie. So she wisely changed the subject.
Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving. Chapter 202. She went on a blind date, not to eat. Su Yuwei shot her a look. I'm having dinner with my husband. What are you going to do?
Chen Yu froze for a second, then instantly switched to a pouty expression.
You ditch your bestie just because you got a husband? Fine, you're abandoning your friend for profit. Wait, no, abandoning your friend for a guy.
While the two were bickering, Chen Yu was stopped at the front of the stage. Two professors from the music department among the judges both expressed interest in taking him as a student. Such a voice was truly rare, and his technique was flawless. With proper guidance, he could easily land a spot on CCTV, if not the Spring Festival Gala, then at least a prominent appearance. Or he could follow the path of the China Youth Song Contest, aiming for a top 10 singer title or even higher honors.
How impressive that would be. Before Chen Yu could refuse, Xiaomu stood up abruptly, glaring as he declared, I haven't spoken yet, how dare you?
Both men were startled. They hadn't expected old Master Xiao, even in retirement, to still harbor such ambitions.
Old Xiao, we wouldn't dare compete with you. Since you've spoken, we won't be joining the fray. In terms of both experience and capability, neither could match Xiaomu.
It seemed Xiaomu and Chen Yu were acquainted.
The two withdrew without hesitation.
Chen Yu felt a bit awkward.
Old man, I'm not really thinking about that right now. All he wanted was to take good care of his daughter, copy novels and songs, and live off the beautiful professor. Wasn't that sweet enough? Why would he want to step into the spotlight as a singer? The entertainment industry was a mixed bag, full of all kinds of people.
The waters were deep, and there was no freedom whatsoever. Of course, if old man Xiao were to mentor him, he'd never enter showbiz. He'd likely follow the path of the National Youth Song Contest, grooming him as a national team contender.
Take Lu Huan, who specializes in heroic ballads, revolutionary songs, and grand anthems. Compared to those young heartthrobs singing love ballads, it's like a dimension-lowering strike. With his current masterful vocal skills, he's practically an all-rounder, capable of flawlessly mastering any song genre.
But Chen Yu had little interest in that path, at least not yet.
Xiaomu nodded. I know.
With your singing skills and those sheet music scores, you should have been famous long ago. Chen Yu instantly understood the old man's meaning. He intended to use this approach to deter others from pursuing him further.
I, Xiaomu, am taking him as my disciple who dares compete with me?
Old man, thanks.
Xiaomu chuckled. Now, about that sandwich. Ha ha ha, no problem. Let's exchange contact info.
I'll deliver it to your door sometime soon. No, this is me asking you for a favor, I'll come pick it up myself. The two shared a knowing smile, each finding the other's temperament quite to their liking.
Xiao Zhang whispered from the side, Teacher, what about me? Xiaomu shot him a glare. Why aren't you in the practice room yet? Maybe you shouldn't go, I'll find someone else instead.
No, teacher. I'll go right now, I promise nothing will go wrong tonight. Xiao Zhang grabbed the sheet music and dashed off in a flash.
That little brat.
Chen Yu exchanged contact information with Xiaomu before returning to the backstage area. His eyes immediately fell on Chen Yu, who looked utterly dejected, as if she'd been wronged. The gala starts at 6:30.
We still have time to grab dinner, Su Yuwei said. Sounds good. Chen Yu looked at Xin Yu. Teacher Shin, would you like to join us? She has plans. Going on a blind date, right? Su Yuwei gave him a knowing look.
It was half a question, half a threat, and the threat was heavier. Xin Yu's mind screamed, blind dates, blind dates.
Do I have that many dates to go on every single day?
If that were the case, she wouldn't still be single. Yet her face remained fixed in a smile.
Yes, I have a blind date. You two go ahead and enjoy your meal.
No need to wait for me. Chen Yu couldn't help but interject, Miss Xin Yu, no offense, but you should cut yourself some slack.
Don't set your standards too high. You're not exactly young anymore.
Su Yuwei's body suddenly began to shake violently as she struggled to stifle her laughter.
Chen Yu, thanks for your concern.
Xin Yu watched him, her nails digging into her flesh as she spoke each word deliberately.
You're welcome. Well, Yuwei and I will be heading out now. Get lost. Remember to eat plenty, eat well, just don't stuff yourselves.
Xin Yu gritted her teeth.
Su Yuwei followed behind Xin Yu, giggling softly. Xin Yu seemed easygoing, but she wasn't one to take things lying down. She'd been like that since high school. Seeing Chen Yu's expression just now, she really wanted to laugh out loud.
Chen Yu suddenly stopped, and Su Yuwei, caught off guard, bumped into his back. She rubbed her head in annoyance.
Why did you stop so suddenly? Well, if you wanted to laugh, just laugh. Why hold it in? Mind your own business. But you're pretty impressive. Chen Yu would have been furious by now under normal circumstances. She only held back because of my wife. Then why did you have to talk about her like that? To make you laugh, of course.
A few words were enough to make Su Yuwei blush.
She pushed Chen Yu away and walked ahead on her own.
She felt Chen Yu's remarks were growing increasingly inappropriate, making her blush and feel embarrassed at the slightest provocation.
Inside the auditorium, Chen Yu had just put on her coat and was about to head out for the blind date for dinner. Suddenly, she sneezed. Damn it, is that jerk Chen Yu muttering about me again? Lin Cece finished her milk tea and stood up. Sis Cece, there are still several performances left? You guys watch. I'm going to eat. She'd come to the rehearsal just to see Chen Yu and Su Yuwei. Now that she'd seen them, what was the point of staying? Sis Cece, wait for me. The girls exchanged glances and followed Lin Cece out. After dinner, it would be almost time for the performance. It was getting a bit late to pick up his daughter. Chen Yu asked Aunt Jo to go pick her up instead. They ordered a few simple dishes and found a place to sit. Chen Yu kept serving Su Yuwei food, piling her bowl high. Stop serving me. What's wrong? It's not as good as what you make. I don't want to eat it. Over the past 2 months, her palate had grown accustomed to Chen Yu's cooking. The cafeteria food just didn't taste right no matter how she tried. So she ate only a little at lunch, hoping she wouldn't get hungry in the afternoon. But since she ate more in the mornings and evenings, not only did she not lose weight, she actually gained a bit. The most obvious change was her figure. Su Yuwei didn't wear much makeup, but that didn't mean she didn't care about her appearance. She used to hit the gym year-round and had a pretty defined six-pack. After taking a break following her daughter's birth, she worked out again and rebuilt them. But lately, she'd been eating too well, and gradually, they were becoming less visible. She was considering renewing her gym membership soon. After all, Chen Yu had such defined abs she couldn't fall behind. Recalling how his abs felt to the touch that day, Su Yuwei couldn't help but blush again. She quickly lowered her head to eat, preventing Chen Yu from noticing. How about I make lunch and have someone deliver it to your school? Chapter 203, lips at 37 degrees uttering such icy words. No need to go to all that trouble. Bringing snacks every morning already made Chen Yu tease her. If she did the same at lunchtime, she'd laugh herself silly. No way. Su Yuwei still didn't eat much, leaving the rest for Chen Yu to finish. Then the two headed to the auditorium early. During rehearsal, a girl secretly recorded them and posted the video online. So the two of them had already become the talk of the town. During lunch, quite a few people were whispering among themselves. Isn't that the legendary singer? His voice is amazing. Seems like it's even an original song, and he's so handsome too. I'm so jealous of his girlfriend, she found a guy you couldn't find even if you searched high and low. Don't be silly. That's Professor Su, the youngest associate professor here. His family's loaded too, he used to drive a Mercedes to work. Chen Yu felt a mix of emotions. 2 months ago, everyone would have thought he was the one climbing the social ladder. But now, things were completely different. While building a life together is ultimately a matter between two people or at most, two families and has little to do with others. But there would always be those who gossiped behind their backs. Su Yuwei noticed his unease and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Then let's go to the auditorium. These people are too annoying." "All right." Watching Chen Yu's retreating figure, Su Yuwei felt a deep sense of reassurance. A smile touched her lips as she quickened her pace to catch up. Inside the auditorium, everyone was bustling about, and fewer people paid attention to the two of them. The two stood quietly to the side, waiting for others to come get their makeup done. "Has Teacher Lu arrived yet? She's supposed to come find me for makeup. The media school representative needs to sign in. How did you hang these lights? Fix them immediately, follow the instructions." The auditorium was bustling with people, the clamor rising and falling. On either side of the stage, students climbed ladders to adjust spotlight angles, the clang of metal brackets echoing sharply. Behind the backdrop, props crew students scrambled to move a piano and music stand. One accidentally tripped over a dangling wire and fell flat on the spot. Long lines formed at the makeup stations. A female host in a cheapao clutched her cue cards, urging everyone on. Behind her, two boys fussed over each other's bow ties. Watching the bustling crowd, Su Yuwei suddenly felt an unfamiliar sensation. As if the entire world had fallen silent, leaving only the two of them in a stillness so profound they could hear each other's heartbeats. She hummed softly, her body leaning back involuntarily until she rested against Chen Yu. Seeing she had no intention of moving, Chen Yu said nothing. Chen Yu lowered his head, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from Su Yuwei's hair. He reached out, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. The two of them leaned against each other in the corner of the backstage area. Amidst the bustling crowd, they occupied their own little world. But this tranquility was soon shattered by an oblivious intruder. Chen Yu barged in boisterously, a bubble tea in her left hand, a jianbing in her right, and a grilled sausage dangling from her mouth. Su Yuwei frowned, displeased that the atmosphere had been disrupted. "Aren't you supposed to be on a blind date?" Chen Yu paused, spitting out the sausage from her mouth. "Sis, don't you know whether I went on a blind date or not? You said you were going. Why'd you come back?" You. Chen Yu clutched her chest dramatically. How can someone with a 37-degree mouth say such icy words? Chen Yu looked puzzled. Is it really 37 degrees? I don't feel like it. Before he could finish, Su Yuwei stomped on his foot, pinched him, and unleashed a full combo. He could tell she was holding back, otherwise that high heel would have flattened him right then and there. Chen Yu shot him a disgusted look. You two lovebirds are ridiculous, showing off your affection in public like this. And you, Su Yuwei, where's that aloof girl I used to know? Only then did Su Yuwei realize how close she and Chen Yu had become. But then she shrugged it off. They were husband and wife, after all. They hadn't held a formal wedding yet, but they were legally married with a certificate. So what if they were a little affectionate? So she gently hooked her arm through Chen Yu's. Have you had enough of watching? Seriously, this is embarrassing. You two can keep showing off, I'm not playing third wheel. Chen Yu turned and walked away, planning to find a place to finish her jianbingguozi. Su Yuwei immediately let go of Chen Yu's arm. It's about time to get ready for makeup. Let's get going. Chen Yu, why are you running away? Chen Yu pondered whether to bribe Chen Yu. After all, a foodie should be easy to bribe, just feed her up. Then he and Su Yuwei were each called away to get ready. Chen Yu, a grown man who'd lived over 20 years, was actually doing makeup for the very first time. First time wearing makeup, handsome? Don't be nervous. The makeup artist smiled brightly at him. She thought to herself, this guy is genuinely handsome, he could outshine a bunch of minor celebrities even without makeup. With a face like that, it'd be a shame if he never made it big. Since his natural features were so striking, she didn't apply heavy makeup. Just a light dusting of powder and a simple touch-up on his brows. You can open your eyes now, handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Maybe you should consider me? Chen Yu smiled. No girlfriend. Just as the young lady's hopes began to rise, she heard the second half, I have a wife. Wait, why did you get married so young? You're young and handsome, why not enjoy life a few more years before settling down? Then she heard something even more devastating, and 2 daughters. Alright, you win. You've won completely. The moment Chen Yu stood up, a small stir broke out behind him. He turned his head, his gaze cutting through the noisy crowd and settling on Su Yuwei, who had just emerged from the dressing room. She wore a simple dress with no unnecessary embellishments. With each step of her high heels, the hem swayed gently, revealing perfectly curved calves beneath. The makeup artist had applied a light line of eyeliner, making her clear eyes appear even more lively. Her hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, with a few strands falling casually around her face. A simple change in makeup had completely transformed Su Yuwei's aura. From a cool, elegant professor, she transformed into a sweet, next-door girl type. If they were to shoot an MV for the song Roof, Su Yuwei at this moment would undoubtedly be the perfect female lead. Chen Yu stared straight at her, feeling his throat tighten and his heartbeat skip a few beats. Despite spending so much time together, he had never seen this side of her before, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. The murmurs came from the boys, who couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Su Yuwei looking so stunning. Linda's beauty is 1 stone, but teacher Su holds 8 bushels. Their glances toward Chen Yu grew less friendly, their hearts seething with envy. Su Yuwei felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and asked softly, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore? Chapter 204, am I not pretty usually? Chen Yu snapped back to reality and smiled. You look absolutely stunning in that outfit. I was momentarily taken aback. There isn't a single girl who doesn't like being complimented. Even the most aloof ones are no exception. Su Yuwei's lips curved upward. Are you saying I'm not usually pretty? Chen Yu realized the flaw in his words and quickly backtracked, you're just as beautiful as you are today. It's just a different style. Su Yuwei gave a soft snort and stole a glance at Chen Yu. Catching him staring at her, she flushed and quickly looked away. She noticed that Chen Yu looked exceptionally handsome today too, wearing a crisply ironed shirt with the cuffs slightly rolled up. Standing there, his posture was tall and steady, radiating an indescribable charm. She felt an unexpected urge to kiss him. The thought startled even her. She quickly changed the subject, how many more before it's our turn? We're the last ones. It's still early. Who's picking up the daughter? Aunt Jo, of course. Wasn't that the plan? Before she could ask more, Chen Yu interrupted, Teacher Su, you're not nervous, are you? Of course not. I'm not nervous at all. Su Yuwei whispered, though her voice lacked conviction. Just don't forget your lines later, Chen Yu chuckled. Tang Xiaoshan, can you hurry up? A man and a woman burst into the backstage area. Yi Ku and Tang Xiaoshan, the president and vice president of the student union's publicity department, respectively. Hey, it's easy for you holding just a mic. I'm lugging around a camera. Now you're complaining too. Yika stood on tiptoe and smacked him on the back, then wiped her hands clean with a tissue in disgust. Why are you sweating so much? You got it all over my hands. It's hot, sis. Wanna switch places? Shoo. Yika suddenly spotted something and motioned for him to be quiet. She walked forward a dozen steps, confirming that the 2 people were indeed Chen Yu and Su Yuwei. They stood together talking handsome man, beautiful woman, a perfect match. The recruitment video she'd filmed earlier had already surpassed 10 million views on Douyin, earning her special praise from the leadership. The most popular segment featured Chen Yu and Su Yuwei. Though they appeared for only a few seconds, many users had cut and reposted those clips. Comments flooded in, expressing how captivated they were. That girl is so beautiful. What year is she? He's a hottie. Hey, if I go to Lin University, will I get to see him? Oh my gosh, I believe in love again. This is what a truly great university should be. While college is primarily for learning, some students go there just to fall in love. After 18 years of grueling study, opening your eyes means focusing on your studies, closing them means no early romance. Students were all feeling pretty stifled. Finally making it into college feels like a bird soaring into the blue sky or a fish diving into the vast ocean. They're determined to experience everything they missed out on during those 18 years. First and foremost, embark on a passionate romance. Thus, many are lured by promotional videos and switch their college choices to Forestry University. They dream of sweet romances with the handsome guys or beautiful girls from the promotional videos. Though the odds were slim, dreaming was still worthwhile. Over the first half-month of school, some students scoured the campus asking about Chen Yu and Su Yuwei, only to burst into tears upon learning the truth. Not only were they married, but they even had daughters, 2 of them. What a letdown. If I'd known, I never would have enrolled at Lin University. Instead, they started demanding to know who made the promotional video. They seemed ready to hunt her down for revenge. Lin Cece was one of them. But she had no romantic feelings for Chen Yu, she just genuinely wanted to ship the couple. She secretly hoped she could have a sweet romance like theirs. The teacher praised by the principal was also delighted. Privately, she hinted to Yiku that with the student council elections approaching, if she performed well, perhaps. Yiku understood the hint perfectly and wouldn't miss the welcome party. It was also a chance to promote Lin University. Especially when she got the program and saw that Su Yuwei and Chen Yu would be performing, singing a love song, no less. She knew immediately that her chance had arrived. Many people commented under the university's official account, hoping for more updates on the couple's daily life. Yiku wanted to share too, but she had no material. Professor Su was somewhat easier to track. Even if she didn't appear often, she still had to teach her classes. She had to attend the weekly meetings too. But the male lead was practically never seen on campus. How could she possibly manage that? Unlike other couples who stick together all day, these two don't have him driving her to and from work. Miss Su either commutes alone or with Miss Yu. Yiku had been lurking for half a month and hadn't once caught them in the same frame. Fortunately, persistence paid off today. She finally caught them. Xiao Shan, hurry up and take a picture. Hey, isn't that teacher Su and her? Keep your voice down, don't let them hear us. Tang Xiaoshan showed some professional instincts, immediately setting up the camera to record and snapping several photos in quick succession. Sis Yiku, should we interview them? Yiku hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She certainly wanted to interview them. An exclusive interview, even just a few minutes long, would generate far more buzz than mere videos and photos. But she suspected that with teacher Su's personality, an interview was unlikely. He might even force her to delete all the photos and footage. That would be a loss rather than a gain. You go ahead and film. I'll think about the interview later. Around 6:30 p.m., the welcome gala officially commenced. The opening remarks were speeches by the leaders, the usual meaningless platitudes. In this bountiful autumn season, we gather on the beautiful campus of Forestry University to welcome students from all corners of the world to join us. The voice amplified through the microphone echoed throughout the auditorium. The speaker delivered the speech with plenty of energy, but it was the same old routine, inevitably boring and tedious. The leader clearly recognized this, so the speech wasn't overly long. I know you're not fond of listening to this, so I'll stop here. Now, please enjoy the wonderful performances brought to you by our students and teachers. Cheers erupted from the audience. Students didn't expect leaders to mingle with them. Simply avoiding excessive formalities was enough to earn their goodwill. First up was the opening dance from the dance academy. Girls in short skirts danced energetically on stage, radiating vitality. A few boys in the front row started chatting. This was worth coming out for, huh? Way more fun than playing video games in the dorm. You're right, these girls have amazing figures. What good is that? It's got nothing to do with us. At least it's a feast for the eyes. Lin Cece was also seated in the front row, but she had little interest in the performances. Sis Cece, I got the program schedule. Professor Su's performance is last. Chapter 205, a perfect match. They've got good taste, putting Professor Su's act last. Wonder where teacher Chen Yu's 2 tigers is on the list. That scene is too beautiful to even watch. But we still have to wait forever, at least 2 hours, right? The girls chattered excitedly among themselves. It's fine, Lin Cece smiled. We'll just wait then. In her view, placing their performance last made perfect sense. Such a sweet duet deserved to be the grand finale, proof the school leaders had good taste. So be it, she wasn't in a hurry. Calling the earlier acts a chaotic mess might be an exaggeration, but the quality was indeed uneven. After all, these teachers weren't professionals. Just putting on a show was impressive enough, you couldn't expect too much. The opening acts were decent enough, all fairly polished. And with the students' enthusiasm running high, the cheers were loud and the response was intense. Over the past 2 weeks, most teachers had met their students. Seeing their teachers perform on stage now felt novel to everyone.
While the leadership's mandate was a trial for the teachers, it undeniably yielded positive results. By the middle of the gala, however, things started to fall apart. During rehearsals, the program schedule had placed the best acts at the beginning and end, with weaker performances squeezed in the middle. Once the novelty wore off, the students began to lose interest. Seeing their own teachers take the stage drew little applause. Instead, they found it rather dull. Complaints began to surface. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting early departure, some would have bolted immediately. These acts are so boring, I could do better myself. Exactly. If it weren't for Professor Su's performance, I'd have left ages ago. They should have put Professor Su first. The girls chimed in with their own complaints. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Cece remained remarkably patient. She focused on her phone, only occasionally glancing at the stage. After all, she was only here to see Su Yuwei and Chen Yu. She couldn't care less about the other performances. As the number of complaining students grew, the student council hesitated about letting them leave early. Then Chen Yu's voice cut through the noise, instantly silencing the crowd. "Hello everyone. My performance today is Two Little Tigers." Then she belted out the nursery rhyme in her squeaky voice. The students froze for a moment, then burst into laughter once they caught on. Singing nursery rhymes at a university welcome party? You've got some nerve. The atmosphere instantly came alive again, with applause, cheers, and whistles rising in waves. It was even more enthusiastic than when the gala had first begun. Many pulled out their phones to take photos and videos, then shared them on their social feeds. "Our Lin University has a female teacher who sings nursery rhymes. Envious, aren't you? Does your school have one?" Others were asking around what Chen Yu teaches, eager to take her class. A teacher this entertaining must make her classes just as fun. The administrators hadn't expected much from Chen Yu, hoping only that she wouldn't embarrass the school. Now they were delighted, a pleasant surprise. "That song-singing teacher Chen Yu, right? Have her come pick up her bonus tomorrow." Faced with the students' enthusiasm, Chen Yu felt utterly helpless. "I just wanted to sing a kid's song and slack off. What's with all this cheering? This is making me so nervous. Don't tell me I'll get fired after this performance." After the children's song ended, the atmosphere in the venue had been successfully energized, even more so than at the beginning. The rest of the program was nothing to write home about. Most were just run-of-the-mill, boring enough to put you to sleep. Sishi, finally the last act. Finally. I was about to fall asleep. Honestly, after watching rehearsals all afternoon, Teacher Su's performance was the best. Lin Cece finally put away her phone and turned her attention to the stage. As we reach this point in the gala, only one performance remains. Presented by our school's beautiful professor, Su Yuwei, and her husband, is a love song roof. As the host announced the performance, the students' subdued mood ignited once more. First, most students at Lin University had heard of Su Yuwei, naturally anticipating the performance by this beautiful professor. Second, the fact that it was the last act meant they could leave soon. How could anyone not be excited? Many students who considered themselves princes of love songs were utterly baffled by the title. What song is Roof? Never heard of it. Could it be some ancient song from the 70s or 80s? As for an original song? That possibility never crossed their minds. The makeup artist gave the two final touch-ups, confirming their looks were perfect before letting them take the stage. "Nervous?" Chen Yu asked with a smile. Su Yuwei shook her head, though her heart was racing inexplicably fast. Saying she wasn't nervous would be a lie. She was terrified right now. The thought of singing a love song with Chen Yu in front of thousands of people made her heart pound violently. She wished she'd gone with Chen Yu to sing children's songs instead. Even embarrassment would be better than this. Chen Yu chuckled softly, taking her hand. "Then let's go, Teacher Su." His palm was warm, his grip neither too tight nor too loose, just firm enough that she couldn't pull away. Su Yuwei let him lead her, and her wildly beating heart suddenly calmed, as if it had found some kind of anchor. She followed half a step behind Chen Yu, keeping close to him. It felt as though holding his hand meant nothing was truly frightening, and there was no need for tension. For the first time, Su Yuwei felt the security of having someone to lean on. As the final act, the stage lighting had been meticulously designed. Originally, they were to enter from opposite sides, each illuminated by a spotlight above. As the song played, the two slowly drew closer. By the final chorus, they would meet at center stage, creating a romantic and ethereal atmosphere. But Su Yuwei was so nervous she forgot all about it. Instead, she let Chen Yu take her hand and walk onto the stage together. As an associate professor and company director, she would never make such a basic mistake. Yet today, she had made it. Whether it was due to nerves or simply being with Chen Yu. Girls in love lose their common sense, don't they? Fortunately, the director on site reacted quickly, immediately merging the two spotlights into one to illuminate the couple. Before they could speak, murmurs of admiration filled the air. "Wow, what a perfect match. They're truly made for each other. Mom, I believe in love again. I heard Professor Su's husband is a recent college graduate. Seriously? Are there any more beautiful professors at our school? Do I still have a chance?" As the two walked onto the stage, the music began to play.
Xiaomu watched from below the stage. The pianist was still Xiao Zhang. He hadn't even eaten, practicing right up until the moment before the performance. The piano melody now flowed like moonlight, while the LED screen on stage illuminated with an animation of a starry sky in motion. Chapter 206, I Just Wanna Kiss Him. Facing thousands of students in the auditorium, Su Yuwei couldn't help but feel nervous, her hand gripping the microphone trembling slightly. But Chen Yu took her hand from the shadows. Feeling the warmth and strength through his fingertips, her nerves eased considerably. Chen Yu smiled at her, then gripped the microphone and spoke slowly. Can't sleep in the middle of the night, humming my feelings into a song, so I head to the rooftop to find another dream. Before the last note faded, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience below. His singing was simply too good, leaving the students in awe. Even those from music majors hadn't evoked such a feeling before. Not only is he handsome, but he sings beautifully too. I'm totally smitten. Too bad he's married to Professor Su. No chance for us. This trip was totally worth it. Just look at the talent up there. By the way, is this an original song? I couldn't find it on any music apps. Chen Yu held the microphone in one hand and Su Yuwei's hand in the other. Ever since stepping on stage, the two had remained tightly intertwined. With all surrounding lights dimmed, only the spotlight illuminated their upper bodies. So no one could see they were holding hands except for the staff standing very close by. Those who noticed couldn't help but rant wildly, they're holding hands while singing on stage? What's the rush? Might as well just glue yourselves together. Having to endure this public display of affection at work? This shift is unbearable. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Then Su Yuwei's cool, clear voice slowly filled the air. Woken from my dreams by a knock, I still can't believe it. How could such a moving melody be coming from the rooftop across the way? Compared to Chen Yu's professional and flawless performance, hers had a tiny imperfection. But it was still excellent. Non-professionals wouldn't notice. The female part of this song was meant to be sung with a sweeter tone, but Su Yuwei's voice gave it a unique flavor all its own. Wow, I absolutely adore teacher Su's voice. That cool, sophisticated voice, it's just too much to handle. Seriously, are these two really amateurs? Their vocals blow away all those young idols. Lin Cece stared at the stage, momentarily lost in thought. After a few seconds, she snapped back to reality and began waving her glow stick with a smile. Every student in attendance had a glow stick. But aside from waving them briefly at the start, most hadn't taken them out since. First, it was tiring to wave them, and second, the performances were so boring that no one felt like waving them. But after Chen Yu started singing, many people spontaneously began waving their glow sticks. As the performance continued, more and more people joined in, waving their glow sticks. The performance continued on stage. Su Yuwei's voice sounded a bit tense at first, but after the opening line, she relaxed and sang better and better. Chen Yu, meanwhile, delivered a consistently steady performance. The two shared a brief moment of interaction, just a smile exchanged, but to the audience, it was sweet enough. Any sweeter and we'd all be diabetic. I quietly closed the door, carrying hope upstairs. It turned out to be the one who often appeared in my dreams. That person wasn't that the dazed figure from my dreams? We share the same unspoken understanding. What's even more remarkable is how perfectly her voice blends with Chen Yu's, as if they were made for each other. Unlike those emotionless singers, they poured their hearts into the lyrics. On the surface, the lyrics tell a simple story. A boy, unable to sleep, climbs onto the rooftop in the dead of night to gaze at the stars. He hums a song while gazing at them. A girl is awakened by the singing and climbs onto the roof to find its source. They discover each other as the person who often appears in their dreams, and they sit together on the rooftop watching the stars. Yet both see themselves reflected in the lyrics. Back then, Chen Yu was like the boy, the proactive one. Su Yuwei, like the girl, was passive. He took the initiative to shoulder responsibility, vowing to be a devoted father to Nuonyuo. Su Yuwei gave him a chance, and he proved himself worthy. As time passed, Su Yuwei grew increasingly dependent on him, gradually shifting from passive to proactive. Next came the duet section, and the audience below had already transformed into a sea of waving glow sticks. Just like during rehearsals, Su Yuwei was too shy to look at him. She kept staring down at her high heels, driving the on-site director crazy with anxiety. He leaned close and whispered urgently, "Look at him. Look at him. Look at your husband." While this welcome party wasn't exactly a disaster, the outcome was decidedly lackluster. It all stemmed from a sudden whim by the leadership, who demanded that all young teachers perform. Not only were most of them unwilling, but they were mentally resisting the idea. Even if they had been willing, few possessed any noteworthy talents. But what could they do? It was the leadership's arrangement: just execute it and be done with it. It perfectly illustrated the saying, the higher-ups just open their mouths, while the lower-ranking staff run themselves ragged. Classic case of amateurs directing professionals. So the director pinned all hopes on this final act to save the show. So far, the effect has been surprisingly good, and of course he wants the best possible outcome. But Su Yuwei, whether out of shyness or not hearing him, refused to look at Chen Yu. He was so anxious he almost went up on stage himself to turn her face toward him. "Look at your husband, for crying out loud." Chen Yu caught his frantic expression and couldn't help but smile.
His hand in the shadows tightened slightly, causing Su Yuwei's eyebrows to furrow in a soft frown. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with surprise and questioning.
They were holding hands just fine, why the sudden pressure?
Then, naturally, their gazes locked.
Su Yuwei flushed instantly. She understood Chen Yu's meaning, yet she didn't look away.
They stood there locked in a gaze, time seemingly frozen.
For a moment, Su Yuwei forgot they were performing. Only when Chen Yu spoke did she snap back to reality, quickly joining in with the harmony. Using the antenna. With antennas. Arrange them into the shape of I love you. Singing your song on the rooftop. On the rooftop with the one I love. Let the stars adorn the most romantic night. Embrace this moment. Let every second stand still. Love begins to entangle.
The audience below was already lost in the song, unaware of Su Yuwei's mistake.
As if hearing celestial music, my ears were momentarily enlightened.
What is celestial music?
This is it. About how the singers' looks overshadowed the vocals.
Handsome guys and beautiful girls are just so easy on the eyes.
And they sing so well too, it's enough to make anyone jealous. The girls sighed in admiration while pulling out their phones to record.
Lin Cece, however, was so absorbed in the atmosphere that she forgot to record.
She thought to herself, if I ever fall in love, it has to be this sweet. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother. Love Begins to Falter was sung solo by the guy.
Watching Chen Yu sing with his eyes closed, filled with deep emotion, Su Yuwei felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. The thought startled her, making her ears burn and her cheeks flush hot. As the chorus officially kicked in, the lights dimmed further.
Chapter 207, Is Mom Kissing Dad?
The two under the spotlight were the absolute center of attention in this space.
All eyes were fixed upon them. Singing your song on the rooftop. On the rooftop with the one I love. Dedicating this yellowed night to the loneliest moon. Let me love you, who are you? Who lets you love me?
How could such a moving melody surround us?
Who lets me love you? Who lets you love me?
It turns out this rooftop holds a beautiful encounter.
Throughout the final chorus, Su Yuwei kept her eyes closed.
But on the final line, she suddenly opened her eyes and gazed intently at Chen Yu.
All the spotlights converged, bathing the two of them in light. Though the song ended, no one clapped.
Everyone remained immersed in the song's atmosphere, still processing the moment.
Suddenly, Su Yuwei stood on tiptoe, cupped Chen Yu's face, and pressed her lips firmly against his. It happened so fast he couldn't react.
A kiss as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water, yet it was enough to ignite the entire venue.
Whoa! What did I just witness? Is this really the same Professor Su I know? What kind of behavior is this in public? They're a married couple. Who are you to judge?
Everyone regretted not pulling out their phones sooner, missing this moment. Chen Yu excitedly tugged at the person beside her, pointing repeatedly at the stage.
Did you see that? That's my bestie. Isn't she so brave?
I see her, I see her.
Can you let go of me first? I can't breathe.
If anyone in the auditorium was displeased, it was certain old-fashioned leaders. Their faces darkened, their expressions stretching into long, grim lines.
But their discontent was quickly drowned out by the surrounding atmosphere of excitement. They were legally married. What was wrong with a kiss? Besides, young people should be full of vitality. Why must they act like old fossils?
Hearing the cheers filling the hall, Su Yuwei finally realized what she had done. Her face flushed bright red instantly, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the floor. Caught up in the moment, she'd simply leaned in and kissed him. Only after coming to my senses did I realize how bold that move had been. This was the school's welcome gala, after all, with thousands of students in the audience, not to mention the dean and vice president in attendance. Given how rigid they were, they'd never accept this. It was all Chen Yu's fault.
Why did he have to be so handsome? And sing so beautifully?
If only he were a bit uglier, or sang worse, she wouldn't have kissed him.
She couldn't resist reaching out to pinch Chen Yu secretly. Chen Yu looked utterly aggrieved. What did I do? It's all your fault anyway. Su Yuwei turned and headed backstage.
Suddenly, the lights came on, and Nuonuo ran out from behind the curtain. Su Yuwei jumped in surprise and rushed forward to hug her.
Though it lasted only a second or two, many students witnessed it. Is that little girl Professor Su's daughter? What a beautiful little girl. Decided. I'm having a daughter someday. Mommy. Nuonuo spread her arms wide, wanting a kiss. Su Yuwei pressed her cheek against the child's and asked, Nuonuo, did Aunt Jo bring you here?
The little one nodded and pointed with her tiny hand.
Only then did Su Yuwei notice Aunt Jo and Wan nearby.
Several people were still gathered around Wan, asking her all sorts of questions, clearly finding the little one utterly adorable.
Suddenly, Nuonuo whispered, Is Mommy kissing Daddy?
Before Su Yuwei could think of a reply, Nuonuo scratched her neck with her little hand and blinked her big eyes. Mommy's shy.
She was even more flustered and didn't know what to say.
Kissing in front of so many people was awkward enough, but now her daughter had seen it too.
Chen Yu returned to the backstage area at that moment. Nuonuo? Daddy!
The little one stretched out her arms, inviting Chen Yu to pick her up.
You little rascal! Why aren't you staying home? What are you doing here? Chen Yu pinched her little nose. Nua giggled, I miss Daddy. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, Daddy, I saw Mommy kiss you. Chen Yu froze, then couldn't help but laugh. He whispered back just as softly, don't tell anyone, okay? Otherwise Mommy will be embarrassed. Got it. The little one covered her mouth and nodded solemnly. Su Yuwei had calmed down considerably by then. She walked over and gave Softy a kiss. Then she stood up and looked at Aunt Jo. Aunt Jo, didn't you say to let them stay home? Why did you bring them here? My apologies, Teacher Su. The little ones insisted on coming and I simply couldn't refuse. Chen Yu giggled as she leaned in. Girl, who knew you had it in you? Kissing your little husband on stage like that. Bringing up the most sensitive topic, Su Yuwei naturally gave her a cold shoulder, ignoring her completely. Nua, Wan, let's go home. Watching Su Yuwei and Chen Yu walk away, Chen Yu sighed, overcome with envy. Oh heavens, when will my turn for sweet romance ever come? On the drive home, Su Yuwei took the wheel while Nuonyuo clung to Chen Yu, begging him to tell a bedtime story. He hadn't told the little ones a story in days. Besides, given Su Yuwei's current mood, she'd probably kick him out of the bedroom anyway. He quickly agreed, alright, Daddy will sleep with you tonight. Yay Daddy! Nuonyuo cheered. Chen Yu discreetly observed Su Yuwei's expression but detected no change. Su Yuwei, however, secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She had no idea how to face Chen Yu now. The memory of her bold move made her ears burn repeatedly and her face flushed bright red. She was even considering sleeping on the couch tonight. Chen Yu's offer to sleep with his daughter gave her some time to cool off. After washing up, Su Yuwei lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was filled with that kiss on stage. If she'd hesitated just a moment even for a few seconds she wouldn't have leaned in. But in that moment of heat, she hadn't considered the consequences at all. If she could, she'd take a long leave of absence from school. Chen Yu, oblivious to the situation, kept sending her messages. Finally driven to distraction, she picked up her phone to check. Girl, you're trending. Several videos were sent over at once. Su Yuwei closed them without even glancing. See? Ignoring her was the right move. Besides Chen Yu's, there were two others. One was from Chen Yu, the other from Kai Qin. After a moment's hesitation, she opened Chen Yu's first. It contained just one sentence, good night, honey. Saying good night when they were in separate rooms? Su Yuwei ignored it and opened Sai Chin's message instead. My dear daughter, tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's gather as a family tomorrow, bring Xiao Chen along too. I can't, Mom. We have to go to Chen Yu's parents' place. Then she set down her phone and prepared for bed. After a moment's thought, she still sent Chen Yu a message, good night. Chapter 208, Chen Dad sings so beautifully. Chen Yu smiled at the lit phone screen and was about to reply. But Nuonyuo suddenly hugged his arm. Daddy, tell me another one. Another one? Chen Yu sighed helplessly. I've been telling stories for an hour already. Let Daddy rest a bit. Another half hour later, he finally managed to get both little ones to sleep. Today was the launch event for Fox Spirit Matchmaker, so he didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he logged onto the Dragon Cat novel website. The moment he opened it, a large splash ad greeted him, Shuk and Beta's new book, Fox Spirit Matchmaker. The fairy tale section remained prominently displayed, but a new fiction section had been added. This was the right approach, just as the great leader said, the countryside defends the city. You must stabilize your core base before expanding in other directions. After launching the book, he uploaded 20 chapters in one go, focusing on quantity to satisfy readers. But the content itself was flawless after all, it was copied straight from the system. Clicking on Fox Spirit Matchmaker, it already had over 30,000 bookmarks, with other metrics looking strong too. This was largely the result of advertising traffic. LED screens in subways or airports, for instance, were prime advertising spots. Combined with targeted ad placements across various short video platforms, the book garnered over 30,000 bookmarks on its very first day. Achieving this solely through the site's own traffic would have been unlikely. After all, Longmao Novel Network started as a fairy tale site, and most visitors come seeking fairy tales. Even though Shuk and Beta had built a decent fan base, suddenly shifting to the fiction genre meant only a limited number of fans would follow along. Chen Yu was quite satisfied with this collection count. It proved the site wasn't just paying lip service, they genuinely intended to stake their claim in the fiction market. After all, spending money to drive traffic is extremely costly. Without a platform like Tencent, acquiring a single user costs at least 7 or 8 yuan. And this was just the first day's collection. The website would undoubtedly roll out a series of traffic driving campaigns afterward. Ji Xiaoyu thoughtfully sent him the event schedule to help him plan his updates. When the website runs major events, it's undoubtedly useful to pause the plot at a minor climax. So far, his decision to stay with Longmao Novel website seemed correct. Assuming Ji Xiaoyu was asleep, he didn't send a message and lay down to sleep himself. But as he drifted off to sleep, the video exploded online. Mommy, where's my SpongeBob? How should I know? I didn't touch it. I can't find it anywhere. Look harder. Wah, SpongeBob. Stop crying. Xiao Xinxin, if you stop crying, mommy will help you find it. Seeing her daughter about to burst into tears, Gu Yao quickly surrendered. Xiao Xinxin had used this fake crying tactic many times before and it never failed. Of course, it wasn't that Gu Yao was gullible. Using the same trick once was fine, twice was fine, but by the third time, even the dumbest person would catch on. The main reason was that she couldn't bear to see Xinxuan cry. After all, she was her daughter. A mother and daughter were connected by an unbreakable bond. After a thorough search, Gu Yao finally found the SpongeBob doll. Thank goodness, you're still alive. Xiao Xinxin hugged the doll tightly. I was wondering how it managed to end up on top of the cabinet. Gu Yao looked utterly helpless. Truthfully, she'd grown accustomed to it. The doll could turn up anywhere. On top of the cabinet, under the sofa, behind the TV. It was never where it was supposed to be. She had no idea how her daughter managed to play with it. Is everything okay now? Don't disturb me anymore. Xiao Bing was already fast asleep, snoring loudly. Her daughter clutched the stuffed animal, engrossed in play. She finally had time to do something for herself. So she lay on the sofa, intending to scroll through short videos for a bit. That looks like Mr. Chen and his wife? She had seen Su Yuwei on the first day of kindergarten registration. Because Su Yuwei wore very light makeup, she recognized her at a glance. Unlike some girls who look like completely different people after putting on makeup. Even her own mother wouldn't recognize them. But Su Yuwei looked absolutely stunning in that outfit, leaving her momentarily dazed. This was the Lincheng University Welcome Gala. So Su Yuwei was a Lincheng University faculty member? Were the two of them performing together? Just as Gu Yao hesitated over whether to message Chen Yu, she saw him in the video, microphone in hand, begin to speak slowly. Sleepless in the dead of night. Humming my feelings into a song. So I head to the rooftop in search of another dream. His voice flowed like a stream, clear, bright, and instantly captivating her ears. Good heavens, Dad Shin sings so beautifully. Handsome, great cook, amazing with kids, and he can sing too. How can someone be so perfect? Then I glance at the programmer snoring like thunder on the bed. Suddenly, he just doesn't seem so appealing anymore. No comparison, no hurt feelings. But she was just venting her frustration. If it meant separating her from Xiao Bing, she wouldn't dare let go. Then Su Yuwei's voice chimed in, picking up the next line. Woken from sleep by knocking. I still can't be sure how such a moving melody could be on the roof across the way. It sounds so good. You could tell she was a little nervous, but it didn't detract from how beautiful it sounded. Gu Yao now feels these two are truly meant for each other. Not only are they both incredibly good looking, but they also sing so beautifully. She didn't swipe away, silently listening to them sing. By the second chorus, she couldn't help but hum along softly. It wasn't just their voices, the melody itself was incredibly catchy. The lyrics were well crafted too, painting a vivid scene with just a few lines. Romantic, beautiful, sweet. Though a love song, it avoided being overly saccharine or cloying, striking just the right balance. Of course, as a layperson, Gu Yao was mostly drawn in by the vocals and the visuals. Who doesn't enjoy watching handsome men and beautiful women sing? Especially when those handsome guys and beautiful girls are people she actually knows. It was an indescribable feeling, just wonderfully magical. As Chen Yu sang the final line, their eyes met. Watching the scene, Gu Yao felt like she was reliving the early days of falling in love. Back when they first started dating, Xiao Bing might have been a bit clumsy, but he still managed to pull off little romantic gestures now and then. Ever since Xiao Xinxin came along, their days revolved entirely around their daughter, and that little bit of romance had vanished completely. How lovely, Gu Yao couldn't help but sigh. Even though she was a mother now, she was still a young woman at heart and occasionally craved a little romance. Just like Chen Yu and Su Yuwei in the video, truly enviable. Then she saw Su Yuwei cup Chen Yu's face and press her lips firmly against his. Gu Yao's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Based on her first impression from the news report, Su Yuwei seemed like a rather aloof personality. But she actually force-kissed Chen Yu on stage? That's way too bold. Mom, Mr. Chen got kissed. Did you see that? Chapter 209, set up by Capital. You, when did you get here? She was so engrossed in the video she hadn't noticed Xiao Xinxin standing beside her. The little one blinked her big eyes twice. I've been here the whole time. Gu Yao quickly covered her eyes with her hand while swiping the video away. Little kids shouldn't watch this or the big bad wolf will come and get you. Ever since Xiao Xinxin was old enough to understand, Gu Yao had used this scare tactic. At first, it worked like a charm every single time. But as her daughter grew older, she gradually became immune to it. Mommy's lying. There's no such thing as the big bad wolf. Anyway, little kids just can't watch it. Go to sleep now. After much effort, she finally coaxed her daughter into bed. After making sure the little one had closed her eyes and wouldn't sneak out, she finally lay back on the sofa, ready to finish watching that video. It had just reached the kissing scene, she couldn't bear not to finish it. It felt like cats were scratching inside her chest, driving her crazy. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get it to play. No, isn't everything based on big data recommendations nowadays? Could it be that because I didn't finish watching it, the system decided I don't like this kind of video? This must be a setup by the big tech companies. No choice, she tapped the search bar, ready to manually look it up. And there it was, trending at number 1. Shocking. Hot professor and husband share passionate kiss at welcome party. The headline made Gu Yao feel physically queasy. They say clickbait headlines are clickbait headlines, and boy, were they right. They were dressed perfectly normally. Where was the scandal? Besides, they're a legally married couple with 2 daughters. What's wrong with a kiss? Gu Yao muttered her complaints before clicking the video. She was inevitably disappointed to find the kissing scene lasted barely a second. Is this fleeting second really considered scandalous? These self-media platforms nowadays. They'll sacrifice their dignity for views. She did catch a glimpse of little Nuonyuo at the very end of the video. Speaking of cuteness, her own daughter wasn't much less adorable than Nuonyuo. But when it comes to personality, no contest. When Xiao Xinxin gets mischievous, she's absolutely unbearable. In contrast, Nuonyuo was exceptionally well-behaved. She even considered asking Chen Yu for advice on how he managed to raise such a well-behaved daughter. And just as Gu Yao saw, within just an hour or two of being posted, this video had already shot to the top of Douyin's trending charts. Chen Yu and Su Yuwei were undeniably stunning and had beautiful voices, but those qualities alone weren't enough. There are plenty of good-looking, talented singers out there. Why should you be the one to go viral? What truly made the video go viral was that daring kiss, which stirred the hearts of countless young men and women. Add to that the fact it happened at Lincheng University's welcome party, and college students are the most gossip-hungry crowd around. So the video garnered massive likes and shares. Combined with the algorithmic boost, it shot to the top of the trending charts in no time. After she replayed the kissing scene over and over, big data kicked in. No matter how many times she refreshed, the video snippets kept circling back to those two. Both of their personal details were dug up. Su Yuwei was Lincheng University's youngest female professor, with a large clothing company in her family. Chen Yu is the author of the wildly popular children's story Shook and Beta. Shook and Beta were written by Chen's dad? Xiao Xinxin kept asking her to read that fairy tale recently, and it was actually written by Chen Yu? If my daughter found out about this, she'd probably admire Mr. Chen even more. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Xiao Bing for a second. There isn't much other information available, and photos of the two together are scarce. Seems like they simply don't exist, not that these self-media outlets couldn't find them. They even managed to interview someone claiming to be Chen Yu's college roommate. Goodness, these people are crazier than paparazzi. But in this internet age, hype comes and goes in a flash. Don't be fooled by their current popularity. Chances are, in a few days, no one will remember them. Unless they ride the next viral trend to break out again. So no need to worry about daily life. No paparazzi will be stalking them for photos. Mommy, can you tell me a story? Ruan Xiaoyan stood at the doorway, asking timidly. Her hands clasped in front of her, she held the book Shook and Beta. Ruan Jia was sending a voice message to someone else and only heard her daughter's call on the second try. What's up, Xiaoyan? Not asleep yet? Ruan Xiaoyan swallowed nervously, hesitating. I want to hear a story. Ruan Jia frowned. I'm sorry, sweetie. Mommy still has work to finish. Why don't you go lie down? I'll tell you a story as soon as I'm done, okay? Okay. Xiaoyan lowered her little head, clearly disappointed by the answer. Still, she obediently returned to her room, changed into her pajamas, and climbed into bed. Hugging the little bear by her pillow, she whispered softly, little bear, does mommy not love me anymore? Then she pressed her cheek against it, mimicking the stuffed animal's voice. Of course not. Mommy's just too busy with work. She loves you very much. The little one grinned, beaming with joy. But seconds later, her lips puckered as if ready to cry. As tears threatened to spill over, she wiped them away with her tiny hand. Good night, little bear. Watching her daughter's lonely retreating figure, Ruan Jia felt a pang of guilt. But there was nothing she could do. It was all for work. And work was for giving her daughter a better life. Food, clothing, necessities. Didn't everything require money? When she was little, most people weren't very well off. The less fortunate might barely scrape by with enough to eat and keep warm. So many families simply let their children fend for themselves. As long as they had food and weren't starving, they were left to grow up wild. Plus, with so many children in the family, there was simply no way to keep up. But things changed with Ruan Xiaoyan's generation. With improved living conditions, parents now strive to provide their children with the best opportunities to succeed. How could they not work tirelessly? If not for that incident earlier that made her income unstable, her daughter would have attended a prestigious kindergarten. While Chuanmiao Kindergarten was decent, Ruan Jia always felt she owed Ruan Xiaoyan more. Now, of course, she had to work hard to make Beiying a second-tier or even first-tier star. That way, she'd have more time to spend with her daughter. Without a solid financial foundation, everything else is just empty talk. Ruan Jia sighed and continued searching for songs with Beiying. Their new agency, Xuanji Entertainment, was preparing to release Bai Ying's album soon, a golden opportunity for them. On one hand, it would showcase Bai Ying's vocal skills to the company.
While she might not be a powerhouse singer, she was definitely better than those who relied solely on their looks, a definite advantage. On the other hand, if the album became a hit, her standing within the new company would rise rapidly, making it much easier to secure resources afterward. But achieving massive success with this album alone was incredibly difficult. The company will arrange songwriters for Bai Ying, but the quality will be mediocre at best. They might even give her songs written earlier that others rejected. After all, they don't expect it to go viral, so why waste resources? This approach is actually quite reasonable, nothing to argue about. Chapter 210, Why should we write for you? You're just a newcomer to the company, not exactly a big name star, so what kind of treatment do you expect?
Getting an album released in less than a month is already pretty generous.
If Jin's clips hadn't gone viral on short video platforms and Bai Ying hadn't sung Jin's theme song, she wouldn't even have gotten this chance.
The entertainment industry is just that harsh and realistic.
Stay with your original company, accept the unspoken rules, and you'll get the resources to skyrocket to fame. But if you stick to your principles and choose to jump ship, you have to be prepared to start from scratch. Ruan Jia had laid out the pros and cons for her long ago.
That's why Bai Ying was deeply grateful to Ruan Jia for standing by her through thick and thin.
Singing the low-quality songs provided by the company offered virtually no chance of success. So both of them had been busy finding songs on their own lately.
There were two main avenues. One was commissioning songwriters.
Having debuted recently and refusing to compromise her principles, Bai Ying naturally tapped into Ruan Jia's connections. After all, she did have some connections in that circle. But Bai Ying had just switched jobs, and everyone could guess the real reason pretty accurately. Few were willing to write songs for her at this juncture. 2 or 3 did agree, but the quality of what they delivered was, well, it was hard to put into words.
All were politely declined by Ruan Jia.
While original songs are notoriously difficult to create and she was essentially begging them to write, quality still mattered.
You couldn't very well let your singer perform something that sounded like a pile of rubbish, could you? The other option was to search for songs in the copyright library.
These libraries contain songs with registered copyrights that haven't been purchased yet. The advantage is sheer volume. No matter how poorly written, they can be uploaded for others to sample. The downside is the quality is often shockingly poor.
Some people are just self-indulgent, lacking even basic musical knowledge. You ask them to play a chord, and they respond, "Is that a key change? How can you write songs without knowing chords? Isn't that ridiculous?"
Of course, you can still write songs, you'll just end up as a tailor.
Just stitch a few songs together and call it your own.
Ruan Jia doesn't have artistic purism and doesn't resent such behavior.
But if you don't even grasp the most basic musical theory, do you really think randomly stitching together a few songs will make you a hit?
The odds are like finding a needle in a haystack, virtually zero.
Ruan Jia sighed. Weren't they themselves searching for a needle in a haystack?
But there was no other way, they had to give it a shot.
Xiaobai, take a break. We'll keep searching later. Got it, Sister Ruan Jia.
A video was quickly sent over.
Sis, look. They're kissing at the welcome party, so romantic.
Bai Ying was just in her early 20s, the age when one yearns for love. Seeing this kind of video made her heart flutter like a young girl's, and she couldn't resist sharing it. Ruan Jia was about to tell her she was slacking off with her album release just around the corner. How could she still be scrolling through short videos? But she held her tongue and clicked to watch.
That guy looks familiar, isn't that Chen Yu?
On the other end of the screen, Bai Ying noticed too the male lead in the video was Chen Yu. The music slowly began to play as Chen Yu started singing. Can't sleep in the dead of night, humming my feelings into a song, so I head to the rooftop to find another dream.
The very first line instantly captured both viewers' ears. It sounded so good.
Ruan Jia considered herself quite knowledgeable about music, at least familiar with all the major hits. But there didn't seem to be a song called Roof, and this melody was quite unique. Her first thought was, this must be an original song.
But Bai Ying, being a young girl, reacted completely differently. Brother Chen Yu looks so handsome in that outfit. Of course, sister-in-law looks absolutely stunning in that outfit too.
A perfect match, he's the handsome guy, she's the beautiful girl. So it makes perfect sense that the two little ones are so adorable, their parents have great genes.
Honestly, she really envies Su Yuwei's aura, she captivates both men and women.
No matter how she dresses, others always see her as a sweet girl. Truth be told, Bai Ying doesn't really want to be a sweet girl. She has the heart of a cool girl. It's just that her physical features don't allow it. As the song progressed, Ruan Jia grew increasingly astonished. She never imagined Chen Yu's singing skills could be so flawless, utterly beyond reproach. Su Yuwei was also good, but she paled in comparison to Chen Yu. She felt Chen Yu's vocal skills easily placed him among the top-tier singers. Add his looks to the mix, and he'd have no trouble breaking into the industry. Whether he'd become a sensation was another matter. After all, the entertainment industry was fiercely competitive. Minor success depended on talent, major success on luck, and explosive fame on having ancestors in the graveyard.
What truly captivated her, however, was the song Roof. The lyrics were secondary, the melody was truly unique, carving out its own distinct style. She was almost certain this was an original composition. So Chen Yu not only sings beautifully but also writes songs? What a prodigy! When the song ended and she saw the two of them kissing, she froze for a moment before looking away. They were undeniably sweet together, but to her, it only stirred up unpleasant memories. On the other end of the screen, Bai Ying let out a shriek and broke into an anti-smile. So sweet. Why watch dating shows? The best one is right here beside me. Pause, rewind, watch repeatedly, study carefully. Her lips never stopped curving upward. If Ruanjia hadn't called, she could have watched it over a dozen times and still not gotten tired of it. Sis Ruanjia, did you see it? Isn't it super sweet? Ruanjia was taken aback that Bai Ying's focus was here. It's okay. What do you mean okay? Bai Ying was utterly baffled. It's obviously super sweet. That's not important. Listen to me. Ruanjia finally steered the conversation back on track. Chen Yu sang an original song. You get what I mean? Bai Ying reacted quickly. Oh, Chen Yu writes his own songs too? Who knows? This song on the roof is incredibly well crafted. Even though it's a love song, it fits your style perfectly. If we could acquire the copyright. As for asking Chen Yu to write a song specifically for Bai Ying, Ruanjia didn't even dare to entertain the thought. First off, songwriting is incredibly difficult. Even the most elite songwriters only produce a handful of truly great songs, fewer than you can count on one hand. And Chen Yu is just an amateur. This roof song could very well have been a fluke. Second, even if he had the ability, why would he write one for you? Because your daughters attend the same kindergarten? In this society, everything revolves around self-interest. That connection means absolutely nothing. So her target was set on the song Roof. She just hoped Chen Yu would sell the song to them. She first searched the copyright information and confirmed that Roof was an original song. She immediately contacted Chen Yu through the parents group and even got his number from Ren Shui. Ren Shui had already been preparing for bed when she saw the message and found it quite odd. Why was Ruanjia, who never spoke in the parent group, suddenly so eager to get Chen Yu's father's contact information? Chapter 211, Daughters grow up and leave their mothers behind. Still, she didn't think much of it and sent it over. But Ruanjia called several times in a row, only to find the phone turned off. To avoid waking his daughter, Chen Yu always turned off his phone before bed. Anything could wait until tomorrow. Trying to reach him during sleep hours? Impossible. Ruanjia was frantic. The other agents and singers weren't pushovers either. They knew full well the value of that song Roof. What if someone else beat them to it? Compared to other high-quality songs, Roof had an added advantage. It had already gone viral on short video platforms, meaning anyone performing it later would already come with built-in traffic. That's something other original songs just can't compete with. When it comes to money, she certainly can't compete with those companies. All she could do was play the emotional card through her daughter. And to make matters worse, Chen Yu had turned off his phone. What do you think, Sister Ruanjia? Phone's off. Could he be asleep? Bai Ying glanced at her watch. At this hour, the little one should be napping. Ruanjia's heart stirred, and she quietly made her way to the bedroom. Seeing that Ruan Xiaoyan was already asleep, she returned with a sigh of relief. If Bai Ying could go viral with this song, she'd have more time to spend with her daughter. For now, she'd have to make do with keeping Xiaoyan waiting. I don't know. I'll call him later. You go ahead and sleep. I'll let you know once I reach him. Ah, Sister Ruanjia, why don't you sleep too? We can talk tomorrow? Xiao Bai, you don't understand. With matters like this, every second counts. Ruanjia didn't elaborate further. In her view, this was the agent's job. The star just needed to sing well and act well. Alright then, thanks for your hard work, Sister Ruanjia. Bai Ying obediently went to bed, but not before watching that video several more times before falling asleep. What did your daughter say? She said she's going to Chen's place for dinner. Su Zhengshan snorted coldly. What did I tell you? Daughters grow up and stop listening to their mothers. In his view, the Mid-Autumn Festival should be spent gathering at his place. Even if Xiao Qin didn't come, he couldn't just take Su Yuwei away. Kai Qin, however, didn't mind. It's fine. At least I won't have to cook for the whole family. She believed that as long as the young couple were in love, that was all that mattered. As for whose home they celebrated at, it really didn't matter much. You sure are easygoing. What can we do? Your daughter wants to go. Are we supposed to drag her back? It wasn't that Su Zhengshan disapproved of Chen Yu. But he wasn't entirely satisfied either. In terms of daily life, Chen Yu was beyond reproach. He took excellent care of both his daughter and granddaughter. But his career left something to be desired. A man should have his own career. Living off his wife forever? What kind of man does that? Especially since his daughter was the youngest associate professor at Lin University, and the family owned a sizable clothing company. Truth be told, Chen Yu was the one who hit the jackpot.
As a father, he naturally hoped his daughter would marry someone better, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But Su Yuwei wouldn't listen to him. Her behavior at that dinner party had already made her stance clear. She was dead set on being with Chen Yu. He couldn't fathom what that good-for-nothing kid had going for him. Recalling his daughter's attitude that day, he couldn't help but feel furious. Su Zhengshan felt utterly frustrated and retreated to the balcony to smoke. Kai Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Father and daughter were cut from the same stubborn cloth. Let him have a smoke to cool off. Then she opened her short video app and started scrolling, coming across the trending video at the top. Hey, isn't that Xiao Chen and Yuwei? The Lincheng University welcome party? In the video, Chen Yu began to sing, his melodious voice flowing like a stream. Xiao Chen sings that well? Listening to their duet, Kai Qin felt pure joy. She closed her eyes, quietly savoring the moment. When the song ended and she opened her eyes, she witnessed Su Yuwei kissing Chen Yu. That brief moment ignited cheers from the entire audience. Sai Chen smiled and shook her head. She had originally intended to show this video to Su Zhengshan, but now she dismissed the idea. If old Su saw the scene, wouldn't he be furious? They say a daughter married away is like water poured out, but to a father, his daughter is forever his heart's treasure. It's also common for fathers to feel competitive with their sons-in-law. Fortunately, old Su hardly ever scrolled through Douyin, so he probably wouldn't see this video. At the end of the video, Nuonuo ran out from backstage. Seeing her, Kai Qin felt nothing but delight. Nuonuo. The emotional surge sent a sharp pain through her temples, making her frown involuntarily. Headache again? Su Zhengshan returned after smoking half a cigarette and witnessed the scene. I told you to cut back on those short videos. They're full of nonsense. I'm fine, Sai Chen forced a smile and locked her phone screen. Kai Qin's headaches were a chronic issue. She'd suffered from them for years without finding a cure. No matter what medicine she took or what acupuncture she tried. At best, the pain would subside for a day. At worst, it would return within 2 or 3 days. Strangely enough, after Chen Yu's last massage, it hadn't hurt for a full fortnight. Su Zhengshan certainly didn't think Chen Yu's technique was anything special. A recent college graduate with no family lineage in traditional medicine, how could he possibly be more skilled than the seasoned TCM Dr. Su had consulted? Yet the proof was right before his eyes. So he kept meaning to ask his son-in-law for a massage but never got around to it. On one hand, the company kept him busy. On the other, Kai Qin didn't want to trouble them. She believed the young couple should focus on building their life together. There was no need for them to worry about her. If my daughter brought Xiao Chen over, he could give you a massage. Xiao Chen is already exhausted taking care of Nuanua and Ruan. Why bother him? What's so tiring about it? Su Zhengshan pursed his lips. Both granddaughters are so well behaved, nothing like your daughter when she was little. Kai Qin laughed. Don't say that. Yuwei was so well behaved as a child. She was adorable when she was just that little. Not anymore. She's still well behaved, it's just that your personalities clash. The sky began to lighten at dawn. Chen Yu opened his eyes groggily. Out of habit, he turned on his phone and was startled by the missed calls. A whopping 99 missed calls. What the hell? Had I been targeted by a scam ring trying to lure me to northern Myanmar for kidney harvesting? He glanced at the numbers, all unfamiliar. One number had called over 20 times? Almost one every half hour. This person is seriously persistent. Chen Yu cleared all missed calls without hesitation, then enabled Do Not Disturb for unknown callers. Because no one he knew would be this crazy. Definitely a scammer. He got up, washed his face, and prepared breakfast for his family. Since today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, he wanted to do something special. Mooncakes were for the festival, but eating them for breakfast felt a bit off. So he decided to create a creative moon rabbit breakfast set. Drawing inspiration from the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon, he knew the moon wasn't just home to Chang'e, there was also the rabbit nestled in her arms. Quite a few ingredients are needed: toast, cheese, ham, cookies, pomegranate, osmanthus. Cut the pomegranate along its natural lines and remove the seeds. Chapter 212, Where did Daddy Chang'e go? Tear off the crusts from the bread, leaving only the white center. Use scissors to cut out 2 rabbit ears and set them aside. Pan-fry the ham sausage, then press it into shape using a mold. Spread ketchup on the bread, sprinkle with pork floss, place cheese slices and the shaped sausage on top, then roll it up and press to secure. Make 2 slits at the top to secure the rabbit ears. Use chocolate sauce to draw the rabbit's features and ketchup for blush. Then it's ready for plating. Take a white porcelain plate. Use chocolate sauce to draw branches, surround them with pomegranate seeds as flowers, place osmanthus blossoms in the center as the flower's heart, and place a round cookie beside it as the moon. A creative Mid-Autumn Festival breakfast is ready. After all, it was his first attempt, so there were still some imperfections. But the design is already quite adorable. What child wouldn't love a cute rabbit? He also made 2 sandwiches especially for Xiaomu. Promises made to others must be kept. The family gradually woke up one by one. Su Yuwei brushed her teeth and washed her face in front of the mirror, hesitating whether to go to school. Honestly, she was tempted to call in sick. Kissing Chen Yu yesterday was already mortifying enough, and now the video was going viral.
By now, half the school probably knew about it. If only she had a time machine. Morning, honey. Chen Yu came over to wash his hands. Morning. The good news is she didn't react as strongly to being called honey this time. After all, it was just at home, and only the two of them knew about it.
Compared to last night, this was nothing.
Wow, a little bunny.
Chen Yu was about to say something else when his daughter's cheerful exclamation cut him off. The two little ones ran to the dining table, standing on tiptoes to peer over it. There, nestled in a white porcelain dish, lay two adorable little rabbits. Beside them stood a laurel tree adorned with pomegranates and osmanthus blossoms, from which hung a cookie-shaped moon.
This is the design of the Palace of the Moon, isn't it beautiful?
Chen Yu smiled as he stepped out to greet them.
Wan asked curiously, Daddy, where's Chang'e? Chen Yu scratched his head. Time was tight. Dad didn't have time to make Chang'e. Truthfully, he hadn't figured out what material to use. He could have carved her out of a radish, but that would have taken too long. This whole moon rabbit meal was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Honestly, if he hadn't glanced at the calendar, he wouldn't have known today was Mid-Autumn Festival. What about Wu Gang? How does this little one even know about Wu Gang? Wu Gang. He went out to chop down trees because Sister Chang'e wouldn't let him cut the cassia trees in the palace anymore.
The little one nodded thoughtfully.
Just as Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief, Wan asked again, what about the blue bird? And the toad? Wait, there's a blue bird and a toad in the Palace of Broad Coldness? He had no idea.
Try some first, or it'll get cold and won't taste as good.
Come sit down and eat, Nuonyuo. Nono was so much better, no endless questions. But Nuonyuo didn't rush to eat like she usually did.
Chen Yu looked down and saw tears welling up in the little one's eyes. Daddy, please don't eat the little rabbit, the child said through tear-filled eyes.
Ah, but this isn't a real bunny. It's just a shape Daddy made.
Chen Yu was utterly speechless. He'd intended to surprise his daughters with the moon rabbit meal. The surprise had indeed materialized, but it wasn't quite what he'd envisioned. One was bombarding him with all sorts of strange questions, while the other burst into tears on the spot.
This wasn't how the script was supposed to go.
In the end, he coaxed both daughters into eating it. As she took a bite of the ham-filled bread, its aroma made Nuonyuo squint her eyes in delight. Delicious.
Su Yuwei couldn't help but glance at it twice, thinking to herself that this little bunny was surprisingly lifelike.
When it came to cooking, she always trusted Chen Yu. Whatever he made always looked and tasted amazing.
Her phone rang. It was Fong Yen calling. Chen Yu answered, Hello, Mom. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I was thinking we should gather the family together? It'd be a good chance to formally meet your wife.
Oh, we were planning to go to my father-in-law's place.
Su Yuwei looked up abruptly. I already told my mom we're going to your place. Mom, let's discuss this. I'll call you back later. Chen Yu hung up and asked, You already told her? Su Yuwei took a sip of pumpkin porridge. Yeah, my mom agreed.
Turns out both of them had the same idea. They were each planning to spend the holiday at the other's family home. If only some real-life couples could be as harmonious as them, they wouldn't be fighting non-stop every day. In the end, they decided to celebrate at Chen Yu's place. He called Fong Yen to explain the situation.
What about Uncle Su? Is that okay?
Chen Yu could tell Aunt Kai was on board, but Uncle Su was another story.
Don't worry about him. It's fine.
Su Yuwei replied without looking up.
Chen Yu wondered inwardly if this was really wise.
His father-in-law wouldn't dare scold his daughter, but he might just pin all the blame on him.
But since Su Yuwei had spoken, he couldn't say anything more. Her father would understand. Right? After the two girls finished eating, Chen Yu took them to kindergarten.
While warming up the car, he ran into Xiao Mu walking toward him.
Mr. Xiao, I was actually planning to drive you over. Xiao Mu chuckled, I'm the one who needs your help. How could I trouble you?
Since retiring, he had little to occupy his time, so he rose early each day for his morning stroll. He'd arranged with Chen Yu yesterday, so this loop brought him right to pick up the sandwiches.
Hello, Grandpa, the two little ones greeted him, their small backpacks on their backs. Hello, little cuties. Chen Yu handed over the sandwich container.
There's a note tucked inside with the recipe written out in detail.
Oh my, Chen, you've really saved me. Xiao Mu carefully stowed the container away.
At his age, he had little left to pursue on the artistic path, let alone wealth.
He just wanted to enjoy family happiness. If he could recreate the sandwich using the recipe, Mumu would be over the moon. At this stage of life, doesn't everything revolve around grandchildren? So this recipe was more precious to him than anything else. Xiao Chen, consider this a debt I owe you. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just ask. Since old man Xiao says so, I won't hesitate to take you up on it. That said, he really had no idea where he might need old man Xiao's help. Making him a sandwich was just something I did on the spur of the moment, not expecting anything in return. After all, that little girl named Mumu was pretty well behaved and adorable. Haha, refreshing. I love people who are refreshing.
Xiaomu was eager to get home and test his recipe, so after exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Yu, he hurried off.
Let's go to the kindergarten. Let's go.
Since Chen Yu worked as a chef at the kindergarten, the two little ones didn't dislike it at all, they actually loved it.
Unlike some children who would wail their hearts out at the mere mention of kindergarten. Such scenes were rare at Chuanmiao Kindergarten. Chapter 213, Nua doesn't want a lantern, daddy's enough.
Chen Yu's lunches and snacks deserve all the credit.
Even if it's just for the food, they'd still go to kindergarten.
Just as he was about to help his daughter into the car, a clattering sound echoed through the hallway.
Wang Xiaoming came out first, still munching on snacks. Hello, uncle. Hello, Xiaoming.
Following behind was Bai Ting, carrying an oversized lantern that looked incredibly heavy and seemed to be a real struggle to lift. That must have been the sound of the lantern bumping against the stairs. That lantern was surprisingly sturdy, it had taken several bumps without a scratch.
What's this?
Chen Yu greeted her. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, so I'm bringing a lantern to liven things up at the kindergarten. Bai Ting wiped her sweat and said with a smile. Lanterns are essential for the three major lantern festivals: Lantern Festival, Spring Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival. But Bai Ting had lied, the kindergarten had actually required parents to bring them.
The bigger and more expensive the lantern, the better. Calling it a requirement wasn't quite accurate, it was more of a hint.
Under the guise of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was really a way to gauge parents' status and wealth. The better and larger the lanterns brought, the more favorably the children would be regarded by the teachers. Rumor had it some parents had purchased over 100 lanterns out of pocket, planning to decorate the entire kindergarten. Bai Ting couldn't compete with them, but to prevent Wang Xiaoming from being singled out, she still bought an extra large lantern. She was growing increasingly annoyed with this elite kindergarten.
Is it really a kindergarten, or just a stage for parents to flaunt their wealth and compete with each other? She couldn't figure out who was actually doing the work anymore. Why does everything fall on the parents? What exactly is the kindergarten for?
She dared not vent her frustrations in the group chat.
In fact, not a single parent complained, they were all eager to offer what they could contribute to the kindergarten.
It all left Bai Ting speechless. She had no choice but to accept it, she couldn't let her son suffer at kindergarten. Seeing Chen Yu standing there empty-handed and looking relaxed, while she herself was drenched in sweat and exhausted, only made her feel more frustrated.
Oh, I see,
Chen Yu smiled without comment.
Nua pointed excitedly at the lantern. Big lantern. So pretty.
To be fair, the lantern was indeed quite beautiful.
It would look stunning when lit up at night.
Hearing Nuonua's words, Bai Ting's bent back suddenly straightened. Chen Yu, no offense, but it's Mid-Autumn Festival.
You should buy your daughter a lantern. You can't be so stingy. Before she could finish, Nuonua piped up in her baby voice, Auntie, it's heavy, isn't it?
Ha? Bai Ting froze for a moment.
You're all sweaty. Let Nuonua wipe it off for you.
Confused, Bai Ting squatted down and let the little one wipe her sweat.
Thank you, Nuonua. You're welcome.
The little one tilted her face up, grabbing Chen Yu's arm. Nuonua doesn't want a lantern.
Having daddy here is enough. The combination of words and actions left Bai Ting completely dumbfounded. She'd intended to take a dig at Chen Yu, only to realize the fool was actually herself. Her daughter didn't even care about it.
Seeing Bai Ting couldn't manage the lantern, Chen Yu still helped carry it to the car.
Sis Bai Ting, we'll be heading out now. See you later. Bai Ting waved mechanically, watching the family's backs recede into the distance.
She glanced down at Wang Xiaoming, who was munching on snacks, her expression filled with disappointment.
Even Nuonua knows to wipe my sweat, but all you do is eat? They're both just kids, how come the gap is so huge? This is infuriating. The Mercedes drove out of the residential complex and onto the highway.
It was clear the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, with numerous lanterns hanging along the road. All sorts of shapes, they must look stunning when lit up at night.
As a new first-tier city, Linqing's government certainly has deep pockets.
They can afford to put on little festivities during holidays to build up the festive atmosphere. Even during the Spring Festival each year, they set off electronic fireworks on the bridge for an hour. Both banks of the river draw huge crowds gathering to soak up the New Year vibe. He and his roommate went to see it once, but they stopped going afterward. The sheer crowd was unbearable. Besides, plenty of people livestream it, might as well watch it on your phone.
An hour of electronic fireworks isn't cheap, it burns through real money. Some poorer areas simply couldn't afford such extravagance.
Nua pressed her face against the window, her little face brimming with anticipation.
Chen Yu noticed it, of course.
But he didn't plan to buy them, he intended to make his own. Truthfully, making little lanterns was incredibly simple. Doing it together with the little ones would bring a greater sense of accomplishment. Soon they arrived at the kindergarten, where Gu Yao and Ren Shui were still greeting the children. Two more faces were beside them, Ruan Jia and Ruan Xiaoyan. As he and Nuonuo soft arrived, the first to wave wasn't Gu Yao or Ren Shui, but Ruan Xiaoyan.
This caught Chen Yu off guard.
After all, the little girl was usually quite shy.
Usually, she would only timidly wave back after he greeted her first.
He didn't want to be overly enthusiastic with Ruan Xiaoyan, afraid it might backfire.
Daddy Chen, this is my mommy.
Ruan Xiaoyan waved her little hand, introducing her enthusiastically.
Hello. I'm Chen Yu, Nuonyuo and Ruweruwei's dad. This was actually his first time meeting Ruan Jia.
Usually, someone else dropped Ruan Xiaoyan off at school, and he wasn't sure what her relationship with Ruan Jia was.
Hello, I'm Ruan Jia, Ruan Xiaoyan's mother.
Ruan Jia greeted him with a smile, then motioned for Chen Yu to step aside so she could speak to him privately.
The moment she saw Chen Yu, she was taken aback. He really was quite handsome. With looks like that, he could easily break into showbiz as an artist. Don't be fooled by the entertainment industry being full of handsome men and beautiful women. Most of them rely on plastic surgery, makeup, and photo editing. With all that, even the plainest person could look refined and handsome. Someone with Chen Yu's natural good looks was actually quite rare. His clean-cut look was exactly the type that was popular right now. Chen Yu was a bit surprised but complied anyway. Ran Shui and Gu Yao exchanged a knowing glance. Seeing Ruan Jia personally escorting Ruan Xiaoyan, both were taken aback. Seeing this, they understood she must have something to discuss with Mr. Chen. They couldn't help but wonder what it could be. Why can't you just say it over the phone? You had to come over first thing in the morning to tell me in person?
Ruan Xiaoyan, however, was completely unaware of this. She was still basking in the joy of her mother taking her to kindergarten. The smile never left her face, and she chattered more than usual. Ren Shui watched her with a pang of pity. She wondered what exactly Ruan Jia did for a living that kept her so busy she couldn't even manage to take her daughter to kindergarten. Ruan Jia pulled Chen Yu aside to a corner. Mr. Chen, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so early.
Chen Yu smiled, it's fine.
I drop my daughter off at kindergarten at this time every day. Even so, I still need to apologize.
The main thing is that I called you over 20 times yesterday and you never picked up.
Hearing this, Chen Yu felt both amused and exasperated.
Chapter 214, It's not about the money.
So it was you who made over 20 calls last night. He thought it was someone trying to lure him to northern Myanmar for kidney harvesting.
Xiaoyan's mom, just get to the point.
I need to go shopping soon.
Oh, sorry. Ruan Jia realized she'd been rambling on a bit too much.
Well, I saw your cover of Roof on short videos.
I was wondering, is that your original song?
Yes, it's my original.
Why? I want to buy the rights to this song. Name your price, I'm open to revenue sharing or outright purchase. Chen Yu was taken aback by the request, but after a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Ruan Jia continued, I'm Bai Ying's agent. You know Bai Ying, right?
She's the one who sang the theme song for Jin's, which has been trending lately.
Chen Yu certainly knew Bai Ying and had a favorable impression of her.
But he didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head. Ruan Xiaoyan happened to be looking this way too, smiling and waving at him. Seeing his hesitation, Ruan Jia assumed he had questions about the terms. She clenched her jaw and stated firmly, 200,000. Plus a 30% royalty share on future earnings. She genuinely believed in the song Roof and offered terms that showed real sincerity. 200,000 wasn't a huge sum, but she couldn't come up with more money at the moment. So she increased the royalty share for Chen Yu. For an unknown creator, this percentage was already quite generous. After splitting profits with the arranger and paying the company's cut, Bai Ying ended up with almost nothing.
But it didn't matter.
Ruan Jia hadn't expected to make money in the first place. What she wanted was fame and exposure. With those, she wouldn't have to worry about future opportunities.
Chen Yu turned to look at Ruan Jia. I need to think about it.
Ruan Jia froze, surprised by Chen Yu's unexpectedly high demands.
How could he not be satisfied with such favorable terms? But she didn't want to give up on the song Roof.
While singers and songs mutually elevate each other, neither can exist without the other. It was undeniable that great lyrics were far scarcer than great singers.
Countless faded singers have made comebacks with just one song. When people mention a singer, the first thing that comes to mind is their signature hit. 300,000. Mr. Chen, I've already shown great sincerity. Chen Yu smiled. We can discuss the money further, but I have one condition. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Ruan Jia immediately agreed. Mr. Chen, go ahead.
You must stay at the kindergarten with Ruan Xiaoyan today until dismissal this afternoon.
Huh? What?
Ruan Jia was completely taken aback, seriously doubting she'd heard correctly.
She'd assumed it would be about the profit split, but instead it was about her daughter, Ruan Xiaoyan? What kind of condition was this? But seeing Chen Yu's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Mr. Chen, if I agree to your terms, you'll sell me the rooftop? Chen Yu nodded. My word is my bond. Fine. I agree.
In truth, Ruan Jia had no idea what Chen Yu meant, but she agreed anyway.
To her, it seemed perfectly manageable just spending a day at the kindergarten, right? It would also give her a chance to spend time with her daughter, why not?
Chen Yu had proposed this condition because he genuinely felt sorry for Ruan Xiaoyan. The little one was so well behaved, yet her mother barely had time to spend with her. Busy work was understandable, but never once picking her up or dropping her off?
That was truly outrageous. If she couldn't even manage that, it was easy to imagine how little time she spent with her at home. In his view, prioritizing money over her daughter's upbringing was putting the cart before the horse. He wanted to use this method to get Wan Jia to spend time with her daughter, even if it was just for one day. As for the money? He couldn't care less about that. Her family is so wealthy, does he really need to earn money? Besides, he could just slap together a couple of songs to sell, and the money would pour in. Perhaps having 2 daughters made him particularly empathetic toward other children. So he took Wan Jia to explain the situation. Ran Shui and Gu Yao were both startled upon hearing it. But seeing Ran Xiaoyan's beaming face, they instantly understood Dad Chen was doing this for the little one. What a thoughtful gesture. After all, it had been over a week since the kindergarten opened and they had seen Wan Jia only a handful of times. He must be incredibly busy with work and had no time to spend with Ran Xiaoyan. Hearing that Wan Jia was Bai Ying's agent, both of them wore identical blank expressions. Who is Bai Ying? As 2 people who didn't follow celebrities, this question was definitely beyond their knowledge. Wan Jia noticed their awkward reactions. What's the most painful thing for an agent? It's when no one recognizes the artist you're managing. She resolved to quickly elevate Bai Ying to a second tier or even top tier star, that way she could hold her head high when talking about her. Today wasn't parent-teacher day, so she still needed the principal's approval. The principal thought it was a good idea and agreed immediately. She even smiled at Chen Yu. "Chen Dad, yesterday's song was lovely, and your interaction with Teacher Su was so sweet." Chen Yu felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected the principal, at her age, to be paying attention to such things. As for the interaction she mentioned, well, that was clearly referring to Su Yuwei kissing him. "Principal, you're making me blush." No need to be shy. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Could you please go purchase some necessary items, Mr. Chen? Just bring the shopping list back to me when you return. Sure, I'll go right away. As he stepped outside, Chen Yu spotted Wan Xiaoyan clinging to Wan Jia's arm, proudly introducing her to other children. "This is my mom. Isn't she pretty?" You'd never guess this was the same timid little girl who usually spoke so softly. Wan Jia, on the other hand, looked a bit awkward. She felt strange greeting all these children. Hopefully this will make her realize her daughter needs companionship too. After some internal struggle, Su Yuwei decided to go to the school. Whether she went early or late, she'd have to go eventually. Still, she put on sunglasses and a mask. She studied her reflection in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. This way, no one should recognize her. As she walked toward the office, 2 girls approached her. "Good morning, Miss Su." Hello. Su Yuwei froze for a moment, surprised that she could still be recognized even dressed like this. And she had absolutely no recollection of these 2 girls. It must just be a coincidence, right? But after walking just a few steps, another girl recognized her. "Good morning, Teacher Su." "Good morning." Upstairs, she spotted 2 female teachers chatting. She pretended not to notice and quickened her pace. One of the teachers smiled and said, "Ms. Su, your daughter is so adorable." "How old is she?" "She's nothing like my little troublemaker." Su Yuwei gave a perfunctory reply and hurried into the office. Chen Yu burst out laughing at her outfit. "What's going on? Are you planning to rob a bank?" Chapter 215, What's Wrong with Kissing My Husband? Su Yuwei yanked off her sunglasses and mask. "Seriously? Even dressed like this, I'd still get recognized? Come on, sis. How many female teachers at our school have a figure as good as yours?" Even after having 2 daughters, her figure remained impeccable, not a hint of post-pregnancy weight gain. She'd even gained a bit of weight these past 2 months because of Chen Yu. Her previous figure had been nothing short of perfect, curvy in all the right places, long legs, and a slim waist, making female teachers like Chen Yu green with envy. Su Yuwei glanced down, feeling a bit speechless. Is having a good figure a crime? Seriously, why are you dressed like that? It's all because of yesterday. Mentioning it made Su Yuwei feel a bit guilty. If she hadn't lost control and kissed Chen Yu on stage, she wouldn't have had to resort to this. Honestly, that scared me. Is this really the same stunning Su Yuwei I know? Stop it. I don't even know what I was thinking. It was probably the atmosphere building up to that point, plus Chen Yu being handsome and singing so beautifully. Yeah, it's all Chen Yu's fault. Chen Yu sighed. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. My mom insisted I come home for dinner. I bet she's planning another blind date. No way, blind dates on holidays? Probably because she saw your singing video. Seeing how in love you two are, plus little Nuonuo, she's craving a granddaughter now. Just thinking about it made Chen Yu furious. Singing is one thing, but why kiss your husband? Fine, you kissed him, but why drag our daughter into it? Su Yuwei cleared her throat. Auntie's right to be anxious. You're this age and still don't have a boyfriend. Aren't you worried about becoming an old maid? You're deliberately trying to upset me, aren't you? So what if I found a husband who's handsome, cooks well, and sings beautifully? And I gave birth to 2 well-behaved, adorable daughters. What's there to be so smug about? Chen Yu, could find that in a heartbeat. But lately, she really felt her best friend had changed a lot. How to put it? She's become more human. Before, she rarely joked around, even with me. Maybe it's Chen Yu's influence? She'd once read that pets and their owners start to resemble each other over time, both in appearance and personality. Could the same hold true for married couples? Then I absolutely can't end up with someone ugly. Wouldn't we just get uglier together? That thought was downright terrifying. What about you? Whose place are you spending the holidays at? His. Who is he? My little husband. Su Yuwei shot her a look. Wasn't that a rhetorical question? Chen Yu smiled mischievously. She knew perfectly well it was Chen Yu, she just wanted her bestie to say it out loud. Does Uncle Su have any objections? She knew all too well how old-fashioned Su Zhengshan was. Of course he does. Just ignore him. TSK, they say a man marries a wife and forgets his mother, but you've married a husband and forgotten your father. Chen Yu. Su Yuwei reached out to pinch her, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. The male teacher stood at the doorway, looking awkward. Teacher Su, the dean would like to see you. Only then did they realize the door hadn't been closed. Combined with their earlier raised voices, it was likely the entire floor could hear them. Indeed, that was the case. At first, it was faint and indistinct. Several teachers had opened their doors, listening and unable to suppress their laughter. Unless someone was overly uptight, they wouldn't get angry over something like this. Instead, they found it quite amusing. Apart from the two of them, most of the teachers were in their 40s or older. Life in the ivory tower was stable but dull, a monotonous routine day in and day out. Hearing the two young girls' vibrant voices made life feel more interesting. So most of the teachers actually liked the two of them quite a bit. That old fossil, the dean, he's not going to give you a dressing down, is he? Chen Yu began to worry. After all, yesterday's video had gone viral, and clickbait artists were resorting to any means for views, churning out outrageous headlines left and right. Shocking. Female university professor caught backstage with undergraduate student. Why has a top university become a den of iniquity? Click to find out. On stage, the unspeakable secrets between female teacher and male student. Headlines like these were everywhere. With such talent for fabricating nonsense, working in self-media is truly a waste of their abilities. Anyone who watched the gala knows it's fake. But there are still many who haven't seen it. In this era of mass stupidity, netizens are easily provoked by a headline. The truth itself becomes irrelevant. All that matters is the frenzy. The mess left behind after the uproar? No one cares. Naturally, this will bring some negative publicity to Lincheng University. As the video exploded in popularity yesterday, numerous articles emerged criticizing Lincheng University. The rhetoric was flowery and highly aggressive. A century-old institution of learning, which should be a sanctuary for education and nurturing, has allowed such things to happen. Alas! How painful! The words were heartfelt, each one dripping with sorrow. More sorrowful than the passing of a family member. Most were just trying to ride the wave of attention to boost their profiles. Whether others were behind it remains unclear. Chen Yu had seen one or two such articles, which fueled her concern. You'll find out once you go. Su Yuwei dropped her smile and rose to find the dean. She didn't recognize that what she did was wrong. I kissed my husband, what's wrong with that? If the president really punished her, she wouldn't have a word to say. All she could say was that she was deeply disappointed in Lincheng University. But making her issue an apology statement? That was out of the question. She soon arrived at the dean's office and knocked on the door. The dean saw it was her, motioned for her to sit down, and pushed a cup of tea her way. Tea leaves swirled in the cup, releasing wisps of white steam. Professor Su, do you know why I asked you here? The dean folded his hands on the desk, clearly ready for a talk. Su Yuwei, feeling irritated, replied coldly, Dean, please just get to the point. The dean paused, taken aback by her attitude. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, I won't beat around the bush. I called you here about what happened at yesterday's welcome party. Your duet was beautiful, the performance was a success, and it's been getting quite a lot of airplay across various media platforms. But it also caused some negative repercussions, you know the reasons why. So the school has decided. Su Yuwei remained completely unmoved upon hearing this. She had anticipated the dean's words on her way here, and now they were exactly as she'd expected. She was just waiting to hear what the punishment would be. Everything else was irrelevant, but admitting fault was out of the question. The dean suddenly began coughing violently at this point, then lifted his teacup and took a sip. Ahem, apologies. The seasonal change has left my throat feeling rather uncomfortable lately. Su Yuwei's face darkened. Where were we just now? Chapter 216, the perfect time to be a trailblazer. Su Yuwei thought to herself, are you suffering from dementia? Her expression remained icy, though, it brought negative publicity to the school. Right, I remember now. The dean smiled, it has caused some negative impact on the school. After discussions among leaders at all levels, it has been decided to deal with these malicious rumor-mongering accounts severely. Legal action will be taken where necessary, and there will be no leniency. Su Yuwei had been waiting to hear the punishment, but this was what she got? Has he really developed dementia? The dean paused before continuing. Also, the principal was very pleased with your program. However, he's away on a study trip today and asked me to convey his message. Seeing the dean didn't appear confused, Su Yuwei hesitated before asking, so I won't be punished? Why would we punish you? The principal wants to commend you. The dean took another sip of tea. Speaking of which, the school would like to interview both of you about your courtship, daily interactions, how you raise your daughter, and so on. It would be even better if you could elaborate more on the influence of Lin University. Su Yuwei instantly understood his meaning. They intended to leverage this incident to boost Lin University's reputation. Although Lin University ranked among the top tier of institutions, competing for students with elite schools like Peking and Tsinghua was essentially hopeless. They had to find creative ways to stand out in their marketing. In this era of viral content, admissions campaigns needed to be unconventional. Take that university in Yunnan, for example. A dark-skinned young man introduced to the camera, "You really don't have to dig the ground every day here. The campus environment is also incredibly beautiful." Yet the backdrop revealed barren land, vast swaths of turned soil devoid of even a blade of grass. The rumble of tractors echoed intermittently. Then he got called in for a talk with the president. A love story between a college student and a beautiful professor, isn't that the perfect promotional material? Want to marry a beautiful professor? Want to hook up with a rich woman? Then hurry up and apply to Lincheng University. But Su Yuwei refused. Romance is a matter between two people at most, it involves two families. Why expose it to the spotlight? She especially didn't want her daughter to be in the public eye. All she wanted was for Nuonyuo to grow up quietly, gently, and safely. Dean, I need some time to think this over. Understood. No rush. The director knew Su Yuwei's temperament well. Not outright refusing was already showing him considerable face. Not a complete refusal meant there was still a chance. There was plenty of time ahead. One more thing, our university has a policy allowing professors' family members to be placed in positions. The president has specially approved this for you as well. What do you think? No need, thank you for the offer. Oh, well then. Nothing else to discuss. Thank you for coming all this way, Professor Su. As Su Yuwei reached the doorway, the dean called her back. Professor Su, about that interview request, would you consider it? It was clear the Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. The market was brimming with festive atmosphere. 2 large red lanterns hung at the entrance, and 2 strings of colorful lights wound around the pillars. Vendors had rolled out special holiday discounts and meal deals. A stall selling Yangcheng Lake Harry crabs by the roadside was shouting out its wares with great enthusiasm. Though crabs are available year-round, autumn is the prime season for enjoying them. When autumn winds rise, crab legs tingle. When chrysanthemums bloom, the scent of crab draws us near. Our ancestors long ago summed it up. Around October each year, the crabs are plump with rich, golden roe. Beyond mooncakes, Mid-Autumn Festival also carries the custom of enjoying crabs. And crabs themselves are truly a delicacy. Since ancient times, they've been celebrated for their 4 flavors, meaning you can taste 4 distinct flavors at once. The thigh meat tastes like dried scallops. The thigh meat is as delicate as silver fish. The crab body meat surpasses whitefish. The crab roe is the very essence of the crab. However, Chen Yu showed little interest in these so-called hairy crabs. On one hand, crabs are cold in nature, and children might get diarrhea if they eat too many. On the other hand, these are all fake. Where could you find real Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs? The more reputable vendors might take a batch of crabs for a quick dip in Yangcheng Lake before scooping them back up. These are called bathing crabs. The unscrupulous ones won't even bother with the bath. Genuine Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs were beyond the reach of ordinary people. So he bought other ingredients instead and headed back to the kindergarten. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he spotted a pile of crabs in the sink. They were all lively, still trying to climb out. Aunt Lee, where did these crabs come from? Yang Shi's dad brought them. He said they're Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs? Wow, Yang Shi's dad sure is generous. Last time he brought a whole roasted lamb, and now he's bringing hairy crabs. They had all the crab accessories, and the physical traits were spot on. Green shells, white bellies, golden claws, and yellow hair. But are these really Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs? Hard to say. We can only say they come from the Yangcheng Lake region, likely farmed in small ponds by local breeders. Getting your hands on something like this is already quite a feat. Most people's crabs aren't even worth calling bath crabs. Think about it, how many crabs could such a small area possibly produce in a year? How could it possibly feed the entire nation? It's like Wuchang rice, Chagan Lake fish, Wui Mountain Dehong Pao tea, Gaoyu salted duck eggs, West Lake Longjing tea, Ningxia tan sheep, or 1982 Lafite. They'll never sell out. Just savor the names, only the naive believe they're real. He hadn't planned on making crab for the kids. But since Yang Shi's dad had already delivered them, it would be wasteful to discard them. Though crabs are cooling in nature, as long as portions are strictly controlled, it should be fine. Mr. Chen, what about these? They're called crabs, but what's the full name? Aunt Wang couldn't recall and glanced at Aunt Lee. Crab utensils. Right, crab utensils.
The crab 8-piece set refers to tools like crab knives and crab hammers, a set of 8 pieces specifically designed for eating crabs. Hammering the shell, singing with the 8 tools. The quintessential tools for the cultured gentleman to enjoy crabs. He truly hadn't expected Yang Shi's father to be so particular. But letting little kids use crab cracking tools is clearly not a good idea. These are good things, Aunt Leah put them away for now. Then he led the 2 aunts to start preparing the special mid-autumn festival lunch. First came the staple, a pot of steamed rice. Wrapped in plastic wrap, he shaped a rice ball into rabbit ears. Using the same method, he shaped rabbit ears and little paws. He cracked an egg, separating the yolk from the white. He heated a pan over low heat, brushed it with oil, and poured in the egg yolk. Once cooked, use a mold to shape it. Pour the egg whites into the empty spaces and cook until set. This creates a small, striped blanket. Finally, chop cucumber, carrot, and other vegetables. Marinate chicken breast with cornstarch and light soy sauce. Pan-fry the chicken breast, then stir-fry the vegetables until just tender. Add tomato sauce and other seasonings, simmer until the sauce thickens, then remove from heat. Then it's time to plate the dish. Assemble the rabbit's head and ears, use black pepper to draw the eyes and mouth, and dot tomato sauce for blush. Add the stir-fried chicken and vegetables, then place a fried egg on top as a little blanket. Let the little hands peek out from under the blanket and arrange some vegetables and carrots around the edges for decoration. And there you have it, a little rabbit sleeping soundly under its blanket. Chapter 217, a special mid-autumn festival lunch. Wow, Dad Chen, your imagination is amazing. I've got to go home and make this for my granddaughter, she'll be thrilled. Both aunts declared they'd learned something new, their eyes brimming with admiration as they looked at Chen Yu. Beyond admiration, there was also a hint of fervor. It was the kind of look that practically begged him to come home and be their son-in-law. Too bad they were a step too late. To them, this was the biggest difference between Chen Yu and other chefs. He cooked from a child's perspective, while others didn't. With the main dish done, it was time for the main course. He had originally planned to make shrimp and tofu soup, and now with the hairy crabs, he had an extra ingredient. Aunt Wang, to make it easier for the kids to eat, we need to remove all the crab meat. Follow my lead. Serving the little ones whole crabs with shells would be inconvenient, so it was better to scoop out the meat and make a soup. After steaming the crabs, remove the legs and claws. Roll a rolling pin over the legs, and the meat will pop right out. Cut open both sides of the claws to extract a whole piece of meat. Next, we'll tackle the crab body. Lift the shell and remove the inedible stomach, heart, and gills. This hairy crab is truly plump. Not only is it packed with meat, but the female crab's abdomen is also filled with rich roe. You could tell Yang Shi's dad was truly generous, determined to give the little ones the very best. Cut the crab body in half lengthwise, then use a toothpick to carefully pick out the meat along the crab legs. In less than 10 minutes, the crab was completely cleaned out, leaving only an empty shell. The 2 aunts watched the whole process in stunned silence. Mr. Chen, you're way too fast. We couldn't keep up. Chen Yu smiled. No worries, we don't need that many crabs. Crab is cooling in nature, so the little ones shouldn't have too much. A little crab roe and meat for each of them would suffice. Once he'd portioned out enough, Chen Yu began preparing the soup. The shrimp were marinated in starch and cooking wine, while the tofu was pressed into rounds using a mold and blanched to remove any unpleasant odor. Once the broth came to a boil, he reduced the heat and simmered all the ingredients together. Seasoned and thickened, it was served with a drizzle of sesame oil and chopped scallions. The rich, savory aroma filled the room, making both aunts eager to serve themselves a bowl. Considering some children might be allergic to seafood, Chen Yu also made a steamed egg dish. Beat eggs with salt, then stir in warm water until smooth. Strain through a sieve and skim off any foam. Cover with plastic wrap, poke a few holes, and steam over low heat until set. Separately, beat another egg. Fry the egg white into a thin omelet, then scramble the yolk. Use a mold to shape the egg white into a circle and place it in the upper right corner of the steamed egg as the moon. Arrange nori seaweed into the shape of laurel branches. Slice cucumber peel into thin strips and arrange them as laurel leaves. Sprinkle crumbled egg yolk over the top to represent osmanthus blossoms. Peel the hard-boiled egg, trim the bottom flat, shape ham slices into ears, and dot on eyes and a mouth. Place the finished bunny in the steamed egg dish and drizzle with a few drops of Worcestershire sauce. Chen Yu regretted it the moment he finished. Why did he make another little rabbit? No cried over this in the morning. With so many children at lunch, wouldn't the crying be non-stop? The 2 aunts, however, were thoroughly impressed by his skill. How could Dad turn a simple steamed egg into such a work of art? Served like this in a restaurant, no question it could easily fetch 68 yuan. These 3 dishes were more than enough for the little ones, and Chen Yu didn't plan to make anything else. He saw no need to adhere to the traditional 4-dish 1 soup format. As long as it balanced meat and vegetables for nutritional completeness, that was sufficient. If those 4 dishes were shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, stir-fried cabbage, and steamed shredded radish, would kids actually eat that? They'd be crazy to like that. So all these standards are just for the parents' benefit. The most important thing is for the kids to eat happily and healthily. Just add some fruit on the side.
Make a cut at the top of the banana, then one on each side, and finally one at the bottom. Peel and remove the banana flesh. Cut various fruits into small pieces and stuff them inside. Drizzle a little yogurt over it and your fruit boat is ready. When making things for kids, remember this principle. Appearance is always the top priority, taste actually comes second.
While Chen Yu bustled about in the kitchen, Ruan Jia was helping Ruan Xiaoyan with her lessons. The little one stared at Ruan Jia with curious eyes, making her feel uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over her. Ruan Xiaoyan, however, was completely unaware of her discomfort. The little girl sat up straight, her face beaming with a smile. I'm sure you've all noticed we have a special guest in class today. Shall we ask our guest to introduce themselves? Yes, the little ones chorused in unison. Me? Ruan Jia pointed at herself. Ren Shui smiled and nodded. This big friend might be a little nervous. Let's give her some applause, shall we? Amid the children's applause, Ruan Jia nervously stepped onto the stage. She had thought accompanying Xiaoyan for a day would be simple, but it turned out to be so difficult. Even introducing herself made her incredibly nervous. The children looked up at her one by one, their eyes clear and innocent. They were all curious to hear what she would say, without a hint of wanting to see her fail. This eased Ruan Jia's nerves slightly. But the moment her gaze met Xiaoyan's, her nerves vanished instantly. Strange, could it be my daughter giving me strength? So Ruan Jia began introducing herself. Hello, children. I'm Ruan Xiaoyan's mom, Ruan Jia. I'm also the big friend Ms. Rin Shui mentioned. I hope we can become good friends. As soon as Ruan Jia finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. The loudest applause came from Ruan Xiaoyan herself, her little hands clapping until they turned red. Being the only child in the class accompanied by her mother filled her with immense pride. Suddenly, Ruan Jia found all these little ones utterly adorable. Ren Shui smiled and said, "Alright, let's begin our official class. Do you children know what holiday it is today? Mid-Autumn Festival." Ruan Xiaoyan was the first to raise her little hand, surprising the other children around her. They had always thought this little girl was so shy, never answering questions in class. Ren Shui paused for a moment. That's right, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiaoyan, you're amazing. Ruan Xiaoyan beamed at Ruan Jia. Her mother's praise was what she wanted most. But after sitting down, Ruan Jia immediately started replying to messages on her phone, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing her mother's distraction, Xiaoyan's little face immediately fell. Ren Shui noticed too. Our big kid needs to pay attention in class. Seeing Ruan Jia still unresponsive, she called out twice more. Our big girl? Big girl? Xiaoyan's mom. The startled Ruan Jia nearly dropped her phone. What's wrong? Ren Shui resumed her smile. Let's not get distracted during class. We can talk during break, okay? Sorry, teacher Ren Shui. Ruan Jia silently tucked her phone away. The children's eyes turned toward her, making her lower her head in embarrassment. Alright, kids, let's continue. Chapter 218, The Roof. This song has potential. Since today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ren Shui had prepared her lesson thoroughly. She was naturally a diligent person, and Chen Yu's vast knowledge made her feel even more pressure. As a teacher, she couldn't let herself be outdone. The traditional customs of the Mid-Autumn Festival are admiring the moon and eating mooncakes. But there were other traditions too. For instance, lantern viewing has been documented since the Northern Song dynasty. Back then, river lanterns were popular. These were lanterns placed on the river, watched as they drifted away. Other regional traditions include watching tidal waves, playing with rabbit figurines, moonwalking, stealing scallions and vegetables, eating snails, and drinking osmanthus wine. Food choices also carry significance. Eating crabs symbolizes rolling wealth, fish signifies abundance year after year, pomegranates represent numerous children and blessings, and pomelos are believed to protect descendants. Of course, most families didn't observe all these customs. In essence, the focus is on gathering the family together for a reunion dinner, followed by moon gazing and mooncake eating symbolizing unity and togetherness. These customs were quite novel to the little ones, who listened with wide eyes, completely engrossed. As the class ended, Ruan Jia couldn't wait to slip out. Ruan Xiaoyan looked up just in time to notice her mother was gone. Uh-oh, where's my mom? Hey, sister Ruan Jia? Xiaobai, I've got news that song on the rooftop is happening. That fast? Bai Ying hadn't expected Ruan Jia to be so efficient. But Chen Yu has one condition: he wants me to spend a day at the kindergarten with Xiaoyan. Oh, is that so? On the other end of the line, Bai Ying couldn't help but laugh. That's fine too, sister Ruan Jia. You really should spend time with your daughter. She'd been meaning to say this for a while and finally found the chance. Work comes first, after all. There'll be plenty of time to spend with Xiaoyan later. I'll call you back. I'm heading over to your place right after school. Ruan Jia hung up and returned to the classroom. She saw several young girls chatting in a circle while Ruan Xiaoyan stood timidly on the sidelines. Her heart ached. Xiaoyan. Ruan Xiaoyan turned and saw her, immediately throwing herself into her arms. Mom. Ruan Jia stroked her head. Did they bully you? The little one shook her head. Then why didn't you go chat with them? The little one hung her head low, saying nothing. Ruan Jia was about to ask more when the class bell rang. This was Gu Yao's class. She nodded and smiled at her in greeting. Barely 5 minutes into class, she quietly pulled out her phone again. Usually at this time, she'd be replying to work messages. Not checking her phone for an entire class period had been unbearable. Bai Ying was, after all, a minor celebrity. Besides her, there were several assistants. But she couldn't shake the feeling that if she wasn't around, those guys would definitely mess things up. These people can't manage without me. Ruan Jia hid her phone under the desk, glancing up nervously every so often for fear of being caught. Nodding and smiling, she put on an act of paying close attention. Little did she know her little antics were perfectly visible from the podium. The problem was that the kids' desks were so small, and they didn't even have desk drawers. She shared hers with Ruan Xiaoyan, so the hand holding the phone was clearly visible. From Gu Yao's perspective, it looked like Ruan Jia was tapping away at her phone under the desk while nodding and smiling at her. It felt like she was taunting her. I'll just play with my phone right in front of you, so what? Though Gu Yao was a teacher, she was also a parent like Ruan Jia. It felt awkward to scold her. She decided to turn a blind eye and pretend she hadn't seen anything. By lunchtime, the principal arrived too. Xiaoyan's mom, how's the adjustment going? It's been quite nice, principal. I'm sure Xiaoyan has caused you quite a bit of trouble, right? Not at all. Xiaoyan is such a well-behaved child. I'm usually busy with work and don't have much time to look after her, so I really appreciate the principal and all the teachers paying extra attention to her. The principal smiled. It's our pleasure. But Xiaoyan's mom, children this age still need their parents' companionship. Her words were cut short by the children's excited shouts. They were peering through the windows and had spotted Chen Yu pushing the lunch cart down the hallway. One by one, they ran out excitedly to greet him. Ren Shui and Gu Yao hurried out to restore order. Everyone line up nicely, or Chin Dad won't be able to keep up. Ren Shui's words instantly made them fall into line obediently. It wasn't so much her words that worked magic, but rather the irresistible aroma of Chen Yu's cooking fragrant enough to waft through the hallway. The little ones were all eager to get their lunch. Chen Yu entered surrounded by the children, who then lined up quietly and patiently, waiting for their meals. The principal smiled at Ruan Jia. Xiaoyan's mom, would you like to give it a try? Huh, me? Yes, don't you want to give it a try? Ren Shui smiled as she handed her the large ladle while Ruan Xiaoyan looked at her with eager anticipation. Ruan Jia took the ladle without hesitation. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Her first attempt at serving food was naturally clumsy and slow. Fortunately, Chen Yu was there to guide her. Xiaoyan's mom, make sure to scoop both crab roe and crab meat half and half. Okay, got it. Ruan Jia felt a bit nervous holding the large spoon. But seeing the little one smile eased her nerves considerably. Seriously, it's just serving food to a kid. What am I getting so worked up about? Besides, she thought the children were all so polite. They even said thank you after receiving their soup. She felt more and more certain that sending her daughter to Chuanmiao Kindergarten was the right choice. Elite kindergartens didn't seem so appealing to her anymore. While she was getting her food, Ruan Xiaoyan stayed by her side the whole time. Noticing the sweat on her forehead, she gently lowered her head and wiped it away for her. Ren Shui and Gu Yao exchanged a knowing smile. This was exactly what Chin Dad had intended. Most of the dishes had actually been pre-portioned by the teachers and placed on the children's tables beforehand. Items like steamed egg custard, chicken breast rice, and fruit platters. The only dish the little ones actually had to line up for was a crab and shrimp tofu soup. Moreover, the small bowls were heat-resistant, and the portions were deliberately kept modest. It was simply to let the children experience the process. Soon, the children each received their meals. Wow, it's a little bunny. Such a cute little bunny. It's even covered with a blanket. Is it sleeping? Hey, there's a little bunny in this one too. Seeing the dishes laid out on the table, the little ones gasped in wonder. Never mind how it tasted, they'd never seen such beautifully presented food before. Everything changed after they came to Spring Sprout Kindergarten. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. Compared to what Dad Chen served, even the tastiest things from before now seemed bland. So the kids ate a little more at lunch, figuring they could eat less at dinner. The good news was that the scene Chen Yu had imagined didn't play out. Chapter 219, The Little Ones Feeding Service. The little ones didn't break down in tears. The bad news is they couldn't bring themselves to eat the adorable little rabbits in their bowls. Unanimously, they chose to drink the crab and shrimp tofu soup first. Wow, this is so delicious. So fresh. This yellow stuff is delicious. It's crunchy when you bite into it. Big shrimp. The few little ones with seafood allergies looked so disappointed. Seeing the other kids enjoying it so much, they were almost in tears. Why do they get to have it and I don't? To cheer them up, Chen Yu gave each of them an extra small bowl of steamed egg custard. The little ones immediately lit up with joy. Hee hee, I got an extra bowl of egg custard. Daddy Chen loves me the most. Ruan Xiaoyan didn't rush to drink hers. Instead, she scooped a spoonful and offered it to Ruan Jia. Xiaoyan, you drink yours. Mom has some in her bowl too. She felt she didn't need to be fed since she had her own bowl. Ruan Xiaoyan shook her head stubbornly, holding out her little hand. She looked determined to make her take a sip. Ruan Jia sighed helplessly and bent down to take a sip. But the little one suddenly pulled her hand back. Wait a minute, Mom. Let me blow on it to cool it down first. The soup had actually been cooled beforehand, it was just the right temperature to drink. But the little one still blew on it twice before handing it over. As the tofu soup touched her tongue, only one word echoed in Ruan Jia's mind: savory. It was so delicious it could practically make your eyebrows fall off. The umami from the crab and shrimp had been simmered to perfection, releasing its fullest flavor. The tender tofu melted on her tongue with the slightest touch. The shrimp were firm and springy, carrying a hint of sweetness. The most delightful part was the crab roe, bursting with a rich, savory flavor between her lips and teeth. The tofu soup had just the right thickness, coating the ingredients without being overly sticky, perfectly blending the distinct flavors of crab, shrimp, and tofu. With just one spoonful, Ruan Jia was utterly captivated by this soup. Mr. Chen's culinary skills were truly wasted at the kindergarten. As usual, Gu Yao and Ren Shui ate together. Witnessing this scene, Ren Shui couldn't help but sigh. Look at someone else's daughter, she even knows to offer her mother the first bite. Now look at Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin, completely unaware of her mother's comments, had only two words on her mind: let's eat. She gulped down her small bowl, then handed it to Chen Yu. Daddy Chen, I want another bowl. Whatever Chen Yu said to her, the little one returned holding her bowl with a look of disappointment. But her disappointment lasted only a second. The next moment, she turned her sadness into appetite and began devouring the steamed egg custard in big bites. Gu Yao wondered aloud, why didn't Daddy Chen give her any soup? Has he finally grown tired of Xixin eating so much? Ren Shui shook her head with a smile. No way. Daddy Chen said the soup has crab in it, which is a cold-natured food. It's not good for kids to eat too much of it. How thoughtful of him. When Gu Yao looked back, she saw her daughter returning with a fresh bowl of steamed egg custard, her smile impossible to contain. Well, her earlier worries had been unnecessary after all. After letting Ruan Jia try it, Chen Yu took over serving the food. So he hadn't had a single bite yet and was genuinely hungry. Nua took a couple of bites, then noticed her dad was still hungry. She clattered over to him with her little bowl. Daddy, look down. Chen Yu bent down obediently, savoring the little one's feeding service. She thoughtfully wiped away the tiny bits of leftover food from the corner of his mouth, waiting until Chen Yu had swallowed before offering the next bite. Just then, Gu Yao and Ren Shui happened to see them. Gu Yao instantly felt a pang of jealousy. Daddy Chen gets this too. Why doesn't my daughter know about it? Ren Shui chuckled, you've got both hands free and you still need your daughter to feed you? That's different. I think your Xixin is perfectly well behaved, you're just setting the bar too high. Well behaved? Give me a break. If anyone was the first among the kids to go after the little rabbit, it was Ruan. She aimed the spoon at the rabbit's head and sliced down, severing its head from its body in one go. The other kids nearby jumped in fright. Wah, the little rabbit's head. Wah, that must have hurt so much. Poor rabbit. Softy calmly lifted the little blanket, scooped out half the rabbit's head with a spoon, dipped it in the broth, and popped it into her mouth. Her face remained expressionless throughout the entire process, until the rice touched her tongue and a smile spread across her lips at the delicious taste. Though she was eating rice, not an actual rabbit, it still seemed a bit terrifying to the little ones. One by one, they labeled Ruan as someone not to mess with. Her composure stemmed partly from maturity, but also because she'd eaten Chen Yu's version earlier that morning, easing the pressure of tasting it again. Of course, her temperament played the biggest role. Nua had also eaten rabbit that morning, yet she still couldn't bring herself to eat the adorable little rabbit. So she let Chen Yu take the first bite to break the rabbit's shape. That way, she could eat without feeling guilty. Seeing how enthusiastically Softy ate, the little ones eagerly followed suit. At first, they only scooped a little from the rabbit's tiny paws, pairing it with stir-fried chicken breast before popping it into their mouths. The little ones closed their eyes one by one, their mouths curling into smiles. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food, and the little rabbit on the plate was quickly dismantled. This little rabbit is so delicious. Yeah. The head part tastes the best. No, I think the little tail is even better. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Just moments ago, they were too scared to eat it because of its appearance, and now they were already debating which part tasted better. Kids sure do switch their affections fast. After lunch, Ren Shui and Gu Yao took the kids to nap. Ruan Xiaoyan insisted on staying with her mom, but the small bed was too cramped for both. So Ren Shui arranged a separate room just for them. Though Ruan Jiao was busy replying to messages, Ruan Xiaoyan felt incredibly happy. Sleeping with her mom felt so reassuring that she drifted off in no time, still clutching her arm in her drowsy haze, reluctant to let go. While the little ones napped, Chen Yu wasn't idle either. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and without lanterns, something felt missing. While shopping, he noticed the lanterns were both ugly and poorly made, so he decided to make his own. It turned out to be surprisingly simple. He planned to make dozens while the little ones napped, surprising them with his creation.
Daddy Chen, what are you going to do with all these things? Ren Shui asked curiously.
The kindergarten already has craft classes, and these materials are easy to find.
Making lanterns. Oh, do you need help? Sure, then please join me, Teacher Ren Shui.
Making so many lanterns in one afternoon was a bit challenging, so having someone help was welcome. Mainly because Ren Shui was reliable. If it were someone like Gu Yao, who was always so scatterbrained, he'd rather do it himself.
Teacher Ren Shui, follow my lead.
Chen Yu cut out 6 complete pieces of cardboard, removing the center sections. He set one aside as the top piece, cutting out a hollow center.
Chapter 220, Little Stars in the Classroom.
For the base, he chose a thinner piece of cardboard, traced the shape with a marker, and cut out the center with a craft knife. He then took several sheets of rice paper and drew different patterns on them.
Chen Yu drew simple things like little flowers and grass. More intricate designs tend to look less appealing when illuminated.
Apply double-sided tape along the edges, then use hot glue to assemble all 6 sides. Install the LED lights and handle, and you're done.
The finished lanterns not only looked beautiful but were also incredibly quick to make.
Before long, over a dozen lanterns piled up beside them. Ren Shui smiled and said, "The principal will be thrilled to see these."
Because the lanterns are pretty?
Ha, they are indeed pretty, but I meant for another reason. It turned out the kindergarten discarded several large cardboard boxes every day, the kind used for milk and snacks. Previously, they'd saved them for a week before the garbage collectors took them away.
He used up that many in just one afternoon. It was actually more convenient.
The two of them worked all afternoon and finally finished all the lanterns.
To save time, Chen Yu didn't make any other shapes.
They were all square, somewhat resembling the lanterns used in ancient palaces.
Daddy Chen, the little ones are going to love these. I'll go hang these up right away. Let me know when you're done, and I'll bring the kids over. Chen Yu fetched a ladder, strung a line across the classroom, and hung each lantern one by one.
Without any help, he had to climb up and down repeatedly. He carried as many lanterns as possible at once, 2 in each hand and 1 in his mouth. 5 was his absolute limit, and climbing up and down with his legs while balancing everything was quite a challenge.
But for the kids, it was all worth it. Sweating profusely, Chen Yu finally hung all the lanterns. He drew the curtains, plunging the entire classroom into darkness.
Then he sent Ren Shui a message, "Teacher Ren Shui, mission accomplished."
Got it. I'll be right there.
Kids, we're about to go on a haunted house adventure.
Excited?
The little ones had already lined up, and hearing Ms. Ren Shui's words, they all got excited. But some children started to feel scared.
Could there really be ghosts in the haunted house? The scary kind.
Xiao Xinshin stretched out her arms like a ghost, hopping forward. Ghosts.
Ghosts are coming. Several children let out loud screams. Xiao Xinshin. Gu Yao grabbed her daughter by the arm. The little one stuck out her tongue and immediately backed down.
Ahem, even the fiercest ghost fears its mother.
Ruan Jia couldn't figure out what was going on. A haunted house at kindergarten?
She wanted to ask Ren Shui what was going on, but Ren Shui just smiled and wouldn't tell her. This only made her more curious. Following the children to the classroom door, she realized it was just the classroom with the curtains drawn.
What did that have to do with a haunted house? False advertising.
Just as she was about to speak, Ren Shui silenced her with a look. Many people overlook one crucial thing: adults and children view the world from entirely different perspectives. To adults, this was just a classroom with the curtains drawn, nothing special. But to a child, isn't this pitch black room just a haunted house? Maybe even Miss Sadako would jump out from inside. After all, at an age where even turning off the lights to sleep could be frightening, this reaction was perfectly normal.
Thankfully, the classroom curtains were thick enough to block out every last bit of light once drawn.
When they reached the classroom door, the few kids leading the way grew scared and refused to go in. So they decided to pick a leader.
I'll go.
Xiao Xinshin eagerly raised her little hand.
How could she fall behind in something like this? She had to be the first one in. But after unanimous discussion, the children still chose Ruan Jia to go first. After all, she was so tall, even a bit taller than Ren Shui, and just looked so dependable. Ruan Xiaoyan naturally took the second spot. The dark doorway looked like a bottomless black hole.
The little one instinctively felt a bit scared. But feeling the warmth radiating from her mother's palm, the fear gradually subsided. Xiao Xinshin could only take third place.
Flower Bud Class Exploration Team, let's go.
At Ren Shui's command, Ruan Jia led the way, guiding the little ones into the classroom. To prevent the children from bumping into things, Chen Yu had moved all the desks and chairs to one side. He also handed Ruan Jia a small flashlight to illuminate their path.
After climbing up and down and moving furniture, Chen Yu was now exhausted, sitting in the corner to rest.
To set the mood, Ren Shui played some eerie music.
The pitch-black darkness and the eerie music made even Ruan Jia feel a little scared. Even though she knew this was just a classroom, she couldn't help feeling uneasy.
But she swallowed hard and mustered her courage.
After all, 7 or 8 little hands were tugging at her clothes.
Ruan Jia was grateful her clothes were sturdy, otherwise, the little ones would have torn them to shreds by now.
Everyone, don't be afraid. Stay close to me. She squeezed Ruan Xiaoyan's hand tightly, giving the little one a sense of reassurance. Then, guided by the flashlight's beam, she slowly made her way deeper inside. In this pitch-black environment, that little bit of light was barely enough to see. It could only illuminate the path ahead, ensuring the little ones wouldn't stumble. With the music adding to the eerie atmosphere, many children grew genuinely frightened. Unconsciously, they clung to the hands or clothes of those beside them. By the end, all the children were holding hands. Ren Shui suddenly thought this was a pretty good team-building activity. Sending them to a real haunted house wasn't practical, so this was just fine. Though scared, some kids still mustered their courage and declared, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Their tone was bold, but their voices trembled slightly. Their mix of cowardice and bravado was actually quite endearing. Once all the children were inside the classroom, Chen Yu flipped the switch and all the lights came on with a snap. Lanterns hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft, glowing light. Like stars in the night sky, small yet beautiful. "Wow!" the little ones exclaimed in unison. Their eyes were drawn to the lanterns, and they had long forgotten their fear. So beautiful. Just like stars. Children raised in the city rarely get the chance to see stars. Skyscrapers may bring convenience, but they also block out the starry sky. Children raised in the countryside, who've seen night skies 1,000 times more beautiful than this, wouldn't be particularly impressed. But for these little ones, the lanterns alone were enough to fill them with wonder. Only after the little ones had admired them to their heart's content did Chen Yu draw back the curtains. "Daddy Chen!" The children gasped in surprise upon seeing him. There was someone hiding in the classroom all along. Ren Shui smiled and said, "All these lanterns are thanks to Daddy Chen. Not only did he make them, but he hung every single one himself. He worked so hard.